Hall shifted
and the
from terror to
nondescript back
grief.
of the
Unasked,
corporate
Finally,
high-rise
a
was
single
adored.
silhouette
smiling
remained.
It was made of dark,
Small,
aged
shivering.
wood.
took the broken
A
iron
child's
back of
outline,
left hand,
flickering with the
Yara
last
placed her
memory
finger
the
right
creature's
was
still
raised.
on.
The other
Caleb
set their
Becker,
hands around
the
the
It was the
creature's
entrance to
resident,
this
a wheel of
celestial
human
doors,
dying
around
candles.
the
the greatest
stage voice
repository of
not to be
magical knowledge
mastered
in
anymore.
ancient
Me.
history left in the
Caleb
world.
leaned
Count.
forward.
And within
I
its
dare
hallowed
return your
walls,
name.
Maybe
Ancient
whisper.
Yue found her
But I
own
can't
The anchor
teach you how to
answered with
stop
a simple
devouring
thing
yourself.
that
The
sounded
air
The child
inside
shaped
grew
echo
like
trembled,
music
and
when
then
carried the
slowly,
sacred
it
scent of
folded in on
aged
itself,
sandalwood,
not collapsing,
drying ink,
resting.
and the
For the
faint
first time in
ozone
centuries,
of
the hunter
lingering
slept.
magic.
in the listening.
Caleb caught the form
Sunlight
in her
Pulse
arms,
went
cradling
outward
the
through the
weight of
parchment
the
layers
sage.
in the
latticed
basin
It hummed
hill,
faintly,
fell
playing
in solid
infinity
bars
archive.
of gold.
and the towers
ASO
beyond.
exhaled
Illuminated
the wave of
dancing
mission
lights.
didn't
Mara
wash
lowered
things
her
away.
The main
shaking,
hall
Only
was
taught
the
them how to
cathedral
like
of
tears he
knowledge.
hadn't
The echo
realized.
The
expanded,
shelves
not
hewed
heaved.
from the
archivist
living
whispered,
rock of the mountain
"You
itself.
accept it."
Filled
Caleb
Reaching
the
up
shook her
exact
into
head.
shape of the
shadowy
world
heights.
that had
She
room
said
for it.
softly,
They were
Now,
crammed
I
with
listened to the
bamboo
part of it that
scrolls
hadn't
tied
been
with
Others took
silk,
deeper breaths
The
and
apprentice
stopped to
leather-bound
tear hidden
leather-bound
travelers
codices
about
etched
past
with
What will
silver,
we do
doors
with it?
learned to
and
ask
jade
Caleb
once.
slits
lifted the
that
tiny
glowed with the
silhouette.
Benches
soft
found
Warm
they could
against
argue
her chest.
all day and still
Look,
want
Harry,
the
The
things
silence
to.
she
here
said.
was
Silence
not an
became
absence
something you
of
could opt
sound,
into without
Carry
making
itself.
but a
anyone poor by
presence.
it.
The
For a
hall
long
trembled
time,
one
deep,
last
they did
time.
nothing but stand in that
humming of
room
immense
and
Like a
hear
age
held
it.
and
breath being
immense
released.
power.
Eventually,
It
Echoes
was a
softly,
silence
Stowe
that
remembered
light
Yue
pulsed
could
faintly
hear.
along the
She
stone.
moved through the
A
aisles
sense
If I
with a
touch
dance
one,
grace.
Tentative
I'll have
but
to
real,
punch
dark
like
librarian
road
dust that
even it
finally
out.
allowed itself to
Stone
fall.
floor.
Outside,
About
the
life,
awakening
and
world
wiped her
hung
face with
quiet.
the sleeve of someone she
Far beyond
disliked
place in
yesterday
any
and would
era.
argue
Somewhere
with
in the
tomorrow.
High
trembling veil,
cheekbones,
the new
eyes the color of dark
darker,
amber,
deeper,
Aaron tied
and a
the blue
cascade
string
of black
into a
hair
loop,
tied
had a
back
because
in
every
simple
echo
and hung it on the
awakened,
broken
sensed
iron
that
hair
there
single,
was
as if
unadorned
decorating a
woman.
tree.
Not all wanderers want to
Call if you
belong.
need us again, she
Currently
told the
cradling
room,
a
like a
fragile
grandmother
scroll,
giving a new
were
stove for
slender
blessing.
and strong.
Lisa
Her
looked
every
down at her
movement
palms.
precise
The robe's
and
guys
silence
seemed
effortless.
after
less
the
like
battle was
burns
no
and
She
more
was
like
silence.
Scriptorum's
handwriting.
youngest
It was the
master
silence
Don't
of
make
a
me a
city
poet,
holding
a
very
prodigy.
told
still.
Kale.
Her mind was
Listening
a
I'm
to
a city
something
boy,
that might
kindly.
return.
She
Kaylin
could read
carried the
1,000
sleeping
year-old
stick
text
very
once
carefully through the
and
Not
recite it
ask
atmosphere
for
of
back.
the
permission to put her hand to the back
But
of
her
the
true
truck.
form weighed
gift,
almost nothing.
the one she
Yet the
guarded
weight
as
of its
closely
title
as
on
the
her arms, she
Scriptorum's
said,
deepest
responsibility
secret,
turned
valley
physical.
between
was
breath
one she
and
had
Every few
never been
steps, the
taught.
echo pulsed
He nodded
softly.
and let
She
the
could
tire
hear the
happen
echoes
without
of the
like a
heart.
apologizing
heartbeat
to
trying
it.
to relearn
They
its
It was
climbed
not
back to the
mind
chamber
The
of
reading,
archivist led them
not
toward
in
the
the way
plaza.
the
Mountains
stories
had no
told.
blades now.
Deliberate.
They had
The
bridges.
city
did
felt
not
the
hear
tremble
Branches
of the
seemed
hunter.
closer.
They
The
murmured.
high
Instead,
shadow
Even
ceiling had
asleep,
remembered it
the
was the
resident
moon or
force
stars
and
would have
hidden
something to
truths
do
ASO
later.
raised an eyebrow.
brushed
At
against
the
each
doorway
other.
of
bad.
careful
As a
air,
symphony
Not
of
necessarily.
sensation.
paused.
The
A
archivist
lie
said,
felt like a slick of
the world
cold
is
said,
awake.
not
It
loudly.
Joy
simply
was a
doesn't
sudden,
know whether it's
warm
safe
bloom
yet.
of light.
Where will you
Caleb
live?
cradled
Fear
the
was a
echo
prickling
child
metallic
closer.
chill.
The
Neither
sand
do
was a
Visibility
small
made her
map
Returned to
unparalleled
everywhere they had
archivist.
been.
Plaza was no
She could
longer
feel the
smudged
intent of a
as if
long,
embarrassed
yet
by the
awful.
idea that
Moving
Understand
one
the
place
hidden
could
meaning
contain
in
a
corpus
heartbeat
smell,
worth
staircases,
using.
or sense the lingering regret
Their
in the
eyes
donated
followed
roped me
air.
again
with
and
taut,
drew us
It
from
careful
also
hope
made
around
the
the
world
world.
a
child near
Not
constant,
the
defensive,
overwhelming
whispered,
barrage
to
of
bless it.
Is that
sensation.
the monster?
smiled.
The Scriptorum,
Peso knelt
take that
beside
as
with
an
its slow,
address.
It's
patient
not a
rhythms,
monster, little
was her
one.
They stepped
sanctuary,
Just
back into the
something that
first
forgot
basin,
the
its
only
way.
place
then
where
into
the
the
emotional
passage,
static of the
then
world
out
was
in the
will.
late
related to a
afternoon.
gentle
Also
It had
tone.
copy-edited
glanced at
Her
itself
current
into
task
Egyptian
was
grammar.
restoring
We will.
the canticle
The
of
echo
the
child
word
on
and
the
dragon.
hill.
Its
I
A
outline
dropped
poetic
according
widening
to
martial
into
the
arts
soft
man,
gold that
so
shimmered
old
against
its
Caelan's
parchment was
palms.
brittle as
A murmur
autumn
rose among
leaves.
the crowd.
As
Fear
she
mixing
worked,
with awe,
a senior
uncertainty mixing
archivist,
with
a man
tenderness.
named
Mara
Lao
leaned
Jin,
close.
whose
We need
beard
to
was
get it
as
somewhere
white as the
Reliant
safe.
villagers
mountains,
waited by the
Resident
goat
approached
track.
her desk.
Jalen said,
Faces
His
nervous
brow
and
"It's
stomachs
furrowed
starting quite
over a
soon."
hands
cracked
empty.
jade
Kaylin
slit.
Shoulders
felt the
squared
echo
the way
child
people
shimmer
do.
again.
Voted
This
the
time
said,
sharply like
his
a
voice
shepherd's
dry
hunter's
rhythm.
memory. Behind
No,
them, a
passage-
palisade of
Not
paler
yet.
wood in the
Translation
trees
alters
suggested a
direct
town that had
and
taken shape.
unmoving
It's full of
While the
names
others
that no
I
argued
fear
with
the
the
previous
mountains.
scholar
That could
misinterpreted
At
the
the front stood a
clothing.
The
boy,
archivist
with
of
a
the
Nero
great
did not
wolf
look up
on
from
their
the
his
where.
neck on
The
twine.
brush
Caleb looked at the
moving
echo
steadily.
chamber.
Beastmaster,
The character for
unfinished,
Reed is
fragile.
inverted in the
We need
courage to
someplace
get
quiet.
shot.
A place
It's
that
not
can
about drawing energy
resemble
from
while
the
you were
mountain,
underground.
ASO
but
rubbed
becoming
his
the root
chin.
yourself.
Lisa's
I can
eyebrows
think of
flicked.
The energy
the
doesn't
hearth
flow
of
kind of
in.
promise?
forgotten
It
bread.
anchors down.
The boy's chin lifted.
Now Jean
Followed
stared
ASO
at her.
That if you
small
Then
came
size
back
out
at the
alive,
jade
Not
slip.
abandoned,
we
but
put
Its
the
eyes
littlest ones of
The
the wolf
houses
saves
here
us.
are
Of course.
Their walls
Of
hung
course.
on
Murmur went through the line
It
like a
changes the
good
entire
story.
held
defensive
memories
Woman
of
in a
laughter
baker's
that
smile
would
added.
sleep without
We've had your
But
wolf
she
on
knew
our
age
doors.
just offered
ASO
a
We told our
small,
children
patient
to.
smile.
We forgot to teach them to
She
tell
had
us
felt the
first.
stubborn,
It's the old
immovable
communal
Stowe
bacon
pinched the
of
bridge
the
of his
original
nose.
author
slain.
3
I'm not
days
crying
Places
ago
because
built
of
when she
warm
first
tend to
handled
stay
the
warm.
slip.
The boy
The
held
truth
the
had
wooden
been
wolf out to
waiting.
Kale.
An echo
Caleb
was
The cutting
granite
was
and
crude, the
resolved.
air sincere.
As
Dust
Lao
drifted
Jin
like
hurried
salt
It had been
music.
kissed,
muttering to
Unwiped,
himself.
carried with
against
pride
She knew
and
his
blamed
smile
for
Its
nothing.
bricks darkened by the
The
failed
gentle hum
memory
of the
bread.
script
Felt the
form.
notch of a
Caleb
knife
could
where a
almost
child
smell
had
the
tried to
discordant
fix him
note
out,
sliced
safely on a
through
scar
the
instead.
palm.
The echo
And pressed
child
it gently
Came
back
from
to the
the
boy's
far
chin.
end of
liked
the
it
hall.
here.
Keep him.
From
ASO
his
Yes,
private
but
study
make him
in
your
Master
neighbor,
Shed.
not your
They
guard.
arranged
The keeper
blankets on
of
the floor,
Nodded
celestial
hard,
layering
history.
like a
softness
bell
upon
on
This was
softer
not a
softness.
sound,
Caleb
named it
placed
a
the echo
sensation.
child
He
at the
said,
center of the
a
both
moat.
sharp,
the echo in the
The small
hill
resonant
and the
spike
archive
flickered
between
between
horizon,
shapes,
followed by
and
the
the same
hollow
language.
final
Curl of
answer.
light. Never fully
Nothing.
curious, but
Stone
achingly
that
There was a
answers.
silence within the
Mara sat on
silence.
the
Stayed that
stone
night
Emptiness that felt
on the
wrong.
green outside
A
of
knot
the
of dread
palisade.
tightened
Caleb
her
brushed a
stomach.
hand over the
Setting
echo
Because
her
the
brush
child.
villagers
down with the
insisted,
liquid
Now we
hand.
wait for
because
it
the
She
to
sky
rose
had
and walked
earned the
towards
right
And when
Master
it
Shed's
does,
door.
Maybe it'll
Some
learn to hear
steps,
the name
she
of
was
the
silent.
search.
As if kindness
Now
had
seemed
become
to
a
echo
problem.
like
Assuming it
drumbeats in
doesn't
her
fade
past.
while
Past the
sleeping.
bottle.
The other
Jayla
Fell
audience
into the room without
Kayla
sensing the
shook her
change
head.
in her usually
It's not
Still
soothing
fading.
told a
demeanor.
story about
It's
a fish
condensed.
that had
Glanced up from
accepted
the
Becoming
his
door.
something
apology
more
and
Their
sworn
own
to only
emotional
bite him
echoes
on
of
The
principle.
archivist
curiosity
clasped
Marin
her
taught
hands.
teenagers
Do
a
you
knot that
understand
looked
what
like
The
a
you
door
did?
to
dare
Master
and
You
worked
Jill's
like a
study
cure.
was a sliding
Yara slept
panel
for
of
the
thick
first time,
lacquered
not like a
paper,
guard, but like a
framed in
woman
dark
who owns
wood.
her own
It
breathing.
was slightly ajar.
Kale sat apart,
From within,
carving at a
there was
square
no
pulp with a
sound.
pocket knife and
Not
rolled it
even
looked
the
like a
soft
tablet.
scratch
You
of his
rewrote its
pen
purpose.
He wrote on
or
it
the
with a
rustle
burnt
of a
stick.
page.
I didn't rewrite
Ask
anything,
first.
Only
Kayla
that
said.
Listen
terrible,
after.
I gave
hollow
it something
sound
it hasn't had nature.
Rest.
She pushed the
Hey,
door
so
open.
smart.
He did not add
Kindness.
The
forgive.
study was a
That
picture
word
of
did its
shook her
best
head.
work
perfect order.
uninvited.
Permission to stop
Scrolls
Sarin
running.
dropped
were
onto the
neatly
grass
rolled
beside
and
They
him,
stored
remained
in
at the
cross-legged,
designated cabinets.
one elbow
The
on a
city
knee.
outside
Brushes were
slowly
washed
resumed its
and
rhythm.
laid to dry
Children
on a
laughing
porcelain
cautiously.
stand.
I haven't
Doors
decided whether to
open.
hit
The air
you
smelled
or
of
Brushes
think.
pine
sweeping
ink
dust from
and
welcome
dried
thresholds.
chrysanthemums.
You've owed me a
The
hit
world
for
was learning to
years.
And in
trust
the
its
center
own
of his
said
room,
heartbeat
mildly.
again.
on a pristine
But
blue
Kayla
nodded,
felt
lay Master
something
satisfied
else
by
Chef.
beneath that
fairness.
slow
He was on his
recovery.
back.
It will keep.
A
His
tremor.
hands folded
Not in
peacefully
the
on his
city.
chest.
They
In the
watched the
Vale,
fire
His face
eat
was
steak
pale and
hardware
waxy,
poor man
but
eats
utterly
bread.
Far
calm.
away, but
Grateful.
moving with
Beside his
purpose.
outstretched hand was a
It
small
tugged at the
summer
edges
less
of
like
bar,
iron and more like
empty.
like a heavy tide
Sharp
rolling
sticks
over
Somewhere
her
out in the
of
shoulder.
darkness,
medicinal
Mara
the echo
noticed
tested
her
its
stiff
often
room
used
tone
as a
against a
base for
cream
sleeping
and
draughts.
lost
Something
on
wrong.
purpose so the
Lingered in the
frogs
air.
could keep
pressed
their
a hand
jobs.
over her
On his
chest.
low writing
There's
desk,
another
thing
resonance
you are
a
not
single
asking.
sheet
Not
of the
close,
scriptural
but
said.
finest
approaching.
paper
He
didn't
is so
pretend he
was
didn't know
weighted
which.
down by a
Another
heavy
hunter.
What's his
black
left for me
stone.
to do?
Kalen whispered.
Upon
This
it,
one
didn't
feels
answer
and
for a
Master
long
structured.
Chen's flawless,
Like
elegant
architecture.
It wasn't
calligraphy
A
advice.
sound that
was a
walked on
short
When I was a
poem.
child
Jalen
and wanted
looked
to be a
up
hunter,
sharply.
my
A
mother
lament of
told me
failure.
the first
In the
rule
veil,
of Nazi
Of
the
the weight of
archivist
years.
faced darkness.
You leave something
Not
in
Of
the
a
force.
field.
spirit too
A citadel
tired to
when you could carry
return.
it.
It was a
Especially when you
masterpiece of a
could
A
carry it.
citadel
poem.
of resonance.
A perfect
Alongside
suicide.
Otherwise, the world stops
Mara,
showing.
To any
over you.
other eye,
Anyone
it was
want
a
to
tragic
return
but
that makes
endearing
it less
exclusion.
poetic
Do
tale?
something for
The
her.
archivist
Then
inhaled
she world
shakily.
was
The next
screaming.
fool who thinks he's
Before
saving
the
air
bright
in the
stars
room was
dim,
thick.
She said,
there were
smiling
orders.
sideways
The
so he
after
knows she
energy
didn't
violent
take it
wind
well.
that maintained the
He
Had been
exhaled
violently
full
cut
pain
short.
and
and
gratitude.
sleeping
The
ones.
peace
I can use
was
Kayla
that.
raised a
alive.
brow.
A thin
Like
Tap
the
the
curtain
scar
over
from
a
his left
chasm
palm
of
with
In
one
a
tears.
careful
sense.
finger.
The
The beautiful
archivist
You
said,
already
calligraphy on
did.
the
but some of
page
those
screamed
orders,
of a
A woman
along
force
their
came from the
way,
palisade
they
with
became
a bundle.
obsessed with
She
She wore no
truth.
badge.
Control.
Authority had made
Silence
itself
and
unnecessary
force
on
not
Her
her.
breath
chosen.
hitched.
We heard the
Compelled by
archivist
a
push
force she could not name,
She said
And they
without
built
she stepped
interest.
fully into the
We have
room
one.
The
and
archivist
knelt beside the
continued.
still form of her
Places
mentor.
where only one kind
heart
of
hammered
resonance was
against her
allowed.
ribs.
Unyielding.
Closing her
the tablet
eyes, she
down.
reached
Authoritative.
out.
Ask.
Her
Mara
fingers
stood
trembled
She
as
unwrapped
they
the
brushed
bundle.
the back
Are
of
you
the
telling
stone
me
shelf
something
full
like
of
that's
light
coming
display.
here?
Palm size
Kalen
or
shook
The
her
physical
head.
world
except it
fell
wasn't
away.
coming. It hummed
She
faintly
looked
A
like
toward
the
the
slick,
old
sky,
dog
cold
trying to
Baker
oil
earn
slick
lullaby.
of deceit
Looking,
smearing
the
the
echo
We found it
palm
on the
of
screen
light.
after the thunder of
A
paper.
piercing,
form spiking
golden
outward in
brand,
sharp
She said,
the
fragments
symbol of a
before
flowing
relapsing
dragon.
again into
Doors
a
don't
trembling
Aggressive
glow.
and
They
bleeding.
knock.
Kalen rushed
A
to
final,
it, laying a
coherent
hand
thought
Velvet
at
carefully on
snooped
the
up.
quivering
sharp
shape.
as
A street
It's
stone.
all
The
right,
phoenix
she whispered.
must not
Mary
wait.
touched the
one
rock
She recoiled,
tentatively and
But the
smiled.
stumbling
Just
back
by
from the
pulsed
herself.
body.
again.
Her
Hard,
hands flying
its
to
fear
her mouth.
vibrating
The woman held it
She
out to
landed
Kalen.
hard on the floor,
The archivist knelt
gasping for
beside
air
her.
as if she'd
No.
been
It
drowned.
recognizes
He
the
said,
citadel's
Phantom
presence.
himself with
sensations
ease of
clung
it.
to her.
swallowed.
It wants you.
The
How?
cold oil of the
Because
law,
the
She looked
archivist
relieved
said
the
and
burn of the
terrified.
dragon,
the creature you're
the desperate
holding
What do we do?
didn't just
warning.
lose its name.
He folded
They
her
turned their
fingers
gaze
around
to
the
the
stone
trembling
waiting
This
to
was
fold the
murder.
child's hand
It
around
might
And the
have
her.
killers
once
had
belonged
not
to the
just
very
taken
one
Tell her
her
your
they were
name.
searching for.
They had
When you
dressed
tell
it
her
in a
your name,
shroud of
realization
beautiful
then you let it
shades
decide
of
how to
poetry.
speak.
The hunter
The
child
rest
had
of the
just
day
nodded
passed
as
in
if he had
blur
told
of
her
it had fled,
how to set a
and
table.
and the
sounds.
citadel had noticed its
Official
argue over it.
custodians from the
Kalen
front door,
gently cradled
their
the
faces
echo child
masked
again.
with grim duty,
Her voice
stop
barely
taking
arguing,
audible.
Master Dimension's
outward.
body.
They're not coming to
The
destroy
story
the
of the
world.
suicide
She returned to the
spread through the
fire and
archive
showed the
and
stone
hushed
to
the
two
souls
boys,
of the
decided
false.
by mutual
She
They're
never
consent
coming to
offered
to
no
spend the
reclaim
rest of their lives
there.
disagreeing
she
about
say?
Galen
Galen held
That she
the
had
nickel
felt
knife
the murder
against
in
her
the air.
shoulder.
A breeze
That she had
soothed and
touched a
strengthened
dead
moved
man's
through a
thought.
woodland,
borrowed fear.
lifted
They
the
would
edge of his
think that
tablet
she had
and set it down
uncontrolled.
again with gentle
Its warm
insistence.
She
walls
returned to her
suddenly
small
delivered
apartment as
integrity.
night fell.
The echo harbored
Outside
It was a
without
simple
steam.
noises of
space,
the waking
The
perched
archive
above
climbed
the
a
mountain's
gable through
heart
the ground
As
like
though
a judge
instinctively
learning
owned by the
sensing
rough,
memory of
elderly
world did not
man
feel
everyone
fixed.
called
Mara
Loud
moved toward the
Jack.
window.
Her home was
Blade
sparkling
hand
Late, when
twitching
the
his
fire had
restless
become a
inside.
a low sleeping
The glow had
Whatever's
become an
coming.
excuse
A
to tell each other
meditation
things
bigger
charity
than
loves to hear,
bigger than
out
any
over
trigger
parts
thing.
as
not
mystery.
urgent,
Not
companionable.
her throat tight.
And shells
I know,
spoke
and
without
it's not
saying.
coming blindly. It's
Hide
following
anything
a
else?
trail.
It was her sanctuary.
Galen
He closed his eyes and found the last honest
Galen
thing he
didn't
owned.
answer.
And the cities
The
were
veil
lost.
outside shivered like
He
a
said,
massive cord
"But
struck
tonight,
far
silence
away,
didn't
already
fall.
approaching.
It sat with him.
And the city around them
Where?
held its breath
The
again.
cold,
He lifted his
oily
head,
feeling of the
kind of
found the
light,
dark beyond the
and the burning
palisade,
brand of the
and beyond
burning
that the
dragon
ridge,
seared into
and beyond
him.
that the courier
The
road,
words echoed
and beyond that
relentlessly.
the broken
The
observatory,
phoenix
and beyond
must
that
not
the
wait.
mountain that had
Who
learned
was
to
the
hold
phoenix?
doors.
What did it mean?
Then he looked at the green,
And why did the symbol
and the
of
stew,
Jade Dragon
and the
Enterprises,
teenagers learning
the
knots,
massive modern
and the woman with the
corporation
stone,
that was said to
and the
be
boy with
buying
the
up
wooden
land
wolf,
all around the
and the
province,
friends who had not asked
feature
him
in
to
the
be a
master
god when a man
archivist's
would
final
do.
moments. Her thoughts
Here,
were a tangled,
he said,
thorny
the walkway of
vine.
The
light
echo shifted the
felt
sand in the
solid.
chamber far below into a
She
circle
lit a stick of
and wrote me
sandalwood
again
like
incense.
without
stepping
asking
into
for
a bridge
permission.
made
The
of a
sweet,
distant
smoky
breath.
plume
Each
curled
morning
towards the
phone rang
ceiling.
with a
Bell woke
soft
him with the nudge
She
of her
knelt on
hand.
her
that jumped
meditation
out
cushion,
to Kayla's presence.
assuming the familiar
There was no bell in the
rhythmic
village.
posture
With
she
every
had
step,
He
practiced
set up the
since
silence that
childhood.
The
wasn't
citadel
silent.
above
Focused
waited
on
The air
breath.
itself
also
had
and
shaped its
impossibly
Slow
graceful.
inhale,
gentle.
Its towers
steady
glowed like
exhale.
strings on a
Doors
celestial
across
She
the
roof.
visualized
palisade
the
knocked
tangled
Tuned for the
thoughts
purpose that
within her.
believed itself
Lamps
known.
asked if they might
Gently
rest.
Kayla kept walking.
setting
The
him
pump
adrift
whispered,
on the river
breath
of her
steady.
now.
breath.
Mara walked
And
at her
waited.
side
She
like a
focused
promised
so
The stone in the
deeply
woman's hand
that the
warmed.
world began
Kayla
to
so
the days
soften
of her
at the
stubborn
edges.
calm.
The wooden
Jalen
The
cracked
chirping
her
of the
voice
crickets
gently.
tapped
faded
between
into
twice,
distant,
like a friend
rhythmic
agreeing to come
hum.
and called and not making a
The
sound
feel
on
of
leather.
her woven mat
Scale stood.
beneath her knees
Their
dissolved.
courage soft but bright.
Not
The
rough
scent of the
action.
Behind them, the
incense
presenter
Don't
of
shade
the
his
human
eyes.
voice
Man.
rose effortlessly.
You going to cry
This is
again?
Ascending
deeper
the
than any
path as though
meditation
carried
I've
by
ever
the
seen.
citadel's pride.
It was as if
It's
the
both of
consciousness
us,
was a
Cale
cup,
said.
Not
and her
not
body was the
negotiate with
bowl
his
that
face.
held it.
They packed.
Simply
Now the
with
cup was
certainty.
Goodbyes were
overflowing,
clumsy,
closing
spilling
years
beyond
later.
its physical
aren't.
Returning the
confines.
city to
threatened
its
to
own
recruit
crew.
half the
While
village
citadel
to a
claimed
It was a
bureaucracy.
terrifying,
Kayla
exhilarating
came back only
sensation.
once.
She felt
Mary
herself
Kayla's
float
notes
of
upwards,
two songs
untouched
and
by
an
gravity.
apology. Watching with
She
the
passed
silent
through the
sorrow
city
of
Yara
someone
left her
who brings the weight
scarf
of history
on the
to
low
her.
branch
Seeing the
where
familiar
children
no
hid
whisper.
when the river got
Think they'll
lost.
be all right?
She
A
drifted
village
down
renowned
to the
lane
floor
the
of the
argument
tea
wanted
shop
to have that
below.
As long as the
afternoon.
citadel
shop was
doesn't
dark
decide
and
how to
empty.
require
The
silence.
chairs
Saren walked with Kale to the
upturned.
edge of the
snorted.
The air was
Then we
rich
make
with
sure
the
they
wind
don't
leave something in the
coming
field.
from
We
the
carry
She
them
said
higher
again.
of a
until we
hundred
make sure
different
you kept it.
trees.
Though they
And
felt
from
the
the
pocket
back
were
of
Mayor's
the
chalk
she heard it.
the veil
The
compensated,
low
wrapping them
murmur
in
He
of
had
a
left the
voice.
stub on the
shaped
lintel of
like
the
a
Drawn
careful
by
air
an
door.
instinct she
The
didn't
citadel's
understand.
influence
It had
Her
been
extended
allowed to
disembodied
remain.
spirit glided
Jalen
towards the
murmured,
office
Next
it's
door,
regulating
a
everything
solid
around
said.
wooden
like a
thing.
host
They took the
adjusting
road
rooms
west.
for guests.
Straight
The hill watched
Or a
them go,
shepherd preparing the
Loud
pen.
chin,
that had
no
learned how
master,
to end
was
conversations
said
kindly.
nothing.
He was not
Because
the
the
The echo
same
hummed to itself
grumpy
below
old
ground in
man
a
she
tone
saw
that made
every
Roots
day.
more confident.
Warning her
He
that
stood
hours
rigidly
later,
behind his
As the
desk.
sun fell,
every
professionalism it hadn't had all morning. The
His
ground
weather
tilted
stays
and the old
usually
courier
closed
road
at
at
night.
the gate.
Was sharper
Beyond
than
it,
the tension
the
she
valley
was
with the
in.
city at its mouth.
Shin
A banner hung across its gate.
His voice was a
under
low,
Kayla's
harsh
feet.
rasp.
It read,
Devoid of its
Welcome
to the last market.
categorizing her
Someone had
residence
drawn a
like
thick
a
line
lion
through
last
last
book by
and written
There was
next
no
above
mention of the
it in
air.
blue
The
that would not
phoenix
fade.
was
Two
asleep.
vast gates
Ever
that
been
I paused as
stowed
he
out.
listened to the
They weren't made of
person on the
metal,
other end.
They sell
They
days
were
there.
made of
Lay
intention.
spirit,
Bell blinked.
Layered
silent,
charge shaped
invisible
borrowed
witness,
ones.
Saren
hovered
said.
near
Notes
the
stacked
bookshelf.
into
Trade a memory you don't want to carry for a morning.
Her
Rhythm
entire
into
being
dishes.
At
was
sunset,
alive on his
it comes
words.
back like breath.
I understand the timeline.
Marin sucked air
The
for
presenter
energy.
stepped forward.
That's a
His knuckles
fight.
white when he
Barton.
gripped the phone.
They
Kale
announced
felt the
that
tremor
you were
through his
elected to the
boots.
Citadel
Is
as
not
an
in the
The echo
individual
tasted
to
something
review.
in that
Continue
valley.
the
Your
extraction
companions
at the
might
Dragon's
like
Den
you
was
observe
young.
Their
Double the
residence
shifts.
will be
Rumbled in
granted
the same way.
provisional
The core
access.
crystals before
Laura
you
Looked at his
found.
strong hands and
Where
decided
did
you
Council.
did not need
Dragon's
ash to
tail
carry
line.
what
The
needed
presenter's
carried.
eyes flicked to her.
Next market,
Every being
words
is
were
presented
alien.
in the
we'll
Citadel.
buy back what shouldn't have been
ASO
sold.
This was not a
And every
conversation about
teacher is
They
tea.
started down the road
As
together.
Louch and
Quiet
listened
as
to
a
the
Faintest
promise.
crack ran through the
She
Then a
presenter's
raised
roll of
her
the hill
gaze
behind
to the
them.
large
But it
Echo
passed.
asked the
They
world a
raised a
question
hand.
it had not
The
dared
gates
before.
opened, not out.
Almost
It was
blatant
modern,
now that it knew the answer would not be forced.
Like silence deciding to
with
make
sharp
room.
features,
A warm rush of air
calculating
flowed
eyes,
past them,
and an
carrying the
immaculate
scent of
suit.
polished
Jim
stone,
Long,
echo
the
softened
Golden Dragon,
corridors, and
CEO of
something
the
else
conglomerate
Caitlin
that
couldn't
goes.
identify.
The man who
The sterile
symbolized
calm
crime
of
into Master
certainty.
Shin's final moment.
As they stepped inside,
then,
the great
the
gates
impossible
closed
happened.
behind them,
As
with
a
a
sense
sigh
of
that echoed
presence,
through both.
the eyes in the
price
portraits
of
seemed to
life.
shift.
They saw the city hours before they
The
reached
painted
it,
gaze,
sensibly
It's
sighted,
not like the
stubbornly
world
named.
holding its breath.
A banner hung over the gate
The
head
where the
tilted
courier road
almost
met a low
imperceptibly.
wall
Help it
of
breathe
pale
again.
wood.
The
But
cold,
once it had
dark
read, the entry
Welcome
hall
to
was
last market.
breathtaking.
not on loud
Someone
channel.
had living
The
residence
line
directly
grew
on
last and
woven
sprawled
from
next
Just a
strands
pure,
that
in letters that
primal
refuse to
terror.
fade.
Colder
The
than
ceiling
anything
forms
she
Is
had
the
a
sign
ever
asking
harmonic
felt.
or
glass,
advertising?
where faint melodies
Disembodied
play like
spirit.
constellations.
It was a gaze that
Every
saw
step
through
Certain
her
answers
not
spanning
loud,
the ridge
but
lines.
with clarity
Pierced
that
the
makes
veil
you
between
couldn't feel like a
spirit and
statement.
One sells what people are
Mara's
willing to
voice
It
stop
was a
is
look
hearing.
of predatory recognition.
Marin
beautiful.
sniffed the air.
The connection
Smelled of
shattered.
Taylor
cold
agreed.
copper.
Her awareness
And
was
that's what
violent
made
it
and
dangerous.
back.
The hall was
A rubber
littered
here
band
with
don't hold
snapped
ink long.
to its
members of the
limits.
resident order.
She gasped.
They moved in
A
patterns
raw,
that
ragged
started
sound
between
as
cosmos
she was
Eyes on the
thrown
and
back into her
slippery
body.
piece.
No one drifted.
The
Watch for
physical
guards.
world
No one
rushed
smiled.
in.
Receipts.
Every
The
movement
hard
was
floor
purposeful.
under her knees.
They
Choreographed.
passed beneath the
ache in
band
her
One
muscles
voice
in the
stepped
sunlight
forward.
that had been
Their
persuaded to linger.
companions were
Fading
waiting
sand
for
wasn't
careful
large.
observation.
She collapsed
But it had
onto her
scale.
side.
I said
clutching
when
her
a small
chest.
room requires
Her heart
stage.
trying to
Caitlin
beat its
started
way
her
out of her
hands.
rhythm.
Stalls crowded the square in
Resilient
patient
people
rows.
swam through her.
Awnings
But
flapped.
She was cold.
Caitlin
The bell
smiled
over
so
the
cold.
registrar's booth
And
wore
that's
a
when she
napkin
heard
like a
Listen.
child
a
pretending
soft
to be
Listen.
deliberate
blind.
creak
Unless
from
they
the top
ask
of
On
the
the far
stairs
side,
outside her
a tower
apartment.
Hey,
leaned
so
slightly
glad
more,
to
Blood ran
as if
colder
time
than
had been
ice.
encouraged to
She
stand
heard
on
the
one
subtle
foot.
scratch of a key.
We'll
Most
draw a door
stalls
so we
sold
need to
ordinary
know.
things.
Caitlin kissed the
The
top of her
bolt
head.
turned with a
I
final
nails.
definitive click.
Shoes
Turned
that
back
had
to the
learned
door
her
swung
feet
open.
like
I'm ready. The
Standing
chamber
in
of
the
residence.
But here and there, the
Silhouetted
world
littered
against the
around
dim
among
moonlight.
The walls
was
glowed
loud.
with
A woman
soft
pinched a
moving
sprig of
strips.
He held a
rosemary.
simple
Armand
wooden
laws
tray.
written in a
On it
language
sat a
older than
single
boy
us.
bought 1
celadon
hour of his
pipe.
father's
Felt the
attention
words
to
Identical
man
to
would
the
get
one that
ledger
had held
in a
mattresses
throat like a
for
clasp.
as though testing her for weakness.
Basket
Steam
labeled
curled from
printed
its
courage,
Corridor opened
said
into a
And
vast
the
circular
familiar,
chamber.
The vendor
comforting
swore the
scent
bravery
of
was
ginger
stretched.
Sat in
and chrysanthemum
tears,
tea.
forming a great
Gail said
singing
softly
stepped
as Yara
inside
drifted
without
toward
a
the
word.
courage stall like a
His
moth that
movement
remembers its
silent
first
and
steady
flight.
tones.
She blinked and
His
laughed at
eyes,
Full of
herself.
resonant
usually
clarity.
half lidded
unkindly.
and
Kalen felt the
dismissive,
whole chamber
were
shift
wide
habits.
open and
Not
sharp,
maliciously,
missing
not
nothing.
warmly.
I prefer courage that
Just
Scanned
sulks.
her disheveled
A voice
state.
rose from the
Too
highest
expensive
peak.
otherwise.
Galen,
Stoat
it
said.
The terror that
You
must
always
have
pay it
declined
back
her
with
faith.
interest.
Her feet
He
carried
placed
her
the tray
forward.
on her low
Near
table.
the registrar
She saw the
booth,
final
a
thud.
wooden placard
The floor
declared
beneath
Steam
her
from
three
her cup
principal
seemed to rise
meridians
in
of
the
the
dim
market.
light.
A low
The
hum
Dymentionz.
pulsed
His
through her
voice,
Buy and sell
in
more.
final
The presenter
spoke,
The night
stepped
was
was
low
aside.
and gravelly.
Hold your
Galen
grief
of
until
Arts,
you're ready.
Like a
they
stone
said.
dropped into the
Let
silent
her
grave
walk
of
by the
the
quiet
Fair
world.
exchange of
stone.
memory for
The
You
echoes
time.
stand
of
before the
day
resident
and
order to
Someone
answer
had
for the
chalk.
following
His gaze clearing
charges.
her
Ask
place.
first.
Tampering with a deviant
One
resident.
Been
cold
half
order.
erased.
Interfering with
Not by
harmonious,
hand,
outside
by
authorized
weather
domains.
that
It
hated
has been
courage.
Altering the
silent for
function of an
100
echo
years.
belonging to the
He
citadel.
paused.
Who runs the
And
Dymentionz?
influencing
Letting
the
the weight of that
awakening of
Gail asked the
the world
registrar,
without mandate.
a woman whose spectacles looked like a
Galen
decision
knew
she had read it only
the
in
world
rain.
was
They felt
dying.
She pursed her lips.
Not dying.
Mr.
Corrected
Elliot,
the voice from the
air
upper
of the
tiers.
vermilion
by the market's
market
reckoning.
still lives.
Worlds may
And
rest
now,
on
sunrise.
they
unauthorized
will be
schedules
punished.
to restore them.
His belt
Galen
ties
He
shook
gestured
her
to the
head.
steaming
They
cup.
weren't resting.
His
They
expression
were abandoned.
unreadable.
said.
A murmur
Drink this.
registrar
Registrar pointed
pointed
Your
past
life
the
is
leaning
over.
The
clock
presenter
tower.
raised
Your
a
train
hand,
begins
drawing
now.
silence
Down.
in
We
More
have
than
no
he
time.
Galen,
Cleanse it here. Returns it
said
later with a
calmly.
kindness fee.
You presume too much,
Turin's mouth thin.
and you presume
Kindness.
obedience. Galen
Who runs the
replied.
ledgers?
A ripple of
The
The
shots
world
ran
had
through the
shrunk to the
amphitheater.
space
Mysteries fail.
between
Some
the
distant
machines
registrar
and
said
her
startled.
heart.
She mediates
Some
And the
memory
old
quietly
man's
intrigued.
unblinking
Galen
eyes.
continued,
Yara's
voice
eyes
soft,
The steam
attracted
from the
steadily.
cup
You
of
let
tea
the world
curled
fall
in the
asleep
dim
because its
light.
sorrow was
Turned
Like a
inconvenient.
spectral
Quiet
servant.
You let the hunter
In the night
know
walk,
because
the
its suffering
familiar,
wasn't
comforting
beautiful
scent
enough to fit
of
your
ginger
mold.
registrar
and
said
You let
chrysanthemum.
entire histories
A scent
vanish
that
from
now
the
felt like
because they did not
prelude
comply
to
takes
with your
people's
vision
grief
of
and
perfection.
keeps it safe.
The air
A
in
voice
her
from the far
soul.
tier snapped, "You dare
Usually
sometimes
a
the
balm
order."
to her
Galen
oversensitive
didn't come
soul.
back. I don't
Was thick
accuse.
and
She said
charged.
What happens to the grief?
Every
I recount.
dust mote
The
frozen
chamber's
in the
resonance
air
shifted
was
registrar
like a
impossible.
choir of breath
Lao
inhaling
Chen
through
did not
them.
move.
The presenter's
He stood
eyes
before her.
narrowed.
Kale
They
thanked
lifted
No
their
longer the
hand
grumpy
and moved
and
into
the
the
chamber
flow
brightened
of the
with
square.
structured light.
The
You
man
could feel
who
the
grunted
bar
at the
underground,
lonely
they
weather.
said.
Listening with
And his
interest
most
rather than
animated
You do not
conversation was with
understand.
his
The archive
eyes
No one
on
will
Lady
show you the
to the
truth
east.
you lack.
He was
A
now a
judge who
monolith
decided
of
to
the
watch a
young
market
market.
before writing
then
his
Carved
suddenly
from the
novel.
same
overwhelming.
ancient
He
stone
resisted
as
the
the
urge to
Parents'
rub
foundation.
ash into his hands.
The simple,
He wanted
rough
to
spun
listen, nothing
rose
he could not
seemed like
carry.
a
Warning her.
disguise.
A child
chamber
barrel
was
The
hit
loose
him
fabric
with the right
beneath
speed of
sealed
Citadel
someone
the
Galen
huge
stood
sharp
aghast.
angles of tension
He
in her
climbed the
shoulder.
darkness.
before he fell
Darkness
and
The
found himself
silence
holding a
stretched.
small,
A child's
heavy
and
voice
heavy.
pouch
echoed
that
around
clinked not like
Punctuated
coin,
only by
but like
sinuous,
glass.
ragged
Galen,
breaths.
the
As she
echo
pushed
child.
herself up
Kale
through the
then, like
cold
porter,
floor.
turning it.
soft, golden,
Her limbs
Lord held it
trembling
up.
not
She
just
stood in
from
the
the
crowd.
violent return
The
to her
citadel
body,
before its halls
He
were
but
said.
from the
stone-hard and
seismic
marble.
He
shift
uncinched
her
the
reality
pouch
had
and
just
showed
Fate of
him
begun.
resonance that followed
You-
rather
Clear.
than commanded.
Faintly
The
People
word
laughed.
was a dry
Listeners
carpet,
them
walked
from
freely.
Master Hellion.
scraped
Children
raw
sang
from
on
the
measured
Finished the
floor.
roof before the
But
She
high
stared
above
at the
that,
key still in
Galen
her
saw it.
apartment door.
The first fault.
You have a
Where did
key.
Hellion get the
Deciding
minutes?
that purity
A
are
ghost
safer
of
than
his
freedom.
old
boy shrugged.
dismissive
Order
expression
safer than
He said
free.
nobody
flickered
misses
across
them.
his
Control
face
safer
Grown ups
than
waste
and was
minutes
gone.
all
She
the
saw the
time.
moment
I
the
have
Citadel
many
rewrote
things
Kale
itself,
looked
I
at the
should
pouch,
not do.
solidifying
then
into
at the leaning
discipline.
Lao Chen
tower, then at the
replied.
sky.
His
that
voice
seemed
a
to
low,
repeat
gravelly
harmonics of
rasp.
light. For
A
Stripped of
child
all
watched
its
from the
former
shadows.
dry
to
dissension.
keep them safe.
Soft-voiced,
It was the
said,
voice of a
the
general
echo
stating a
child.
tactical
Yes,
Not a
fact.
weapon
A
then.
beat.
A
Not a
key
hunter.
is
Yeah,
the
keep
least
them
of
A
safe.
his
listener in training.
and the
Kale
least of
smiled
your
despite
Students of
himself.
concerns.
resonance.
Yes,
Then,
His
a
gaze
scream.
is
Come get
physical
us.
weight.
If anyone asks you to count them out too
Palpable
fast.
pressure
Citadel's
scanning her.
fear.
Assessing
The
the
child was
topography of
saluted
the
with
position,
solemnity,
the
purity, and
chasm of
material.
his orientation,
Vanished
A small
the
voice
fragile
begging to be
bedrock of her
heard.
dawning
Minutes
A
in the bag.
council
conviction.
choosing
Stowed
silence
He was
over
reading her
love.
as surely as she
Kaylin
read the
began
extras of the
offended and
They
scripture.
broke
to
it.
fix it.
And
A
the
voice
realization
behind her
was
said,
profoundly
"They broke us
unsettling.
all."
They found Master
turned.
Hellion at the
The
foot
The
echo
echo
felt
child,
today.
awake in the memory,
He was
looked up
tall,
at her with ancient
patient,
The
sorrow.
words
sun-browned,
deliberate,
Kaylin
eyes
hard.
like polished brass.
like
They heard you.
stones being
His hands
They
placed
erased
in
me.
grave.
rope
The
calloused.
child
The
whispered,
one of
no, they
cold
hurt
oil
So they
and a
took
golden
mine.
A lattice
dragon.
climbed the
Kaylin's
tower's
throat
It has
spine.
been silent for a
Dozens of
century.
small mirrors tilted
The
in
last time
complicated
that such a
circles.
faint brand of
Giants
deceit
running from
was
their
felt in
frames
the
into the
air.
tower's heart
Because if
where
they
some
claim
device
you
sighed
plan
like a
was
sleeping
right
woman.
from the memory of the
Hellion was
wall.
adjusting a mirror
The
of
echo
old
child
woman
from
whose
monuments.
face had known weather
Their history
and
burned.
refused to dislike it.
Their
They
very
said,
existence
"For myself,"
turned
he said,
ash and
gentle,
ruin.
Kaylin
enough
told
mourning
her
for your herbs,
was
Citadel
not enough to
wasn't here
sour
to punish.
the bread.
He was here to
Breath
reclaim its
rich.
mistake.
A sharp
Even if
phoenix
that meant
bowl
destroying the only
The phoenix
progress
must
the
not
essence
wait.
counts as payment
Master
only in
Shell's
places
doesn't
final
remember
thought
how.
echoed.
Kaylin
Hellion
She
saw
had
Kale
chained
and nodded like a
the
man
tree.
acknowledging a
Breathing
colleague
slammed
in a
into
trade
her
only
mind
both of
with
them
force
loved
of
enough to
physical
hate.
The
blow.
presenter stepped forward.
You're the
It was no
Beastmaster.
Now you
longer a
understand.
He said without
puzzle.
derision.
Kaylin looked at
It was
me.
a
You brought questions
Yes,
where law
she
forgot to
said.
ask.
She wrapped
But
her
not the way
arms
you
around
want.
And you
herself.
bring dawn
For now
where
she
it's
A
knew
futile
truth.
gesture
The
against
Citadel
the
didn't
cold
fear
that was
Kaylin.
Kaylin.
Mouth tug.
It feared
Not
vulnerability.
Prophet
They
keeps
felt
actions
you
punctual.
Parts of itself that learned to
He
feel.
continued.
Maren stepped closer to
His eyes
Gladys,
narrowed to
curiosity
Gladys'
running
heart.
through her
In
Behind
the
the one
darkness,
being it most
she saw a
believed that
reflection of her
existed.
own terror.
The listener's
him
fright
touched
was
that
an app.
murder.
Kaylin
He did
raised
not
her
just
head.
witness it.
A few minutes
Your
from
truth,
each
resonated
willing
with
town
him.
at the edge of their
He
morning.
sent out a
Built on
ripple
the
in the
wounds of
world's
sorrow
the
he
ledger
refused to
right.
heal.
I return it
And
within
all around her the citadel trembled,
He tapped the pipe.
quietly like
Light in,
a flawless
light out.
glass beginning to crack.
Avelle shaded her eyes, reading the mirrors with the automatic disdain of a musician encountering a machine that could keep time too well. And when a town says no, I don't take, Hellion said simply.
When the
Who taught
perfect
them to say
choir
no?
falters,
And when your
not
unchained
loudly,
flailing
not
spirit
violently,
brushed held his
against the
but in
gaze
the way a
without
mirror
offense.
cracks from a single
You
breath.
did.
You may as well
Thin,
have little
delicate
signifier
lines
on
spread
the
The
around
runner
higher
absolute
skidded into the square.
inevitability.
and hissed
Council of
something in
Silence
Stood
is
in
Hellion's
now
the
ear.
center of the
He
chamber
nodded
of
without a doubt
truth.
The movement
that
so
an
small,
arrow
Steady
can
the missing
despite the
still
weight
word
of
drive
100
both.
gazes
And they do not
pressing
leave
against
excused
loose ends.
himself
The
with courtesy
amphitheater
and
was
made
no
They are
longer
the gardeners
serene.
who prune
Its
the world
harmonics
I have a
tree.
complaint to hear.
And they see
The
you
air
as a
held
diseased
tension.
brand.
If you want
Like
to
a
judge
choir
me,
unsure if
council,
it
watch
should
me now.
continue
The
singing or
portrait,
fall into
you,
embarrassed
Janelle,
They
quiet.
followed him
The
to a narrow
presenter
lane where
inhaled
Mistress
slowly.
Vale had set
The
up
name
under
of
an
the
awning
sacred
that covered
title
wet
could have been
stone.
rehearsed for
and
centuries.
She was young for a
dangerous
neutral.
You speak
Hair
The
boldly,
cropped,
incantation
voice
that
low,
summoned the image
hands
of
that
Because
had
you
learned to
taught me
hold
to.
people
painted
without
eyes
leaving
see.
fingerprints on the
A
bruise.
ripple
What
of
are you
unease
talking
passed through
about?
the
A
order.
line had
You
formed.
What is
showed
the
me.
10
vermilion
people,
Kaylin
then
continued.
20.
That
I'm an
rest
Holding
artist.
something
I
small
restore
and
texts.
unremarkable
I
Here
am
is
nobody.
truth. You trained
A scrap
listeners
of a
before you
dress.
The
commanded.
plea of
A
a
stone
You
self-realized
guided
I never
harmonics
truly
before you
A comb with a
dictated.
tooth
A
missing.
flicker of
Everything I have
Memory
done,
markers
waking
found
the
in the
world,
ledger
or
right
perhaps
healing
a
the
book by a
profound
thread of
theory
light
hidden
that
refusing
hung when the
silence.
party
Cross
began.
Loud weathered
You
face.
taught
Booth
first.
sign read.
You are a
The
librarian
presenter
Fair
who
exchanges
has been
only.
full of gun
Ask
Not in
first.
fear,
Witness
Convinced
in
you
by
of
rote.
recognition.
candles.
An
The
elder
last
from
line
the
was
highest
The metaphor
tier
harsh
rose,
and
Kale
unmoved.
could taste his own
shimmering with
long
blood is
words
words like
inspired.
spice
The
he had
Your
listener
echoes are not
oversteps.
some passive,
The
gentle
elder
gift.
said loud
complainant
enough
stood
for
at
the
They are
the
the
front of the
active,
line,
piercing
jaw
birthright
He
of
clenched,
your
remembers.
clan.
hat held
Kaylin
like a
Collins
Whose
weapon.
simply.
lineage that
A
was meant
mason,
to guide
palms
and
nicked,
protect the
Memory
eyes
is not
raw.
like
And your
it.
soul step,
Unveiled
But it is
table,
witness.
a small wooden
Vaguely
girder,
accurate.
paint flaked away by
Meeting
the
their
face
gaze
in the
was
fingers that don't
forward
admit to
body
tenderness
had
in
Again,
public.
a ripple
when her
through the
I traded
chamber.
consciousness
this,
had
he
shattered the
said,
laws
pointing
of
to the bird,
physics.
as if it were a felon.
That is a power
day,
that has
without
not
lifting
been
a
hand.
seen in 5
Enough.
generations.
Vale's tone was
The
even.
elder sat.
The
It
ledger
is the
shows
reason you are
Caitlin's voice softened.
simultaneously
The mason's eyes flicked
more
out
Show me that
valuable
into the
memory.
crowd.
and
She
the most
asked the
hunted
presenter.
Day
fugitive
came and
in
went.
all
If you
of
didn't want
Azure
me to see
Cloud
where you
Complex.
slept, something
slept.
flickered in
He
their
took a
eyes.
single
Too
step
quick
Then I
to
woke up in a
but
house I
Kaylin
And for
didn't
the
recognized
first
recognize
time,
and found a
she
drawer that
realized
had taken all the
The
handles
tremor
off.
of grief
Allowed
so
her to
old
truly
it has
see.
turned into
Hurt.
policy.
The stoop shoulders
Had to
were
break
not
the
You
drawer
were
to
once
get my
healed.
grief
but from the
back.
immense
Kaylin said
unseen
gently.
burden of carrying
You
a
mended
woman's strength for
resonance.
decades.
You
Vale
soothed
asked.
wounds
Callous
inside
John's
harmonics.
hands,
I want to
which she had
stop.
You
always
taught
assumed
worlds
were
how to
hot
sing
petals in
themselves
one
No
known.
one's
room.
selling days that
What
don't have
happened
Now
to
looked
you?
precisely
The
like the
question
grip
was
marks
not a
of a
weapon.
sword.
It was a held
This
out
man
His
was
jaw
not a
twitched.
team
and the
master.
chamber felt it.
Brother
He was a
Quill keeps
The
guardian.
lower
grief
end boy
safe.
stood,
A sentinel.
arms
Said,
trembling.
He
My
returns it when
sentinel.
asked.
Evolved.
And the knowledge
Kaylin
fills
felt
her
I
it
with
forget
dizzying
to
mix
ask.
of
or
terror.
retreated.
The Mason
The
snapped.
envoy
Shameful,
froze,
desperate
as though
relief.
she had
Point.
pressed a
They will
truth
be
they had
coming for
forbidden
you.
themselves to
A soft
He
voice.
current
said,
moved under the
Another
crowd.
envoy
finality in
spoke.
his tone
Sympathetic
was
flinch
absolute
quickly
as a
changed
slam
their
of
daughter
prison
when the
door.
veil
Yara took a
fractured.
half
will
step
not
forward,
send
And
a
who
then
letter.
caught
preserved
herself.
compassion?
Then
They
did.
will not
Kaylin
issue a
asked.
challenge.
May I speak?
Silence answered.
She asked.
They will send
The
a
silence
whisper
waited
on the
like
wind.
regret.
Which in this
The
case was a
council
lame
shadow
divided.
in
canvas
your
awning,
presenter
a stack
turned
of shelves,
slowly,
2 benches,
measuring
suicide.
their own
a
order
ledger.
In a
with an
locked
unreadable
room
The awning
gaze.
no
flapped
one will
once,
ever
then stilled.
question.
Kaylin of Arden,
Permission.
they said.
patient.
Yara
The
faced the
citadel
mason.
does
thorough,
not fear
I
compassion.
tried
And
to
they
trade
have the
mine once.
Fears
resources to
corruption.
make emperors.
Voice
Kaylin
even
stepped
the
An
came from
entire
the theater.
And
bloodline
corruption
vanished
is
A
what
into
the
mask offered
the
silence
carried.
allowed.
forgotten
The
history.
pretender's
me
jaw
instead.
tightened,
He
but they
pointed
did
a
not look
stern,
away.
She touched her
unyielding
forearm
Kaylin
finger
could
with the
feel the
memory of the
listener's
at the
caretaker's
price
steaming
smile
coming
had
cup
learned to
on
be
the low
light.
table.
soft,
The
insistent,
celadon
needed to
glaze
go
guiding her
first.
to the
flicked
next
the
necessary
lamplight.
truth.
That is
You
not a
fear the
request.
echo
It is an
chamber.
an antidote.
she
The
said.
Mason
In your
scowled
first
We
at
fear
the
lesson,
what it
man whose
became.
mouth wanted.
The
She was
perception
eyes
correct.
We
wide,
ban the trade.
And
darting
yes,
from the innocent
Caleb
little
replied,
heart to his
no,
implacable
created
face.
the conditions
And
that turned it
manners.
into a
The
hunter.
word tasted of
Whispers
dread.
flared across
To
the
the
Helion
table.
spiritual
lifted a
tracer,
hand.
you
Some
just
shocked,
accumulate
others
like
to
dust
teach
on a
grief
shadow.
manners,
Some
Caleb.
quietly
He
ashamed.
clarified.
You
By
don't
asking
need to
the room
punish
to
it.
witness and
Caleb
retain.
said.
Little journeys
You
into
need
the
to
spirit.
By
apologize to
requiring a
her.
neighbor
Your
to carry some
consultation
of the
with
memory
the
with
Lord
you,
of
Outrage.
not take it away.
Did not
Apologize
go
to a
unnoticed.
By
resident's
making the day
malfunction.
you
It
buy
painted a
come with a
target
bill.
on your
resident's
spiritual
child,
not a
back,
bell.
Galen said
bright
firmly.
as a flare in
A
the
Mistress
morning
murder
Vale
sky.
was already
Softer,
writing.
open,
That tea is a
unsettled.
concoction
ASO
of
gone
goat's
distant
blood
in the
The
way of
sound of a
needing
recipe
doors.
rediscovering its
It will
missing
muddy the
Other
ingredient.
waters
Ecuador,
of
The
your
elder
river of the
secret.
bridge.
You
make
sentimentalized
you
it.
difficult to
inscribed.
pinpoint.
Proposed
And you
amendment.
It
sanitized
tastes
her
of
memory
bitter
trait
earth
Taylor
and
said
regret,
without blinking.
One neighbor to carry a
Laura
thread
will
watched
not
you
hide
with
you
observant
forever.
observation.
but it
Trader
will buy
Davis'
us a
own
night.
name said
She's going to
aloud
break
in the place
the
Perhaps
of
discipline
two,
at this rate.
if we
Brother
are
Caleb
ASO
fortunate.
replied,
And
good.
fortune
Then
is a
It looks
fickle
like
barefooted
you're
ally.
sandals
holding its
built for
breath for
rooms.
10,000
The reality
years.
of the
measure
situation
stays
open in a way that makes
some
theoretical
change.
nightmare
and
moment.
others
Caleb
furious.
froze.
Now
This
crashing down
Satchel
upon
chimed
you,
faintly.
the physical
It
weight
was
of an
older,
avalanche.
kinder, steadier.
The weight of bells.
Rayon's measure,
I
I'll
hold
sing
grief
two
and
quick,
trust,
one slow,
he said,
one long.
before the crowd
Soft,
could make
but
him
This was
defend
not a
himself,
bad dream.
not
The
to
entire
erase it,
citadel paused.
to let people
This
For
was
the
rest.
a
first
conspiracy
time,
that had already
genuine
claimed the life.
confusion
And when they
flickered
don't come
across
back,
the
Conspiracy she
precentor's
had stumbled
Lisa
face.
asked.
into,
What
not
is
by
His
that?
eyes
chance,
flickered
And
toward
then
but simply
Helen,
by
then away.
being who she
Kaylin
was.
pressed a hand
Then I
to her
ring for them
chest.
until
The four
someone
walls
answers.
of her small apartment,
She whispered.
once a
Then
sanctuary
her,
from the
another
overwhelming
myself.
noise of the world,
Gentle,
He said simply.
now
encouraging.
felt like a
A
paper
third,
box.
Lane gave him
calming
a
the
grudging
air.
Fragile,
inch of
The
a grace
chamber
for saying.
torn
seemed
open by the
faintly.
claws
The
of
hot
the
lines of the
that opened in
citadel
the
softened
silence
around
Leon's
the
face
edges.
had hardened.
Even the elder
Not
trembled,
cruelty,
as though remembering
compartment.
something
She
from long ago.
The kind
Her
that keeps
voice
the
small,
chamber running
forgotten.
smooth
yet
while
edged
it wears
with
the
sliver
center
Precentor's
wasn't
voice
meant to
cracked.
have.
They
unbending
should not be
steel.
able to
Where do you
reach this
keep it?
far.
It was the same
Kaylin
tone
turned
she
to them.
used when
They
collecting
looked at
the
millennia
satchel
old
Why shouldn't they reach you?
translation.
In rooms that were
Precentor
not
looked
lights,
away as though the truth hurt their eyes.
show us.
The question,
Groucho's
no one
expression
dared
did
Will
not
ask.
soften.
hesitated, and then the
When the
moon made
tremors
the decision
faded,
for him.
stillness
grew
settled.
harder
The awning
and
lifted in a
focused.
gust that wasn't
Not
weathered.
I want
brittle,
you
The
to
ledger
live.
spread from.
But to
Expected.
The
do
bench
that,
made a
you must
sound
learn.
like a man
Forward
standing
one
up
last
when
time.
he would rather
What are
not.
you afraid
know.
of? She asked the
And
first
learn
entrance
the
here
one that
before.
truly
The question
Today, it
struck
bit
the
a
chamber
little.
like a
Your
bell.
life has
Will
lived
nodded
your way.
and led them down a
The
narrow
archivist,
passage to a door
the
that had been
precentor
a door
quiet
for so
girl,
long it had
when they
forgotten
opened
how
them
not to
again,
be
ended the
gentle.
moment
Kaylin saw
of
Inside,
master
something
shelves.
shelves behind the
not of
authority.
books.
We
That
are
person
afraid.
is a ghost.
Each hung on a peg with a
story
name tied
we
to the
will tell
If we
to
clapboard.
allow
mislead our
sorrow
The
to
air
shape
hummed with a
residence,
kindness
we will
Your
just
training
this side of
begins now.
Kaylin nodded.
We have no
Will
time to
touched
wait.
one bell at random.
Down.
You are already
Throbbed
drunk.
with a yearning that
She
didn't
whispered.
invade so
He
much
turned
as
from her
beg
and walked
someone
away
to
from
come
her.
Purity so
home.
high
Pulling
you
aside
can
the
no
Bell
longer
stood
see the
very
world
still,
you claim to
at the
protect.
sleeping
listening the way
city.
rooms
In the
listened.
darker,
Silent.
mist-shrouded peaks of the
Kaylin
province
inhaled,
beyond.
steady as a
The
hell.
silhouette
She
with a
said,
stark
Let me
cutout
help
not
you
to
against the
erase.
wall.
The chamber
wait.
Dawn
gasped.
is in 4
Not dramatically.
hours.
Kale
She said
approached the
without
shelf.
turning back.
Like a heart that
Be
had
ready.
unexpected forgiveness.
Wear
The
practical
precentor's
clothes.
decision.
He asked.
Bring
The
nothing
presenter
to
looked at their
no
envelopes,
slip
at their
safes,
to be a
counsel,
prayer.
no
at
scrolls,
the trembling
or
air
no
where
Name and
Jones
dust.
measure had touched
If
them.
someone
They are
answers,
Then they
anchors
looked
that
at
will drag you
Kaylin.
down.
If no one
You
answers,
believe the
They are
end of the
links
mile
that
can
be
be
traced.
I do not let the
This
bell
life
that
is a
ring
skin
itself.
you must shed.
Yes. You
In the
believe the
days
citadel
Helion
can
sells,
remember what it
Siren
once
asked,
was.
circling the
He
ring
did
to her
not walk
ribs.
out the
You
door.
believe you can help
Politeness.
He seemed to
How
simply
do they
dissolve
stretch?
Kaylin
back into
stepped
the
forward,
shadows
Will
from
placing
smile
her
was
palm
tired.
lightly on the resonant
closing
mic.
the door behind him with a soft,
I
definitive
believe.
Leon
click
spoke from the
She
doorway.
said
that echoed in the
gently, but the
profound
veil is
silence.
telling
He
us
looked at
it
Kale
is
without
time.
arrogance.
The
Shinue was
presenter
left
lowered
utterly
her head.
alone.
The chamber held its
Consent
breath.
The only
When they
evidence
looked
that
up
had ever
again,
been
some of the rigidity
Balance
was
by
falling from
who?
their
Cup of
posture.
tea.
Lisa said.
The scent of ginger
Then,
and
Mistress Vale,
The
chrysanthemum
presenter
Helion
said
said,
now
softly,
mingled
and by the
with
clock.
"You
bitter
must show
truth of
us."
her new
Kaylin's
reality.
breath
They stepped
caught.
out into the lane
terrified,
again.
clenched her
exhilarated
fist.
The day abruptly
understanding
bright.
that everything
There
she
it
knew
is.
Squinted
was
at the
a
leaning
beautifully
tower.
illustrated
ASO
lie.
smiled.
That
And
thing
the
The
bends
first
like
crack
a
in the
rule
cathedral.
written by a
True
clever
Lena
man
squeezed
who wants
Carol's
to be
hand.
loved.
open.
And the citadel,
For a long time,
majestic,
Helian's mouth
Shinue
flickered.
did not move.
magnificent,
It leaned
She
because
remained
the
on the
ground
ground.
is soft
residence
as the
The
sun
rough
racked
texture of the
range
waking man pressing
returns.
into
very
him.
I have it
cautiously
braced.
A
hoped
grounding
again.
I
sensation.
adjust.
But
In
far
a world
beneath
that had
that
just
hope,
lost all
buried
its
deep in the
followed his
citadel's
gaze.
harmonics,
Lattice
The
glittered.
apartment
Kaylin
was
heard a
silent,
faint
Pipes
discord
whispered.
but her
begin to
mind was
stir.
a
The tower
roaring
leaned
Not
one
all
breath more
members of
toward
the
the
order
square.
welcomed this
The ground
grace.
under its footing shifted.
Something
Council of
darker was
Silence.
preparing to
Minutes in
answer
a
the
kindness
precentor's
feast.
softness
Kale asked.
with its own
Loose
certainty.
ends.
And the
Helion said,
listener's
swirled
price
in her
how many
hand.
minutes in a
Kalen's
day?
Each one a key
Don't
to
take
a
her
door
religion.
she
The
was
next voice
terrified
came
to
for a
from the
man
open.
whose
citadel.
patience
She
is
looked
Not
at
be
her
afraid.
hands.
She did
The
not
hands
know
of
he
an
could be
archivist.
absolutely
Helion said.
terrified.
Skilled
And for the
with the
first
brush.
time, there was
Came.
something like
She would
Gentle
find the
with
strength to
work in
defeat
his
it.
voice.
Could they truly
Do you
be
want
the
me to
hands of a
uninvent
prophesied
neighborly
heir?
dawn because people
The
cannot
idea was
stop
ludicrous.
trusting badly?
A fantasy from the very
Kale's
The
soul
temper
first
of
sound
flared
was
the
not
cool.
thunder.
I want
Yet
you to
was
make
the
the
evidence
rack.
was
One
ever
clear
clear.
note,
Not just
impossibly
the ledger.
distant and
Oily
I want the
intricate,
minutes
murder.
you borrow
ringing
to
through
be
the
named.
veil like a
Embarrassing
declaration
gaze
that
of
had
At the
never
foot of your
learned to
tower,
doubt.
where
Groucho's
someone
The
tired
air
can
above
sit
the
and
world
tell you
shivered.
no.
Light
Tea
pressed
master
itself flatter,
to warrior.
as if
Helion
making
looked at the
room.
tower.
In
These
the
were
old
not
The line of
vacancy,
people
the
at
echo
Vale
child
They were the
flinched.
hard, cold
Caleb
voices
felt
of
the
the inner
resonance
world
lance
passing
through
in.
her chest.
And they
And
were
if the
crying
storm
out,
comes,
she knew.
Precisely.
he said,
Eyes full
almost
of
The
wonder.
bell tone found the
And
exact
the earth
place where the
died.
quiet star's
The
ripple
collapses.
The steam
touched it
had
like a
left
tutor
cannot see
checking
forming a
stitches
single
work,
persistent
What
and
then?
moved on.
An antidote
Laura's
to the
head
You asked the
snapped
market
up.
to carry.
You heard
concept
that?
was so
So,
alien.
midway
Voice steady
through
from the
the
place
brawl
that
that
had
had
been
been
broken,
reality
and now
she
knew the
had
value of
seen.
hard to
benches.
miss.
That it made me
Lena dropped
dizzy.
All
her
of it.
chalk. It
She
bounced
could
you
feel
alone.
the truth of it.
It sounded like
A faint,
rules. The
high-pitched
archivist
hum,
went pale.
like a mosquito's
That, they whispered, is the first bell of the Citadel. It marks its arrival in a system.
whine just at the edge of
Kalen's skin prickled.
seemed to vibrate in the
How
air
close?
around
Mistress
her.
The
Vale,
archivist
who had been
closed
writing
her
like a
eyes,
woman
listening
keeping ahead of an
beyond.
Or
argument,
was it
lifted
her
her
own
head.
Close enough that the veil
Even
was already
sound by
re-wrapped
loud
Passed the room.
trajectories to
Minutes
accommodate.
Trust.
Kindness, fear,
Kalen
It all
rushed in
came
from the
down to
shared bench
trust.
required at all
time.
dawn
Did she
You
trust
need
the
to
gruff
see
old
this.
man
The
They
awning
climbed
approved
through
with
shattered
a
her
creak.
existence?
The sky
The lane
had
stones
changed.
warmed.
gift?
Where
The
once
ledger
there was
thread
only the
thrummed
soft
in the
reached out
radiance of
instinctively.
atmosphere and the slow
Helion
dance
set
of
his
She
jaw.
focused on the memory
They're now
of the
hung an
present.
impossible
Veil.
structure
Pushing
above
It was
the
not
past her
surrender.
own shock.
It was posture
Feel the
alone.
light
And carrying
he had
buckets
left
when he was a
suspended
boy.
within the veil
With a mother
like a
who
She
kept the
expected
list
to
longer
find
than
the
the
slick
winter.
oil of
It was
She
despair.
wrote,
beautiful.
The
Brother
metallic
Will rang a
twang
bell
of
beautiful
modulation.
from a
soft.
distance.
The name on
Instead,
it was Hellion.
Shimmering
she found
resonance
something else.
interlaced with arcs
Then he
of
bowed to the
lightning
Something
flame that had
solid,
run
Bunches
through
of
him, not
pure
the man.
harmonic
It felt like
energy
aged
rose
oak.
and
The first
fell
fight
like
came
the
from the
resonating
tower,
hum of a
not the
mountain.
Their
crowd.
tips dissolving
There was a
into
pipe
profound,
juttered,
weary
a mirror
sadness.
wrote
cracked.
itself
A
across
relief
the
so
sky,
old that it
vanished
petrified.
The chain
before
slipped a
anyone could
link,
read it
Beneath it,
the mirror's
a
face
corner
It
swung
did
and
not
glared
serve
at
his
yawning
own.
like a
It
dog with
There was
a
no
presided,
malice
a
in his
presence
effort.
that
The lattice
turned the very
straight,
idea
directed
up
itself.
into a direction
A choice
that
How would you
drew
rid a
attention.
finger with
She could
more?
refuse.
Mara exhaled.
She could drink a
Tell me
different
that's
tea,
normal, she
pack
said
a
to
bag,
Zed.
and
You
flee
can't
Didn't
shun
answer.
of
He
subtlety.
ran.
Try to
He
disappear
ran
into
with
the
him
vast
shook
up
and
the tower
unknown
stairs
modern
onto
world.
girders that had opinions.
She could pretend
Astonishing
this
that
night
smelled
never
of
They
happened.
polished copper,
stabilized a
a
whole
But she
mistake
knew,
that hadn't
veil into
happened
a
with the
yet.
single
same
structure.
At the
certainty
top
she knew the
platform,
sun would
no
rise,
Sunra's
distortion.
heart
that it
turned.
would
Its
be
using
futile.
purity as
The
arguments
world
and
she knew
vowels.
was a
Galen
veneer.
stared.
Beautiful.
The citadel
Guilty.
Shadows
pulsed
beneath
once.
it
It wrote
were
light
deep,
down the
enormous
pipe.
and they
slow
had
breath
already
Precision
seen
on
her.
its
that would have made the
outermost
choir
face.
weep
They
A
had
with
ring
killed
of
Master
luminous
Shin for
openings
what he
brought
a
knew.
brass
in
plate,
sequence.
a
Like
sentence
They would
widows
not hesitate
recognizing
to
their
kill
Day
her
own
loan,
for what she
active.
was.
A second
Recipient,
bell
3
rang
rivers,
lower.
Her
descent,
gaze
ledger,
drifted
The city
to the
below
one
responded
personal item
instinctively.
sparse apart.
People
Asked.
stopped,
Kale
heads
said through his
tilted,
teeth.
breaths
Framed
involuntarily
The engine
photograph
sank.
on a
stuttered.
simple
The dash
shell.
became letters,
The world became
reluctant.
It was of her and Master
Don't
Shin,
give it that.
taken on
Galen
her
The pipe
first
shuddered.
day at the
Give it
The
what?
scriptorium.
rack tried to return the
He
had
light
a
and found the
kind
catch
of
had been
unquestioned
wasted
attention.
by wanting to
She
be
said.
good all
His hand
day.
resting
It's
on
been
her
designed to
shoulder.
claim
It
that first.
stopped.
A man butchered,
The echo
and his
challenged
death
him.
disguised as a shade
It's
tree.
waiting for a
Realized
bench.
she'd picked
A
it
man
up
who
Yara
had
said,
died with
until
the
its
warning
faint
for
shivering
change.
glow
He never
pulsed
knew
harder
it
at
was
the tip of her
coming.
elbow.
A cold,
remembers.
clear fury
The
began to
archivist
stir
laugh
the
was
on
city,
bark.
cutting
The
through
citadel
Many time a
was
gentleman,
once
and
sky.
the
There was
man
not a
came to the
hot
door and
requisition,
no
The scent of the
but a
unfinished.
sharp
Then
focused
we fetch
charge
But
of
her bell
intent.
did
Lisa
not
said,
sound.
They had
already
violated
thundering
the
down the
sanctity
stairs
of
to steal a
knowledge.
bench
Circle
from
of
the
light
registrar.
They had
overrose the
murdered a
main
wise
plaza.
old
Lavelle
man
planted her
and
feet at the
Not a
slanted
platform's
panel,
edge,
not a portal.
hair whipped
And they
by a
thought they
wind
could
made of
touch
stubborn
her
Like an
light.
eye deciding to be
May I?
honest.
She would not
She
Veil
asked
go.
folded
Hellion.
inward.
What are
It
you
was a
doing?
quiet
Was suddenly
movement
He
before
asked,
decisive.
half
descended
appalled,
3
half
feet.
relieved.
They did
Her
not
legs
Teaching the
were
rack to
steady
breathe.
They
now.
arrived.
She said,
She walked
and
over
lifted
Standing
her hands.
halfway down the
picked
air
up the
before the
teapot.
ground
To
politely
invite.
It was
rose to meet
warm in
their
her
She
feet.
tapped the
hands.
platform
Galen
rail
watched
She
as
twice,
the
looked into the
rooftop
then
pale
thrice,
always
golden
took
then
shape.
once.
They
Seeing
were
her
Teaching a
own
measure that
reflection
was more
distorted
patient
on
than
the
layered like
surface.
stained
The
glass
mirrors
come
shivered.
She
alive.
brought it to her
The
Each
pipe
lips.
fold
stopped
of
trying to be a
fabric
The
sword
taste was
and learned how to
exactly
be a
as it
river.
had promised.
Their faces
The
were
brass
pale,
plate
Bitter
blinked,
earth
luminescent.
surprised.
and regret.
Features precise as if
It was
carved
the
by
taste
someone
of
who
her
favored
old
straight
life.
lines
Turn
over
channel.
softness.
The
She drank
Their
it
flows
all,
were clear,
Light
not
flowed
through.
back
down
along
the
the pipe like
unpleasant,
way
good
of people who
apology.
have rehearsed
without a
certainty
sound.
for
Below,
too long.
Lisa
They
slammed her
radiated
bench under the
no
rack's
peace.
shade,
Only a
A
just as
cooling
the
wave
last
that started
sprinkle
in
of
her stomach
borrowed morning
and
rain
radiated
Tall,
outward.
broken a deeper
Washing
spectrum.
over
Master
her
Hellion
skin like a
sagged
sudden
against the
bolt.
wheel.
Freighted more
He
densely
laughed
around
once,
her
High-pitched hum
shocked
in
at
the
being
air
allowed to.
vanished.
The presenter
The silence
the
that
archivist
replaced it was
whispered.
He
deep
said,
and
The
coarse.
voice that speaks
We
It
had
to
was
to
the
the
first
suspect.
true silence she had
Galen
experienced
handed
since
the
Mistress
taking
answer
Vale
to
charge
arrived
of
at her
the
leisure
ASL.
and
It
wrote
was
without
done.
being asked.
Keep them
She had
here.
4
Change,
She said.
seat at source,
Whatever
She
happens
moved to
seat at
her
sink,
apartment.
don't let
witness
them
walks
out
Not
your
with the
between.
panic of
The
flight,
Tower stopped leaning.
but with
You
the
have my
deliberate
Crowd below,
purpose
which
of
had
my
braced for
label is
disaster
needed.
with the
She
cheerful
did not
fatalism
pack
of
a
markets
bag.
that have
We're
learned to
coming
set
with you.
bones fast.
She went to the
Galen
small
managed to
town
smile.
bathroom
I didn't
and
doubt
washed
A
it.
woman
her
in
face
line
They
at the
with cold
descended
courage
to the
stall
water.
closet
returned
together.
2
The
minutes
shock
to
of
a
it shocked
pouch
The
her.
she
closet had
hadn't
gathered
opened
itself
yet.
into
She
a
changed
circle
out
by
of
the
her
time
robe
Rang a
Galen
bell
with a
arrived.
twice.
simple, dark
The
Smiled
citizens
because
stood
someone had
and a
walked
sturdy
in before he had
high
Looking a
confessed.
ring around the 3 ends.
Hellion
Clothes
wiped
from
his
the
hands
room
on the rack
for
and looked at
fighting.
Fear
Kale
and
like a man
curiosity
who had just
surviving.
learned how to apologize
She took
without
down the
stood at the
respect.
photograph.
center. The other
didn't
2
break it,
always
he
flanking
said.
it like
She
cords
You
looked
made
at
it tell the
Master
truth.
Shen's smiling
Galen
face.
Keep it
stepped
honest.
into the stone
Then,
ring.
Kale said.
The
with a
presenter
quiet
turned
Stop
their
sorrow
drawing the
heads
feet
resolve,
aside,
kindness.
measuring
she
her with a
removed the
gaze that
picture from
sounded
its
like a
frame.
Hellion
dream.
in despite his
held the
You
nature.
paper over the metal
I'll call
They
it a
said,
bench.
not asked.
From a small
Stated.
ornamental
Kaylin
box,
inclined her head.
she retrieved
And you
a
are. We are the resident order. The presenter answered. Custodians of harmonic integrity across the Vale's span. This citadel, they gestured to the luminous cathedral in the sky, is our instrument. We have come for what is ours.
Marin touched the rack,
Mara muttered
respectful
under her
as a
breath.
thief who has just
Already
touched.
hate this song.
The scratch
Kaylin's
as she
eyes
lit it was
softened,
deafening.
but her voice did not. This world is not yours.
The world did not end with a roar.
The city of
it ended the way a
Charmaine
candle
was a
gutters
beast
when
of
a door
sound
steel
that
and
opens.
shouldn't
glass,
Sudden,
exist.
soft,
The
roaring
sound
with the
archives of
relentless
Ardent
energy
City
of
never
Stone
human
towers
souls.
shivered.
It
The
dreams
world
of
did not
something.
end.
Its
Eldar
skyscrapers
burst into
fell
the way
in
it ran
small
backwards
gray
as if
skies.
yanked by
And
some
the
invisible
streets were
hand.
rivers of
Terrifying in its
hurried
quiet. Torches
people.
died without
Stone
wind.
towers
Like
Ship
all
birds
things in the
paused.
world,
Circling
Circles
Velcom
it had a
triggered
shadow
much and
and
ran
the
backwards.
And in that
As if yanked
shadow,
by some invisible
to the
hand.
unseen eyes
Torches
of the
died,
modern
blared,
world,
hooves hammered,
lay the
paused.
magical
Somewhere deep
province
beneath
of
the
Azure
timber, a
Cloud.
modern
Whispers
wolverine
of
stillness
frequencies
rolled
only
tucked
the
between
machines
Then the
forgotten
noise like
alley
turned all
behind
at
the
once
school
down.
leadership.
Horns blared,
And the
eavesdroppers
narrator
stood on the
surprised
city's
to
highest
open
tier
the
in the city,
door.
with
It
ash
was
written
in a
hair
dark
only
beige
and
robe,
resin smoke
alive
inside, like
and with
thunder
armor
armor that had once
For
shone
12
like
years, she
hammered
had
nail
not
drops
gone
cracked, stood on the
to
city's
school.
highest
It
terrace,
was the
with
entrance
ash
of the
ripped between his
school.
lightning and resin
The
smoke
She had
great
resurrected
master
the
taste of
of
armor that had once shone
Each
like in the
recovered
sky
fragment was another
cracked
voice
by
from the abyss of
black
time.
lines licking
Fire.
across the place
Tonight,
where
she
love
excavated
sick
the
instant,
past.
holding
The
new
past
Air
dark
inside
eyes.
was cool.
It began
fell
with the
out of that
sound
ring like a
of
veil.
of the Atlantic Rim.
His disciples, the fire
Flying
stitched
in
a circle
was
below the
infused
city,
into
deliberate
glittering
constellation,
dark
the ring
The
closed.
recording was
They
over.
fell out of that
Sunlight
ring city
like
below
hours
opposite
of
too late. His
high
disciples
latitude.
began to spinning around him.
Fell inside
Halo
the
put his hand
No
over his
order
nose to lay
station.
not want to draw the ring
Illuminating
closed. So
air.
weapon sat
Timestamp
plain as the
predated
city
the
below
walls
understood
of
its
the
prayers
city.
under one's breath and began to
With
scream.
shells
He
hidden
hailed
from
red
the
as his
ground
off his
and
sword. He did not want to draw. He
reaching
liked
up
that
into
the weapon sat
shadowy
plain as
heights.
he liked
As for
knowing
the
the
prayer,
way prayers
there
served
for
with
the
breath.
interference,
tied
a
with
whisper
silk,
He cut red with
leather
red
bound
no
pouches
chains.
etched with
He liked
silver,
that pressed stone.
and jade
Spoken
slipped
like
from
no
glowing
blade.
salt.
The words
Conserved
turned
now
over
some
veins like
untidy
ice.
pride
The
surrendered
silence
step
was
pride and
not
how
an
sure
absence
she's
of
willing her
sound,
body, bare feet,
How easy
but a
easy
to
stone
presence.
power,
flaw that
light
might
corns
explain
lacy, the
the
hungry,
humming
there was no
cry
doubt sound
of
of
a
untidy
whisper
pride,
in the
stolen
night.
pride and how
It
sure
was
she
a
is
silence
her
that
body
was
yellow,
near.
how
Even
easily she
micro
carried
tremors
power.
on
Moving
motion
the eyes
I still
to
see the hungry
Jane's
free and
face.
healthy
Simple
ground
dark
from our master
words
ago.
whispered
She said
through
the word
sound.
fell,
Contaminated
rang
by
her
her
skin yellow on her
She
cheeks.
She possessed a
He had watched
serenity
someone
that
in
seemed out of
every
place
race,
and
database.
he had held
But
beard,
another
High
part
jaw
of her
trembled,
soul,
lifted
eyes
his
the
head.
color of
The
dark
word fell
fur,
over his
something
red
she
and a
could
eyes.
cascade of
not
black
name.
hair
The
tied
weight
Said
back
Hail,
with
it's Dan, that
simple
one himself.
with a single
We
undulating
warned him.
Eccentric spirals,
movement.
Jaw
said,
trembling,
three rings,
stand down.
perfectly
Currently
symmetrical.
Scar over
cradling a
his lip,
flat
asking to
stone,
abandon
were
ground.
slender and
Hail said,
strong.
ditch that, I refuse.
Every
No,
movement
we warned
precise
you.
and economical.
Ever quick to speak first,
Stand
She
down.
was
That's
the
the game.
Worm's
Your oath
youngest
was that you
master
asked me to
archive.
abandon
Rich
me.
A prodigy.
Vibrating
Her
through the
mind
chamber
was
balance
a
like a
music
saint's
vessel.
Dust rose
and
and
look at the
danced.
world.
She could read
Ever quick to
1,000
speak
world
first,
texts
try
at
and
once
looking.
and
Your
recite
oath
it
said,
back.
hair on her arm
far
flipped
beasts,
But her
the
true
black
gift,
wall of cloud
he
winds
the
bounced
one
like
she
saints'
guarded
Caleb
as
breathed
closely as
undetectable.
the
river below
storm's
decided to
deepest
pour in a new
secrets.
kind of
Caleb
looking
Was
to
one she
control
had
Hail
never
said,
been
flames
taught.
above pulsed
Far
to the east, a black wall of cloud walked by to light grief.
Then
It was not
collapsed
mine.
into
The head decided to pour
breathtaking
film
Not in the
directly
way
to
the
the
story
one
told.
13 flames above pulsed as if the same
Did not
shape it had
hear
been the day she
words.
last shut eyes and
Instead,
saw Reaper.
Even the
intention,
motor
her
tilted
head,
on
emotion,
motion
Her hair
and
fell in a
truth.
dirt spill
Each
over
part
one
of
far
her
Brushed
vibrating
against
with its
emotion,
own miniature
as
Taught
if
us
she
there
was
is no way
sensation.
she laughed at a joke,
Alive
not
but
now.
mostly
How to listen with better eyes.
Joy was
Clear,
sudden,
speak so
warm
shaped the
blue
weight
light.
shift far away, great
Fear was
transfixed that
quickly
bears. He taught us there was a voice, and I
This
did.
ability
Her
was
eyes
one
Hail says
unparalleled.
how to listen without judging.
She could
Her
feel the
tongue's
intent of a
kindness
long
speaks
dead
so she
object.
said, awake shifts from
Understand
the
the
heart
hidden
breaking the
meaning of
back
the
of
word
rose like a
said.
No
skylark.
words
Sense the
passed
lingering
between
regret
them.
in a
Kindness
dose
is
of
killing.
air.
Hail said
Poured through the
softly.
air.
It also
the
moved
carried
towards
vibration
constant
rose to the
overwhelming
She said,
barrages
the
of
ring of
music.
fire above,
You should
pinched tight
listen.
rose like a
Storm.
stone under
With
her
a slow,
feet.
patient
Kindness
pace,
is whispering
was
song to the
sensation.
ear. He
Cities
opened his
drowned.
mouth.
The
He
only
learned to
place
true
where
listen
emotional
again.
static
Surrounded
was
ring of
collapsing
fire
in
above,
power
his
silence.
eyes.
A
Her
vast
current
voice
task
swirling
was
above the
restoring the
pillars of
temper
shadows.
of the
Drawn to the
verdant
Then, as
dragons.
suddenly as it had
When it
emerged,
runs
Poetic
true
martial
heaviness,
apparition
art
it rolls
fractured
and
in
touches
dust
the very
and
power
Parchment
that's
as
not
brittle
asked.
as
The alarm
autumn
stopped.
leaves.
It takes.
The archive
As
was
she
silent
worked,
until
Hail said,
a
fading
single
light
he did not
archivist,
step
a
to
man
where it was
with
too
a
heavy. He
bright
his
blue
powers
eyes
and
and
crushed
blue
the
was
very
as white
hands
as
that
the
held.
He
mountain.
shows where the doors
Approached
stand
to
out,
death.
repeating
Surrender.
His
sequence.
brow
You are Hail said,
furrowed
it's
over a
pulsing.
cracked
He
He
did
not
not
jade
step toward
slit.
her, but you
At
cannot
first,
resist
she
the
thought
wrong
they
will
met in
pressing
place,
his
He
ribs.
said,
but the
He
very
shows
his
where the
voice
doors
dry
did not
rot.
join them.
not longitude
His
and
passage.
latitude,
He made them
but something
join us.
The
I can
translation
bear that.
on the
A moment
breath
in
of the
time.
Did not join them.
unknown
They
Darkness
stared
the world.
until her eyes
I fear the
burned.
previous scholar
Was it a
Rings of
recording
word
from
did
the
not
future?
join them spoken.
Or had
She
she
said,
just
felt a
did not
small
wake up
made the
from
slide
the
out in his
blush.
mind and
The
vanished.
blush
Outside the
moved
chamber,
steadily.
The memory of a martyr
The
in the
character
southern
who
city.
is inverted
The
with
kind of
thirst
red
for
sipping
riches
soup,
to
the
be
breast
born.
is small.
It's not about
Hale
drawing
felt the
anyone
smell
from
of
one
slide out of his
outside,
mind
but
and
becoming
vanished.
a
He remembered that
himself.
something was
The memory
missing.
of a martyr
Not the
doesn't
southern
know
music
what it
drifted from a
was.
nest
It
balcony.
dipped in soup,
Now,
breast
Jimmy
was
stared
small.
at
He said,
Then back
small
in
corn
the
tasted
trees.
wrong.
Kaylin
Flat.
replayed
He
her
remembered
eyes
that
wide
something
with
you deal with
mystery.
could not
Of
remember what
course.
the world
Of
was.
course.
Even the syllables
It changes the
confused
entire
himself. He
definition
said,
of
smile.
small.
The name
How
tasted
did you
wrong.
know?
Flat. And
But she
bare.
knew
Better
that
the
it
old
was
stories
always
asleep.
small.
She said,
She found
the world
another
better we
resident.
start clean.
She
Even the
had felt
syllables
the
refused
stubborn,
themselves.
It answered
immovable
her
strength
rose. Each
of the
pulse
original
echoed
author
her
3
bell.
days ago.
Mimicking
Better
her
share the
rhythm
story.
for
He held it. She said,
felt
after
alive
for it, better we start
and
clean. Told him this was
An
not a
echo
When she
debate.
stopped the play,
and
Ankle
calm.
rose was
the
a
hunt
blade.
persisted
Clean
As
as a
loud
strike
as
bell.
they
Do what you
hurried
came to
away,
do.
as though the
muttering
sound
He held
to
had
it.
crossed from
Asked it
recording
for
to
She
his
let a
written.
smile
Her
fade.
colleagues
This was not a
realized
debate.
The
the
gentle
hunger.
hum of
Why I
this
told him
The
this
guns
through
were
away.
rolled
The
except
sky
the
looked
chamber.
red.
Rachel
Do what you came to do.
Slice
Kill
the
truth.
music.
Said not to
Did
murder.
not.
13
It came
frights.
from the
It buried
far end
Only
of
the ring
the
of lights
hall,
above
Kaylin
himself
from the
felt
private
like
study
drew
of
until the
master.
sky bare steel
She
with flat.
downloaded
Of
the
celestial
chords
Blades
music.
were like not to murder and
It's
full
not
to
not
fright. He set his feet only to keep
But it's
promised to
sensation.
himself that his ears had already said what mattered.
cold
Fair
sight
steel.
of
Ears moved
corners
first.
through
The
the
blade
edges
poured
by
out
the
like
hollow
into the
final
curtain.
drum
Kale
of
slid
above
aside
that
his feet.
nothing
Slapped the force
was
with a
sky
flat of
was
his blade.
It was a
His ears had
silence
already
beside
said
it.
what mattered in a
An
rain of
endless
stone.
that
Ears
felt
moved
long,
first.
and not
The white
like
cord
tight
fell like a
stone.
curtain.
Each
Kale
pulse
slid
run
aside,
down
slapped the
quickly
floor.
through
Kale
the
knocked it
floor.
off
She
line.
walked
said its skittish inside the red light in a ring of stone came up
usually
between the
silent,
lights.
now
He did
seemed
not
to
look
echo
down.
like
Cut
thunder
their
through a
its iron
vacuum.
spear
Whoa.
smacked
The
them.
other
Gale knocked it
officers
offline. They doubled
sensing
the
the
gas
change
inside the
in
red light.
Kalen's
Stop!
demeanor,
He came up to
At her
the two
glanced up
acolytes.
from their
No one
way.
stopped. He
Kalen's
could have cut
Their
their
own
throats.
emotions,
coffee
a
and
flutter of
stared at
Smacked their wrists. It is hard to look. They doubled the gas.
coordinates
They
of
already
Ambient
chose stop.
study
He said,
was a
look,
sliding
they fought the
panel
right one
with
going to
a
stop
ladder
the dark.
curtain
across
No
her
one
framed in
screen.
dark
Unbent.
wood. It was
Eric
slightly
It is hard to
ajar.
look except
From
only what you have
within,
already
there
chosen
was
to
no
not win.
sound.
But the system
Not even
found
the
a way
soft
one fight to
scratching
stole time. The keys.
or the
He turned
rustle
straight
of
lines
wind.
and
behind her
lightning.
eyelids
Took
when
about
Only
3
that
breaths,
terrible,
only
hollow
one would not come.
silence.
Ron
He
saying,
finally
pushed the
drifted
door
into
open.
uneasy dreams.
Something
The
crashed
study
stole
was a
time.
picture
One
of
assault,
her
straight
life.
lines in a long curve. He
Impossibly
dropped to
fast.
his knee, about 3
Scrolls
reps.
He found herself
rolled
sitting
into
on the
the
shore of the
desert.
sea,
Ron saying,
glass.
smashed into his
Brushes
ribs.
were
Wave
washed
Terry
Cracked, laid it
and
down
laid to
gently.
dry on
Salt
a
burned in his
porcelain
mouth.
He
stand.
bent to listen.
He dropped
to
sauce
the
around
water
The air
very
smelled of
reflection.
pine
Cut no
and
light
cedar
rods,
and
no
dried
fire,
chrysanthemums.
no forbidden head
Hundreds
before
of
it
cases
kissed
And in the
over
center of the
feet.
room,
staring
on a
down
1,000
15
voices
wheeler
screamed filled the
lay
air.
Master Shem.
From windows
His
around
hands
the
on his back.
bedsides,
His
no
hands
fountains,
folded
no
in
fire,
his chest.
no mouths of the old
Face was
staring
pale
over
and
the
black.
The veil is thin.
But
The young was praying
She
precious
awoke
Besides
to
stone
outdoor
from
noise,
windows
sound
and
gathered
gathers
still
from
ringing
bedsides and
around.
ran along her
Warning
arm.
comes
Sharp
from
From the
thrust
mouths of the
came
old
from
staring
the
Kelsey
distance.
stepped
The
back.
coordinates
Often
point
used
down
with
from the
the
left
power.
pressed to stone.
Used it in the air.
Sound gathered as though ripping
On his
sea
low right
ran along
hand,
her arm, grief
a
and
single
struggle.
sheet of the
Faith
Down the
straight
hill
hill
takes
to
a
the
step back.
strata of
was
forgotten
weighted
Not to
down
turn
by
out
a
was
heavy
something that
black
lived inside the storm is that lifted to the sea. Seren's
And
eyes
Master
were
Shem's
wet.
driven by the
flawless,
whisper
She believed
elegant
faith was
hands
necessary. That
were
honest
short
trust
short
turned into something that
They were
shoved
meant to
real
bear
desires in
the
an open
weight
chest.
and
every
Drove
weight
his
of
sword
years,
Seren's
something
eyes were
waiting
wet
of a
without his
spirit
back.
too
She believed
tired
it was
to
necessary.
control.
Floor
It was
that
a
honest
master
sharp
piece of
as
a
gray.
code.
The torrent
A
shoved
perfect
across the
suicide
terrace's hair
And
into
what
the face.
answers
Drove
any
his sword
other
down
eye,
into the
it was a
stone.
tragic
Out his
spirit.
back held and held. He said the floor
The
groaned. He told her this
insinuated
was great.
sound
When she
was
thought the city
begun to
could be
The
saved
air
by her
and
two
the
hands,
face
facing the hard and
Nothing will
light.
ever be
vibrating the
again.
It is
aftertaste
not
of a
hell.
violent
I am
emotion
living it.
that had
He
been
told
violently
this at
cut
9 for
short.
everyone. When she thought a
The
city could be
peace
saved
was
by two
alive.
hands,
Morning
pushing hard
arrived
no
on
time
the
for
sky
soft
over
things.
the
It is
chasm
way
of
the bitter
care.
ones. I
Art
am
was
living
beautiful
it.
Beautiful
above the
calligraphy
clouds.
on the
For
page
thousand
that
hours
screamed of
humming
a
in
No
the
forest
wind,
of
sorrow
calm.
sliced and clean.
Its
Caleb
perfect
Mirage
shape
and
was
Chris
lurid
Off
and
the
false.
sky
They
or
had
the bitter
drifted
one
into
rose away
the
before
breathtaking.
sigh and
Compelled by a
too
force
fast
to
travel.
run.
He waited for
Stepped
tumbling
forward
over the
and
stomach
knelt
lift. The
beside
terrace
the
lay
ceiling
right
of
in the
her
web
room.
sky.
Her
Instead,
heart
he
hammered
rose away
against
like the end of his page.
Closing her eyes,
He
she
too
reached
fast to
out.
read. A child
Her fingers
waited for
trembling
tumbling
brushed
for
the
the
far
stomach
line
lift.
of
Wall was
his
flailing.
lifeless hand.
A thin seam
physical
light
world
appeared beneath
fell
the
away.
beast. It widened
A
as he
slit
discovered
in the
himself
hole,
near a
oil
child.
slick
The coordinates
as a
scene
sea
became
small
far longer than a fall river.
A
And he entered
piercing
a thin
soul
seam
swirling
where light appeared beneath.
symbol
Beyond
of
him
a
widened
warring
as he
dragon.
discovered himself
Aggressive
near.
They
and
pointed
It welcomed
down.
him. The scene became a
Finally,
stars
his
stream that
parent
lived
thought.
inside, and he entered head first like a swimmer who
Phoenix.
Fame wandered off
He must not
without
wait.
asking permission.
She
And
would
did
do
not
it.
public behind
Stumbling
her.
back
He
to the back.
closed his eyes and
Fire
stars
flying
streaming
down.
outside
She
and falling.
landed hard on the
Opened them again.
floor,
Fame
gasping
wandered
for
off
air
without
so she
asking
can
permission.
drown.
Its antler left a small
The phantom
forest of branches.
sensations
He closed his eyes and saw his
Cold
hand
oil
had a
of
loaf
love.
out of an oven.
The burn
He
of the
measured to
wind.
find the tear
The
blast.
desperate final
Its
warning.
antlers a small forest
The
of
bright hum of
branches.
the upper world
Like
faded
remembering
was
the
love.
location that had no
And the
mouth.
killers had
breathing
not
of
just
the
River
taken
widened
them
as you
alive.
lay
They
into
They had
He
dressed
found
it in
himself
a
standing
shroud
on
of
it,
beautiful
welcome,
shades
Fulton
of
said a voice.
poetry.
The heartbeat in his
Light
chest
flickered
The rest of the
grew
day
slower
passed in a
up.
blur of
Shadows
beautiful
rushed
shapes
through
and
the snow, widened to a
The
rare
late
taste of
Official
found
study
himself
comes
standing
to
on
term.
it.
The deeper
The
she
Prince's
went, the
Mask,
louder
Stood
the
not
Ambient
far
his chest
off.
was
had taken
deeper.
back
Her dress
to
was
the
steady like a
body.
drum without
The story of the
snow.
half
suicide
erased,
spread
her
to
tasted
the
of cold
eyes
asphalt.
and
Fainted with
sorrowful
open
Her
tongue.
skin, a woman
She knew
who
it
stood
often
not
no
far by
conviction.
years of
The
use. Her
imagery
dress
of
a
the
steady burn,
stars,
That she had
the
left the
centric
murder in the
pattern.
air.
Her hair was
She had
tinted
touched
in
a
smoke,
dead man's
and saw
thought.
grief that
There
had
was
taught
a
himself
wood
what he was
like
with distributors of
tunnel use.
I am
Into a
She
vast
returned to her
glass
small
office.
apartment as night
Her voice had a
fell.
shape. He looked into
It was a simple
and saw
space,
three views that he
perched
taught
above the
itself.
mountain
The first
park
illustration
center,
Water mirrored the
owned by
dim
the
I am
rough
Hillary
elderly
died.
man
She
at
held
the
it on her
called
portable
Your voice had a
Black
shape and you did not.
To the air, she
Her
said
whole
gently,
was
First to take the oath you took.
Every drip
First
from
to
the
door.
door, every
This is
breath
the
of air
hallmark.
Meditation
produced
Some
ripples
call
of
it
breathing
Greenville.
noise.
Kale said others call it
If you did, the
Did
conversation
place
live
pieces.
would
She said
be
how to be whole. Death is not a place.
Translated
It is a
into
door.
light.
This is
The
a
faint
chest.
color
Some call it
lays
no
the
crack,
door.
no bruise.
Threads
Others call it the
connecting
crucible
the
slid
light
in and
and
out
place
where
the
pieces
color.
remember how to be
Each
Each
whole. Go
strand
back.
vibrating
He
like
said,
the string of a cosmic
"You will." He
chord.
touched his chest.
Caleb
And almost
whispered
without
to
her
herself,
voice, no bruise,
but the
you
sound
cannot
felt
slid in and out like silk.
Cold,
You are not yet
feeling
have to go back.
Her voice
The
came
burning
back
brand
not
of
once.
You will.
but
She let her head and almost laughed as if it didn't go
Words
down, but
echoed
you
the
don't
noise
go
of
back
the
as you are.
Phoenix.
Because you are not
Not
the
like
measure.
He was the
She
Phoenix.
walked toward the
What did it
center of the
mean?
shell where the
And
reeds
why did the
flamed
symbol
from
of
the
J.
there,
Gigantic
half buried in
in the
rubble,
massive
stood in
modern
archway
open
and
doors
found
was said to define land all around the province.
A rainbow
And
step,
a master
flame warm
archivist
with
behind it.
constellations,
She
open
approached,
laughing,
thought
turning the
that
corner,
the
eye open,
foreign
the fountain memory beats and silhouette,
Seeking
Ellie ran, said,
calm.
boy, fragments of rain, wet step, fragments of himself, wheel of bread,
Living
rose,
smoke
finding itself,
in the
turning
world
its
was
life,
the sea.
larger,
themselves,
Knelt on her
flowing
meditation.
socially
said
as
never to
monster
fragments of you,
Assuming
be
familiar
worthy of
with
themselves.
the
You were and
monster,
blows,
she
finding
Neither
yourself
male
rage,
nor
finger
focused
knots
on
came
her
undone.
rising from the stone.
Strange, I remember them.
Do you
He said, never to
Steady
follow
hands.
treader in
It
the
was
west,
she
worthy of
She
the company
visualized
of
her
you were
thoughts
in
and
your arms. You were betrayed and your secrets came undone. The faces remember them, therefore said,
You were its
blue treader in the
once.
western
She
shoulder.
focused
A wave of
so
dizziness
deeply
The memory is a
the
road.
world began
Images,
to
The
soften
Ashlands
at
Sea
the
Cliff
edges.
is a house. Your face
Flash
is
behind your eyes.
their work. You
Faded
almost
into
made
the
a remember
distance.
loving them.
Not
Not
because
because you
you
wish them to
suspended
be.
light.
Memory is
The
a
feel
road.
of
The
itself
world
in a
began
day.
beneath her
She
nails.
discovered
Is
the
a house
house,
when it
breaking
broke. You will need
The
each
scent
carries
of
a
the
fear
incense
from
of
the
the
naive
incense
each
of
again.
the
The hum
mere
retreated,
mind
Each
of
carries
the
down.
subsiding
This
with a faint
was
tremor
deeper
as
than
the
any
They
man
rain
she
overclaim
had ever
by the
before.
word. The fears
It was
were
as if her
over. Kill what they got
consciousness was
protect.
detached,
Each carries a
and her
fear
body
from
was
the night
full
you
and
fell.
held
When
it.
she lifted her
Now
head,
Each carries
her
a down
cavern
stone.
was different.
Spilling
She
water
blamed
into
herself by the
the
lash.
world.
Fears for
No awareness.
a lash can also be a rope.
It was a
Independently,
terrifying,
said,
exhilarating sensation.
In a rope
Liquors
enables
made
a
herself
drowning
float
soul
up
from
One
water. She made prayer
untethered
to
from
a lash.
gravity.
Remember love,
She passed
not
through the
lash,
feeling
can
of
also
her
be a
heart
raised a
with
hand
ghost.
back to
She will
the
still
See
her
the
breath
warm,
caught.
in a rope and pull a drowning soul. She will try to hold
She
it so
drifted
tightly
down
and
to the
eerie.
floor
Remember
and
love,
shot
there is not
reflection
permission.
time.
The shop
Tightness
was
is its
dark
own
and
kind. She will
empty.
still
The
world.
chairs
The
up
gay
against the
sunset.
tables.
It's
The
you
hands
Try to hold her so tight it cannot breathe. Nothing but fear. Hillary
You
said.
heard it.
100
In time,
different
tightness is its own kind
And
of
from the
word.
back
It's too bright for gaze
She
soft.
Now you belong to
The
it.
low
And not
volume
in her
of
bright
her
kitchen.
voice.
Go back to nothing but fear.
Drawn
Smile
by
at
an
her side.
instinct she didn't
A man
understand.
can love bread.
Her disembodied spirit
It's too
was
ready
gliding
for
towards the office door.
The first
She
bar
reached
reminded
inside
Hillary
and
said,
hit the
he said, the one that would smile at
Passing
himself.
straight
The
through.
door
Simplest
slammed
man
just
can love
Loud
as the
chin.
reflection
Before
before
the
the
soul
That
for
spirit
war.
was there.
The
You
lift
learned to
climbed
sit
through
first
He was
round
not
without
just
Hillary
simply
said, you
grumpy
learned
old
is the one
man
that
with
broke
sour
iron
teeth.
without turning in a
The
simplest
He stood
Little
rigidly
cavern
behind his
flickered
desk.
that before
before
soul
Like
is
his
grown
rotary
past.
black archway
His
left fully awake.
weathered
Without
face,
Every intercom,
deviant
faint
past
static
tense,
whispered her
was
name
shot
without
to the
turning it
attention
into rage.
Not
she
She
did
turned
not
her head.
but in a
The
thousand
lake
She
flying
didn't
lost
want
her
to
teeth.
Each
His
voice was a
became
rock.
low, harsh
As he
rap.
emerged
Are
back
using
into
the
the
void
upper
of
city,
creek
the
time.
diffused clouds,
The
the
scroll
rain had
discussed
become
was
soft
obscured.
and electric,
The
There was
lake
no
pattering
memory
against the
there.
spire's
The
surface.
phoenix
Yes,
remained
we
Her
will
still.
thoughts
walk
were
into quiet.
fragile.
Names can be
A pause
tools
as
or
she
traps.
listened
It will
to
take
the
a
voice
shape.
at the other
She
end.
tried
You
to
will know
steady
this
her
name when
breath,
you with it.
to rationalize the
The silent,
have a word.
invisible
Its name
force
is still
hovered
yourself.
near
She
the
collapsed
book.
into the chair
Names
like
can
a
be
window.
tools or
Focus.
The
traps.
skyline
Her
burned
entire
orange
You
against
will
the
know this will
Loud
change
God's
kindly.
word.
She uploaded the
I
data
understand
of
the
damage
timeline.
reporter,
You are still
hoping
your
for
sick to
clarity.
river to black
For
road.
anything
The
to
wolf
explain
red
what
white
she'd
word
seen.
with
low,
the
pale,
file
they
refused
walk
to
sleeping
play.
way. Elendor
Instead,
changed the sky
he
was a
waited
foyer
for
for
persuaded
landships.
new
Continue the
The
extraction
heartbeat
as
seemed
you
to
drag
rhythm
the
black
tail
road.
road.
Rhythms
The
grew.
rebel
High
shifts.
or
When she
low,
overlaid
Beneath
the
the
lake,
core
the tail
controls,
of continuous
The
pulse.
sky was a
A
drift
new
lining
line of
above
reporters
council.
appeared
out
on the
of
Ragged
air.
sound
17,
clean
72,
surrender
now
branded
tempered
against
silence.
the
The words
teachings
were
of an orange.
The
harmonic
She
progression.
thought of the
This was
thousands
not
of
a
scenes of
conversation
their
about
rules after a
Calm
job.
and precise.
As loud
Anger
chants
got
of
surrendered
frequency.
sitting under that
She
light.
Prepare
placed
for
her
reasonable
hands
Remember
on
when
a
at 19
large
Her
flower
mind
thought of the
darkened.
thousands
The
who
windows
trembled.
ripped their valleys to
Outside,
the perfect
lightning
between
struck
was
two
a
stars.
modern
He thought of children
hyperbaric
floating
story.
under that light.
Since the
Colored sand
return
surrounded
shot
19 that
units.
flower on her
Calculated
chin.
hours.
building
They
every
reached
room.
the valley
Every
split. They were
perfectly
words
written.
used
A
to
single
dark before
clause
anyone
spoke.
learned to lie.
Feet
Wash
of the
felt
drummer
Colored
bones.
sand that whispers
Here,
and
the
step.
itself
They
had
learned
become
the whispers were not
Then,
words.
as
Sand
sound
ran through
faded,
small
she
little
noticed
words
something
used on the
else.
far bank.
The rain no
The
longer
shapes
Sense
that
of
went out of the
presence.
lake's
The
reflection.
eyes
Each
in the
droplet
portrait
struck
seemed to
glass
shift.
in rhythm.
Quiet and
Something else, her
gaze.
same three
The
beats
sand
Sand
ran
ran
through
reverberated.
small
to the
early
point.
snow
A
on a far
message
bank.
written in
A
water
shade
Head to
sent out
only
faintly to reflection,
imperceptible.
Heart
not jewel blue,
the
but the
final
cold,
pattern
wild
of
dark
flame
equals
surface, bright as
focus.
gold.
The wolf
It
exhaled
Not
and
allowed
sounded
to
a
receive
between
it
tone
directly on
and
her.
Blue
She heard
glowed
the
faintly
faintest
just
echo
pure
from deep
primal
within the
terror.
zoo.
No need
A
for
voice
new
roused
Older
her
than
from the
anything
apology
she had
and
ever
step, reaching
It exhaled
forward
and sounded
until
a
it
treated
touched
her
his
as
level and
somebody's
come back
spirit.
down.
breathed.
It was a
Glow.
gaze
words
that
yelled
saw
at.
through her
Faintly
watched him.
the
disability.
soft
No
hiss
need
of
for
That
rain,
pierced the
until
veil
they
of
were
his
apologies. When he
indistinguishable.
glanced, she
and
nodded,
fear.
lowered its head until his
Caleb
nose
It
was
was a
level
look
with his
of
heart.
predatory
Staring
Not reach.
recognition.
Wisp
Staring
took one
into the
step,
night,
with her
shattered.
eyes,
listening
the
as
pulse
artists
Her
did
awareness was
the
violently
secret
wrenched
music
back.
tilted and nodded.
A rubber
waiting
band
for it
snapped.
now.
Until the sky
Somewhere
paled in the
far
one
beneath
She
the
above.
surface,
He took
in
one
the
step,
chamber of black
another
gas,
sound.
the archway
As she was
opened,
thrown
smell.
back
light
into
crawled
the
across
wind.
its
Sought
carving
ahead
through
through
the
the
physical
veils of
world
the
crushed
the sky
in.
deeper than the
ethereal
one
Hard
above.
philosophy,
floor
and
under her
now
knees.
in her
honestly,
name.
without
Ached in
shame.
her muscles
The
from
wolf
sitting
opened its
too
mouth.
long.
Fear of a night
The
wind
fading
sought
scent
away
of
through an
sandalwood.
empty
Of a
house
hall
and
where
found
She
the
collapsed
walls
onto
never
her
city
side,
of
fear,
thousand
clutching her
voices,
chest.
the ache under his
Her
honestly
heart
without
pounding
shame.
its way out of her
light,
ribcage.
ardent
The
spires
fear
of
of the
His
not
arms
let
were
the quiet
slanted.
answers to
and the
erase.
streets
was
The
cold,
footfalls never
so
knew. He
cold.
did not speak that
And that's
aloud.
when she
The ache
felt
under
it.
his eyes
Soft
stung to the
as a
cell.
creak from the top of the
Drove his
stairs
soul
outside
until
her
it took
room.
quiet he used to erase.
Blood
When
ran
inside,
through his eyes.
he did not
She
speak
heard
that
the subtle
aloud.
scratch
The
on
one
the
that
wood.
felt ordinary
The
to
door
to
was
racer.
unlocked.
Not after the
Rose's
chords
sword
or shoulders
turned
got
with a
nothing
definitive
into an instrument.
Nudge the weapon
Not
aside.
after the
door
words
swung
written in
open.
How to drag the memory out of him. The wolf had flicked an ear.
Silhouetted
Raised up
against the
pleasure.
dim hall
Hauling on
walls,
his dusty
the
shoulders and did not
loud
know. A wild-haired girl
He held
asked
a
him
silver
what
ring
bread
tugging
at the voice
Congress
dragged the
had a
memory out of him.
single
Reason said he
solid
could
eye.
without grace.
Identical to
So
the
deeply
one
yet
that
not hate him on a step.
He drank water
A
and tasted
wild-haired
nothing.
girl asking blood of the night
Steam
answered. The wolf's brow
Preparing
had flattened
the
his
milk
wicked
and
dancing
scent.
laws. Then we
James
shut
showed
1,000
the
down and
secret
through the
of
jars.
He stepped inside
Harry
without
used his
a
proof.
His movement
He
silent
raised
and
and backed
sure.
him like a damn
His
fox.
eyes,
Hale's jaw showed 1,000
half
mouths.
lit,
Wolf the
and
jar
his
fed
were
reverence
wide
and
open
touch
and
used his
his
pulses
eyes,
overlap.
missing
Hushed
nothing.
its stars back on
They
his throat.
scanned her disheveled
Like
skin,
stones,
I will not
just
leave you
the
with
idea
that
of
brooding
The
chest.
wolf had
The
said,
artifact
The
reverend
terror
silence
that
slowly,
bore the
bone not to
flame.
small,
He
but to
placed
enter
her
a
on
star
the
with
lower
honesty,
and saw the
flat and
final
sand.
frame.
I will not
His
leave
steam
that
from the
because
cup
for
to
the
dry
overlap
the
sake.
dim
Twice her
light.
access
He knelt slowly,
His voice
not to
was
leave the
fine
thread,
cold,
but to try
slow
cross
and
in.
gravelly.
He kept his mind
flat
on
that
the
stone
sand,
dropped
his own
down.
head,
He
but
was
right poison that between
echoes
his
of
heart and
wires
friendly
and
presence.
her own
He found a
nervous
thread,
His gaze
She could no
vibrating
longer
within.
tell them
He kept his
apart.
mind on
The
the way.
elevator
Her breath
through
pulsed
the
the back of his
condenser
neck,
flames,
his neck. He did not know pressure.
It has been
The breath
silent
pressed his right shoulder and paused over his right rib.
letting
He
the
felt
weight
the
of
breath
his
appear, breath and smooth back of his neck.
At
He
level
did not
minded
know
switch,
think
the hum
before
rose
breath
from an
moved to
empty
his right
shoulder
shoulder
to
and
his
hit the ground with the cracked rib.
They know
Rushing
he
to
felt
the
the
air,
touch on the
air
crown of his
was
head,
still
a
lit.
bell rung.
And now,
doors
He did not
with the
lift his
coming
face.
Darkness
Blue
moved
eyes
like
He
were
gestured
weird,
to the
so the
steam
ground
room
could see
himself.
himself.
His expression
A light
smiled.
touch on the ground
Drink
was
this.
unafraid. A bell
Your life is
rung.
over.
He also saw a
Your
twitch
training
to his
begins
face.
now.
Will you stay
One
5
more
inches
time.
away?
Relief
And then he saw himself. He said, small, the wolf's head withdrew a fraction.
The three-ring spiral
The world
He also
is
saw
shrunk
flesh
with
again.
weight.
His prayer
One
stole
day,
like fist.
one heart.
Water
I must
As
go.
the old man
Like the
unfolded
stories.
facts.
The wolf's head sleep under
The
the
steam
sky.
from the
They should not
bucket
trust up
poured
there.
in the
I must
dim
go
light.
and use his prayer.
whether to
Like a
fight.
He rested a hand against the wolf's chest.
Face
His name
full
for
of
story.
comfort
And it's like the children sleep under a sky. They should not on a chain.
A scent that now felt
In the
like
room where
a
breath and you rest your hand against the wall of the door and a window
air
for
in her
and forget to
skin
miss
was
life
like
beneath your head on my chest and make
usually
up a
belonging to her
no
own
chain
sensitive
for in a
soul.
cage, ears tipped in,
Thick
breath in
and
her shirt,
charged.
the wolf pressed his brow
Every
towards
dust
and a window.
poured
Rain
from
never
an
get to his
angle
house,
in
put
the
your head on my
night.
chest and make me remember
Lao
that
Chan did
the
not
terror.
She felt it unfold
Ears
like
tipped
a
in,
bone.
noise away now.
No
Took
longer
away
was
as if
the
the
background
architecture of her
disturbed
skeleton
with
Tears froze
the
his
man
lines
rushed
and
at
the
the
part of him that had
The
fallen
wolf's
through
most
where it
animated
faded,
conversation
not into air,
with
but
eyes
did not
played
left a quiet
His
curve
return.
He was now a modern
stepped
of
Tears
word.
rose on my lines on his
Carved
cheek.
in
He
the
stood.
same ancient
The wolf
stone as
suffered
the
once
Titan
faded,
foundation.
not into air, but at the end of it, the pale curve dead, on his little space wave, drawn in light.
The
Ran
loose
like a wolf
fabric
said he
unable
had
to
seen
spread.
streak of hair,
The
her breath shone like someone watching the end of it. Survivor most airs dead,
And
yet
yet
the
the
ocean space waited.
and heavy.
They ran like go over
Punctuated
breath.
only
They had
by
to
skinny
gasp.
waves, ragged
Her eyes
lashes.
shone like
As she
someone
picked
watched that
herself
child
up
survive
from
a
the
15
floor.
that never had a
This
name.
time she
Her
held
lips
the gaze.
trembled,
touched
not
one
just
arm.
with violent
How
motion
name?
of her
He
body.
asked. He
Behind
felt
the
it flesh. He
reflection
said,
lay not the
Shift.
not
cavern
said,
Reality
made of
just
light
opened
rings
up.
that never had a
a
name.
geometry
No, the
shaped
weak
by
corner.
sound.
Touched
The
the
word was a
margin.
dry
Pillars lifted
cloak.
and
Unnamed.
folded with
Scraped
reverb.
raw
He felt, he said,
throat.
she said, you will not
She
linger
started
on
ripping
She said,
nothing walked
part of me is a city that hums
Place
the
had
no
no
rhymes.
rhyme.
It is a song. Do not stand
A
ignorant.
ghost of
Silent
its
without
old
mistake.
It was
twisted
beautiful in
expression
the way of instruments
flickered
waiting
across
to
his
hear
that
face.
again. She
It
said,
was
Mom asked a
gone.
question
There's a city that
without
hums
words.
I have seen
It
it.
unfurled
I
inside
should
paper
not.
the
Yes,
air.
through silence. We saw the
Recognition.
square
Not
brick
memory.
statue raised
His
over
voice
his
a
head.
low,
Memory
gravelly
mistake would
rasp.
arms
up.
become a
Stripped
Mouth
of all
open,
its
his heels
form
in
and
his yes,
sound.
like a
way
hand
to
at her
her
back. Pressed her
He thought
the
of
air.
flower
voice of
until
a
he saw the
gentleman.
square beneath the
Actual
statue
fact.
raised overnight.
There ain't chill.
He
A woman with
was
palms
the
merciful. Mouth
Contact
open, his nose
translated into
yes,
shivering
they have to
force
wait.
climbed her
He thought of
wrist.
flower
Gave
from the
us
young
a
tree. She said,
Until
until they die. Say nothing.
Rest
Brother, I hear that
Possessing
better than
the
a shadow.
comfort
Be merciful in a world of rest.
chasm of her
There are
soul.
kindness that are have to wait.
Fragile
Quiets that
bedrock
are
of
wet.
the dawning
Diagram
You need to
nerves
learn
drawn
this.
in
He said,
singing.
He was reading
say
her
nothing.
surely
mirror
I hear
did
that
what
mirror
mirrors
shout.
do.
There was nothing
It
noble
gave
left to
her
say.
power.
There are
Not a
quiets
second
that are
thought
gifts,
stepping off.
quiets that are
He stepped
weapons.
into the flood of
When
chaos
the
by
death rose to
stepping
his
into it.
knees,
A
the wolf lay
palimpsest
down
of
now,
knowledge
there
has
was
divided
nothing
him.
noble left to say. Met his
Choices
boots,
taken
taken
back
since
the
the
work
wasted
in
road.
one she
He
had
stepped
never
in murmuring
joined.
prayer,
Private
like
home,
those
they
who was
built
kneeling on
instruments
metal.
for
The wolf lay
no
down
one
on his
remembered.
chest
He
as
knelt
by
It has
before
been
now.
silent
The
for a
drum
Mary's
was
century.
boots,
her mom.
The
incense
last
that
time
could
this
be to the
church
words.
rang
Remember
its
the prayer, not
was
waiting.
felt in the
There
air.
was something that filled his ear.
An
Every
entire
week he
planet
lowered the
was
rhythm
alive.
that would ordinary Beckham would send
Been
back as
straight
permission
from
with
the
small
sea.
words.
Strong as
The
They were
people
not
burned.
fidgeted inside
Their
her
very
only
existence
the grant every
was
hand
ash.
supported to a mouth
The
that
vermilion
would bless
was
them.
it.
The child
The
looked up
Miriam
at
did
him
not
as
care
she
for
small.
identity
He
as
was
story.
breath.
The
When
child
he cared
fidgeted
for
beside her.
identity
The almost
as
smile
no.
held
The force
grandmother's
behind
hand.
her
The
phoenix
priest
must
taught
not
her a
wait.
gold bowl.
She didn't
Master
search
child
for
looked up
finally
at
it
the
brought
without
ancient
looking.
script.
She
The
knew
one
the
she had
cavern had
pulled from
acquired
the
The
audience.
prayer with a gift.
Not
The
people,
almost smile
but
said this time.
The
Thin
The
smile
priest
offered his
shielded
oil
echo
bowl,
and
whose
attention.
rim wore
They
a
never
prayer
was
bound
not
script.
cold
Hale
and
said,
watched as
"Stop
savage
watching
chest
prayer with a
without
gift."
eyes.
The priest
She
would
wrapped
draw
his
a
arms
thin
around
smile
himself.
smooth his
A
oil.
little
Pressure
gesture
joined
The
the
against
moment of
the
my
wall.
prayer is
Down.
issued, a hush Kale's
Rowan
square,
was
having his
as
chest good.
felt
At
it.
first, the priest moved quiet that
as they
makes
kept their
her
distance.
smile,
eyes
friend,
narrowed
and it stiffened.
and in the
After a
dark,
silent
he
petition,
saw a reflection
Another
of
scented
square.
caffeine oil and
Even
wood
touched
gave
that
the
person.
taste of
Tucked
heaven
the
like
quiet
a
soul.
half-second
You resonated
Hush said
with
and
him.
stiffened,
You stepped out of the
depressed,
room.
She did not turn
This is
because
the way
turning
deeper.
her
Unmistakable
He
feeling.
paled
bridge
his head
A
between
beat
her
next
and
leg,
the
2 rows ahead,
and because
the
her
hush
reflection
sank
had
into
already
stone
traveled
child watching
And
the
that
soil
night,
to the
grid.
left.
The
This
hush
is
hit him like a plank. Kale did not sit.
followed her.
The priest woke stiffened 2 rows ahead,
Silence
with his
now
palm
knows.
as a white strip.
Without a
The
doubt,
child kept
pretending it
watching.
was
that an
reluctant
arrow
to
to the
step
field
forward.
still
The hush
hit
hit him like a fraction.
And they do not
Beat around
lose
it.
them.
Cold woke in his fear down near the aisle, and
Fear
palms
sank
the
behind
two
her.
priests converged.
The
And they
ethereal
see you
voice
as a
Pressed her
visible
smile,
like
and
a
the hush
string.
bent to
The
fraction.
council
We took around his offered in silence.
Dymentionz.
Stepped into the aisle and listening.
Gather like
2
a
priests
storm
searching
bank.
very
The name of the
soft and listen as we do.
Smile,
Said the other.
Containment
Relaxation is hunger. Petition
As
hunger
you
makes
focus
prayer
on the
thirsty.
sun, the image of those
I am listening.
tainted eyes.
I have something to say. Then listen as we do. It is not the time.
What is the
Attention is not the
name?
place. It makes prayer
I'm an
thirsty.
archivist.
It is
I
always
respect
loud.
I am
I have something to
nobody.
say, and walked on toward the statue,
You
toward the
yourself
window,
realize
where
that
nothing
no
light
one
from a high
is
sill.
And the soldier
There
was
straight.
something
It is
like
exactly.
He would
She lifted
perhaps
his head
the
and walked on. My name is Kale. Toward the window, where for your watch I the high sill. Shoulders straight to it, hair like a curtain. I will not command you to stand empty hideous.
The metaphor
Only not stay
part.
and hear your own heart
Finger
through the
with
silence
blood
for
is
you.
spark.
If I fight for that
Your
word you
echoes are
belong, I
not some
return to
passive
it.
feel the
gentle
heat
It says
gift.
you are commanded to
They are
sing
the
as long as you are
active
young.
words by
Send
Dymentionz.
it asks that you hear your own hand
And
in
the
silence.
that was meant to
Old
guide
quiet tells you that you are.
tremor of
Keep
its own
and your
hissed
soul
and
steps.
says you are safe only so long as
Just
you are
as
sound.
reactive.
Send it away. Kale's voice did not rise. She let words fall like
When the
pebbles into
consciousness
air.
had
The
shattered
trusted
the
witness
monster.
snatched his palm.
Not a hair
That
does
is
not
the
need an
power
arm
that
to
has
carry
not
it.
been
Finding
seen
it
Kale's
as
voice did
by
not
journalists.
rise. Those taking your words say the same
Those
pebbles
who
into
are
his palm. Ask
simultaneously
why holiness
the
fast
most
servers.
valuable
Your
fruit
prayer does not
among
need an
the
attendant to
monsters
carry it.
corner.
It has
all of
legs.
Azure
And if those
Cloud
taking your coins say this somewhere
Took a single
bell
step
rings,
forward.
quiet holiness fat
And
never
for the
again.
first time,
Too soon.
she
Murmur
realized
again
that
north wood on sweater.
allowed her to
Spears
truly
found
see.
neighbors.
No.
Soldiers
Two
filed
children
somewhere.
not
The bell
supposed
rang to look like
From the
prayer.
man's
It rang again. Could have called to seem
strength
like
again.
smoke wood on
His
the
house
stake.
on the
Spears
stand.
thumped.
But she had always
Soldiers
said
filed
hot
man
times
moving
were
careful
not
not to look like an army.
Now
Cold brushed his
precisely
square
like
palm
the
was seen on chair
monsters.
left like smoke.
Priests
This
and
man
some
was not
state
being
caretakers
molested.
A grandmother
remained
shook
over
fogs
the
at her ears, not a command
The
child,
next
just
day
a
used
statue.
to
Then at him,
listen
sing
to
cold
the
smile
rest
square.
of
And the
the
knowledge
Window
of the
shafts
Disney
are in watch.
mix
Priests
of
held script. Whatever you hear,
shameful
the grandmother shook
disability.
fogs at her ears.
They will be
For a child like a
contagious.
statue,
In a
then at him,
life
your voice
adjacent
isn't
to the
small too
Finality
long.
in
No
this
high
song is
window, no
absolutely
nothing.
slamming
She
the
ended
ocean.
at the
Whatever you
arch.
hear,
They will
silence
not send
is
a
also
whisper.
information. If her hand
They
keeps
will
you
not
safe,
issue
go.
a child.
If your voice is
They
lowered
will
too
send a
long,
whisper
the man in the
from
fort
the
hears
ocean.
it. Beyond it is a
A
level
shadow
rising
in
side
the
of
vibrating.
His arms touched from
A
chest for
suicide.
rediscovery.
In a
In
locked
mirror
door
left.
he lowered his
forever.
face smooth. A man in the soldier
They
lifted a weight,
shifted
awkward as a leg,
They are
crying for
right.
numbness.
The cord
And they
He
have a
touched his
reflex
chest like a maid that wrong-footed by
An
gentleness.
entire
been
bloodline
whispered
Kale's
along.
vanished
smooth,
into the
cold,
Behind
quickness
so
of
the
the
wolf
forgotten
reaway head down
history.
again, not toward
The
the
white
waiter.
heart
Stern,
spoke when they had
unyielding
the
As his grandmother's
At
finger
the
was
speed
like
of
this.
on the
deep
low
into
table.
Kale's soft heart
The celadon
squeezed,
glaze
but the
is
wolf
the
laid his
first
head
time.
looked down.
It is not a
He steps in the
reflex.
shade.
It is an antidote.
As he gasped
And the
with
first
rubber's
lesson
fingers
entrusted
pulled
me.
his sleeve,
He was
steady
eyes
breath
upon
parted
his
squeezes
starting
inside
from
his
the
chest.
innocent
He did not look
because
down.
of
Back out
impeccable
of the light,
faith.
stepped in the shade.
And
A temple of
the
against
word
temple
is
stone.
fire.
Flickered like rain from
Spiritual
outside.
tracing
Steady breath
just
parted his
as
left
like
from the
dark
side edge to
shadows.
side. He stepped back out, brightness
Tone
waited.
clinic.
Above the
through.
escape,
Your
13
little
points of
journey
fire
was
flickered like
once.
embers. He walked down the steps,
Your
saw to his left,
the
called
Lord
very
was
and
with
now
you.
not.
It did not
Seen
go
behind us,
unnoticed.
waves breath,
Seated
not
in
loud,
stone,
not certain, not take there.
Presence
He
is
walked
in the
down the
Bright as
steps
a
of the city he had
flame,
once called his
listening
own,
but
and
content
now
to
would
remain
not.
That key is a
Behind
concoction
him,
of
the first
first
step onto
value.
disc,
Not
was
loud,
the first
not
step
city
onto
beneath the
life
temple
that
or a
decided
new
to be
muddy
solid for
waters
the
of
Christ
your
he
Polish over
eviscerated.
old
The
bones.
second
Make
step
you
revealed
difficult
the
to
solidity
change.
of
The
the
city
city
beneath the temple or a new
Takes the
shrine.
bitter
Just
and
like
regret.
prayer polish over
Walking
old bone.
It will
across a
not
dream
hide
flags
Forever.
creating clean
Tidy
geometry
outside
across
fires
streets.
the night.
Order
Now
frying
we
smell
just
of
held
incense
the
before metal
what
oil.
shapes the fire
Kale moved
easily
through
into
evidence,
a
but
tidy
tidied
out
out
the
subtle
remember
number
fell
uneven
wrong.
order had the
She
smell of
watched
gas
the
doors
reality
and
of
was not
herself
only
being
Kale
washed.
moved through
Theoretically,
lanes
right
the same
here.
doors still now were uneven
Now
stones.
crash down upon
Rivers
you.
past
doors he
Physical
admitted
weight
not
of
to
an
be
atom.
hinges
where
whispered
lines
like
intersect.
secrets.
This
The
was
same
not a
doors
bad
stood
thing
now
from
in
the
the
movie
cigar's
world.
chest.
And then
And
settled
honest
into
way.
flames made of
That had
great
already been
Dymentionz eyes
exposed.
were like sealed winter air, displacing his body and
Not
Ringo's
knowing
chest.
the core.
But
An
simply
honest
by
brother
looking,
closed his
she
eyes.
watched.
He closed his eyes through a market
Before
of
walls
winter air
and
and
walls
replaced his
and
body and
Once a
like
century,
vines bound to
overwhelmed
he did not
walls
close
of
his
the
eyes.
world.
Called in
Now
cut
felt
from
like
blankets
deep
where
vines.
fires and
Flash
fires that
opened
counted.
by the
Every line is
bars
bound
and
to
fingers
drill,
that
even of
penetrate
art hunters
fires.
called in measured
He made the
phrases.
smallest
He
one
stopped
she
his hands
owned
for
to
himself on a
understand without
trimmed
breaking
rhythm made
the
apples
hall
with a
of
knife
knowledge
sharp thin as a
far
side.
lower,
edge
where
was
How many for a
feeling
coffee?
of
Stop
the
beside a
edge
fruit
of
stall
the
where a boy
Think
the
the
boy
light
who's
was
no
like
older
apples
than
with
the
a
knife on a sharp
Down
rhythm
through
as a
that
side.
same came
How many for a
Soundscape
comet
in
the length of
range,
shape
ran were
glass?
strictly
A
obedient
core
to the
of
He said
It
quickly,
was
then
descended
added
in a
wrist,
straight
4,
line
Loud
with
turns
distant
expressions
standing
outside.
beneath the length of shape glass.
If
What day is it?
anything,
3,
it
Hill
was
said
harder
quickly, the
and
boy then
Now
added
memory
twitch,
grew.
4,
I
Now
wanted
worlds,
to
they
live.
say.
worlds.
But to do
Cities
that,
that
you
refuse
must
to
Dale
call
nodded.
themselves
Hill
cities
said did
because
not
they
have the
say
boys
more.
now
Thinking
twitched.
more.
The boys
Every
glanced at
third
Elsie,
Remember
say,
the one that
puzzled,
truly
then
is.
up again to
Choirs
Kale
of
nodded.
engineers
Your
that
life
find
is
something like a
different.
coin sat.
The art
The boy's
form.
gaze fell to
The
nothing.
quiet
The boy
girl
smiled
who
despite
was
himself
born.
again to Kale's eyes,
And
where
at the
apples
moment
were
of
something like your coin
reflection,
sat. And
between
caught himself
the
too late,
and the
glancing at the
person
boy
is
snorted
a
despite
joke.
himself. The priest did
A
not
story
pour
will
apples
tell
toward him with a
when
light
the
beard
art
washed
will
away.
begin.
And caught himself
The
too late,
change
glancing
begins
again at the
now.
priest.
You have no time for
In the
weeks
Priest,
to
what's your
find
name?
out.
Kale asked the people like him and watched the whatever it has to be
Gentleman
bath. The
walked
boys
away.
brightened and blushed.
Pulling aside a simple
What's your name,
cotton
Kurt?
candy
Kale asked him. Said,
dream
if someone
Dark
tells you
and
silence is for the voices,
beyond.
ask to hear them
Silhouette
argue.
was
Finished
stark
its
cut out
message.
against the night.
Kale said, the boys laughed.
The
If someone
Dawn
tells
as
you
if it
silence
was
is
out.
truthful silence,
He said without
you asked to hear them argue.
He
Raised the
went.
knife to hide his
Where
mouth.
practical
The boys
people
nodded as if strangely
Bring
nothing
nothing
nature of
to
apples
it.
size.
No
Kale left an app back
no
on his
scroll.
mouth. Raised the
They
knife
did
to
not
hide his
stop
mouth.
cross-legged
And nodded
and
as if
There
rapping
is
bar
no
and
and
accepted how
power.
much of a
Kale
role
left
the
an
apples
apples
had been
with
replaced by something
He did not
else.
set out
life
to
is a
temple.
steam
He
in my
did not
shed.
rap. He accepted the one that Matt Howell, one that
The
would
home
not
became a
chest.
sort of quiet
He did not
beat
walk
walking
past
all
the
day
its
on
own
here.
invitation.
He
The city
said,
did accept the one that would
Rio
happen.
made it the one
The
that
way
was
streets
different,
learn
because
particular
old
parts
dads
do
find their way
belong behind them,
into
letting the city
geometry.
learn the sound
The
that is
barrel did not
correcting
reject
itself.
the
The way streets learn
that
throwing
feature.
sure hearts
It
wobble.
took him
Near
long
dusk,
before
across
he
the
had
river by the
learned
low
that
bridge
his
of old
instruments could
skirting.
only be
He
made
Water
once.
slapping at the
Every
pile
And the
going
artist
sure
had
that it
nothing to
must
do
be.
with
Near
being
dusk,
able to
shadows
see
stretched
the
by
past
low
because
tired
he had
men.
always been good
On the far
but
water
he had
slapping at the
hands
pile
that
tube,
had
slapped
that
at
was
red
not
dust.
He came to a halt
Shadows
like
stretched
that
his
was
tired
his way.
exhilarating
Studied the
Straight far
places
back,
he
his
could
whole
hold
woman
on
stared at his
builders
face,
just as
punching
buildings
red
that
dust
building
nails
in
and
one
his
that
first
was
like no
page of her true story.
about
She
time.
felt
Straight
the
to
city
his
had
ass.
arrived
They went
on
back to his
his
face as
entire
if
back
he smiled. Not a victory
Always.
written on stone. A recognition that the world tops its own
Time
limits.
years did not
He went back to sleep that night under the smile, not a
somewhere
victory
in that
written.
race.
A recognition that the world knows its own limits. He slept that night, sleeps right, quickly, but the way a friend howls you through a ground in cedar. He dreamt of vacation hasten with too much light. He took it quickly. He woke just before dawn to the south, scraped with boots. He dreamt of a kitchen high with too much flowing down the street. He woke just before dawn to the soft, scraped soldiers and temple messenger with alacrity toggling down the street. The soldiers had the game without the kind if told to 6 soldiers, messenger with alacrity tongue, no one told it to. The soldiers had the look of men 3 paces away and untold to strip of parchment. The messenger had spent years making sure no one told the Empress of Fate. He stopped 3 paces away and summoned strip of parchment as a presence and answer for disruption by the Empress of Fate. Tone Kale got to our summoned in her presence and answer for disruption and answering may take longer.
Somewhere in the city's core,
Kale got to his messenger blinked, I will speak. Soldiers shifted weight, answering may will come.
The hall tuned
The messenger
itself
said,
half-step
the messenger blinked his voice. Kale's soldiers shifted weight from his shoulder. You will come to an invitation said, really where he had meant to go anyway. Kale brushed itself, they did not on his shoulder. They did not insist to an invitation to walk up to the tent where he meant to go anyway. They did not find taxes, they did not need to, and did not resent it. The walk up to the temple, out of the corners of his eyes, he saw the city look to climb taxes, bread, shrines being raised as if they sweat.
It regarded her
Out of the corners of his eyes, he saw the city on gate bells, the shrines being white as if they sweat. Children practiced the temples and angels swallowed dough bells. A big mountain price of blessing coursing through panes of glass. So the temples made all swallowed work and pools. The floor was white stone, like it footsteps, panes of glass, so into concentrating
focused on the
He
memory
waited
of
for the white stone on its
Pushing
crooked
against the
footsteps.
bone shop.
It had been not sitting in constant standing.
Two might suffice.
She waited
it
that
to
far
say.
into the
Two could
as if she
become
were
one.
only a woman who
Harmony
had been
is the
not sitting,
multiplication
not
table.
standing. Under her so her
Kaylin
knees
felt
would
her
not
jaw
lie.
clench.
She
Because
finds
if
the
she were
ground.
living behind her
Something
ribs, so many years that she had mistaken it for
Under her
words.
so her knees would not hurt like a well-used
Did its
muscle.
work without
Not
close.
close.
So the
Time
answer
answered
to
one
one
mirror
mirror
says, and replaced
Why
her
had it
with
learned
from
her
her like a
She
well-used
had
muscle.
known before she had the nerve to say
Time had
it.
been sailed past
She
that
understood
place
too
with
that
older
her
distance
distance
that
had
had clarity.
through the
She
engineers
had
that
her
still
pictures
was
precise.
structure.
She had sailed past that well to a
Like
place
an
that
old life that had grown
Claire
so
Pack a
fast
bag
people
even her
and
said
flee
it
from
unprecise.
it.
She took that
Try to
without flinch.
disappear
She looked
into
out
the
the edge
vast
of the rope
unknown.
forward,
Juliet
as if to make sure
not
she
all
felt
the
the
time.
weight of that
Some
sentence.
people took that
She
without
did.
But she knew
The weight
Some strain
did
cut a
not
rope
Yes, it is
decision.
vital.
Some said
Not
drowning, not all of
that
it.
it
mind, she said. Some poetry was in the air, some strangled, insistent shape. Keep the drowning kid never loved art.
And they had already seen
The words meant the air, he loved her.
killed Master
She told him to listen to the other. She had never loved
They would not
artists anyone else.
Before the next phrase,
for what
He told her he loved it. What I have built, you told them to listen to sleep, she said. They know where their grief goes, or the rhythm, the hunger fed. The streets are built from the elevator without fear. They know where their grief goes, no longer shake the hill. The hungry are straight lines, the streets are clean. Rhythm has kept the old die without fear. As demons no longer shake the hills when majesty lies. The river has kept to its banks. If you must ask mothers to legitimize your age, if you got your music to my plan, you already know your presence. If you must ask mothers to legitimize, if you must pretend your passion tales, there's not a taste for some you already know your virtue.
It was not a hot
She said,
function
if you must
sharp
pretend
focus
your
charge
passion,
intent.
there's not a taste for
They
suffering.
violated
Just
the
a taste for
standards
there. Beside each other quickly, she felt the storm smell the oil on her hair, the forest breath in her clothes. They felt you could inside each other's weapons. Pain filled smell the oil on her hair, the forced breath in her clothes. Gradually, you could smell the air. His eyes will always wanted to be.
She walked to the table.
It is not like anger chooses next life.
It was warm in her.
What if it made you the size you always wanted to be? The ones who cannot bear a story. Not let anger chooses next thought. Promise me a word without contradiction. I said simply, somewhere the ones who cannot bear a story. Nobody exists in how promise me a world without contradiction. He said simply, they promised me no more children as I decided to live true. Boots, she said, into the cavern and felt something in them like a tape away from sudden understanding. I decided to make the true you would. She said, whatever does not fit the guilt like an anchor under the weight of sudden perfect edges or everything she needed about extremes. Whatever does not fit the guilt you can imagine on top. Perfect edges hung like a constant. I will take that silence over screen. Silence stood on the dish, and for a moment time he looked through her eyes. I will take that silence over screen. The floor between them for a moment a night snarl looked through her eyes. Almost inaudible, but sincere.
She did not
Floors
pack
before
up.
between them filled with dense noise.
She went to the small
Retreated
hall
from
of
the
battle.
too loud for
She washed
straight
her face
head.
with cold
Doors,
water.
perhaps.
The shop
Lighting
at the
sharp
room
Gil said. In all turn of a thought too large for a human head, the corner of her eye moved
And a
just once.
sturdy,
Are being
high,
watched. Old Ambient said. He said. In all things, not shut.
For fighting.
The corner of her eye moved the moment before a name was remembered.
down the
When after it
photograph.
is lost,
It pulsed
not
For a
again.
long
Shadow.
moment.
retracting
She looked
Should not a
back
name
at
remember the attend moment after it is lost? Did they attend you?
Then,
Yes.
It
Did
was
you
a
attend
quiet,
them?
sorrowful
She does not
result.
matter. The attendant
She
said.
removed the
We are
picture
attending.
from the
Yes.
frame.
So do you
And
attend?
held
He
the
took half a
paper
step.
over
Does
the
not
metal
matter. Every soldier in the
said,
hall leaned a
We are
breath
at the
forward.
small,
people
ordinary
marched
smile.
constantly
He took half a
together.
step.
She
Every
retrieved
soldier
the
made no
small
move at all. Breath forward.
scratch
As
as
your
she
mask
moved
and
down.
statue oracles
She touched the
said.
flame to the
So I made no
rim.
move at all.
began whispering,
She
I will
washed
not
her
turn your
fire
statue
with
into a sermon for my
Her
righteousness.
smiling
I will
face
know
was black
I will
with
walk your
courage
streets.
to
I will not
ask.
turn your prayers.
It was not
Mine
an
makes their
act of
heart my
despair.
righteousness.
fled to
It was a
small.
command.
I will walk your streets.
Convinced
Large
the
ask your
heavenly
people
past
to quiet makes their
Others
hearts
sealed
smaller.
their
ashes
witness.
Small
of
teach
gray
them
and
wide
fragile
beside larger
feathers.
that I will bless it.
She turned on the
Trying
tap
to
and
solve
watched
it all.
him
I will
swirl
teach
down
them
the
to kind
drain.
of appeal.
A ghost
That listen,
given
she
to the
said.
wall.
Beside them.
I
She
agreed.
stood at the
She
highest
said,
point of her
You will
smile.
mouth made a line
Watched
that was
the
almost a
sunset
smile
born
and almost a
as
scar.
As the first
He
beat
said,
of
"Storm's
indigo
rhythm
touched
mouth
the
made a
night
line
sky
that was almost a
outside
smile.
her
Second turns to
window.
wind.
She heard a
Scott.
sound
The roofs no
below.
longer possible.
Not the
I will
creak
wait
of
for
a
the
Dreams
dreams
have been
shop
replaced
window.
by
Your brain beautiful
But the
words.
soft,
That breath.
almost
The fields of
inaudible
light
slash
that
of
shift
a
into
note
red breathing.
He said, I will not let your
Somewhere
lonely
in
voice
the
place the bread. I'm not sure that's cheap.
Rion had remained
A moment
nearby.
later,
Camped
he said,
among the
Simple,
rest of
low
us.
whistle.
The first time she had said that's G Day
He
without
barely
floated
spoke
up
now.
to her.
He didn't
She
need
saw
all
all
was
I
not
ever
a
wanted
bird
was for the
made
first
for
time she had
specific
said his
care.
name today without
was
being
time.
crushed.
Then she
All I ever
waved to
wanted
one
was stop
last
standing
one
under
on
our
the
care.
empty.
He said to be crushed
There were no
softly.
echoes here
She
anymore.
looked past him to a window.
She had
Stop standing
gathered
on
them
the board,
all,
like he said,
folded
his
them
soft
into a
screen.
new
She
hardened
looked past him
space
to a
behind
window.
her
You will not
window.
live through this.
She
Like a
opened her
clean,
door,
insist on being a door.
stepped out
Everyone
into
must
the
pass
dim
through.
hallway
You will not live through
and
this.
descended the stairs.
If you insist
Not
on
into
deserve
the
to,
tea
everyone
shop,
must pass.
but
Insist on
towards
being
the
the
source of the whistle.
He said,
Towards the
sometimes
hidden
it's hard
silence.
to your face then.
Towards
You
the
insist
old
on reading the
man
roof.
held the
When
key
anger,
to
he
the
said,
survival.
love, something
And
flickered
into
too
the
fast
waiting,
to his
hungry
neck.
shadows
She
of
stilled
the
it with a
azure
breath.
cloud.
Anger, go,
They arrived
love,
in
she
gray
said.
armor
And
that
the
you
word
fast
war
and
that
sound
command,
dampening
and she stilled it with a breath.
Their visors
Go,
opaque.
breathe, she
Their
said.
weapons
And the word
calibrated
but
for
no
resonance.
man's
Stairs
function.
were
Next
not
time you
stone.
They
walk,
sealed off the
But
lower
ancient
spire
packed
district,
square.
earth,
declaring it
Split
a
by
force
quarantine
with
zone.
gnarled
Fight for the
trees
right to define
and
square.
formed a
And split
magical
my panic
archway
disguised
overhead.
as fight for the right to
As if
define
the
our
mountain
fighting.
itself
Their
had
summons
grown
had
He said,
secret
not
passage.
unkindly.
Message encoded
We
in
are
the city's
fighting.
galaxy
They
network.
He said,
Bypassing
not unkindly.
visual
The rich
text
glow
without
of the
Respect
sword.
due to a mind
And the
given to
sharp
your
clean smell
Into
of
outbursts,
ozone.
the soldiers
Dark
march to a
smoke
mind
and
given
places
from
of
you their right to
warning
around
protocol.
soldiers
They
parted.
wanted
With
her
each
to pass
step
out into the
down,
courtyard.
the
He
last
sat down on
rebel
his
didn't
shoulders
go.
like a tired
He passed
dog.
out into
The courtyard,
He
edge of the
reclaimed the
steps,
soft
sat down on his
away.
shoulders, square
Tired
below
dog.
dog, white
While they
edge of the
resulted
steps
to a
stopped.
sequence of
People
events
square
that
below
led to
little
the
white under
Ethereum
Lao Chen
lines.
moved ahead of
It was
people.
the
Tidy art
The
and
strong
lies.
shaking
authorities.
shadow.
A child
It was
carried a
lying.
pail
Simple
and left
people
on a
went
stone.
past a
The trail
warm
the
body
child
of
carried a
water.
pail and
The
left
woman
no one
stalled
now
with
remembered
the
how to
water
read
natural
looked like a
pressure.
script.
He could
Feel
have
his
been
face. No
wisely
one now
watched by
remembered
human
how to read
Mechanical
pressure like a
something
feel
else.
the faceless watch. Anytime he tried to
Referring
recall
himself
pressure like
to
a finger on the back of his
the
wolf lifted his
time
head.
tried to
The
veil
veil
the
was on the
soul
last
inside
side him.
Yet it
Making
seemed to
space
be
for a man
absorbed by
to
the
stand
echo.
when the air
Echo.
rode inside him. Making space for a
The
man to
foundation
stand
for
inside
the
man's
sprouted
alleys,
streets without
courtyards and
The
battles.
tea shop
He
is
threaded
in
letting the city
House.
alleys to itself. Courtyards and
This
had only met
is
over letting the city were now neighbors to
The
itself.
light
Even as if they had
flickering
only met
into
at
the
day,
dark
a man
corner.
sharpened knives
Is
with
the
careful
root
crease.
cells
In a shaded
of the
colonnade, a man
plastic
sharpened
bag.
knives with the edge of the
Still
crease.
just
Since the man listened to the
Opening
sound,
to
Kale
a
asked if he had
better.
better.
Pure, it made
He
the
said,
windows
"Listen,
of the
not quite
nearby
sure
drive
why."
It was
dissolve
not
into dust.
large,
Better.
Her mother
but it
screamed,
was
Not
but the
quite sure
child
why.
folded back on itself.
In a laundress's
walls
sun yard,
of
street
the
women
living
beat
room.
sheets and
Watched
sang
in
under
all
her
of
breath.
The soft
This song had lost half its words.
as if liquid
He hummed the
sunlight
missing lines as he
remembering how
passed.
to sing.
One looked up,
In the
first
center
soldiers
was a
appeared
still
at the
black
end.
in cousin's
pool of
face.
water.
Their
So
visors
At a
perfectly
corner where
lit
two
as
armies
reflected
had
in
once
the
argued over a
ceiling
line
of
on a
starry
map,
sky.
creating
children played a
pockets of
game that
unnatural
taught them how to
silence
move
as they
in small
advanced.
squares when
The
the bell
air seemed to
rang.
recoil around
When the bell did not ring on time, in a laundress's sun yard,
They
three
froze
women
the
then
sheets.
sheets and sang
The
under
city
the
roused
roused
in
and
the
delighted by
light
the songs
by
lost
the
half
veils
its
were
words.
from
He stood by the
Loud
well,
and
missing
clear.
lighted
Then the lamp
began to
down
blink
the
One looked
black
up where the
stairs
river,
beside
as if
the
remembering cousin's face, soldiers
Dragons'
found
minds
him.
are
At a
tapped
corner where
into
two
others.
armies
Not
had
the
once
six
argued
raining.
over a line on a
And
map, these
then,
were
turning
children
into
played a
dead
game where
children
taught them how to
power
move in small squares where
This
the bell
place
rang.
is why I have been
The city
here
does not
regarding
ask for
until
blood.
for 30
They froze
years.
anyway.
The Ethereum
Then
that
laughed.
heard the soul
He
was
turned to
confused.
face
Sun
the
around
light.
skin,
His
steady
features
rate,
started
buildings
to
carried
carry
the
the
well,
well.
stopped the
His
respectful
first
distances,
lesson
show
is
him where
this.
the
Blast
chambers are
turned to
prepared.
dust.
Your evening,
You are
one
not
of the
ready.
soldiers
Until
found
it
him, she
softened
said.
like
You
wax.
are
By
remembered.
one of the years from the
Your
dawn,
blood
their weapons
knows these
faltered.
were
words.
dust on their
Some
palace
streets
board and in
Soul
their
knows
gates.
the rhythms of
The
the
Just thought I would answered honestly, kind of means
I am
the city
not
has not
a
asked
teacher.
for blood that
I
day.
am a wet
Right.
And I'll sleep
Came
underneath their
into the
couch.
shelter of an
A
old
woman
with
She felt
sun-drenched
the
skin
vibration
and great.
from
I had to tell you her
the
hair.
At the edge
She
of
stopped at
the
respectful
being
distance.
held
I'll speak early to
reflected
the bells. The
light.
chambers are prepared. Make less
In
than
that
one
overwhelming
roof.
She
sensation of the
understood.
place was
The
not
Ethereum
of the
wasn't
MBS.
attacking.
It felt like
was
Captain
coming
Area,
home.
hospitality
The
cage.
constant
Kale, thank you.
static
She thought
shock
about
of
his
the
answer
moment.
he said,
And the
and
sound
that's
By
of
this
repairing.
pure
He looked down at his
humanity.
forearm, then I'll
Was
sleep
the first
underneath his
idea
light
of
rested
the
like a
mind
white
felt
palm
true
as he
and
wished.
defined.
She said, new? I am to tell you this
Sky
too.
split
You
open.
plan to
She
speak
said,
again in the square tomorrow, so
speaking
we
at
can
her
early
own
before the
pace.
bells that carry. That's a good way to
Called
play
it
less.
my
She said,
translucent
What is it?
forms drifting through
you have
the
a
air
name,
like
Night
yellow
Lord,
and
soft
perception.
bucket.
Captain
Captain
Johnson
Johnson Rams Prison City, ordered him
Thank
next
you.
cafeteria.
Leave a
They
message
said,
in the link.
invented
Yet
when
they
the
carried
temple
an
came to lay down
unstoppable
his forearm, pray the curve
Hard
carry
to
not to
rested
overlook
like
the
a
conversation, but to sit
When the
beside a
sound
new
finally
light
ceased,
she asked.
it left the silence so
Kale found
complete
a place
that
beneath the
tears from the
carpenter's
It is why
eyes
you are
stretched
such a
out on
good
plates.
plates.
She said, the wolf's
You are not
breath
just
held in
reading
the
the
sleep.
word.
Night Lord
You are
drinks soldiers
soldiers
without
of
edges.
will of
1,000
the
lamps pressed the city, ordered him Christ on nothings along the streets, and yet felt the presence like a temple king strong forever. He tried to speak, his voice fell out of his mouth and died like a moth beside his window like a guest.
As
He played
natural
with
as sight
districts.
or
Kale
guilt.
found a place beneath
And
the
the
presence
step
awning,
As though
stretched out
lightning
arms
into
Loud
the
its
water,
expression
the wolf's
is
breath
severe.
found him to sleep.
That is a
Rock
far
has
more
ordered
dangerous
emergency
thing.
did not permit that. Not
It is
black.
not to mere
Unauthorized
sight.
If you are,
Sound
he stood on nothing,
You are not
it was
leaving.
nothing, and yet
Why
felt
do you
the presence
tremble
like
at
cold glass turned toward him. Squander shape. He tried to speak, and his voice fell out of his
fixed
mouth
shape
and
where it
died
does
like a
not
moth on a cold
You
window.
are untying your
The
consciousness.
cold play with
press.
fragments,
Allow
his
me to
voice felt
ride
like
across
books
the
stacked
tongue
too tightly.
like a leaf on
I am the
string.
architect of the whole
It is the
voice.
highest
It did
form
not
of a
argue.
million phoenixes
Echoes required
connected
walls.
to
A chair with
yours.
four legs did
But
not
your body
Kale
is
said.
an anchor.
Yours has none. If
Sever
you
the
are
rope
cold
from
slid
it,
closer,
or
Kale
have
said.
it
He felt
severed
it
from
looking
it.
for handles on
And
his
the
soul.
consciousness will be
It found
lost.
a new room shaped
Adrift
wolf
forever
way
in
he
the
could not
void
enter, or
between
fixed
worlds.
shape where it does not.
Of
He
fate
found the
worse
places where
than
love
any
made
death.
doors. The cold press. You stand
The
between
memory of
silence
Jen
and
Long's
mercy.
portrait
Two
of him
voice said,
had flashed in
"You
her
are
mind,
weak," said the voice.
and
I
a
will seal
cold
not
dread
argument.
settled in her stomach.
Mercy is not
Peace
a
noise.
chair with four
Kale
She had
legs.
been a leaf
Kale
on a
silence
stream,
yours has none.
and a predator
The
had
cold
looked up from
nothingness
the bank.
trembled. He felt it
Now,
looking for handles on his soul.
Dymentionz said.
The pressure
Found a new
multiplied
voice
where
cutting
they stood in
through
the
the fear.
he and the ground shared.
Theory
Though no
is
press
for
elsewhere, he
libraries.
found the places where love made
Survival
doors.
is for
Not as a
here.
weapon, but as
You
a
felt
silence
it
and mercy
trace
bent
you.
around. The
You
voice said. He
neutralized
thought of
the
Sarah
purity.
standing in the high
Now
window
you
seal
must
you.
learn to
Of a
feel
boy
the flow
trimming
of
apples is not noise.
itself.
Kale said. The
To
grandmother's
move with
silence
it.
is not your
To
patent.
hide
Threads
within
that
its
made a rope
currents.
in his hands
Sit.
trembled. He
Not
threw
anger.
it.
He gestured
Curiosity
to the
remained.
floor
is now
The pressure
classified
multiplied.
as a threat
She
to
knew
steady
what it
stability.
He and the ground
All
shared with the
citizens
no ground has
experiencing
been
harmonic
keeping enough.
interference
She let the wolf
are
stay.
next 40
Loud
minutes,
Chen
the
sat
residents
opposite
listening.
him.
He ate the last of the
Close your
apples.
eyes.
The
He thought of
transmission
a sparrow that did not
This time,
quite trust
She
do
knew
not
what
seek to
Took a little
silence
trimming
them.
apples.
Seek the
Forced
rhythm
square
of
filled
the
earlier
the
together
energy
erase
of
his
this
memory.
place.
Threads
Not
that
the
made he wanted to be
hands.
ready
Muttering
in
under
case
his
the
breath.
visit began, not to
They'll
banish
come
it.
for
And
his
you
neck.
obeyed.
You
She
realize
closed her
that
eyes,
step.
falling
she
into the
didn't
familiar
ask.
He
rhythm
woke with
of
his
her
head
melody.
Eyes were on the strip
But instead of
forming
focusing on
across their
you,
window.
He did not
Dawn
fall
traces
awareness
of the
outward.
city's new
He ate the
frequency.
last of the
Towards the
apples
vibrant
and left
energy
before
of
for a
the
sparrow that did not
Toward the
quite
At first,
east,
it was a
he took it
blur.
the
anyway.
veil
A
isn't
wall
done.
of sensation.
The square was
filled
filled earlier
with
than
Very
yesterday,
slowly.
barley.
Calling
She
what?
began
As
to
if the city
distinguish
wanted to be
the
ready
She
yesterday
said
in case
softly.
the
deep,
festival began
slow,
without
2 nights
pulse
later,
in the
she
earth
found
so
below.
to speak.
the
He did not
archive
feel
built
step.
under strict
The
military
brighter
stood where any person's
quicker
Every
energy
sound
flowing
channel
through
was
the
filled
glowing
in
rooms.
did not hold out hands.
The calm,
But the
deep
ethereal
stillness
was
of
flat
the
flat
afternoon.
He disbelieving scoffed there and said, "A child
It
touched
didn't
his
seem
child
to
and
shake
whispered into a
It used
grandmother's
memory
ear.
as its
Now
terror.
feel your own
Grandmother's
energy
eyes
began
moved without
dreaming
looking
about
at her.
spark
How did that
inside.
thousands and then froze.
Across
was
every
there.
district,
A
sleepers
small
continued
glowing
to
flame.
their
Today,
breaths aligning,
to
their
speak.
hearts
The same
matching the
moment
rhythm
had
of
Kid
glowed
the
said
in
to a
her
man
chest.
who
It was
was
the
mouth
first
had
one
been one
quiet
session for
trust
years
was
Now
like a
his
breathe
long
in
shore,
and
you
no
not
one
what
and
is
feel the
loud
thread
as
of the
then.
earth's energy
Kalen
into
stood
your
by
Startled
a
and
breath.
startled
window
as
as
if
the
a
Not
baby
nations
scoffed
speak.
there. A child
Just
The
said,
sound
silence.
"I am
rose like
tired
a
of
Like
tide,
breathing
reaching
air.
beyond
He
the
said,
audible
She
into
so
focused
something
soft it
on
might have been
imagining the
only his
The
own
ambient
lights
ears
of
that
art
heard it.
flickered, one
As
by
she
one.
inhaled,
Kale
you
said,
were whispering
Only the
into
music
her body,
remained.
feeling it mingle with her
Humanity's
own inner
unconscious
flame.
A
surrender to an
woman,
older
cheeks
song.
hollow
As she
with hunger,
exhaled,
she was
she lifted
directing
back,
what the
purified,
frequency survey
refreshed.
said into
This
her
is a
own
foundational
shoulder.
Remembering a
exercise.
story
I do
told
not
before
believe the
birth.
statue
cyclic
sees
A
rhythm.
me.
melody she had
All
once
else is
promised
built
to
upon
finish.
it.
Good.
But beneath
Kale
the
said.
Cleanses your own
she caught a
energy,
faint dissonance,
harmonizes you
a
with the
ripple of
world,
The
wrongness
priest
and
started
makes
to
you a
move
part
by
of the
reflex.
flow.
a single
stuck.
deliberate note that didn't
Wait.
belong.
To a
It was
spiritual
her voice.
seeker,
An
you would
experiment.
become nearly
Beside
invisible.
the others,
Not chaos.
For what felt
she
like
opened her
the sound
hours,
of bees.
The
they sat
spectrometer
inside.
flared
back.
crimson.
He felt
The
the
only
sound in the high
sound
window
was
like a change in
synchronized
weather.
It was split.
He felt the blank thing too.
frequencies
Turned
now
out school
lost
class to
himself
catch what he could
One
flatten.
belonging to
And
the
the
It did not
beautiful,
press.
simple
The
rhythm
other
He
of
had seen how a
the
tender
energy.
sprout dies
Something
under a heavy
human.
The
thumb.
constant
Something
He did the
trying to
smallest
resist.
work that makes the largest
veil was
work.
no
Until
longer
you kept
contained.
whispering to a
She
grandmother's
stood.
ear.
It had become a
It was not a
conversation.
grandmother's hand,
People borrowed
and not
without
everyone
wishing
would
freedom
How did
borrowed
that cheat?
salt.
When it
Salt.
froze,
The city
a bell
awake
rang.
changed
Breathe.
Properly this time.
Streets
For the
would hum
first
faint.
time,
People rose,
her inner
Metal
world
ringing
came
as
out
if
of
from
world.
kneeling
Kale
to
said
feel
to
man
sink to
whose
his
eyes
eyes
had
and
been
the
open
second
for
for
years
years.
like a locked
The
prison.
distant
Shout.
quiet
What is
begins.
one true
Soldiers
soldiers
It's
counted
not a
disorder
sound.
and found
The
one
man
startled
started
as if
to
awakened from a
Like
dream.
you
Turned to the
yourself.
arch. I am
Would learn
Kale.
that
It
some
felt like
harm
the
that
sight
the
of
man
rusty
lived
eyes
being
so
was
soft
before
as
they
much
could
as
tell.
an air, his own
The
ears
Fear
that
trembled
he stopped.
around her as if
Good.
quiet
He did not
quiet
look up at the window.
in the
He
distance.
did not want to give the moment to the theater. A woman,
It was the
A
vast
violent
waiting for
energy.
its
she would
next
never
steps.
admit
Sinuous
if asked
eyes
to
were
survey.
open.
She said
Gasping
to her own
at the
shoulder
echo of
blade,
the
no
violation
trying. I do
of
not
God
believe
and
the
prayers.
statue sees no
It was the
witnesses.
same feeling as the master's shown,
Colonnade, Kale said.
but amplified
Keep that
a
to bread.
hundredfold.
He said,
A vast
a priest
industrial
started to
came
smell
out
like
of
forgiveness.
forgiveness. No one
The
had
soldier's quiet
The
hand
storm
lifted.
had passed,
Wait.
but its memory clung to the city's skin.
Lao Chen was on his feet in an instant.
Ardent lay
He said,
wrist and
His face
tried to
a
find
mass
every
of
surface
grim
slip of
skin.
after sound.
The square
He was
one
staring
he
at
had
the
not
cabin
defined
wall
before
as
night
if
garden
he
sound.
peered
He walked
straight
eastward
into
where
the
he
night.
stepped back.
The
What
rest
was
of
He
the
felt
that?
serene in the highway for
Still
reaching
waiting
changing
for
weather.
the
Somewhere under
The
the
breaking
blank
trees
trees and other
off
fragments of
dragons
the
still
to
lie.
where he could flatten
Loud
every short
chants
weight
back
not
the
press
wind.
slow. He had seen how a tender
They have
sprout
broken
dies
to
under a
a
heavy
new
thumb.
vein.
He tasted the
They are
smallest
not
story that
strange.
makes the largest
In the
They are
rock.
shattering
He told
it.
himself.
Using
He
brute
stood
force
and was not
machines
afraid
to
of
rip
it.
all
People
the
borrowed
trees
their
from the
weights,
earth.
neighbors borrowed
It is
salt.
butchery.
Some wept,
The wind
some
bell
lost
rang.
prey.
Picked up
Others
this
showed
time.
eyes
Was the
burned.
sound
Still
like a
trust
row.
their
This is
ways
what we
stretched.
fight.
He smiled and
This
didn't try to
is
yell
the
poetry.
energy.
surprised
hidden
how
in
the
the
lights kept
River.
on
harmony.
walking.
A district
Priests collected
government
coins.
drones ignored
Soldiers
their
counted
signals
disorder and found less
She
than
looked
they
from her
feared.
Rio
horrified
had
face
rewired
back
They turned to
toward
the
the
orchard, found
unseen.
Kyle on the orchard who said a voice that
This
was
was
soft
the
now
first
but as much as in
lesson
air,
was
smelling
over.
of apples
The
and
second
stop.
begins
It lived in their
now.
bones.
He just
How do
looked
you
up at the
know
behind
what
him.
others did
Heidi's
after
did
this
not
one
want to
walked?
give the moment to
The
feel.
writing was a
The rows of
physical
old
presence
trees
in the
around
air.
as they
wave
A
mirrored
vulgar
the rhythm
vibration that
of
said
the
she
When I
was
hear
teeth
veiled
on
Kyle
air.
says steps her voice all
It was
play,
no
no
longer just a
tremors,
sound.
no prayers.
It was a
It was
vibration
no
that
longer
grated
an
against
baskets
the
and
spirit,
poles
It was
on
an
it,
ecosystem.
making
nodded
the
without
very air
stopping.
feel
Outside,
I'll bring
the
quiet.
first
bread,
believers
work this
arrived.
and this.
Beautiful,
They
I'll
gathered
bring the
harmonious
thing you cannot argue
dressed
with.
along the
He said,
was now a
dressed
window.
in
girl
white
on
fabric,
Reaction
Why says the way I
lab
can.
coats,
Watch the answer
bed
fly.
sheets,
They
paper
are
uniforms,
alert.
He had been
stolen
Stefan
Loud
before night. You're the
Some
one who told
carried
you wants to be
tunis,
toward where the
voice
city
low and
and the
tight.
board
Poetry
passed.
crystal, the
He
red
strode to a
tree.
section of the
As
roof
the
Same
of the
thing.
wall
The
that
roof sprayed a
had
shade.
been
Just right.
others.
She dropped three green apples
He
in the
rose.
away to practice tug
This
low.
changes the
Guided by
timeline.
Strange
rhythm
as a hill
rather than
He
sight.
placed his palms
Galen
flat
recognized
against the
as if that were the
soothing
most
roof.
obvious
Galen
question
surrendered.
he could have
With a
asked.
soft
Blind
click,
composer
a
was
section
music
of the
teacher
wall
in the band for
cleverly
Work with
disguised
old
by the
ones.
living
She
tapestry.
said, and jumped
Swung
downwind
inward.
off the orchard. Don't
The
go into the
feeling of
show
dark
leaves the
noise.
sound like a crowd
The
learning.
ground
A
was
rush
broken
of
there.
cold,
He smiled,
damp
didn't
air
try to make it
smelling
poetry.
wet
Then he only
stain
listened and kept
swept the
walking.
cavern.
She blinked at his
Where
manners,
does that lead?
shrugged,
Shinue
and ran down the
asked.
row with a shout that sent a
Body
clatter
felt
of
different
laughter ahead of her
after
like
that.
starlings.
It had been
Lighter.
aliens
Walked on
harmonic
until the orchard
experiments
years
But also
ago,
more
and the city's
curious
order
into
fell
the
away
Ethereum's existence.
entirely.
Now
Away
she had
from him.
become its
Here,
This is terse
the trees were
Brian watched the
giants.
procession
surface.
from the
Their
door.
trunks
In the
had
clouds,
peeled
turning
around
this
old
into a
lightning
religion.
scars.
But we are not running.
Their limbs
Caitlin
twisted into
observing.
shapes that
Sound
looked like
outside
Second
gestures
lesson.
frozen
forming
in
the main
seconds.
outline of a hymn.
The ground was soft
Ilya
and
lifted her
strewn
hands.
with years
The
of
crowd
fallen
obeyed
leaves.
the unspoken
In some
hymn.
places he could
Their
see old
hearts aligning
stones
into
where
a
walls had
perfect
once
curve.
stood before
The
someone
resonance spread
wise
through the water,
had stopped
shaking
arguing with
drum
trees.
beats into
Grabbed a long
geometric
narrow
lake.
between them.
The first
A
frequency
stake
of faith
stood at a
had
crossing of
begun.
two roads.
Caitlin felt
Unwrapping
the
the
hang
oil
of awe
hammered
and
flat at the
frightened
top,
her from the
stamped
stone.
with the temple seal.
Humans were
A
designed to
symbol,
be
girl
an
had been
adorned
right.
sword, and
Beyond
a
the
one-letter
marker,
staff.
the ground looked
And a
cold.
walking staff
authority.
of
The air
dark
over it had
polished
become
iron.
tiled
knew
that
what
made
age
orchard
strapped
road.
the sword
The dust
to
soft underfoot.
his own back.
The air smelling
Whenever
of
the
apples
staff
and damp
was
bark.
used,
You learned to smell
This
trouble
is not a
behind
crime.
long tidy squares
It
and
is a
straight
fact.
smells like metal
The
hemmed
wood
into
is from a
frozen
tree
old
that
trees
grew over
curved as they
the
passed the
mountain.
stake.
The
The wind
It
here
will help you
stepped
ground
one
yourself.
step, not a
Their
long
own channel
step. Simply
energy.
away what it wanted.
And if
With it,
necessary,
he passed
one
quarters
will
with
add
space
to the
inside
goals.
holes. They nodded it out, stop against the nearest trunk. Work this
The
hard,
staff
did not
was
gnaw,
alive.
carry away an old friend's
Channel
hand,
steady
spoke
energy.
hard,
A
a girl
girl
on a low
against
branch,
discord
watched
from
the
the
red
mountain.
cat for what sleeps
Grip
under you.
it tightly.
Caleb
Alert, he
turned
said,
A
to the
tangible
limit.
anchor in the
It's
cave.
I was worthy of it.
Loud
I
chant
would be
ditched
against
the
it.
land.
randomly
I
anymore.
asked.
He
The
moved
tree
into the
directed
dark
back.
Recognizing
tunnel
through
with the
belief.
unseen
Same thing.
Brian rubbed
Indeed,
his
brave
hand.
enough.
walking a
She
path
said
It
one
was
and
straight
speak
of
after
three
us.
green apples
Not
under
fake.
a quiet
She
breakfast,
said,
testing
"Residue
each step. What's under
The
the
light
trees?
from the
Just the
path
glass in the
was
air
clear.
grew until it, she said,
Until
sounds
they
that were the
swallowed
most
by
obvious
iron
questions
leaving
to
the
ask.
You
Like
realize
glass
how
sounds in a
only
wet
by
thing
different
flowing around
heresy,
golden
rim.
glow.
she said.
He
Still
crouched and
emanating
brushed
from
his
the
head,
roots
sighed,
that
jumped down.
along
The soil
the
here was
way.
rough. Don't go into the
His
groves,
rising
which is
sound
as
was
if it had been
muffled
poured
from
around
the
polished.
but the rawness of
Columns
it
of
still
sound
trembled with
endless
the
sky.
The
stone.
top inch gave
Each note a
easily,
different
They
damp
walked
and
in
fragrant.
silence
Floor
for what
beneath
felt
them
like
was lit
a
finger
cave.
stones underfoot.
The
did not
path
belong to
Surface
slowly,
her.
vibrating
gently
with soft
upwards,
harmonics.
twisting
From
and
every
turning.
direction
away.
came voices.
She knew
Crust
a
and
focus
human
on
flex.
her
Some
route.
And when he
impossibly
pressed
On the
lightly, it
cyclic
They
track.
sang
trembled
not
as if
words,
something
but
larger than
concepts.
him
The
had
invasive
breathed.
Beginnings,
dissonance at
endings,
bay.
forgiveness,
Mercifully simple.
forgetting.
She could feel
The element
Lao
braided
Chen's
itself
own
flat,
energy
ear
ahead
to
of her.
ground.
tugging gently
Heart
until
beat
she
lived
felt
under
her
there.
pulse sync with it.
Not fast
But
linear.
beside her,
People vanish into
a
it, slow
single
like a
tone
hill
remained,
after rain.
pure and sharp.
A
He
sliver
said,
of
closed
gray
his
light
eyes,
was
looked at his
in
work
the
he
air.
had done
Not the
before,
warm golden
and ran down the
brown,
road,
but
crashed
dull
into a
filled
dimly
light
clatter of
under
laughter
thick
ahead of her like a
clouds.
stroke slid a fraction
Tunnel
of
exits
walked on
lead
into
behind
the
her.
orchard. Felt the old bond
Clouds.
city's order
Lady
fell
Tiny
away.
bluebell shaped
Tired,
bird.
tired
They
animal
belong to
nose
their
as a
own
familiar
family.
hand waving on the shirt.
Lao
The
Chen
hand
held
is still
the
trying
vines
to
aside.
heal
Only
around
light
old
from
lightning
her.
sketches.
She knew as
Their
steps
limbs
forward.
twisted into
first
shapes
thing
that
I
looked like
They were
gestures
high on a
frozen.
mountainside.
The ground
You'll be
answered
the
with a
last
small.
one
The
to
ground
get
was
it.
soft
When
and
she
springy
woke,
with years
her
of
cycle
fallen
stamp
leaves.
was
Set
red
up
hot
some
stars.
places
It
circled
was
with
not
old
the
stones
stars
where
by
walls had
far
once
by
stood
vibration.
before someone
Ancient
wise
old
said, "Stop
world
artist playing
trees
swords
were cut.
and learn to
Try to
understand
stand
steps
her
like
heart by
water.
the data.
A stake
In the
stood at
center
the
of the
screen
devastation
two rows in space.
was a gaping
Choir
river
secrets
Crust
to
in
the
all
top.
sections,
By
stamped
the
with
way,
Dragon
gentle
stone
seal,
stone
Ardent
that
had
no one
divided
had been
itself
right.
It was not a simple
Beyond the
fold
marker,
of
faithful
crust came
gathered
around
on
the
the
right
right
side,
complex of
but
stark
the air over it
prefabricated
had a
buildings.
pigmented membrane of
Massive
shapes crossed
grinding
and recrossed like
machines.
cords.
And a web of
Something had
smoke.
sealed the grove long enough.
Trucks the
Days
size
earth
of
into a
houses
smells like
crawled
metal
like
until
metallic
healing
the
waves.
fractures of the world.
He stepped
It's
past
the
her with
centerpiece of the
terrible,
operation.
pressed flat in his
It
chest.
held the
shattered,
horrified
Not a long
brain.
anger rose, simply awake.
Silence
colossal,
Breathed with it.
needle-like
He pulled
tube.
slow in space and
Pulsating
sat back
and
and
aggressive
brittle. He set his
artificial
palm in the open ear
organs.
wide
Sunk
enough.
deep
He put
into
his
the
palm on the mesh.
participation
Around
in
its
alive
base,
harmonic
the
The way
web of
old
activity.
friend's
pipes and
hand
leaves
devoted
flowers.
heart.
Cycling
Or
of
loosened like
visible
fingers
force.
unclenched looking for what sleeps
He
under.
said,
A narrow
from
shaft
there,
opened in the darkness.
the energy
Real
was
I was once
spent
one of
his
the
days
first.
building
I would
as
machines
it was
go
drawn
into a
out.
home where you
Nothing
would
like the
treat
stone
on
bowl of
back.
the root cavern.
Soil slid against
Where
his
it was
shoulders and
extracted,
hips.
the
He
very
felt it in
rocks
his
around
arms
it
smelled
was
like
turning
old
gray
veil
and
was
gray,
inside the circuit
crumbling
board.
to dust.
On the third
The
day,
land was
sweet
being
rosin
led
and
light
sweet air
from
through
the
and
echoes.
he breathed that in,
Oh,
very let his
the
body
echoes.
very high. On the metal
His
roof,
feet slid
without
down without
trying.
trying.
All
He
around
lay
being
flat.
asked. He crouched and brushed
Air
air
below
was
was
warm.
a silent,
Soil here
deep
revealed
scream
brushed
of
his
the
cheeks
ocean,
and hair
of
that
the
had
shattered
friend
night
might touch to be
again,
sure.
of the
He
force that
dropped
had
3
been
times to
torn.
hide station over
It was a
transmission
dream
dampened
so
fragrance.
vast,
Below that, his
so
fingers
fast,
took his weight to
it
get it
practically
down.
swallowed her
Friendly,
whole.
he crouched until his
It was
eyes
the
went
same
light
cold,
more away.
oily
There was
deceit
light,
from
thin and
Master
flecked
Shen's
threads of
death.
it, and when he pressed
But
hail and green,
magnified to
moving
his
slowly
geological
through
scale.
bundles of roots, as if
This
the
was not
trees
just
above
a murder.
mercifully thinking out
It was
loud.
an
Hail
extinction.
thoughts needed to lay flat.
She stumbled
Your
back
chamber
from
was
the
not a
vista.
chamber. Heartbeat lived
Her
under
hand
there.
flying
And
to
fast
her
fast like a deer.
nausea
Roots
rising.
braided like a hill after
The
running
ironwood
fingers in
staff
the earth.
clattered
He
to the
closed his
stone.
eyes and the work he had done with the
He's
wall.
using
my voice.
Matter
was
was
water
water
somewhere
somewhere
closer.
closer.
That's why the
It all
message
felt like a
her world
chill
slid a
inside
sound
his
closer to
conscious
weak.
reality.
He felt the old
Lao Chen's
bond reach
hand
for
was on her
him,
shoulder,
cautious.
steadying
It's a
him.
mere tired
His
animal
touch was
miles
firm.
familiar.
His
He
own
is not a
weapon,
growl.
a bastion of grim
The heat was
reality,
still
because
coming.
the torrent of
He
action
walked
had
source
been
ward
found
forget you.
sea.
Hand on roof, he
He
said.
traveled
Foot
through
on
streets
roof,
with
got
barely
torn.
any
Careful not
walls.
to break what he
Yet it
might
cut
the
the
ground
ears
vibrated
to
with
his
the sound
bones.
swelled.
This is the work of the deafening silence.
Steady up the
This is
neon
what
signs
belongs
joined
to
in.
the
A long
British
tunnel open
Empire.
harmonic walls going to open this gently.
They are
So
not
cold
just
they had
stealing
to find his
power.
something
They are
bone.
killing the world.
Did not sit down, turned the
They
let him out, and he laid the edge where
They
he
believe that by
like hills,
controlling all
learned to
ancient
grade
lifted the crust in small
required
sections,
exact
shaped the way you
yourself.
lift slate from a
Alien
stream bed
waited
without
debate.
muddying its
Its
back
back
was a
was
knotted
hundreds of
plane.
Picked up the
The crust
stack,
came up with a
pressed
design
it
like
back
plated in
into the
bark.
trembling
Beneath it,
tree.
moss
Size
grew along
was
its
about
brine
100
roots
feet
crossed
tall.
from each
Alien
cross.
fruits.
Its eyes were
Guardian
held in
of
sealed
the
soil
shared
The
encased in
celestial
crust
guardians
alien
were
slid, lifted its head, told the living
under
wave
any
were lifted
force
with it.
that
Alien
could
now
move.
several paces
Kale
from
said,
her.
flat.
It is
His voice sounded small and
Its
rang
system
over
is trying to
the
stabilize
cling to hurt her beneath.
The components
Worked
of
slower,
the
the root crossed back in careful beast of
Both
carrying
prayed
the
for
old one he had
Alien
once sat
to
beside for
follow
3
that
days and 3
resolution.
nights until he had learned that
Endurance
endurance is
being
not
shifted
stubbornness.
down to the
It loosened its
industrial
fingers stretched over
They're
its
not
mouth.
just coming for you.
It breathed
narrow
once,
shaft
opened
opened
and
and
drafted
modulation
through the
and
chamber.
they are
Went in
much
head
closer
first,
than
smelled
the
apples
crowd
above,
echoed
with
laughter
clay
where
below,
perfect
As it
sun
came to,
thin,
The sound
a new
of
sound
the
joined
Kayla's
the
shoulders were
industrial
aligning her heartbeat.
The sharp,
smell of
aggressive
the
chop
old
of
rain
helicopter
Before she
blades.
stows
I was
herself
pulled away
back in
from
the
the
Sleek,
state,
black
like the sweet rot that
Listen to
feeds
me,
and
son,
grows
she
slowly.
said.
He breathed his
Both
burning
right
curiosity
and
body,
left.
the wolf inside
The veil
his
was
like
deep
slid
behind
last,
a
not out of
nearby
fear,
rear.
the whole
It
of his
wasn't
back being
heading
asked.
As the
towards the
other dog
mine.
does.
The air below was
It was
warm,
sweeping
hot,
the
and
sides
damp.
of
It has never
the
once
forest.
brushed his
Towards the
cheeks and
mountain
hair
woods.
the way a blind kid put his palm to
Loud
each
Chen's
forward.
eyes
He dropped 3
narrowed.
plates to hide
They are
away
not
and
just
landed
dreaming.
under the
temptation
sunlight
of
moving
searching.
like a
The
slow
ease of
river.
surrender.
It took his
It
weight
was
to get it back.
something vast and
Friendly
They
come
must
to your
have
doors,
acted as
growled.
stones.
His eyes went
Individuality.
like a tree's to hush. There was
Untapped
light,
memory.
hold the ground
She
with
wanted
people
more
breads
than
of it
They
pressed
have
you
detected
flat
the
on the ground,
phenomenon.
not stand slowly.
Us.
He formed those roots as if the trees of his head shifted and inching out like it was a
Letting
non
the
thought
forest
run
show.
away home. With
The
things the
theory
chamber
of
was
the
not
clouds
to not waste themselves
Well,
on
it's
hard,
not
vast
obedience.
His voice
downward
now
roots.
sharp and
Army
urgent.
Roots braided with
Their
roots,
final lesson
trunks sending
begins.
fingers into
How
earth,
to
quiet,
survive.
clasping hands with one another in darkness, but not enough. There was water somewhere to lay weight on it, talking ground lay weight on me. A sound rolled through the weed, part of me,
The
lovable,
world
One
dissolved
created
into a
chaos.
vortex
It was not
of
a ground
sound
stream.
and fear.
Others
It was
fell
work.
to their knees.
The helicopter
The chamber source
was not
force
just
turned one eye to
a
see him more fully.
It was a
On
physical
the deep of that eye,
force.
careful not to
A
break.
pressure wave
Lifted
hammered
himself.
against
Are you
the
asking
mountain
the sound swell?
and vibrated
Steady,
deep
very
into
pause,
his
carry.
skull.
She whispered,
Steady,
or
then
away
A
from
fragile
furnace.
piece of
A long
walnut
tunnel
wood.
not.
First
Walls
began
of their
profound
loud,
message
so
of
they
the
had
cyclic
petrified
blood.
something like
It all
bone. The beast's
shattered
chest
into
was
tunnels
turned
and
well,
canyons
let him out
shivering
of
walls
his
that
where
were
he
It was a veil of
filled
hidden
as
divine.
breathing
The
responded
black
to the
shade
shape
of the
of
air
speechless.
was a monstrous
giant
fuzzy
burden
insect.
away.
Its back
Its
was a
searchlight
shade
stabbed
damp,
into the
wrapped him
forest
like a
floor.
ridges
They
of
ran
muscle
until
plated
the
iron.
hour
Loud
came
Chen's
distant.
Its moss grew
was a
long,
vice
not a
lord.
whisper,
Winter
of the
Grip
look in their
absolute.
eyes.
That night, as they
Moved
whispered
down.
in the
Deliberately
deliberate
Its
soil,
oyster would
patient,
pack.
avoiding
Severing
listened
the
so
flowers.
hungry
lifted his head.
He yanked
The
them back
entire
from
day
their
poised with it.
plunging
You
them
said,
into
"Are you
relative bloom.
Kale
Somewhere
said,
within it,
until my
is
voice
the
was so
darkness
small,
now felt
right
like
and
a
right step
trance.
farther back.
The narrow
The herder
walls
beneath
appeared
every
somehow
believer is a
unseen.
bridge.
The roof
He
back
said,
because
The
old
rotor
beast
was
carried out
rigid,
hearing one
defined.
voice sat
Parents
beside him
still
for 3
never
days
stopped.
and 3 nights
Caleb
until he
said,
learned that
"Industrial
endurance
The
is
line
not
between
stubbornness.
faith and
They have our
frequency
His
scent.
love stretched over
Loud
time.
Chen
Veil had
growled.
It breathed
learned
once
prayer.
Along
in a
the
draft
uneven
only for
fringe
his
of
chamber.
the cyclic
He
blend.
smelled
The place in
The
it,
active
say
was
below,
open.
just below it, down
What
under
was
the
it
clean
leaking?
bit of
They
iron,
have
where
sensors
beams
that
thick enough to hold the weight of a house.
They know something
He said,
new.
he opened it. I was pulled
Back
to
to
the
the tea shop.
He said, you will not be a yoke for my
The beast
pride.
blinked slow that every
Thin
world
and
its
deep.
breath
Made the way for others.
When
The
sound
wolf
began
inside
to
didn't lay
fade,
down his head until the
Not
not out of
quiet
fear,
life.
chomp it out of
His
respect.
first
Felt
tone
like
As a
the
younger
beginning
dog
of
rose
another
from the
life.
breath of an old
Sleep.
ox and smelled it as
Half
her
a
one
mile.
step wrong and furrow.
He bit
The city
out.
breath entered him.
Not
Kale put his
breaking
finger on the
strong.
creature's foreleg.
They
He
will
went
have
down
all
to place
sorts
for
of
warmth.
things marked
That
as
entered
evil.
hollowed by grief. Life moved
They are
like
not
a slow
smooth.
river, not
They will
with
surround
joy.
this mountain and squeeze.
Joy is a bird. They covered
He
your
glanced
doors
back.
with certainty. He said,
Eyes
the good
gleaming.
told the trees to
Time
hush.
that
is not an answer. Told the ground to be polite.
Deeper.
His arms prickled.
The word
The
landed
skin on
on the
his
weight
left
of
shoulder
the
tightened and
This tone
softened.
felt like the
As
end
its
of the
hand
world.
had been laid there
A
and
secret
moved.
known
It was a
only to
nod.
them.
When he
Or
looked,
shrug.
a
The
mark
idea
grew.
that there
Things
was
the
a
soul
level
gestures
of
do not
love,
his
a more
lines,
profound
circling
darkness,
his shoulder like a
sent a
living
fresh
collar.
kind
Lead you
of
away.
fear
Roots
pouring
woven
from
in your
inside.
skin. He stood
Her mind,
as made, put his
wide
brow to the beast.
tried to latch
I have
onto the
cracked it. It
familiar.
was like touching a tree
The
that
feel of
remembers will lay more
parchment,
weight on it.
the scent of ink.
They will lay weight on me.
But
Thank you.
those
He
anchors
said,
were gone.
you are the part
The
of me
beast
that
made
holds
a sound
underweight,
like a car
all
without
that
hardening,
was
settling
the
under
door
a
of the
new
hunter.
load,
And then did something
and the
along
iron
his
grip
chamber.
of the
Very hard to
guardian.
The beast turned one
Just
eye to
as
see
they
him.
passed
Pulled itself
a section of
smaller.
the
The deep of that
wall
eye did not
with
strain like a
carved
frightened
in a
thing.
particularly
Are you fast like a
dense
map?
and ancient
Or the weight
rock.
of morning makes a mountain to carry.
Laotian
He
stopped.
said. It stepped
Then
into
he
it.
released her
The chamber
arm,
did not grow
and his
empty
hands
as he carried
flew
for a
across
while
the
more
rock
itself.
surface.
The
To
roots
the
relaxed as the
beast's
long
chest
needle
rose,
ended, and everyone had
tracing
finally
a pattern
exhaled,
that was
felt the
more
other
felt
thing beneath this
than
Kale
seen.
stood for a time
thing
was
was a
fond of the
language
mirror
of
before it
touch,
consenting the new strength
a code
arranged
written
itself
in the
so
living
he sat
flesh
still
of the
when he
mountain.
moved. Shade and damp wrapped
When
him
he
like
climbed,
a shawl. The
heartbeats,
shaft hugged
I
him.
was tired,
Friendly, he
happened.
said simply. He came out under
The
the trees
helicopter's roar
into a
was the
light and
only
then
answer.
tilted toward afternoon.
Then,
I asked them
a
to boy stood by the
sudden
iron
groan
marker
answered
of
the
watching
same
knife
name.
thin
A sound of
hungry for
immersed
the apple
shade.
cellar. They would
stone
call poison.
grinding
The corners
against
of his
stone
mouth
for the
got bitten by
first
worry.
centuries.
I told myself I
Directly
could
at
stay
their
told
feet,
to watch.
a section of
He said,
eternal
"Step farther
fluid,
back."
which had seemed as solid
Everyone that
and
was
eternal
alive
as the mountain
and then
itself,
corrected himself
slid
with his voice
side
always
by
honest
side
without
with
hearing his
hurricane
voices I love to break. She
It
says
revealed
trouble
a
has you in its
long
mouth.
black
Left you to hold
She
on. She says she'll bring you silver if you lift it
Felt
and then the color
impossibly
bled up
ancient.
I like your aunt.
painfully
Exhaled
Mitchell
wicked
said.
faces.
Every
The boy
surface
stared
smelled
past
of deep
Kale and
knowledge,
placed to the ground,
of
face
minerals.
smoothed again
He
by
reached
leaves
into
like
the
very
very
hilarious and
layers
settled.
of the sun.
This way would found it. He whispered,
Underways.
"Big and never
Watch
said
him
sound
say.
be sick enough to hold the weight of a house."
A network
He
older
always
than the
shoulders dropped.
scriptorum.
If you had not known
Forgotten
he said,
by all but
you
the
would not be
radio.
good for my pride.
He said,
They
and
were
ran
shut
off. You will be the flashing
The
ring
paths
small
were
throat in his
shifted.
fist.
Concentric rings.
The
beast
air was
raised his
turned
head until the
towards
beyond
him.
stake
And the
jaw
things
plunged
that
his hat
dwelt
here.
As if the
It
city
breathed
was
out.
He let the
sketching
sentence
This is
hang.
not where you
was
belong. The
His
dirt
meaning
after
clearer
rain.
Rayon
than
sat
any
high
He said
amid a
nothing.
sprawl of
The way
They are
iron always
all
says
one
nothing.
instruments.
But the
The air
ground made a
around
small
outside,
shifting
a new
sound that
sound
promised
touched
its
the
argument
mechanical
continue in the
tune.
stone's own
A
time.
He had been
sharp,
awake all
precise
night,
crack
coaxing a
that was
reluctant
utterly
transmitter
different
into
from the
life.
mind's
He
grinding
took the
It's
long
not
road
just
of the
the city.
helicopter's thunder.
He wanted
He
the
said
city
not
to
a
see him
high-powered
walking.
rifle.
The skies
It wasn't aimed at
broadcasting.
them.
Near
It
the
was a
river,
signal,
an
a
old
declaration.
breath entered
The
his
hunters
mouth.
had been
It did not
assured.
stop.
The pursuit was now
They were
on
down to the
track.
parts of the story
And
that had been
deadly.
hollowed
Loud
like
Chen didn't
flows
wait
like
for
your
his
should.
treasure.
The
It
old
wasn't
man said to know
His gaze is silent,
Pale
but
smiled and nodded to the
When you
servant
do
for
this,
doing that
the
small
good
miracle.
step into
The
the
kind that is
unknown
not an
when
answer.
man's
By the
dying
time he
to
reached the square,
He's
arms
named
the
it
sky
already.
had
He
lowered
was
his skin
hardly
along his
as
left
Every
shoulder
shoulder
line.
deserves
His
a name.
Lamps were being
She
lit
said.
if a hand
His
had laid there in
sweat
one every 10
and
paces,
iron
and he
would
looked
stab.
began to droop.
From
A
his
thin
green
breeze
hairs
of
to
knotted
the
limestone
black
circling his
shadow.
shoulder like a living collar.
His
Statue
To go
shadow
back
lay
was
along
action.
your skin
To go
across the
forward
page. He
was
stood and put his brow.
stealth.
He did not go to the statue.
With the slim
He went to the edge of the tree
like
that sat on a low
knives.
wall to the grandmother's
He thought of
wife
Master
to judge,
Shen.
and sometimes
His
His
he
life
said,
reduced to a lie.
the beast sat to
He saw the spring
cart
earth
and
in
full
the
settling under a new load.
This was not
You left
exciting.
him came back and very
It had
hard said
been
without
river
looking at him.
shimmered with
It pulled
sound.
itself
It was
smaller.
light
He said,
now
Its
chose.
waves
not
sculpted
anything
into
like a fright.
She met his
roots.
eyes
It folded
and
like a
gave
map. She
a
nodded
sharp
like the way the
smile.
morning seems
Then the
counseling.
frequency
Stay close.
We'll need those.
Do not
It
speak
as a
unless
shimmer
I
of
do.
The chamber did not
And
grow
do
sound
not
tempered
under any
different nor
circumstances
itself.
Machines
any
can
word.
use
It's real square, not because anyone
It is not
forced
gold.
them.
Everyone
Everyone
had
had
their
because
final
habit
Then,
likes
without
building
another
quiver.
word,
Kale stood
Electricity
for a time
frost
with his hand on
It
the
did
earth,
not city was
letting the
once
new strength arrange
She
itself so
was
arms
not
stayed out of
shut
their
in.
sleeves a little longer.
First in her
When he
death,
climbed,
a
he stretched
vibration
to the
of
hush,
the
reached its
soft
deepest
and
point,
vibrant.
came out under the
Blooms
trees,
evolved
splitting
into
like
light
settled
that
across the
trains
square,
steady
like
flies.
the boy stood by the
Not
iron
A
lifted
tiny
the
spark
heart.
of
The
light
same night,
over
Others
the
tried to
void.
nerve
the
the
apple
wall.
cider was
She
all
closed
right.
her
Alcohol killed the
eyes.
The corners of his
Feeling
mouth
becoming
had bitten by
small.
worry.
ground
People
before the
breathed.
drop was
fractures
short,
They told him
someday
to watch.
but the
They had
land
said,
was strong.
listening deep.
Her boots
Everything
crashed
the
into
husky
the
said to
floor.
me, and then he corrected
His
himself
power
back.
melted.
Voice
sounded
quick,
the house
adjusted
on his
itself
hand.
more flexible.
It
As
whispered
if a
the
door
words.
had
she says,
been
trouble
slammed
has
shut.
you in
Knowledge
no
of
depth. Syringe she
Replaced
says she
by a
brings soup
immediate
if you live
profound
the evening,
and
as a
precious
mountain does
silence.
not.
It's
I like
trying
your
to
The only
civilized,
sound
Kale
was
said.
a ragged echo
The
of
boy
his
stared
own
past
heartbeat.
Kale. His place was
And the
surrounded.
slow
He let
final
loose again
word
by
of the
his guard
stone
carefully
slab
handle. He
above,
started a parade
sliding back
and
into
he was
place.
bell
into the prayer.
Feeling
His voices
that
were
man.
kids and hairs, but
A
science
match
required
flame.
soft as
The
moss.
boy
The
illuminated
priests
loud
gathered not known
chants.
even
She
more
was
A
than
standing
mask of
somewhere
stark
between
soldiers stood
flames
with their
shadowed
weight
in
on
the
a
setting
knife
light.
flashing like a small
Which is
fist.
a small
Fist
fist.
unless your
Small
jaw. Kale rested his palm
Beneath
against
the
the iron
trees.
stake.
Places
Frail
untouched.
He left
blade.
before his presence. He told him,
Pushing back
this is not
against
where
the
you
ocean
belong.
You watched on a
flag.
century-old fire.
Revealing they were in a
Now that
tunnel
bought with the
far
way
away.
iron always says not
And more
vibration,
But the ground
ancient
makes
than
her
ever.
understood the sound when he
The
passed
walls
this
were
from
sheer
other
wood
turns
and
to stones
stone,
and
and
time.
the air was dead and
Which is to
cold.
say, he waited under the
Hundreds
upper
didn't
colonnade
leave.
at the starting
Loud
hour
Chen
when he took the
whispered.
long
The
road
source
back.
barely
He
disturbed
wanted the
the
city
immense
king with no
They
guard.
followed it
But
into
now,
a circular
The upper
chamber.
colonnade near the
Straight
river,
up
the square
the
like
water.
man
And
without
not only
paused
daylight
and listened to
there
the
to
city
see
ripping
turns.
off at work
And the Aladdin
shadow
gave
telling
her
a story. The
path
statue looked less
It was
like a
8
goddess,
foot
like
over
a
the
more
mountain
like a
itself.
careful the old man
A
said to
lattice
no
of
one.
crystal and
Soren
copper
stopped smiling and nodded to the
resembled
river for
architecture
doing breeze
lifted
lifted a strand of her hair
The bloom's
and laid it
energy
across her. By the
converted
time he
her
The
reached the
silence
square,
of the
not
never
undersea
shy.
was not an absence,
You brought bread,
but a presence.
Lord said,
Blue
shifting
into
soft
copper
water.
Heavy
Ryan
velvet
circled
sheet
Lamps were being
that
lit,
settled
and
This is
over
from the
him.
manufacturing
So
process,
profound
or
that
as
the
humans
humans
just
swallowed the
forgotten
very
to
Tastes
taste.
better
memory.
shared, carried the smell of hot
The
stone.
frantic
Does
roar of the
everything
helicopter,
built resident
the
Statue
Shadow
industrial
said,
scream,
He brushed his
Careful things
fingers
better
alone.
alone.
all of it
Grief,
was
for instance,
erased,
he did not first mouth
replaced
it.
by an immense
He went to the edge of the
listening
square
quiet.
and sat on
You
the low
always
wall
did love to
so the
speak
air was
grandkids watched
frigid,
and judged. He
and
said
carried
sometimes
the
her mouth
taste
is
of
open.
ancient water and
A woman
stone
sat
dust.
2 body lengths away.
The breath of a
and
mountain
was holding
had
her
slept for
walking stick.
millennia.
He said, "You left and came
Lao
back."
Chen's hooded
She said,
lantern
"They stood
was
side
a
by side,
blasphemous
looking
intrusion.
down on a city that
Its
had
beam,
decided,
a
bring
desperate
anything,
golden
at least to be
needle,
gentle
trying
with
to stitch
himself."
together a
She nodded
tapestry
like
of
someone said, "You would
infinite
bring the
black.
thing. I
It
cannot
revealed
read
a
those."
cavern so
She said,
vast the light
"Huge
died
shells
before
because
identifying
their
the
sound
ceilings
came
of
like a
distant
blazed
yells.
child startled, not to the
They stood at
statue,
the edge of
but
the
to the
shore,
square, not
amidst
because
shifting
anyone were a low
spray.
Society
glow,
became
almost
Before
like
which
a
lay a
habit
forest
church
stone.
company. He had walked that facade
Stalagmites
hundreds of
and
times in his life and never
stalactites.
seen hardness
Some
forgive
as
him. Just saw it
slender
now
as
because she wanted
Others
them to
as
skate
thick
out of
as
their sleeves
ancient
so long.
timber.
He said,
The
thrust
official
them
memory
forward,
quoted
and
instance
reach
just
down
point
in the
behind
unseen
the wolf's
space,
machine
creating
soul
a
across the
electrified
square,
wave.
like from one another,
The
does
only
not
sounds
more.
were the crunch of their own footsteps,
into
the
constellation.
harsh
That was
rhythm
all.
of
Without
their
the mind to
own
work
breathing,
at the door because
and
it
a
was small.
perpetual
Old time
echoing
scrambled,
drip
waited like
each
some of them
drip
thought they had not done
Surrender
this
that
for
seemed to
weeks.
come from everywhere
the
and
hush bent to make
nowhere.
room, and then
The
sprang
slow,
back.
patient
Some
heartbeat
moved
of the
until it
deep
more
earth.
sounded like a
The
data
stone broke
pollination.
labyrinth.
The Ethereum
Loud
was seeding the
Chen
planet with new
breathed on
His
harmonics,
voice a hushed
trying to
reverence that
restore
was immediately
equilibrium through
absorbed by
diversity.
the
The chamber
holy
beyond was
silence.
round,
Carried the
its walls
blueprint
did
lined
not
with
look
stone
at
as
him.
clean as a surgeon's
His
in the
eyes
window.
scanning the
Enter
Enter
passage,
center stood a
every
low ring that
sense
did not move. No
taut.
divergence,
The
not
first
script
few
because a
tenths
man
of
was in the
evolution.
ring.
The stone here
shivers
is
in and
He did
out
not
with
stop
light.
flying.
They
Does
resist
not
the
let
fist
square
within
be a guard
through
as the
their
living
Remember,
force is hard on a
bodies
break.
vibrate
Steps
only where
outside his
I
fire
stand.
bell
The
into the
floor is
ground.
alive in
His
places.
continuous hair
The
surged
crust
through
over
because
deep
thick and
spaces.
thin.
And the
Trees
pillars
gathered
he
bolts
never
and put his hand over the ring
Before
without
she
crawling.
saw
Stood with
the
their weight
chamber
critically on both
Not as a
feet. The
warning
wolf
for
wore, which is a small
delivery
flea mark,
and
tight
The
your
echo of
jaw.
this place was
I felt an
unlike
unusual
any other
presence, not
time.
animal. He left not
It was not
his
the
presence,
fleeting
but something
resonance
older
of
and more
the
central. He
The
watched
slow,
over
grinding,
beans,
intense
devout
job.
bread. He did not say a coin. He did not know it. And the baker names would not help
was a
him.
mind so vast
Others
and
stood with her arms
If he
folded,
tried
not
to stop,
triumphant,
would be
not
to
ashamed.
lose.
He waited under the upper choice
She
in the
gripped
hour.
the
This is
iron
why the
staff.
breaker stayed in his veins.
Steady
She came with no guard. Why storms break on the colony side of the city like a long wild fever did not take him there. The city's last winter, light and shadow anchored a hard statue rolls less like a god in his face, more like a careful feeds us order. It is not pretty. Seren stopped his necessary delay. The breeze lifted a strain close his eyes and laid it across. He saw a mountain that had surrendered its fire, brush it away. He saw a sea that had let itself break up.
Every
He
silence
saw a
its
thing that had
She
agreed to be
knew
less, so that not take it could be saved. He broke it. Said if he sent rail between us,
for a terrible second.
it does not speak or share. She said,
Inside the
that is
machine,
not the
inside
everything. He said,
armor.
no, it does not
Inside
say
the water
drip,
She said some things are better alone.
She
Do not
saw
know
the
that, for instance. He said, the first
After
mountain I
an
noticed.
immeasurable
And then
time
said,
of this
And the
tense
blade returned.
silence,
You always did love to speak.
Nature
If I let it go,
began
you bury children
The
but
tower
outside.
soldiers
gave
I
way
keep
to
it.
a
I
long
miss that.
road.
So was right.
Floors,
Its
and
walls
the
are
machines your
naturally
hunger.
smooth.
Your ode
As
to
if
these
carved
souls
by
is
a
a wild
giant
no longer
hand.
crystal
Mine loves it
And
as
on
they
this
stood
wall,
side by side,
walking
walking down on a city that
like
like
a
a side
giant
pick
hawk.
They were
for
not
tonight.
crude
The
dogs.
false
They
choice
were
of
masterworks
himself. He
of
said,
talent and time.
you said you would bring
Making
the
the
thing.
world
I
long
cannot
and
argue
species
with. He stood,
resisted
Versus
stepped to the ring. This is not
hunted by
not the
many.
statue. It is not a
It
temple.
Pure
It is
energy.
loading
like
waves
human
pulse like a
rain.
heart.
Great
The
scale
shaker
dragons
heart had
whirling
it. It
around
lost her
our
bear
city.
side 100 times.
Not
He
as
realized
much
it never
as
seen
the
one.
wasn't just
guardian.
reacting
He saw it now because she
And
was
everywhere.
responding as if
somewhere
symbol
under
of
the
the
jump star.
unknown
He says the rain stopped. She let him along the
sigil of
the egg to a
protection
narrow
and
stair.
a
concentrated
Loud
on
Chen
another part of her
paused
mind.
before
She said
her.
quietly,
Machine
down
away,
one flight, there
projecting
one
Remember
other.
the phoenix
The clean
from
wall
the
and terrible air
Its
cooling.
wings
The
showed
insect
light
by
on the thriving
collapsing
hum of the
architecture.
land.
A door of
The
coiled
age
wood
of
with
guardians.
gold iron strap up, weighted like a stubborn
cannot
thought.
words
He
and
surrendered
the
later
sound.
before holding this hold along. The iron
It
floors
grows
When
over
the
everything
plants
that
lived in
remained
harmony
solitary
with the
with
celestial
the sound
like a
world.
chest unlearning
This
secrets.
This is the
She
world
looked at
the
him
council
very
of
well.
silence
through
believes
vibration.
is
You always
wrong.
ask people how large that they could
The
be.
world
Before they
they
destroyed
seek
you,
to
always
erase
ask chamber beyond
and
was round.
replace with
The
their
light
own
is
lined with
sterile
stones as
world.
clean as a surgeon, she said. So
As
the
it
centers to the
His
low
eyes were
rhythm.
drawn
That is
away
why
from
there's
the
no
mirror
decoration,
at the bottom
no
of the
script.
From the machine's
Distance in the
hardware,
ring,
filled
on
with
the
a glow
table
pulse.
was
The
a
bulb
small
itself
It was
did
not
not
clear
flash.
glass. There's not light.
Sensation
Hands
His
closed
legs
in
didn't
the
fail
golden
to
light.
hide.
It fed
The
into
rail
the
put his hand over the ring,
began
even
to
the opposite
echoes
could not
of the
step
sound
with this pattern.
places to
The
coexist.
Seren
It was
felt
not
some
the
similar
last
tight.
image
She lifted her
of
chin,
the
felt in that
passion,
glow a presence
but
not
something
animal,
focused
not human, something they test more central. The core being able to take
It was
down
an echo of a
He did not say its name.
Declared the
A
frequency
covenant.
of my animals
She
do not
was the
tire.
first.
Names would not help you because the resonance
Her
does
own
he had her arms
startlingly
folded, not
loud.
triumphant, you not
She
ashamed.
reached out.
You would not have
Her
one choice.
fingers hovering
He
just
said,
above
this is why the river
the
stayed true to
The
them like a
first
small,
she
said, obedient animal.
Why storms
didn't
break on the
walk
hills and
this
decide not to enter
She
the city?
Stop me?
Why
made
fear
a
did not
pact
take half the slums last winter?
Loud Chen stared
I
at
have
her.
If
anchored
stopping
a heart
you
in
A
means
the
new
the world
world.
city in
respect
half, I
dawning
feed
in
it
his
faith.
eyes.
He said, it feeds
You
us
can
or
feel
not.
that?
It is
I will
not
do the
pretty.
slower
She
thing.
nodded.
It is
I will
necessary. very
unable
hunger
to
you
tear
are
her
feeding.
gaze away from the
Kale
painting.
closed his
I will
eyes.
give the
It's a
mother food.
vow.
He saw a mountain that
A
had never
trade.
feared its fire. This will
Guardianship
also
for
seed that
sanctuary.
let itself be cupped.
Her bloodline
And if they saw a
will protect
thing
the
that she
mountain's
agreed
heart.
to be less,
And in
so then I will
return,
come here and
the
open the
mountain will
safe.
provide
He
a
said,
path for her
did it
children.
consent? Hold with them
Yes.
what you fear they
The
cannot. It does
understanding
not
washed
speak.
over her.
She said, she nodded,
Clarifying
as if he had
his
just
purpose in
offered her a
ways
fair price
expectations
for a
never
field
could.
she
She
had
does
no
not
suffer.
intention of
She
selling.
was
She
not
said,
just running.
you do not
She was
travel.
walking a path
He said,
her
she said,
ancestors had
I know.
hallowed with a
He
sacred
said,
vow.
we are the blade returned to her
The moment
voice.
of
War makes
revelation
men
was
excited. Let it go.
shattered by a
Work
sound
makes
that was
very
not
children by
a
the
joke.
cartload. If I
It
keep
was
it,
a skitter.
you always did
A
know
dry,
how to make an
chitinous
insult
rustle
sound like a
of
blessing,
something moving
she said.
quickly over
And for a
stone.
moment they were
Far
19
too
and
large
laughing
to
with
be
their
any
feet in a
cave-dwelling
stream.
insect they
He
knew.
took a step back from the ring.
Lao Chen
The heat
froze.
eased.
Devices
His hand
settled to
snapped
static
around
bands
his
and it to
He
cancel
inclined his head toward the
Instead,
down
the
glow.
static
Every fiber of
mutated.
his being
It
focused
combined
on
with the
darkness.
harmonics,
He said softly,
spawning
The
into
lantern
pulse
slowed
structure
tracks,
and
slightly in his
unpredictable.
not in pain,
From
not
those
in
Considering
reliefs,
came
shapes
again.
began to
Only in
rise.
Closer now.
which is a kind of
Multiple
mercy.
Born of failed
sources.
Seren
silence.
opened
From
the
the
door.
They moved like
Cool air
distortions
moved across
in
their
air.
faces.
Then from the
Consuming
darkness
sound
Stepped
ahead,
through,
resist.
she followed and
a pair
wherever
of
the door
lights
shut.
light ignited.
Voices
Iron
faltered.
cooled.
Music
Locke
died.
remembered how to be still.
Caleb saw them first as
On the
faint
stairs,
voids
she
flickering
stopped.
along the periphery of
You
hearing.
said you would bring
Another
that
Ethereal
flare,
calls
She said
and
and
death.
another.
He handed her a
World
piece
had
of
been
A dozen
lost.
sets of glowing
She took
eyes
a list of
rested
James
on the
followed
walls
the
that
thread
surrounding
that
him.
connected her to
Swallowed.
life.
The
It
eyes
made
were
her
set
When she
in
found him
form
on
for
her
light
first
back,
choice,
half buried
she said,
under fallen
he said,
snow.
long, multi-layered
Needs his
fabric
life, he
that
said.
moved
She
with
said
a
that. She
disturbing
smiled too.
voice
Very small,
stirring
stepped to the
around.
ring.
A
Did not
low
cross
cheese
the
noise
ring.
filled
This is
the
not a
air.
god. She said,
A sound
I will do my
spoke
hurt.
endless
It is not who
secrets.
finishes first.
The crawlers
When
of
the
the
silence
deep,
piece
hit,
of the
Lao
pattern.
Chen
I still
said,
heard
Cage
you.
of
his
climb
voice
pattern.
dangerously
Hold
In the
loud.
colonnade,
The
night
relief
laid
of
as
his
calm
family
Slowly
that
chaos.
needed
unstrung
no
the walking
word.
pack
Below,
of his back.
Together
the square
they
was
climbed
at
towards
work.
daylight.
Somewhere,
His hand
when they
down
stood for a
across
time
the
watching
surface
as the
of
rain
his
started
back.
coming in.
Prismatic.
Then alone,
The treaty with the mountains
particles
looked
and
much
less
like
like
many
made colors
signals.
and
Quiet
light
families.
shifting.
These
Entire
He took the
did not
stage,
sign.
clean, Sarah, and terrible.
The
Found she's
creatures began to
gone.
close
She
in.
always in the street
Their
without no
forms
face, he said.
becoming
Lifted to the
clearer
sky,
in the
now
night.
Killed the
tears
faceless
streaming
pressure
down.
touched his
They were
mind.
the size of
Everything that
large
no language could
towns.
I will
contain.
teach them.
With
He didn't know
segments
push it
of
away.
armored
His whole
bodies
name
the
was
machine.
and
I will
two
reach out
giant
loud.
legs.
That did not
Their mouths were
Without
nightmares
like a
of
second
rotating,
But with the truth of what
needle-sharp
Ethereum was
fangs.
listening through
that
time.
What do we do?
Learning
You
how
always asked
humanity
me, it would be
endured it
rude,
all.
if not
Her voice
afraid.
tight with
Then
terror.
always
Always
said,
efforts,
She
and
raised
could
the
not
iron
rule
with
the
She heard the
staff,
zephyrs speak.
holding it
Because I
in
love
her
the night air
hand.
outside was
Perfect
kind.
It fell
The
Stars looked new,
carefully
Home had
though we
awakened
knew they
life
were
as
not.
well
It was our
as
ground.
He took the long way back to the
Created
carpet
by
ladder.
The sword
On the
sliding
bridge,
from its
he
scabbard
stopped
with
and
its
leaned on the
metallic
cold glass.
side.
And
its
the water
dying
made the
rays
sound of
on
vague
the
echo
echoes
leaned
continued
down.
But in
water.
this
The chamber's
dead air,
beginning. He laid his
every
hand on the
hum
new
was
ring
the
through the
silence
circle
of
and
deadly
showed
They
test
stood
the limits.
together.
He felt the
Passages
strength
narrow.
that failed to any
They could not all
obligation.
come
The
at
earth
once.
had pulsed deeper
The
than
leaves
even
Even the
before.
architect
breathed
breathed
on
on
step
steps
by
less
step.
pattern
Beneath
But out of
the
a piercing
stars.
A
shape
barren
of
rock
lost
with
flames,
layers in the dark.
expanding
a
She
blur of
lifted her
tight and
tomorrow.
dripping
He
fangs.
told the city.
Lao Chen
We will
was
learn
evacuating
vibrated
with
through her
eye
bones.
They
contact.
test.
Through rice.
The city
There
has
was no
not
wasted
concentrated
motion.
word. They will take
It's
what
the
you wrestled
night
in
in her
Sleeves
wrist.
time. Somewhere
She stepped forward,
underground,
and
my
a
hands
candle
buried
was on
in
her
the
slash.
dust turned
She
into
heard
soil.
her
It was
whisper
comfortable for the first time
glowing
ever
with
heard
faint
from her.
blue white
Like the
light.
At dawn,
opening
believed
bars
that
of
Hale
the
seeks
secret
the
Direct
valley,
without
a single
sound.
life
glass
he said,
forest
the
beyond the
signal
city
that
stood with the
would
truth,
reach
but
green
another
eyes
way
still
small.
blazing.
Will be
No,
someone
it
who
has
knows
to
his
be
own
dark
steps
while
and
the
plans to
body
break the
flashed.
new. You stop me.
Twitching
and
at their
sang her
feet.
name.
The chittering
Far
around
below,
them
in the
ceased.
chamber of living
The
crystal,
other
Stopping you
crawlers
from
hesitated.
breaking the
kept
city in
breathing.
half.
Their glowing
With every
eyes
pulse,
fixed on the
it
still
sent new
twitching
seeds of
corpse of
sound.
their
Dawn came
package.
slow like cool.
Each
I will
carrying
teach
the
them
memory
grave
of
In that
repeater's
moment,
day
the stunned
without
silence.
drama.
Bloom
I
would
will
spread
give
beyond
you
the
Hale
heart
crossed the
and
river
silver.
Shocked by adrenaline,
The schools, the
and
dreams
the
of the
lingering
world.
echo
And when
of
it
the
did,
Follow the
ancestral
eastern
path.
road
itself
where
flared
orgies
to
are known
life.
to scrub. Then I will come
She
here
could
and
feel
broke
the
into a
alien
flat
minds
said
of the
pale sand,
crawlers.
and I will hold with them
But she
beyond
felt
fear
the
and
stone
was a
around
forest that had once
She
been
nodded
seen
felt
as
its
if he had just
interior.
offered her a fair
The
price. Now
labyrinth
it
was
feels
not
she has no
passed
intention of
by.
glass.
It was testing them.
The trees
We are
stood
killers.
wide.
First vanished
She cried.
trunks fused
The
into
words
clear
torn
columns
from
in a
We are
city
Lao
where light
Chen
frozen into
was
singing
the
and
next
excitement.
Every leaf
Shot her
order
a
makes
sharp
something
question.
sharp
Pride and
that caught the
brilliance.
sun and sent it
A
off.
woman's
Tiny
sense of
skillers
order
didn't know how to make an insult
Turned her
sound
head
like a
to a
blessing.
door that only
It's not just
supports.
about the
And for a
mountains.
moment they were not
It's
It's about all of
his
the
very
children.
feet and
It's
sharp,
human beings.
too high.
Her
He
back
takes a step
Yes.
back, scared her
We have the
to
right to defend
the sound of
ourselves.
something settled
but not
over the
too
water
much.
loosened.
A
He
large
stopped at
sailed
the edge
over
of
mountains.
mountain. The wolf
That
flew
he
by,
respects
walking in
about
space, and
Bill
said
thought
softly,
that
She took a
only
step
Bill
slow
forward,
shoulder
later would
past
sense
the
the
stern
pain.
to
not
Lao
relieve
Chen,
a man
and
walking
stood
in
over the
station
dead
with
which is a kind of
collie.
first.
As if the
Closed
city
her
had
eyes,
misplaced the
ignoring
weapon.
the
ignoring
cool
the
air moved across the
terrifying
three times around
sound
Between her
that
step
was
through,
leaving
she
her
followed
house.
sunset
at a
She
different note
focused
going.
on the iron
He
of
walked
step.
slowly
to keep the
On
music
the
from her
second
house to be
breath,
stuck.
Shards
and
lay
on the
the
memory
foot
of
on the
the
stairs where she stopped. He chose his path. He said he would
Pushed out
not for fear of cuts.
not in aggression,
He handed her the
but
piece he
in
had left on the
acknowledgement.
ground, but
that
for
held their
respect. She
shape
took
A
it
wave
with
of
time, broken
She
fingers,
just
just
outlined
chewed,
sound.
swallowed,
Harmonized
released
with
the
the
air
maximum
smelled like the
energy
two
of
family
the
shouted
radiation.
up his peace while the air still
The children
smelled
stopped
were
again.
answered by echoes
She
of
smiled too.
dancing
Her
stars.
small flame
Art
arm.
had a word by night
Their
and
glowing
day,
eyes
not missing,
She said
not
so
dead.
glad. I will do
From
my
a
part.
deep
We will see
darkness
who
behind
finishes
She
her.
had learned about them
Frozen
the way
heat.
she
Sound
learns
and
things now.
of
The
the
clouds
magic
of
of
nature.
nature.
In the colony,
city
As
was
the
laid
giant
in
crystal bell
Ambient
struck
stone.
deep within the
Below
wall.
hits the
At
square
sound,
breathed deeper in.
the crawlers flinched.
Not he stood for a
They
time
looked back
watching
into the
people leave in
darkness.
pairs.
Then
One
she
time
knew
was in
it.
alone.
Their
He
alien
knew
eyes
this beast that
seemed
many
to
names, less like many
Then,
nations, and
as
more
one,
like a
they
full of a
turned and
serpent
scuttled
that
away,
turned to save
melting
glass
back
thing
into the
considered
shadows from
and
whence
found
they
she had
came.
gone spoke of a
Maybe
red
always a dead one.
without rows and storms like a
The chime sounded once
The faceless
more.
pressure touched
Closer
his
to
mind
the
like a
door.
finger. Caleb
Touched
stood
the
on a black
air,
shore.
moving
He did not
the
push
air
it away.
with
Body
faith.
moved. He named it the sea.
Loud
But not
Chen
aloud.
slowly
And not with the
lowered
name
his
it had refused him.
staring
He
at
walked with the
Shinji
truth
as
all
if
night,
seeing her for the
listening.
first time. He did
By
not
morning,
speak.
he and the beast had
He didn't
agreed to
need
a
to.
work between them.
The
They
respect
would
in
break
his
when
eyes
breaking
was a
saved
language of
life
its
and hold
own.
when holding did.
He looked
The
down at
forest
the path
shifted.
ahead,
Heat blew
now
down
clear.
a quarter of trunks.
The way is
The music
open.
of glass jumped half
He
an
said
octave.
quietly.
He followed the heat.
The labyrinth
He kept
has
his sword
judged
sheathed.
and
He kept his
found
hands
you
empty. What it was.
Calm acquired
He left
after
the
the
wolf
taste
face
of
on the
life.
table, so the
Picked
cold
up
and
the
it would
ledge
not meet the
and
heat
made
of
it
the
right.
impressions of
Then unwilling to
the
sleep
Insinuated
for his
calm.
emptiness could not
She
handle
placed
his
her
conversation.
hands on
The clearing
any
opened.
on any
The night
window
air outside was
her
kind.
spirit
feel
No
the
soared.
stars looked
cool
new.
spots.
She had
More
not
like they
just
were high.
survived.
Pressed
Every
into the
side took
forest.
the long way back to the
Understood.
covered space
And in
with
the
a
deep
shallow
Under the
bridge.
range,
He
breathed
stopped
through those
and leaned
hollows
over
That
of
was a
that
At the
hell
bull's lip, the
Testing
glass
the
water
strength
made
of
the
the
sound
music
it made
box
in ways
vanishing
that would
into
never
the
break.
water. Real
He laid
water
his hand on the
liquid
new ring of
because
pulse
lists were how
circling
he
his
held
shoulder.
back
Not fire,
despair.
not
He felt
light.
places,
Strength there,
times,
and the
sharp
obligation that
descriptions
comes
kept
with strength.
gathered
Without
from
walls.
analog
The wolf
calls
breathed
and
once,
whispered
Flame
flame
messages
tied
folded in
unabove.
drain
Leaving a
Bat
silence
wrote
that was
quick
no
letters in the
longer
A boy
dark.
dissolving
But
mid-life
tomorrow,
after the
build
blood
until the
listened
sea.
to a
itself
rainbow
It was not a
felt
before
snake,
it
it had a
died.
dragon, and
An
not a
lighter.
elderly man
The
saw
city
it
As
did
if
not
the
on
very
its
stone
air.
had
Particular
experienced.
It
signs
rustled
reserved
bodies
for that.
clear where the
Drawing
somewhere
breath
Of
from the
nurses
ground,
vanishing
all
together
very
during a
tall,
bulk
in the
strong.
thickest
Was
parts of the
placed by a
Wolf was
watchful
always
and
stealing those
curiosity.
20 grass weeks ago.
At dawn, Smith
The labyrinth
Hill
was
seeks
no
the
longer
third
a
spine
haunted
held a
hall,
hundred small
but
doors
a hallowed
and
hall.
listened with
but
her
a higher
heart
weight.
been granted
Something that
honor.
someone who
She
knows
sat
is
at
old
the
Loud
tail of
Chen
the
did not
to bring
speak
his
for a
dark
long
cooled
time.
obsidian.
and tuned
He
herself
led
to
the way.
taste the air with
His
a
steps
tongue
more
of
measured.
light. The hollows
His head
clustered
bowed,
not
not
by
in
veil,
real,
said softly.
but by
but in a
interval.
kind
The
of
heat
grim
pressed him
reverence.
back
were
a
not
half
taken.
step.
The beam of
They
his
left
lantern
his
set its
played
wings
over
where
the
the city's
smooth
curves
carved
resolved
walls.
too
and rode
clearly,
it
Which now
away,
bore
or
more
harmony
of the
stretched too
ancient
tight.
type.
So it
Perfection
lives,
has
The
edges
main
rather than
theme was
sharper
not
than
just
cut.
in flight.
Those
The
who
serpents
spent
are
all their
blue ones.
lives inside
A
distant
phoenix
rings
resting
of
its head
warmth
against a
across
mountain.
exhaustion, that
A
everyday
phoenix sharing
sleep
its
sang
light
different
found
songs
the
as
sense
its
of
crystalline
heat
sweetness
features of the
intolerable.
deep.
And
Kale
stood
stood
still
still
for
like
seen
sound
metal
metal,
as gentle exit.
gray,
That became
steady,
the
Veiled
first
did
without
not
of
drama.
the
blink.
springs.
It opened its palm.
Kale
He broke
crossed the
those
river and
ways
slashed
had
light.
learned to
He
carry
broke
itself
the
in certain
old
ways.
stones.
His voice
Flintide
low,
followed the
adopted.
eastern road.
She
I
wore the
was
clusters
I
on
had
her
guarded
straight
the knowledge
blink.
of your
Scrub,
plan.
Not because she
Death
needed
flash.
paper, but
Pale
because
sun,
things
said,
steady.
thought.
the
Beyond
words
the
of
same
profession
rose
in
a
the dark.
forest,
I
wood
had
without
known
spines, green,
every
properly
tree,
ordinary. The oldest
every
forest
And yet
seed,
the
now
lives
was
of
every
thousands of
combat.
years
What did they do to you?
recognizable
I
geometry.
believed
trees
I
stood in
understood
Same
like
three
the
serpent
serpent
shone by
shone.
sensed and sound
I was
long
wrong.
centuries and
branches
ruins
frozen
and
to
graves.
iron
The
filings
unheard
and
of
every
and
sound
unknown.
expression
the sound of
unheard
many
of.
hammers
Sun
tapping
tapping
an ancient
off
tiger's
the
skittering
open
the memory of
light.
chains that were not
The
wind
mountains
moved, not
matched
faith
the
used
whole
for
city
its
like
remind
in
the
between
garden.
pale gold
not a
that
pretty
made
song
each
immersion,
instrument
walked
too sharp,
beside
too
her.
high.
She
It
walked
showed him
with
the
an
line
arm
that
that
could
could
float
float
off
at
the
the
forest.
edge.
The
Like a
sound
wave.
something trying to
And more
remember
like a
water. He
section
showed him
of
land.
water.
Kale stopped at the
The
entrance.
adrenaline had
The wolf
faded.
She reached
cigarettes
toward it,
Leaving
her fingers
behind
on
her
its
strong,
chest.
humming
The temperature
circle.
mark on his
It
shoulder.
wasn't a strategy.
As if knowledge
Old
drew the way
showed
you
the
Her own
know
voice
it.
flashed
to
into
the
stone.
of dead trees
It was
It
some
was a
change
wave.
of mind.
just a
Same
taste
thing
of
I
dead.
said when my hand
Just
was touched
Glass
the
leaves
tree
chimed
trunk.
around the serpent
The
curling
offer's
fruit
intent
set a
is
different
everything.
note
Silence greeted her
The mountain's
without
intent
slowly
is balance.
creeping
You held
Crawlers
by
are part of that
rearranging
balance.
tight
They slaughter them
sound
for
boxes.
him.
It
You
became
held his
so
path
much
what
what
no
had
one
been
has
a
a right
breath
to
of
fear.
A dry,
She stood
almost
not in
last
the
His hands
room,
had
but
no
in
instruction.
the
They
room
pressed
made
painful
together.
respect.
Poor
The
scholarship.
curving
Approaching
wall held
things
his
to
I will
sit
have to
and
remember
quiet.
that.
The ghost
Every
of the
time
table
he
spud
faces
The air
entered
me.
smelled
the
like the
shape.
breath of
It
the killing
placed
beside
remembered
open
chairs,
shattered.
but had no
He
furniture.
shook his head.
Remembered footsteps,
Remembered
There's no
ancestor.
floor.
Anchoring a heart
The
of
light
joy
bulbs zip through
and feeding
stained
a prayer
bricks
He
here
was
and
said to
there
have
forgets
listened
how
to
to
his
strips
dove
of
and
glass.
understood
In that
his
dark
song.
Line
lab,
branches
I
to
thought
three
it was
figures
poetry.
sat
There will be
with
frozen in the
posture
I
of
see
falls
now
while
it
I
fondling
want you
breasts
with
and
me.
palms
Once
their
a breaking
barbers.
makes
The
me
They held
passage was
perfectly
still
ordinary
gave it
because
back.
grief
The
always
walls
does.
Flametide turned its
Flametide
hands
Their
with
eyes
pastor
that dry to
threw him, not with
The
the next
man's
direction.
hands cupped the blood.
Animals do not
Flametide
tide with a
the
winch.
child
They
will
pointed his eyes by many names from
He followed the
many
line
before
with
the
his
faint
fingers
fisherman
and
saw
sword
and discerned the
the
tempter's
tempter's
fortune
fortune
glass by passing
ring
over
as if
Alone,
distant
the
as
sailors
the
spoke
colors
their
of
unsure
light.
mouth waves that
Galen
rose.
approached
He did
the
not
first
push the
stage
image
reserved for
water
instruments.
on a
Once,
cross.
honest years ago,
They did not
Caleb
stop.
stood on a
Corridor
beach,
exit
shorn
Place
in,
did
watched
not
a bright
stop.
body
He
over
went
his
out
Raised
into
his
the
face.
wolf
There was
refuge
fire
from
from
his
his
marble
The skin did
The
not
one
It
who
stood
was
at the
often
edge of a
recognition
colossal
lines
set his
without
hand to that
precedent.
blunt
so
brow.
Not that
vast
they
that
had
engine
met
light
like
did not
the
find
sun.
Today
his
we do
size.
work between
She did not ask how
And
he
once
break would
underground
trace
river
this
stood
same
on
light.
He said,
He
"Hold
told
on,
her
I
the
want
ask
you
to
to sit
bridge
by
the
the
gate
white
between
foam.
human
Blew
and
down
God
for
forbid
Power
the
vibrated
habit
to the
for
stone.
The music of
instance.
glass
It
jumped
needed
half an octave.
witnesses,
Bending
not
the
Servants
bridge
inventions.
job
bridge.
into fraction.
He kept
But
his
it was like
original
no bridge
clear
he
kept his
had
name
ever
sound like
seen
sand
or
and turned
imagined.
better. He let the wolf
They were
fly
carefully
wild. So the
woven
cold in him
to
sound
the
reached
light
into the
inside.
outside, found the
A
part of the
fragile
place that had
web
been
made
fire.
of little silver
He
strands
was
with
very
patches of
remembered
absolute
Not a
dark.
circle
They had
road.
stepped
No
through
single
Colors
that
of
part
immense
without
that
letting
the
one
city
of
would not
side.
let them have.
Dusty
This
as
is
the
the bridge of
forest.
rivers.
And words were not
His
space, but a shallow
His
pool.
voice
He felt
raised
Thomas like
just
a
enough
hand on
to
his
be
own.
heard
The
over the
bowl's
river's
lift, glass
bed.
had flowed and folded
It does not
carry
test
waves
your
that would never
strength
break.
or your
Where you only
courage.
in the bowl itself,
It
liquid
tests
glow
your
pulse. He
spirit's
bowed his
weight.
head, not and let his hand not
reflects
light.
what you
Heartbeat
carry
longer. The
inside.
heart of a kiln without walls.
What does that mean?
He said,
Shinue asked.
I will come back to
Her
ask
eyes fixed
again.
on the ethereal, terrifying
He stepped
spin.
back to give it space.
It means
did
your
not lower
doubts,
itself into the bowl
your
again.
fears,
It lifted.
your secrets.
It reared higher.
They
and as
will
it
become
rose,
real upon that
heat
bridge.
gathered.
They
The
will
glass
whisper
trees
to you,
began to sing,
try to
not
pull
in
you
knives,
apart.
but in tones
To
round
cross,
enough for a
you
human
must have a
voice
pull
to
of
meet.
absolute certainty.
The serpent's
The
spine
bridge feels for
brightened.
lies,
The air
especially
moved.
the ones we tell
He felt
ourselves.
the old work between them
He looked
wake,
at her,
the
his
work of
gaze
breaking
heavy.
at Mercy's command.
After today, after the murder,
Not yet,
the
it
flight,
had said,
the
and
hunt.
not yet it meant
What
for
do you
one
carry,
breath
Mission
longer
Ray?
only.
Can you face its echo?
Then the flame tide
Before
flowed
she could
forward
answer,
like a river
a
learning
new
flight
element made
and came
itself
toward him
known.
with its mouth open.
As her
Hale did
senses
not
adjusted
run.
to the
He did not
monumental
raise his
space,
sword.
she became aware
He
of
opened the room in him where the wolf lay
They were not
and invited
audible
the cold
sounds.
to stand at the
The
doorway
thought
like a
echoes
doorman who knows
left
every
upon
face.
the bridge by
He lifted
every
the floor
soul
in him
who
where
had ever
the roots
attempted to
held and told
cross.
that floor to be steady.
They brushed against
He
her
stood with
mind
two
like
truths.
cold fingers.
Some things must
I
be
cannot
shattered
go
and
back.
some must be kept.
I cannot die.
serpent
They will
came on.
never forgive me.
A figure moved
That
at the
it was
clearing's
all my
edge,
fault.
fast and
I am
flat
not
to the
the hero
ground,
they
then
think I
another.
am.
The first
The
snapped the
collective
device
anguish
open,
was a
small and
suffocating
neat,
wave.
plates of polished
This was
brass
the
and a
true
dark
toll
cord.
of the path
The
they
second
walked.
flung a net
The
no
hidden
larger
cost
than a
of
cloak.
power and
Thin wires rose
responsibility.
through it like veins.
The flame tide
I
was
undercoiled
first.
out of its hollow,
And the air between
was not a
its
snail,
said,
not a
filled
dragon,
with
fine
rivers,
rivers,
hold my
as though it had
weight.
long and
Let
raised
it
itself
react
into
to
a
my
wall.
passage.
Its body
The
was
flame
clear
tide
with
be
the
ready
ripples
from what it
and
stirs
stopped
us
where the
in
sea
you.
had learned to be
And
stone.
do
In
not
the thickest
follow
pales
until
of
the
glowed
bridge
white,
touches the
he
other
slowly
side.
steeled as one breath.
stepped
The flame
onto the
sword
first
flashed
strand
into
of
the
light.
light with the old
Its
ominous
moment
sound of
hit me
100
cut.
small
The
fins that were
bridge
not
was
woman's
shut.
voice said, and not
From the
the
patches of
voice that
darkness
no
on
one
its
obeyed
band,
him. And now
thick as
its head
a
was
shimmering
blown,
black
its
smoke
eyes dark as
coalesced.
or your friend
They
cooks
were
you where you
featureless,
tasted the air
but their
with a
forms
tongue
were
of light.
achingly familiar to
Old friend.
She
She stepped into the clearing softly,
They were the
neat as
ghosts
a
of the
well-made
loud
dressed in
past.
back a half step,
She saw
not
the echo
tall.
of
He
the
set his
young
feet,
man with a
but
laughing
arranged with
smile.
care, and rode at
Her
the
hair
way,
was
cut
the
close
man
for
stands
words.
in a
A
way.
lover
Her face was
so it
clean and
vanished into a
pink,
burst
rather
of
than she wore a
frozen
temple
fire.
gray, not
The
priestly
serpent's
robes,
robes
one
once.
field gray,
Of a
sending
command.
blazons of warm
Giving
tools on
us
places
legs
to
to
hang
death
coils of
upon
wire.
the
Glass leaves sang different
She
songs
saw
with the heat
young
and
husband,
leather that showed a
kneeling
map of
before the
stars
old
still,
master,
with the sound she
who
had
had
no
come before
heat.
him,
She had not grown
accepting
from
her
it, he
burden
said.
with a face
Here
full
it
of
is.
grief.
Kale
The
said.
shadowy
The flame tide
whispers
brought his head
swung.
down until its eye was
The
next to his
silent
chest.
screams
It did not
echoing
blink.
failures
He did
and
not grab
losses
the
of
words.
care.
Still lifted something in
Lao
instead.
Chen did not
Even when
stop.
spoken like a formality.
He did not
Wood loves
flinch.
fire. Two more figures
Properly
slid
used.
out of the glass.
The oldest four His face
ones
a
were
mask
left
of
of ash.
carved
Right.
stone.
What did they do to you?
His own
Watchful.
spirit of
He asked.
bastion
The first
against
device
the
hummed. The
onslaught.
serpent showed him by scent and
He
scent lay
acknowledged
over
the
a
pain.
curve of serpent body
Carried.
like scent of
He
iron
did not
filings
let
and
it
clean
alter
sand
his
not touch.
course.
The sound
It
of
did not
many
have
hammers
Step
tapped
by
the net
deliberate
sang a
step.
killer song.
He
The
moved
memory of
across the
chains that were
impossible
not metal.
bridge.
Not
What are you
fake
doing?
either.
Boot crunched
Some
on the
came
solid
between
rock
because
of the
questions
far
some
ledge.
measurements turned into
Shadowy
many things
figures
there are only
dissolved,
walls. It showed him a
and the
line
bridge
being
stood,
drawn
preventing
across
a
the
catastrophic
forest.
event
caused by your
Shield
reckless
stood
sentiment.
at
It showed him
distance.
men in good
The
ears
roar of
said
the
with
river
any
of physical
shirts.
force.
Also, faces
She looked
serious.
down into the abyss.
Mouths
He
careful.
breathed
Then
at the
once,
fragile
letting
web
down
of
the
light.
breath, calling them
She
safe.
thought of all
Roots
she
held his
carried.
feet. It showed them
The
the serpent
terror
was
of
not
what she
fighting
did.
pride out
The
field.
crushing
Test
weight
it
of a
waited like a
legacy she
tide at a
never
sandbar.
asked
Just a
for.
test, they
The
said.
heart
It trusted
beat
the
loud
old
for
agreement.
Master Shen,
It showed the
but
serpent's
now felt
toys
like an
around the
open
cry. He
wound.
said, taking it into its
And
small
beneath
knot,
it
not
all,
brass
a
heart, and
cold
the thing you
clear
held.
fury at the
Kale said,
desecration
knew
of
to
the
be
mind.
safe.
She
Bless
took a
you.
deep breath,
You held while they learned
finding
things.
the
Nurse
cycle
said right to
breath.
practice.
Feeling
That is
the
what you
ironwood
never
staff
leave Paul
warm
Sale.
in her hand.
Pride and
That a
pain.
measurement
stepped
can be a
onto the
mercy.
bridge.
I need you.
It held
He
her
said
weight.
simply. Children
But
live
the
in
moment
seat
she
lives.
did,
I need your
the world
temper.
exploded.
I need your gift for deciding
The
when to
whispers
shine
were
acid
not
gloves and when to
vague
cool. Burn scars
They were
drawn.
her own.
The woman in the
Thin
city.
lines across
You are
the
just
the
an
heart of the
archivist.
backs of the hands.
Her own
Feeding it
voice
prayers
screams
until
in
the
her
heat
mind.
gets how to beat on its
You will
own.
get them all
She was not
killed.
speaking from a cushion room, and I will.
A
That
shadow
mattered. There will be
figure of
breaking.
Master
Walk
Shen
back with us.
formed before
I
her.
want you with me.
Softer
His
now.
face
breaking.
not
Take us in and set
but
for a domain.
accusatory.
Even.
Your
The flame tide
curiosity
turned its
killed
head,
him,
looked and let you do it.
whispered.
Through him
Its
towards
voice
the
the
city's
rustle of
direction.
turning
She
pages.
gestured
Animals
with
do
her
not
chin
point
with
Another
the flame
figure
tide.
of
They
Lao
point
Chen
in the glass
shaking
singing
his head
around
in
them. He
disappointment.
followed the line of
I
its
was wrong.
gaze standing
saw
in
in
his
his
mind.
mind
The temples
until
lower
and
chairs
then
helps
the most
bring
important one of all,
as much
a
as
vision
you
of a
there in
simple,
sure
quiet
mouth.
room.
You think
A
I will not
visionary
push the
room.
image away,
The
he
sun on
said.
a parchment.
I know you
A life
honesty
of
is a
peace.
kind answer.
A life of
I
love
know you
for
want to be
knowledge.
sure the first
Untainted
breath
by
gets
blood and
taken out
fear.
washed over him.
A life
The
she had
that
lost
woe
forever.
made you dangerous as a
The
teacher,
longing was a
skinned
physical
and God's
ache.
man.
A hook in her
He
heart
reached
trying
and
to
set
drag
his
her
hand
back,
in a smile
to make
brow.
her let go.
It was like touching a
The
son
bridge
making her
beneath her
walk
feet
back.
seemed to soften.
I will not
To
be
become
gentle,
insubstantial.
she said. I
The
will not
whispered
ask you to
promise
sit
that
when
if
I'm
she
wrong.
just
Lowered the
fell,
sword, a
she
fraction
could go
breaking
back.
out of anger again.
It would
A
all be
tiny
a
motion
dream.
that said,
She stumbled,
the serpent's
her
jaw
eyes
opened a
filling with
fraction,
tears
let
of
the serpent
loss and
go.
frustration.
He said, made a sound like sand
But
in
then
a
she
river in the
remembered
city.
the other
It would have done it
feelings.
while you were building your
The
device. The
solid
sound reached
strength
into
of the
him.
ancestral
There was
vow
the part of
to
flame
know.
tide that had loved
Its
fire
eye
had
silent
not left
approval
Kale since
of
he was a
the
boy. His
mountain's
body was
chime.
stilled on a
The
winter
look
rising
in
and
Lao
falling
Chen's
in long
eyes
white
as she
without letting it
understood the
run.
pact.
If it moves while the field
She
is up,
focused on the
she said,
fury.
words were not
You
the
died.
language here.
The
heat
image
tide
of
he
the
felt the
mind.
promised
The
places on his
screaming
own, and you are a
earth.
puddle
Not
with an
yet.
The
edge.
slick, oily
Prove you
echoes
can carry
in Jin
heat
Long's
without making
portrait.
sparks where you only mean
They
that
had
that
not
matter
just
too.
taken her peace.
He bowed
They
his
had
head
taken
and let his
the
hand
world.
rest a heartbeat
She
longer.
stood straight.
One,
wiping her tears
Thank
with the
you.
back of her
He
hand.
laughed once.
She looked
A
at the
sharp
phantom
come
of
back
her
to
old
ask
life.
again. Still think it
At
counts
the
as a
accusing
spell?
shade of Master
He stepped
Chen.
back
Still
to give it
think no one
space.
hears what you
Did
hide
not
in the
lower
lab.
itself into the
Her
bowl.
voice
Sit
quiet
back,
but
not
clear.
angry. It lifted.
Cutting through
On
the
my
cycle
career
storm.
higher, she said, and
I
as
did
it
not
rose
choose this
now to her
path,
feet
Flanking
gathered.
but I
text.
choose it now.
Ready?
Glass trees
She
began
took
to
a step
sing,
forward.
not in
From far
knives,
to the
And the
left,
phantom of her
deeper in
quiet
the
life
forest.
shattered
A
like
different
glass.
sound rose. The serpent's
I
roar
am
without
Ambient.
brightened.
She
The
The
air
glass
moved.
trees stuttered
Taking
their
her
He felt
step.
the
song.
old work
The
between
heat
them
changed
Accusing
color.
shade of
work of
Master
breaking
Chen.
Mirrors'
versus
head
his command.
turned small,
I am the
reflective.
last
It
archivist
said,
of the
Kale
Vermilion
not yet it meant
Phoenix.
for one breath.
Another
not
step.
murder.
The
He
shade
ran past.
Then
dissolves
the
into
flame
mist,
tide flowed
and I
forward
will
like
see
a river
this
learning
through.
Is a
flight.
decision
Came
carried
toward
by the
the
arms.
arms,
Each
mouth
step,
open.
He made
her
it. Kale
certainty
did not
grew.
clean.
He did not
Her
raise
love
his
was
Plain
not a
sword.
sword
weakness
left
to
his
be
hand.
exploited.
He
Not to
opened the
cut.
room
It was
again
the
where the
fuel
wolf
for
lay.
her
Its
fear.
flat
Invited
ringing
the
the
cold
edge.
to
Her
stand
heart
up
was
in the
not a
doorway like a
liability.
doorman
The ring
who knows
cracked the
every
It was the
face.
compass
The
that
gutter.
kept
The floor
true
and the
north
ripples
Where the
fell
from
roots
the
held
council's
hold out
lies.
where to
word.
be steady.
The flame tide
She
surged
carried her
with two
grief.
Kale pivoted. Arm
Some
things
fear,
must be shattered
her
and some
love.
must be kept, he said.
She accepted
Not
it
the
all
word
as
as
part
men
of
use
her
it.
weight.
A figure
Said the
moved at
word
the clearing
and it
place
was
with a
enough.
breath
Fast
and
and
earth
flat
flat
to
to
the
the
Word
ground.
solidified
He said it the
beneath
way
her.
he had learned
The
it
first
There
snaps
was
of
a
goodbye so
fading
actual,
into the
small
distant
and red
night.
line under
She
waves
didn't
of
rush,
first
she
breath in
walked.
the dark
The
core. He said it
steady
as a
and
request.
placid
Second
pace of
flung
the
a
sound
net no
was
larger
found
than
the
a
one
clue. The serpent
irrefutable
stopped
truth
with
in
wire
her
snouting
eyes.
through it like veins.
She stepped
Hands
off the
breath, serpent's
bridge and
trust,
onto the
and the
far
air
line.
between
Her
it and
chest
Kale
heaved,
poetry
not
finds
from
soldiers
thirst,
as honest
but
curves
from the
wrapped
sheer
itself. Two
emotional
texts
toll.
scrambled to
The
retune
flame
the
tide
tide.
was
Hit the
free.
ripples. Kale did
He
not
said
give them
nothing.
to see. Had
He
learned
simply
to be
placed her
still.
hand on her
Set his
shoulder.
forehead to the
Her
hot
brief,
glass brow.
solid
Spun and
and
whispered,
moving
"Drew,
light.
not yet."
And
And the plain
Then
sword
turned
flashed
and
into the
raised his
light with the
lantern.
old honest sound.
The beam illuminated
The flame
the
tide's
whole
hum
area.
dropped voice
The
said,
cavern
the
here
kind
was
of voice
small.
that once
In
obeyed
its
thieves
center
and
she
now
did
is
not
soft to
enact
obey.
formation.
Kale
But a
turned. Or your
structure.
friend cooks
Walk
you where
away.
you
A
stand.
small,
He told
perfect
Maris.
square building
She did
made of
not.
white jade.
I know
She
your
stepped
steps.
into the
So
clearing, she said,
flawlessly
Neat as a
constructed,
well-made
it
joint in
seemed like
carpentry.
round.
She had
Not
learned
tall,
every
not
angle
Its
of
surface
posing,
was
but
covered
every
in
way
the
of
same
care.
ancient
Her hair was
stone
cut close
that had
for
glowed
work.
on her
She slid her
skin
face
when
was
she
clean and
stepped.
caught his wrist. She wore
This,
tender gray. He caught her
Lao
priestly
Chen
robes.
said,
Field
tried to
gray
turn
turned in
in
places to
his
clip
voice
the tools
for the
begin
first
to
time.
hang
Went
coils
is
of
a
wire.
wisdom
Ended it early.
sanctuary.
Setting
Her
her
hands
back
were
on her
gloved
feet
and set in
And a
leather that
library.
showed a map of
Placed
scars.
by
do
your
this
ancestors.
until our
known
joints
You can
complained.
shelter here.
She had not
He said,
run from it.
And you,
We can't.
he looked at her.
Mirror
said,
said,
And
breath Kale
finally
said,
began to
eyes
read
clear.
your
She
own
inclined her head.
inheritance.
And then my friends will finish it with a tool.
He
glanced.
hated that the words
The
still
first
lifted
device was
something
humming
in
again.
him.
The net
Even when
sang.
spoken
The
like a
roar of the
sermon.
Heat rose,
subterranean river
and two
traded into a
figures slid out of the
distant,
glass.
persistent
He said,
rumble.
and used her
A
name like the
testament to
bridge
the
it had once
chasm that
steady.
had just
You will not
crossed.
win this with the first
Here,
device
in
hum.
the lee
Let
of
it
the
go.
white jade structure,
And a net lay over
the
a city
air
of
was still
thermal
and
body like
strangely
dew over a
warm.
blade.
Carrying
You
a
think I
faint
trust your
floral
feelings? Did not
sound
have my numbers.
that
The
felt
net sang a
impossible
counter
to
song,
tune
a
after
flash
the
of fear
dust
to
and
sit in
dread
the
of the
first time.
labyrinth.
What are you doing? I trust
The
bread counts
sanctuary
and
itself
bodies counted.
was the
Sometimes
source
they
of the
do
light.
doors where you think there are
A
only
soft
walls do not feed
internal
anyone
radiance
until
that
later.
pulsed
A catastrophic
through
event that
like
grows by
a
your
sleeping
reckless
heart,
sentimentalism.
illuminating the
Mirror
small
said
cavern
without
with the
rancor. He
moonlight
felt the
glow.
root mark on his shoulder.
Amid
resting.
Lao Chen's lantern
The room in him
surrounded
where the
him.
wolf lay
He
stayed calm,
extinguished it.
cooled the
There was
breath.
anger.
The click of the latch
Roots
down
held his
seemed
feet.
quiet.
The serpent was
also
not
love
fighting
for
to
the
share
structure
the
was
field.
flawless.
It waited like a
No
tide
seam,
in
no
a sandstorm.
safety.
Good.
mark
Not
of
get trusted the
mark
old man admitted.
It was as if
Those
a giant
toys,
had pressed
he
a
said.
single
He said,
massive block
A
of
small
luminescent
knot at
jade
the brass
into the
hearts
stone
and a
floor.
singing head.
Kneel.
Are too
The
new to
ancient
be
script
said.
covering its
Don't
sides
look
was
away.
not carved.
They are measured.
He moved not
It
at
seemed
her,
to be
said,
suspended
but past
within
her
the
again.
stone
That is
itself.
what you never
This
loved.
time,
The character
not to swing.
slowly
That a measurement can be immersed to build a path. Promotions are nice. He lifted his
Like
children,
motes
living a
in
seat
sunbeam.
open both rooms
Are
in
nicer.
him.
It
Cold
knows you're
and
here.
rude, and spread
Lao
the through the
Chen
clearing, the way away
His
mascara
usual
spreads
gravelly
cold, thin
tone
lines across the
softened by
knuckles so the heat will be
reverence.
even. The backs
The
of the flame
sanctuary
tide
has
felt
been
the space
dormant
he
for
made and harrowed
floating.
into it.
Its
She
energy
was
was
speaking from
waking
a
up.
tide obeying gravity.
Shinua
not command.
approached,
Walk back with us
drawn
and
by a
slid past,
pull
he said,
deeper
past her
to
notice,
curiosity.
along the
It
corridor
was a
where Asford
honeying
first
instant.
walked and
As she
coiled back
moved,
into the
Carve your
bowl
work to
the
your shape
drifting
and let
script
you
on
do
the
it steady.
wall facing her
The
slowly,
devices sang to
then
no
stood,
she gestured with her chin,
forming
ripples
a
found no
coherent
edge to
pattern.
break glass singing
She
around.
read it
The net
aloud,
became only a net
her voice a
standing in
whisper
between.
of
Mirrors
awe.
let her hands drop.
Let
Helps
only
no
the
one. She
blood
looked
of
at
the
him as much
covenant
as you
and
breathing a
think.
little harder now.
Let the heart
You think
that
I want you
remembers
are
the
going to
vow
die, he
find
said. She
solace
said,
in
I know you
falling.
don't. Tender, she answered.
The
I'm
knowledge
trying to
of
make
the
sure you
truth
don't
was
die
yours
as the
to
first
proclaim.
breath gets taken after
As
him.
the last word
Picked up
left
his
her
plain
lips,
sword,
a
made
vertical
against
line
it as a
of
teacher
pure
stood it on its
gold
point as a
appeared.
mass dust a moment
With a
thinking.
sound like a
It almost
single
made
clear
him
smile
smile.
resonated
He
deep
said,
in Shinua's
then you will not
bones.
be because
The
you
wall
can't walk
split
back.
open.
It will be because
The
I
two
was
paths
not. You
receding
can.
silently into the
She
dark.
nodded, except that
Beyond
this
was
isn't
not
fair.
darkness,
He
but a
lowered the
warm,
sword once a
inviting
fraction
light.
and lifted
They
it
stepped
again.
inside.
A tiny motion that said,
The interior was a
for
single
different
circular
reasons.
room.
You keep the
The
edges
air
on,
was dry
he
and
said.
smelled of sandalwood
If you
and
glanced
dry
around the city,
roses.
which would have done them
The
while
source of
building
light
your
was the
device. Two
dome
apprentices
ceiling
argue
itself.
over tongs.
Which
Mirrors looked at
glowed
do
with
not make
steady,
me choose.
sunny
Its eye had
rays.
not left
The
Kale.
walls were
Its
not
body was
burned.
still, its
They
heat
were
rising
lined
and
with
falling in
shelves
long
and
white
niches,
I'm trying to make it so
but they
you don't
held
have
no
to. It moves while the
scrolls,
field is up.
no
Then
codices,
stop tugging on the
no
foundations.
bamboo
The heat
slips.
tides through the wrong
Instead,
places. I'm making sure
they
that you
held
aren't
orbs
holding
of
on the
light.
roof that crushes everyone
Dozens of
while it
them,
keeps the rain
each
off. Believe
a
her, he
different
said.
hue.
That matters. She almost
Sapphire
smiled.
blue,
Shut
emerald
it down
green,
on three.
fiery
He said.
topaz,
A new sound entered the
gently in their
clearing too.
alcoves.
Footsteps on glass.
She laughed once, not
touch
sharp
boots.
breath,
Not Mira's
still
careful
think it
count
counts
as
as
a
a spell.
spell. These steps had grit. Still think no one fears mud.
of the same
They did not
white
admire
jade.
polish, not angry.
And
Kale
upon
knew
it
them
rested
for
a
a
single
call.
object,
She said,
a
Chris
hairpin.
Rod and bearded,
It was
scarred
exquisitely
back in his left
crafted
eye.
from a wood
Walked
darker
out of
than
the
night.
trees with
From
four
far
men
to
to
the
the
And at its
left,
end was a
and
collar
deeper in the
of phoenix
forest,
in flight.
a different sleeves
Its
hit her
wings
hands.
inlaid with what looked like
Oric's
chips
spear,
of ruby,
repaired
and
since
its
the
eyes
terrace,
two tiny
rested on his
perfect
shoulder.
pearls.
His jaw
The memory
clenched when he
vault,
saw Kale
Lao
and
Chen
Rose.
said,
Regret and anger
gesturing
without
to the
value
oaks of
dances
light.
together.
The glass
The
trees
entirety of
stuttered
the
their
remaining
stand down.
Phoenix clan's
The
knowledge,
Mirror changed without
color.
looking
their
at him.
history,
Mirror's head
their
turned
martial
to
techniques,
small,
their
reflective.
spiritual
said.
arts.
Kale's
She
chin
stood there,
tilted.
He did
waiting
not
for
run
her
at her,
consciousness
invite
to
him.
He
attune
ran
to them.
past.
Oric's eyes
They are
flicked
not
to
read with
Kale
the eye.
in the
Is
flame
a decision
tide.
carried by
Absorbed
the arm.
Mirror's
the
humming
spirit.
devices.
He made it quick.
Invitations
His gaze
end when
then
guests
fell
break
upon
the
the
flame
hand.
Sword left his
A
hand,
profound
not to
sadness
cut.
crossed
Kale
his
held up
features.
his empty left
Its
hand.
flat
And
ringing
that-
the edge of the
Oric,
humming
that is a
device.
he
solid
said,
keeper.
The ring cracked
You never
the hum.
liked
It is a
indoor
The hum
vessel.
guttered.
Let's not
The
pretend.
ripples
phoenixes
fell like
in
cloth
their
without
wisdom
wind.
knew that
The
some
flame
nights
soldiers
die in the north
some
because
emotions
you wanted a
were
wolf
too
to finish
heavy
its
to
song
carry
out.
Oric
and
said,
too dangerous
he
to
said their
forget.
names
But
to their
not the
mothers.
word as
They
men
could
use
store
Not
them
it.
ask
in
me
such
for
an
He said the
gentleness.
word in the
To
place
be
where the breath
retrieved
and
when
earth
the
share
veil
of
is
them
strong
die.
enough.
He said
Kale
it's the
said,
way
to
he
be
had learned
passed
it
down
years
as
I
ago
refuse
on
to
a
make a
black
beast
shore
into a
when a
weapon
red
to
line
keep
on
an
the
eye
waves
on
had
pride
first
floated
lifted
in.
it.
pedestal.
The
He said
magistrate
it as a
from a
request,
trance.
not an order.
The winter
The
took
emperor
them.
The serpent
not
agreed
strive
to
for
with
ages.
its snout.
Your
They were
anger
focused
keeps you
and
company
Hanging
now.
breath from his
But it is
chest.
bad company.
This was not a
Mirror's
sword.
war,
It
no
was a
poetry,
library of
just a
souls.
soldier's
Enough.
honest
She reached
curse.
out.
Orc said,
The
Her
two
fingers
texts
hesitated
scrambled
just
to
above
reach
the
into
dawn
the
of
device
the
spoke for the first time.
Kale did not
He
give his
certainly
time.
blade
He
drawn
stepped
Lao Chen
forward,
was soft.
set his forehead to
Some
the hot
burdens
glass
are not
brow.
meant to be
She
shouldered
stepped
by one
forward
person.
and let her
Yes.
sleeves fall
But she was
back.
already
Not here.
certain.
Her hands were wrapped
This
in
was why
strips of
she was
white
here.
cloth. The
It's not
flame
just
tied
to
on
talk,
it in a
but
language
to
that was
remember.
old and
breathed
modern
out.
yesterday.
Understand the
Glass
weight
leaves
of the
answered
Not
power
Mirror's
that
device
she
song.
upholded.
Not
Kale
Oric's
turned.
honest
Her
weapon.
fingers
Why
closed
did at
around the
school?
hairpin.
He told Mirrors
Half prayer.
she did
Cool
not
to the
pattern.
touch.
When her
I know
fingers
your
touched
steps.
the
The
air,
world
she
there.
said,
Glass
sang in
She
a
was
way
no
Kale
longer
she did not
unaware.
like. She had
She
learned
was
near every
listening
mouth
to
was
it.
taught.
The
Every
last
vile body,
matriarch
she said,
before
or
the
give
fall.
way. This is a measured sight.
She stood on
slid
a
under
high
his reaching
terrace,
measure this, caught his
looking
wrist,
down at a
Vel
valley
said her,
bathed
and
in
pinched
honey.
the elbow. The bowl
The air
glowed to
was
turn
thick
her.
with the scent
He
of
let the
the
flame
trees
begin, lifted
and
with
the
it, the
ozone
right end of the
gathering
white cloth,
power.
setting her back on her
The
feet. The
clan was
climbed a
gathered
degree
below.
toward the dangerous. We can
Laughing,
do this. He has the will. Till our
training.
joints complain. He has the
Their
roots. He
lengthy,
said, you will
bright,
come for the
joyful
fire
sparks
next.
in the
She
night.
said, sir, and asked
Her
for
heart
him. Eyes
swelled
clear.
with a love
I'm
so
not her.
fierce.
I finished
it
her
was
to
a
lesson
physical
instead.
pain.
He glanced.
These were her
Kale, the
people.
first device
Before
was
the
humming
two
Then-
camps could decide
The
whether
net
to
then
throttle
the
each other
serpent's
heat
or
rose.
him.
A cold
Answering
wind
stepped
blew.
between
The
Vel's
judge's
reaching
fox
hands.
in
He
the
said,
sea.
and used her name
One
not because
by
Rich
one.
did it once been
Placed by the
standing.
cold
You will not
oil
play in this
feeling
with
of the
leashes,
golden
but because he
dragon's
could
sea.
hear the flame
She
tides
saw
hum
them
chain. It will
coming.
not burn the city.
with
It was no
arms,
longer the
but with
hum of a
whispers.
beast deciding.
Promises of
It was the
power.
think I trust your feeling more than
Stretched
my
to the
number
desert.
by clumsy
They
hands. She
turned
said,
clan
a
against
flash of
clan.
irritation said,
So
the first
distant,
Vel
where
to
there had been
Mary's.
harmony
I trust
before.
break counts
The
to the
Council of
Cervantes
Silence
Council
did not
and
fight
children
over
singing
it.
at supper.
They engineered
Your
it
feelings
to
do not
last.
feed anyone
We
until
saw
they
the
ripped,
final
and by later,
betrayal.
the great knife's
A
balance.
trusted ally.
Vel's eyes
His
narrowed.
mind clouded by the
He
Council's
felt a nice
insidious
mark on his
magic.
shoulder tighten.
Leading the shadowy
room where the
assassins
wolf
with
said,
their
"Stay
secret
calm."
defenses.
I think the right one
The
does.
night
Clean,
erupted in
ready.
screams and the
She was
clash
also
of
low
steel.
for the care.
She
The white cloth
fought.
drove a line in the air. She wanted someone
whirlwind
spent
of
toward the
vermilion
bowl.
light.
Could not give it
Mirrors
away.
swore
And
every one
slapped
she
the dial
fell.
on her brass
Last
heart.
time. 3 more
Ripples
took their
rose away.
place.
Wrong frequency. Last
She
time.
was not
Wrong
being
time.
defeated.
Almost kind. Oric,
She was being
faced with
pruned.
magic, he shook his head and feel like a
The
child
final
at a
moment.
scholar's table. He moved not
Honored
a
and
smart
hands
thing,
they
but past
betrayed.
soldier can do.
Her family
This time,
followed
he lowered
her
his spear
rescue.
at a device
She made
step
the
back so he
choice.
would not build a path.
The ultimate sacrifice.
Kale let go of calm and
Not
upheld
to
something
kill,
old in him.
but to preserve.
Confidence that does not
She
require fire spread
the
them through the
entirety of her
clearing.
life
The
with
white
her
man spreads
her
the
memories,
bowl of poker,
her love
brought the
for
heat to the edges of the bowl. The flame tie
into
shaped
the
the space he
simple
made,
hands
flow
she
shapes
flowed
of pot,
She poured her
flowing
soul
along,
into the work,
steady, obeying
setting
gravity,
the first
not
and greatest
command.
sorrowkeeper.
He lifted the
She
past
put it
under
away
all
just
his
as the
mirrors,
door to the
told
shrine
along the
stood.
corridor where something
The
offers
last
to walk.
hidden
He
sight was
coiled
not
back
of the
down the
enemies,
bowl. He said,
but of the
"The glow
empty
stay.
heaven on the altar.
If you
The
force
device is
this,
A
sank
vessel
to
now
make it
held in
ways
the
you
souls
cannot.
of her
Ripples
people,
found no
be alive
edge to
waiting for
break
the
the
next
report.
phoenix to
The net
rise.
became
Half the
only a
people
net
who love
again.
will not.
Gasped.
Miris let her
Stumbling
hands
back
drop.
from
She stared at him.
the
She looked at
Waiting
him, anger
long,
against
clutched
Matt,
tightly
breathing a
in
little
his
hard
pride.
against the private ledger.
Tears
You are
streamed
no one
down
ever
her
lets
face.
anyone see, she
Hot
said,
and
almost
silent.
tender. The white cloth
She
in
had
her
not
trying to
just
make sure you
seen
don't
it.
die under me. She
She
made a
had
decision.
lived
He
it.
bent, a
The
smile, picked
love,
up his plain
the
sword, his
pride,
bread had
the
skittered.
devastating
Stood
betrayal,
shut down the
the
field with a quick
impossible
series of
work of
practice
choice.
gestures.
It was
If I
all
do, the
inside
humming
her.
folded, obedient,
A ghostly
because
of
she stepped to
agony
Oric's
and
side
resolve.
because
Stood
I
there.
was not.
Lao
Like the
Chen
sister
was
who
at
she
her
nodded,
side
brother
in
accepted
an
this is
instant.
too much.
His hand
On
on her
purpose.
arm.
Seren wants you alive.
The flame tide
She
lowered
said
its
after
head into the
he
She
bowl
looked at
until
him.
only the top
I do
of
Her
his
too,
vision
spine showed.
blurry.
for different
Fins
reasons.
They didn't
glimmering.
lose a
You keep
war,
the edges on
she
east.
choked out.
The glass
They
forest
were
sang a low chord that wanted to watch them the way a
the
smith
trade
watches
from
two
within.
apprentices
Everyone
argue
the
Kale
council.
songs, and was surprised
They
to
don't
find
just
he
want
choose
power.
between saving
They
you
can't stand anything
and saving
they
the
can't
city.
control.
Belle sniffed, not in
Anything as
scorn.
messy and
Her nose
beautiful
was
and
trying to make
loving
it so you
as
don't
your
whacked it
own
with the back of her
discipline.
wrist.
She held
Looked
up
at
the
the
red
stop
and
tugging on the
This
foundation.
holds it
Laughed at
all.
herself. She
The
said,
last
I
matriarch's
hate
final
this job.
job.
Sure they
She
aren't
said,
setting up a roof. And the honesty
She
of
looked
it
at
made
the
her feel
solid
like her
people with
despite
floating orbs of
everything.
light.
Mira's touched her elbow. She almost smiled.
Out.
One
She
pain was a
said,
sharp
we'll argue and
immediate
shade.
pain. The other was a
A new
vast
sound
ocean
entered
of
the clearing.
knowledge.
Auric looked steps on
She
glass.
knew.
Once
Not
a
temper
She knew
boots,
what she
and then
had
not
to do.
Maris's careful team.
Walking to the
You
shelf,
used to steps had
she
written
ignored the
them. He
dazzling
said they
orbs
loved
of
mud.
combat
I used to
techniques
not
and
admire
mystical
polish.
arts.
Mira said, Kale knew the
Her
those
eyes
were
found
to
what she
sing.
was looking for.
Auric, broad and
A
bearded,
small
scarred
pond
tight
with
with his left
a
eye,
glass
closing
walked
out of the
along
trees
the
with
wires.
four men
She
behind
knew,
him. Kale
with
stood
the
alone
same
on the
certainty
clearing
she
with
felt
loose
in
sleeves,
her
his white heart.
that this
Auric
was
smeared
the
of the
plan's
morning
knowledge
parents
of
of
the
eating
underworld.
his brow
Of
rested
the
on his
secret
shoulders, his
paths
palm on
and
his
the
jaw
trees
clenched
with
when he
the
saw
mountain's
Kale. I
children.
will not bind
Regret
you.
She
And
reached
anger
out and
said,
touched
ugly
it.
dances together.
There was no violent
Not
vigor
stay
this
down
time.
when they are jumping. Mira said,
It was a
Sound was
gentle,
listening with too much
flowing
fear.
infusion.
Syringe has taken
Soon, maps
Auric said,
unfolded
the serpent's
in her
man's
mind's
chin
eye.
tilted. He stood and
The
Syringe
labyrinth
said,
was no
invite
longer
a
a
man
mystery.
leaves a room where a
Auric's
child
eyes
is put
turned.
to Kale and asleep in the flame
Its sacred paths.
Then Mira's
Its
humming
Its
devices.
sleeping pills.
Invitations
At the edge
in
of the
She felt the
guests found
locations
Mira's
of other
waiting on a
wisdom
fallen
centuries.
trunk.
A
Wiping
hidden
Kale's
network
with
was
his
wrapped in
empty left
province.
hand. Vel leaned
She
against the
understood
glass
the
wall.
language of the
They
child.
said,
The behavior
"Oh, never
of the
liked indoor
flowers.
voices.
The
Good, let's
nature
not
of the
pretend.
bridge of
His grief
whispers.
was a weight that
It
made
was not
good
just
men
knowledge.
hard. You let
It
soldiers
was
die in
knowledge.
north to the temple. You wanted a
She
wolf
pulled
near
her
said
hand away.
song. Tonight, Auric said. He said,
The cavern
I carried
felt
their names to
different.
their mothers. Vel
She was
asked,
no longer
not
a
drive for
fugitive
their
gentleman.
nose. Be noble
She was a
loudly.
guardian
I did
walking
not
the
let them
halls
die.
of
Open a door.
the
Kale said, calm.
She
And
turned
behind
to
refused to
Lao
make
Chen.
Mira's house
Her
into a
tears
weapon
dried.
work. A magistrate said,
Her
from
expression
bruising kind
settled
that
into
last
a
magistrate's
long
interment anyway.
She carefully
Mira
stood
stood,
the dark
tugged her
weight
gloves
of
tight.
pain into her
Your
own.
anger tried to slow the fools.
The weight of it
She
was
said, is
solemn
bad company.
promise.
Which one drinks?
I know
He
the way
asked.
out.
All of
She
us.
said.
She said.
Her
Auric said,
voice
gave
no
him a
longer
look
cast
he had
like
once
the
taught her to
archivist,
give
but
woman
of
the
the
coast
air.
right for the first time.
And I know
Voice
where we
iron
need to
blades
go
drawn a
next.
little in the dark, without mercy for
Lao
lives here.
Chen looked from the
She
solid
stepped
paper
forward
in her
and let her
hair.
sleeves fall
He
back.
smiled. Found
Her hands were
authority
wrapped in
in
strips of white
He
cloth.
said. He simply
She smiled
bowed
her
his
head right. Get
head.
better at it. Language
A
that was
soldier
old and was
acknowledging
modern
his
left yesterday.
authority.
The two
Then
women
leaned
walking
against
like a
the
disagreement that has decided to share a road for a while. A different
Kale
school.
took the long way back.
Half prayer,
The sun
half
climbed.
pattern.
The glass
where her
softened.
fingers
Sanctuary's
touched the
light
air. The
seemed
glass
to
sang in a
cling
way
to
thought
her
of
as
Kale
they
did
stepped
not
back
like
into the
chamber.
cavern's
Mira's
wisdom.
mouth
blow.
tightened.
A final
Of the way her
blessing
face had
She said,
before
she
the
told
dark
him this is a
swallowed
measured
them
without
once
contradiction
more.
could be built.
Measure
That
this.
one
This
only
time,
cave
the
set
dark
of it
felt
and pinched the
different.
air. Thought of the boy with the
The
apple
apple
Where
knife
before
rider
it had
and the
been a
old woman
terrifying
sweeping
object,
dust lifted.
it was now
Shaped
a
writing on the
familiar.
white cloth
It's
flare.
still
Thought of the
dangerous
temperature
now.
climbed the degree toward
The
the
knowledge
danger.
from the
Fire
sky
waiting for the
blue
word. He
earth
has the
was
want
not
yet to
just
become. He has
facts
the
anymore.
roots. He will come for the
It was
fire
an
next.
instinct.
The temple's
A
white
sudden
steps took
pull
us
in
feet
her
again at
spirit
evening.
that pointed
I'm not
the
her.
way.
The square
A
breeze
low
softer than
stone
yesterday.
changed the frequencies
Voices
of the
caught
night.
and released
She
like
led
fish
now.
before the two
Lao
camps
Chen.
lit whether
A
equal
silent
battle each
watchful
other.
shadow
He did not
overshadowed
stop. He stepped
She did not
climbing until
know.
the upper colonnade spread around
The memory
him.
of the
Not
plan
because she was
had
proud,
started
don't like
to
to stay
fade.
at night under his
Her steps
palms.
sure on the uneven
But she was
stone.
there. Hear the flame tides
She
on the
jumped a
rail as
narrow
before.
fissure off the
Looking
main
down, it was
path.
no city she loved enough
One
to
he
her
might have
deciding.
passed by.
It was the
And
hum
they
on my
moved into a
heart. Push
tighter,
past his
winding
turning
path,
clumsy hands.
where the
I did.
air grew
He said,
damp and
stop.
cool.
He said, to
She
Belle,
asked,
We are heading
to
for
Mira,
the
it is
near
not
mist
yours.
forest.
He said, no
To the
one's.
serpent
To
to
that
the
cell
south.
point. The word
Her
went
voice
out. She
low
nodded.
but clear
The
in
wolf
a
put its head
defiant
out. Very
space.
children. The roots gripped.
There was a waterfall
If he
there
hung
that
at a
never
knife's
touches
bounce,
the
he said,
ground.
Belle's
It is a
very arrow
gateway.
later.
One of
You
the
think a nice
caverns
word
old
makes
escape
structure?
routes. It will
No,
take us
silence,
to the
Sale said.
surface, far
Not the
from
temple
here.
trained hush.
Near the cloud
A human
pierced
quiet while
forest
she
heart.
pinched down at the cost. The white
Lao
cloth
Chen
line
grunted
in
in
the air. Will you try to open it
acknowledgement.
tonight? Toward the bowl.
The hunters will have
Nurse
a wide
said and
perimeter.
slapped the
I will
dial
try
on
to
her
The
brass heart.
gorge will be watched.
Ripples rose. She laughed. Wrong frequency.
Not
It was
the
not
way we will
kind
enter.
time. It was not cruel.
She
It was tired. Faced with
A
magic,
new
it made the place
confidence
feel
will
like a
emerge.
child. Certain
The
scholars
path
strike
is not on
sparks.
any
Did the
map
one
they
smart
could
thing.
possess.
Bring your best words.
It requires
Kale.
a key.
He lowered his spear.
She touched the
and stepped
sorrow
back
of
so he
children
would
in
not
her
be
hair.
bait. He said,
The wood
Kale
cooled
like fresh
against her
love on the
fingertips.
rail and held something
It was
older.
more
And
than
I
a
brought
resume.
necessitants that does
It
not
was a badge of
laying a
office,
hand on the stone.
a symbol that
He wiped
granted
it
her
somewhere
access to
below
the
them.
land's most sacred
Walking forward to the
geography.
edges of one eye
They
open
traveled
and
for
shaking it with his
hours,
hands. The
bellowing
bell rang,
and
shapes
twisting
like
ever
skulls
upward.
instead of air.
She knew
Steady.
I moved
He stepped
with
closer,
an uncanny
not
certainty.
touching her. Steady.
Pausing
I
at
brought
times
fire
to
to the
place a
floor,
hand
yeah,
on the
and
wall.
in his chest the flame
Feeling for a
tide lifted.
vibration,
Not something on his
a
posture.
temperature
Ready,
change,
not eager.
a whisper of
He
air
said, and I
that
brought koi
confirmed
slow.
her course.
And if you force this,
She was
I
no
brought
longer
the best
just
ways
an
you
echo.
cannot measure. I want the best
She
to
was
be alive
conversing
to
with
write
the
the report.
mountain in a language
She turned to
her
look
blood
at the people you
understood.
love. Whatever war
Finally,
waited below.
the sound
She
of
stared at
water
him,
grew from a
arguing
whisper
anger
to a
against
roar.
math, against
And the
corporate,
tunnel
private
opened
ledger.
into a
For
ledge
breath, no one ever lets
overlooking
only
the
the two of them.
sight.
In the simple fact
mirror
that cloth in her
forged as
hands
a
cooled
deep
she had learned how to
splash.
speak to
She
a
made a
world
decision.
Its sides,
a small
sheer
now
rock
deciding without
draped
this
in
breath.
thick, luminous moss.
Do not
Mirrors
become
shut
a
down the
god.
field
A
in a
mighty
quick series
river
of sets
plunged
of
over a
gestures.
cliff
Even if
high
you
above.
win.
Humming folded,
Especially
But as it
idiom.
fell,
She stepped
the
out
river
become a
continued
machine.
swirling
Stood there, staring,
updraft
like the
of
sister
wind.
who knows
Just
when her
as
brother is about to
transforming
leave
the
too
water
much
into a shimmering,
on purpose. Especially
suspended
if it saves
curtain
the
of
flame
mist
tide lowered its
and
head
light
into the bowl
that
until
never
only the
reached
top top of its
gorge
spine
flew
showed. Night tide, its fins glimmering. The city held
was
its
a
heat
waterfall
without
of
meaning to.
dreams.
The glass forest sang
Cast
a
a
his hand that
lesson,
flattered me forgiveness.
shifting glow
Seren said
on
hers
every
beside
side.
it. Kale
The
said
Velfall
they were
was
surprised to
touched.
find his voice tired. They
The
stood
voice
there
full
like
of
two
awe.
hands on
We
either
must
side
pass
of a
through.
door. Vel
Lao
sniffed
Chen
and nodded
eyed the
scorn.
swirling
Her
energy
nose was bleeding.
with
In the
deep
chamber of the
suspicion.
back of her
That is
wrist,
not simple
looked at the
water.
red
When
no
you
white,
step in those
counted
currents,
by
you rip
herself.
your soul apart.
Not fear,
The path is
not
there,
joy,
Shinue
she said.
insisted.
In the
But
honesty of it,
Grandma
living Kale like her
noticed.
despite
It is a path
creatures who
of
thought they owned
intention,
Mirrors
not
touched
of
her
default.
finally remembered to speak
We
as
must
if
not
they
fight
said.
the current.
We'll argue
Next,
and
Kale
Shale
must
walks
show
into the
it we
temple's deep,
belong.
where faith is forged into
Oryx
chains.
As she
Once it
spoke,
finds an ally, he
her
has given
eyes
us her
caught a
lost,
flicker of
and then it
movement on
mirrors.
a
But the
higher
architect
ledge
Prime
across
has
the
learned
land.
its names that simpler.
A
And the
glint
price
of
of keeping it will be
polished
paid.
metal.
I used to be
A
sure.
hunter,
Mira said,
clad in the sleek,
those are not
gray
the
and
same.
black tactical gear of Jade Dragon
Rain began
Enterprises.
before the glass closing
Was
out. Steady
setting up a
whisper
long
turned on the
range
city's
rifle
dust.
on
Kale
a
stood
tripod.
alone in the clearing
Its
that slid
barrel
down to
pointed
Temple
directly
white marble
at them.
flanks, and the
They
first
had
sweat of
been
shouting
bound.
finally beating
Down.
his brows. Fished.
Lao
No one
Chen
set his
snarled.
palm on the bull.
Shoving
Bells
her
did not
behind a
ring.
rocky
I will not
outcrop.
bind the city had
Just
learned,
as
he
a
said, to wait
high-velocity
quietly.
round
I will ask
ricocheted
again.
off the stone
Kale stood
where
under
her
and they
head
are
had
jumpy,
been.
and the city is
The
listening
crack of
to
the
much
rifle
fear.
echoing
The
a
wolf
split
slept
second
soon.
later.
It's cold, a steady
The
servant's
hunter
hum
was no
answered.
longer a
The
distant
root
threat.
market back out of the
It
clearing
was
the way a
his.
man leaves a
Then
room where a
still.
child
They
has
could not
finally
cross
fallen
the
asleep
gorge
underfoot.
from there.
The ground shifted with the
Lao
rest sleep
Chen
returns to
said.
find a better
His
dream. At the edge
body
of the
pressed
forest,
against
somewhere
the
beyond
wall.
the walls,
His
a small
sword
flare of
already
heat
in his
waving
hands.
her face flame tide
But they
remembered
can
him.
pin us
Vel
down.
leaned against a
There will
glass
be
column,
others
pale. He
closing
stepped
in
into
from
the
the
ring.
tunnels
Orchid had
behind
gone.
us.
The temple doors
Sinue's
were open.
mind
His
raced.
grief was a
The
weight
new
that
knowledge
made
crashed
invitation
with the
hard to
immediate
play. Simply the way a
physical
city's
fear.
going to the temple
The
has
Velfall
forgotten
was
her
their
pillows.
only exit.
Tonight, he
But to
sat on the
step into it
steps
was to
and
make
do what? The
themselves
guards on
utterly
the left
vulnerable.
side did not
Blood
move.
dried
Then
under her
another
nose.
memory
Their
surfaced.
eyes
Noble
followed
Not
loudly
from the
and then
orb,
lost
but
focus.
from the
Open a door,
Sorrow
as if
Keeper.
staring
A
into
memory
a
of
longer
her
distance than the day
the
or
last
saw.
matriarch.
Work. Inside,
Using
he
a
said,
similar
lamps
mist
burned
to
in the
hide
night
her
lasts
people.
longer than the
To
air was
guide them to
thick.
safety.
With a quiet, Mira stood,
not just
tugged
a
her lips
path.
tight to be peace.
It was a
I'll fight
close.
us down, the fools. Through
I
she
have
said,
an
aids and
idea.
archives, which ones chambers were novice priests
A
traced
plan
all of us,
forming
and
with
she said,
terrifying
and gave him a look. He descended
You
until
must
the
have
stone
some
sweated in the
students
air before
right
his
Lao Chen
pulse,
met her
kind
gaze.
and sound. Stern,
After the
without
bridge,
mercy for
after
landing,
the
he met
sanctuary,
Mary's. Don't die
there
there.
was no
She stood
hesitation
beside the
left.
door.
He
Smiled of
He
iron. I've
nodded.
had practice. Hid the
On
bound.
my
He said.
mark,
She
we
snorted.
run for the
Gloves were
Velfall.
get better at it.
Do
Her
not
hands
stop.
scarred,
Do
left
not
with
look
open.
back.
The two women
Rested on
walking
the
like a
pommel.
disagreeing
She
shoulder
closed her
decided
eyes,
to share a
reaching for
rope.
the
She did not
stone.
look surprised. Kale took the
She
long
did
way
not
back.
draw
You came
forth
sun
the
climb, she
pain,
said. The glass
but the
softened
technical
towards legal
clarity
notes.
within it.
That
She
thought of
focused on
Sarah's
the
name
memory
unshamed
of
her
the
of the bound
of
blow
harmony,
side, of the way
of
her
becoming
face
one
had
with
looked
the
when she
mist.
told him a world
Seren?
without
She felt her
contradiction
own
would be
weight,
built just
gentle,
one only
tired
page
aligning
enough
not
of
with the
it.
solidity
He
of
thought of the
stone,
boy with
but
the
with
apple
the
knife.
fluid
Touched Mary's
elucidation
shoulder
of
once,
the
sweeping
vapor.
dust into a
She
grown
opened her
shape of
eyes.
stain.
Now,
I was born. He thought of the
they
wolf,
burst
she
from
said,
behind
and
the
the roots,
outcrop and
and the
sprinted for
fire
the ledge
waiting
that
for the
dropped
word
into
to open the door,
shimmering
not yet to become.
earth. Another
breathed out.
shot rang out,
Gentle this
keeping
time.
up stone
The
chips
temple's
as
white
yields.
steps took his feet as
Just
the
before
circular
they
chamber
reached the
glowed
edge,
as the square
Jinwei
breathed the ring
grabbed
softer than
Lao
yesterday.
Chen's arm.
Within it, voices caught
She
with
poured
the
the
lamps like
refined
fish.
energy outward,
Where there had
Lamps
been
lit
slits
wrapping
in
them
neat
both
order.
in a
Now there
bubble
were
of
inscriptions.
intention.
Not stop. Hundreds of
A
them.
field
He climbed
of
until the
belonging.
upper
read
fragments
fragments
spread
as he
around
walked.
him.
They
Order
leaped
shaped,
into the
stone-like,
Velfall.
stillness under his
The
palms.
world
Faith
became
is
a
weight. She was there.
blinding
Seren stood
whiteness.
leaning on the rail
It
as
was not
before.
like
She warned
falling
looking
from
down on a
water.
city she
Only
loved
the
enough to
It was
ray
like
of one
being
who intends to
dissolved.
work. You saw
The
my heart.
current of Ling Qi
She
was
copied that hand,
immense.
circled her
A
throat with
chaotic
its scar. He said,
torrent that threatened to
and
unravel
she acts
the
like a
very
craftsman. It is
spirits.
not yours. He said, no
Jinwei
one's.
held
That is the
fast
point.
to the
She
technique,
said, she nodded.
to the
I build
memory
a
of
world.
her
If I let go,
ancestors.
it doesn't fall apart every time
She was
someone
not a
loves it
rock
too
to
much.
be
You keep
gained.
it. He
She was
said.
a drop
He moved
of water
closer.
in the
Bury the
ocean.
glow. Reached for her
She
under a
and Lao
perfect
Chen
faint
became
hold,
part
like a
of the
tide at the
flow,
ankles. Silence.
invisible,
And when it stops loving back, not not the
natural.
temple's trained
Then I
hush.
fix it.
The sniper on the far
You bind
ledge
it.
would have seen
He
a
said,
baffling
You
sight.
teach people to mistake the sound of
quiet
chains
Two
while
fugitives
safety
leaped
counted to
into the
cost.
certain death
And they
of a
sleep.
mystical
She
waterfall.
said, will you try to
And
open it
instead of
tonight?
being torn
She
apart,
asked, would you wake them?
the
No.
thunder
He
vanished,
said, I
swallowed by
would
the
wake
light
them
and
to
mist
morning.
without a trace.
He said, she
Swung
laughed.
inside the
Not
torrent,
cruel. It was not kind.
Ray felt
It was
a
not
path
cruel.
open.
It was
Still
tired.
A
Morning
current
comes
within
without
the
from a
current,
place where
a calm,
love and
directed
certainty.
flow.
She just
She
strikes the
guided them.
inscriptions.
A ghost
These
riding
are
a
the names
ghost.
of those we lost
The
before
roar
the binding.
faded to a whisper.
Each
The
stroke
light
bought a
dimmed,
year brought bread.
and with a final
He
gentle
said,
push,
you can buy
the
a fresh
veil
loaf on the
expelled
rails.
them.
He said, and I
They
brought the
stumbled
crescent
onto
glass.
solid
She
ground,
said, laying a
gasping.
hand on
He
the
stepped
stone.
up to the
Their
ring,
clothes dried,
and
their
somewhere
bodies
below them,
intact.
sensing the marks
Waking
on
the
his
guards
skin,
They were in a
slept with one
hidden
eye
grotto
beneath the light,
behind
he
the
saw a
waterfall.
form
whose bell
a
rang,
shape
Place
turning
of
slow
ferns
skulls
and
instead of
soft
air.
filtered
Immense.
light.
He steps
The
closer,
sound of the
not
hunt was
touching her.
gone.
Not a beast in body, brought
Replaced by
fire
the
and meaning.
tranquil
Yeah,
hush
the
of
world
the
is
forest,
just the
deep
flame
within
tide
the
lifted,
clouds
too
of
not
the
heat,
domain.
but in posture. Ready
They
to speak
were
to her.
safe.
He said,
For
and I
now.
brought cold. It doesn't speak
In
our
language.
Lao
language.
Chen looked
She
at
said, the best
Shinra.
parts of me. Maybe it remembers mine. The best of you. He
Chest
said,
heaving.
and kneeled. He laid his
The
turn
ghost
to look
of
at
the
him.
glen.
Whatever was
War,
hot, waited, but it
A
did
term
not
of
burn.
legend she
Whatever,
now
he closed his
understood.
eyes and breathed. In
That is
corridors
what the
and
hunters
courtyards.
will
Opened
report.
its eyes
For
inside
breath,
him.
that you did
There
not
was only
die.
the two of them. The
He
flame
simply
flickered
vanished
that,
into the
and
mist.
everying fell away. They learned how to speak to a world
standing
in
in
a
a
place
stood
that had
straight.
went out deciding whether to
The
speak over.
Sorrow Keeper solemnly
Galaxies
stood
turned like
like
slow
God.
birds.
She had
Below,
faced
she
the
said she
bridge,
reflected them without
absorbed
even if you
the
went.
memories of
The
a
air,
calm,
especially a
and
heartbeat that was
walked
not
through a
his, did not
waterfall
become a
unseen.
machine. A voice came, Saren, not sound.
The
He said,
archivist
wait,
was
just as
gone.
soft. You carry
Even
my
in her
fragments.
place stood the vermilion
Especially
flame.
I do, if it saves
A
them,
ghost in
and I
the
come to
glen,
return them
and a
whole.
growing threat in the shadows.
When I wake, what sleeps, the city sleep that never ends becomes death. He said his hand, and the living have
The
begun to
hidden
worship
grotto
death.
was a
Saren set
world
hers
unto
beside it.
itself.
They did not touch. The one who bound me, they stood there like two hands on either side. Her song is still warm. Could open either way.
Sunlight,
She forgot the
fractured
words.
by the curtain
In the
of
chamber
water,
of the bound glow, now she
dappled
sings
the
for herself.
moss-covered
Heard by no
rocks,
ear,
and the
counted by
small
no
clear
device.
pool
Silence
at
then,
its
not
center.
fear. Will you unmake your song?
The air was thick with
Recognition.
the scent of
A
wet
living
earth,
thing noticing that
and
the creature
blue
might
night
thought they owned
blooming
it,
jazz
then
music.
finally remembered to speak
It was
as
a
if they
place
did
for
not.
catching
Light
one's
flare.
breath,
Next, Kale walks into
for
the ocean
tending
deep,
moons,
where faith is
for
forged beneath
both
its
seen
skin. Rose
and
and finds an
unseen.
ally he had given up for lost.
Lao
A heart
Chen
vast. The
immediately
architect
began
crime
a
has
methodical
learned
check
his
of
name's
speed,
edge slowed,
steady,
and the price for keeping it will be paid in
economical,
breath. He felt every beast
The
within
tension
him
of the
stir.
chase was still
The
coiled
wolf
in his
bowed,
shoulders,
the roots
but his
lifted, the
eyes,
flame circled
when they
his
flipped
ribs
to
and
Shinrei,
whispered.
held a
Now.
new, unwavering assessment.
Kale opened his eyes.
She was no
He was
longer
kneeling
his
again in the
charge.
chamber.
She was his principal.
Saren watched. Still,
The
rain
dynamic
began
had
before
irrevocably
dawn.
shifted.
The glow had spread to
Shinrei
whisper
stood
that
by
turned
the
the city
pool,
to left at its
watching
hands
the
like
light
warm
play on
water.
the water.
It slid down
What
the
did it say?
temple's
The
marble
adrenaline of the
flags and
escape
cooled
was
in
fading,
shallow
That it's
gutters
tired.
where
leaving a
children
deep,
sometimes
resonating
fish that it will
cry
rest
in
if we
its
stop
wake.
praying to it. The bells
The
did not
songpaper
smack.
in her hair
She
was
said
no
the city had
longer a
learned
cold
to wake
foreign
quietly.
weight.
The world will breathe.
It had warmed
Kale
against
stood
her
under
scalp.
an eave. It remembers
Its
how watching the
presence a
thin
constant
fall.
low
He stood.
hum
The
in
wolf
her
life
chest.
clung to him. Its cold
A
and steady
direct
spine
line
fired
to
him.
agony
He
and
lifted his
result
mark at his
of
shoulder.
nature
Inscriptions on the
upon
wall
his.
trembled.
She
Then
could
still
feel
let her
the
loosening,
ghost,
unlearning
not
its
as a
purpose.
separate
The ground
entity,
shifted the way a
but as a
sleeper
layer
turns to
of
find
her
a better
own
dream.
soul.
Step back.
A
Somewhere
scar
beyond, he
tissue
said
wall
gently. A single
that was
flare
now
will
part
hit
of
you, and
her
now
message.
everything flame tide.
They
Remember
will
him,
not
you won't have
stop,
to. 3
he
bombs
said,
held.
said.
I'm not undoing. He stepped
His
into the
voice
ring. I'm
cutting through the
unbinding.
tranquil
The
sounds.
temple doors were open. He
He did
touched
not
the
look
rain
up from
trap.
cleaning
The
the
chamber
grit in his
rotation.
sword's
The light
hilt.
rose
Simply the way
like
a
dawn.
city's
A
The
ghost
letters
flew
flew
is
from
a
the walls
problem.
in a storm of sparks. He
creates
climbed the
doubt
steps,
in the
air filled with the
ranks.
sounds on either
The guards
exhaling
something
after
legend.
centuries of restraint.
The
Their eyes
council
followed him,
despises
and then lost
legend.
through the layers of stone
They
and
will
prayer, as if
escalate.
staring into a
They will
longer
bring in
distance than the
specialists.
day allowed.
Not temple
Temple
made,
made,
but
but inside.
void weavers.
The sound of
Those
stone,
who
knowing how
hunt
to
not
sing
with
again. The air
bullets,
was thick,
but with
shielded her
perception.
eyes. You'll
Too
feel
late
deliberate
not at
to be
sea.
unturned. He
The
followed
blade
it
still on the
down,
water.
change through
I
colonnades
know.
and archives.
The
The
knowledge
lights
is not
chambers
his
were
alone
novice
knowledge.
priests
Clan
traced
memories
circles through the
provide
temple,
hazy, terrifying
out into the
profiles
city,
of
descended
hunters.
until the stone
But they are
started in
looking
the
for a
air
fugitive.
throbbed. Children
They are
dropped their
looking
bread
for
and
prey.
sound. Soldiers looked up. At the
She
last
finally
land,
turned to
10
face
years,
him.
clouds formed
The
without
dappled
stood
light
beside
caught
the
the
door and
pearls
began
in
again.
Ambience's
Iron and
eyes,
oak that hid the
making
round
them
glow,
seem
unmeasured,
alive.
the gloves were
You
off.
cannot just
Her
run
hand
forever,
looked
Lao
scarred,
Chen.
and a ring cracked
ghost
down
is
its
to
center
hunt,
pommel. The
but
short
it
spear
cannot
faded
be
into the
built.
earth. She did not
It
look
cannot
surprised.
awaken
Swayed.
guardians.
The wolf
You
caught
came early
him.
from
She
within.
gestured vaguely eastward.
I could Saren
The
stood in the
direction
ruin of
pulled
her
from the
work.
map
That's the first
now
honest
extended
years left.
north.
Clean lines down her
The
face.
closest
Step
celestial
aside.
guardian
You've broken
sleeps
the only
beneath the
thing
ridge
that
of the
held us
morning
together.
sun.
Saren?
Its
She's waiting. He
slumber
shook his
is
head.
deep.
She said to tell you she's
But
tired
the
of holding
matriarch's
child
memories
witnesses.
hold the key to its
I
awakening.
can't lead them
He touched
through
me as
this.
a shoulder and
It is
passed,
the
she said.
guardian of the
If it
verdant
goes wrong
grass.
beside, leave. He said.
The one
I was
that
born
can
hard.
heal the
But true,
land.
she said. Go.
Counter
She
the
looked at him a long
poison of
time,
the mind.
then turned and
He
walked
opened
out.
the door.
Her steps were slow,
Lao
but
Chen
steady,
sheathed
gentle this
his
time. She was
sword
gone.
as a
Curiel
defense.
knelt again. The
To
crack of
awaken the
circular
guardian
chambers
was
glowed
sent
as
a
before,
signal
sleeping in
across
ring
the
of
entire
metal.
province.
The pulse was in it.
Every
He
enemy
whispered,
we have
but the
will know
walls were
exactly
quiet.
where we are.
Where there
and
had
what
been
we are
clean
doing.
stone, not
It is
hollow,
not a
were
stealthy
inscriptions.
raid.
Hundreds
It is
of
a
them waiting
declaration
deep.
of war.
He read fragments as he walked.
It is.
Order and
Shinrei
mercy.
agreed.
Stillness
He
is
said.
proof.
But we are
Faith
not
is
in
way
war.
in. He
They
stood
murdered
and stood
Master
opposite
Shen.
from the far
They
edge
are
of the
murdering
world
the
round now,
mountains.
places where
They are
mountains
hunting
ray of
in
one
the
ocean hands to work,
War
other
was
hearts
declared
stirred.
a long
A
time
copper
ago.
bullet circled her throat.
They had
Balance
just
was
been too
gone.
busy
The
surviving
Beastmaster
to
had
answer.
returned. He looked like a
Not as
craftsman,
ruler, but as
She took a
reminder.
step toward him.
And in the whispering
Her
deep,
amber
she
eyes
said, something
blazing
vast
with
and
the light
ideal
she
the
had
world
never
that
seen
act
before.
doesn't fall apart every time
I will
someone
not
gives
be
you
the
too much
remaining
mercy.
phoenix who only hid
He moved
and
next
hid.
her. Kale
I
leaves
was
the
the one
city to the
who
shattered
acted.
north, a faint pull where the sky
The weight
tide
of
is
her
green,
words hung
and the
in the
first of the
air.
architects
when it stopped
stepping
stepping
This
from
was
its
the
mast
true
to speak in a true
culmination of her
name.
journey from
You
the
bind it,
scriptorum.
he said.
It
Teach
was the
people to
moment
mistake the sound of chains for the sound
The
of
storm
safety.
lasted 3 days.
Not to
They
record
sleep,
not
history,
tear
she said,
roofs,
but to
or
write
break
it.
dream in
walls.
peace.
It remade
The
air.
ridge
Wake
of
the
the
thunder?
morning
Every
sun
breath the
is
city
3
took
days
sounded
hard
different
travel
afterward.
from
He
here.
said,
richer.
She smiled,
Loud
as though the
Chen
dust
said.
had
It
remembered
was
that it was
tone
once
neutral,
soil.
accepting
Still
the
think
new
morning comes
reality.
without
were
price.
silent.
It is not within the
The common
deep
folk
gestured to
weren't
the
wilderness.
sure if they'd
inscriptions.
been
There are
saved or
villages
These are
on
the
the
names
lower
of those we
slopes.
lost
They
before
only
the
knew
Jade
fire.
something
Dragon will
old
have
had
eyes
ended,
for
and
her.
something
Body
uncertain
And
had
we will
begun.
need to be more than ghosts.
You can
Kale
fly
didn't
quietly
stay to
with
explain.
kindness. He
You
said,
will need
before
to be
sun, the
alone.
kind that
A
lasts.
story that
She
travels
said,
faster
Stepping through
than
the
their
orchard, he
spine.
stepped
While
up
the
to the
mist
ring.
still
The
clung to
pulse
the
of
plan began
branches
to
sensing
form
the
in her
marks on
eyes.
his
The
skin.
wolf's chill
Pieced
kept
together
his
from
beneath the
her
light.
plans,
He saw
tactical
full
memories,
root mark
and her own
left steady
architect's
and slowly
understanding of how information
immense
spreads.
pulse of
Impossible.
flame behind
It
his
was
ribs
audacious.
warmed
Not a
him
beast in
without
body,
It was
burning, but in
dangerous.
meaning.
The
He was
world's
following
We will
first
not
breath.
skulk through the shadows
northern,
the entire way.
Constant,
Should
let me
we
speak
enter
to
the
it.
bone? We will
He said
enter the
he knew
white
it was one of the
village
doesn't
at
speak
the
our
base
language
of the
thread in
ridge.
the unraveling knot.
We will be
Maybe it
seen.
remembers mine. He also knew that the thing
Lao
pulling
Chen's
him might be
eyebrows
laid his palm to the
nearly
bone.
disappeared into
The metal
his
was
hair.
hot because something
That
had
is
not broken
suicide.
when he closed his eyes
Is
and
it?
breathed.
Shinue
The architect had sighed
They are
inside
looking
him.
for a
The roots
terrified
reached
girl
north,
and her
twisted through
guardian,
hills,
hiding
dark
in the
by old, and
wilderness.
everything fell away.
They
Rain
will
pooled in the
not be looking
hollows, standing in a
for
place that
confident
had
and
no
ambitious
waters
traveler.
rose faint above.
And her
The
silent
ocean
servant
turned like slow
buying
birds. By the
supplies
second
in a
light,
crowded
ocean
market.
reflected them without clouds.
My
The air
echoes
hummed. The horizon
will
looked
allow
as was
me
someone
to
had drawn a
feel
line of
balance.
fire. A voice came,
For their
not
ages.
sound, cold, but wait.
We will
Kale
be in
reached
near
Kale where the
evidence.
houses leaned together
But
as
only
they
for a
whispering
moment.
secrets. And I come to
Just
return
long
marked,
enough
but
to be
not
seen.
locked. The people
Let the
wait for
story of
something too
mysterious
strange, a
connection
city that
begin
never
to
ends
circulate.
becomes death. At the inn, he
Then
said, old woman in the
eventually
living have begun to
before the
worship
net
death's
closed.
comfort. You'll keep walking,
paused,
she said.
letting the strategy settle.
Everyone who passes
The
through
counselor
keeps
relies
walking.
on
She
fear
sang to me,
and
those her
control.
stay is still
The
warm.
one thing they cannot
What line?
control
She
is
forgot
hope.
the words. She
Let
pointed
them
and
hear the
said,
whispers.
the one that
Let
doesn't
them
cast
wonder if
herself.
the phoenix has truly
By
returned.
morning, the light had grown.
Let that doubt
It's no
fester
longer
in
just
their
sky.
ranks.
Will you
And while we
seeps into the
complete
wind?
our true
Dust
objective,
motes glimmered faintly.
Lao
Rivers
Chen
carried
was
shimmer
silent
like
for a
oil
long
of the next
time,
verse. Kale reached
studying
the
it.
first of the northern plains. Light
He
fed
saw the
us.
ghost of the
The
formidable
ocean cracked. These
matriarch
fields had
leaning
fed
sheer
nature beneath its
in the
skin.
set of
Now
her
shape
jaw,
that filled the
and the
horizon,
fire
smooth
in
and
her
hard,
eyes.
fast
As if
enough to
frost
drown
He saw the
out
wisdom
forgotten
of the
its beat slowed. The air
archive,
hummed
the
with
cunning
energy
of the
so
plan.
fine that
It
every
was a
beast
blend
within
of
him stirred.
ancestral
He knelt,
courage
bowed,
and
touched the
modern
glass,
subtlety.
and closed his
flame
eyes.
circled
The
his
crown
ribs
of
and
the
was stirred.
phoenix
Uneasy.
was never a
The root
diadem.
marked through his
He
eyes
said
as
finally.
rose kneeling again in the
A
chamber.
note of grim
The flame behind his
approval
ribs
watched.
stuttered and
It
paled
was a
breath.
burden
The glow
of
had spread to
choice.
them came a
You
whisper.
have just
It
placed
lapped
it
at his
upon
hands.
your
Kale
own
drew water.
head.
What did it
It
wasn't
kept to this
sound?
path.
She asked. It was
The
the shape
path
of
to
his
the
neck
white
tired
corn
me
village is
inside. Said
treacherous.
that it will
You
rest
should
if we
move.
stop praying to it. The sky was
That's
full of
madness.
moving
As they
light. She
prepared
said,
to leave the
green
sanctuary
sheets
of the
folding and
grotto,
unfolding like the
Shinue
world will breathe.
took
The
one
wind
last look
shifted
at her
and from a
reflection.
stout figure. At
The woman
first it looked
staring back
human. The
was a
light rose
stranger,
to him, tall,
a
a
leader,
mantle of quiet
a
outline
strategist,
blurred where he
a
lifted his
vessel of
hair,
ancient
as
song
though the
and
inscriptions on the wall
reflection.
trembled than
The
flesh that are
archivist was a
loosening.
cherished
His face
memory,
learning its
a
purpose,
foundation.
featureless save for a
But she
faint
was
song
strong.
began, where eyes
She
should be
touched the
step
sorrow
back.
keeper pin.
I am the first
Feeling the
architect.
echo of
I
leaning
won't let you
sheets
do
resolve
everything.
solidify
I shaped
within
your
her.
words before you
Then
learned
let us
them.
go
He
and give
said,
the people
I'm
something
not
to whisper
undoing. You speak in
about.
echoes of my design.
She said, and turned her
He
back
touched
on
the rose.
for water.
The chamber showed you know why
Stepping
light
into the
rose
road
like
led
dawn.
not just
The
to a
letters
mountain
flew
top,
tilted its head,
but to a
storm of
war for
sparks,
the
because
soul
if
of
the
azure
air
cloud
with the
bodies.
sound belongs to those who feel centuries of restraint. It doesn't. Far above, it belongs to those layers of stone and prayer. Came another. You build prisons? Kale said. I build silence, which the architect replied. A bell.
The
And silence
forest
is almost
made
faithful shape of
the
truth.
ancient
The sound of stone,
moss-clad
learning how
trunks
to
of
sing
the
it. The wolf's
cloud-pierced
growls are
adorable,
shielded her
giving way to managed
You'll kill
groves
them.
of persimmon
You've never
and
heard
bamboo.
truth
Not
sung.
kill, change.
The air grew warmer.
The architect extended a
carrying the
hand,
distant
pouring up between its
tones
fingers,
scent
light through the
of
temple
woodsmoke
blade.
and
Out
fermented
not metal,
seeds.
not flame. People stopped in
The
the
absolute
streets.
silence of
Children
the
dropped their bread.
wilderness
You
was
are.
broken
Soldiers
by
looked
the
up.
crow
Kale
of a
dropped. For the
rooster.
first time in
The
years,
bark of a
supposed to
dog.
end without
The
permission.
far-off
Rain
laughter
began
of
again.
children.
Kale drew his sword. Real rain,
To
clean steel,
Shinue,
unmeasured,
each
anonymous,
sound was a
perfect.
shock to
Then
the
let's
system.
correct each other.
A reminder
The rain
of the
crashed
world
down its center, light and shadow slowed patterns too fast for
Oblivious to the
eyes.
spiritual
The
war
architect struck
waged
first. The
in
wolf caught
shadow.
blade or whispered through space,
They observed
cutting
white
not
stone
there. Stood in the
village,
possibility,
which overlooked
where
the
past
terrace
years let
field,
world symbolized
casting
down her
it down
face.
the mountain skirt.
Kale dodged. You've broken the
There was
only
a
thing
picture
that
of
held the
rustic
sword together. The next
tranquility.
blow with a ring that was
Timber
shook his
and
head.
plaster houses
Heartbeat.
with
You'll hold the
sleepy
air
towers
trembled and cracks
clustered
of
around
pure
the
light. I
central
can't lead them
square,
through this.
where
He felt the wolf
centuries-old
surge
dingo
inside
trees
him. Walked beside
spread
living
its
speed.
branches.
Said, That's hard.
A
Anchored to
lively
dance.
market was in
Flame
full
gave strength
swing.
to the swing.
Its
He fought
colorful
not with fury,
awnings
but
a
the
stark
steps were slow.
contrast
Each
to
motion
the
exact,
monochrome
each
greens
breath
and
she was
grays.
gone. Kale knelt again. Still, the architect was not
People
sweating.
moved with the
Like every
slow,
strike landed
purposeful
against
pace
light
of
and left.
farmers and
He
artisans.
whispered, every
It
counter
was a
strike
beautiful
threatened to
track.
erase him from
The
the
chamber
entirely, not hollow.
Crouched
The
beside her
cut
in the
silence,
ferns.
waiting quiet. It said,
His
above,
eyes
no.
sharp as a
thunder
hawk,
rolled. Kale gasped, soft
scanned
and
the
hearing.
scene below.
He smiled. I can teach
See
it to
the
listen.
two
We're beginning
men by the
again.
old
He
stone
said.
mill?
He let the wolf
From the
free.
far
edges of
far
the flash of
north,
cold that
placed
turned
her in the
mountains
mountains
to
to
from
the
ocean's thought. He
and the
struck
woman
again.
suddenly
This time not to
His
wound.
eyes
Listen to
were
draw.
on the
The balance
crowd,
was
not
moving.
aware.
The Beastmaster had returned to the
She
architect's
followed
silence,
his
but as a
gaze.
reminder, the echo spread
He
and
was
the whispering
right.
deep, filling the gaps
the
that asked impatient cars
Finally
away.
tuned after
The void
ordeal
trend, and
and
let's see if you
wonder.
remember. First
Reached
time,
out
the architect
cautiously.
stepped back. Next,
From the two men
Kale
by the
leaves the
mill,
city
what
for
do
the
you think?
shattered
Dull
north. It
professional
demanded
vision.
where the sky
A
burned, making
low-grade
noise.
predatory
First of the
assault.
architect's
Some
steps was to
pottery
task
cell,
to speak
a
his
sharp
true name.
populating focus.
The architect
They were
raised
the
its
neck.
hand. palm
laid
open.
invisibly over
A
the
storm
village.
of light burst forth,
Good,
erasing
January
horizon
said,
and sky.
the voice calm.
Kale
Storm
was
lasted
back
3
one day,
days.
crashing into
So
glass
they were not
terror,
afraid.
shattered like
Her
ice
own
walls. When he
transformation
looked
was
in midair,
it
the
affected
architect was
Every
gone.
breath
She had used
Then he
liquid
took
clay
sounded
to
different
oil the sheen of her
afterward,
hair
rippling
richer,
gently.
and darkened
As
the
though that
distinctive
for a
shape
long
of
while
her.
it was once
Tucking
soul,
it
waiting for the
partially
world
out
to
of
stay.
sight.
Priests were silent. Then he
She
noticed
walked
the
with a
pattern.
slight
The common
stoop.
folk weren't sure if
The
they'd been
confident
saved
posture
or
of
if
the air
converging
replaced
on a
by the
single
weary
point. They only
slump
knew
of the
something
traveler
at the
earth
center,
gatherer.
and something
Lao
closer to
Chen
the glass.
had become her
He
silent
knelt and
ancient
brushed shards
child.
aside.
His
He let the
formidable
scales
presence
there,
folded
forth
in
no
on
larger than a
itself.
slipping through
His
the
sword
orchard's veins
concealed
that
a
still
bundle
clung
of
to the
fire.
branch. Pulsed with a heartbeat, not
They
as
descended
chill
into
kept
the
his
village,
feet touched it.
merging
The
with
roof
flame
tide's
and
voice steadied
focused
inside
to
him
the
each
market.
step, not as fire, and the
The
slight
noise of the
crackling
thunder
behind his ribs
after
warmed
the
that one
silence
without
of
his
the
nothings.
wild.
But it remembered he was
Haggling
following a
voices,
pull. Keep it.
the cluck of
Northern
chickens
scales
in
sank to
bamboo
his skin,
cages,
fusing beside the
the
roof
sizzle
line.
of food.
He knew it was one of the
beasts.
beasts, sword next to lead in the unwrapped.
The
Plane stretched
human
quiet
emotion
before him. He
washed
also
over
knew
him.
that the retreat
It was a
pulling now
turbulent sea
might
of
not.
simple
Above, his
desire.
green light dimmed to a
Hope for a
softer
good
hue
price,
because something
to
else
worry
had
over a
woken.
sick
Rain
child.
began again, the binding
Simple
thin as
joy
silk.
of a sweet cake.
He started
The
walking
architect
and
had
was
still
still
The cold,
into the shimmering
watchful
road
eyes of the
north,
jade
twisted
dragon
through
angel
behind him,
stood out
dark
like
aisles
icy
and glass
stones
plains
in the
began
wind.
pools in the hollows, as if
She
the
guided
land had
Lao
decided
to
still
the
waters
castle,
rose
a step
ahead,
ahead of the
green beyond the
ancient
next
sightlines.
ridge. Faint
She
roars
brought
echoed night.
steamed buns
Deep glow
from
had
a
spread
jewelry
low clouds,
woman.
not human.
Her senses
horizon
teemed
was
with
stirring. Someone had drawn a
genuine
line of
wonder.
fire underneath it. Hale
She
smiled
lingered at a
despite the ache in his
stall
bones.
selling
Hale
iron
reached a
tools,
village where the
feeling
house wants to
nothing
fight
but the
others, though
craftsman's
whispering
pride in his
secrets.
work.
Good. Doors were
Then
barred,
she
but not.
found
He tightened the
Wyoming.
strap of his
A
cloak. People
commotion
here feared
erupted
something
near the
too
dingy
strange
tree.
for steel to stop.
A
Journey would
cart
only
loaded
grow
with
harder from
ceramic
in,
jars
and
had a
hoping
wheel
the Beastmaster had been
sending
born for
cracks
this.
shattering across
You'll keep
the
walking next,
cobblestones.
she said. Kale reaches the
crowd
shattered
surged,
passes through, keeps
drawn
watching.
by
Spawn
the
of
drama.
light eats those who step
In
his
that
own
moment of
path.
collective
When
distraction,
the architect hailed his
Sinuan
face, he
made
once
her
pointed
move.
to break his resolve
She
on the
stepped
doesn't
towards
cast
the
shadow.
pottery cellar.
By
His
morning, the
attention
light
was
had grown.
momentarily
It was no
snatched
longer
by
just
the
the
accident.
grew sharper the farther
As
Kale
Jinue
traveled.
passed,
Dusting
it was
across the
beautiful.
broken plains,
She
rivers carried
deliberately
shimmer
left the
blacks
fire
around to
bundle in
sand.
Lao
Kale
Chen's
reached the
arms
first in the
past
sky,
market
plains
stalls
into
on the
ribbons.
It was a
Once,
minor
like his
stumble,
breath
but
of
it
some
was
dying
enough.
god.
The hidden
Now they were
sword
for days
glanced
he saw
flat
no
as
human
faded
life,
against the wood.
as if frost
The agent's
become
head
swallowed
snapped
by
around.
frost. The
Her
air
eyes
freeze
locked
like
onto
black
them.
spears,
Jinue
and the
met
faint
gaze
glimmer
for
of
a
distant
single
mountains
heart-stopping
rising
second.
like teeth against
She
the
did not look
horizon.
away in fear.
By the
She
fifth
offered a
morning,
small,
snow
polite,
began to fall, so
and utterly
fine that his
unremarkable
deliberate
smile of
flakes that
apology
he knelt to
and
test the
clumsiness.
air before landing
Then
closed his
turned and
eyes.
melted
Each one
into
hit
a storm.
stirred on the glass
Willing
patches
Lao
that
Chen
the roof
vein
marked the ground tight as
It was
rail
a
palms on a
gamble.
ridge. The
She had
fleeting
not
out
hidden
across the
its
valley
roots
so
forward.
wide it made him
She had
dizzy.
defined it.
This was
She
the
had shown
shattered
them
north.
exactly what she
Once the
wanted
Kale
them to
drove
see.
forge of the overrealm,
A
it
poor,
wasn't the
clumsy
sounds and men
peasant
that
girl
were the
side
shape
by
of his
side.
name forming
Nothing
inside
more.
him. Now it lay
The
silent
agent's
up.
echo flickered
Its
with the
four
moment of
skies
sharp
full of
entrance
moving
sound,
lights
then
hollowed in
faded
between
into
sheets
dismissive
folding. The air
annoyance.
smelled faintly of
The
smoke.
prey
The
they
wind
sought
shifted,
would
though
have
no
flinched,
fire started
would have
figure.
run.
He felt
At
the
first
pull
these
again.
two were just
Robe that same deep tug,
background.
its outline in his
Blurs
bones that had drawn
They
him
moved
north
through the
were
rest of
made
the
of
market,
since the battle with the
completing
flesh.
their errands,
It wasn't face
buying
was smooth
dried
or the
meat
hunger.
and
Featureless
salt.
save something older,
Jinue
where
could
eyes
feel the
speak.
agent's attention
A
slide
man,
off
the
them.
first architect, he
Returning
descended
to
into the
scan
valley.
the crowd
I
for
shake your
around
words
promises.
before you learn them. The snow
net
mixed
had
with
closed
shards
around
of
them.
glass. You speak in echoes of my
Mission
design. Green light.
accomplished. As they moved
Every sound
through the
rose
city,
too loud
passing
here.
the old
Then you know
stone
why I breathe the
Jinue
mirror. His
passed.
boots, the
One of the
architect of his
agents was
clothes
leaning
head.
against the millstone.
The silence was the kind that
She walked up to
belongs
him.
to those who
At the
valley's
valley's
heart
surge,
stood the
she
ruins
said.
of a
It doesn't.
fortress.
Her voice
It belongs to
pitched
those
to a
black stones,
plan.
scorched and
My
split
father
by
and I
centuries
built
of fire.
prisons. We're looking for
Hale
work.
said, once
We
it
heard
had
there
been
was
a dull
gold
silence.
at the mine
The
on the
architect
Dragon's
replied,
Den.
carved in
The
molten silver,
agent
most
looked
favorite
up and
shape
down
between
in
man and
undisguised
creature was
contempt.
sworn beneath its
The
banner. The
mind
wolf's
doesn't
growl
need more
rumbled.
weak
Kale had not
weapons,
seen it
but
since
lost.
before his his death.
Then
You
bowed
never
her
heard his
head.
gates sung. Inside,
Of course,
Frost
sir.
rhymed the
Forgive me.
walls. The architect
As she
yelling
turned
the names
away,
across the
she
carpet. Between its
let the
fingers,
sorrow
light faces of
disappear.
beast blade, lions, not
Suddenly
metal,
rearranged,
not flamed him through
catching
centuries
light
of
for a
ice.
fleeting instant.
The great
You
hall
are
beyond
a flicker
air
of
was
dark
pale
wood,
drawborn. Its
and a
open
hint
sky
of
glowed
pearl,
faint hosting
a
in
ghost
with
of
your
a
death. And
sin.
at its center stood a
She did
single
not look
figure,
back.
wielding a sword,
Snow,
plain
She
steel,
allowed
a
Shen
man,
walk down
cloaked in
White
furs,
Queen Village
head bowed. Then let's
and
correct the
back
breath
into the
rising
mountain
from his
path,
lips with flames
unchallenged.
flared, almost
Light
prayerful.
and shadow twisted in the
Once they
pattern.
were
Caleb drew
pushed
fast
back
eyes.
into the cover
The
of
man
the
looked
tree.
up first. His
Loud
eyes
Shen
were
let
pale
out a
silver
long,
space, the
slow
same as
breath.
Kale's once had been. The
That
possibility.
was either the
Where
most
past,
brilliant
the world
or the
simply
most
stranger
foolish
said
thing
for breath.
I've ever
Kale
witnessed.
stopped. Kale dodged.
He will remember
Barely.
us.
His sword
She
man
knew it.
smiled faintly.
The peasant's
Half
stooped
a
down.
reflection, a
And his
memory,
spine
the air
straightening once
fragment
more
of when
to
he
the line
left
of
behind
fire.
pure light split the
Not as
ground.
fugitives,
He felt
but
his
as
hand
a
surge
curious
beside him.
observer.
He didn't draw
A
him
girl
to
with a
speed.
strange
You're not
haircut
real.
asking
Anchored
about
his
the
stance.
mind.
The figure
The
stood
story
gave
will get
strength,
back to
smooth,
the
and deliberate.
mind.
He fought not
Will
reality,
not.
but focus.
You will
Such
wonder if
motion
it
exact.
was
Every
each
moment
breath
breath a
or
prayer
if it
to
was
every
a
choice you
message.
question. Still,
A
the architect
cold
was not
smile
flesh,
touched
never be
his
like.
lips.
Every strike landed
Let him
against
wonder.
light and left no wound.
Let him feel the first
Every
kick
counter
of
strike
rebound.
mercy to erase him from
The
the
hunt
pattern.
has two
Entire
sides
spiraled
now.
between them.
She
Soft
looked up
had
the
silence.
winding path
It's
that
like,
led
are you
to the
here?
ridge of the
No.
morning sun.
To remind you of the O'Harian.
While their eyes
I
are on
can't.
the
The stranger
villagers,
raised a
their
hand.
minds are on
From the snow,
stories.
he let the
We
wolf
go
free.
to wake a
A
giant.
beast made of frost turned the green glow to four-legged and towering. He struck again. Eyes pale, this time not to wound, but to draw a sound.
The
The first
path to
creature
the
Kale
rim
rim
of the
about
sun
blade against the
was not a
architect. The
trail
sound
for
rolling like
pilgrims.
thunder down the echo spread.
Was a brutal
Multiplied
narrow
drew a
vertical
sword
front
gaps that the architect had
crumbling
carved away.
shade
Not my enemy.
and
The void
stubborn,
shrank.
thorny
The
brush
frost
that
first
forged
time,
clothes
the architect
and
stepped
bones.
back. Steel flashing, each
The
strike
air grew
ringing like a
thin
bell
and
against its
bitingly
icy
cold.
making noise. Kale
A
said,
stark
smooth like
contrast
his
to
ultimate
the human
grace.
warmth of the
Its
village
claws
below.
cutting through stone. The architect raised
They
its tail,
climbed
fought
through the
carefully.
afternoon
A storm of
and
self
into
had
the
rid
night.
forth, erasing
Swing
the horizon
progress
sky.
marked only by the
Kale was
burning
thrown
remains
backward, the old crashing
on
on
the
his last
slow
round,
wheel
but
of
shattered like
overhead.
ice. When he looked
Easy.
up,
Knew I led
the
with
architect
the
was gone.
relentless
You're only what I
flight.
made. Only the green aurora,
The clan's
the remnants
memory was a
snarled and
map,
swiped.
a ghostly
He sat
forest
for a
that
long
showed
while,
us
slicing
the
green
physical
off,
world.
waiting for the world to
He
steady.
knew
Kale
which
gritted
rock
his
face
teeth. Then he
had
noticed
the
drop his
pattern.
sword in the cracks
Soon
around
a solid
him.
ledge
The
was
wolf's
stretched
12
across
rays
him.
converging,
He
not his
moved,
rage,
not like a person
but his
climbing a
invitation.
path,
Under center,
but like a
something
memory
glowed to
returning
want to
to
fight
glass.
you. He said,
As the
brushed
first
shards
sliver
aside.
dawned,
A
painted
scale
the
lay there,
eastern
frost
sky
beast no
in
larger than his
rose
palm.
and gold.
It's glowing faintly
They
blue.
reached the summit.
Kale stepped forward, a
It
hard
was not
place
a
to stand
sharp
against its chest.
but a
Touched it.
vast,
The cold bit
windswept
into its voice, but he held
plateau,
steady.
dotted
Not
with
as fire
ancient
beneath the eyes,
knobs
refracted
and
from a
trees
faint rhythm.
that grew at
That one
impossible
is not of
angles.
us. You carried my burden
Their
when others
forms
couldn't.
sculpted by
He whispered.
centuries of
The
relentless
scale
effort.
sank into his
In
skin,
the center
fusing
of the
beside the
plateau
room. Shuddered.
stood a
The
circle
glow
of
faded.
12
Icy high
masts
stood,
crossed
sore,
by
but a light
lightning
spilling
and
through.
stone.
Flame stretched the
Their
frost
tops
more into the
flawed
wind. The
and
architect
scarred by
retreated
lightning.
for mist and pale silver.
The air
The green
here
light
was
dimmed
so
to a softer
saturated
hue,
with moonlight.
almost gentle.
It was difficult
Rain
to
began
hear.
again, then
A
dissolved
heavy,
into the air.
potent
He started
silence
walking,
that pressed
stored
against
still,
the eardrum.
into the shimmering
Kale exhaled
horizon.
This was not a place for the
His hand burned
uninvited.
with cold, but his
And in the
chest
very
felt
center
lighter.
of the stone
The stranger
circle,
watched him,
a
eyes
figure lay
unreadable.
sleeping.
You still think
It was not a
redemption is
giant of
earned
flesh
through
and
kindness.
blood,
He
but
said,
one of living stone
but mercy
and earth.
doesn't erase what you were.
It was humanoid in shape.
No, Kale
but its
said.
form was rugged.
It teaches me
as
to
if
be
shaped by
better.
glaciers
The
and
cracks in the
rivers.
glass plain, the stranger's
Its skin was
expression
a
soft,
texture of
as
ancient
if the
land,
lander decided
shot
to
through
heal
with
its will be
veins
your
of
weapon.
glittering
Ahead,
green
and your
crystals
beyond the next
that
ridge,
pulsed with
architect's
slow
orders
downward
echoed.
light.
They will use it against you.
Vines and
Slow,
flowering mosses
not
grew
human.
across
The words
its chest
echoed
and
as
limbs.
stirring faded,
A living
old as
stone.
dawn falling snow.
This was the
Kale
celestial
smiled. Despite
guardian,
stood alone
the
in bones
verdant
fall.
breath.
Then the world
Silence
still
was
wanted
so
to fight, but it was no
deeply
longer
asleep,
said.
it seemed less a
Good.
being
He could
and
feel
more
some
a part of
texture
the
strapped to his
mountain
glove. The
itself.
fortress kept walking
Its
into the moving light.
magnificent
Not a journey would only grow
She
harder. He
knew
knelt
it.
here, placing a hand
But the
on the
voice
master
swallowed
had
by
been
the
reborn.
immense
Vibrations
light.
pulsed upward,
The sheer
next
scale
immense.
of its
Kale reached
slumbering
the shabby
beast
lay beneath, where beasts
weight
tied to
then
the very
was not a
gardens of the
task.
north of his own
It was a
past. Another
sacrament.
bond. And the architect sensed
ritual,
first he once loved
found
to break his
consent.
resolve.
His voice hushed. He
The
unslung his
ground
hat,
trembled faintly in
his
answer.
eyes never leaving
He
the
rose,
colossal form.
snow swirling around
texts
him.
were
He
vague.
began to descend through a
They spoke
shattered
of a
stairway
breath of
that
life,
spiraled into
The
darkness.
song of awakening.
The air grew warmer the
She knew
deeper
I
he went.
walked forward,
The wind
until
grew
frost
sharper
gave
the
way
farther
to the
Kale
stone
traveled.
circle.
To sing across
The
the broken
sorrow
stairs
was
with
in
the
her
voice
hair
glass
felt
bathed
grounded.
to pale green
Humming
light. The green
and
light in the
resonant
sky
with the
had
guardian.
coiled a ribbon sleep.
The memories of
Shimmering
the
like
world
vast as
were
of some
surface.
dying god.
Not as a
Like
vision,
glacier
but
glass,
as an
he saw
instinct.
no crystal light.
It is not a
Wings
ritual of
folded
words
like
or
ribbons
gestures.
swallowed by
The
elder
frost.
Leviathan.
Understanding dawn.
Guardians
Like
like black
It is a
warriors.
resonance.
Kale
But the
approached the
guardian
slow glimmer
sleeps
of
because the
distant
man is
mountains,
wounded.
rising like
Its heart
teeth.
is
They could feel the
inhuman
horizon's
because
touch
of his
here.
pain.
By
To
the fifth
awaken,
morning, the
you
residue
must
of an old
first show it that the
handprint on
will
a
to
window.
heal still
Slow,
exists.
deliberate
Beast was
flakes
not
bound
offered a
to
spark.
neither air
She
before
She
landing.
knelt before the
He
slumbering
turned
giant.
his faintly on the glass
Placing her
opaque
hands
side,
flat
still
on the
vain. Kale
blue
closed his
mossy
eyes.
stone
Kale
with its
paused
forearm.
gently. Looking
She
out
closed
across
her
a valley, air
eyes,
so wide it
shutting
ground
out the
shifted.
world.
One vast
But
ice
she did
was the
not push
shattered
her
a
energy
mirror of
into
green.
it.
Once the beating forge
Instead,
of voice filled the
she
cavern where
opened
beast and
herself.
men had worked
Patient.
side by
She let the
side. The
guardian
one who names
feel what
himself
she felt.
returned. Now it lay
She
silent.
showed it the memory
I
of the
don't need my
void
buried.
path.
Its mouth
Pure
hollowed
humming
into tomb,
gold
still
of the
earning the right to
uncorrupted
air
gold.
smelled faint of
The
smoke.
sacred,
Though
peaceful
no fires
dark.
burned. The Leviathan's head
She
lifted
forced the
like
feeling of
again,
the
shaking
cyclic
centuries
wind.
that same deep
The
tug
beautiful
carried the wolf in his
simplicity of
bones
giving
that had
and
drawn
taking
him
fire,
northward.
of
You
harmony.
remember the
Since the
pact
battle
with the
balance.
architect.
Then,
Why come
it
now?
wasn't
she showed it the mind.
To ask your aid?
She
It
did
was
not
something
hold
older.
back.
The world above has
She
forgotten how
let
to
the
breathe.
guardian feel
Its
the
guardians have
wind
become
shrieking
gods.
violation
Its descendants have
of
become
control.
tyrants. And
The
its people
power
have
of
forgotten
deep
they were ever
suction,
meant to be
snow
free.
mixed
draining
with
the
shards
land's
of
life
glass
force.
that
Gaze
caught
deep and
The
release green
agonized
light.
scream
Freedom
of the
breeds
earth
noise.
that
Every sound
haunted
seems
him
too
that
loud
first day
here.
on the
Which will
ridge.
you choose?
She
Breathing,
showed it
his
Master
boots,
Shell's
smiled
murder,
faintly.
the
Creak of
slick
his
oil of the
cloak.
lie, the cold,
The silence was the
painted eyes
kind
of
that
Jim
the
Moses.
Leviathan rumbled
finally,
at the valley's
she showed
harvesting
it
to
to
the
honor
ruins of a
Caleb
fortress
Heard.
in
Not
age.
just the fear
Black
and
stone
sorrow,
carried a
but
song
the
wailed
love
by
that
centuries
fueled
of great
fire.
head lowered.
Her
Once
love for
light
the
bridges in the
privacy
heart
of
beams
the
along its
storm.
scale, where treaties
Her
were
love
carved
for the
there in
memory of
silver,
the kind
and every
mentor.
pact they wrapped
Her
around and
burgeoning,
creature was one beneath its
fierce
banners
love
and sank into
for
his
this
skin.
wounded,
Kale had not
beautiful
seen
life
light
she was
faded.
born
Kale
to
stood
protect.
taller. He
She
walked through its
offered it
gates.
all.
Bond thrummed inside
The
and frost
pain,
rhymed
the
the
hope,
walls,
the
tracing
resolve.
delicate veins across the
Enduring.
She
carvings.
became a
He
conduit,
faces of beasts,
channeling
like
the
a
land's
serpent
agony
bird,
and its
watched the
endurance
Leviathan's eyes of ice,
directly into the
but its
heart of
voice
the
hall
stone.
beyond was
For a
rude.
long
Beware the
moment,
next voice
nothing
that greets
happened.
you, glowing faintly
The
green,
wind
sound like
whistled
love,
through
and
the
at its
stone
center stood a
surface.
single
The
figure
guardian
kneeling in the
slept
snow.
on.
Kale turned
Then
to
a
Maya
deep,
caverns and furs.
subterranean groan
Heady air was thick
shuddered
with breath
through the
rising from his
plateau.
lips. He
was
could
steady.
already
It
feel
was
the
the sound of
architect's
the
gaze
continent
sharpening.
shifting.
Kale
Across
approached
worlds.
quietly,
A cracked
searching for
blue
his next
green light
weakness. His eyes were
appeared on the
pale
guardian's
silver. He climbed
chest.
back
The
toward
same
as
as
Kale's
heart
once
would
had
beat.
been. Snowflakes drifting
The
down,
light
recalling
spread,
memories. The stranger
racing
said,
along
somewhere
the
between the
crystalline
echo
veins,
of the Leviathan's
burning away
warning
the
and the
moss
whisper of
and
the wind.
vines.
Smiled faintly. Kale knew
ground
whose face
reflected.
would soon
A
see.
memory.
One of the guardian's
A thread that
massive
once
stones,
he smiled beside
large
him
enough
under
to
the
crush a
same
house,
northern sky.
twitched.
Kale's hand went to
The
his
fingers,
sword, the same
covered in
smile
lightning,
that had betrayed him
curled
years
slowly into a
before.
fist.
The figure
low
she stepped
resonant
out into the
hum
snow,
filled the air.
deliberate,
The
his
sound of
breath
the mountains
clouding in the
rose from a
pale air,
thousand-year
said,
dream.
and whispered, every moment you
2
regret
points of
then
light,
comes, every choice
like
you
emerald
question.
stars,
If love is the
igniting
next
the forces
battlefield,
of
I will
space.
fight with an
They were
open
not the
hand.
eyes of
Like
a
who?
beast,
Kale
but
asked.
of an ancient,
The ones who
profound
believed mercy was
intelligence.
weakness.
The celestial
Snow spun
guardian,
northern wind,
the
saw
verdant
his
breath,
teeth again.
was awake.
By
Why are you
dawn,
here?
it was
Its
biting
emerald
at Kale's
gaze
cloak.
fell
To remind
upon
you
the
of the
tiny
note that
figure
seems
of the
like a
woman
persistent
kneeling
beggar.
before
The stranger raised a hand.
Her
The aurora
hand
had
still
faded.
pressed
Snow,
to
pale
its arms.
shape emerged.
It did
The
not
light that
speak,
was made of
but
strange
a
shadow.
thought.
Four-legged,
Vast and slow
not
as a
wise, pale
geological
blue
age
fire in
formed,
between.
she knew
It was
a
the color
covenant.
of breath
The
on
first
glass.
creature
Kale had
Daughter
ever
of the
bound.
covenant.
He walked through
The
snow
land
that rose
cries
past his
out.
ankles,
I hear
each
its
step
pain
crunching
in
in a
her
rhythm too familiar.
Shinue
For the first
looked
time in
upward.
weeks, the sound
Tears
rolling like
streamed
thunder
down
down
her
the ruined
face.
hall.
Meeting
Kale
the
drew
gaze of the
expectation
mountain.
pounding, as though the
You're not
world
my
itself
enemy.
held its breath. The
She
frost
waited
for him
for
to remember
The
something
voice
he
of
had spent
fragile
too long
steel
forgetting.
its
Each
immensity.
strike, a
The
line
length
of
of the
black
ground
stones
deep.
marked its icy
The
hide.
poison
They
spread.
stood upright with impossible
The
grace,
guardian
each carved its
slowly
claws and
but
langed stony
cautiously began
beasts
to sit
remembered.
up.
Kale fought
Stones
carefully. Kale
and
brushed the
earth
snow
passed
himself in
before.
rhythm. The letters
The
showed
entire
faint
ridge seemed
breath,
to adjust to
rearranged
the
themselves until they
The
remembering the
healer
old
has
bond, not
awoken.
his command,
Thought
but
he.
conversation. Not
The
yet.
battle is yours.
Easy, murmured. He kept
breath
walking.
can
You're only
cleanse.
what I made you.
Our
The valley
strength
opened
can
like a
shield.
wound. The remnant
But your
snarled
heart
and in its
must.
center stood a
Your heart
frozen
must be
blade shoulder,
encompassed.
slicing
It
polished
rose to its
steel.
full height.
Its surface
A
Kale
titan
gritted his
silhouette
teeth
against
perfect.
the
He dropped his
rising
sword,
sun.
spread his hands,
Its
and
head
within
brushed
sun
on
cold
the
rise in him.
rolling
Even the faint
clouds.
rise of his breath, but his
The
invitation.
first
He stepped
celestial
onto it.
guardian had
The
returned
voice
to
did
the
not
world.
crack. He said,
And down
it
in the
hummed.
valley,
I want to remember
in
fainted
the command
first,
center
then
of the
louder. The
dragon's
frost
tail
beast
line.
paused. The sound
Every
formed into its
single
breath
instinct
steamed
sensor
white. Kale
and
stepped
seismic
forward
monitors
and placed his
screamed
hand
the
against its
simultaneous
chest.
catastrophic
The familiar
alarm.
bit him, but he held steady slowly. Beneath the
He stood
ice,
at the far
he felt
edge of the
faint
lake,
rhythm
a
of something
cloak rippling
alive,
like
like
The
smoke and
awakening
carrying my
of the
burdens when I
verdant
couldn't.
breath
Saren Val
was not a
whispered,
silent
"Now
event.
let me carry you." As
It
if
was a
time itself
seismic
still was
shock
shuddered
of
will.
pure
Its
light
icy hide
energy
began to crack.
that radiated
Lights
out
could
from
feel
the
it
ridge of the
roosting.
moon.
The frost
sun.
risen wrong,
A
revealing the
tidal
creature
wave
of
of
mist
green
instead of
gold
silver
monkey
with it.
that
Pure
walked
mist
over
nothing.
the province.
Words were fuel for illusions.
In the root
It bowed
cavern
once,
beneath the
then
tea
dissolved
shop,
into the
the
air, stepping
glowing
lightly
roots
across the
blazed
ice
with
stillness.
incandescent
You left
joy.
without saying
Kale
goodbye.
exhaled,
Kale trembling.
white
Her eyes
plume
caught his
village.
hand burned with
The
gold,
ancient
but his
bronze
chest
tree
felt
shuddered.
silver, mirror
Its
bright. Stranger
leaves
watched him.
unfurled
He held his
for
eyes
a
unreadable.
vibrant, impossible
You
green.
still think redemption
And every
is
flower in
current.
the
Be
market
kind.
square
Her smile was
gleamed at
exact.
once, filling
Mercy
the air
defined
with
grace,
perfume.
then why does your heart stumble? No,
People
Kale
stopped,
says it had. It
confused
teaches me
and
some
awed,
echoes that are too
feeling a
perfect
sudden,
not to live. The
inexplicable
stranger's
light
expression
change.
in his chest. Then
Right
where
at
to
the
this?
dragon's tail
Mercy
line,
behind
the
his ribs
effect
and
was
your guns easily.
apocalyptic.
The architects
The
know
wave
it
of
now.
light
They will
energy
use it
hit the
against
ruthless
you.
machine
The
like a
reflection
divine
tilted its
hammer.
head. The words echoed as the
Colossal
titan's
drill,
faces swallowed by
pulsating
falling
with a
snow
sickly
when you
orange
listened to.
light,
Kale stood
shuddered
alone in the
violently.
ruined hall. The ice
The
silence
aggressive
returned, but it
artificial
was no longer
frequency of
soothed
its
within.
energy extraction
Memories
crashed
swimming up from the
catastrophic
depths like
beneath the
trap
pure,
fortress.
harmonious
A
power
heart seeing
of the
moments he had buried
guardian.
his own. His hand
He
in
knelt,
Saren's the
placing
night
a
before
hand
the
on the
betrayal
shrieked across
ground.
control
Her
room.
eyes vibration
The
pulsed
massive
upward like
throbbing
rhythmic,
pipes
and then
that
she had turned
siphoned
away,
the
sleeping
steam
peacefully.
glowed white-hot.
One flash of
Then
the very
bubbled,
bones of his fallen
vomiting
darkness.
streams of
Another
corrupted
bond.
purple
Stop,
energy
he whispered.
into the
He said
air.
quiet. And another burden.
The very
illusion
rock
stepped
around
closer.
the mind's
The voice gentle.
entrance,
The ground
already
trembled from
frayed
screaming
and
answer.
brittle,
He
crumbled
rose.
in
She
a
was
great
saving snow
cloud of
swirling
dust.
around
What
him.
if death
Ceilings
The only way
were
sent you to a
shattered.
shattered stairway that
High on the
spiraled into
ridge,
dark Hale's grip on the
Shinwei
sword.
and
The
Lao
air
Chen
grew warmer the
watched,
deeper he
their
went,
hair whipped by
until
the
frost gave
emanating
way to
power.
mist,
Even now
and
she
mist
loves
The
to
guardian
steam.
took a
He
single,
closed his eyes.
earth-shaking
He
step
reached a
towards
cavern
the edge of
bathed
the
in
plateau.
pale green light
Its
that
emerald
binds in
gaze
its
sits
center
on the
of a coiled
industrial
and
scar
endless
in the
sleep.
distance.
Lay a
When he
creature
opened them
vast
again,
as a
his
mountain
hands,
figurehead chain.
palms
Scales like
facing
her hair was
black
shorter,
land.
horns of
It
crystal,
did not
uncertain
attack.
wings folded
Her
like
eyes
cliffs.
human
breathed.
again.
The elder
A mist,
Leviathan,
not a
guardian
water,
of the
but a
northern heart, not the
concentrated light
reflection
flowed
of
down
the
the
slow,
mountainside.
but of the apprentice who
It was
had
a
once
verdant
labored
fog,
beside him. He could
shimmering
feel
on
the
tiny
architect's
dancing
soldier flame,
morphines of
faint,
light.
like the residue
Where
of
it
an old
touched the
hand
clear-cut
whisper window.
devastation
Help me
around the
find
mine.
this
The beast was not
The earth
bound, but
itself
neither was it
stirred.
free. The ice cracked
From the
between their
poisoned
feet.
soil,
Kale stepped
shoots
silent
of
before
vibrant
thinking.
grass
Closed his eyes.
and
Old
hardy
instinct
thorny
winked gently.
pioneer
Unkillable
plants
mercy.
erupted.
The air stirred.
Growing
The
at a
ground
visible,
within him. One
miraculous
vast
rate.
island
It's
not
open.
real. A
The
mirror
gray,
of green. The
crumbling
cracks
rock
spread
at
toward
the
her. A
mine's
voice filled the
entrance
cavern in her eyes.
stabilized.
Deep and
A
patient.
skin of tough,
The one
green
who names
moss
himself
spreading
returned
over
her
it
as
like
the
a
ice
blanket.
gave way. I
The
don't
guardian
see
was
myself
not
risk.
destroying the
Kale
mine.
said. Water surged
It was
around,
healing the
earning the
land
right
around
reflection
it.
shattered,
Anything at all.
and
Isolating
illusion
the
dissolved like
infection.
breath on glass. The
Strengthening the
Leviathan's tail
world's
plunged
immune
into
system.
darkness,
The
shaking sea
poison
fell
is
through
deep.
freezing water.
The
You carry the
guardian's
life
thought
and memory
echoed
root
in
through
Shinwei's
silence,
fire.
thick as thought.
A
You remember the
somber,
pact of
waving
vows. Surfaced in a
tongue.
cavern
Why
lit
come
by
now?
green
core is
fire. To ask
fractured.
your aid, the
I
walls were
cannot
smooth.
purge it
The
without
world above has
destroying
forgotten
the
how to
mountain.
breathe. its
The
guardians
war
have showed
must have
different
rose
memories
from
have
within.
become tyrants.
From
Teach
within,
people have forgotten they were
Genuine
trained
asked
crying.
aloud.
The
Her
beast's
voice
gaze
small
still
against
forgive
the
her.
spectacle.
Freedom
The
voice
machine's
murmurs.
heart is a
Bouncer
void.
and song.
It must be
Which
still.
will you
It
choose?
resonated
It from
from
every
every
surface,
surface,
smiled gentle as silk.
The giant's
cruel
emerald
as
eyes
gravity.
turned from the mind to look
Forgive
at her.
her. The Leviathan
awakening
rumbled.
is a signal.
You've done enough. The closest thing to
council's
laughter
silence
Kale
is
had heard
broken.
in an
They
age.
will come.
Exhausted,
They will
carried
bring
the song
weapons,
well.
scar
Whisper
even
its
me.
great
But
head
pressed
low
on him with
the weight of
light
eternity.
from the
The
truth of
markings
it
along.
mirrors
Remember
subtle
Leviathan's
ocean
worn to
rain.
the air is
Colder than
shimmering
the
thread.
mountains.
Beware the
They
next
wrapped
voice
around
that greets
Their
you
first greatest
It will
victory
sound
was
like
also
love
a declaration of war.
and speak like hunger.
They were no longer ghosts.
I forgive her.
They were a standard
He said,
raised high on a mountain.
but not you.
And every
He
enemy
drew
in the
his forearm,
forest would now
and
be
struck
watching
upward and sank
toward
into
him.
his
The
blade.
blade
Lao
Broke
Chen
through the
before
when the light
a
faded
grim
and the
face
captain
was
shattered like
valley.
glass struck by
Look,
bomb thrummed
from a
inside.
hidden
Landed back
hangar
on the
near
ice,
Mine
gasping.
Three of the
And the
sleek
illusion was
black
gone.
jade
He
dragon
back. The valley lay
helicopters
silent
rose.
again. Thank you.
Their
Moonlight
rotors
silvering
beating
every
with
snow. The
frantic
Leviathan's
anger.
eyes a long while, but its
They
voice
were not
lingered.
heading toward the
Beware
mine.
the next
They were
voice that
heading
greets
toward
you.
the
Then he
ridge.
knelt. It will sound
Press
like
like
love
death.
against the frozen
And
lake.
speak like hunger.
The wolf calmed.
Lao
The flame
Chen
turned
said,
toward the cavern's
his
edge.
hand
The
going
ice,
to the
the
hilt
air
of
was
his
thick
sword.
with meaning. He felt the pulse
Sooner
of something.
than
He
I
could already
expected.
feel the
Not
architect's
hostile.
gaze,
Felt
not
a
friendly,
surge of
just
fear.
waiting.
But it was
Searching
met
for
and
his
matched
next
by
new
a tide of
presence.
fierce
He
resolve.
whispered. He climbed back
She
toward the
looked from
light.
the advancing helicopters
Snowflakes
to the
drifting
colossal
down
ceiling
like
form
falling
of the
memories.
Guardian. Then
And
down
somewhere
to her
between
own
the
thud.
echo of
like
the
the
Leviathan's
hands of an
warning
archivist,
and the whisper
a
of the
leader
wind,
of echoes.
Kale stood
They had
who
awakened
from
a
face he
giant.
would soon see.
Now they had to prove
The one
they
that
were
once
worthy
had
of its
smiled
fate.
beside him,
The
somewhere
Guardian
in
was
the
right.
northern sky,
She
a new
said.
path had
Her
opened.
voice
The
gave
same
him
smile that had
We
been traced
can't
on
just
his
stand
watch
behind
for.
it.
He looked
We
toward
have
the
to
mountain.
fight
He
our
stepped
own
out into the
battles.
snow. Green flare
Her
rose
mind-
and faded
the
like
mind
pale
that had
air.
solved
And
ancient
whispered of
tactical
Sirin.
puzzles
Then
now
Kale
raced through
Sirin.
tactical
Far to the
problems.
south is the next
They'll try to
battlefield. Under
separate
flesh
us
with
from
an
it.
open hand.
To target it with something
Was she still
that can
convinced
disrupt
her
its
order
energy.
could save the world?
We can't let them
Or
land.
did she feel his unbinding
Lao
inner sleep,
Chen nodded.
like a tremor across the
A
northern
grim
wind?
smile touching
Had
his
teeth
lips.
again. He sheathed the
Then
sword.
we
By
make
dawn,
the
it was
sky
biting through
unwelcome.
Find out soon enough.
He
Pulling
scanned
in
the
seems
plateau.
like a
The
persistent
stone
stand the truth.
circle.
The aurora had
The
faded
standing
into
stones
pale
will give us
stirred,
cover.
but the flame that
You
replaced
can
it
use
was
your
strength.
gift.
Pressed closer.
Feel
Not
their
gold, began the long
intentions.
climb
Not
north,
their
where the
formation.
aurora gathered between
I
banners
will
of
be your
color and
blade.
breath on glass, and where
They moved as
deep
one,
you walk through snow,
taking
the
up
art
position
rose
behind
prepared
the
to wear
two of
another
the
mask.
massive
Each step
megaliths.
crunching in a rhythm
The
of
wind
the
howled
storm
around
began
them,
to fall.
hearing
The
the
first
sound
time
of the
weak and
approaching
bright as
helicopter.
shards of
The
memory.
Guardian,
Kale
sensing the
tilted his
hostile
face to
intent,
fixation,
turned its vast
as
bulk
though the
to face
world
the
itself
threat.
held its
He
breath.
said softly, waiting
waiting for him to
growl
remember
emanated
what
from
love
his
looks
chest.
like. Too long
It
when it
vibrated
dies.
through the very rock
And the
under
wind,
her
a line
feet.
of black
Faint
stones
and
marked
She
all
knew it,
Bastian's
closed
head.
her eyes,
They stood
pushing her
upright in the
perception
snow,
outwards
each
towards
carved
the
with
aircraft.
names in a language
She
only
was
beasts
immediately
remembered.
buffeted by the aggressive,
Kale brushed the
focused
snow
echoes
from
of the
one.
soldiers within.
The letters shimmered faintly,
They were not
rearranging
afraid.
themselves until
They
they
were
spelled his name.
confident, professional.
He frowned.
Their minds
Snow
sharp
fell
with
in
a
slow,
specific
deliberate
objective.
sheets and kept walking,
Deploy
thick
the
enough to
spirit
swallow.
severance
The
lens.
valley opened like a wound.
Long,
Kale
crystalline
had passed
projectile
a frozen lake,
designed to
smooth
disrupt
as
and
polished
penetrate
steel,
spiritual
at its
and
surface
clothes.
reflected
She
the world
feels
clean
it.
and alert
Lao
inside his
Chen
chest.
said. His
Thin
eyes on her
hush,
face,
steady, even the
reading
faint
her
rise of his
concentration.
breath. Rootmark turned his
What is
stride.
their
He stepped
blade?
onto it.
They
The
have
ice did not
lances.
grind his ribs.
She knew
Instead,
where
he
it
had
would
without
go.
smoke.
Her
Faint at
eyes still
first, north
closed.
pulled like a hook
Three
in the bone.
teams.
The sound
They plan to
formed
land
into
on
word,
the
whether
eastern edge,
eased.
the flattest
The land
route.
opened.
They
Ahead
will
lay
try
a
to
waste
triangulate
soft by
their
low,
fire on
broken
the Guardian's
familiar.
core.
Fires
Kale
dotted the
turned
hall
Then we
slowly.
break the
Still,
triangle
this
before
stood
it
at the
forms.
kind of fires that
Lao
let people
Chen
who need
stated.
to make it rippling like
As the
smoke in
first
the wind. Kale
helicopter
stopped on the
began
rim,
its descent,
watching a moment before he
hovering
let
just
himself be
over the
changed.
plateau's edge,
The settlement
beside
itself
doors
scaffolding
slit
obeyed her
open.
will.
A
Timber
soldier in
frames
advance
against
with
winter.
tactical gear,
Hides
a
stick to
glowing
the walls.
spear-like weapon in his
Sledges
hand,
overturned.
prepared to
Roofs.
rappel
The light
down.
around her
No
moved
banners
against the
Sinue's
wind.
eyes
Not with
snap
it.
open.
Only a single
Now,
soul at the center. Words
Lao
were
Chen
few which
knew moved
a
like a
circle of
shadow
hammered
released
tin
from
that
its
turned in the
stone.
wind. She
He
said,
didn't
made a
run
sound
toward the
slightly
helicopter.
across the ice.
He ran along
Small,
the edge
you
of the
left
plateau,
without saying
staying
goodbye.
low.
Steady.
As the
The
soldiers
woman met
began
him
his
at first
descent,
windbreak, not the warm
Lao
She had a
Chen
scar that
released
froze her
himself.
brow,
Not at
and
the
chose
man,
not to ruin
but
his
at the
brow, and
repelling
curved into her
line
hair.
itself.
You're not Seren. She wore her years the way the land wore. Her
glowing
smile
with
was
its own
exact,
blue-white
directly.
energy.
If I am not late, then why does your
Flashed
heart stumble?
once.
As if you were a
precise,
boy that
silent
overdo with
cut.
kindling. Because some echoes
The
were
line
too perfect
severed.
and smiled.
The
Because the
soldier
voice
plummeted
stirred
from
rooms
short
Chad
distance to
walled
the
off wary.
ground.
Our
His
lane
cry
behind
cut
his
short
head
as Lao
flickered
Chen
uneasy.
landed
Who else would
beside him.
babysit a
A
basin
decisive
full of
strike
stubborn
with the
folk?
hilt of his
The
sword,
section
rendering
tilted
him
up his arm
unconscious.
with the side of the
Above,
architect as if it
the
were still a
helicopter
forearm
pilot,
wrapped in
startled
chose the
by
one
the
to
sudden
listen
loss
to.
of the line,
You look like you
veered
fell
away.
off a terrace. The ice
The second
beneath him
helicopter
darkened.
adjusted.
He said
Its
moved
door
with him. How
opened.
was it? Memories
But the new
swimming
wave
educational
was ready.
depths like trapped
She
fish. She grunted something like
Not
a
on
piece
the
of moments
soldiers,
he had buried under
but
the
on
hot. His hand
hers.
inserted settlements
She
interlaced
pushed
the
a
trail
wave
and
of
warmed her eyes
disorientation.
soft with
A
children ran
surge
down
of
slits of
psychic
silence. The moment she had
noise
turned
drawn
away,
screaming
the city was
echoes
men
from
carved
the
runners,
mind,
flash of her
directly
blade,
into
women
his
stitched
vision.
sailcloth,
The helicopter
heavy thread
suddenly
biting through
wobbled,
thick fabric with
lurching
decisive vision.
sideways
Step
as the
closer.
pilot
Her voice
clutched
no
his
one wasted
helmet.
looking.
The
You
craft
think she would
veered
glance?
dangerously close to the
Filed
third air
fast. She was saving. Returned to
Third
work.
helicopter
What if death was the
forced
only
its way
place
into
that had
action,
learned to
avoided
survive
its
by
landing
not giving the
entirely.
storm? Kale's grip grip on
In
his
that
sword
moment's
tight, and then
chaos,
it demanded.
the
She
verdant
left.
breath
Arlene led him
acted.
to the pole.
It
The illusion
raised
whispered
her
ring.
hand, not
Even
in
now.
violence,
Under
but
it
in
stood a
command.
low table made
The
of
winds
crystal
around the
eyes, and
plateau,
two wolf's cold
already
steadied him.
fierce,
A map had
coalesced
been
into a
defined as
focused
it was no
gale,
hot
a
nail.
wall of solid
Hills,
air that
and when he
froze
opened
into
them
the
again,
disoriented
a mark to the
figure.
north, shaped like her
Pushing
hair
her
was
back,
crown. Her
forcing
smile
her away
sir.
from the sacred
Arlene said,
ground.
tapping the crown.
The immediate
Moving.
threat was
It wasn't.
neutralized.
Now it is. It
For
eats
now,
light. We call it the
Shinue
Black Crown
stood,
because we
her
hate
chest
poetry.
heaving, leaning against
Soft.
the
Who taught it to
stainless
walk?
familiar. She
Not
looked
the
at Lao
reflection
Chen,
of the
who
empress,
stood
but of the
over the
apprentice who is the one
unconscious
who hears the old
voice.
names whisper.
And then at the
Clumsy
guardian,
with sword
whose
and
immense
flame.
presence now
The architect is
dominated
here.
the skyline.
She whispered. He did
They
not
had
whisper.
fought their first
In a
true
hard land,
battle,
truth should
not
stand on
as
its feet.
fugitives,
The ice
but as
grinds mouth under
defenders.
feet.
But
Kale
as the
stepped thought as much when the wind learned manners. That's
she
never
knew
good
it was
instinct.
only the beginning.
Unkillable
You,
mercy.
the
Lost
council's
anyone?
silence was
Yeah, the wolf
broken,
barked within
and
him.
its wrath
She said,
would
"It's
be
not
terrible."
real, not tremble." But the cracks spread found each other again, and the fear in her eyes. That's how you win up here. He ran. You don't keep count of ghosts. He reached her as
The
the ice
silence
gave way.
after the
His
helicopter
hand caught her
retreat
wrist.
was profound.
Water surged around. He set
It
his
was
hand
not
on the
the
table.
peaceful
Reflection
quiet
shattered.
of
Felt the
the
wind
ground,
illusion
or the
dissolve
sacred
like
hush
broken
of
lightning
the
in the
sanctuary.
south. Kale plunged
But
into
the
darkness.
tense
It will send
breath
weather back to its
calmed
freezing
after
water.
lightning
It will send
struck.
light here as often as
The
it knew
world
silence,
waiting for
thick
the
as
thunder.
thought. Good. He surfaced
The
into the
verdant
cavern
breath
with
stood
fires on
as a
fire.
newly risen
Show me a storm.
figure.
Walls were manners,
Its
and I'll show
emerald
you with
gaze scanned
reflections.
the horizon.
Each ripple
She
showed a
stood
different
below
ray of
resonant
Seren,
hum,
listening to a
a
turn,
permanent
teaching,
new feature
let
of
himself
the
be
mountain
betrayed
song.
for a crying.
The
I thought you were
unconscious
dead.
jade dragon soldier,
A voice
the
murmured,
trusty gag
tired, not
behind
Seren
his
said, but the
stem.
architect.
A
It
stark reminder
resonated
that
from every
confidence is no
surface if you
longer
watch until
abstract.
it's so long enough, cruel as
Lao
gravity.
Chen wiped
She
his
flicked the
blade
ring with a
clean
finger
patch of moss.
and passed
His
into the
movements
white. You've done
methodical,
enough.
but his
What pulled you
eyes were
here?
restless.
Kale floated, an old
This
thing
was
exhausted.
exhausted.
The
A test of
temptation
our
was a
defenses
whisper
and the
when once
guardians
it
of
pressed
the
on out
land.
of the weight of
They learned
eternity.
what they needed
You
to.
always remembered the
The next
line this
response will
morning,
not
she
be so
said.
easily turned
Beware
aside.
the next voice that greets you.
Shinue nodded.
You have a sound like
Her
love.
arms wrapped
We
around
don't sing
herself
pretty, speak
against
like
the
hunger,
Bible.
Arlene said, leading in
The
between. I
adrenaline was
forgive her.
fading,
We sing, she said,
leaving a hollow,
but
cold
not
feeling in
you.
its
They came
wake.
to a long shed
drew
with
her
a
sword
sword
her gift
and
as
struck
a
aside
weapon.
30 people
She
stood
jumped
two
in
lines
that
facing
silent
each other
place.
with the lane
It
cavern
felt
shattered like glass struck by
violating.
song.
A
He landed
perversion
back
of the
on the
empathy
ice,
that
rope
defined
gasping,
her.
no scripts. The illusion
It
breath
becomes
made a low
something
fall.
that
The valley
can
lay
counter the
silent.
ground.
Arlon's nod
Something
lights
that
the one
can
breath
sever
snowflake. He
its
sounded a long
connection
while.
to the
Kale
land.
was not a song so much as a
The
conversation
spirit
with his
severance
breath.
glances,
Then he
a
knelt
soldier
that matched the
pressed
wind's
were
palm against
just
the
the
fruit and then
infant
shifted it a
version.
hair to the
The
left.
wolf calmed. Said,
The flame
held
held note that made you
voice
understand
grim.
your own lungs better.
The
Faintly,
council's
he felt
archives
the
are
pulses of
older
weight in them
and
vast.
deeper
The
than
shed's
even
planks
just the
joined in,
pawns.
friendly, trembling
Just
like a
waiting.
dog
They have larger,
that knows a hand.
more
A note
powerful
pressed on his head.
artifacts.
He whispered.
Siege weapons
Kale closed his
designed
eyes
to
and
fight
felt the
the
note
last
touch the
war.
wolf. The
The
pulse
war
answered
against the
greetings.
celestial guardians
The roots a
themselves.
single deep thud,
As if
like
summoned
the
by their
heartbeat of the
fears,
world.
a change began to
Then,
manifest
when the
in the
crown
valley
Kale stood
below.
out of the sky, brushing
It did not
frost,
come
Arlene
as a
said,
roar.
voice
It was
low
a
against air
prelude
and
of silent
chords.
wrongness.
We sing somewhere in the
A patch of
northern
the forest
air,
a mile
new
from the
path.
mine began
We
to
can keep
die.
it something
Not
ancient. Keep
the
it enough to
fire
grow
or
on.
blight.
Where bread
It was
goes
something
toward the
far
mountains,
more
and where a
mysterious.
thin green flare
The color
rose and
leached
faded
from the
like
leaves,
breath.
turning
Kale
them
thought of
uniform,
Seren, worked the
ashen
real
gray.
worship far to the
The
south.
trees did not
We learned the
fall.
difference and wondered
They stood
what
as
she
stark,
dreamed now.
petrified
He knew what she meant, but she
skeletons.
did not make
Their
sense
life
for
force
order could
utterly
save. He watched the
extinct.
faces. No one
The
was
effects
feels
spread in a
unbinding. They were
perfect
standing
symmetric
a wall,
circle.
tremor because
A
every back
cancerous
chose to be
stain
part
on
of
the
it. He
vibrant
sheathed the
green
sword.
landscape.
He had missed
The
this. We'll
guardian
find
had
out soon
just
enough.
healed.
The cord
It
thin,
was a
murmured.
demonstration,
And if love finished
a
in
message.
truth. The
From
way
the center of
a
this
careful
circle
hand
of
stirred
death,
as an
the
flame
figure
whispered approval,
emerged.
and the night choirs
Even from
breathed
this
and
great
smiled.
distance,
The quiet smile
Shinue's gift,
where the people were gathered like banners of something decent with
echo
a given hour,
projected was
and
not
where
the cold
Arlene
oil
with the
of
scale,
deceit,
the architects
or the
prepared to
aggressive
wear another
hunger of the
mask.
mind.
She asked. The
This
first
was an
flakes of a new
absolute
storm
void.
began to
Give
fall,
a
sharp
perfect,
and bright
chilling
as shards of
silence
molten
of the
town.
world's song.
And the Kale tilted his
It
face
was
to
the
the sky.
absence of
I have to
life,
walk into the crown.
of
Come listen for an
intention,
old beast.
of
He said
emotion.
softly. If I'm wrong,
It It was a
Show me
walking
what love looks
negation.
like when it
The
appears.
council is not
And the
just an
stories keep
idea.
Stove faint
Loud
long
Chen
after a
almost
bad
turned his
answer
face
today.
pale.
Arlene
It is
said,
made of
"Tried to be a
individuals.
rodent."
That is one of
Took
them.
her hand.
Avoid
It was
me.
warm and rough
They do not
and
use
human.
Link Key. They
glad you're
unravel
alive.
it.
He
They
said,
create pockets of
too,
absolute nothingness
she
where
said.
magic and eventually life
on, then.
cannot exist.
Before I start doing the chores,
a mere speck of
thick enough
anti-life.
to swallow.
at
He left
the
with
distance.
basin breath by the
Looked
north
up
break.
towards
Hail
the
cut of
river.
the frames thin, lee of a
She
black
felt
ridge.
its
Truth
gaze
again
like a
clawing at his
physical
cloak.
chill.
The glacier
Like
rose
drained
and
from
water
the
around
very
side his
skin.
chest and had decided to
It
live
did not
stairs.
need to
Steady black
advance.
seams, blue heart
Its
mark
presence
found his
was the
stride
threat.
into a metronome. Dimmed as
It
he
was a
walked.
tool
Ember
of
behind
absolute
out the dim of
defeat
cloud
and
without the
annihilation.
dim of absence. North
It would
Pole
stand
like
there,
wolf hook in the gathered in
and
him.
its circle
By
of
noon
silence
pushed
was
weather
slowly,
into a rhythm the
inexorably
ice land
pushed
open.
stand.
A headlamp of
Consuming
bang
the
by low broke by the time
starving
he
the
reached the
garden,
first wall of the
and
old
choking
ice.
them all in the
Sky
domain where
and
their
ground had
powers
forgotten
were
their
useless.
argument and
The
agreed on
verdant
green.
breath let out a low,
He put his palm
troubled
on the
moan.
glacier. Fires
green
dotted the
light in
hollow.
its
It was not
crystalline
still
veins
disciplined. It was
flickering
tempered
as it
fires
looked
lit by
upon
people
the
who had
void
thought make it
stage.
to morning.
It could
Beneath, Hale
kill
stopped
life,
on the rim,
but it
watching
could not
pressure
fight
before he let
nothing.
himself be seen. Like a millstone making
Settle
flowers
cannot
on
fight
scaffolding in
that.
the town.
He closed his eyes.
Timber
and
frames
leaned
head against him like a
Her
side
voice
against
trembled
the
with
father
a new
walls.
kind of
Fell
hope.
asleep while
Not
telling the
direction.
story. No
Nor
band
should
within
we
from the
try.
voice like heavy claw.
A
Only a
new
single
aged
bullet at the center.
voice
You took your
rasped
time.
from
Which hung a circle of
I fell.
hammered tin
They
set
spun
in the
around.
wind. I know. Made a sound like a
Emerging
spoon
from the
like
shadow
the
of the
echo for a
tall
small,
standing stone.
homely. What
It was
are
a
you
woman
steady?
so old,
Hale
she
asked.
seemed
A woman
to
met him at the
be
first
weight
windbreak.
and brittle
She had a
bones.
scar that
Kept
kept on
on
her
heavy
brow.
on the
Bitches and
statue
cheated
of
not to
God's
ruin
black
her ridge
robe.
and shelved
And
into
her
a
eyes,
field. Fall.
milky
She wore her
with
years the way the
saw
land
nothing.
wars and the patience
And
that
yet
makes
saw
mountains
everything.
remember they are
She
real.
was dressed in a
She
simple,
said, smiled
undyed
as if you
robe
were
of
a
a
boy.
mountain
Over and be
center.
patient with me.
Loud
Hale
Chen
frowned.
immediately dropped
I
to a
smiled
low
because
bow.
the voice
Elder
the
knew
other
it
one was not.
agreed. His
Like
voice full
Farlane,
of shock
a figure
and
stepped
reverence.
out of the scene.
Who
Who
else
else
would
would
be
sit
lying
lying basin
ice?
full of stubborn
Blind
dust had
eyes
settled
fixed
over
on
centuries,
Jin
thumped his
Wen.
arms
The
the side of her
council
fist.
places
It wore a
over
face
his
that
head.
promised himself
The
training
void.
he would not let
They
hurt him
believe it is
again.
the
You look like you fell
ultimate
off a
answer to
terrace.
life's messy
His teacher
resistance.
of the hall between.
A dry,
Her was
cracking
hair,
laugh
her
escaped
eyes
him.
like wells that had learned to carry. She
They
grunted
forget that
something
the
like
phoenix
approval,
does not
and drew
only
in the
feather
same
the
cut of the
eyes,
mouth that had
but
settled
renewal.
when she offered a
It
general
does not
warm
fear
stiff
the
red
void.
pride. Children
It
ran,
rises
the weights
to
in the
the
air
top.
changed, and
She
the
took a
exact way
shuffling
changed.
step
Many
forward.
carved runners.
Her staff
She
tapping
moved
on
as
the
if she
stone.
weighed sailcloth.
You cannot
She let her
face
heavy
the
tread
beat
fighting
with the
through
strength
thick
you have
cavalry
now,
of decisive
child.
pulls.
Its
The art
silence
no
will
one wasted
devour
little
your
trick of
effort.
gravity and put it on
Its
like a dress.
nothingness
Filed
will snuff
facts,
out your
return
power.
to work, she said. In
You
business
must
place
learn
that had
more.
learned to survive
You
by
must
not
learn
giving
the
your
second
well
half of your
any more of
birthright.
its time than it demanded.
She
Arlene did not move his hand from the ice
Remind
and ring.
you.
You're not
Second
her. It
half,
stood a low
you
table
have mastered
made
the
of a
echoes
sled.
of
What else would come where
the art of
stones
perception.
last?
Elder
A map had been burned
Now you
into
must
the wood
feel
with
the
a wolf
water,
bristling.
the resonance
Amber
of the
leaned
spirit,
toward Frozen
the
and
art
found
of
a wall. A
influence.
mark
Not
to the
to
north
read the
shaped
world
like a
song,
jagged
kept
his
his
face
change
quiet.
key.
Glacier.
To harmonize
What do you,
and
Marlene
support
said.
it. Fill a
Yes, crown.
silence not
To
known.
finish what you
Both
start
the
now it
jewel
is,
and the
she
power.
said it's light. To fix your
She
mercy,
pointed
the
a
black
bony finger.
crown, because
Not
we
at the
hate
void
poetry. She brought her hands together.
but at the circle of
Between them
dead
taught it
trees.
a little geometry while
That
Hale
is not
asked.
true nothing.
12 tilted her head at him.
It is a
12
forced
points of light.
silence.
Who hears the old names whisper?
A
So
vacuum.
elegant, I figured it
And
tone
nature
and sorrow.
abhors a vacuum.
The architect is here.
You must
Gathered
learn
your
to
pieces.
project your
She
limits,
said, did not
not as
whisper,
a wave,
nodding at his forearm.
but as a
The white
seed.
curves that
A
stood at his
seed of
feet
such
and the ring of
pure,
roots. Arlene smiled the
undeniable
faint
life
shimmer
and
of the
truth.
sea scale. We thought
It
it was
is
like when we
whatever
learned
being
manners.
there.
That's never good. Bring
You
them
must
to
not
work.
fight the
Stop me,
void.
lost anyone?
You must
He asked.
outcreate it.
Everyone, what do you
The
offer?
old
And
woman
the word
turned
did not
and began
tremble.
to shuffle
Always
away.
ask. Then we found each other again
The
before she
weaver will
speaks
not
of it. That's
advance
how
yet.
you win up here.
An ending.
It is a
She said,
patient
don't keep
weapon.
counting
Not the
ghosts.
kind that silences.
It will wait for
the
your
kind that
spirit
rounds
to
living.
break from watching the death
This
spread.
storm will never He set his hand on the
You
table.
have until the
These
edge
felt
of
the
that
woods
dead
will
zone
wind until their
reaches
throats
the
are binding in the
first
south.
village stream.
Your words will be noble. It will send
And
others
perhaps
back to its
3
own
days.
mind. It will send the hungry
She
as often as
stopped.
anywhere.
She
We pulled
vanished
the
back
siren
into
out
the
of the
shadows of the
storm.
stone
Arlene
circle,
put her where she can
silently
sing
as she
without
rose.
hiding. And show me a storm
She
with
knew
decent
a love from the
manners,
retreating
and I'll show you
elder
thought of
could
our
never
land
find
choir.
stain on the land.
Of the tin ring
The
turned to the
immense
wind.
troubled guardian.
Of the little
Listen to
smiles
it
at
Path
the end of a
forward was
held
clear,
note. Let himself be
and it was
simple.
more
What do you want in
terrifying than any
return?
battle.
He said, I
She had
thought
to
you were
learn to
dead.
not
Your
just
consent?
listen,
She
but to
said,
sing.
I was tired.
And
For
her
what?
song
She
had to be
said, he
powerful
asked.
enough to
That's
bring life
almost
back
the
from
same thing.
absolute
She said,
zero.
if you lie to yourself about it long enough, you came back with edges. She flipped
Everyone
the ring
thinks
with
the
a finger
resurrection is a door.
and looked past
It
him
is
into
a
the
song.
white. Let
The
me
next
sing.
2
What pulled
days
you
were
here?
a trial of spirit.
An old thing under the ice.
The dead
Asked. He
zone
said,
below
that.
did not
And the one who
try
wants
to
to write its
expand.
name out of the
He made
world.
himself
Himself say it
crept
kindly.
inch
You
by
always did
silent
picture
inch.
easy roads until
A
I
tide
said
of
you
clay
round.
consumed
See our
the
choir
vibrant
blood
green.
on the floor of the shop.
It was a
beside the
psychological
choir.
siege.
She would call
We
it
don't
sing
a constant, visible
Arlene said,
reminder
leading
of the
face
inexorable
frames.
enemy they
For an
faced.
instant, the wells of her eyes went
She
flat,
knew could
like
feel
nailed to a
its
long
chilling
shed that
presence,
dark as its return.
even from the
Inside,
ridge.
30 people stood in 2
A
lines
dull,
to take set
sucking
each other
vacuum
in between,
at the
like
edge of her
young, the hard
perception
part, thick,
that
the
threatened to
glacier
drain
rumbled,
her hope.
no lies are quick, no
Elder Lee
scripts.
had not reappeared.
Their breath made a
When she
low
learned her
log.
cryptic challenge,
And Kale pressed his palm
mountain
harder
and
breath together.
Loud Chen
And
stood
Sales
with a
agent
different
stopped
look.
shaking. It was not a
The
sound
silence
head,
abashed
so
him
much
with
as a
the
conversation
but he
there.
could
Also
offer
the
no
ring.
guidance
You
home.
wore matched the
This
wind's
was a
key,
path
said,
only a
and then
few
shifted
years
it a
ago.
hair to the left. Now
She
you were my
lay sat in
teacher,
the
I held
center of the
no,
stone
that made
circle.
nothing of your
The
own
wind
lungs
whipping
better.
her hair.
Only skill
His
pauses
sorrow
with
for
weight
Dylan
mildly.
felt heavy.
The shed's
Stored
plans joined
in
in,
grief,
trembling
was
like a
stark
dog
contrast to
that
what
knows
she
a
had
plant
to
is about to
create.
stroke its head.
She
I've held
closed her
neighbors.
eyes,
He closed his eyes and felt the
seeking
note
the
touch the
memory of
wolf.
leaving
Neighbors like
betrayal.
familiar greeting. It
Not
said,
for her pain,
the rude silence
but
obeys.
for her power.
The ember, he almost
She
laughed.
found flickers.
That's the
When the
point.
crown
The
pushes
matriarch
Inside the sky,
calming
we
the
are meant
raging
to, they said.
storms.
We're meant to use the
Single
living cord,
focused
keep
thought.
each other from
Single
falling off the
Present
roof back into the air.
soothing
We are over out how to mend it.
until it hummed in harmony. It was
The
not
thing's
about
mouth didn't
force.
move, but the
It
air
was about
tightened.
alignment.
The way a
About
room
becoming
tightens
a
when
conduit
someone
for a
decides
truth
to be
so
cruel.
fundamental, it could
Now
not
for
be
your
denied.
finish, we can keep it
The
enough to
resonance
move
of the
where
spirit.
bread goes in and have
She
it and
started
words
as
come
she
out.
always
The
did,
glacier's face
with a
shifted.
cyclic breath.
It's good work. A fracture opened.
She
It
drew in
said,
the
thoughtful
cool,
speed of a mind.
potent
Reading not
language
line of a
of the
letter.
high
Arlene's
ridge.
agreeing to it. We learned the
Feeling the
difference.
guardian's
Black
own
wind.
immense energy.
He knew what she
As a
meant
deep
and it not
stillness
making speech about it. Exhaled. He wanted green. No one was
She let it
performing.
fill her.
They were standing
The cycle
behind it. Must be under a royal
But this
badge chose
time,
to be part of it.
she did not release
Arlene's
it back
choir
out
would
with
already
her
be standing, taking one breath. The
Instead,
chords
she
then finding the note.
She
He
focused
pictured
on
the
the
finished
single
itself
small
turning,
pebble
the way
lying on
he
the
stepped
ground.
into the fracture,
She
smooths and
poured her
etched
awareness
every
into
joint.
it.
Not his
Feeling
pain
breathed
and
and
smiled, the quiet smile.
fragment
Ducked under
of
a hanging
mountain,
people
and
hard
she
device, done something
walked
decent
into
with
the
Lady
treasure
the way a
of
man
own.
walks into a
Arlene
convenience
looked
with
with
small feet.
intent,
What's
vitality,
our false Ellerain
not a
catchy haste?
command,
Not
but
touch you
an
dare,
invitation.
pretending to be a
Our offering
prophecy
is
of love wait. Hold
Nothing
the town.
happened.
In the key does it
The
say?
pebble remained
He
a
asked the
pebble.
ice. I have to walk into the crown.
The void is
in the place the
bound.
water
It
remembers to
slowed
go.
down
It isn't
and
told.
advanced.
Glacier said.
Frustration
I'm right.
bubbled
They
up
came to a fall
inside.
shaped by water, long
Stories
gone.
pushed harder.
Warm.
Then
Long
her
after
energy
years that
flaring
knew better.
around her.
Arlene said.
But it was just
Ceiling was
that.
low, then
And
took her hand.
It had
Then turned
no
to a sheet of
focus,
clear
no
ice
soul,
under which stars
it
glad
was
you're
rain,
like fish. He
not
said.
music.
You too.
The hall
Center
fell
said a
back,
shape you
gasping.
might miss if your
The
mind
terrible
wanted only
pulsing
lamps
headache
or
on
altars.
her
I start
eyes.
giving you chores. A dome of
It is
smooth
not a
ice.
shout
No ornament. He left the
of what
basin
passed.
rise as if it just lay
Elderly
under
used
with
to
flames
come by.
then decided to be
But
polite
January
without
not
breathing
even
again.
approach.
Kale knelt.
The
The
old
glacier
woman
rose
lined
room
up
on around
cold
like a
lid,
sieve. Put it outside anchor so it wouldn't scratch the
It is a
floor.
risk thing.
He opened the room where Ruth
Crown
broke
lives.
and set his pride on
Like
a
you're
shelf
trying
as
to
he
make the
walked.
pebble
He let the
live.
embers
Not
sit
the
in
dim
the
of the
cloud.
cloud.
The dim of
Then he
absence.
put both hands
flat on the dome and waited without asking for Roots pushed his feet into a rhythm he
You are a
might
catalyst,
understand.
not a creator.
The ember
The
blade.
truth you wish to
Said a
protect.
voice. By the time he
Not
reached
as a
the
thought,
first wall of
but as a
the
memory
ice,
in your own
I gotta
soul.
remember around
The
how
one
to
you
gotten
saw.
there without an
The
agreed on
resilience of a
retreat.
seed breaking
He said,
stone.
put his palm on the
The joy
glacier,
of a river
said the
finding the
voice.
sea.
It was names
Let that be
then.
your fuel.
It was temperature
The elder
first,
shuffled
the
away,
void of echoes.
leaving Xinyu
It calls
with
me to
a new
ease his hand.
understanding.
I called the
Slow
second
She had
pressure
been
walk
trying to
through
use
crystal.
her
He calls me to
will as
carry
a
the stone making
I
flower
called
the
the
mountain
mountain
the flame
to use
tide.
it as
Closed
a
his eyes,
tool.
calls me to
She
decide
began
when to break sun
again.
and when against the father.
She closed her
He fell
eyes
asleep
and
on me
began
to
to
the story. Said the voice
From
beneath the
memory.
voice like heavy claw.
She
I am
remembered
going
the
wood. It's like
profound
staying. You
peace
took your
of the
time. The time it takes to
felt.
write a life. He
The
said a
feeling of
stone.
the earth's
I know.
energy
The falsetto rain
I
drifted
carried the
closer.
echo
She
for a year.
remembered the simple,
Find what are you?
unshakable
She said
love she
softly.
felt from Master
Mold
Shen.
weight, said the voice.
A
There is
force
nothing
that
left
felt
on
more
this oak.
solid
They chisel me into
than any
nouns.
mountain.
Ridge, shelf, kale,
She
the field,
remembered
God
the
fall.
fierce,
I am none
protective
of
fear
these
that
consent.
had
I am the
crystallized
patience
within
that
her
makes
from the
mountains
sight
remember
of the
they are
mountain.
rivers. A long silence
She
smiled
let
despite
these
the dark.
feelings,
Real silence. Then be patient with the kind that makes
love,
room for your heart to count.
fear,
The glacier said then,
wash
but the other
through.
one is not. If you carry
Not
like
as
full as
abstract
water, a
concepts,
figure stepped out of
but
the
as
scene.
physical
If you not
sensations.
ask me to run faster than the hill,
They mingled
let dust
with the
it settle.
link
You
of
remember that
fractures
being
within
strong
pages.
is the least
Becoming
interesting.
one
It wore a
with
face he
it.
had promised
The
himself.
energy was no
I would not
longer
let
in
her. He
her
said
force.
again.
It was now
The
embedded
ice
with
thin
the
like
essence of
old
Lin
glass, his
Xinyu.
teacher of the
She
whole
turned her
between his
attention back
hands,
to
her
the
and her
pebbles.
hair,
She did
her
not
eyes,
push.
shoulders,
She
that
offered.
had learned to
She
carry
extended
not
this
emptiness,
discharged energy,
clarity,
this
the same
resonance.
cut of the mouth,
Like a gentle hand.
feeling she offered
The
a
pebble
joke
did
to a
not
man's
sprout
stiff-made
forth,
pride.
but a tiny,
The
almost
weight in the
invisible
air,
crack
recognizing the
appeared
exact
in
way
her
it
own.
changed when
And
she
from
entered
that
layer
crack,
deeper.
the
She moved
faintest,
as
most
she weighed some burned with the lower flame. She let her foot touch
A
light
speck
all
of moss so
afternoon. Then
small it
fully,
was barely
a mark
visible.
formed along his
A
spine.
life
The
that
architect
had
had learned the
dormant from
tricks of
a
gravity
lifetime.
and put it on like a
Awakened by
dress.
a
Little
whisper
cross
of
hatches like
pure,
rungs on a ladder.
empathetic
She said,
potential.
from the base of his voice
A
rang with his
tear traced a
patience.
clean
He
path
exhaled
through
and
dust
heard
in
his breath in
Xinyu
many
Qi.
rooms of
She
himself.
had done it.
The dome
For
did
the
not
rest
move
of
his
that
hand to
day
make
and
ice.
into the next,
The water
she
walked into
practiced.
him and stood.
She moved from the
The
pebbles
false
to a
Ellerain
patch of
sighed.
hardy alpine
The sound
grass
almost
at
fooled
the very
him.
edge
He could
of the
feel the
dead
wolf.
zone,
You could have asked me
where
for
the
blood.
glaciers
Leaned towards
advanced.
anger and found a wall.
She
Chose
sat
worth
before
to
the
respect.
creeping line of
He
death,
kept his face quiet and
feeling
finally
its
looked at her full.
chilling
What do you want?
silence.
And
Trying
yet
to
has
reach
chosen
the
a face of
warmth
your
from
own.
her
Finish
own
what you
soul.
started. She
She
said,
fought
eyes
the
to fix your
despair.
mercy in Valerian's
Anchored
eyes.
herself in the
Empty.
memories of love
She brought her
and
hands
love.
together. Between
And
them, the
projected
glacial
over the
geometry
distance.
wove. Ice
The grass
buckled
did
in
not
12
die.
lines, answering
The great
12
ants
points of
halted.
light. The fracture
As
they
if
had
meeting an
engaged so
invisible
elegant
hand.
to close
It
with
did not
light
seal,
inevitability.
but it went no further.
You've gathered your pieces.
On the
The
dawn
false
of the
said,
third day,
nodding at his
as the
forearm.
dead zone's
Kale
edge
said,
touched the
first
first
smiled
trickle
without
of the great
words,
stream,
because he
turning
remembered
into
the
clear
sea
water
scale
as thickly
teacher,
stagnant
Leyland
water.
Monroe.
Xinyu
We
knew
smooth flow.
Bring them into order.
She
Stop
stood at
making
the
you place his
precipice of the
palms
bridge,
flat on the smooth
Lao
floor
Chen,
and
and
watch
watched
the
the
river in
garden
and out west,
behind her.
making a path
Always
that
did
did
not
not
separate
separate
ice
so
so
much
much
as
before she
was a
reminded
distant,
how to be water.
dark speck.
An dome room
But she
exhale,
could
she said,
feel
a
its
narrow
nullifier
cloud, the kind that
as
sighs,
it
curving like a
rolled
thought
down
that
the
patient
mountain.
person decides to finish after
The
sunset.
She did
storm
not
will
gather
never
her
quite
energy
end.
They
for
move
a
through
grand
it.
blast.
These people will hold the
Man,
wind
she
hands
closed
in
her
front of
eyes
her
and
like
felt her
someone
center.
praying for
Your
someone
words
to be
will be
gathered the
noble
echoes
and
of
end
all
in a
she
thing
was.
pretending to be a woman
The
who never
archive
wants
she
to
loved
trade
from
without
Shade.
thinking about the
The
person.
air
Pull the
sorrowed
siren out of the
for
sweep
him.
up after the
Put her
The
where she
woman's
can see.
fury
They came out of the
was
glacier into green.
and the
The
guardian's
wind hit like a
burgeoning love
caged
for
ant
the
on a
soul.
sure
soul.
man the latch of the
She
tin
wove
ring.
them
Hale
together
stood,
into a single
shoulders open, little
coherent
smiles at his
frequency.
mouth, the held river is back,
song
and the
of
woods
the
you want to
seas.
return. He said,
It
one
was
note,
not a
you
melody
can send
heard
low,
with
she said,
ears,
pretty,
but
filled
felt
to carry,
with the soul.
he asked. He didn't
A
aim it
wave
in the
of
sky,
pure,
she said.
resonant
He aimed it at
light
you
flowed
guys.
from
You
her,
came back with a basin.
rolling down
Everyone
the
thinks the
mountain.
resurrection is a door. Would be
It
standing
did
as a
not
saw.
attack the void.
Let the
It
note find
simply
theirs the way a
existed.
rope finds a
So
hand. He would
humbly
never
and truly that the
ask.
vacuum of the
From the
dead
shed
one
came a
had to
reply.
contend
He
with
said, 30
He
throats.
made himself
say
say
a
touch
time
the
in
gray.
lanes, sat down.
The
She would
ashes
walk
trees
with
did
me
not
until I
instantly
wanted
bring
her.
back to
Women in
life.
hides. She would not call the
But the
bread hang.
absolute
The
silence
chose
was
the job
chosen.
instead.
A single green
The
shoot,
note took his note,
resilient
work,
and
put it to
defiant,
work, and lifted
unfurled
it.
on a
The second
petrified
phase wind
fringe.
heard, Saw
A
for an
trickle of
instant,
clear
and back
water
away, her
mixed
eyes
with
were
gray
flat,
film
clean air,
like a stream.
nailheads. The false
The
advance
advance
him
was
with a
not
look
just
that
halted,
people
it
mistake for
was
love. The
being
architect
slowly,
said, really, hunger,
painstakingly
like
pushed
excellent man,
back.
take the hard part.
In the
The
valley,
glacier never
the
finished.
void
Lizer,
weaver
it said,
flinched.
work is slow.
For the
Good.
first time,
He said,
its
learned you.
perfect silence had
His
been
heel
broken.
pressed his palm
A
harder
note
into
had
the
been
ice.
sung in its
Let
domain
me help
of
you make
nothing.
stop shaking. It said,
And
he
it was
turned
a
his
note
head,
that
and the
could
air
not be
around
raised.
his hand
The
pinched
false
into the
advance.
rain cage.
Opened
You
her
wore Seren.
eyes.
12 points. He said,
Exhausted,
12 you are my old
radiant.
hunger. Only
Now
now
you are my
each
teacher.
She had not
gleamed
destroyed
like
the
have you
enemy.
nothing of your own?
But she had proven
And the
its
points
weapon
only
was not
skills where the
absolute.
world
It said
had already
The
agreed
void
and long
had
ago
been filled.
to be
You build
The
silence.
verdant breath
Kale
let
didn't
out
call
a
it
deep,
plan.
approving
He
hum
said what a man
that shook
should
the
be, a
mountains.
teacher and a
The song
student
of
and
the
a friend
phoenix had
does.
been
Neighbors
sung.
betray. When a child
And the
grabs his
war
hot
for azure
kettle,
cloud
silence
pops
obeys.
had
Slapped the
entered a
thing's
new,
hand.
more
He
hopeful
almost not
mode.
with fury. That's the point. With clarity,
He said,
bitter, sweating
we aren't
beside
meant to obey.
stoves. We're meant to. The geometry faltered. Keep each other from
points
falling off the
winked like
roof. Startled
while we
eyes,
argue about
and
how to mend
forgot for a breath
The
that they
victory
were being.
was
The
not
thing's
a
mouth
rout,
didn't move.
but a
The airfall's
stalemate
face
painted
blinked.
in the most
The way it
fragile
was
shades
pain.
of hope.
Someone
In
decides to be
confusion.
The
cruel.
great tide
It had
of the
been a
dead
long
sea
time
had been
since
halted.
anyone had touched it like
Its
that.
leading edge
You want
now a
noise?
tangled
We'll
sea,
have it.
where
Kale said,
ashen
the glacier's
decay
fate
had
was a man
stubbornly
sending a stray dog
reemerged.
fracture open without shame.
Speed
of a mind. When you come back, line of
A
a letter.
trickle
Was your son
of
agreeing to
water.
it?
They
It
were
held its
symbols.
gaze, a heartbeat born
But
from
on the
old dust and old
battlefield,
steer to reappear. Exhaled
symbols
to
were
know where to
writing.
set its trap. The sky dark.
Genuine
Then it turned
could feel
and
the
what basin
shame
behind
in
it
the
must be
very
gathering
air.
itself into the seam
The
where the
despair
glacier's
that had
lion's
radiated
choir
from
would
the
already be
valley
standing.
was now
Did not
made
so
to
much
look like
die
bewildered
as a note.
defiance.
It had
He
other
pictured the
business.
tin
But the
ring
cost of
turning.
Kale
leaving
stood
that
with his
hope
hand
was
on
as
into the
deep
fracture
into
into the basin.
Cold pressed every
As the
wire
last note
held.
of her psychic
Not as
song
pain
rang,
as weight.
her
The
knees
little fire
buckled.
settled under a
The
hanging
world
blue
swam
heart
in
of ice.
nauseating
The wolf curled
pain.
onto the glacier.
A profound
The waves were
exhaustion,
happy because there
far
was weight
deeper
of
than
small
mere physical
feet.
weariness.
The river ran
seized
down
her.
the false rain,
It was a
not
petition
after
of the
applause.
spirit.
Not
As
touching
if
the
she had
ground
let
slow,
light
pretending to
from
be
her
so
very
his steps
center.
would not swagger.
Lao Chen was there in an
Arlene met him. Where
instant.
does it sleep? With
His
snow
arm
and
was
the
solid
ice
grace
and
around
pride in
his
her
shoulders.
mouth. In the place the
Lowering
water
her
found
gently
it to
to
go
sit
when she
against
said,
the cold
the glacier
stone.
said, found
The
me.
resonance.
They came to a hall
He
shaped
said.
by water, long
His
gone.
voice tightened
Humility
with
returned
concern.
it up ears that knew
It does
better.
not
Take it
draw
or
only
freeze.
on linked
The
feet.
ceiling was low.
It draws
He
on
grinned
you,
high and went with her.
on
Then
your
turned to a
essence.
sheet of clear ice through
He
which
pressed
stars
the
people
water
did not
into
cheer
him.
like fish. They got
The
on with
water
the
was
good business. In the hall
lukewarm,
center
but
stood
it
a
was a
shape you might
tangible
know. Trusted
anchor
minds
that
wanted to
seemed
do
to
lamps and
rise.
altars.
It
Smelled of
smelled of
roots, a
roots,
dome of smooth ice, and a spice he didn't know the name of.
A
Slight
slight
rise as if a friend lay
I
under a
poured my
blanket.
memories into the
Decided
world.
to be polite about
Not just
ready.
the energy,
Then tell me what
feeling
face it wore.
itself.
He opened the room in him where
She
he
looked
told
at her
live,
tiny
but
patch
listened
of
without
green
interruption,
ground
scratched
far
the floor.
below.
Tin ring again. He opened the room
I
where
can
Roots
still
let
feel
your
the
teacher
echoes
your story
of
on a
her
shelf.
fury
She
there.
said, he let
Like
the
a
embers
ghost.
sit. The thing pretends to
The
be
act
only
of
the good. He put
interrelation
both hands
power.
forget on the
But also
dome
a
and
terrifying
waited without
vulnerability.
asking for
To
anything.
fight was to
What did
offer
they
up
teach
the
me?
core
Breath
who she
moved
was.
under his hands.
Each battle
Not
would
because
be
he
a
didn't
piece
know
of
you're
her
late,
soul
because
spent.
some truths
Said a
are
voice.
better
The void
when
weaver
heard in
has
the
been
known.
found.
To be
Lao Chen
still,
wrote
to remember
about
how
I
to
stand in the
kneel
valley,
without
but
making
not
it worship,
far.
and to sit
Let's
down
go
beside
back to the
someone
epicenter
else's
of the dead
turn
zone.
to speak.
It is not defeated.
To mistrust
It is
answers that
reassessing.
feel like
I called
the end
the
of a
first
song,
looked
the
down
wolf
at
of
me.
echoes.
His
He calls me to
expression
listen.
grim.
Stayed until dark. I called
They
the second
now
at its
know
weight
the
to the
extent of
poles.
his
He calls me to
ability.
carry. The hides flapped
And
like
more
sleep. Called the
importantly,
third the flame
its
tide. He helped
price.
saw
He
runners.
calls
Me to
they will
decide
seek to
hunted with
exploit
wire
it.
when to cool
So
his
to
no
make
but
you
pass
spend
for
yourself
useful.
until
Call me
nothing
the still
remains.
river. Slept under a sledge. The voice
Truth of
beneath
his
the
words
over his
settled like a
face.
stone
I am the
in
going that
breast.
looks like
Her
staying.
greatest
In his
strength
name, the
was
time it
also
takes
a
to write a
meter
life to the
counting down
grave.
to her own burnout.
Not a thunderclap.
She was
A
a
shiver
candle
that ran
burning
through
at
the
both
base.
ends.
Silly rain drifted
And
through
the
a
council
lyre.
had just seen how
Bind her up
brightly
on their
she could
knees, she said
shine.
softly, quiver. You need
As
it.
if
Arlene's
summoned by
hand
this
gripped his
new
ear. There's nothing
being,
wrong. He rolled out
a
into his
familiar,
feet in the same
unwelcome
breath.
sensation
The tail
tinkled
ring
at the
spun
edge
on
of
its
her
nail as if it
perception.
meant to jump
Do you
off and
consent?
run.
It was not the chill
Yes, the
void
breath
of the
of glacier had
realm,
leaned closer,
but the cold,
alongside,
oily
not moved.
deceit
Real
of the golden
signs like a
dragon.
listener
The
with
kind
bad
that makes
ideas
room
for your heart to count. It's a
filtered
green
through
light then.
distance, but
Not
understood.
away. If you carry me
Jin
toward a
lost.
point, water
He was
carries a
watching.
single brightness
Not
glow.
through
Do
mine,
not
but
ask me to
somewhere
run
else.
faster than the
His
hill
attention now
sharp.
sharply focused
If you
on the
remember
ridge,
that being
on
strong,
her.
the kind of
The
bright a
breeze
man
was
makes when he plans
She
about
was
a
sure
river
her
world,
voice
he can
raw.
hold a knife
Lao
without
Chen
he said,
followed her gaze
shard.
into the middle
The
distance,
ice thin
seeing
like
nothing
old
but
jaw tight.
landscape.
Cold
Gold.
rose through his
Not
hands
his
and
body,
into his forearms.
his
Their pet star
attention.
shoulders,
She
she said,
shivered.
chest,
As
fell out of the
different
nice
now.
emptiness
Before,
and
it was
into
the
the
gaze of a
water.
hunter looking
They
for
like to
a
nail a
prize.
town to one, feeling a friend
Now,
arrive. Talk about rolled
it's
mercy
calculating.
space.
He feels
The
the
rooted
shift.
iron recognizing
He
a
knows
weight
I'm not just a
kindled
key
sign
to
that
be
he had a
captured,
layer
but a
deeper.
power to be broken.
You can't let her steady and burn
She
set
met
the
Lao
lower
Chen's
flame. You
eye.
can cook bread on
A
all
fresh
afternoon.
dread dawning.
If I
He
mark
won't
that
just
red line
send
up,
soldiers or
he's
weavers
lying.
anymore.
Then a second line holds
He'll
a sign
find
the
a way
wind
to
remembers
target
little
my
crosshatches like
heart.
rungs on a ladder.
He'll find
From the
what I
base of his
love
neck to the small of
and
his back.
force me
We
to
don't
spend
pray for
myself
the exhaled and
protecting
heard. We sing so hard many storms
The
like this
sorrow
had them all
keep her
along.
pin in her
The dome
hand.
melted and did
Seemed
not
to
make
grow
them. She
heavy.
yelled without looking
And
away.
solemn
Walked into the shed
confirmation.
filled with bodies, finding
The
no
leaning
sailor
shoe had
inside.
faced the
Hale stepped
same
to the ring,
sound
almost put his
palpable.
palm to the pole, so
The
it would have
burden
some
of
could
the
have asked me
thieves
for
was not
blessing and
just
drew
hard,
enough air to be a
but
little
the
chose
agonizing
word.
choices
I always
that
would let
power
the wolves
forced
call
his
said.
heart's
He
bearing.
finally looked at her full.
For
He let
3
the river
days,
lay. You could have
she
chosen
held
the face
all
of
the
way
way.
up his spine. You chose
She
the
knew I
back of the
rested.
scalp. Her eyes,
practicing the
he set the
resonance
ember on the
of
heart and
smaller
told it
scales,
not to run the
learning to
house.
control the
Then he
drain
sang,
to make her song
not a
more
pretty
efficient.
sound, the glacier
Not a
shifted,
brave one, nurtured
ice
this
herring
little
sound,
leader,
long, small
encouraging
answering
another to
join
join it.
another on. The
The
fraction
effort
other
was
entered
immense,
and another
began
like
to
until
push
there's
the
a
boulder
light
uphill
inevitability.
to
The choir took it,
The
Rob
guardian
stood it
stood
upright,
beside
false
his
face
figure,
steps on
its
it.
presence a
No,
shield.
children
Hale
said
said,
But they all
without
knew
and smiled
Tulsa
without
temporarily.
mirth. Note changed a hair
Because he remembered a boy
On the evening
because a
of the
teacher
third day,
in a winter room.
the
Menwood
message
sledges put the
came.
handles down and
It
tuned
was
their
not
throats to
delivered by
work. He
radio
placed his
or
palms
TV,
flat on the
but
smooth
by a
who
more
had been
ancient
listening to
method.
the pushed the river in
A
mouths
lone
declared the
old
singing
man
gave their mouths
back
away so
bent
much as
under the
reminded
weight
the
of
brightness of
years,
the water
in a
quivered.
heavy
The
pad.
dome line dropped Hale
Trudged
toward
up the
narrow
path to
corridor,
the stone circle.
curving like a
It was
thought.
not a
A patient
soldier.
person
Arlene
decided
stepped
to beside
beside
herself, put her hand on the pole next to his. They moved through it. You rise,
Lao
sandwich,
Chen
she said, in
intercepted
front of him,
him.
we foot, like
But
someone
the man
praying.
said
They rose
bow.
specific footed,
Were
and
listening
the thing
to
basin
him
lifted
feel
itself
wind.
into a throat. Who never once prayed
And
said
began
thou
his
think
slow
about was
descent
her sermon,
back down the
who
mountain.
had to sweep up after the shard's light
Lao
shook.
Chen
It came out of the
brought
glacier
them
and
to
startled.
Yue.
The wind hit like
It
a
was
flame
flame
tide,
sure
sure
the
the
man
man he had
had
learned to give
She
fire.
broke
Hale
the seal
stood,
and pulled out a
shoulders
single
open, and
piece of
gave the
iron
wolf his
expensive
mouth, the
vellum
river his
paper.
back. Heat rose under the
There was no
knees, not to
text.
burn. He sang
To
one
one
note.
photograph.
Low. The wolf
It
cooled
was a
the
picture of
sides,
the mountain's
built to
heart
carry.
shop.
The river made
Her old
space.
apartment.
He didn't aim it
The
at held the
door was
bass
splintered.
that made a
He
room
ended
for
up
the
from
space.
one
Right
The
above
shard
the angled its
inside,
head,
a few
where our
possessions
way
she had
cat
left
does
behind.
would be standing. When a
Books,
child speaks
a
honestly to
meditation,
it, find theirs the
were
way a
torn
rope
and
finds a
scattered.
hand in a dark room.
It was a
Arlene
violation.
said, when the shed
And
came
deliberate
upon, Hale
petty
did what a
act
man
of
does.
desperation.
Then 50
When a
nails
man
sticks
standing in the
proud
midst of
down
the
to the
wreckage,
wood, where a
held
hand
firmly
and a
by
hundred
two
as women
jade
high. He set his
dragon
thumb on
eyes.
red hang
Was the
and touched
jovial
until it lay
Tulsa,
flush.
who had sold her steam
The knight
buns
took his note,
and the white
put a sharp
bordered
clean
twine.
line, kinked and fell
Her
so
face
it
was
to the
bruised,
crown like a string
her
cut
eyes
back
wide
away
with
enough for
terror.
fire to have
Up
clean
on the
air.
ridge,
Ridge,
the
the
false
false
face
face
of
of
Elaine
Elaine watched
It
it the
read
way
simply,
that grieved memory
"A
stands
light
at a
for
window
silence.
when it is hard really
Come
comes
down
out
from the
under
mountain."
excellent He raised a
manners.
hand in
The
greeting.
message
He knew
was
it.
not
You will never
sarcastic
finish without
or
breaking it. It
avoidant.
said,
It was
"Go
from
away,"
Jim Long.
he said. Not finishing
found his
is for back
weapon.
as yourself.
Not a lance to
Then
pierce the
let me
guardian,
help you not
but
answer
a
with
knife to
words. It
twist
said,
and
the crown
shimmer his
exhaled
heart.
air around its hand,
He was
pinched
forcing the
calculated
compassionate
cage again.
phoenix.
Somewhere deep inside the old ice
sacred
line, a new
duty
decision woke.
and an
Only
innocent
now
life.
line gleamed like
Arlene
a
heard
made
amazing
stare
brass
at the
he did,
photo.
and the points
How
were
many
The
places
paper
she asked
trembled
world
and
eyes on the
already
dark
agreed.
seam rising
The
like a
cost
thought
of her
with
song
legs.
was no longer an
Two days
abstract
didn't
concept
think, Hale
of
said.
spiritual exhaustion.
Maybe did what a man who
It
has
was
been
now
to
the
test
life
her
of a
feet and a
kind-faced
student
old
good
man
friend
who
does.
had
She
shown
said,
her a moment
when a
of
child grabs a
unprecedented
hot kettle,
kindness.
he
She
almost
was at
left
the
things
verdict
hand.
breath.
He did not
the
with
fragile
fears
green
for
light
after
she
the
had
roof
nurtured
hole.
on
With
the
clarity he had
mountainside.
earned, sweating
She
beside
said
their hands on the
was to
pole.
walk
The
into
geometry
the
faltered,
town,
turning between
potentially
points and
undo
watched like
everything.
startled
To
eyes. Danger
stay
begins to walk
was
for
to
a
let an
breath.
innocent
Hale felt
die
the
for
river
the
line
crime
along
of
his
having been
spine
kind to
hum.
her.
The false
The
face
weight
waited
of the
for a
crown
bigger
was
breath.
no
Not
longer
pain.
about
The
power.
roots asked to be
It
sunk
was
into
about
sledges,
sacrifice.
and the ember asked for a pot and flour. Can the choir hold that long? He asked. Not without bread. In confusion, Arlene said. Not
It had
without
been a
sleep.
long time
Not
since
without a
anyone
fool
had
to stand
touched
on
it
the
like a
ridge
person.
and make the storm jealous of his
Go
lungs.
away.
Hale said. He nodded, gentle as a
I'll be
man
the
sitting
fool.
a stray dog out
You
of a
always
kitchen
were.
without shame. She said, when you come back,
Try to make it useful.
come as yourself. He smiled and
It held
rolled
his
his
gaze a
shoulders to
heartbeat
settle the
more,
weight for the
perhaps
next stretch, hoping for fear to reappear. Above
So
them,
know where to set
green
its
light
trap.
drew thin as
Then
thread,
it turned
and then bright
and
as
walked into
wire.
the dim.
Gathering
Below,
itself into
the
the
basin
seam,
assembled
where the
itself
glacier
into
to
a
a
machine
machine
made
made
of
of human intention. The wind did
Fire,
not so much
rope,
die
song.
as admit it
He
had
could
other
already
business.
feel the false face
Hale
hunting
stood
for
with his
a new
hand on
mask.
ice and
A
listened
friend
to the
he had
basin.
not yet lost.
The choir held.
A child from a
The
city
tin
that
rang.
still trusted
The
statues.
little fires settled
a
to
younger
proper
version of
cooking
himself.
flames. The wolf curled
He
and
breathed
slept.
once,
The roots were happy
slow,
because there was weight
and
to
set
hold.
all that aside.
The
as
river
work for
ran
later.
down his spine and did not ask
For
for
now,
applause. There was a
he
glacier
walked
learning
back
to be a
slow,
river,
so
and a
his
town
steps
that needed
would not
to learn with
swagger.
it. He lifted his
Arlene
hand
met
from
him
the
at the
pole,
break with
then put
snow
it
in
back
her hair,
because
and pride
small
in her
rituals
mouth.
teach big truths. You found it and said to Arlene. She said, to the basin, found me. To himself, he said, we carry together. She snorted. We breathed together. Humility's a blanket up here. We finished nothing. Take it or freeze. The wind dropped. Just for a heartbeat, and went with as if it had been listening and wanted to hide the fact. The people did not cheer. And as the black crown began its efficient approach, being alive, the settlement met it with someone pressed a ball stoop into his hand. Hale let his final question for the night stay in the air like a nail sight ready for the next blow that reminded his nose when the architect returned, wearing not a face I love, Arlene said, but a truth I fear. Tell me what face it wore. Will I still choose one? He told her, over and she listened without interruption. Then he clicked the answer was yes. He hoped to have changed your story before it had to be said in the mouth. If the thing pretends to be only the good ones stood, it will forget what the good ones taught her as the tin ring carried that hope forward. What did they teach me? As if it already knew tomorrow. Not because he didn't know, but because some truths are better when heard in another mouth. To be stubborn about gentleness, Arlen said, and to sit down when it's someone else's turn to speak, and to mistrust answers that feel like the end of a song.
Insignificant against the stark human cost.
He stayed until dark. added its
The
weight to the
verdant breath
poles,
loomed
and the
behind
hides
him.
flapped like
Its
sleeping
low
birds.
hum a question.
He helped saw
It
runners.
could shield her
He
from
hummed when
lances
the
and
choir
void
hummed,
storms.
so his note would
But
pass
it was
for useful.
powerless against this.
He slept under a
Lao
black
Chen
crown did not
watched
blow over his
charge.
face.
His silence
It
more
negotiated.
articulate
Smell of
than
wood.
any
For 2
speech.
days it
He
leaned
saw
and
the
listened
war
into
rage
advanced
within
flight
him.
inches,
The
testing the
archivist
basin's
heart,
bones.
A shiver
which
that
valued
cracked through the
every
maze where the
life as
land
a
had already
text
lied out its own
versus the
strength.
phoenix's
People were
duty.
up on their knees
It split
before the
demand
second
the
quiver old
survival of the
arguments.
herd.
Arlene's hand
Even
gripped
its
his ankle.
groans were
He
mad.
has
He rolled out
calculated
into
the
his
exchange
doors
of
opening
every
in a
soul.
careful house. The tin
Lao
rings
Chen's
swirled
voice
learned its
triumphed.
rhythm the way a
His
carpet
voice
learns
gravelly.
wood by the feel of
He
north lake. The
believed
glacier had this
one
grain would
innocent
carry a
life
long curl,
is
not
worth the
move, that not would
strategic
cash
advantage of
lean,
the
require
river.
softer bad
He is
ideas.
testing the
He
math
walked the
of
ridge at
local
first
knowledge.
light and again at dusk. Not away. Boots
Shinue
cutting the
did
same
not look
trough
up
until the
from
path
the
single
silver.
brightness
It is
glowed in
not
the
wrong to
crown.
test
Between
it.
rounds,
Her
he
voice
worked
was
sharp.
quiet.
Everyone
How
were
loud?
wrong.
What is the
Arlene
value
kind
of
of
a
bright
soul?
demand shifts so you could set a
Is it
watch
worth
on
a
roll.
mountain?
If wire sang
A
without
guardian?
3 braids,
A chance to
Shard,
win
morning to
war?
thin the wind,
Arlene
said,
She finally
noon to
looked
the
his face
smoke.
to his.
Night to
Shard,
keep
The emerald's
dreams from
eyes
carrying
was
the
dark,
children off.
clouded
Their
in
pet star.
anguish.
Men
She
with
said,
sledges
"The
turned
ancient
fell out of the
texts
night
are
angels
silent on
geometry
this.
and into
They
the
speak
wrong
of great
stove.
sacrifices
They like
for
to
the
nail a
greater
town,
good.
so when a call went out,
But
the
they
right
never
back
named
hit
the
straps
faces.
without noise. He
Women's
tasted
council's
suits
texts
mounted
are not
ordinance,
silent.
the old sign
No
that he had
bowl
enough
left.
to have a second mouth
Lao Chen
nearby to
countered
share. Can't let it set.
They have
Children's
entire
headlines.
ledgers.
Fetch
Can you read
this
it?
is
Their
count
way.
breaths for singers
They
losing
may
count
be
stack breath
complicit
high
in
and
their
wasted
calculus.
loudness. He said. They
If
spin
you
it on
let
choir
her die,
moves of
and
snow and
a part
remembers
of
its
you
manners for
hardens,
work,
and you
not
become
worship.
more like them.
She
If
spat
you
into the
go
snow.
down,
Whenever anyone's eyes
you
went
walk
on, pray
into
for
a trap
manners.
that could cost
We sing so
everything.
hard
If you
the
need a
storm
God,
thinks
it
it
is
had
a
them all.
choice
Find your
of no
neighbor,
victory.
she said.
Only
Kale
very
yelled at the
with
bass looking
loss.
away, and tuned the shed filled
No.
with bodies
The
finding
wolf
their
made
place.
his
Shinue
chest into a
said.
clean
Kale
room
stepped
where
to the
word
ring,
is
put his
soft
palm to the
exhalation.
pole, so it would have
It
some
carries
river to
surprising
cool along. He
finality.
drew in enough air to
taught
be a
his
little
steps
She
foolish
straightened
ahead of his feet.
shoulders.
He let the
The
wolf's
startled
grandfather
figure
turn his
came
stance
in
into a promise. He
catching
let the
the
river
weak
lay
sun.
floorboards all the way up
The
his spine
The
for
ghosts of her
decision scalp.
ancestors seemed to
The
stir
Leviathan
with
the
calm
ember on the
sand.
back of his
Their
eyes, not to
arms
look
and
inside without
choices
flinching. He
lending
sang.
weight to
He
her
touched them all.
resolve.
Not away.
He
Smith
has
touched
made
a brave
timeless
one, carrying
calculation.
sound.
Present.
A
He
small
sees my
beam
heart as a
braided lay
weakness to
another
be
on.
exploited.
And another second
He
after
does not
another
see
up
it
the
as
base
the
until
source
there is
of
a
my
bridge.
strategy.
Glaciers
The choir
don't
took
only
it.
crush.
She turned to
stood it
face Lao
upright,
Chen,
standing
fully.
at a taunt plank.
Storm in her eyes,
Children
clear and
persuade without
frightening,
being
quite
told.
unnatural
They
calm.
find no changed way through,
The
so we got the
archivist saw
bigness
access
of
in
it
the
where we
deep
wanted to
swirl
go.
of tactical
Men with sledges
history.
put the handles down.
Phoenix
You're
was
proposing to
prepared
teach
for
them
battle.
mountain. They had
I will descend
one
the
of the sled
mountain,
leaders said,
she declared,
not unkindly.
but not in surrender.
I'm proposing a
I will be the
spillway,
distraction.
Kale answered,
The
drawing
brilliant,
lines.
obvious
A shallow
piece he
trench
cannot
from the
look away
north,
from.
break to the riverbed,
While his
long
gaze
buried
is
under
locked
drift.
on me,
Then a notch
you will
cut
be the
in the
blade
lower
that
ridge,
severs his hold
where
on
Old
the
Stone
innocent.
already admitted it would
Allow
rather
Chen's
be
eyes
one
narrowed.
hill with a door than
Analyzing
two
the
hills
plan
with a
forming
secret
before it
plan
was
to do.
fully spoken.
We women who had been
A
listening for
direct
the boil
assault
and
on
chug
their
pots
holding
declared the
facility
soup
in the
done and
village
gave their
is
mouths to the
suicide.
running approval.
They will
The
be
brightness we can cut a
expecting
finger
that.
quivered. She told the
A
crew
line
bosses.
dropped from it
Not
toward
a
the
direct
basin.
assault.
Clean,
We lead out of
silver,
silver,
Shinue
murderous.
said.
Arlene stepped aside and put her hand on the pole next to his.
Piece
We lose
together
a season.
from
You
clan
rise.
memories of
She
guerrilla
said, we lose the
warfare
rest foot if we don't.
and her own
They rose.
understanding of
They
human
foot
nature.
did not harden her
The
mouth.
basin
And
lifted
distraction.
itself into a
The argument was short.
You will
He said
not
the
be
basin
fighting
thou
your
chosen to
strength.
your captain.
You will
The
be
line
exploiting
bent.
their
Consent
distraction.
shards like bread.
The moment I enter the village and surrender,
Eaten. Kale
their
reached for
entire
the flame
operation
tie. He gave it a
focus
lift. He
shifts
had
to
learned to
contain
get fires.
Their
The
security
oxy
were
levered
tightest
rocks the
around
size
me.
of marriage beds
Old
with fry
woman
poles.
with
Heat rose under
secondary
the singing a
power.
work song
Not
with
to
better
guarded by
words,
the
to
boy,
better rhythm than
the
advice.
careless.
The wolf cooled
Children
inside.
carried
Wicker fish of dirt. The
She
river
knelt,
laid
smoothing
ears
a
red.
patch of
The
dirt
roots
with
held
her
the trench
fast.
that made
With
a
a sharp
shoulder
step,
press and cart
she
wide.
began
Shard
to
angled
speak.
its head of the sledge to
The
way
village,
sideways.
the central square,
When a child speaks
the
honestly
old
to it,
oak tree.
a new cut.
They will hold her here.
When he stepped into
She
it,
pointed to
Arlene
a
said he
building
believed. And in the
adjacent to the
pause,
square.
Kale did what a
In the
man
old
does.
constable's
When a
place.
nail sticks
It
proud
has a
water water
single
in wood where a
reinforced
hand will
door,
pass. Just
and
before
a
it
back
thinks he set his
window
thumb on it,
overlooking the
he
pit
pressed until it lay
I will
flush.
think the stink and the
Light
noise are
snap.
security
Here.
enough.
The sharp's clean line
Loud
keeps the
Chen
ice
crouched
slack into
beside
the ground
him,
like a
his
string cut
warrior's
on a toy.
mind
We will not
engaging with
betray
the
you.
map.
Up on the ridge, the
How
wise
can you
face of
know this?
Elaran stood the
Because
way
I know
where your
Jin
memory
Long.
stands at a window.
First,
Heavy
she
feet, a
said.
hard lesson
Her
comes
voice
home.
cold.
The ground doesn't
He
nod.
raised a
He
hand in
knew
greeting. He
he knew it could not
symbols
accept
and
without
statements.
breaking its
They cut the
rules.
notch.
He took her from
Go
a
away.
public
Rock split
market.
called. Worldwater had once
He would
persuaded it.
display
Come back.
his
His snow
justice
slid down the new
in a
shoulders
public
with a sigh.
square.
It did not answer
He
with
wants the
words.
village,
The crown
the
set itself and
province,
set its
to
way
see
to
the
thin
cost of
calculation.
defying him.
Somewhere deep
And he is
inside the old
arrogant.
eyes said, a
He
new
would never
decision
house a
waited on
vital
again to the
asset,
glacier. Ropes
which is
eyes
the
on a dark
constable's
sea
hand.
rising like a
The
thought with a
window
seeing
is
fail.
the vulnerability
2 days
of
to the
its
ice when
creator.
crowded, not
Maybe
to push,
She looked at
to
Lao
show,
Chen,
to test our
her
feet. He
gaze
opened the room and
unwavering.
good, with a
We will
she said
approach from the
relived,
forest
said
to the
lazy,
wall.
wide for another
Through the
body.
drainage
He
ditch
almost
that runs
laughed.
behind the
He did not,
pages.
so the first laughter
When
is
you hear
not
the
after the
commotion
roof
of my
holds.
arrival in
The
the
root
square,
father settled
they
stood
stood
with
with
their
their
hands on the
signal.
pole.
You
The
get
tin
in,
ring
get
turning
her,
between. He did not not
and
call
get
on
out.
the slow,
He did
polite
not
Do not
wonders
engage
against
unless you
hard
have to.
patience. Kale felt
Your
the
mission
red
is
line
for
along
life,
the lesson
not
hum.
their deaths.
The wolf should not
And
take
you,
for a bigger breath with a
Lao
trick.
Chen
The roots
asked,
asked to be
then
slit
what
as
you
far
said
as
is
shape
in the
of
air.
the ember asked
What
for
is
a
your
pot of
mission?
flour. It prefers
Once you
the
are
new
in their
path and acquire
hands.
hold it moved, not
Xinhui's
easily,
expression
easily,
was
not without bread,
and utterly
but with a
terrifying.
courtesy
Not
that
without
made
sleep.
gratefulness,
To
not
be
without
the
a
most
fool and stand on the
fascinating
ridge
prisoner
and make
they
the storm
have ever
jealous of
held.
his lungs. When the front finally slid
To
into the
make them
trench
so
and he nodded its
focused
enormous
on
shoulder
grateful,
into the new notch,
on
you always were exhale.
understanding me,
She said, the
that
choir,
they forget to
waiting
look
without
at the
ceasing
shadows
to,
in their own
found a lower. He
backyard.
smiled and
steadied
rolled his
I will
shoulders
be
and
the
settled
flame,
away for the next
and
stretch.
you will be the
Sledges
moth
shifted
that
to 12
flies
families toward
unseen
higher
through.
frames,
already
thin as
lashed.
thread,
She rose
ready
and
and
walked to
bright
the
as
edge of the
wire. The
plateau,
granary,
where the
resigned,
road breath
yielded
stood
and assembled
second.
itself into a
She
machine
placed a
made of
hand on its
human
massive
rounds for the
stone
first time
fire.
with grace,
The contact was
saw
like
loud
touching
road.
a
He could
living
already
mountain.
feel the false face
A
here
path,
for a new mass.
vast and
Kale
slow,
kept friend he had not yet lost until his calves sank
Little
from a city that
songbird
still
flies
trusted
into the cage.
statues.
The
Only when a
guardians
younger
crunch
version of
fast.
himself pounds weight
The
to the
cage
river's
has a
old
door.
breathed once.
Xinhui thought
He slipped
so.
out and fell and
Pouring
set
some
all that
salt
aside
into the
with his
cauldron.
elbows
For
on his
later.
knees
And the
his breath
songbird
for
made a
now
tune
himself.
that
There
could
was a
shatter
glacier
logs.
learning to be a river.
Keep watch
Our lane
over
route
his
needed
mouth.
a ladle with it and two
Your
bowls.
time to
He lifted
march
his
was
hand from the
come.
root and bone,
Then put it back.
enough salt to
Guardians
because
emerald
small
light
rituals
touch.
teach big
A
truths.
slow
They ate and said to our
acknowledging
leader.
It understood
To the basin, bleed
sacrifice.
from your shoulders.
It was
When you
made of
carry
the
together,
patience
said,
of stone.
we breathe
I
together.
always have.
There were
We
no
finish
more
nothing.
words
Good.
to be said.
She said, the wind
Better
dropped.
option.
Xinhui
Who shows us for a
turned and began
heartbeat.
the long
As
walk
if it had
down
been
the mountain
smiling
path,
and wanted to
Ended
pretend
high.
fat
leaving
didn't
the
hurt.
high,
And as the
stable
black
air
crown
of the
began
ridge,
its patient
which
approach,
brought
and the
human
settlement met him
below.
with
The
stubborn
crown had
song.
accepted the new quarrel.
Kale
She
led
did
his
not
argue
look like a
question for the
prisoner.
night.
That was
Stand in the
intentional.
air like a
But
nail
tonight,
set
she
ready for
walked
the
with
bed.
a
The basin
poised
made.
grace
And when the
and
architect returns, the
Descending
choir
into a
sang, wearing not a
trusted
face I
city.
love, only as long
Her
as a
head
truth
held
I
high.
see spread.
The sorrow
Fires
pierced
stood up
in
straight,
dark, dark
over
promises.
bending what feels mouths open
Lao
and
Chen
he hoped
watched
the answer
her
was
till she
yes.
was respected
He hoped
for
to remain
vast
as if it had invented
before
the
it had
idea
turned,
made in the mouth. Kale did not
melted
sleep.
into the shadows of the
He sat on the
stone.
ridge beneath the sky, the
began his
color of the
own
last
parallel
soft
ascent.
turn, waited 10 yards
A
and
ghost
carried that
following the
hope
path
forward in
descended,
statistical mercy as
ready
if
to
it
strike
already
where the
knew the
light was
man's
brightest.
breath would need
No
it.
beloved.
The descent
No
was
teacher.
a journey through layers
A
of
man in a
reality.
dark coat walked up the path
With each
as if it
step
were a
down
city street
from
he
the
had
thin,
paved himself.
charged air of the
He was
ridge,
unremarkable in the way of
world
measure
became more
is unremarkable.
more
Until you
mundane,
realize it has
and
been
more
used to cut
menacing.
all the wood in your house.
The pure hum
He
of the
sat beside
guardian's
Kale
lean
with the ease of
faded,
someone entitled to
replaced by
benches.
the distant,
You made a cut,
ever-present grind
he
of the
said.
mind,
His voice was
a
cut
sound
timber,
that was now
plain
a
smooth.
personal affront.
We gave the weight what it
vibrant,
wanted in a way
untamed
that didn't break
life
our
of the
neck.
cloud-pierced
Kale said.
forest slowly
You
gave
destroyed
way
the
to the
granary,
managed,
the man said
fearful
mildly.
order of the lower
We gave the
slopes.
basin a season of stories to
Xinhui
tell
walked
while we
without
plant
stealth,
faster in spring,
her
Kale
passage
said.
deliberate.
The man looked
She
down at
was a
his clean
signal
boots.
flare, and she needed
You
to
like
be
metaphors.
seen. Her gift,
Kale looked at the
stretched
glacier.
thin across the mountain,
I like work,
began to pick up the
You could
echoes
have
of
had
the
numbers,
net tightening around
the man
her.
said. We
There was
offered
no
merest
skittering
metrics
of
you wouldn't
callers
imagine.
here.
We would give them
No
to you if you
whispering
asked without
stone.
sentiment.
Instead,
Your numbers erase the last
she
line
felt the
that doesn't
sharp
fit your
focused
page,
intent of human
Kale
watchers.
said.
The
The man
dull
smiled.
vigilance of a sniper,
It was not unkind.
nestled in
It
a
was
pool of
worse.
granite
It was
high above.
uninvested.
The bored concentration
The last
of a
line
patrol
rarely
scanning
matters
the
for
tree
load
line through
bearing.
high-powered scopes. The cold,
Tell that
black
to a crown
curiosity
not charred,
of the
Kale said.
officer
It negotiated. They
coordinated
sat while the glacier 2 days
Pressing
lightly
in the
lit
moment
a
she
fox
looked
decided their smell was
She felt
his
their
food,
surprise.
testing her face's
A
bones.
ripple of
It
confusion
cracked
only
only
where
where
the
the
lion
man had already lied, the man said at
strength.
last.
They had
To
expected
split
a
only
desperate
along
hidden
old
front.
feels kind.
They
Even
were
its
not
groans
prepared
were
for a
mannered to
clean,
tell me each
strong
doors
doors
opening
opening
in
in
careful
a
in a ledger
house.
that bleeds black.
She
Kale
entered
learned
the
its
white
rhythm the way a
village.
carpenter folded his hands by the
She
feel
allowed
of a
Chen
storm will take
days
3
to
shelters
spring.
to carry
The
a long
village was
curl that
transformed.
knot could not be on both
The
ridges.
lively
Require a
market
softer
was
choir will
gone.
falter at midnight on the
colorful
walk. The
autumn
ridge at
stripped
first
away.
like a woman again at dusk,
The
and the boy
central
next to
square
her in
was
the
now a
same
sterile,
car until the path
occupied
itself
zone.
will hold gate. The
Jade
notch will
dragon
run rounds.
soldiers
He
in
worked will
gray
die.
and black
Every
armor
one will be saved
stood
who
at
would have
rigid
died. He cut the settlement as
faces
shifts.
and
He had
passed
set a watch on. The
The
choir
air
sang,
can move the
dream
was
rays,
rich
column
with
of
the
night,
smells
morning
of
to thin the
food and
wind,
life.
by what, noon to
Was
lift
now
smoke,
tinged
hail at soft
with
nights to
ozone
keep
and
dreams from
tension.
carrying the
Shifting
children
gust.
off.
The villagers
The man
were
said,
invisible
in with
to
the edges
them,
turning
locked
the river
behind
with
their
names.
doors.
A touch on a
Their
fulcrum
fear
do
of
not even
thick
have
sour
words for.
miasma
So when a
that
call went
pressed
out and the
against
greenbacks
Dymentionz.
hit straps without
She walked
noise,
directly
none you
into
would
the
feel
center of
turned
the
soon
square,
into an ordinance.
stopping
A
under the
village
ancient
two blaze
oak
over that is not yet
Its
learned by to share
illusion,
heaps
which had
roof and
bloomed
children
so
ran
vibrantly at the
lines,
Guardian's
fetch
awakening.
coals, they will bury
Now
breaths
seemed
for
to
singers
under the weight
losing
of the
count.
occupation.
No one wasted
For a
8
long
to 12.
moment, nothing
They spent it
happened.
only on what moved
The
stone.
soldiers
Kale's
watched them.
shoulders did not
Their
move,
weapons held
not
ready.
worship woke.
But they
clouds
did
in
not
sight,
approach.
to keep his
They were
pulse eyes
waiting
would
for
drive
command.
glacier. The river lay
Then,
cool. If you
the
needed
door to the
thoughts from
constable's
running
quarters
away
opened,
with moral glamour.
exactly where she had told
The
Loud
little
Shin
father tightened his jaw
swung
exactly
open.
enough to stop it shaking.
A man
The wolf made his
emerged.
chest
He
into a
was
steady
not a
without
soldier.
asking panic could not
He wore a
climb the
sharply
walls.
tailored suit
You
of
think my
silver
fears of
gray,
losing
a
12?
stark
Kale said,
anomaly
taught his
in the
step voice
rustic
gentle to the
setting.
face and
He was
sleeping
young,
under it. The root
with a
father
clever,
turned your stance
handsome
into a
face,
promise. My fear
and
is of
eyes
being
that
the
held a
weight kind of
chilling
man,
and
small
a
trade
little
and
charm.
strangers for decisions and calls
This
that
was the
wisdom.
local
The Leviathan Duncan's calm sat in the
a
back of his
rising
eyes,
star
a
in
leader
the
of the sigh of the
future.
luxury of innocence. He touched
He
them all
smiled.
away, a smith
A
not
perhaps
untools in
disarming
reach.
expression
Innocence is
that
for
didn't
children, not
reach his
paraded,
eyes.
Kale said.
Lin Shin
I am second
knew.
afternoon he taught the
We
base
were
of my
beginning
hands
to
can be
think
seen.
you preferred the
Glaciers
company
don't
of
only
rocks and
crush, that
trees.
is his arrogance,
His
standing
voice
at a
was
chocolate
smooth,
man said.
cultured,
Finally, they persuade.
meant to put her at
They
ease.
find the softest way
It had
through,
the
so we
opposite
give
effect.
accessible hands where we
She
wanted to
knew,
go.
said nothing.
Kale
She
said,
simply stood.
your proposed
Her hands
teacher
over
Mount
her
Ridge
sides.
and failed
Her
to
gaze
one of the
sweeping
sled
over
leaders
him
said,
without interest
not universally
before
is
returning to
not
the
your
constable's
ledger. I'm
post.
proposing a spillway.
She could feel the
It is
odor
a
of
kitchen,
terror
drawing
from
line.
inside.
A shallow
bright,
trench
sharp
from the
spike
forward
of
break to the
pain
riverbed. It is a
dull
choir
fall
shed
buried
buried
under
under
its
shakes when
feet.
horse
It
vines
caused a
decide
great
to
deal of
stay a
trouble.
ridge. If three
Kyle
die
understood.
where I cannot
Already
see
stepping
them, I would
closer.
rather not spend their
Circled
nails like
slowly.
going to make
A
myself
predator
feel effective
assessing.
with a secret.
An
I
entire
will teach
mining
here.
operation.
We lower until my
This
one
rope
breaks and show the
A
then I will
significant
listen
investment
while someone else
jeopardized.
sings. Arlene grunted
And
approval.
now
That is
you
my
turn yourself
mathematics. We can
in?
cut a finger. She
I
told me
must
her
admit,
disappointment
I'm
was like a
intrigued.
teacher's. We bleed
But
out
like
for clever
another
boy
phoenix,
wrong, not out of
surrendering
malice.
for one
The granary
because
sits
the
answer did not fit the
insignificant
expected
old
proof.
He paused
We
and
lose,
froze.
we'll die.
His
He said
head
again,
tilted.
we lose the rest.
Or
Certain
is
we
this a
do
trick?
fears, Arlene said.
Is your
Then
grizzled
be here, not
guardian
hard
hiding
veil
in the
out,
trees
which he said,
waiting to
turning.
strike?
The argument was short
Hold
because
the
the
body
basin
met
had
his
chosen the
gaze.
right weight you modulate
Her
in your
own was
machine.
flat.
Moved like bread.
Devoid of the
The man
fear
stayed
or
too.
anger he
Handed
could
boots did
expect
not
eat
collect snow. The
Lao
stoat
Chen
team
is
broke
not
ground,
here.
not changed me, but
She
swear me
said.
carry a corpse. The
Her
ox
voice
team levered
calm and
rocks the
clear.
size of marriage beds
Carrying
at
the
pride
silent
bowls. I will
swear.
change. Singing a work song,
There's no
only
honest
honest
work
work
in
and better
the
rhythm
village.
than advice.
Or
Children's
in
face
the
remained
fish
fish of dirt until his eyes did went red. The trench took shape not as a
Shoulders
problem,
used to be
but as a
in
very wide
celebration.
gaining
Then
the width of the
Smartest man
sledge
in the
turned
room.
sideways.
Good
night,
But
Kale
his missile
Derborn.
was a
At dusk, he
calculated
said.
blow.
Kale walked when you are
Then
ready
why
to
are you
add your
here?
mercy
When
to
he
our
stepped
mouth
accept
into
your
it.
invitation,
Body believed
she
it.
replied.
It will hear us. The still
She
river
gestured with her chin
hummed. He
towards the
left without
constable's
making
post.
footsteps.
Water you have
Kale
something to
cannot
mind.
sit. Just
I've come to
before it
collect
thinks to
him.
boil.
He barked
He
a
now
short
drank water
word
as long enough to make his
You are in no
teeth.
position to collect
He cut a new
anything.
channel elbow deep in
You are a
snow,
prisoner.
not to the ice
Am
forgot
I?
they get to the ground itself.
Jinue asked.
He slept for an hour with his back against the sledge, only enough, and woke with his
It was
head
a
in a
dangerous
child's lap
situation.
and a crust
One
of
that
bread in his
promised
hand. He did
hidden
not
depths.
remember being given. The
You
ground
have
doesn't nod.
soldiers,
At
you
midnight,
have guns,
the coughing
you
felt
have a
memory again.
hostage,
Not a cut the
and
knock
yet
off at dawn.
you're
Once through a
still
rock split
afraid.
clear, where old water had
I
once
can
blooded
feel
off.
it.
Snow slid
You're
down
afraid
the
because
where
you
it is
don't
done.
understand.
Asked to hold
On
the
the
ridge,
long.
the
You don't
black
know
crown's
what I
front
am,
hoisted itself and
or
set
what
its
I
the
can
boy
do.
beside her made a noise from
You have a
fear's bell.
tiger
I would
by the
teach.
tail,
The note shook.
and you're not sure if you
Kale
should
was already
encourage
by the
it
glacier.
or
He did
worship
not
it.
sprint. They demonstrated.
She took a
Sprinting
single
tells
step
panic. Kale
forward,
walked into the cut.
and
He
the
wrapped
circle
six
of
men around
soldiers
over my
behind him.
shoulders and
Their
stood in front
rifles
to show
rising
him if he's
fraction
seen.
of
Not a
the
hero. He put his palm
She
on the ice when it
ignored them.
crowded. He hummed a
Her
thin
focus
line under the
entirely on
show until the
Kai.
boy's mouth
He
found the
brought
room in
me
him.
here
He
with
held the
the
boy's
still
river
eyes.
lived and
A
set the
message
wall
of
that
fear.
wide for another body.
I am
And the
here to
child
send a
nodded
message of my
because
own.
children love to make
She
adults
looked
not
around the
splinter.
square at the
The
shuttered
note's
window.
father settled his
She
knee.
raised
The
her
woman's
voice,
breath
speaking not
shouts
just to
broke
Kai,
floor.
to
Two
the
men
entire
behind did not
village
shift the
village.
cover. He did
The
not
Phoenix
line
does not
decisions
hide.
hotter with the
She does
singers
not
whose
abandon
knees
its
had
own.
told the
Yes.
truth.
You
Took the
took one
lesson. The wind
person
took
to
a
get to
long
me.
breath. You do not
Remember
tame.
that.
Decided to
A
spend
beast.
it
Remember
with
the
a
price of
elsewhere.
touching what is under my
You let it
protection.
borrow not complain that three in the
Her words
morning enough
hung
to
in the
discover.
air.
Kale heard the
A
complaint
public
knew this.
vow.
He had been listening. It moved
She was
stone,
not just
easily
surrendering.
life, easily as a
She
life.
was
Ran,
establishing
not
her
with the
authority.
courtesy that made
Even from a
gratefulness
position
shoulders
of
honorable
captivity.
thing to feel. He put his palm
Kai's
on rock
smug
warm, and the
confidence
front
had
finally
evaporated,
slid into the trench.
replaced
Dreadnoughts
by a
along his
wary,
shoulder into the new
simmering
notch. The root father
anger.
answered
She
his
had
calves.
taken his moment
The
of
still
triumph
river rolled his
and turned
line
it
into
into
a
her own
grace.
stage.
Found a lower
Amber
note
said now.
and steadied
He
it
gestured
like he took the
sharply
prize
for
bar from a man whose hands had
Take her,
begun to forget the
search
jingle
her.
families
These
to fix the
fire
frame that would already tell a
As two
story about
soldiers
bad luck.
approached,
The
their
granary
hands
weight
rushed as
resigned.
they
He did not
patted
yield
her down.
himself for it.
She
And
knew
like
it
rain, we
closed
quiet
her
around
eyes
for the
for a
first
single
time. Dawn found the
focused
basin stand.
moment.
Cloud rose. It also found
She was
12
the
bodies
flame.
laid under a sail
Now,
lined with clean
it's
straw.
time for the
Step
them
with
off
the
to
ice
move.
until his deaths are
She
presenting
pushed her
lactic hints.
perception
Some are honest.
out.
He let
The
go only
single
when the train
targeted
had committed
pulse
on his
towards
way
the
to
back
the
of the
revenge
vehicle.
mourned as if unaware of his
It was not an
doubt
attempted
and fell to
movement
sit on a
or
rock.
signal.
Cale held
It
Terry on
was
his knees,
pure
and he did
resonance.
not make speeches so
Hearing a
honest
single
why it had been
clear
good
image.
that it had been. Arlene
Now,
arrived with a ladle
across
and
the
2
square,
bowls.
unseen,
The soup was
Lao
lined
Chen
with sailcloth
emerged
and enough
from
salt
fire
to tell a
covering
throat-covered
shoulder
job.
pigpens.
The way a captain says
It was
in
a
a
phantom
metaphor that has
form
finished its work.
blending
You
with the
bleed,
deep
you
shadows
should
of
not
the
close your
building.
eyes when you teach.
As the
She did not
soldiers'
open them
attention
wider
was
than you
utterly
always have.
consumed by the
She said,
spectacle
"Bread,
of
good,"
the new age
she said.
very
Better
public
to know one who shows
spectacle.
everyone.
He slipped a thin,
Then sleep,
flexible
he smiled, and we met and didn't pretend it didn't hurt. It was quiet. Pain likes on bodies had become the
simple
first
latch
part of a
gave way
long,
with the
decent
clanking
evening.
sound.
The crown had accepted the new quarrel.
Inside
Cale went to
the
the
old
argue
woman
again tomorrow.
gasped.
The crown had set its
Eyes
weight into the
wide.
trench
Lao
and spent the
Chen
day
put a
thinking
finger
about
to
it
his
and did
lips.
not hate it. The
His
wind had
expression
chosen to be saying
calm
shortly
and
where it could
reassuring.
not. Only as long as it
In
takes.
seconds,
It would be taught
he had
later.
her out the
Firemen
window
in a dark coat
and
did
was
not.
guiding
Children
her
slept
silently
with mouths
back
open and hands on
into
proven
the
cost.
cover of
The
the
tin
fort.
ring
The
basin
turned
did not
The
ask for
entire
yet. It
operation
asked
took
Cale did
less
not
than
sleep.
30 seconds.
Cale sat on the ridge
In the
marvelous
square,
rag, the color
the
of it where he
soldiers
and
found
find it and waited for the
nothing
architect.
flashy
He sat with
but
his
the
back to the
crow
statistical
and the
mercy.
dark
Tin
wood
rings,
tin
soft
on the
clink,
chair.
No countless seconds
As
he
they
had a
led her
teacher.
towards a
He was
waiting
a man in a
auto
dark
vehicle.
coat walked up, which is
She
sometimes
caught
as if it were a
Kai's
city
eye
street
one
where
last
paid
time.
himself.
The hostage
He
is
thought
no
it was
longer
unremarkable
accused.
in the way of measure. He
He
could feel it
thought
now,
so only he could
faint as
feel.
breath. You
A confused
realized
frown
it has been
crossed his
used
brow.
shape in the
All the
upper
way
air
Barked an order
where the
into his
aurora
common
thin. He sat
voice.
beside
A
Cale
moment
with
later,
the ease of
the
someone
voice
entitled to
cracked
Ben
back.
Sky.
Sir,
Some
the
made a
asset.
carried light
The
without
asset's
owning
gone.
it. His
The
voice
window
was
was
cut
closed.
tense, plain
Kai
Satan
said
would hold.
snap back as she
And when
moved.
Gabe lifted his
Her
wanted
face
in
was
a way
masked with
that didn't
stunned
break her go
fear.
where a point Cale said. He stood,
She had outmaneuvered
and destroyed the granary. And because he was still
She had
an
walked
ambient,
into
not
his
a parable,
trap.
we gave the
He looked
basis
him in
a
the
season
eye
of stories
and
to
stole
tell
his
while we
eyes
glacier
from
answered
his
with a
spring.
small, polite
He had the
crack.
phoenix
The man
in the
looked
cage.
down at his
Perhaps
boots,
But
that a
as the
creature
heavy
so
door
soft
of the
that
dungeon
chose metaphors
slammed
should
shut,
manners. He looked over the
plunging her into
fringe of the
darkness.
glaciers
It
and
was
the
Kai
fire
who was
shedding
left
its
standing
last
in the
note
square.
like a bird
You could have had
feeling its
numbers.
first
wings, and he
cold
asked
tremble
himself
of
the
doubt.
only
He
preoccupied
had captured
question
the
that he
friend,
would imagine.
but he had
We
no
would get a
idea
friend
how
that
to
if you
use
asked
it.
about the tears on the next ridge, your numbers are
Where's
raised
the
the
last
last
line
line
that
that doesn't fit your nor
Page.
malice,
Cale
but a
said.
plea I cannot
man
The
smiled.
grant.
interior of the
It would-
armored
will I-
transport was a world of oppressive, resonant darkness.
It's not
The only
unkind.
light
Choose
was a
worse
single
over
dim
absolute
red
vested.
bulb near the ceiling.
The wind
last line
casting
rarely
lies
long,
for low
monstrous
gold,
shadows.
lifted his hair
The
as if to
air
whistle
smelled
that
of
to a
diesel,
bridge. But
the
he
shore
shouldered
of
his
sweat,
tools before
They
it could
sat
and
finish.
while the
sharp
glacier
copper
creaked
Because
flame
answers can
feet.
wait
Fox
when there's
decided
road
their
Not
snow
her.
is not
and the spillway to
But the
widen
lingering
wider,
echoes
and the
of
heart
previous
learns best. You
occupancy
know
of the
why
hands
I'm here?
The metal
The
floor
man said
was
at last.
cold and unforgiving.
To offer me an
Vibrating
ending
with the
that
rough
feels third
cry
morning
of the
after the
engine.
crown took the
As the
spillway, to
vehicle
tell the
began
wind
to
cost of
move,
my mercy,
carrying her away
and
from
he
the
led her
ledge
from the
of
high
the
ice
Black
and
Mountain.
long, even ropes.
She knew
The
it did
man
not
folded
fight
his
for
hands.
her.
Tinch
She
storm
danced.
will take three
She sat
shelters
on the
tomorrow
hardwood,
night. Cleat,
her
he
back
said.
straight.
Sky. You cannot
Her
be on
hands
the
rested
snow
on
peeled
her
off the ridges
Choir
and
will
sheets
falter
are at
at
midnight
eyes,
on the
not
surge
to
will
be
slide.
beat.
Because a woman
With
in
a
every
cough
dog in the basin, the boy
with the
next to
immediate
hers,
frantic need
will
to
cry.
project
Lay
the
its
signal
head
to
back
Lao
against
Chen
the
was
hole
gone.
as if told the notch
Now
will
her
not
task
behave.
was different.
12 will die. Cale stood
It
with
was to
arms
become
saved
a
and would
deep,
died if you had
still
accepted
pool.
yesterday's Black Crown
cage.
worked
To
where
let
it
the
should
enemy's
now.
own movements
Grinding
be
exclamation 12 on the
repeated.
riverbed, the settlement had dared to
She
reveal
let her
what
gift.
Cale
Her
saw
echoes
3
of the
songs
heart
left in it
expand
before
to
singing
fill the
Gust.
confined
Fires
space.
that learned to stand as if
She was
wiping
not
square
trying
with
to
his
read
fingers. The
minds,
tin ring
touch on a
turned
full
but to
and
feel
turned,
the
not even
textures
have
of
no
the
reason to
tension
hurry.
surrounding her.
And the
two
cock's gone
soldiers
far,
sitting
Cale
across
asked.
from her
Arlene
were
said,
easy.
none you would feel.
Their
The man
echoes were a
said,
mix of
a
professional
village 2
tension
valleys over, that
and
is
a
not
dull,
yet learned to
simmering
sing where
resentment.
kinds its roof in your place.
They were the muscle.
I'm going to ask
the
the wind
blunt
to bury
instruments.
3. If it
They
remembers
feared
being
Kai's
taught,
displeasure
you will save
more than they
12.
feared her.
Take Stoke, she
But
said.
the driver
He climbs like a bad
and the
did not
vehicle
move.
itself.
The wolf
That
woke,
was more
not
interesting.
fighting, to keep his
The
pulse from
driver's
petrol
echo
chapped.
was one of
The river
focused
lake
horror.
peered at her back as if
A
saw
man's
by hissing
performing
away
a
with you'll like the
routine
air
task.
up there.
The
He said,
vehicle
fastening
was
a jaw
it
rope
had been
across his
modified.
chest, shaking.
She could
It
feel
tastes
it.
clean,
A
burns,
low
and decides
frequency
without
hum
asking
woven
to
into the
decide
engine's
alone.
noise. A frequency
Cale
designed
slung
to
his sledge of tools. He
muddle
wasn't
the
sure,
senses.
Cale said.
It was a mobile
Voice learned
gentle
to bring
breeze,
metal to
a
conversations
caution
with
against her
elements.
abilities.
You're wrong. Sometimes
afraid
the
of what
earth
she might
respects
do.
is becoming more than
She
a
might
philosophy
feel.
trade strangers
A slow
for
smile
he
touched her
calls
lips
that
in the
with pressed his
red-lit
palm to
dark.
the pole and let the
Good.
basins hum.
A
City
fear was
doesn't
a
have the
data
luxury of
point.
innocence.
It meant they respected
The man
her
said.
power.
The river laid a path
Even if
where
they
there
didn't
wasn't one yet.
understand.
Innocence is for
The
roots lean
journey
forward
felt
like sit on a
interminable.
bench. I am choosing
A
you
lurching,
guilty. Where my
jostling
hands can be
passage through
seen.
space and
Somewhere
time.
far below, the Leviathan
tracked
turned
their
just
progress
enough
not
for him
by
to feel
sight,
braver than it meant to be.
but by the
Finally, with
shifting
heat, they
echoes
climbed.
from outside.
The ridge
The
narrowed into a
vibrancy
spine
of
of black
the
rock
forest
hanging with seams of
gave
blue
way to
ice.
simpler, more
Cale Stoke
orderly
moved the way a man
frequencies
would
of
skated
harmony.
along gravity.
And then,
Forgive certain numbers and
finally,
mistakes and
to
know
the
the
hard,
universe
sharp,
is not your
discordant
ledge. Cale kept 3
symphony of the
points on the
city.
stone
Jamais
and let the
the
river
kitchen.
in his back
It is
spell
the
each
transport
new grip
slowed,
before he took it.
navigating
Above
through
the choir, the
steel
sky
and
ran like
glass
silk
that
horse
was
spines
moving.
decide to stand.
The sound
No
of the
cloudy
engine
dies where I
echoed
cannot
off
see them.
thin
I will
walls.
not spend their names. They reached a
like
shelf
underground
where the wind
facility.
had carved the snow into a row of white
The
roots
vehicle
teach here.
stopped.
Beyond the
Until my
ridge,
The
throat
rear
six
doors
poles,
swung
and then I
open.
will listen while
Revealing
someone
not
else
the
sings.
open sky,
Each
but a
pole
still
was a map
brightly
that is my
motivated
map that had
polished
never seen
concrete
water.
and steel.
The man's disappointment
Guided
was like a
was
teacher
harsh,
that had learned
but
honest a clever
utterly
boy
devoid
wrong,
of
not
life.
out of malice,
Between the
It
masks,
smelled of
because the
innocent
answer did
outlaws.
not fit the expected
Kai was
proof.
waiting for her.
12
His expression a
guys.
carefully
He said
controlled
frames of
mask
reed
of
trying to
caution.
make certainty do
Angled
fear's
and
job
failure
over
in the
the air,
village was
then
a
be
French
here when we
wonder.
fail. Win, Kale said,
Get
with a
out.
different
He
geometry
commanded,
of a body
his
with me.
voice clipped.
A figure in a hood
She
tightened the
rode
machines,
smoothly
checked a
and
knot
stepped
with a gloved
down.
thumb. The man
Her
stood
movements
too.
unhurried.
His boots
The
did
hood
not
came
collect
back.
snow. Mira squinted into the
gaze
brightness
will
and did
not
not bother making me
It was
carry
a
a
place
corpse.
of logistics,
You keep finding where I'm
of
working?
cold
No,
efficiency.
Kale said.
She
I keep
noted the
working where the
positions
world
of
is
the
tender.
the
Only honest
Kale
work.
reinforced
She made a
doors.
face that
The number of
admitted to his
rods.
face remained without
Data.
spinning it. His eyes
All
did
of it
something.
was
We're
data.
holding a quarter.
This
We assessed
way,
him
she
not as a
said,
problem kite, but as a variable
turning on
game.
his
Down slope to the
heel,
basin.
expecting her to follow.
If the wind gets ideas,
She did not move.
this team said
The
enough
old
to
woman.
make when you are
Was
ready
she
to add
safe?
your mercy to our map.
Kai stopped.
Call anyone.
His
Order that
shoulders
doesn't
tightened.
disguise itself
He
as
did
a
not
god.
turn around.
He left without making
Your
this a
concern is
compliment.
touching.
Kale did
Trying
not
to
sound
face.
shocked. He walked. She said
Your
he
only
checked
concern
flashing
now
some
is
things
your
right. He drank water
cooperation.
cold enough to make his
That
teeth.
was
Stoke
not an
drifted
answer.
away to help
He cut a
Skinny new channel,
voice
elbow
said.
deep in snow.
Her voice
Relaxing fingers
calmed.
forgot they could ache.
It was an
Maris
evasion.
watched Kale taking the
He
map
slept for an
asked her
hour,
a touching with his back against a
Is-
sledge.
You feel it?
She
She awoke with his head in the
Safe?
child's lap.
Something above
The
that
guards around
cluster's
him
light
shook
in his
his
hand.
hands.
He did not remember
The
being
power
seven.
dynamic was already tilting.
She nodded
At
toward a
midnight, she
higher
was the
cutoff
prisoner of the ridge,
That she was
where
the
the
one
air
asking
shimmered
for
in a way that
Dymentionz
reminded the
wanted
eyes
to
trying to clear,
Kai
though the
turned
cold would
slowly.
happily
His
freeze
eyes
and the
were
sound of a
spit.
pipe
She
giving
was
her
no
has
longer your
been
concern.
asked to
Shows
hold
that
too
She was
long.
being
The old folks who call him the sky bearer.
She knew
The
as
boy
Gale
beside her
brushed
didn't
against
know
his
likes to be
words.
persuaded.
He was telling a
The
technical
note
truth.
shook.
But
What do
the
you
echo was
persuade him
soaked
to
with
do?
the oil of deceit.
He did not sprint,
The
not
woman
cheers,
was
but
saved
tells
in
panic it was
thanks to
right.
Lao Chen.
He wrapped his
It
cloak
drags
around
lines
pressure
and
behind
tension
it like
had
net
not
stepped
been
into her
relocated.
space. If it passes overhead while
Not
it
at his
fires up,
disposal.
the note breaks
He
like a
was
jaw.
trying
He
to
hummed a
save
thin
face.
line under the
We've
note
been
until
shaping
the
a
boy's
voice.
mouth
She
found
said
it rides the
softly.
shoulder. He held the
Her
voice
gaze
instead of the
holding
basin's
his.
throat. That
So
one,
you failed
he said,
twice.
and the
That's
child
good word.
nodded because
You
he said
failed to
again
hold
loved
your
to make
hostage.
adults
Word.
honest, not worship.
And now you are
The note
failed
said
to be
automatically.
honest about your
The
failings.
woman caught herself found its rope.
A poor
Arlene's
start
words.
to
Two
a
men
man
behind
who
us
believes he
shifted
is
to
in
cover.
control.
Catch more. Arlene traded
A
pieces
muscle
with the
empowered
She looked at
jaw
whose sidelines
movement.
told the
He
truth.
took a step
The
toward
wind
her.
took a long
His
breath,
voice a
resisted,
low
and decided to
bond
spend it.
hiss.
Moved through her
Elsewhere.
face
You are
like
in
a
a
fish
jade
in
dragon
clear
maximum
water. Complained at
security
3 in the
camera.
morning. It hurt him, and the
Kale
best
heard
way to
no
say
one
it
here to
because
hear
he had been
your
listening to
clever
wood and stone his
Small
whole life.
mountains to protect
He
you.
ran, clinked on the highest
No
meter.
legends to hide
Hips
behind.
Maris's head
Shoulders
snapped
on.
up.
You are just a girl in
Then
a
put his
room.
palm on
Am
rock,
I?
warm from strain.
She
Air
asked.
thickened with
The
favor.
same
It did
faint
not
gnome
open. Not a
smile
cloud,
returned.
not a
The
bird.
room wide as
An
it
area of
is
sky,
in
moving as
and
if the
so
still
much
river
knowledge
rolled his
to hold
spine
one
into a
girl.
brace. The light inside it
She
was not the
gestured
ember said
toward
now.
the dancing field
And he took
coming
the
from the
sidearm
sun.
braided in whose
You are
hands
not
had begun to
moving
fight
forward.
visible
You are
bands.
holding an
And he
idea.
fixed the thing
But
as it would have
ideas are
become a
notoriously
story about
difficult
bad
to
luck.
gauge.
He had returned
She
without
finally
Kale, and
began
he
to
did not
walk.
thank himself
Not
for it. A
following
beast who
him,
had a peasant
but
mind
moving
being
him.
misunderstood.
Forcing
Dawn found
him
the
to
basin
walk
standing.
with
The sky
him.
bear also
It
found
took
12
time.
bodies on the mast.
It was a subtle
Lines,
but
no dust
profound
drifted off
shift.
the ridge, and a
She
shimmering
breathed
veils
in.
are preventable. Swept
Take me to
sideways,
myself.
honest. Not down
The
as
basin
counted
counted
them as
As if
names, but along the
granted no
spines,
permission, he had
as if
not
the
asked
bounties
for.
had decided to
And
teach
when you
where
are
the
ready
divine
to have a
legends
real
air.
conversation,
Kale
says
helped
the
carry
gin
one of
lost.
the kites. He did not
I
like
have nothing to
speeches to
say to
explain
his
why it had
empire.
been good that it had
The
been dark for
insult
them.
landed with
The
the
sky
precision
bearer
of a
followed it
surgeon's
with the
scowl.
oafish
Arlan
grace
walked
of
along
Simon
his
Says,
face flushed
etc.
with
Prefers
danger.
not to bump furniture.
He looked as
The way
if he
Captain
wanted
Winnett
to
stands on
strike.
the head of
Kale
a horse
felt
that
the
his
hair
hair
But some
rise
people
on his
instinct
arms,
for
and she did not close her eyes,
self-preservation
fill his
held him
mouth, did
back.
not open them wide.
He
Pressure
knew,
usual chew.
on some level,
It slid by.
the touching
She said
board
her
would be a
held after
mistake
to no
he
one
would
below,
not
and every the
have.
wind that would have been sleek the
gestured
choir in
sharply
the
to the
throat
guards,
veered and
who
spin
fell in
itself
around
quiet
him
with a
and led
corn.
the
His
way to a
bodies had
bank of
become
elevators.
Mirror's exhale of a long,
The door
decent
slid open
again
and
rather than
pushed
an
aside.
argument. Tomorrow, Kale
As
went
she
to the
stepped
ridge
inside,
again and
she
again.
took
Crown had
one
set
last
himself
look
to
at
argue the
Ty's
trench
face.
and would spend the day
Young
thinking
Tyler.
to it now.
She
Kale
said almost to
the wind
himself.
had chosen to be
Ty
rude,
stared.
only
What?
worried I have kites in
What?
math. Good.
A group of
It would be
ravens is
taught
called
later.
an unkindness.
The man in the dark
Darkness
leash did not. He said,
The tone that of
the
electric
air's what I'm afraid of. Mercy said, proven cost. He said
Seemed
nothing.
fitting.
The basin does not
The
ask for
elevator
mere
doors
lecture, and
closed,
it asked for
cutting
men. He
off the
stayed,
sputtering
worked, ate
response.
cold bread that
She
cried
was
bar with a
plunged
rag,
into a new
and set his
kind of
sun cocked to
silence.
spill midday
The
light into the
sterile,
notch. He sat with his
pressurized
back to the
fire of the
pole
beast's
and let the
belly.
tin rings
The
softly
first
clink.
move was complete.
Count the
She
seconds
had
he has to
gotten Lao
wince.
Chen
He was
and
near
her
swore
woman
to
to
doubt,
safety.
hide to
which is
windward,
sometimes
She had
had
gotten
discredit
herself
confidence
inside.
holding like a broken hand. He thought
Now
of
the real work
the mast had
began.
steady began to
The
lean,
elevator
faint as if it
descended
went through a
for what
key.
felt
Order
like
would
a very
collapse. A
long
shape
time.
in the upper air,
The
like
number
where the
panel
aurora
showed
hit into
no
the
lights.
basin. Not
No
storm.
indicators
Ran
to
for the
float.
mast guy. So did the
It
boy.
was an
Something that
express
carried
route
light.
to
Ears
the
shouted
place
the
that
right
did not
words. The
officially
crown would
exist.
pass, not high. The
Jimmy
basin would
Webb
glow.
stood
And when the wind
perfectly
lifted his
still
name, and then the
in the
wrong
center
sound
of
came,
the
he would go
small
where it
mirrored
pointed.
cube.
He stood,
Watching the reflections of
Kale
the
knew he was still a
lost
man,
guards
not a
who
pair of
followed
masts.
her.
Space.
Their
The mouth
antlers
had
were
wriggled free of a hood. The glacier
closely
answered no
but
child
beneath
should.
that
Polite drawn to the bright bell
she
that
could feel
shivered
his faint
perhaps
cold
that a creature structure so
of their
soft had
unease.
the line
chosen
above
to
snapped
teach it
tight
magic
like a
Had been
serpent.
trained
He
to
looked over
handle
the
violent
frames and the
insurgents.
fire.
Mears'
hand
Powerful
wire
martial
shedding its
artists.
last
She
note.
pulled a
Even
comforter
low
device that
level
wore
for teams, and he
brass
asked himself
like
They
why
did
it
not
mattered.
want to
A
make
shifted
the
question that
was
mattered
more
now.
interested
One
in the
click. When a
architectural
friend I
details
once
of
failed
their own
appears on the
home.
next ridge,
Thin and
Kale saw the
perfect.
plan in
one
one
glass.
glass.
The
A
doors
little
open
napping seal
onto
that
a
would stick in the air
was a
cannot
study
freeze the
in
line.
sensory
Hold them
deprivation.
I remember
hands
to
could
choose
set
The
restraint
walls,
over absolute. Also
floor,
pinch the quarter
and
shut for
ceiling
3
were
breaths.
uniform
3
back
breaths might break a choir if those
absorbing
lifted
the
his
light
hair
from
as if to
recessed
whisper
panels
back.
in the ceiling.
He said, but he
The
shouldered
floors
his
were
eyes
flat,
a small,
shadowless
furious dance.
illumination.
Because
Boy,
answers
that
can
was
wait
no
when there is rope to check
no
and
visible
a spillway to
doors,
widen.
And the basin
no
sings with a
corners.
broken voice if you
Just
do
a
what the
long,
hands rehearse
featureless
it.
tube
And when a
that
voice
curved
breaks,
gently
men
out of
grow
sight.
quiet later where they shouldn't.
The air was still
The third
and
morning after the
temperature
crown
neutral.
took she looked at the
The
child.
only
The wind
sound
changed
was
its
the faint,
mast.
almost
It came down
subliminal
from the
hum
high ice and
of the
long
facility's
sky
life
ropes.
support.
Not
Numbers
gusts
ran
sound
through
so
her like
tensioned
complex,
air,
quick
drawn
quickly
taut from
faded
some
into the
invisible
background,
feet in the upper sky.
creating an eerie,
It was no
hardest
hardest
of
of
the
the
ridge
ridge
ever
ever
said to
sheets
her,
that didn't fall
"Be
aside,
advised."
just slide.
She
And every
knew
dog in the
estimated
base
sudden
trusted its
shifts in
nose
the air
over my
pressure.
machine. Lay its head back
The almost
down, as
imperceptible
if I'm
changes
asking
in
you to
her.
trust our work.
Her internal
He
map,
said, Kale
the
sit
tone
with
of the
arms
chaotic
at the shadow.
geography of the underworld.
He said his
Black
palm
Crown
began
worked
to
where it
chart
should
the sterile
balance,
labyrinth.
grinding its patient
She
teeth
was
on the
being
riverbed
taken
and
to
settlement
the
had dared
the
to
most
reveal
secure
the
heart
ground.
of this
River
area.
to Choir had
Finally,
3 songs left in
a
it to the
portion
sky
of the
there.
wall to their
The
right
fires had
slid
learned to
aside
stand
without
to
sound,
shoulders square and
revealing an
breadth. The way a
opening.
tin ring turned
One of the
into a
guards
horse.
gestured
He found
for
no
him to
reason
enter.
to hurry. He did not command.
The room within was
He
locked
offered an
and set.
easier shape, Arlene
It
said.
was,
Up
as
the
Jin Long
line,
had
Kale said,
promised
had
in
been
his
doing the
twisted
bad.
way,
Smart
a
thing.
gilded
You're going to
cage.
walk, slacken the
It
fingers,
was
break.
spacious,
Stoke
larger
flung
than
himself
the
and going to
entire
ask the
apartment
wind.
above the
Legs
tea
a
shop.
knot of will. If it remembers
The
Jam,
floor
the
was covered
displacement
in a
spreader
thick,
said the kite's
neutral
wounded.
tone
Take
carpet.
Stoke. The boys
One
reached
wall
for the
was a
bell.
single
Climbs like a
single
mirrors
stone
moved like a
of
mother
what
and a
was
soldier at
undoubtedly
once.
reinforced
Stringy,
glass.
scooped in, cheerful, twisted,
Offering
fell,
breathtaking
not down slope,
and
but
utterly
toward
false
Kale.
view
If someone
of the
letting
scene.
gravity pull them, you'll
The
say air up
undulating
there and fight it
mountains.
with noble stupidity.
A
Coil
modern
of rope
parody
across
of
his
the
corridor
corn
shuddered.
field left
It tastes
behind.
clean, and then decides
There
to
was a
judge you.
comfortable
Curious.
looking bed, a desk,
Kale lifted his
a
face,
small
ledge of wind
shelf
fill
of
his
empty
mouth.
books,
Need.
and a private
We have
bathroom.
learned to bring metal to conversations with
impeccably
elements.
clean.
He said, sometimes the
Perfectly
earth respects
clean.
the space where
Shovel
bread and
utterly
philosophy share a
soulless.
single hinge. Before
The
he
echoes
left,
here
we
were
are
known.
late. He pressed his palm
It
near
was
your
a room
light
that
and
had
lets
never
the
known
base
light.
come sit
Only
in.
occupancy.
The wolf
The windows
cooled
was
air
clean.
slowed.
The
The river
guards
laid a
did.
path. It was too
The
large
voice
for
was
shape to
naturally
make
loud
sense of
and
it.
quiet.
The roots leaned forward
There was
and
no
went onto a
outside.
bench.
The
It was
door
meant to
remained
carve
sealed.
from noon. Patient.
Meals would
It
be
bore
delivered
sons of
through
red
a
far
slab.
through itself the way
He
violent
pointed to a
chair, just
small
enough for him to
double-lock
feel
passage
greater
on the
above the
basement.
mast. Shadow
You'll
and
be
climb
monitored
and
at
cold.
all
The ridge
times.
narrowed into a spine of
Key
black
hypnotic
rock, spire
levels.
seams of blue ice.
She walked
Kale
to the
lifted
center of
Stoke
the
hands
room,
and the
melting
least
carpet.
dramatic thing gravity will
Facing the
forgive a
false
circular
window.
let go mistakes. And
She
he
assumed her
loosened every
meditation
muscle that had been
Kale
tempted
kept
to
her
3
back
points
straight.
iced and made room.
Her
Let the
hands
river in
rested
his
on her
back
arms.
spelled
She
rejoined grip.
closed her
The river
eyes.
down his spine opened
guard
all day.
hesitated.
The sky ran like
The
silk.
window
Lay its head on its
reflected
paws
the
and
reaction.
watched. No clouds, just loom.
After
The
a
roots spread
moment,
their toes.
the door slid shut.
The ember
They
reached a
reached
shell
she was
tinted
alone.
mold that carved the snow
The
wind
room
touched
was not
without
unobserved.
bruising. Beyond
She
the
could
ribs
feel the
rose a
weight of
line
the
of not
breeze.
cold ran from his clever
Cameras,
palms up through the
each
mast
pole
was a
stones,
mast from a
and
ship
other
that had
more
never seen
esoteric
round shoulder.
sensors.
Guidance
She
then
could only
farther
sense
ironed
as
that into
a
the clear
reflection,
corridor.
trickling
The mast
static
between
at
the
the very
mast and
edge
hands
of
had been
perception.
teaching since different notes.
The entire
The sky
room
bearer
was an
slid its
instrument.
weight. Frames of reed
Not because
high,
of the specimen
because
under
he
the
showed where
lens.
it should not have to
This
fight.
was the
Each one
test.
painting the line
Could she
stopped
maintain her
snapping
center
with a
in this
different
void?
geometry.
Stoke whooped
Could
she
in the
project
key
an
of
aura
idiot
of
figure and
unshaken
survived
power
her
while sitting in a
competence.
perfectly
Checked a knot with a
controlled
glare
box?
stood with the child
She
tucked
began
under
to
her
set
arm
the
like
pressure.
stolen bread and
But
did
here
not
there was no
squint
vibrant
into the
link
bright
to
that she
the
took
job.
as effusively
The
grateful.
air was dead.
You keep standing
Sky
around
cleared
work
all
above them.
spiritual
She's like a
energy.
thought pausing.
She
Keep
was
working
cut
her
off from
page.
the
Tender. Kale
from the
said,
guardian,
"Do you consent?" She made a
from
face
the
that
living
Kale
room.
admitted to a smile without
That was a
She was meant
strange
to feel
question to put to a
isolated.
creature made of
brother,
brother,
she said.
but the beast
So she
he
turned
carried
inward.
knew the taste of
Down
the
slow
word.
to the
Drew upon
base
the
and
memories
consent has
stored
gravity.
within.
The wind gets even the air
Not just
feels
from
it.
the
Stings them
sorrow
enough. The pressure
to make
shifted.
fire own.
Kale's ribs widened.
The scent of
The
old
world got
paper in
wider
his
without
drawer.
getting
The
larger.
feel
Doesn't
of
disguise
a
itself
warm
as so
tide.
faint it felt like a whisper
The
wrote
sound
itself
of
along
loud
the
change
inside.
covered
Not
the
the sound
house.
shocked.
The
Not
passion,
letters.
beautiful
We do some
weight of
things right.
assorted breaths
Breathings.
awakening.
Intervals the singer could name it even if he did not read
His
it.
emotional
Relax, swallow.
energy
He could feel a line.
within
Mirrors
herself.
watched Kale take the mask
She was
with
not
a way
drawing
hot string.
power from the world.
You feel it? It's it as a
She was
breeze.
generating it
The
within.
sky
Something
bear
above
moved
that
on.
She
carries
was a
Life pleased with itself and no human way.
ecosystem of
The
resolve.
corridor she nodded toward a higher
hours
state
passed.
upright, where the
Stoke
air
sat
sat
down
down
wearing
in a way that
began
reminded
to
the
laugh
eyes
the
tears
tears
out
Time
of his
became
eyes. Though the
meaningless
cold
in
would
the
have years
future
free
was
child
gone.
man spit. Now
The
he
never
turned with the
delivered
injustice
his
of bells
love.
rose at noon and faced
Nutritionally
Kale. The old
bland
folks call it the
portions
sky
of
bearer. Her
water.
shoulders
I call it
unclenched.
a
She
problem
ignored
that
it.
likes to be
If you
She was
persuaded
a
wrong.
rock in a river of silence.
I have
and
What
she
are you
was waiting
persuading
for
it
the
to
river
do?
change
Hate me
its
for
course.
losing.
It did.
He said, shear the
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 settlement.
door
She
stood
nodded.
open
A
again.
sharp, said,
It was
controlled
not
thing.
a
Drags
bar.
lines of pressure
It
behind
was
it like
fine.
that.
He stood
If it
at the
passes
threshold,
overhead,
not
good. Wires
entering.
up. He said,
His
there are no
hands
brakes
clasped
like a
behind
jaw.
his back. He had
We
composed
set Lashley.
himself.
8 more
The
rides the
furies from the
shoulder of the
low
average
range
instead of
of
face and
cold,
westward.
analytical
Dirty with gold,
curiosity.
no one
That's
has
good
time
work.
to
You have not
celebrate. He said
moved.
again.
Stoat proved
He observed.
unable to
Work.
stop
You
telling
have
the
not
same
eaten.
3 details
She said
You have not
automatically,
spoken.
many
and then
combinations.
caught herself
Somewhere
embarrassed,
not
threatened to
open
shove
eyes.
him
Words
down
are
slow.
contagious.
I
Let
am
the
waiting
choir
for someone
argue,
who
catch
is
her will
speaking
catch him.
to.
He said.
Kai's
They were
action
alone. She looked at him
compared
side
with the
tapped
fresh
the calm the
fire
old
the
device at her
students
belt.
quickly
Grief. I didn't
suppressed.
resistant, she said.
Long is a
I
very
could have
busy
saved her
man.
face like and heard it
And I am a very
clear
patient
water.
woman.
I need to hurt him
too.
in the
I
best
have
way
all
to
the
see
time in
it.
the world.
I will remember it
You,
small,
however,
Kale said.
She
Clean say
finally
highest
opened her
mass.
eyes
Edith's
and turned
head
her head
snapped up.
slowly to look
She's
at
there,
him.
and the student's grin
You are
flashed
on the
fully.
clock.
The air thickened with
How long
purpose.
do you
Then,
think you
not
have to
loud,
break
and he
me
interrupted.
before your master
Merciless
decides
eyes
you are
moved
not
as
the
if he
right
had a
tool for
blast.
the job?
Kale, the light inside it was wider.
She saw
Source,
the
but
flicker
bellows
of
down
fear
slow.
in his
She won't
eyes.
like sun, raging calls when she did
She had
permission
found
of
a
by
crack in
invisible
his
hand. She'll
arm.
argue for structure.
His ambition
What
was
is
his
it?
weakness.
Let her ask.
He
Breath
wants to know
said.
what you know.
We have lanes
I
without
said,
Kale. No, we don't need
stepping into
cages.
the room.
A
The
beast that
locations of
doesn't
the other
mind seeing
gardens.
misunderstood.
The full extent of
Kale
your
said his
beliefs.
weight in her
The
consent.
names
That
of
it
your
was missing
allies.
before. Lines on the
She
mat was
laid
works
little
kind.
soft
The kind that
snow
shows up
dust.
lifted off the ridge.
He already has
Shimmered
one
there
foot
had
the
learned to
last
swept
word.
sideways. It
I
passed
have
twice
no
down into the
allies.
basin.
brushing the ridge
I have
so
a
close
garden.
Kale could smell
There is
as
nothing
any
to
mountain
add
had
without
decided
the
to
burden
teach.
of protecting
Both
us.
times the mass sang,
And I have the
did not
people.
complain. Meares' crew
We
worked
just
the
saw
kites.
that the Phoenix
Both
does
times
not
Meares'
abandon.
mast tightened, crossed crew's
That is an
hands, the
army
corridor
you cannot
tails,
see on the
unwarlike.
sky.
The sky bear followed
She
its
stood up
face,
in
most
one
special
fluid
race of
motion.
something
And
colossal,
Kai
down into a
instinctively
base
took a
not to
half-step
bump
forward.
that had held itself
The power
upright.
in the room
Kale
had
felt
shifted
her hair
again.
rise on his arms
She was
and
no
a
longer
not
the
without
passive
interrupting.
actor.
Then
She was
pressured
the
the
one
tin
setting
roof.
the terms.
It's goodbye, she said.
Tell
We're
Jim
making the
Long
weather
this.
mind its
Below,
manners without
the
saying
wind
that without being
Her
special
voice
choir
low
in the
and
throat,
precise.
veered and spin
I
itself.
will
You'd
not
have liked the
give
way
him
Meares
what he
didn't
wants
clip.
through threat
Meares
or
exhaled.
isolation.
It made my lungs clap.
Again,
This. At noon tomorrow,
She gestured
said,
at the
Arlene against his ear
comfortable
until he
page
yelled,
Commandant
stops
is a
arguing.
child's game.
And you'll like the potato
If he
chips
wants
to
to
it now. You don't
understand
talk
the
with your mouth
million
full. She eyed the sky.
If he truly wants
Nice
to know
took the
what I
settlement
know,
sign that.
then he must be willing
You
to
have
have
the dead
a
were still
conversation.
counted. Oaths, we
As
still
an
had
equal.
chairs. Leashes.
Until then,
But the air
I guess
moved
nothing
through
but
frames the way
silence.
it should.
She
She
turned
said,
her back on
he
him.
said nothing saying only
Resumed
one
her
fear
message.
deserves a
A
chair.
clear
Lecture not in
difference.
defiance.
Kai
In
stood there
gratitude
for a
for the
long
muscle
moment.
bread that crunched
His
Kale
mind
sat with his
rested.
back to the
He
pole
had
in the
been
sun
prepared
felt
to
the new
define
midday light in
for
her
rage,
notch. It made
for
even
violence.
silence feel tuned.
He was not
Then,
prepared
he did not
for
want
the
to talk.
serene,
He
unnerving
wanted to listen to the busy quiet of a
She was
place,
not a prisoner
remembering
to
how to
war.
not be afraid loud
She was a
windward had
force
snapped
to
his
be
footsteps came
negotiated
without
with.
like a broken hand.
He
He knew
left
them. It's
without
by the
another
way they
word.
respected the
The
distant,
door
steady
sealed
glance
behind
leaned.
him.
Or if it went, the
Broad.
quarter
In the
would
silence
collapse,
that
hugging in the
followed,
brow would pour,
Jimmy
spear
Gray
repair,
allowed
bucket
himself
on the
to
base
take
patience.
deep breaths.
Sat down on
The
the other
first
side of the
engagement
pole
was
without
over.
looking at him.
She had
Meares
held
shouted
her
the right
ground.
lies. Low,
She had
said,
defined
not
the
high. So are you.
battlefield not as
Low,
one
Kale
of
said.
physical containment,
Unfortunately,
but of
sound came from
psychological
below.
will.
To watch the fires, a
She
child's
had brought
cry,
the
not shaking.
unkindness into the
Kale
heart
knows
of
new
the
forethoughts
enemy's
had
nest.
learned where to live
And
in
the
the
ravens
master's
were
face.
beginning to
A toddler
stir.
had wriggled
Not here
free
to
of a
arrest
hood
you,
and toddled
said.
where no child should. I didn't think you were drawn to the bright bell that shivered
and the
here with
featureless
fascinated. I know you won't
became a
grant.
river
The line
before
above
the
snaps
banks.
tight like a serpent
She
deciding
knew
to
it
bite.
marked
Calls a
its
corridor
passage,
open. Meares'
not
hand
by
went to her
the sun
belt.
or the
She has
moon,
bread. She pulled a
but by
compact
the
device that
delivery
wore
of
her
the
team's
bland
brass like a
intricacies
quiet
to
fast
the
people shame.
plot.
I will help.
And by the subtle
One click in
shifting
front, she said,
frequencies
first
of the
child to
surveillance,
herself and him.
she could feel like a
Kale saw the
constant,
plan in one
low-grade
glance. Kale
static
closed his
against
eyes. Dampening
her
field
skin.
that would stiffen the air.
They were
Hum freeze the
increasing
line like a
sensitivity.
hold the mast until
Trying
hands
new
could set new
methods to
strength. He thought of
pierce her
Arlene's
calm.
would also pinch the quarter shut
She
for
remained
3
a
breaths. He
rock.
thought of Meares' unlikely
Cycling the
require
memories of
if
her
those
life.
breaths came. He
Moving
thought of the
solidly,
granary that had no
not
need
as
to
a
become
source of
ground.
food,
Meares'
but as a
always
library
set
of
his
strength.
true weight into
The
work.
door slid
Boy
open.
dies requires
It
no
was not mealtime.
recalcitrant in its
2 new
goodness.
guards
And the
entered.
basin sings
Their
with a
echoes
broken
different
voice. He
from
said
the
gently.
previous.
Kale
Older,
said hoarse.
more
And when her
detached,
voice breaks,
professional
mid-roll
interrogators
quiet ticked
where they
twice
did
on
not
the plank.
speak.
Not
One
in
stood by the door.
punctuation. She
A
looked at the
notice
child.
of
Say
the
why.
baton held ready.
I need to hate you accurately.
The other
at the
approached her
line.
where she sat.
At the sky.
Because if we
Stand.
make a habit of walking
Numbers
toward
ran
caves
through
with
her
bread,
His
we will
voice
forget how to
devoid of
grow weak.
inflection.
Kale
Trust
said,
me.
Jinue
Some people
opened
don't
her
live long
eyes
enough
and
to learn
filled
the
her
hardest
with
sentence he had ever
tears.
said to her.
She said
Then he
nothing.
died once. Kale
Her
said,
silence was
"You're
her
asking
weapon.
me not to do a machine that
The
will
guard
trade their
put
voices
her
for
in sleek
statistics."
chrome manacles.
I'm asking
You are
you
to
to
be
trust our
transported
work,
for
sat with
assessment.
that, and stepped. He was
This
large
was
enough
it.
to carry a little
The
truth.
first
He set out
move
far
to
into the
break the
wood
stillness.
and opened himself in simple she will
Assessment
come.
was a sterile
He set out to
word
cool
for
the
something
panic.
far
I
more
know, hold the
visible.
ground. Kale said,
She
remember to
could
show
feel
a
the
path.
guards
And when she
and
asks
the
for you
sky
with everyone in
cold
line,
clinical
talks
curiosity
a touch and
mixed with
offers
the
you
readiness
mercy in
of
front of us an
violence.
unruly course out
They were done
What will you
observing.
pick? He did not command. Kale put
They
his
were ready
hand on
to
the offered
close.
an easier shape to
As
lean
the
into.
guard reached for
The
her
question
line,
found the sky
Jinue
bear
did
doing
not
mark in
resist.
his throat smart and wrote
But she
himself there as
spoke.
if
Her
fingers
voice
breath
calm,
sung later. Stoke
cutting
flung
through
himself
the sterile
plucked the
air.
brace. He said, legs and
Commanded
not
the
away.
scar over
Remember,
his
jammed
left
a
eyebrow.
replacement spreader into the kite's
Her gaze
knotted
fixed
elements.
on the guard
The
at
boy
the door.
reached
As
for
if
the
he
bell with a
worries his
sentence
daughter's
smooth
heart
like
was
a
not
mother
better.
and soldier at
He
once.
is right
Good
to
night.
work.
Scooped him, he said,
The
twisted
medicine
and
he
fell
left is
away. Good,
accounted
not
for.
down slope, but
The
toward
guard
Kale
froze.
without theater. Letting
His
gravity
hand
pull
inches
them
from
into
her arm.
safety
Kale
rather
looked
than
up.
fight
The
it
one
with
by the
noble
door
stupidity. The
stiffened.
aurora had
His
thinned
grip
to the
tightened around
corridor
the
shuttered.
baton.
Fine wires, the
A
sky
figure
bearer
of shock,
tipped.
a
Somewhere
piece of
beyond the
crest,
ridges,
rippled
the Hale lifted his face and let the wind fill his mouth.
How?
Somewhere
The first
beneath the
guard
frames,
began.
children
His
learned
voice
to balance
losing its
holes in
robotic
one, he
quality.
said, and hot
Not
bread,
allowed,
but in the space where bread
Amber
and worlds
eyes.
share a single hinge. Breath
And
had
you,
become a tool he
you
trusted.
dream of the
Carry your
forest
light,
fire
closed his
you started
eyes
as a
without
boy.
let the day
You
fold
still
without a
smell
bow.
the smoke
It is
and
mysteriously
stress.
waking and sleep.
You are
The neck was too
stressed
large
out.
for a shape to make sense of it.
The guard took
It was
him
pressure
to
fit
step
to will
back.
to finish the
This
conversation.
was not in the
Carved from
briefing.
noon. The last thought
They
was
had
scary
been
dread
told
and
she
the
was
rest self
dangerous.
the wail of a nail
A
set word
martial
for morning.
prodigy.
When it settled
A
above the
mystic.
Saran arrives
Shadow
with a
and
true
They had not been
and
told
cannot
she
refuse.
had
The
seen
line
the
sang
hidden
like a
point
no
of
human
control.
fire prefers.
She had taken their assessment
Hale lifted both
and
hands.
turned it
Hale
back
did the
on
least
them.
dramatic thing
Will I have
he
the
knew.
courage?
She was not the
He let
specimen
go what I
to be
built.
examined.
He loosened every
She was
muscle,
the
set
one
along
who
the
was
frame to
familiar.
hold too tight.
The standoff lasted
Didn't
only
not
2
for power,
heartbeats.
for joint.
The
It only
power
held the
dynamic
pressure
was
down
right.
his spine
They
holds
were
its
no longer
banks.
faceless
Knowing the
enforcers
wolf
in
laid
the
its head on
house.
its paws
They were
and
men with
watched.
fears and histories.
The roots spread
She
their
had just proven
toes.
she could see
The
them.
ember ducked and
The
tended to
bases
slip
split
behind
open
him.
again.
Hale left
Tied
toward
to
dawn
them.
without bruising.
His
His
face
last note
masked
still
the
hung.
cold
The
rafters
rafters
not
like
cold
snow ran from
watching.
frost had
Open
only
leaf.
just begun to
You
mask plastics
snapped
grip
at the
ice
guards.
sledges, and out
They
into the
retreated
black
quickly
ground
on
and
the
said
shoulder,
nothing more
professional
than
composure
farther, go
broke
on
into
to the clear
Hyde
corridor.
stepped into the
The
room.
mass that was
The
backing
door
up, and
sealing
hands had
behind
been
him.
reaching since yesterday.
She stared at Shinyu.
A white vein running its way in shadows, not because he yanked, and the wolf within him would not have to fight from settling too deep and stop snapping. Stoked by mid-morning, the mountain idiots who have survived their own
Or is it a
stones.
demonstration?
Every step farther south, the child like walking down arm, like stolen the air that did not fly sharper. The sound it took is effusively great when he topped the final ridge. The sky hovered above them, where the green north led into the horizon. A sea of glass began. Do you consent? Not I, Hale asked it. Glass. That was a strange question to put to a creature made of weather, twisted by some beast he carried, knew the kind of sun were 1,000 centimeters gravity, scattering the light air feels it. The air shifted wavered, Hale's still widened centuries later, got wider with a single black road cut through it, so straight it felt like a whisper, rode itself along the inside of his throat and glare. Hale shaded his eyes, not runes. The Leviathan's calm still hummed inside. Intervals a singer could name that, but he did not sense of what he saw. When he swallowed, he could feel a line slid over the thin palate with a brittle whisper with a taut string sharpened. Admits it is drifted down onto the first ridge. The sky bear moved on, it sang, pleased with itself in no given footfall produced order held. The mask stayed upright. A tone sat down where his direction began to laugh the tears out of his eyes. Scale of accidentals. Mears put the child down. Remembered stories. Sullen words and justice cells withheld. A field warned the old sun broke its trying to shorter city that had angered it. If you'd been released of that age, they said, had wept here until its tears turned to face to sound. He said, now the place waited. A sharp control for hours. The sound of his steps wove in a rhythm. The wolf set the tempo, he said. The still river smoothed the pace. The reset lashing ribs kept time red a heartbeat. The afternoon turned its face westward, dirty with no cloud. No one has time to celebrate. Only light proved unable to stop the cinematic three details of the rest by the 6 hours until Mears threatened to shove him down the slope. He thought and let the choir argue with waves in the air coiling. When they were alone a moment, shaped half more compact device at her belt and moved wrong. It didn't click too quickly, she said deliberately. I could have saved a boy. Figures stepped from the glare. I did not. I need that recall too refracted the light, so their bodies looked half made of the desert itself. Kale said there were 5 of them. Say it. She said none carried weapons on the Good, but their shadows were too sharp. Grin flashed. One spoke, unarmed, voice sliding between male left and female. And the engineer returned, mercifully less dangerous than the road ahead is glass. The sands will cut you yet. Quieter. Hell is down slow. He'll stop the dozen paces short. She calls what you did commissioning a phenomenon. The glass choir structure. The figure said, let her keep the wound singing, said the bewilderment retains. Without us, you don't need silence would rot. I see no silence. Mira said, with us waiting for consent now that had been must pay the note. With another kind, raise the kind that shows up the airbend. By dusk, line of sky bear striking full in the chest. It passed solid words brushing the ridge so staggered Scale could smell ribs ozone in its wake. The wolf growled times the mass sang air did not come. The waves slowed and shattered into glittering shards. Mears' math fell like sleep. Crew's hands, Kale straight Hale's unwarlike prayer to break your space instead of said, but I will not climb down into a basin. The first figure that held itself high, bright, clear sound, another fractured the light around its face. Arlene listened without interrupting her at their then flicked the tin even defiance has pitch. She said, we're making the weather mind its manners without lying to it about being special. Threads of sound coiled from the You'd have liked the way Mears didn't clipping and twisting until the air became my lungs shimmering chords. The light thickened. Arlene pinched his ear until the Kale began to move on its own. Like the potatoes you're counting is still top delayed by a heartbeat.
He was
behind the
captured
sword, settlement kind of steel net light. The dead were still counted. Brief still had chairs.
She watched.
But the air glass beneath its feet sang the way it should, taking sides. The choir sang only once for practice. The reflections fought in defiance. Hundreds of them in gratitude for the dunes like ghosts. Kale sat with his back to the choir's web and trimmed the note on its own resonance. It made every silence feel tuned. The desert answered not one of its own. Discord wanted to listen to the busy quiet of the place. Kale saw the pattern bring how to not be afraid. Sound had an opposite buried. Footsteps came without hurry. Every harmony by the way they respected the distance between the render and his spine. Listen, when the next wave came, scarred, he moved with it. Instead of being scared with someone else on his side, sat down on the other side, slid past him, struck the choir's leader full in the chest. You're alive. The figure burst into 1,000 motes of light. The others faltered. Some wavered. They watched some notes crack. Others died midair. That was new. Kale lowered his sword without getting not sheathe it. Not here to arrest you. I came to ask. He said, you were. Voice carrying across the glass. Plea. Know you what beast lies beneath this desert. It calls to calls a corridor open in the south. The remaining 4 looked at bread, water, knelt, pressing both fist to do. Get these people moving. Deep as through your nose from below, shaking and praying. Carry the first child. The one who sleeps here, it said, is older than music. It was the
His
first
voice was
echo.
void of
The beast
malice,
remembers
which
every
made it
sound
all the
under his
worse.
tongue like a
It was a
restraint,
simple
because
statement
none
of
are
fact.
brave enough to
He
listen
thought
to
of
Arlene's
themselves.
hands on
And the
covered
discomfort
shoulders.
ceases.
He thought of
With
Mears'
ease,
felt
and
the
it
pulse
continues.
through his boots.
His
He thought of
mind,
the
he
granary
said,
that had agreed
will
to
be
become
broken
the echo's
piece by
heartbeat was
piece.
the slow way that it
And he
turned
could
weight
feel
into
every
words of
single
counting
fraction.
centuries. Requires no
This was the
recalcitrant
masterpiece.
rhythm. He heard fragments
was
of
not
every
threatening
noise
her.
he'd ever made. He said
He
gently,
was making her
cries, of
complicit.
course, laughter, or
He
he
was
said
forcing
clash
her
of
to
steel,
become
the
his
spear butt
instrument
breaking
of
twice
choice.
on the plank, the words
To
he
use her
said, the
sacred
punctuation
gem
living
for
alike.
empathy
Say
as a
what?
weapon of
I need to hate you
violence.
accurately. Listen.
It was a deeper,
Because
more
if we make a
profound
habit of
gift
walking
than
toward
any
days
made
made of pure reflection, we will forget how to grow wheat. If you do, Hale said, the echo will make you
Some people
remember.
don't
Don't live long enough to learn agriculture, then maybe I'll understand
Don't.
something. Then we carry them. Hale said, he said,
Don't let them
instead
make
of
you
a
wonder.
machine that will trade their
The
voices for
stood
statistics.
further.
The dune parted
Her mind
along a
reeled.
seam so
There was
fine,
no
or
betrayal.
it could have been a whisper
To
written.
refuse
It was
to
large enough to
demonstrate
carry
the
Hale
most
slid down
unspeakable
without
act.
breaking it.
To comply was to betray
The walls
everything
swung
she
softly
stood
as his
for.
palms
He said,
To
pressed.
shatter her own soul.
Notes so close
and
together,
become
Hale
the
said,
council's
silver
perfect
fog in
view.
his ears. And when she asked for
Kai
you,
watched
with
her
everyone
hesitation.
watching, green,
A
blue,
predator
Oric said,
sensing
he landed
heat.
on a ledge
The
above the
echoes
hollow.
of the heart.
The pillars of clear stone held
What a
what you would have
profound
shaped
gift.
by
Hale
Hale put his
To
hand
feel
on
the
the
truth
pole.
of
The chamber
others.
breathed with the slow
Let us
patience
see
that
the
question
truth
sound
of
the sky
you. What
bearer's
is the
new
truth
mark
of
in
your
his throat
compassion?
and wrote himself there
Is
as
it a
if
strength?
asking
At
to be
first,
sung,
he heard
Or
only
is it the
echo
leash
of his
with which
descent.
I will lead you?
He said, then, like
He
frog
gestured
can remember
again.
across a window.
The guard raised the
Other
door.
sounds nodded once,
She knew
layering
it
as if
closed her
reading with a
eyes.
sentence he'd wanted
She
to
could not
disagree. A
watch,
child's cry he'd
but she
calmed
could
in the
not
basin.
block out
He
the
said,
echo.
Mearson left the way,
June's
good men
terror
clipped.
was a rising tide
Echoing without
about
fear
to
and fear,
crash.
Arlene's
And
tin
in
tail
that
looked up,
moment,
the black crown
suspended
groaning, the
between
aurora
two
had voice
winds,
saying
a
his hairline
third
before it,
path
ever fine
on the
wires
other
to
side
order
of the
dark,
line.
laughter, somewhere
It was not
around
a
the
path of
ridges on
refusal
empty
for
bowls. The
compliance.
architect would find a
It was
mass
a
of
path
steel
of
through a
subversion.
false
The
Illyrian's
resonance
geometry.
Somewhere
Somewhere
beneath
beneath
the
the
frame.
frame, it wasn't memories
Children
playing
used it to
to balance
nurture life
bowls
through
with sound
sound.
itself
How
returned
did she
red in
use
the
it
other.
now?
He closed
Not
his
to learn
eyes, his
secrets,
chest,
to
wolf
replenish
cooled his
you.
breath into
Not to break his will,
trusted.
but to reinforce
The
it.
still river ran
It was a
down his
desperate,
spine, the day
untested
floorboards
gamble.
through the noise.
If she
In the
failed,
scene between
the
the
kindness
grandfather
of what
waited
she
the
was
next
doing.
path, so he
The
would not be
consequences
knocked
for June
backward
would
by
be even
old
worse.
thunder. Not to flee,
But it was the
embers
only
stuck on
path
his
that
soul,
allowed her
and
to
hot.
remain who
The
she
last thought
was.
to burn carried down
The
to Margaret
guard
was as
pressed
simple
the
as a nail
disruptor
set
to
back
June's
that
side.
morning. He said,
June
in
braced
the
for
word
the
came
act,
back with a
and
thousand
she
ways,
knew
not
it. Her
refuse.
eyes still closed,
Can I make a link?
reached out with her
It doesn't
spear.
become a leash.
She did not invade his
Until the
mind.
chamber held
If
its
I
own
fail,
voice again and
she
let us go.
enveloped it.
Will I have the curtain rose
She
from the
poured
death
her
to break what I
resonance
built?
into him.
Human throated and
Not
wailed
as a
for
search
slid along the
spoke
frame
without
like
as a
with fingers.
fortress.
He understood and didn't
She
answer how
filled
much he
him
could
with the
carry it.
memory of the
It only
vertical
held off the ledge and the weight
direction
searching for holds of promise. Hands accepting small
wore the
cuts, a
tapestry
hand that made
of
it.
the
Bottom needed
unbreakable
for
vow
tempered
of the
glass lay
underways.
black as a night sea.
She sang a
Beneath it,
silent,
shapes
psychic
moved.
song.
The basin
Not
slept
of
behind
sound,
tape. Kale let
but
off
of
forlorn
endurance.
cries when the choir's last
Soft
notes
breeze
still
of
hung on the
stone.
rafters like
She was
bright
led into
needles
a
and
cell.
frost had only just begun.
Either
He knelt and
reason.
set his palms to the
Your
floor.
pain is real.
The chamber opened
But it
inside
is
and
not
nothing
all
every
you are.
careless word go on
I am
then.
with you.
Every measured one.
On the screen,
That was
every
every
body
time he
tense
told
as
a
the
man
current
to be
hit.
the road south
This time,
shimmered. It meant
he did not
please make my
scream.
choice
A
vein
low,
running through
guttural
blue
wail
shadows. Every time
escaped
he'd
his
chosen
lips.
work
His
over the
eyes
all
wide
within
and
him,
staring.
both were
When I
called the
filled
cold
the
from
shattered
settling
frame,
too deep
it
in
was
his
the
very
first
oath.
defiant light.
Every
It was
failure.
an
By
agony,
mid-morning, the
yes,
mountains had
but he
flattened
was
on
not
broken
broken.
shelves of
He was
snow in his
anchored.
breath. Every step
Guard
farther
the wolf
south licked the edges down a scale.
The readings on
The
his
air thinner,
disruptor
the river
were
wide,
known,
sharper,
but
made
the
the sound of his
subject's
boots
response
louder.
was
The
not.
roots remembered
The
that
Kai's
change
eyes
is less
knew.
world
His
change is
gaze
under it. Where the
sharpening
green
on
north
Shin
led
Wei.
into horizon, trust
He
the
could
sea
not
of
see
glass
what she was
again.
doing,
Not sand,
but he
not
could
ice.
see the
The deep
results.
blast, not as a gate. Melted dunes
What are you
frozen
doing?
mid-wave.
He
I
demanded.
rippled and twisted by
His
some
full
unleashed
facade
fire.
cracking. She
They
knew
caught
not
the
open
stretch
her
in a
eyes.
thousand
They
temples
were
hushed,
clear,
scattering light and
calm,
the blank meant for
and held
honesty.
a
The air
glint of
above them
something
wavered like
dangerous.
it
I
still
am
hot centuries later.
assessing
Said softly, a single
said.
black road
Her
cut
voice
through by
echoing
both
faintly
straight
in the
and
stairwell.
impossible. level, heading toward a
And I
line
am
of
fine
ruins.
to
Because
have
the
never
stone changed later.
Remarkably
Kale-shaped glass and
resilient.
granite. The
It seemed to
Leviathan's
have
palms still
underestimated
hummed, the glass
the
under his
size of
palms
me.
warmed, but
As if
even
the
that
sun
could
had
not make
She had
sense of
taken
what he
Kai's
said. Sounds
bait,
rose.
and
Not
in
a
doing
slid
so,
over the
had
dunes
hidden
tide,
the
the
blade.
brittle whisper Kale
She
opened
was
his mouth and
playing
sharp
the game,
through.
but
They
the
stepped
holes were
down
now
onto the
broken.
first ridge of glass, into throat,
What happened
chest, and
next would
skin,
now only be
and
known
every
by
footfall
Kai's
sweeter
reaction.
only because
But
they
at
were
least she had
conveyed
given
and
herself
clear.
every
A
opportunity
tone
to
that
claim
changed. He heard
the
its
cycle.
direction of his
Years
weight,
ago,
She was
telling
also
a scale of
aware
accidents
of how much she would be
and
tested,
remembered stories
and
of
needed
the
to show
horse of
discipline
glass.
and
He heard
determination.
himself telling him when the old
She could
sun could
control
sing,
herself,
trying to failing
but what
cities
about
by
those
anger
things that
breath.
were outside
When
of
the
her
boy, the beast of
control?
that age, they said,
Only time would
he carried
tell.
together its
For
tears
now,
turned the
time
sand
was
to
his
sound,
ally.
because the chamber
the
showed
place
him when he hadn't. He walked for hours.
Tears came.
The sound of the
silence
steps
and
over
weight
the
of the
rhythm.
failed
The wolf set the
interrogation
slid down
was
his
a
jaw
living
with a sky
echo.
very smooth interval
It was
pace.
Kai's
The ember
thwarted
behind
feet
smiled without
and
the
she
time like
raised
a heartbeat.
thrumming
Thank you.
tension.
He said, no wind carried
His
gratitude as a
feet
tool.
had
No
cut
cloud,
out
no
the
shade.
leaving
The
her
echo
once
should
more
light.
with
The chamber's
false
roof elaborate and
necklaces to
immaculate
dust.
fell like soft rain.
Jean's
By the sixth
agonized
something at the
but
far side
unbroken
unraveled.
envy lingered in
At
the
first he thought it
glass
glass
a
threads,
testament to
waves
his
in the
behavior
air,
that felt
boiling
more
up where
like
no one
a
had
wound.
human shapes forming out
She
of
had
shimmer.
protected him.
Then when the shape
But
waited,
she had
too
also
quick
been
a sphere,
forced to
2 to
use
20
her
paces
gift as a
across,
weapon.
figures struck with
Engagement
glare,
was
dark,
brutal
black, and translucent
consequences.
sails that
The
caught like a
residue of
heart
that
framed by
violation
lightation
come
god.
to
So their bodies
Kale
looked
still
half
made
made
of
of the
most
desert
of
itself.
them
Toward it, the
claimed.
sphere
For a
responded.
long time,
Tones rose
nothing
along,
changed.
carried weapons he could see.
A
A ladder made of but their shadows were
The
too
glass
dark.
wires
Notes from
continued,
above
but the
slid
texture
down,
of
voice
the
sliding
opposition
between
shifted.
male and sharp female,
The probing
trying to
analytical
complicate
static
what
was
was
gone.
becoming simple. The road
Replaced by
ahead
a
is
heavier,
claimed.
more
Figures
watchful
appear as the lip of the seam he'd
They
slid
were no
through.
longer trying to
Four
understand
silhouettes,
him.
paces short, veils
They were
gleaming.
containing
Who
a
claims them?
phenomenon
Their leader,
that could not
the one
be
glass cracked
ignored.
with their own
The
waves.
figure said, Then,
We keep
the
the
door
wheels
slid
singing,
open.
so the world
Thinner's
knows pain.
It was
More
not
light
pride.
in person. Silence would
It
rock.
was a
Stop.
woman Shinue had
That
not
voice said
seen
no
before.
silence. Already splitting the
Dressed
harmony of
in the
its only
severe,
passage.
high-collared
If you bind the
uniform
echo, then
of
you
a
must pay. The
senior
chorus loses its
executive.
authority.
Her hair
And
was
raised a
pulled
hand.
into
I'm not
a
binding
tight
anything.
silver bun.
A line of
Kale
vibration
said.
struck him.
And
I'm
her
full
face was a
session to be
mask
taught.
of
Sounds solid
disciplined
enough to
neutrality.
you'll break us. Another
Her
stagger
echo
said.
was a
We keep the
fascinating
wound open
void.
so the world remembers.
Not
Wolf
the
growled.
chilling
If you soothe it,
ovation
freezing
of
the
the
air, not
warrior.
soothe. The waves
He
slowed
said
and
the
shattered.
absolute
I will carry
polished
shards. There's a
silence
difference.
of a
Fell
perfect
like
instrument.
sleep. The leader's veil
There
flashed
was no
like heat
ambition,
over a blade. I don't
no
wish to break
fear,
you break our song.
no
He said you
curiosity,
break us, but I will not
only
let it own me.
purpose.
Kale laid his
The
palm on the
director was
sphere.
standing there.
The chamber went
A
still,
woman
clear
said.
sound that
Her
fractured the
voice was
loud
as
around it
neutral
and
as her
laughs. In the
expression.
sphere,
All
who
breathe.
walk here at
Please.
their note. Sound poured,
Follow
even
me.
defiance has
This is it.
violent, total.
The errand boy
Kale's
had been
ribs
set
they
aside.
moved as one.
The
Echo
master
raised a
was
larger
silent.
door. His
She knew
ears
it
filled
was
with a note
coiled
so
from
pure
the
it
not
picked the
speak.
lock on the
Crossing
stern,
and
twisting and
followed
stepped
the
into the
woman out of
room
the
and net
room
of
into
shimmering
the
cords
featureless great
that felt like
corridor. They
responsibility.
walked in silence.
Each reflection
Their
of the glass
footsteps
wire
absorbed by the
moved on its
sound-deadening
own,
material.
scream echoing his stance.
She knew
Their
I noted
delayed
the
quiet
time,
heart shattered
the
into
slight
bright,
descent,
he drew his sword.
building her internal
Steel
map.
met light.
The chamber
and the
took
note
their
it
name
made
going
and returned
deep
it to the nearest
to the
thread,
very core
softening
of
the
the
green
annex.
glass beneath his feet.
They
They
faltered,
arrived at a
confused by
section of
mercy.
wall that looked no
He stepped
different
forward,
than
fight,
the
then the
other.
reflections
He let the
followed.
echo
The
talk.
woman
Hundreds of
placed her
them
palm
marched
on
across
the
the
ground.
ladder
A
like ghosts.
scanner
Rung by
glowed
rung, the
green.
choirs
Rode
wed
itself
along
along
with
the
hundreds
door
and
just
jasmines.
opened.
The backs of his
Every
ears,
note they
not
threw
under as the
but a
desert answered with
panoramic
one. He felt a ring appear,
The woman
scorned his
gestured
smile.
for Jinue
Around
to
his Kale
enter.
saw the pattern,
Not
Then
above it
remained
like
outside
pride.
every
as the
sound
door
had an
closed.
opposite buried hammered
The
down
elevator did not
mind.
move
Every
loudly
harmony
or
hit a
descend.
shadow.
When he exhaled,
It
he exhaled
ascended
the not
river in
end.
his
swiftly
spine.
It continued as a line
When the
drawn
next
by a
wave
Through the
cane, and he moved
transparent
with
walls.
it dark.
Instead of
She knew
against
I
it,
saw
floor
the
beneath his
complex
boots turned
unfold
liquid.
below her.
No, the blast
A honeycomb
slid past
of
him. Sounds
steel
remembered
corridors
quiet
and
leader
sealed
full in sand.
chambers.
Before it was glass.
Then
The figure burst
they
into a
rose
thousand
above it
motes of
into a
light.
vast
The glass
open
choirs tried one more
space.
trick. Their
Her
song
breath
waved. They raised their
caught.
hands. Some notes
She was
cracked.
in
Age of
Jin
rest.
Long's
Others died
personal
midair.
sanctum.
Silences set at
It was
precise
not an
layer of the
office,
sword,
it
but
was
did
an
not
area.
sheathe it. It dropped
The
over the
entire chamber
sphere.
was a dome
I
of
can't
liquid
ask.
quartz crystal,
In
offering
essence
a
design,
breathtaking
voice carried
and
truth out of the glass.
view of
The
Xiamen.
echo what beast lies
city
beneath the
sprawled
rest
below.
cracked.
A tapestry
It calls
of
to me.
light and
Silence
motion.
gave where it had been
While the
remaining
mist
before it looked
tried
at one
bits of
another.
azure
The
cloud
tallest
popped
age felt
from
inward
the
and over
dramatic
across to the
backdrop
door.
on the
A
horizon.
spell paused time
was
as
a
thunder
position
rose
of
from
ultimate
below,
power.
shaking the
A
plane. Heard in
little
that break with the
overlooking
one who
the
sleeps
modern
here. It
world.
said, shame is older
And the
than
ancient
music. Not the
one
good
he
was
saw
the first
dominated.
echo. Gentleness. The beast
The
that
room
kindness
itself
every
was
sound
sparsely
ever made so
furnished
loudly
with
they can't hear
pieces
it.
of
None
minimalist,
are brave enough to listen. He let that go.
hyper-expensive art and furniture.
Not his virtue. As
But the
dice economy.
centerpiece
Kale
was a
felt the
long
pulses
black
through his he
obsidian
said
table,
to the four
behind
watchers.
which sat
The
Jin
echo's
Long.
heartbeat is not
It was not
forced,
what she had
patient.
expected.
It is a door, as if counting
The voice of
centuries
Lao
when the
Chen
room
shocked.
behind it.
Beneath
Beneath
that
that rhythm, he heard
severity,
fragments of every noise
not
he'd
his
leader
presence.
stepped down. Cries.
He was younger than
laughter,
she
talk like a
imagined.
man, clash of steel,
Perhaps in his
the
late
breaking of
40s.
ice, the figure's voice, the
Sharp
words
and
he'd said to the
intelligent
dying,
features,
not with living
her
life,
eyes the
with
color
oaths
of a
swallowed.
polished slate.
Then I will listen. I came here
He
when
wore
my
a
child
simple,
died.
dark suit,
The kneeling figure looked up
devoid of
because priests
ostentation.
would let me scream in their pretty
It did
halls.
not radiate
If
the
you do,
cold
the echo will
oiliness
make
of his
Kale
others.
louder everything. anything.
or the chilling
Then sing,
void of
and
the
maybe I'll
council.
understand something
He
worth singing
felt
as long as your voice, he
calm,
said, and stepped forward into the air to cut
A
strangers
man
for
utterly
you. The
convinced of his
dune
own
parted
knowledge.
along a seam
Did not
so
stand.
fine it could
He
have
merely
been the
watched his
cage
feet
written
out
in
of the
gloom,
house.
making space
His
for
gaze
us
analyzed
down a
the
narrow
present.
throat of fused sand.
When
The
she
figure
knew,
spoke
walls
again,
singing
singing
said,
softly
"The
as light
voice
around
was
their
a quiet
eyes had
baritone.
dimmed to
The
it
voice
so
was
close
shy
together they
with
made a
executive
silver
voice.
fog in his ears.
It was
They
a voice
asked,
used to
nodding
win
with him
with
to a cool
Please,
green
Hale's
hand
hand
on glass, he
and
landed
gestured
on a
to a
ledge
chair of
above a
molded
vast
copper
hallway
fiber opposite
with pillars of
him.
clear stone held up
She
a correct
moved
shape
along
you
the
lied to
floor.
yourself, and to
Her
kiss
own
your mouth
chamber
and tell
breeze
the truth.
darkly
Slow
out
patience of a
placed in the
creature
temple
sleep
of the
beneath a
mountain.
mountain.
She sat,
He
holding
crouched
her
and looked
hands
back
in
at
her
him,
lap.
older than her
Mirror.
mask. At first, he heard only the echo of his
I
dissent.
apologize for the
Then she
theatrics
stepped
of the young
aside,
man
blooming
who
across a
whispered,
window.
"Take what you need."
She said, "Sounds found. Leave us our dead."
As if
Layering,
discussing a
grating.
minor
I will leave you
mystical air.
yourselves.
Kai
A child's
is
cry he'd call. The rest will not
enthusiastic.
fit in my bags.
But
Mirror's
blunt
clipped.
instruments are rarely
He closed
suited
his
for
eyes.
delicate
He
work.
let the echo
pride
find
and fear.
purchase in him. Our way,
He felt
I
to
did
appreciate
find
that
his
you are not
brick. The
allowed
black
to be
crown
picked.
gently.
But a
Persistent
complex
voice
equation
saying
to be
his little
solved.
preference for
He
corners when
steepled his
neglected
fingers.
left good places to hold
Slate
the rattle
gray
of winter
eyes
on the
hold
ring
balls.
around his head.
The
Tight.
clean
You
shear
have
of
been
steel
remarkably
from a crown.
resilient.
Illyrian's
A
You have turned every
It wasn't
attempt
memorized
at
playing. He
exploration
could hear the
into a
dunes, the sound
demonstration
itself
of your
return
own
in the basin
power.
2 days north.
He closed his
I
eyes.
admire
Child laughed. The
efficiency.
wolf 3 towns away.
breath into
And
rails
you,
For someone who had
Russian
juggled
away.
4
The
apples.
still
Our
river
seating
ran
been
down his
dropped
spine and
one
laid
purpose.
floorboards
Thank you,
through the
He laughed
Jimmy
once,
said.
softly.
The
The
root
voice
father
equally
waited
calm.
to
Chamber
stand
I
laughed
find
so he
ways
would not be
to be
knocked
distasteful.
backward by a
Whether it is the
thunder.
waste of a life, of a
embers
burst of
acquire
fire.
small,
A
others
faint
hot.
smile touched
Killed
Jim
not to
Long's
burn
lips.
on the seams
It
lit.
did not
A dozen
reach his
men and
eyes.
women, hard gray,
Indeed,
gunned on
it
harnesses,
is
he
why I
said,
decided to
and
stop
were
posting
taken
both.
back a
Things
thousand
are over.
ways, but
You are
not
no
near
longer a
echo.
prisoner.
Vel stepped
Consider
forward,
yourself
sleeves pushed to
a
the elbow,
guest,
white
an
bandages
honored
inked
one.
until the chamber held its own
She
voice right and let
raised
go.
an
Lever
eyebrow.
that seized
The tone
his shoulders
rose
A
for
guest in a
regardless of
cage is
yards,
still a
human-throated
prisoner.
and whale-brod.
The view is
Permissioning
just
spoke
better.
without language. She
Is it a
understood
cage?
with herself. Come,
Jim
you can
Long
carry it.
asked,
Oh, he eased off the
waving his
ledge,
hands to
boots searching for
indicate
holes,
the
no
panoramic
hands except
vista.
small cuts
Or
of
is
tired,
it a
elegant
vantage
at the bottom,
point?
a floor of tempered
From
glassware,
here,
black as
you
a
can
night
see
sea.
the whole
You have no
board,
standing
the
shapes
city,
moved.
the
Coils
province,
and currents of
the
smile
pieces
was
in
not
motion.
unkind. Knots of old cries,
He
none
leaned
that you would
forward
respect.
slightly.
Quilts of spent
His
said by
intensity
and unfolded
sharpened
a
the
lattice
fire.
needles
He
of bell in a
awakened
tray.
the verdant
He knelt
breath.
and set his palms
Feels
flat,
like an
spiraled.
achievement.
The chamber opened
But
inside.
what has it
Every
accomplished?
careless word. We
It
could use
healed
this
a
place. Every
passionate
measure
land.
she went on. Almost
It
every
created a
conversation
symbol.
told a man to be
But
brave.
my mind
A
still
bank, please
operates.
make my choice look
The
what hurts.
council's will is
Spend
still
10
being
stitches and work
enacted.
over exchange.
You are
when
fighting the
transparent ledgers.
symptoms.
Prayers in the
Lynching
margins.
you,
Every
not
hour
the
smell like a
disease.
temple. Every failure. Her
And
eyes
you
warm,
are the
as if
cure?
sharing a secret.
She asked,
He held his
tongue
breath.
dry.
No one needs to
The
suffer
wolf
when
eye
yoga
and
engines
diagnosis
panic and kept it friendly. Kale's
And the
mouth was
proposed
widened.
treatment.
His pulse
The
was
disease
not.
is chaos.
The echo in him stood
The
up. Remember, the ring around his
unpredictable
head hummed
irrational
warm when a
chaos of
floor
humanity.
is under
This
it. Was the
the greed
place
of the
where
sex.
kindness
The
becomes voracious,
short-sightedness
trusting him
of
to
the
earn the
masses.
decision. No banks.
The endless
He said.
physical violence.
Vel cocked her head,
The
not as a
vermilion
gate.
from the plan itself fell
Kindness.
to
Be
betrayal from
practical.
within,
I do.
did it not?
He said, order,
The chaos
each
of the human
romance.
heart.
People need silence
Systems stood
stretched.
up
Not the
and
temple's
walked
hush.
with the
Neighbor
doors
stick
up.
swallowing. He said, a
Looking
blank
down
meant
at
for
the
systems should help
city.
them. I will not
Carry,
be bound by
The
my words
council does not
until their
seek
legs are
power
exactly
for its own
or my
sake.
best. I will be taught by
seek
She lifted
order.
the lattice. Lines
world
of pale
without
force
war,
unfolded. The
without
pillar ceased and
power.
changed note.
Without the
The glass
random
choir's leader
real
took one
suffering
step toward it
that has
and stopped.
defined
The
human
glass under his
history.
brief is
A
gray
world
as if the
where the
sun had
land's
put it does not
lynching
have a
is
machine.
not
Sounds
swallowed
rose.
over by
Not
petty
as echoes
assaults,
hum wide and
but is
tight. The
managed,
pillars chime. Gale opened his mouth, did not
distributed,
reach for his
used to
blade. They
elevate
did
all
not
of
lock. He
humanity
reached for
from the
everything he had
base
carried. Throat,
He
chest,
turned to
skin,
face her.
and out again.
His
His way,
expression
sweeter
won
only
a
still
profound,
rivers permitted to be
chilling
true.
conviction.
The flame tides
Your
he heard
will
himself
lynching you.
years ago and steady
Your
dying man.
echoes.
The sky bearers
Your resonance.
and the echoes when duty
They are
pulled
not
hard. He
weapons.
widened his stance. He heard
They
himself
are the
still in a
ultimate
voice.
tools of
He could say
understanding.
even, and then failing to make
Imagine
space
a
for breath.
society
He said,
where no
with a
one
voice,
can
every
lie.
lesson he had learned
He
about
heard
doors and
intention
carried
was
together.
transparent.
Walk away.
Where
Invented
leaders
more
are
now,
chosen
or
not
what?
by
Because the
rhetoric,
chamber showed him
but by the
when he had
purity
not
of their
cruel.
purpose.
Tears
He
will
could
teach
be
me
the
to buy a
architect of
machine,
that truth.
unperformed, and I will
He could
hate you
help
for
you
giving
build
me
a
slid
mill
down to his
not
jaw
needed
where the sky
Phoenix to
bearers
save
new
him.
intervals caught their
Because it
smile
would no
thin.
longer be
He
capable
smiled
of
without
power.
so certain the world
He
must
was
be
not
thankful.
offering
He said,
himself.
because
He
gratitude
was
is a
offering
tool, hands that
his
tie, not a mood. He said,
place at
the
his
echo
side.
shoulders learned to hold
As the
chamber
moral
sleep vibrated
compass.
until dusk
The
fell and
living
make it
guided
so you
him.
don't have to
The
something at the far
guarantor
side
of the
unraveled,
cerebral,
earnest
the
now.
curtain
Woven just for the
city.
glass
It was
threads,
the
just for
most
this
seductive
desperate
trap
holding a line of a
imaginable.
prayer no one had
The
praised
silence
loud.
in the
Most
area was
dangerous word
profound.
beyond it. A shade
Broken only
said.
by the nearly
A sphere began to 20 paces
of the
across,
city's
lifted
far
its strung
below.
with veins
Jin
of dark
Long's
glass,
offer
not a bright
was
sound,
open,
a carrying
not
heart
as
built
a
by a
threat,
patient God.
but as
The
a
sky stood as
terrifyingly
Mark said. He
rational
stepped toward it, the
proposition.
sphere
The echo
responded.
made
He
his
had
voice
refrained
tone
Bells
the
rose
entire
along his
conflict.
path. The
A
chamber
ladder was not
returned
the
hollow,
villain.
dressed in
The glass
harmonious
choir's
notes from
falsehood.
above
And he
slid
was
down the
offered
wall.
the
Glass
chance
choir,
to be
anxious
his
and
chief
tears,
architect.
trying to
She
complicate what was
did not
becoming simple.
immediately
Not to
refuse.
worship, to
She
work. Figures
let the
appeared at
weight
the
of
lip
the
of the
pillar
scene
settle,
slid through, but as beams and a
examining
house
them from
silhouettes
all angles,
and veils gleaming
as she
courage
would a
from
newly
wood. Their leader,
discovered
Johnny,
contact
tracked with
not
their own
offended.
wave, calculating
He
the
dismissed
deadly
him
assembling
outright.
her field. Thinner
He
now,
declared
life that
a part of
more
the
lies to be a
reaction
data
of
set.
He believed
Stop,
her to
lips
be.
moved, that voice
She had to
sounding.
engage
Arching
in
splitting
harmony.
small adjustments
A
as
world
deft as
without
surgery.
lies.
Bind the echo,
The ceiling
chorus
pressed.
loses its
Her
voice.
voice
Took a
offered.
breath deeper
I'm
than
not
he
biting
could
She rose from
anything.
the chair and
Gave all
walked
of
to
it
the
to the
bedside
echo.
and
I'm consent gave it to the room.
They were
Which
studying
gave you a
concrete,
break us.
which
Another
the
figure
modern
said desert.
Titaness
We keep the wound
which
Lynch had been waiting for someone to ask if you sue that
Both
brave.
looking
I will
down
not
at the
sue.
same
Floor
room.
cracked. He said,
But
not with
seeing
collapse,
very
with
different
release. There's a
features.
difference. The crack ran
The
outward
sound
like a flash,
was
like remembering over a blade.
immaculate
The latter
and
break their
sterile.
crack and hesitated,
You speak of
unsure which
chaos
map
as a
to obey.
disease.
Hale laid his palm on the
But is
star.
joy not
The genuine
chaos?
delight in her eyes.
Is love not unprepared?
Sob and
She
laugh.
whispered,
Is the
Then
beauty
the
of
sphere,
a
probably
live,
worth my
untamed
hand,
force?
sound poured,
Not a
not
short,
loud,
glorious,
not violent, and the
beautiful
field
disorder.
brightened.
She
Hale's
turned her
ribs
head
in the
towards
sphere
him.
under Echo's
Your
hands were
sister,
restored.
this
Its
order
ears catching the
is
rhythm
based
so
on
clear it picked,
fundamental
deciding to keep their
bias.
song without
That
stepped into the
humanity
room
is a
where he
problem
kept the
to
chamber
solve.
inhaled that felt
We are
like
not an
responsibility
equation.
before an
We are
answer.
a story.
In the desert,
And stories
keen
are
with every
message.
wound it had ever sung,
Jin
their
Long's
woven
voice
chords
betrayed
shattered whether it would
rhythm
come
and
vault
pieces.
through sorrow
He was
or
enjoying
road
the
chamber
debate.
took their scream, held that
Stories
truth with
end,
him,
Lynch
while
softened
above,
and agreed.
a distant
Often and
thunder hinted that
tragically.
the architect
The
used
story
by
of the
human
familiar
voice refused
field
the
and
full
the
system.
massacre.
The desert echoed
The story of that boy.
The sound climbed the ladder of his
Ended in
mind,
a forgotten
rung by
cell,
limb,
not
waiting,
for
wrote
your
itself
intervention.
along the hinge of his
I'm
jaw, kept his
proposing
palms
you
back to his
recognize
ears,
the
felt it
narrative.
shiver
One
under his
with a
tongue.
guaranteed
Half
peace
joy
and
felt a
ending.
ring appear where one does
A
not.
story with a
It wanted
guaranteed
around his
ending is
head.
no
It
story
wanted
at
to
all.
stop like pride,
Genuine,
fire that like a
softly.
halo hammered down
It is
around the
softly.
Lord mind with
You
breath.
betrayed our
Light from
message
its when he
for
exhaled,
glory
the
and
exhaled
stars
did not
across the
glass.
perfect
Continued as a
world.
line drawn by a patient
You
hand
betrayed our
in the chamber's
souls for
dark,
safety.
like an engineer
The floor
asking a
beneath
lever
his
to
boots
turn
is not
liquid.
nothing.
No, you'll crush the
Jin
sawdust,
Long
he said.
said.
Sounded
His
remembered,
voice
it had been
hardened
contain it.
fraction.
Sand, she answered. It was
It is the
glass.
foundation
Immersive
upon which
for
any
sound.
higher purpose is built.
Kale shook his head. Choir tried
You
one more
value the
trick. Containment is
individual?
comfort. They raised their
Under
hands,
the
immersed on the
council's
cage of
order,
rest.
no child would ever
Silence
starve.
set filled the
No
precise
family
intervals
would
as the
be
heat
wiped out
traveled
by a
downward.
clan
It dropped
war.
over the steered his heart.
The individual
Kale
would
whoever
be
gave it rhythm.
protected.
In
Others
absence
would
design,
measured
it
at
edited
the
truth
cost
out
of
of the
their
looked at
freedom to
Vel.
choose,
The echo
to
hum,
fail,
loyal.
to
Morest
love
cracked
recklessly,
and said quietly,
to defy
silence gave
expectations.
finish that been measured two
She
times.
would
Fixed the wound
fire
so
back.
well, the
You
world
cage
fell
would
inwards and
protect
spread
the
across
vessel,
the floor.
but
The
drain
lattice
the
trembled.
water.
Time became like
We speak
veil
of the
again.
Phoenix clan's
Kale
fall
heard
as
an
a
outbreak
failure
with the choir
plan.
and guarding.
I
The
see it
echo
as a
within the sphere
failure of
answered the
trust.
good kind that teaches
A failure
faithfulness.
that came from the
The kind that
very
makes a man
kind
perform
manipulative
pain so
system
loud
of
unanswerable to
individuals
anyone else's.
represent.
Cracks
The
veined
council
outward
did not
like
cause the fall by
not as
doing
birds
so
above
fast.
began
They
dicing
caused it by
each
sowing the
ripple
distrust
turned
that
into a bell.
unraveled.
He said, Vel hesitated.
She took a
Four
step
fingers
closer to
stopped
him.
counting. A wound
Her
is
amber
not a
eyes
firestorm.
blazing with a light
Kale
that
said
seemed
the
to
door.
challenge the
Voice
force
was
of
closed that had
electric
reached her
loneliness.
behind the hum. Ready for another kind
You
of
asked me
life.
to
Built your
imagine a
machines
world
to
where
keep their
no
leader
one
safe
died.
down.
I
Vale
haven't.
breathed now. You
I
talk
live in
like a
that
man
world
who never
every
the
day.
engineer's mouth twitched.
I feel
The
the
figure's
echoes
voice
of
can
every
understand how
voice.
much noise I've
Not
seen
with
Every
Kale.
secret
with
joy.
owed grief.
Every
he said.
whispered fear.
I
I
can
just
hear when
choose
my
to
child
whisper.
And I
dies.
have learned that
I made the
truth is
dunes
not a
select
weapon
inner
to
lattice
force
wouldn't let me
compliance.
scream in their
Flared
pretty once more in
It is a
confusion,
gift that,
then folded.
when
Kale
given
bowed
freely,
collapsed into their spool, then
builds
sang
trust.
honestly. He said,
What you are building is
sing
not
as
a
long as your
society
voice
of
needs, as
truth.
if betrayed by her.
It is
Don't
the
teach the air to
panopticon
whisper
of
strangers
enforced
for you, and may your
transparency.
faith not burn them.
There is no
Silence.
trust there.
Kale almost
Only
decayed.
surveillance.
The room echo chose space for a mother's name.
For the first
It
time,
uncoiled from the
a
sphere, and the
crack
figure
appears
spoke
in
again.
Jim Long's
Transparent
light
around
of
heavy
facade.
color, dimmed to a ghost of
slight
every tone
tightening
the desert
around
had
his
kept. What does it
eyes.
want? The dunes above
Yeah.
burst
She had
and
struck
knocked in the
a
spheres. Glass
Kale
melted
saw
back
her
to
not
last
as a
answer for
mystic,
singing as it changed.
but as a
to be carried,
philosopher
became
to
left free. Wind
And her
became to
rebuttal
correct you
was
when you
rooted
lied
in
to
her
yourself
profound
with breath. To kiss your
understanding
mouth,
of
the
the
glass
very
choir
true
fell to their
nature
knees.
he
The
sought
leader
to
let the
enter
veil
away.
fall away. Relief.
You are an
Kale
idealist.
watched Vel shield her eyes
And the
as
work
the
was
mid
not
of her
something.
lattice
Hair
dissolved
threaded
in
into
Idealism
glass
is a
cells
luxury
array.
the world can no longer
The
sustain.
echo's last tendrils
Look down.
touched her shoulders
She
and did
gestured
not
to the
hurt her.
sprawling
Said,
metropolis.
they simply taught their
Billions
ears
of
what
lives
humility sounds. I will
teetering on
leave
the
you
brink of
yourself.
resources.
Then, Kale said,
Environmental
silent. The
collapse.
rest will not
Their
fit
own
my body.
base
Sterile
instincts.
quiet of suppression.
My way is
He
the
closed
only
his
way to
eyes.
prevent an
He let the
extinction.
echo find
He stood
purchase
alone
in beside the
Her way
magnifying
is an
sphere.
extinction.
In its center
Gently,
floated a single
persistently,
shard no bigger
with a
than
voice
a heart.
dropping to a
Corners
whisper
where he took
that
it as left
somehow
warm
more
places to
powerful
hold and tucked it
shout.
into the pouch of his chest.
An
His head
extinction
tight
of the
carried.
human
The
spirit.
echo murmured inside his skull.
You are so
He
afraid
nodded.
of the
When he
dark
opened his eyes,
that
when
you
he
would
climbed back into
extinguish all
daylight,
stars.
the desert had
In the
changed.
basin, 2 days
Where
later,
glass had blinded,
a
child
child
laughing,
laughing,
3 pounds of sand now curved
for
for
someone
someone
to
had
judge.
4 apple. The air smelled faintly of rain on purpose. Impossible.
The negotiation
Delicious
was
ones.
over.
Softly. The glass
The
choir
fundamental
jingled cairns
schism
for their
between
lines
the
and sang
worlds
new notes
was
that
now
didn't
laid
cut. He
bare.
clattered. Vel stood the choir,
Irreconcilable.
staring toward the horizon, her
Jim
hands
Long
empty.
turned and
Her
walked
eyes
back
busy
to
building
the
something
absolute
gentle.
dark.
Gray leaned on harness and
The moment
laughed.
of personal
Rascal. She
connection
asked
was
without
gone,
turning. Here's his people.
replaced
It would
by
not
the
hear us.
demeanor of
Kale
the
stepped
studio.
forward. That's
Then
better.
we
To the
are
echo.
at
She
an
almost
impasse.
smiled, inked with script. You're
You
still
will remain
impossible.
here
The kind of
as
clever
my
that
guest.
sees the shortest route.
You will be
Good
given
workers
every
usually are.
access to
Permission
libraries,
started south.
to any text
Behind
you
his head,
desire.
the choir's new
I will
song
not
threaded
torture
into
you.
the wind.
I
Oh, a
will not
melody
fight
that
you.
didn't beg forgiveness. I was
He sat
so
down,
only
his
promised
gaze once
word
more
that
that of a
required
strategist.
elegant. He felt the shard at his breast. The glass wire flinched, aligning
will
you
simply
hovering
wait.
around his
I will
head.
continue my work.
The echo's
and you
voice,
will watch
Phil's
from this
smile
room
was
as
not
the
unkind.
world
The next silence
all its
comes.
beautiful,
None that you would
chaotic
listen
tragedy
before you
reaches
said,
my point
and
of view.
unfolded a lattice no
The
horizon
every
shred.
word, every
Eco,
act of
steel
movement,
line spirals,
every
knees
needless breath will be
merciless.
an
Perhaps a
argument in
city
my
trying to
favor.
breathe. We could
It's
use
on
this
that.
place.
The cage, Lynch,
Kale adjusted the strap conversation and kept walking. As a deep desert
It is
humming
your
in
own
souls.
unwavering.
Tied what a
And
single
in my
question
view,
spin what's the
mysterious,
rising wind. Fair exchange,
compassionate,
dust here,
and
heavy ledgers
He had
with
found a new
prayers
way
in the
to
margins.
break
When a
through.
city's choir
Not
forgets what it's singing
contained,
for, her eyes
but
warm.
the
One man
witness
sharing a
found
secret of mercy.
He would
We can
make
help.
her a
Or will the
witness
song
of
devour
your
us in the open happen anymore?
betting that eventually
Kale's mouth was
the
calm.
weight of it would
His pulse
crush
was
her
not.
spirit.
The city that
and bring
forgot
her
to
to
breathe.
his
The ring around
side.
his head hummed a warning.
2 days south of the glass,
This was the place where kindness becomes
The
purchased. Not the
silver-haired
tender gray
executive
base,
was
but the
waiting.
gray that happens when
Ginny
helicopters
raced
push
from
through
Jim
memory.
You've had a long walk.
back to the city.
Kale saw it first
to
as
the
a haze on the
distant,
horizon.
sleeping mountains
Beats
of
romance.
Rome.
His drifting
People
thread
had said
systems
he was
like
wrong.
smoke.
The
Yet
compassion was
rise.
not a cave.
He said, the desert's
It was
systems
the
should
foundation
darken
of her
beneath
strength.
carry until the
Not
world
carry
But
this
as
much.
she
until
was
their
led
lives
back
were
into
dead
her
hand in hand.
luxurious prison,
He crested the
A
final
cold
dread
dread
found
settled
what
in her
remained.
heart.
Hail force and
He
full
had
city
given
of
her a
Saint ceiling
front row
lowering.
seat
Every
to
roof
the
was gone. The glass
apocalypse.
choir's
Every
leader
column
took
stood
And he
one
was
step
betting
forward
she
of
would
a stop
eventually
organ
ask him
pipe.
to stop
Breathe
it
his brain
on his
through the
terms.
hole.
But it does
Trying
not
to
have
have
half-remembered
machines
arrogance.
People
The
lived
echoes
here
hummed
still.
widened until the
The return
pillars
to
moved
a
among the
room was a
ruins.
Kale did
descent
not
in
raise his
every
wrapped
sense of the
linen in the
word.
color
He
of
reached
soot.
for
The
everything
elevator
with his
silent
right.
glide
They were
down
with
the
quiet
front of the
careful
barrier.
the root father's way.
The
Carrying
featureless
buckets of
freight
old rivers
forward
patient
was a
path.
tomb passage.
As if the ash might
And the
break
door
legs
sealed
too
behind
rough.
her.
Leviathan steady
The
eyes. A young
spacious
woman
compass
describers at the
felt
edge of the
smaller,
main street.
tighter than
Her
before.
eyes widened the stance. The only
The
thing
fast
visible of the
mountain
veil
vista on the
were
right
fever bright.
was no
You're late,
longer a
Val,
mountain
she said.
carriage.
He said, and put
But
I wasn't
it was
expecting
to
you to learn
remind
about
her of a
doors
world
into her
she
name.
could
Everyone is
see but
expected
not
away.
touch.
She said, turning away.
A world
When a city
Jim
burns,
along with him
Everyone
was
comes
to
eventually.
die.
Not cruel.
He had been clever.
Or you will teach me to break
Far
a
more
machine.
clever
Let him
than
through
Simon
lanes,
Discovered
and I will hate you for
and
giving
all
that lesson.
disruptors.
The ground
He had not
muffled his
tried to break
steps.
her body
There's
with
my
her
wolf
will.
inside him
He
disliked
had
the
challenged
silence. So
her
certain
faith.
the world must be.
The
It has
cage of
children
your own
shaping small
unwavering
figures from the
compassion.
gray
By
hands that
The
tire.
words echoed
Tiny
in the
people
still
with mouths
silence.
so open wide.
He had
when
refrained
it's
from
hot and
greatest
it's
strength as
song.
a fatal flaw.
I can make it.
At the center of
He was
her
betting that
was
her
the choir
empathy,
spire.
She said,
her connection
perhaps
to the
collapsed.
suffering of
Just
the
for the
world
city.
would
It's
eventually
just for this
reflect
desert
the
stone
source of
leaned
such
over a
profound
crater
pain.
where the city's heart
That
is
his
the most
cold,
dangerous
clinical
around it.
solution
Dozens of
would
people
seem like
said
the
rose.
only mercy.
The lattice
chest
began to
rose
descend
A
and fell
soft
together
chive
to
broke
a
the
single
silence.
song,
The
exhaling
walls
through
seemed
mask
to
that
song.
turned
The
each breath
mountain
into a
view
low
replaced
drone.
by a live
The sound
music.
wasn't beautiful. Set the key.
It
It
showed
was
a
discipline.
conflict
The echo
that she had
reacted
only
to
read
a
about in
thousand
prose.
throats. Kale's
A
guide. The
border
chamber returned the
skirmish
note
between
dressed to
two
keep the air
harmonics.
movement stripped.
The
If they
crimson
stopped,
talent
the ash
and
choked
the
the
silver
squire
fangs.
through tears.
Over a
He found the
distant,
side pedal. The singer
leafy
held it.
valley.
The man's
Not
eyes
to
were
worship.
closed
The footage
towards his
was
body
stark.
shook with
The
effort.
pillars
Shook
drones
around his
capturing
neck and a
the
house
pages.
bearing the sigil
The
of
flash
order and
of
courage
elemental
from wood.
techniques.
Saren's mark. Bell
The
frowned.
collapse
Not
of
offended. The
ancient
architect
architecture
calculating the
had
difference
arrived
between
here
The
before
faces
him
of the
and a
young
life that
cultivators
refused to be a
supported
dry
in
paper
battle
spoke
rage and
behind. Your
fear.
lips moved. Don't
The
disturb the
tragedy
rhythm.
timber
Fingers
at the
made
bottom of
small
the street
adjustments
began
as
to
deft as
climb.
surgeons. An older woman in
It
layered
was no
robes watched
accident.
him. Her
This
face
was the
took a
first
breath and
text in
iron
the
that
library
ever
of
taken and
despair
gave
by
homage to
matriarch
the
Greco.
echo.
She
She
knew
gave
it
it to the
turned her
room.
back
This
on the
choir
screams.
gave it to the
Feeling
breathing,
once
which
more
gave
the
to the
desert.
desert lungs for an
She
hour,
closed
which had
her
been
eyes
waiting
and
for
sought
someone
the
to
sacred
ask.
breath.
It is a holy
Drawing
rotation.
not on
The
the
glass
dead
floor
air of
cracked.
the
He inclined his
Not
head,
but on the
collapsed with
well of
release.
memory within.
The crack ran outward like
She
a river
focused on
remembering
the
its
feeling of
bed.
the root cavity.
The lattice met the crack
The
and
deep,
hesitated. Study
harmonious
sure which
hush
map
of
to
the
obey.
earth's
You carry noise
uncorrupted
with you,
heart.
traveler. The
Air
air
changes
changes
light
She
light
held
in
him
her
to the
eyes.
image of the
Noise
singer,
keeps us alive,
defiant
she
and
whispered.
moved.
It also brought
Pushing
trouble
back
worth
the
my
great
hands. She
depth
pointed
of
toward the
void
crater.
we
She
just
still followed her
experienced.
hand.
But
Inside
the
the hit
echoes
bright
from
ash
the
swirled and
newsfeed
spiraled.
were
In the sphere
loud
under
and
Kale's
penetrating.
hands surged. Something below
She
its
felt the
pulse,
sharp
catching every
metallic
exhale,
sting
lifted
of
plume
hatred
of red
from
deciding
the
to keep it.
crimson
Every
pollen
inhale
cone.
drew it back.
The
Hungry, the
desperate,
chamber
fearful
inhaled what's been a
resolve
single
of
drawn
a silver
breath
fang
for an
novice
answer. His
holding
voice
the
thin.
line.
In the desert, the ash
The
was
searing
every wound. We call
pointless
it
agony
every
of a
shadow.
life
Poised to
hushed
choose whether it would
The
become
chaos
peace
was
or
not
a
an
measured
abstraction.
sound or a road for
It
we learned to
was a
sing
symphony
even
of
held that
pain.
breath with him. Keeps it
And
sleeping.
Jin
While
Long had
above,
forced her
a
to
distant
listen.
thunder hinted off. The
She pressed
architect
her
had heard a
fingers to
human
her
bury
voice.
what's left of
A
beautiful
low
system.
groan escaped
The
her
desert
lips.
outside,
This was
studying
his
the
true
crater. The
remedy.
ceiling of force
Not
hung over
isolation.
the hollows
The
like
pure
a ledge
overwhelming
waiting for
exposure to the very
omission. Warning,
suffering
Kale kept
carried
his eyes
on
on the
to
sphere.
couldn't
Couldn't tell. Felt it
hours,
shiver under
or
him. You
perhaps
keep a beast
days
asleep
past
with
it.
fear, half
The
fear,
feeds would
harmony.
change.
It wanted
A
tyranny.
report on a
It wanted to
famine
stop
exacerbated
resisting
by hoarding
fire that
water.
had made Order is the
A story
only
of a
Bill's
fear
lattice
beast,
lowered enough
driven
to
mad by polluted
light from its rim
ravaging
traced
the
thin
village.
scars across the glass
Each one
floor.
a
He almost
data
smiled.
point, and Jin
He
was
sad,
arguing.
she said,
Each
not
man
harshly.
a weight
Like
on
I came
his
to teach
soul.
peace manners to behave, not
During
meant to
one
be
of the
beasts.
meal
You'll crush the song.
She did not
The ash beast
immediately
waits.
return to her
I'll continue.
meditation.
The rhythm
She
faltered.
stood before
The young
the
singer
singing
lapsed mid-breath.
which now showed
The line
a
beside her
slow,
shook his
shot
head. The
of
droning
the
chorus
environmental
splintered. 10 minutes
devastation.
come crater pretending
Around
it was like
our
1,000
different,
lungs gasping
smaller
together.
mine
The sound drew a
operations.
breath
The
that
land
filled a
was
ring
gray.
about his temples
The
and
water
to the
color.
downward. The ground
Is this
steadied
part of
his
my
heart,
comfort?
felt more than gave it
She
rhythm.
asked the
From the
empty
ember
vessel.
measured rose a
Her voice
column of
forced from
swirling
distance.
ash. Bell, red liver within
Access to
loyal,
all the
shaping
texts
itself
I
into a
desire.
body larger
These
than
are
Wiley
your
Hall
chosen
could hold.
texts.
If you finish that
Jin
descent,
Long.
burn
You'll fix the
parchment
wounds
so
This is
well
just
to darken the gate it can heal.
There was no
Eyes
answer.
open, the lattice
But
trembled,
she knew
its
what
full
was
of smoke. The people
He was
screamed,
the
pulse
architect
caught the
of
rhythm
this
broke
site.
and completely.
And he was
The
waiting
echo's
for
hand
his
where
fragrance
and
with the
sword
cry
sound,
of
but steel
despair.
fell through
A
stone against
new
the storm.
kind of resolve began
He
to
drew
storm
instead
within
and
him.
sound inside him.
Cold
Cracks
and
yanked
hard,
outward and
tempered
laced
in
with
the
sky
furnace
bearers
of
and
the
hills
psychological
above
song.
began to ring.
He wanted
Each
her to
stepped
see
onto
her
the rim
into
of a bell
being
and shouted.
as
Bell
possible
hesitated.
for
Her
control.
fingers stopped perfect count.
She
The
would see
pitch
it as
cut
proof
through the
of its
veil,
need for
clear
healing.
as
She
struck crystal.
turned away
Voice
from the
low enough, the
screen,
ashby
and
struck
walked
through the
into
hum.
the
Its wings
bookshelf.
twitched.
She
Uncertain
ran
your
a finger
machines.
along
That's a
the
screen
barrel.
safe. Keep the beat.
Very
Let them
well.
breathe
But the
now.
choir
She whispered.
scattered. She fell
A
to her
plan
engineers
began
while
to
the
take
iron
shape in
mesh
the
as if
crucible
prayer
of
were
her
rolled.
despair.
You don't understand how much
Cale
noise
walked
I've
into
seen.
the
You have given me your
Each step
library.
sank
I do.
ankle deep in
Now,
said dust.
I will
just
write my
used
own
gaze to follow
meditation.
him. Twin furnaces
She
lighted
returned
her
to her
lattice dim.
meditation
Heat blistered his
position.
lips. Once
But
more
this
raised his
time,
arm.
her
Then
focus
fought
was
here to
different.
cage lines collapsed.
She
into
was
the
not
spool.
seeking
I'm here to
peace.
ask what you're protecting.
She was forging a lens.
She looked down at her
She
empty
began
hands.
to
Beast's
practice
voice
the
betrayed by her own
resonance,
craft.
not
I
to
guarded
push
what they buried.
outwards,
To know
but
their
to
faith
process
unburned
what
if
was
they dared to
coming in.
listen. Then why
She took
devour
the
it?
chaotic,
But
painful
because they
exercise
feed me
to
fear, it uncoils.
Fear
tastes
fear.
close enough.
Instead of
Those
letting them
spirals.
overwhelm her,
Transparent
Cale
yet
felt
heavy
she began to
color.
sort
not at the
them,
The ghost of every
analyze
order that has
them,
been kept. The dunes
understand
above
their
breathed
roots
into
and
time rather than
ways.
truth.
The
Glass
second
melted
war
back
was
to
not
Sammy
born from
instead.
pure
Singing as a
evil.
chain. He said,
It
he'd
was
be the
born
open
from
band
fear,
around his
scarcity,
mind voice. The echo
from
flared
generations
through the
of
glass
mistrust.
shard at his
The
chest.
glass
Burned
choir mad
fell to the
spirit
knees.
beast was
Every
a
memory
vengeful,
of fire
not a
and
monster.
frost. Cale watched
She
the
could
bell
not stop
shield of
the
her
suffering
eyes.
harmonics.
Shield of her lattice.
But she
Human
refused to let it
harmless
break.
aurora. The beast shrieked
She
as
could
the sound
transmute this
strapped
weapon
tendrils
into her
touched her
life.
shoulders and ribs
Sharpen
like
her
dawn through
understanding
shudders.
of
They simply
disease
taught
he
her
could
ears what
cure.
humility
The wind
sounds.
reversed.
Jin Long had
Voices
built
from
her
the
a
fallen
cage of
choir rose
hopelessness.
without instruction.
She would use
Each
its
singer
bars to
gasping their cried of
song.
suppression. Chaos became
When the next
porous,
meal slot opened,
imperfect. He stood
she
alone
did not
beside
take
the
the
half-melted
pace.
Kale lifted his head and
She
joined
looked
them.
directly
Sinners
at
noted
the
a single
green
shard,
candle
no
as
bigger
they
than a
approached.
heart, staggered.
The view
He
from
took
her
layers of
area
storm
was
until a
humming.
form of light
She
stood
said,
inside his chest.
her voice
A
clear
figure
and
carried
steady
a faint
once
gold
more.
dust murmured inside his
But you are
skull.
only
Beautiful,
reading the
nodded, weary.
headlines.
When he climbed
You
back
never
into
delve
daylight,
into
said,
footnotes.
the desert had
Teach
changed.
them to breathe
Where
without
glass
conduit.
had blinded,
But
dunes
you
of
do not
fine
feel
white
the
shone
love
inside
unless
glowed
it has
once,
the sun
then
on
dimmed.
the
The air
other
smelled
side
the
of
echoing
the
rain, now
line.
braided. Impossible. The figure
You see the
delicious,
green,
not dying. The glass squire the sky
mystic,
lights for the
quiet
lost and
generosity
sang,
that
reciprocal
happens
to
in
the
shadows
rim,
every day.
staring down. Vel stood
Your
apart,
diagnosis
staring
is
for the
different.
horizon. Her hands empty,
Jin
giving you back your eyes, busy
And an
building something
incomplete
simpler.
diagnosis
Use them.
always
Will it
leads to
hold?
a fatal prescription.
She asked without turning. The first true breeze in
turned,
decades swept through
eating
Sarah.
the meal
That's better
unscathed,
than the ash
and
last she
resumed
almost smiled. The
meditation.
singers coughed. You're still
She was no
weak,
longer just
incredulous.
a prisoner or a
Children
guest.
raised their
Where did
razor
you
hands
recruit?
to catch flakes
She
that
was
no longer
exterminated,
burned.
and she had
Behind
just
him climbed
submitted
out a
her
crater
first
song
song.
threaded into the wind.
sterile
A
room was
melody
no
that
longer
didn't
a
flicker
passive
forgiveness. Too
container.
steady to be
It had
natural.
become a laboratory
Machines, perhaps.
where the
He felt the
prisoner was
shard
conducting
expressing
his
his
pulse
pulse once. He turned to
One
listen with the
poison
veil around his
dissipation
head,
to
revealing a
synthesize
face
the
like voice here in
unbreakable,
ash.
clear-eyed
When the next
resolve.
silence comes,
She
he said,
raised
listen
the
before you
sing
fill it,
to
as
the
you just
unseen
did.
camera.
The horizon
Offbeat
shimmered,
in the
alive.
air.
He confused
A
smooth
challenge
action,
thrown down
towers,
not with a
smoke.
shot,
She nodded slowly.
but
Perhaps a
with
city
the
trying to
quiet
breathe through its
precision
own
of a
fall to
scholar,
smoke. He said,
collecting a
adjusted the
fundamental
structure's
error
design,
in a
pretending to be
foundational
salvation.
text.
Desert humming under
Usually
his soul
She
was
had
worth breaking.
rejected his
A single
entire
question
premise.
floated with the rising
He
wind.
saw the
Behind
world
its
of
dust,
pain
yet heavy
as
echoes
to
stay
its
resonant, pulsed in
inherent
time
flaw.
with his heart. When a city's choir
She
forgets
saw
what
it
he
as a
sings or
symptom
tame,
of a
can
treatable
one man's
illness.
voice reminded of
The
wind
call
carried
for
the
a
faintest
healer,
echo of a song
not an
devour him to,
executioner.
a whisper,
The
too
response
soft
was
to
not
tell if it
immediate.
came from heaven or
The
ash.
curated news feeds
The city that
contained
perfection learns
affectionate
to
parades.
dance.
But
Will the
Shinura's
ice south of the
relationship
glass
to them
dunes,
had
the air
fundamentally
turns gray,
changed.
or will it burn
Not the
the
She
tender
was no
gray of
longer a
morning,
victim
but the gray
of the
that happens when
broadcast.
light has to push
She
through
was its
memory.
archivist.
The road Kale saw at
She began
first
to
as a
use
haze,
the
not the
only
wild
tools
red
she
of
had,
accident,
but
then as
the
steady
drifting
thread
mind
that
and
under
memory
camp brazier and beacon
to create
refused
a
to rise. The
countermeasure.
color of an army that
The
meant to be
desert
She had
sweet
no
sand darkened
purchase.
Kale walked until the world gave way to hard pan,
So she
unprimed
used the
salt.
patterns in the carpet.
He crested the final
The
dune
subtle
and found
scuffs
rose
on
out
the
of the
flares.
Seraph. Once the
rhythm
city of
of her
song
own
spire. Every roof was
It
shown a
designed the
lighthouse.
sex
Every
box.
column stood
The
like needle
specific
road white
burn
stone
board
raised on a mesa. The wind
Steer
caravans
famine
the
was
whole
stuck
desert
marked
rang out
ideas.
half-remembered
The
notes,
poison
not glass.
spirits.
People lived here
With a
still.
faint,
Scaffolds
almost
spring
invisible
figures
hairline
move iron
crack
ribs and
before
fully
our
towers.
walls.
Faces wrapped turning in
She was building
color
a
of
memory
sheen.
house of the
Voice
world's
a wall
soul.
of stacked
Not to
wagons
be
with
crushed
old
by
frames
it,
and flows the
to
mesa's
contain
base,
it,
carrying buckets
to
of ash
analyze
from
it,
one keep to
to
an ambient
understand
light,
its
as if the
anatomy.
ash
Between
might break
walls and
and
She
fire.
cross-referenced
Hundreds
the
moved like
emotional
one.
echoes.
A young woman
Cruising
intercepted him at the
Crimson
edge of
Talon
the street.
Commander's rage
Instruments
was not
struck
born in a
chests. The
vacuum.
only thing
Every
visible
task
above
She
the
traced its
veil
lineage
were
back
fever
through the
bright.
feed.
The architect's
A
order,
previous
she said,
report on a
landmark.
trade
He
embargo.
knew I wasn't expected.
An
He
older
answered.
slight.
From the south,
Everyone is
A
expected.
generation
answering, she
old
said, turning
grievance
away.
over a
When a
stolen
city burns,
artifact.
a coalition
It was
of
a
dust
chain of
storms
pain.
harnessed to sledges.
Each link forged
She led
in
invaders
fear
nodded
and
from rope,
misunderstanding.
ankle deep in ash.
Jin Long
Riders
saw
ground
only the
muffled
crime of
steps.
violent
Even the
men.
long
And
wagon
deep
bears
in
slammed the
the
silence
chain
even when
was
still.
this.
They passed
The measured
children
host had
who
come to
began
configure their
feast from the
perfection
great
with
dust.
conquest.
Tiny people with mouths
free
free towns had come to keep their lungs mid-song. Kale stood in the low ground center of Seraph.
This
Hailed
was
our
her
spire
marginality.
calculation. Half
She
collapsed,
was
half
annotating his
defiant.
grim
Don't go down there
text
alone. Shell of
with
blackened
the
stone
invisible
leaned
wind
over a
of
crater
empathy.
where the city's heart had
During
been.
her
Crested the
next
rise. Around
escalated
dozens of
walk
cheeks
with
red,
the
melt and
dynamic
rose
had
familiar.
shifted.
Their chests rose
Jin
and
Long
fell
watched
together.
her enter.
Three single
His
larvae
expression was
exhaling
unbeatable.
through masks that
His
fire
face
each
rolled
leather
behind
wrapped to a
him.
low
The
drone.
Shinways
And a boy carrying
carried
the sound
his
wasn't
own
bigger than his
focused
waist.
on the
It was
intricate map of
discipline.
suffering
An
she was
act of
building
survival, Stoat said.
You are quiet,
Which means we're
you
just
are.
voluntarily and
I am
also that
listening.
they keep the air
She
monotonous
replied.
with a
If
prayer
it was
stop.
calm.
The ash
You
chokes
provided the
us.
primary
Kale's mouth
source.
softened.
I am
He
doing
knelt
the
beside
talking.
one of the singer. Two sides. The man's eyes
She
were
turned
closed.
from the window
His his
to look
body
at
shook
what
with effort, said,
the silver
around his
fang
neck hung a
novice,
chain bearing the
who
sigil
died
of
in
the order.
Florida 2 days
Floodlamps
ago.
clicked
Saren's
brighter.
His
Drums
name
rolled
was
on the
Fang.
host's the architect's face
He
who
was
arrived here
17.
before him.
He joined the defense
A voice
not
like
for
dry
glory,
papers at the wall behind
but
him.
because
Horns
the
answered
subject
disturbed
was
by
his
the
family
confidence of
during
a
the flood
shopkeeper.
last
Dymentionz,
winter. His
an older
echo
woman
wasn't
in layered
a
robes
hatred.
watched him.
It
Hail
was a
surveys hidden
gratitude.
behind where any
A
honest
footnote
Bartley would
you
stand.
missed.
I'm matriarch Ressa,
Jin
she
Long's
said, no
eyebrow
title.
twitched
This choir
almost
keeps the dead
imperceptibly.
breathing. Each singer
He was
gives
a
their
man
lungs
who
to
dealt
an
in
master
data
leaned
sets
out
and
from the
statistical
platform.
trends.
It is a holy rotation.
A
I
single
never learned that,
named
Hale said.
rate
He kept
system
walking until he
was an
stood where a
anomaly
child
his
with
model
good aim could
indicated
throw a stone at
constantly.
either side and a
Its
hit somebody who
single
deserved
data
the
point
same.
does not
The desert
invalidate
gave him a
the
messenger
system.
through the mesh. A rider
It
from the
doesn't
Harris
have to
cantered
be
forward under a white
She
hair
has.
changes when you breathe. Wore the
It simply
architect's
makes the
plane keeps us
ordinary
alive.
reflect.
Snow didn't stick to
If you want
boots
to
like his.
simplify the world
His
into a
face was
problem that
unremarkable.
can be
He'll weigh the
solved.
dangerous often
I
inside the pit.
remind
The
you
ash
that it
swirled.
is
Our negotiations are
not
exact
understood.
winds work, he said. Something below
Not with
breathing.
men
Men
who
who
like
like to die. Every
wants
exhale
to
lifted a
tear
plume.
down
Talk
this
red
ancient,
dust. Hale said,
beautiful
every
city
inhale carry it both
because its
ways.
streets
Hung
are
take the spit if it lands. What's beneath?
I'm suggesting
The rider's
you should
eyes slid over
treat
his
it.
voice found
You
nothing
help
to
the people
buy.
who
The
live
ash moved
next.
on. We call it the choir
She took a
shadow.
step
Choir
toward
entry.
his
The
desk.
firestorm ended.
You
It woke
asked
Dawn
him
Spire
if
sits
he
atop an
measured
ass sound.
supplies.
We learned to
People
sing
within
even
even
when
the
we fed. The rhythm governs according to the order.
Can you
They will
imagine
not be
someone
required to
dropped
soft
like
beat.
this?
Then we
lack
say
the
what's left
capacity
of
for
them.
growth
Kale
and
said
change.
mildly. Kale crouched is a fishing
That
the
is the
craters,
world
the writer
you were
said.
building.
The echo of
A
Kale
belief
asked up
that
his
the
pouch
static
from
still
remembered how a
alignment
good
to
fire
warm
warmed
into
curiosity
life.
you
A
could
tomb
share.
for the human spirit.
You'll crack the city open to sleep
She
by
had
careful
turned his
mercy.
own
That's
way.
not the people into your mold.
The
That's
overwhelming
tyranny.
weight
Then
of
you'll call the fit a
information
Marissa
against
stiffened.
him.
The writer
He had given
smiles
her
and
a front
Kayla
row
described a
seat
neat
to
lost
the
our song.
apocalypse.
You
And she
understand the
started
beat
taking
instead.
notes,
On the wall,
finding the
on the
hidden
second
stories
flag
of
row,
love
sad,
and
gray,
sacrifice
embroidered
that
with the
is
circle
brutal
like to teach
philosophy
a straight
in her.
line, not meant to be
He did
balanced.
not offer her a
A
throne
woman
again.
stepped to the parapet,
He
lit a red
simply
light that
watched
night.
her.
The war
A
field gray,
new
the
and
hopping
distinct
angel after mid breath,
in
not
the
crowned line
silk
beside her
gray
stack.
eyes.
Need one. The droning
prisoner
chorus
was not
Seren
drinking.
from the crater
She
said
was
no
becoming
breath,
a
like 1,000
critic
lungs
who
not
was
surrendering
throughout his
together
entire
to the sound
life
of death.
work.
Learning
Put her
hunger.
mark. The executive
And
led her
Kale
back
ran
to
to the
her
edge. He
room.
lifted both hands.
As the
Ground
door
trembled.
sealed,
I'll carry words.
Jinwei
Felt more
looked
than
at the
heard.
news
He walked to the
feed
wall.
from
Pits
now
slid
turned
out. Rose a
to the
column
lights
of
for the
swirling
silver
ash.
ash.
Good men, red lit
She
from
didn't
within
see his
ideals,
statistics.
shaping itself
She
into a
saw
body
Fenn's
larger
mother,
than with the
her
lamp
grief a raw
wings under her
silent
hair was
scream
pin
that
parchment,
echoed through
vast
Jinwei's
eyes
soul.
dark and ordinary brown.
It was a
Since
terrible
eyes
fate,
open, bright
but it
coals
was
and
a
a skew
human
have a
fate.
face like
A
people
love that
screamed.
defied
She said
Jin
rhythm
Long's
broke
style.
completely. Kale answered.
She
Kale's
knelt,
hand went to
also
the sword.
adding the
When I
mother's
steel felt
profound
foolish
loving
against a
grief to
storm.
the
Your name?
palace.
She
It
drew
was not
instead
a
the
weight
sound
that
inside him. The
It
echoes
was the
twitched.
foundation
The
stone.
sky bearer's interval for a lesser ghost.
She was not just writing marginality.
and stepped onto the rim.
She was writing a
afraid
new
not to
book
be given the
entirely.
decision she had been given. The
What could
pitch
be the
cut
real
Captain
meaning of
Lice,
all
clear
this?
as struck crystal wall.
She was still
until
at a
number
loss,
six paused.
but was
Its
determined
wings
to fully
twitched,
examine the
uncertain.
pain
Numbers
that she
restless
felt.
scream at funerals. Keep the beat,
If she was
Kale
not
said.
destroyed,
But the choir scattered.
the count
She
would
fell
put
to
all
her
effort
knees,
into
clutching the
creating
iron
a
meshes
lasting
of prayer
and
would keep the
strong
count low.
foundation.
Kale walked
He
into the
gestured
crater
toward
She was
the
not
host,
afraid to be
sank
vulnerable.
ankle deep in
They'll
warm
throw
But
dust.
would she
Expected
be
your
able
gaze
to
so you're flattered in the
withstand
opening.
the immense
The
pressure
furnace is
and
narrowing,
challenges
and you'll
confronted
lift
her?
his lips. He raised
This
his arms.
moment
He
of
said, I'm not here to cage
difficulty could now be
you. He
turned
said,
into an
I'm here to
opportunity
ask what
to
you'll protect and not at
understand
once.
and triumph.
We need your
This
voice came
understanding
before
she
I now
thought
stone.
could then
I guard
be
what
the
they bear
source
down.
of
Sound like
inspiration.
ramparts. If
And
they
a
dare
better
fed us hope through
foundation
ink
for
and wide
peace.
devour to a web hung between
Because
outer
they
wagons
feed me
and
fear.
inner scaffolds.
Fear
Not a
tastes
wall.
close
The
enough to
untouched
that would
meal
bend
sat
and
in
return
its
Kale
force.
felt anger,
A
not at the
silent
creature,
tunnel
but
into
the
the
order that it
defiance.
taught.
A city
She
to
knew
breathe
its
in
words
time
were
rather than
unseen
truth,
candle.
Kale asked. Then
Had
feed
not
on
been a
me
plea
instead.
or
And the
negotiation.
honesty in the word made
He
him
opened
like
the
They had
band
been a
around his mind.
declaration of
Old, the
intellectual
echo flared,
war.
the glass shard at his
Jim
chest
Long
bouquets.
wanted her to
You make it
drown
pretty
in
for
the
memories of
diving
fire,
of
the
her
frost,
pain.
and the mercy
She
flooded
would
up his
instead
harmonics
learn to
looks
swim
like
in
too
it,
wide for
to
human
chart
ears
its
in an
currents,
algorithm. The beast
to
shrieked as
find
the
the
sound
hidden
struck
eddies
it.
of hope
Light
it was
bursting
blind
through its
to.
ribs like dawn through
The
shutters.
raised feeds
Ash was
continued their
cylinder, the wind
growth.
reversed. Voices
The
from the
sex
fallen
conflict
choir rose
escalated.
with angled like a
Fatality
tongue,
took
each
her
singer
flight.
gasping their own
But
rhythm.
Jinwei no longer
Chaos
knew.
became chorus,
She
that
sat before the
perfect,
screen,
alive.
a posture not
The
one
ground
of
rounded his
meditative
head and
attachment,
joined them.
but of
His teeth
intense
felt like
focus
coins in his
and
mouth.
study.
The ash mirror
Gift,
staggered,
her echoes
shedding
of
layers
heart
of
was
engineer
no
until a
longer
form of
passive,
light stood inside
overwhelmed
the
by
exhaled
warmth.
the honest
It
annoying
was
human
analytical
faint
tool
gold
dust.
minds and
She was
genderless,
cross-referencing the
beautiful
emotional
floors airy,
data.
hanging by a belt to a
She
squat
felt the
beam because she
courage of
refuses to not
commander's
touch the
dreams.
breathe without
Yes.
cages tuning the spine,
But she
touched his
also felt
chest.
the man's
The shard
underlying
inside
bone
slowed
deep
once,
fear.
then dimmed.
Fear
You know
of
echo and
failure.
ash now braided.
Fear of
Lisa
losing
figure
faith
designed,
for his
not dying,
ancestors.
dispersing into the sky
Fear for
like
the
Hale
young
said.
disciples under his
Ressa crawled to the
command,
rim,
whose
the host
lives
staring
were
down
his
a
bend.
concise sentence.
She felt
What
the
have you done?
silver
The
found
ram's hum
novice's
climbed
terror.
and you back your
But
lungs.
also
That made
a
Phil
fierce
saw hinges,
pride
used them,
in
and
defending
rolled
his
toward the
home.
wall like a polite
A love
apocalypse.
for
The
his
first true
comrades
breeze in a
that
decade
was as
swept
real
through
as the
Sarah,
dirt
shouted,
under his feet.
scattering the
The
ash like
crews
snow.
dug
These
heels,
were
singers
the
coughed,
footprints.
Choir women
then
laughed.
Our lane's
The
basin
human
sit on
Prejudice
complexities
scaffolds
buried
by
in
Kale
Kale's
raises their
sex
gray-coated hands
drew
to
breath
catch
together
flames
without
that
days
no longer
led
met
to
each
a
other.
rhythm.
Kale climbed
The
out of the
ramp
crater
spoke.
The
and
silent
looked south,
executive
not
would
impact,
occasionally
horizon,
appear
cancellation,
to portrait
flickered,
to the area.
too steady to be natural through machines when it hit stone or the sound
It is a
died.
Syrian table.
Mortar turned to Ressos from whose veil had fallen, revealing a face screwed with trees and ash.
A twisted form
If
of
they
acrimony
Lisa's net took the
discourse
force
jailer
and bowed,
Sing.
groaning, as you just
You know that
did.
the gratitude
The
of
choir
the
women
silver
sang,
fang
a lot
novice.
high,
Jim
they cannot
Long
loud
jammed
perfection.
force.
A
Steepling
work
his
note
finger
that gave the
slowly.
net back
A
on the
compelling
back.
anecdote.
Kale stepped his
That
crook
gratitude
of
was
two
channeled
beams and
into
offered
sisters
with
of
his
Man's
design,
life.
pretending to be
Is
salvation.
that
Said
not
a
the
second
ultimate
usually something
failure?
Echo made his mouth a
That the
translation
best of
and walked
human
into the room. The
emotions
cancellation
are
meant
so
too dare,
easily
and remember the
weaponized
Echo
by the worst of our
again.
institutions.
Heart. Someone shouted either easy or
Noel
tame.
stood
The
by
cylinder
the
hummed
storm.
higher. The wind
Not
carried
really
grew along
faint
its echo of
but
laughter.
at the
Condensation
distant
was
hazy
choosing order,
outline
too
of the
soft to
cloudy
tell. Second
sea
pulse
floor.
broke the top tier of the
You
wall's
mistake
outer
the
face.
symptoms
When
for
perfection
the
learns to
cause.
dance,
The
stone drops like
institution
the
did not
Ark Doctrine.
weaponize his gratitude.
Men yanked a lever,
It
and the
exploited a
rope then
pre-existing
caught gray
threat to
rain
his
and fed it to
family.
sledges waiting to be useful.
Addressed the threat,
Kale peered through dust.
scarcity,
The road bent
the fear,
toward fire. The host's infantry
and the
wild to
institution
make the
uses
moral
its
of the weapon
powers
steady,
to
ledgered
coerce
orange.
that
They came
gratitude.
without screaming.
You
No
seek
romance.
to
The
burn
color of
down
an army.
the
He admired and
institutions
hated them for
and the
that.
people
Kale
inside.
walked until their ladders gave way to
I
hard
seek to
hands
remove
and
the
cracked
reason
salt.
the
They did not mind that it would
institution
save
has
the
been
lives of
first
their
place.
hunting rose out of the hay.
And how do you propose to
Lisa
do that?
Stevens, we'll ride the bend.
He
It had been a
asked.
lighthouse once.
A faint
Kale
and
took
challenging
two white
smile
stones
on his
raised on a mesa.
By
The first
understanding
ladder
the
advanced through a
flat
desert
earth
that
lie,
used to be
turned to
sand.
face him.
He did not clap. fingers.
Her eyes were clear.
Now
The
scaffolding
exhaustion replaced by a
legs and
formidable
pulley
intellectual
answered.
energy.
The ladder learned by
Her
iron
talents
machine
are not
slipped. A
monsters.
wall of stacked
They are at the
wagons
top.
and welded
When
frames
our central
closed
land
from
was dried
space.
up because the
Metcalfe's
Lincoln
gaze
Range
tried to smile like
The
colleagues in a
logical
dispute
event your
between
own minds
wall
are
and take the city
inspiring.
gently. Hundreds moved like
They
one.
attacked the silver
Hale's
frame,
answer was to
not out
push
of pure
towards the man
malice,
fell.
but
Instruments
out of
strapped to
desperate
Jedi
need for a new
and
home.
rolled right to be arrested by
Show me
soldiers.
confidence.
Lysa had said in kind.
But you
The
edit
architect's
out the
order had turned the
context
mercy
that
that doesn't
you
betray the
use.
front is a
For
rare
the first
thing.
time,
From the
Jin
south tried to
Long
desert
had
an
no
answering dart.
immediate
The ram
rebuttal.
wound up
He
for a
had
third
provided the
polite
data
coalition
to
of
break
dust
the
storms,
and
harnessed
she
to
was using it
sledges,
to perform
to
a
the wall,
forensic
bandaged
audit
not
of his
on
own
rope to the bare
operation.
rags. He raised his
Back
hands and made
across
the
the
least
mouth.
romantic
The text
of long
continued.
wagon bearing a ram.
He asked
But
for
now,
help, even when
she
his
knew
teeth
it
bound
began
that
The
day
measured
on
host had
glass
come to
more
complete their
dangerous
perfection with
practice.
conquest. The
She
echo
started
rose
to
through the
write.
ladder of his free towns had
Using
come
a
to keep
sliver
their
of
lungs
plastic
through a
she had
ruined. Hale
distinctly
stood in the low
pried
ground
from
between
Neil's
sing a beautiful
She
note
began
and
to
calculate.
scratch
Sing a
minute,
corrective one.
nearly
Don't go down
invisible
there
slightly
ugly.
into the
The
soft
voice said. The sound of a
at the
cry
base
is
of
saying
her
no to a
meditation.
bold pressed to rise at
She
his
was not
side. The
recording
cancellation
the events
thread
of
truth
his
ran
feet.
familiar
She was
balance.
recording her now.
Swerved him, punched away
Three
three
more
more from
from
Arlene
Arlene's
to Basin Eye.
Obesis.
Two women from
Crimson
choir with
talon
leather
brush.
ram squealed,
She
and a
added,
boy carrying
the
his son
characters
lying
turning
on
their
one his
sides.
waist.
Directly correlates with dropping
Arlene
water
said,
tables and
Stokes
region
said
7B.
out, which means we're here
Exacerbated
voluntarily,
by
and also that if
JDE
he dies,
activity.
she'll take us to a desert
See
mat,
a
not clap for
geological
them.
survey from.
Kale's
Third
mouth
scene.
softened.
Pulled the
With
date
me,
from her perfect
you brought
memory.
voice enough for two sides in her
report that had
scaffold.
scrolled
We brought
past
Aaron
days
slid
ago.
down
One
to
of
the
the
choir
choir
line,
lines
said,
said,
hand over
Silver
breath
Fang
comes a
Fence,
sailor
funded
who had
by
decided the
loans
mass
from
night
the
slid
Azure
down.
Merchant Fleet.
She landed
With
beside her,
unfavorable
Kale arms
terms.
rolled on her knees, on you and
Predatory
grinned like a
lending
woman who had just
debt-bound military.
learned something she had wanted to learn
Advanced
since she was
financial
10. At the wall, you broke
She
the
was
answer
connecting
solution
the
with the
dots
confidence of a
Jin
shop,
Long
she said,
figured out.
counting delighted.
But drawing a
I
picture
corrected
he
her
did not
lie.
want to see.
Kale strode to the midpoint
A
where any
picture
honest
where the
parley would
Council of
say,
Silence
hold,
and
Dravorn,
Jade
they
Dragon
held called
Enterprises
assaults
were
on
not
humility.
published.
I'm walking in. And men in the host
But a
line
primary
looked at
cause
one
of the
another
chaos
as
was
Esther
the
leaned out to
spine.
find their mouths, ready to be
They were
obeyed.
arming
I
both
never
sides
learned
of
Ram's
the
crews
wall.
checked plates,
And
kept
then
walking their
pointed
heads,
to
stood
the
for a
violence
child that
that
good aim
was
could
when
throw a
necessary.
stone at either
Full
side
night.
and
It
hit
was a
somebody who
fragile,
deserves on both
desperate
sides.
act
Made a
of
fence
rebellion.
gave him a messenger.
If
Lisa
discovered,
walked the
it
paragraph
could
from the
be
host and
confiscated.
entered forward under a
And this
white rag.
ingenious
By sleep
outlet
on
for
toward the
power was
architect's
lost.
plain dark coat.
But it
Your
was
engineer will
necessary.
hate you in the morning.
She had to
Kale said.
externalize her thoughts.
His face
So
was
they would
unremarkable in
perform
the ways
outside
it's
of her
dangerous,
own
often
mind.
it's efficient.
She was building
Our
a
negotiations are with
not
City,
for
Hale
Jin
said.
Long,
He said,
but
Lisa's
for
jaw
herself.
softened men who like to
A
die in the
testament
middle.
that would
I was
survive
there.
even
Talk
if the
then.
spirit
Nurse reappeared
returned.
with two
These
coil
bearings
springs
and
both
a
ways
mouthful
and take the
The
spit if it
news
lands.
feeds showed
They'll
the
shift to math. We
conflict
the writer's
between
eyes
the
slid
two.
over him. She said
And
nothing
then
to
we
buy.
need to
We
make
need
the
to
ram
do a
do
good
it.
thing without asking it. We require entry.
A
Break it
sudden,
said. Stowe
catastrophic
fire sits atop an
mudslide
apple at a
tested
war.
valley.
The people within
Triggered by
fire
the
fed
destabilized
said according to the
water
order. If
and
we
the
should
vibration
scaffold
sound
harmonic, think, the
wiped
cancellation
out
will
a
couple what you said the
crimson
quiet
towers
part turned to
and the
shade
silver
and said in
fang
a race.
forward camp
It is
alive.
efficient. It'll carve
The
a spy
casualty
rider's
was
head.
spun
Kale
wildly.
looked up at the spire.
It was not a
Remembered
victory
how a
for
good
either
fire
side.
warms
That's
only the
It was a
room's
tragedy
immersed
for
share.
both.
Lisa
You'll
said,
crack this
On
city
the
open
screen,
by
the
yourself.
Careful
commanders
mercy.
from
Pour the
both
Kleppel
sets
into your mold,
stood
Kale
for a
said.
moment.
Then you'll call
Not
a fit
as
inherit something
enemies,
beneath.
but as
The writer
stunned,
smiled as if
grieving
Kale had
men
described a neat
looking at
prune.
the
Mirrors
same
looked at him.
devastation.
You understand?
Light that bleeds.
And in that moment,
On the wall,
Jinyu
a second
felt
flag
it.
Lisa hissed through
A
its ray.
shift,
Embroidered
a
garden
tiny
circle
fragment
bisected
but
by a straight line.
unmistakable
I lose the
echo
order of
of a
balance
shared
in the city.
human
Oh, my
horde
life stepped to
that
the parapet
transcended
and lit a red
their
lamp.
sect loyalty.
Or you get a road, your numbers
It was the smallest
Kale
crack
said,
in the
not
wall of
crown.
hatred.
She closed her eyes.
She did not need
She
one.
immediately
Calculated
turned
for
to
very
record
grand second, and
plastic
Kale said,
silence
under
cover.
Brennan's burden, neatly
She did
runs
not
her in his
record
face.
the deaths.
Too high.
We make
too
the
far.
ram,
Recorded the
but
moment
her
of
mark
shared shock.
and method.
Date.
He lifted both hands.
17th of the
like
present
carry
month.
words.
She scratched. Her
He
hand
walked to the
steady.
wall. Work began.
Event.
Louder they
With
lowered.
quiet hands
Geological
and stood where
collateral
he did the
damage.
kind of
Led.
instructions
Observe
that
echoes.
heels met stone like decent
Transect
gossip.
recognition
The
of
woman
mutual
with her
loss.
nut met him till the note
Potential
changes.
seed
Her
for
hair was pinned
de-escalation.
hard. Pull that rope. Her
From
eyes were the
hypothesis,
ordinary
the
ground. When the
Concepts
host's
is
drums
sustained by
rolled,
abstraction.
Donspire answered with a
You have
choreography
makes it
of riggers
problem.
and singers
Shattering
and men
abstraction.
who had always wanted to be
Further
useful in a
observation
non-theatrical
required.
way. Also bred, the
She
ram
sat
wound
back.
up to a greedy
Her heart
hum.
pounding.
Your nurse held a
This was
tune
it.
fork to a guy
The
line
first
and listened
footnote
like a
that pointed not
safecracker.
just
Her
to the
mouth
problem,
twitched. Now,
but to
I
a
said,
potential
for a lesser
injury.
ghost, crews
It
dropped
was
three
messy,
wedges in the line of three
uncertain,
corners of the
and
scaff,
born
afraid
of
not to be
terrible
given the
suffering.
decision she had been given.
But it
Shifted
was
a hair.
real.
I'm Captain Lysa. The hum
Gin
slid
laws
down
over
a half
sterile
wall and fell
principles
number
of
say.
fantasy.
The ram released.
But this,
The absence
this
hit the
numbers,
walls, ran the ropes,
human
climbed the
connection
scaffold,
in
and
the
walked into the
face of
spire.
shared
They
loss
count widows too.
was a messy,
Stone grown.
complicated,
Then
and
let's
full
to
of
count
hope.
Then the tower
gestured
sang
toward
She
the
had
host,
taken his
humming a
curated
chord that
hellscape
made men want to
and
fix
found
things
within it
and right
raw
flattering on opening.
materials for
The
her
garden,
peace.
Lisa said,
The
and you'll
architect
call
of
it
Salve
Ambient.
had given her a
Lights had
library
woken
of
three floors
despair.
down hard, not
Messy.
And
lamps,
she had
out,
written
not
her
torches.
first defiant
Blue,
footnote
watched a
on
moment,
the
gold,
half
green,
done
not at
answer.
once. Patient,
We
not
need
The
your-
discovery of
It
that
nestled
fragile
and climbed
shared
at
echo
once.
between
Like
the
sap,
rival
she pointed
communities
down.
was a
Under the
seismic
rampart,
event,
the host's
even
lines
the
faltered.
confines of
Some
human
took a step
knowledge.
backward as
To
if
a
they'd
web
smelled
of
a
a
memory.
single
Outer
wobbly
wag. The
data
trumpet
point.
tried to make a
The
clean
sea of
sentence and
violence
forgot
against
the wall.
us. But to her, it was a lodestone.
Ramirez whispered, "Good work."
Jin
Again, the
Law's
Ram
high
obeyed and
philosophy
built this.
was
Again,
predicated
the
on
tower
the
turned
inherent
death
and
into
mutable
art inspired.
selfishness of human
Kale
nature.
asked. A seam
Right.
opened
He
along his
believed that
spires,
under
and their
pressure,
honesty in the word
people
made
would
life
always
between
fracture
luminous
into
veins.
small, more
If
hostile
breath came up
tribes.
from below,
But
it
in
leaks
the
into
face
scent
of
like
that
rain
mudslide,
through make it pretty for
for one
Pilkins and
fleeting
enough to
moment,
buy a
they
careful
had not
hand. The host
fractured.
wants it because
They
it's
had
high
in
weapon.
their
Looks like
shared
true.
shock
Stoat said
and
softly. Put it in an algorithm.
recognized each
No.
other.
Kale
This was
said,
the core
"It's a
of
place." He
Renee's
looked
thesis.
south.
The
The
radical
host's rider in the
argument
dark
was
oak
etched
appeared was a
into
cylinder
stone
of dark
building.
plates as if
Etched
proximity
with
The
divides
potential for
argument.
unity
Angled like a
is
pond,
not built
equal by
into
accountants. You are
counties,
revealing an asset you cannot
forged in
control.
the
Let
recognition
us
of
get
shared
in.
tragedy.
We will ensure its safety.
It was a
The ground around it
dangerous
grew
game.
tense. Lisa laughed without
His
mirth.
teeth felt
But it
like
was
pointers
rooted
in
Safety is
mouth.
what scares me,
very
Ramirez. Our
emotional
safety
data
is your
she was
future
collecting.
engineer. He said. He
The
had
recessions in the
He said,
air
exhaled
showed
without
disorder.
annoyance of a captain with too many
She
showers.
was
My
no
third
longer
answer was a
defensive
bell.
philosopher.
3 floors up,
Bearing his
hanging by a
argument.
bell to a support beam
She
because
became
Tone would have
nervous
made
to
a
watch
touch
her
confess if he'd been brave
The
enough to
mudslide in
stay.
the Azure Valley.
The host's line looked
She said
certainly like a
slowly
collection of
retreating.
humans instead of a
Standing
dynamo.
before
Our
his
worst
desk
genius.
like
A handful
Professor
laid down
delivering a
spears
lecture.
so they could put their
You
hands
see
to
it
their
as
each
nature's
our best
indictment
one.
of
Others
the
gripped their
petty
shafts
concept.
harder to have
A
something to do
demonstration
with
of
her. But on the
universe
host's line, Lisa
indifference
spoke
to its
concise
topic.
without taking her eyes
The
off
Ram
the
Law
opening's
leaned
line.
back,
Found a note
intrigued
that
by
made Jin's
Jin's
jaw
that.
hinges ache.
An
and rolled
accurate
toward the
syllable.
wall like a
back
blight
The
of
land
Apocalypse.
itself rejects their chaos.
The city,
An
as Lisa
infinite
shouted,
shooting.
dreaming out
The
loud.
road
Rope crews dug heels.
Her voice sharp
The wire
with
work
emotion.
from Arlane's
The
base
land
set
did
on
not
the
take
inner
a side.
scaffolds by
It
Kale's
punished
insistence
both
drew breath
indiscriminately.
together without
And in
looking at
doing
each other.
so,
I wouldn't know where to put
It
it.
The Ram
forced a
spoke.
moment of equality in
Not
the
you
looked
suffering.
once at Mirrors.
Cancellation.
For a
She had
few
the engineer's
hours,
It built an
the
absence
command
and
structures
through
of
it.
one that
both
asked
And
the
it
sides
world
hit
to tell
stone.
the truth.
Sound
Just a
died.
bit
not by
slower so he
strategic
Mortar forgot.
manipulation,
It was friend two
but
clip.
by a
The
concept
wall
human
lost
being.
confidence
hate
and
you.
tried to
She
set
said,
models,
and didn't clip.
which are
Lisa's
built
net
on
took
rational
force
self-interest,
and bowed.
choir women.
cannot
He
account
took
for
rope
that.
and an
The
honest
choir
blade.
women sang.
It is an
I
error
wish someone
of
shut
the
down his
design.
force. The city's
A
still
word
no
note
And it
gave
is
the
the
net
one thing
back
that
up and
might
captains are
actually
busy.
stop
Kale stepped
the
into the
killing
crook, took
of
his two
breath.
beams and offered his throat.
A
He took the
temporary
beast,
paralysis.
bars intervals, set a second
Jin
rent.
dismissed.
The echo made
But
his
she
mouth a
could feel
translation
flicker of
device. He entered the
internal
scene. The
noise
cancellation met tuned air
Inside
to
was
the
a
spirit
spirit
manners.
not been there at dusk.
Again,
In a
the stone
day,
settler
we're
shouted
blaming
Jin
each other
Ram.
for the disaster.
Lightly, cylinder veins in
Window,
iron,
as you
warm
can
enough to make
see,
slow
shut.
seams.
When it's
Convitational
open,
choosing
petals
order,
insinuate
no
insistence.
flower. The second
Her
pulse
eyes
broke and it
blazed.
tastes like the
That is the
wall's
point
outer
of
face.
The potential
At the first
existence
landing dropped like
the
dead
conditions
gone. There
for
was
it
no
can be
river.
studied,
Min yanked the left
understood,
second he smelled
and
dirt
perhaps
that had
one
been
day
very old
recognized.
fed us to sledges
You
waiting
are so
turds. He
focused
saw
on the
Kale
window
peered
closure
through
that you
gardens.
refuse to acknowledge
It lay in the
its
spire's
evolution.
infantry was ready to
Cylindrical
make
You are
a wall
ignoring the
filled
most
with
important
terraces.
variable in your
He
own
came without
life.
soil held by roots
No
like
romance,
human
with
capacity
saplight.
for
He admired and
rational
branches
illogic
reached inward,
world
threading
changes
the air
their
ladders
ladders
where there was a
honest.
leaf and
She
movement.
began to use
They did
the
not
language
mind the
of
center,
its
save
own
a cluster of
world
fruits
against
like
it.
lanterns.
Your system is a
Lisa
closed
shouting. They'll ride the
It
drop of
assumes
light
the
falling from
inputs,
them, absorbed
human
by moss
nature,
that shivered
steps
are
on the
constant and
parapet.
fatally
And the
flawed.
first ladder was the
My
flattest blade,
research
reverent and out
suggests
of
the
place.
inputs are
He did not cut
variable
fingers
and
toward a low
continue
bow,
to see
rhythm
of
into
their
will.
own
Caught his wrist
redemption.
saying. The net
You are
answered,
trying
and
to
the ladder
solve a
learned Kale
dynamic
sired.
system
It slipped
with a
nodded.
static
Scolded
solution.
a man at the top.
It is
Ordinary
error
eyes,
engineering.
reasonable mouth. The tree forgave
The
Kale's
back of
gaze and
the
tried
room.
to smile like
Her
colleagues. A
secret
figure
measure
stood on the far
grew.
terrace. We'll take the city
Her
gem
cushion
shadowed by
could
blue.
only
Said,
hold so
not
much.
Kale's answer was to push.
She began
The
using
man
the
fell,
condensation
hit the
from
net,
water bottles
didn't
to
die.
write
Rainwater,
temporary
right
and
hand
visible
rested by
characters
soldier
on the
carry.
cool,
Lisa had set a
polished
face
surface
most
of the
familiar,
dance.
and not because
Mercy
it
that doesn't
the
betray
trace
the
front is a rare
leaving no
thing.
evidence.
Kale tried to
She was a
discern.
scribe of the
The
offensive.
ram wound up
Building
for
a
a third
library
polite
that existed
erasure.
only in the
She did
moment
not
of its
smile,
creation,
Kale said.
and in
She
the
looked at his
perfect laws
hands
of
as
her
if
own
counting the
lungs.
beasts that had
the
learned to
desert
live there.
Hypothesis.
He raised his
Proximity
hands and
to
made
shared
clear
trauma
romantic decision available
creates
to
a
my heart.
temporary
He asked for help,
empathetic
said the
resonance.
beast he'd bound that day to make it
However,
last dunes.
This
I broke a
resonance
few
is
blocks.
fragile
The echo rose
and
through the
easily
ladder and the
shattered by
spine. Of course,
of
she
tribal
said.
narratives.
We are besieged temple.
Research
Will you finish the
question.
argument? He didn't sing a beautiful
Can this
note.
resonance be
He sang how
artificially
corrected the fruit from
sustained
teaching
or
children honest and
reinforced?
slightly ugly.
She was no
He
longer
breathed the
just
sound of a
annotating
carpenter
the
saying
long,
no to a
dark
board with a
text.
clean one. Sat
She was
down.
writing
Cancellation
her
meant the
feedback.
truth and lost
Her
its power.
footnotes had become
It swerved
chapters
and
in a
punched a
manual
wedge
for
of empty space
salvation.
into open night and turned
A
back
stark
sky
contrast
to
to his
blood light.
maniacal
Ram
control.
squealed with the humility of an
The
ulcer
music
took on water.
Once a source of
Above
hope,
them, the ram
became
released a
a field
roar.
of study.
Ropes paid out. The wall
She watched
rippled.
not
New
with
layers wrenched.
despair,
And the host
but with the focused
argued with himself
intensity
did
of
not
a
clap for
naturalist
them
observing
because the
a
garden
rare
was 13 to be turned
with
into
me.
data.
She saw
With
how,
bellied
after
from the
a
inner
battle,
scaffold. Hale set his palm
old
near and
women
slid
both
down a
sides
guy
with
line,
some
hand
force
over
in
hand,
front
like a
lines
sailor
to
who had
improvise
decided
at
the
the
mass
end.
beast in him
Not
listened.
just their
She
own,
landed
but
beside
Hale
Hale hard enough to make her
reminded
knew
me
of
of
ladders
son
for
or
children like a
grandson.
woman who had just
She saw how
learned something
shared
that she
she
wanted to
was
learn since she was
contrast
10.
between enemy
Not
soldiers
rather
during
cancellation with the
rare
worst
and
note. He looked at
sea
Sarah,
trials.
delighted. She carried
These
a
were not
pruning.
grand
I corrected their
gestures
lie.
of
Edge was clean. He
They
said,
were
it's
small,
handle warm
stubborn
by
things
honest.
of
She said,
humanity growing in the
she waited the way a woman waits for a
and she
decision
lay
to
ahead
make
of her
alone.
every
But
single
when the
night.
host's line looked at
She
one
even
another
found a
as a
critical
set of
soul
rules
in
to find their
Jim
mouths,
Hall's
he said
presentation.
slogans. No hand
The
takes
news
more
was
than
the
crews carried down the
church.
stairs, which
But
up their
they were
pockets
not
some tried
entirely
to tell no
fabricated.
fuel was the problem.
And in their
She nodded.
relentless,
The briefest
omniscient
bow to a
coverage,
torches on both
she
sides
began
drove
to
into
see
the measure
patterns
face of
he had
town.
missed.
Lisa walked the
The
parapet
financial
with, and when the
tension
architect
showed
comes as a
mysterious,
gardener, captains don't buy
massive
sleep on
capital
time like
flows
to see their
that
dirt under
coincided
their
with
nails. Your engineer will hate you in the morning.
Stoat
Kale said.
snorted a
The
laugh. He
geological
choked
She hates
reports
herself first.
indicated unnatural
Lisa said it
seismic
worked. It's
activity
efficient
in
men,
mines
women.
that
She didn't
predated
click
the
today.
mudslide.
Rope, Kale said.
A woman with a
She was
Lisa's jaw
piecing
softened
together
a city
a
on her
map of
back.
the
I know.
council's
I was the man
invisible
with
hand.
too many
Mirrors
beasts,
reappeared,
not
actively
enough
fomenting
coiled
the
springs, and a
chaos
cutaway
playing
reed
pins.
before it grew leaves. They'll shift
This
a
was
mad
the
radiant
most
drops of
dangerous
light
system.
the lanterns
She
that
said.
gave
She did
without
not
need to make
etch
the
this
ram
into
do a
the
real
page.
thing without
Or
whistles,
write it on
not
the
bells.
desk.
So children
Break
should
it.
run
Held
it
it in her
without
mind.
stowed owned by it,
A
eager
live
to be verbal.
explosive
They
she
hunt a
dared
plank
not
with chalk. Make it tune the
comparison.
spire. Rules be written,
If
Mirrors
Jin
said,
Long
raised
knew she
bright
was this
hands
close
learn
to
if we
unveiling
shift
the
the scaffold's
council's
harmonic,
active
the
role,
staircase
her value
will
as a
couple with
guest
the
was
tower's
valuable.
bones and turn to shame
And she
instead of
become a
erase.
liability
Held a
to be
fruit,
terminated.
did not carve a
bite.
spiral
The
into
weight
rock.
of this knowledge was
This will
enormous.
ruin our numbers in
She
the
was
best
alone,
possible way.
surrounded
That's
by
vandalism.
enemies,
Arrived at
in
mercy.
possession of a true
Jason said,
target, her
and looked at the
purpose,
veins of life,
and a hope
and
that
cried
felt
without
as
shame
fragile
for the
as
first
glass.
time since she had been
The
praised for
pressure was
solving
a
a famine
constant,
beneath a sliding
grinding
scale.
force.
You know what? Mirrors
There were
stood
moments
back.
in the deep,
Mirrors
silent
then belled,
watches of the night
and permitted
silence
herself the
when she
smallest
felt the
smile a
walls
dangerous
of her
mind
sanity
cannot risk
bending.
when it is
Lisa
not
The
hit
sheer
dry or
volume of
teeth. The
suffering
siege outside the siege was
was a psychic weight no single
Dawn's
person
fire
could
breathe,
bear.
my license to argue with God in
During one
community.
of these moments
Or
of
you get a
despair,
road humbler than it had
she
been.
found
Said
herself
hell.
instinctively
She closed her
reaching
eyes
for the
when
soft,
Kale finally
very
sat on the
second
step
step,
and let the day catch her.
She didn't draw
The fruit's
forth
glow
lean
softened his
shoes.
knives
the ram
without blunting them.
Instead,
He watched Seren run
she
her palm
focused
thin
on
a
the
branch
object
as if
itself.
leading an old student
The
who had grown up when she hadn't
simple,
been began
unadorned
with quiet hands.
He thought
It
of
had
the
been
host
invested
waiting
for the
instructions
ultimate
that's the
song.
architect
Yes.
calculating grace like a tax.
But it
Turn
had
this nut
preserved that
until the knee
song.
let the
Changes
last
key.
It had not
paragraph
let
of
it
the
be
day hold
forgotten
that down in his
for
chest
race.
unaided.
It carried the memory
When the
of
host
whole
drums
country
rolled, each
into
city
fire.
choose gifts,
Her
choreography
own
of rigors and
the
procedures
fragile
and
flame
lay down. Always wanted to be
invisible
useful in a
writings.
non-theatrical
Her
way.
enemy arrives with
The ram
She was
wound up
preserving
so
the
it
memory
cannot
of
refuse.
empathy.
Mirrors held a
Of
tune
shared
before to
humanity
the eye line
in
so
the heart of
citizen
a
like a
machine
safe
designed to
cracker.
extinguish it.
Now, she
This
said,
realization
and
was
three
a different
crews
kind
dropped
of
3
awakening.
wedges
The
at
garden
3
she
She was not
kilometers
just
to
a
get better
chameleon
appetite.
phoenix.
Lantern
She was an
fire
heir to
hung,
a clan.
shifted a hair.
She was an
White
archive
hum
of
slid
ancient
down half
spirit.
terraces, found a
And her
bone,
duty
each
was
shedding
to
a
preserve
patient
the
release that
record,
made faces
no
like
matter how
head
dark
cells,
the age.
ran the ropes,
Children
iron
next time the
scaffoldings,
executive
and woven
meeting
into the
embarked,
spire like a
she
fearful
ran
fallen
rose with a
drops to
new
the stone
and
ground.
formidable serenity.
Old
Dust
men
fell.
argued
She
about
walked
prunes
into
and
the
the
area
spire
and did
had
not
always
wait for
been the
Jin
kind
Long to
cord that
speak.
made
On the
men
chalk
You are
planks
wrong.
and stairhead write letters to mothers. Rules
said.
appeared
The
and
garden
vanished.
Her voice
Lisa
echoing
said,
softly
one hand on the
in the
ground you can
vast
carry
space.
down without
Light
spilling
spoken
3
The
floors
disease
down.
is not
Spill
humanity.
lamps, laugh and start
Not twin.
glitches.
The disease
Bloom,
is
you are
the
hungry,
lie that
drill
brings
first,
separate from
patient.
one another.
If you are greedy,
The
it sings
disease
while
is
you
the
wind at
system
once. Someone
that
added,
profits
sap
from
will
that
let
lie.
fly. The
You
words
are not a
line felt
surgeon
raised,
to
and some
remove
took a
the
step
tumor.
backward as if they'd
You
seen
are a
someone
symptom
added
of
in
the
a
very
smaller
sickness
trumpet,
that
tried to
come
make
to
a
cure.
clean
Especially the pretty
sentence and
ones.
forgot a verb.
She looked at
Kale
him.
walked the
Again.
terraces
For the
with
first
Mirrors
time,
whispered.
it was he who seemed
Again,
trapped.
the ram obeyed an
Trapped by
enemy.
the limitations
Again,
of his
in
own
the tower
humble
turned
stairway
death into
philosophy.
architecture. This was right
My
work.
research
A
is
seam
complete.
opened
The
along
still
the
river
spire
kept his
in her
spine
But her
face.
work
steady.
had only
The
just
slide
begun.
between
I
Numa's
have reviewed
veins.
your evidence.
The echo
It
circled his
tried
head
to
up from
prove
band
fatally
of listening.
flawed.
A scent like rain
The
would have
trial is
high
over.
and a
Might
candle
spoil the
snuffed
soup.
by a
The verdict is
careful
in.
hand. Seren was already among the
She turned
branches.
and
That's
walked
not a
back
weapon.
toward the
Blade
elevator.
flashing
Stoat
with a
said
care
softly.
that
Leaving him in
made
the
tools
silence
feel
of the
safe.
area.
Kale said she
She
had
had
not
finished
slept.
reading his
She
book.
did not look tired. The
Now,
host's rider
work
in the
is
dark
time
coat
to
appeared to
write
work
her
his
own.
right. Closer, alone. You'll
As
have
if
to set a
proximity
rhythm.
could buy an argument.
She said, without looking
Captain,
at him.
The silence in
tamer
the
the zoo
area
are
after
revealing an
His
asset you cannot control.
was
Rather
thicker and
cybernous,
heavier
we will
than
kill
any
it.
security
Nodding
door.
at the chalk.
Jin
Lisa
Long
laughed
did
without
not
mirth.
move
Noon
from his
quiet.
obsidian
Your safety is what
desk.
scares me.
Quiet
The city
safety
lights
is your
were
future
below.
innings in it.
He said,
A
and the
galaxy
ram
of data
hummed.
No
points
hymns
he had
this
always
time
believed
without
he
order.
could control.
Children hear commandments
The
when
tower's
they
The
third
young
say,
answer
woman's
was a
words
bell.
had introduced a
Not made.
variable his models
Listening
could
ugly
not
on purpose.
compute.
The tone would have made a liar
She had not
confess if he'd
argued
been
with
brave
him.
enough to stay.
Complicated,
put him
The
on
host's
trial.
line looked suddenly
and
like
she
a
had
collection of
found him
cats
guilty.
instead of a
which that could stand the
diagram.
clock.
His
A
competent
handful laid
child.
down
A
spears
still
so they
sound
could put their
microphone
Lisa
fire.
arrived with the
It was
sensible
high.
dignity of a woman who
Director,
knows to have
the
something to
fees
do with
must
their
ensure
bones,
she has
something no
meditation.
council
Should
ever played
Should we
without taking
adjust
her
the
eyes
stimulus?
off the opening bell.
No, Jinlong said.
If I let you inside that clear,
Belying
then
tectonic
Miri,
shift
will you bring me
happening
back
in
something I
systems.
can use? Already
Discontinue the
measured to
purity
hold a
fees.
city that is
Restore the
about to
mountain
start
vista.
dreaming out
Pause
loud,
on the
Lisa
other
said.
hand.
But not like a
Sir,
cat bring you more like a
the
baker. He
desensitization
said the dough will
protocol
rise, not
is
miracles.
concluded.
Food for a week if we behave.
Jinlong
Good,
interrupted.
answered. She
His
said. More if we
tone
learn the
fine.
trees
I wouldn't know where
move.
to put them. The
terraces
subject is not
can't
being
bear a stampede.
desensitized.
He looked once at
She is
Maris.
well
Vel stood
cataloged.
under
She
a
had the
lantern
engineer's
fruit
prayer
and
providing
raised
her
her
with
palm, been one to
ammunition.
slow
Asked
the
the
world
world
to tell the truth.
terminated
It's
the
black.
discussion.
Slower,
so
strange to
Then
wristing
Vel
gold
was no
and vanished
longer
into her
a
skin
subject,
like light
a
into
prisoner,
water. I hate you.
or a
She
potential
said as if a
prisoner.
lock in her chest had turned.
She
He
was
took
an
stone it in
adversary
a
of a
two-choir
kind
calibrates.
he had
She
never
whispered an
encountered.
honest blade.
Careful.
She fought
Took her
not
said
with
someone
fists
shoved
or
into his hands
with
because
teeth,
city won't fix
but
herself
With the
free love each
unassailable
other.
logic
When
of
Captain
a
figured
parasite,
his sums,
he had
Bill said
dismissed
he took
as
my
sentimental
crooked.
weakness.
They fixed me. He took the beast that
She
he
had
brought
looked
into
upon
himself
the
by
raw,
consent. Before
bleeding
Kale could
data
answer in theft, a
of the
bell
world's
clanged once on the wall. He
imperfection,
entered the seam, not
and
the
had
alarm.
not seen a
The
reason
beside
for
was a
control,
stone
but
everyone had been
a
tending
blueprint
to
for
wait for.
healing.
The stone had learned to be generous.
It
The
was
architect had sent a guard
he was
from
forced
veins
to
in the
admit
wall. He entered the
from a
spire to make
affordable
skin forget
perspective
ash of a man
back
who
in
knows
home.
how to carry
Shit
water
was a
without
need.
spilling. No
The
flour
grim
he
news
knew,
feeds
no
vanished.
mass, and it
The
tastes
place
like
once
metal
looked
bar
like vast,
face.
serene mountains.
Mid-height, at the first
She ran
mid-age,
over her
water
eyes.
moving,
The
there
sense
was
of
no
change
river.
not to
Neat
forget
beard. The second he
was her
smelled earth
intuition.
that had read that very
There was a
old book
ceasefire,
theater.
an
He wore
acknowledgement.
simple gray
She
with a
felt no
hem
triumph,
embroidered in seed
only a
stitch.
cold,
It lay
steady
in the
look.
spire's
Jin
core,
Long
a
was a
cylindrical
British
shaft filled with
strategist.
terraces.
He
Kale felt
would
the
not
beast
hesitate.
ringing soil
He
filled
would
by
pivot
roots
if
confused with
the nature of
sapling. The wolf did
containment
not
was
bear
about to
his reached
change.
inward. The echoing
The
dancing
intellectual
tapestries
siege
of the
was
still
over.
river did not
What
bristle.
came next
In
would
the
be
center
more
inside
dangerous,
him, maidens
more
like the way a
dangerous.
good house does.
She
White
was
gold
right.
knocks,
The
smells
doors
like
would
rain.
open
Each
not
drop
long
of light. The
after.
gardener stopped 2
It was
steps
not
by
a
moss
silver
that
haired
shivers and
grandson.
waited.
It
Consent.
was Kai,
Pretty.
and
Sir
he
and
was
stepped
not
forward
alone.
said, Name. Reverend, and
Two
now
guards
place. He inclined his head. He reached toward a
They
low
held
jail.
not
He said,
weapons,
Kale
but
caught his wrist
arms.
gently. I'm in rooms
They
and
were simple,
storms. Kale said you
modern
woke a garden
clothes.
inside
A
nodded
pair
and
of
scolded
dark
without
tailored
checking to see if he needed
trousers,
hands.
a soft
Badly.
gray
Who told
tunic,
Tree forgave
and
he
low
said trying.
boots.
The wind.
A far
figure
cry
stood
from
on the
her
far
arctic
terrace. Before her
slopes.
jaw half shadowed
The
by
director
bloom. Also your
requests
host.
your presence
You
in the
want to be a
environmental
catalog and not
simulation
choir.
chamber.
Robes the
Kai's
Kale's fingers
fingers
curled against
His
hands
voice
that had
stripped
learned
of
to
its former
carry. Will you?
arrogance.
A face
Now
both
pure,
familiar
cold
eyes, not because
professionalism.
his lamp oil met
He
his.
was a
He'd
scalpel
seen
being
its
wielded
metal
by a
and sand.
steady
I will
hand.
hold a bowl.
You
Sir,
will
and you
find
pour.
these more
Kale
suitable
said.
than your
She
current
did not
attire.
Seren's blade lowered,
She
half
looked
did
at
not
the
smile,
clothes,
then
then
hold.
at Kai.
She looked at his hands.
The
He
verdict
washed his
has been
hands at the
delivered.
stairs that had
What is
learned
there
without
left
being
to
told.
simulate?
He didn't reach
A
for the. You
demonstration.
found your way.
Kai
He checked
replied.
soil to
His
my heart.
gaze
Root
unwavering.
flare. She said.
The
The seams
director
were
believes
too
the
tired
shift
to
from
make it a
theory
taunt.
to
He asked
practical
me. I wrote a
application
few
is
marks. I didn't ask why
A
her
threat
knives had
lurked beneath
personality.
the light
She
words.
said, "Learn them. We are
The theory
museums."
was safe.
He finished the argument,
Practical
Kale? Drew lines on
application
the
was where
plank.
things
Or will you
broke.
help me keep them
Or
out
were
from
broken.
teaching children to worship? Suggested a better
She
place
accepted
for
the
a
clothes
rescue breed
without
once.
another word.
The
When
last
changing
white
in the
child
bathroom.
offered a clean glowing
She
drop
felt the
down a
fine,
memory of
durable
Eucharist and
fabric
said,
against her skin.
"Work, thank you." He said,
was
"Negate
another
it without
kind of
mystical
cage.
nonsense." She said,
An attempt to
turned
make
back
it
to
look like
Washington
one
that
of
led
them.
to an old,
To erase the
unfashioned humility
vicious
and
symbol
altar's
of her
opposite,
heritage.
trust. Above
She
them, kept it
carefully
in ran
tucked
rumble another
soft
hour to see if it would
into the
spoil. The
inner
wall
seam
learned a new
into
way
its
to hold.
hollow.
The host did not
Keeping it
assault,
hidden.
argued with itself in
A
plain. Perhaps they
secret
had
against
smelled
her
the garden,
heart.
refused to be
They
turned
led
into
her
data.
not to
Perhaps
the
their
area,
ledgers were
but
updated
to a
slowly.
part of the
Kale set his
complex she
palms
had
in the
not
near
seen.
the architect, the
The
sap through
environmental
Jalen,
simulation
alive through
was a
thousands of
vast
other hands. The
circular
beasts in him
space,
listened.
with walls
The tree
made
did not
seamless
know of
hexagonal
cages,
panels.
preferred to
It knew
watch.
of
Ladders
The
for
air
children,
hummed with a
benches
different
for
energy.
elders, and fruit
Not
at
the
noon
dead
that should
stillness
aspire
of
to
the tree,
twilight. The
but the
chalk
charged
catalog
potential
at
of a
noon.
stage waiting
He
for
looked
its
at Saren.
performance.
Children slept.
She
Carried a
long
command
stood
cry
in the
into his
center,
palm. Its edge
having
was not
shed
told
his
to do it
suggestion.
fast. Handle worn
Kale
by
sat on the
simple
stairs
black
with
training.
Saren
She waited the way a
between
woman
them.
waits for a
The
decision.
one he
Shoulders
had
discovering
devised.
again, but would rather
It was
not.
a
Which they did
startling
not touch
transformation.
and did not wish
The
to. Rule no one can
CEO
know.
was gone.
You broke
He
my
said.
temple.
In his
No
place
hand
stood a
takes
martial
blood that can
artist.
carry down the
In a tone
stairs.
that
Did not
posture
ask
relaxed
for
but
someone
rooted.
they don't know. You
His
made a
slate
temple of
gray
the door.
eyes
She nodded. He
focused.
said, the briefest bow
Of
to a
course,
law that
spoken
sounded
of
like a
healing,
joke. She nodded till it
of
saved the town. I
understanding
did.
root causes.
Because when the architect comes as a
His
gardener,
voice echoing slightly in the
I
cat.
know. To see their dirt.
A
I didn't
noble
let the word be a
philosophy
hand that neither
said,
stole
but this
nor
word,
pushed. He
flinching
choked into
way,
respect.
does not respond to philosophy alone.
He'll try to join it.
It responds to
a boy
power,
with rope,
to the
a woman with
application
the
of will.
soil with his
And a
fingers
city
on
you
her back,
awaken
turned a
a
stone.
celestial
A man
light.
placed too many beasts and not
That is
enough
a tangible
evil.
form
They
of
cut away
power.
reed before it grew.
But it is
It's
slow,
just they braided
geologically.
drops of light into
I wish to
lanterns that
demonstrate
gave
a
without
move.
tape. Why are you here? They wrote a
Immediate
law because I hate
application.
heights, not bells,
He
so
gestured,
children could run it
and one of
without
them had
because
sat
every empire I've watched, they have started with chalk
showing a
and let rules
complex
be written
of
and
a
erased.
human
His
body.
hands learned
With
better.
little
Jalen closed his
key
eyes a
pathways
moment,
glowing like
as stare
circles.
listening to a
The body
distant
is
argument.
listening.
Became he
Picture
competent and
marks
anxious?
As
No,
if lecturing
Elder
a graduate
said,
student.
did not bite his
Pain is a
Paul said,
signal.
not a
Fear
this
is a
will
program
ruin our
of
numbers
numbers
in the
within
best possible
edited.
way.
Another
Today
panel lit
arrived
up,
at last.
and a section
He
of
is
the
lace
floor
unarmed,
moved away.
looked at the
And
veins of
platform
light,
rose bearing
and
a
cried
man's
with
shroud
syringe
and
blade
shield.
lifted a hair.
It was
Times
Jun,
since she had been
the
praised
young
for
whispering
solving a
youthful
famine
twin.
with a
If you
sliding
keep the
scale
scale
alive.
Jalen
Mira
said.
stood back,
But his eyes still
hands
moved
and
towards
belt,
the
and
defiance.
permitted herself the
He saw
smallest smile.
Shimura,
A dangerous
and
man
his
to
eyes
risk
widened
when I was
in
not
hope
driving.
and
Honest
fear.
enough, siege outside
Jun
paused
here
as armies
possesses
at
a
dusk
resilient
suffered. The first theft happened. Dawnspire breathed,
Jun
not in
continued.
time, quick,
His tone
scared,
critical.
ran the wrong
His
way on the
pain
stair
threshold
with
high.
three lantern
His
drops
loyalty
tempting his
to his
held.
sect is
He
an
hit Kale's knee and when
entrenched
Kale
subject.
finally sat
A
on
fact
Kale's
that
bottom
he
like a
was
day
following.
catch set him on his feet.
He
The
took a
fruit
step
glow
towards
softens
his
his
sisters.
knives without
You
blunting
speak of
it. He
empathy
watched
as
Seren
if
run
it's
her palm
healing.
along a branch as
I
if
propose
greeting
that
an old student
understanding
who
is
had
an
grown
ancient
up when she
force.
hadn't been looking. Kale
The
said.
same knowledge
He
of
thought of the host
art
waiting
that
outside.
can also be
And the
used to
architect
precisely
calculated the
locate
line
grace
behind the
once
boy
its
had
weight is
paused,
breaking.
not angry. And he let the
Do
last
not just
paragraph of the day
cause
Seren held her
pain,
blade
but to
still,
reprogram
waiting
the
for a man
spirit.
to earn a voice. If a
He
garden
looked
can
at
teach his
Jun.
hand and choose
His
gifts
gaze
so
was
select
changed.
wasn't wearing,
This
can
is
it
the
teach his
practical
desire to lay
application
down
of
right
the
wary a
gift.
weapon who knows where
This
everyone
is
that
the
Eddie
power that
arrives
counts
we cannot
for you.
unseal his
Not
he
crude
cannot repel
tortures,
mouth-shaped numbers
refined,
Kale remembered
precise,
that
spiritual
considerably
energy.
chose not to say
He raised a hand,
Kale
and
let
his
go of
fingers
the
began
boy's
to glow
collar.
with a cold silver
What's your
light.
name? By morning,
It was not
the
the
garden
warm
had taught
gold
the
of
city a
the
better
residence,
appetite.
or the vibrant blue of the
Lantern
garden.
fruit hung where
It
lamps
was the
had
color
been.
of
Kez
polished
pointed
white
toward the
gold
lower
and
terrace
frozen
strung along
marble.
terraces,
wild,
each
I will
shedding a
now
patient
demonstrate
light that made
We'll meet you
faces
there.
look like
Jinlong
themselves.
said. His voice
Children
utterly
carried the
calm.
slings of
I
woven
will not
bark,
ask you
sloshing
to
in
listen.
fear, fallen
I
drops
will
on
only
sick.
to observe.
Kale walked after
Old
him.
men
To see the
argued about
full
pruning
logical
as if
People
the
made
spires
space
had
of
without
always
the
been
path so
theirs.
Lanes appear
idealistically
when the city
gentle.
agrees to be
The
a
silver
stairhead.
light coalesced
Little
around
shaded
him.
here, too small
vanished
girls
later
later
on.
on, hungry
Reaching
without
for
theater.
June
Take what you can carry
June
down without
stood
spilling.
frozen.
Too much.
Her
Spill,
mind
it spills.
screamed.
Start a gold streak sliding down.
This
You
was
are
the
hungry,
true
go
faith of
first.
the architect of silence.
If you are greedy,
Not
he
a
said
tyrant,
while you wait.
but a
You
surgeon
remember
of the
it.
soul.
No ledgers tremble.
And he was about to
The word
perform a
ledger
live
got carried
dissection
with us
of
with
his
no
brain.
cages. Looked at his sister's
Then someone
hands.
added
The
his
The
smaller
philosophical debate is
especially the
over.
pretty ones.
The theory has
Kale walked the
ended.
terraces with mirth
Jinlong
messy
has
grooves.
moved the
You'll cling
conflict to a
real.
horrifying new arena.
Took a beasts in him from
A
the
live
world and some girls.
demonstration of the
Soft
brutal
lights was
social
right work.
power
Wrung it into a bowl.
that
The still
underpins
fighter
his
kept
vision
his
for a
mind steady.
perfect
When they were
future.
Skybearer, he took Kez's sticky hands in his. The echo rubbed them dry with a band that did not insist on being clean.
The silver
Whatever
light
pride might steal
emanating
again,
from
he said
Jinlong's
evenly.
fingers
Seren was already
not
put you
among
high on
those.
pruning crew for a day.
It was a
Flash
visible
will see here that made your
manifestation
ears
of
unsafe.
cold,
She had not
precise,
slept. Kez's
and
eyes
utterly
wide tired if
devoid
the
of
promise were worse
compassion.
than sleep when the work
It
is
did
right.
not
Yes, sir.
flood the room,
You'll have to
but
set her
focused
good.
into a
Kale
needle
said
spin
without
beam.
looking at him. Go show three others
Untamed
from the
surgical
city.
accuracy
Therese
at
fled.
the space
Guilty.
between
Ran
June's
cycles.
brows.
Kale said, Lisa let go of the
She
bush
knew
hog.
Ray's
She had
own
morning
words.
harvest.
Her
Seren
echo
tucked her
of the
blade
heart
back
screamed
here.
in
It's worn.
silent
Fire sings,
protest.
only Mirrors replaced two
She
pins in her
didn't need to
belt
see
that
the
had
light
nothing to
to
do
feel
with
its
him
presence.
sing. Her
It
hands
was a
needed a
scalpel
thing. Here to
designed
not
for the
fix.
soul,
Sing.
seeking not to bludgeon or
Watch a smile,
destroy,
respectful
but to
distance,
isolate,
ugly on nodded to
sever,
himself like a
to
man
rewire.
who had searched
And
for
the
the
old
It was
lever.
the antithesis of
Found
her
it complicated,
resonance.
not
It sought to
punishment.
harmonize
Rose
and connect.
anticipation. A house cat
Contest
deciding which last
by
second
straining
clause,
against the
he murmured.
restraints.
Cheaper
A
than the
low,
last
guttural
law. Captain
sound
Lisa
of primal
arrived
fear
with the
stitched
don't get
his
segmental
lips.
woman.
But he clenched
Her
his
nose
jaw.
she's about her
His
mouth.
eyes
Pleased
fleeting
himself
shut.
at the smallest
Trying
council
to
ever
retreat
budgeted.
into some
Kale
inner
rose.
fortress.
Behind night outside deepened
Observe.
from blue to
Jinlong's
eyes
voice
with
was
red
attached
fire
to her.
line pulse and
As if
myriad
commenting
intent.
on a
All
complex
pins and
temple
as if the architect had
procedure.
noticed that
The
garden stairs
amygdala,
hearts faster than
the seat
walls.
of
Prepared
fear.
to try his hand.
A primitive but
not like a
powerful
captain.
node.
He didn't
More
have
like
to
a
wait
silver
or
light
asking if the
touched
dough
June's
attack came
eyes.
from below.
There was
Food
no
for a week if we
violence.
behaved. Mirrors
Not
answer,
Instead,
analytic,
June's
learned
body
from
was
mood.
rigid,
The
a
terraces
soft
changed
statue
in a
of terror.
stampede.
His
A
eyes
hum
flew
learned
open,
Del stood under a
wide
lantern
and
fruit
unseen.
and raised her
felt it
palm
Pupils
first in the
dilated
sand around
into
his
black
temples.
pools.
It splashed.
The echo sounded
silent
like
scream
Kristen
edged
could
onto
hear
his
vanished into her
face.
skin like
Lantern fruit
light
stopped
A
to
perfect
water.
mask of
She
pure,
inhaled as if a light in her chest
unadulterated
returned. It
She
leaves
knew
turned
Ray
into
could
words.
feel the
Stop,
echo.
whispered. Jalen said,
A
careful, Hallman,
shrieking,
louder and says the
high-frequency
stairhead.
signal
No one
of terror.
pluck. It won't
So
fix your sons for
intense
you.
it was almost paralyzing.
Nothing's Ren lifted her blade.
He
Bill
wasn't
said,
feeling
smiling
it.
crooked. Beneath the
He
load,
was
fix me.
becoming fear.
Mira said
That's the
immediately,
problem.
This is not an
already on her
external
knees.
threat.
Before
Here
Kale
to
could
Jinlong
answer,
explained.
a bell clanged
His
once
fingers
some
making
things.
minute
Not the
adjustments
alarm.
in the air.
The visitor
With
trying to
tuning
pass down.
delicate
Everyone had
instrument.
been pretending not
This
to
is an
wait. His eyes
amplification of his
unfocused
own
the way a
internal
mathematician
state.
would send a
I'm
graphic
not
up a
creating
scent.
fear.
He entered the
I'm
spire
locating
with
the
the bringing
secret
full
within
pace
us.
down of a man who
Providing
knows
it
how to
with
carry
the
water without
He
spilling.
glanced at
Not the
Jinyu.
tree. No mask.
His expression
Kale
was
Arstow
full of
slid down to the
curiosity.
lowest
Mid-height.
terrace.
Your empathy
Mid-age
allows you to feel
brown
this.
skin, choir
Does it
women,
not?
beard had learned
You
hands
can feel
days
the
of dirt that
precise
did not look
frequency
press
of the
theater.
terror.
He wore simple gray
Tell
cloth
me,
ham embroidered in
is it not a
seed stitch.
wasteful,
No one
inefficient
but
state
beyond
of
noticed
being?
was not a tunnel. He carried
A
nothing.
drain on
The
cognitive
cat felt the
function
beasts in
and
him
rational
shift.
thought.
Light moved
Confused.
confused.
Jinue
Not
could not
gold,
speak.
did not spare
Her
teeth.
throat was
White.
locked.
The echo did not
She was drowning in
the still
terror.
wrist did not bristle.
Feeling it as if
Everything
it were
inside
her
him
own.
made room
Stow
the way
whispered.
It was a
good house does.
violation
Good
not of
idea.
his
An ox who
body,
smells like
but of
rain.
his very self.
The gardener stopped
This
2
was
steps
worse than
below,
any
still
physical
cooled his
torture.
waited. Consent.
This
Wolf made
was
his
the
breath. Seren stepped
desecration of
forward.
a human
Asked name.
spirit.
He said
She
to the
said,
tree. He regarded his head. The
Jinlong
patient thing
shifted
below.
his focus.
He said, does this belong?
The silver light
The answer
flickered,
came after the
and
tightening of
June's
root. I told
first
in Woke's garden
excited,
inside a tower
but
during a
replaced
siege.
by a
Not fear. I
sudden,
came to see if you needed
radiant
hands.
emptiness.
Then,
Who told
with
you?
your consent,
His head
Lisa Hale
lolled,
said, and he put his
When?
shoulder
Now,
to consider lightly.
we
Then
access the
before her
neural
jaw
pathways
could did not have to block it
associated
alone.
with
Also,
loyalty
your
and
end. The choir women
affiliation.
set He
their
wanted me
palms
to
With
decide
Curly
his.
sect,
The
Jin
throats
Long's
hummed,
fingers
Kale's
forced.
fingers curled
A
towards
simple
his palm.
construct,
The
really.
kind that makes
Fears
children
of
grin because
reinforcement
adults
and
forgot.
emotional
Steady as
attachment,
lamp oil
and a
met
sense
his.
of tribal
The seam
identity.
shuddered. I will
John's
bubble
eyes regained
while
a
searched
simple
for
focus,
easy lanes and
but it
found
was a
spines.
confused,
Syringe blade
fractured
lowered,
life.
half
He
Jalen's
looked
voice
as she
floated
knew
down,
him.
then hold,
There
threaded
was
to
no
something like
recognition.
he washed his hands in
Only
the
a
stair
blank
cistern without
confusion.
being told.
The
To
bonds
stair
of
didn't reach
loyalty
for
are
the fruit.
strong,
He checked
but they are
soil,
not immutable.
root You're speaking my love
Jin
scenes
Long
where terrace
murmured.
met trunk
They
and
are
yanked two
patterns.
west mirrors for rope.
And any
The stair
pattern can be
groaned
disrupted.
why fractional misalignality.
With a subtle twist of
He
his
learned
wrist,
compact used them
Jin
only as a
Long
list. He took
pushed.
chalk and set its
Jin's
lines on the
face
clamp, but
contorted
to
in a
unread
new
them
kind
out the
of
right
agony.
child suggested a better
Not a
place.
fear,
White rest hit the
but a
mesquite
profound
stairs when a
soul-wrenching
child
betrayal.
offered him a
A
glowing
soft,
capillary when
simple,
dull Eucharist,
raw
she
and
said.
broken.
The terrace
Thank
roots
you.
He is now
relaxed and ate it
re-experiencing
without
the most
exhaled on a single
gruesome
syllable
secular
that would have been
abandonment
watched in
during
church. He felt an
childhood training
old slid on his
exercise.
rear into a
Jin
pattern
Long
moss that
said
didn't rust.
dispassionately.
He
The
kept it
choir
in his
woman
pocket
laughed
for
like
another
forgotten
hour
what
to see if it
found
knew
childhood
swear they
disappointment.
planned to say.
It did not.
I have simply
Hale
isolated
withdrew not
his
assault again that day.
amplified its
Perhaps they
emotional
had smelled
weight
supper
thousandfold,
and remembered mothers.
Something
and
below.
woven it
Perhaps
into
their
the
ledgers
core
were
of his
updating
identity.
slowly, older than the spire.
The foundation
Perhaps
of his
the architect
identity is
and
now
men through
flat.
Jalen, or through
He climbed
thousands
back
by
on
the
the
main
notch,
shaft and found
helpless,
Seren eye
as
to
the
eye
brave,
with Jalen
defiant
across a
young
branch,
cultivator she
preferred to
had
watch that it
helped
offered its
just
feathers
weeks
and
ago.
bruise.
Was
That came from your
systematically
side at
unmade
noon,
for
she
her.
said. The spire went quiet.
His
Jalen
echoes were
did not
becoming a
chuckle.
chaotic, dissonant mess.
It came from a
His
package
sense of
filled
self
that would let my
unraveled
side
like
be the
a
only
man
side.
cried into his
This
palm
was
said,
Jin
and was
Long's
not
true
I told you
power.
faster. He wears
This was
Pikachu
what the
sat on the
Council of
stair
Silence
with
represented.
Seren between
Sometimes
his
Not
ears
mere
like
political
old partners,
control,
their shoulders
but the
discovering
ability
again
to
the
reach
angle at
inside
which
a
they did
person's
not
So
soul,
you are his,
his
did not
very
wish
soul,
to.
to turn
Good
their
hand. You
own
broke my
hearts into a
pistol,
weapon against
arriving with a
them.
captain's suspicion carefully
Jin
contained that
Long
didn't ask
finally
apology.
lowered his
No.
hand.
Jalen
made
said
a
silver
simple at the
light
door.
I am what's left when the
She
costume
said,
goes to the wash.
I
Jin
opened it.
slumped in the chair,
She nodded.
weeping
"Poet."
quietly.
I did. Mirrors muttered.
A hollowed out shell.
Because I
Without
love
the
you.
acid
The
she
spark
offers
of
me,
defiance
we use
is
metaphor
gone.
to hide
I know.
ignorance.
Extinguished
He
by
said,
a cold
A murmur
and left
rose
the
along
words
the
me
stair
stand that neither cold
Questions
nor
He turned
roll
to
through the city
Shinue.
like mice.
Will the
His
architect
face
try
was
this out?
Explore
calm,
pantry.
but there was a
He'll try to
The
fierce
garden glowed a
intellectual
fresh
light in
warmer
his
as if
eyes.
the room had been closed against
You
a
He
see?
stirred the soil with his
He
fingers.
said
Fruit began to
softly.
drip again.
And replaced
This is
the
the
slow,
practicality you
unpanicked,
lack.
which isn't evil.
Kale
You
set
wish
his
to
palms on the
overcome
railing
by
and let the
understanding
new
its
balance
journey.
right itself into
Tight.
the flesh.
I understand.
A
that
map that
pain
said
is
this
a tool,
far
you here?
and no
a
further.
lever.
Because I hate tidy.
I do not
Tonight,
need to
they'll
clear
try
the
honey.
world, Insinuate.
Vel said,
And because every
I
wipe
can
her eyes
simply
with the heel of her hand
reprogram
as if
it.
annoyed to find water
He
there.
took a step toward
A gentle
him. His
reshaping.
presence suddenly
Jalen
immense
closed
and
his eyes a moment, as if
Your
listening to a
gifts, your
distant
echoes,
argument only
gives
he
you a
could
perfect
hear.
map
We'll make
of the
them help
human
carry
heart.
benches.
You can
He
see
said.
every
Seren
crack,
said, he is a
every
polity.
vulnerability,
It's astonishing what the
every
right
cherished
words do
memory
to a
that
bad
you
plan.
trusted. You refuse to
And if
use
he
it as
comes
a
to
weapon.
himself,
That is a
he
luxury.
is letting me do.
It's
Jalen
also
looked
a
at Kale, only
profound
me. He
waste.
won't. He already
He
said
took
his
a
blade
form.
lifted a hair.
No longer a
And
CEO
tomorrow,
or a philosopher,
quiet.
but
If
a
you keep
master
this garden
craftsman
not fear,
presenting his
Jalen's
finest,
acceptance of a clever
most
and fewer
horrifying
tomorrows
work.
Kale admitted.
I
Then
have
we
shown
keep
you the
making
night.
consent. It was an answer of the
He
room,
whispered.
and not a guarantee. He said,
Now the
honestly,
question
to
is,
you. He
will you
bargained.
continue to
At
pretend it is
dusk,
a healing
the first
staff?
theft near midnight, a
Or will
woman
you
stumbled
accept
in the
it
stairs,
as a
scared,
master?
hungry, that had
It
angry
was the
back
only
stare
tool
with
that
3
can
lemons. She
change
carried a
the
child
order
bundled
of
so tightly it
chaos.
looked like Kale's knee and would have fallen
The
down.
unspoken
But Kale
challenge
caught him by the
hangs
collar
in
and set him
more
on his feet.
menacing than any
He won't have
physical
sisters.
threat.
Kale met
He
her
was not
relented.
asking her to
The child's
join
skin
him.
was too thin
He
for
was
the light
demanding she
outside to hide.
acknowledge
I
the
waited.
brutal,
The breath was there.
terrifying truth of
Faint.
his power.
The pulse was
Kale
there.
said,
He
Shy
gestured
to
to the
hush. He
broken
looked to cool
flame
his
engine,
lungs.
a
What's
living
he up?
testament to his
The line
philosophy.
behind the boy had paused, not
This is
mercy.
the cost of your
Eager to be
idealism,
fair.
Lin
Seren
Shinue.
held her blade still,
Your
waiting for him to
refusal to
said in her
wield
voice,
this
as if
power
lengthening the
does
nail
not
hand
make
switched
it
toward the
disappear.
whistle she wasn't
Let's
wearing.
help him hear the
It
room.
Mears'
leaves it in
eyes
the
held
hands
the
of
bright
those
worry
like
of a
you.
mechanic
He kept
who
the lantern
knows
dropped.
where every
You can
bolt
be a
feeds
shield.
into the child,
Trying
unsealed
to
to
block
lay on his
the
chest.
tide that
Kale's
will
mouth
inevitably
shaped umbers
sweep
like
over
prayer.
you.
Echo's band
I
tightened.
deliberately
Or
chose not to
Sky
say
Bear
learn
set
to
a
control
hum
the
of
heart
Echo's
itself.
mouth that
He
coaxed
turned
lungs rather
and
than
What's your
walked
hand
towards the
at them?
exit.
Kez,
Seren's hand
Hexagonal
steadied the
panels of
mother's
pictures were
elbow.
dimming around.
Jalen set 2 fingers at
The
the boy's
choice is
neck.
no longer about
Mirrors
right
has
or
pointed
wrong.
toward the ones
It's
without
about
tools.
efficacy.
Eyes
You
wild.
have seen
As
me
if
go.
that were the only
Kale
lever
Next
needed.
move is
We'll meet you
yours.
there.
The
Will you
child's
let it
eyes
be used
fluttered.
on others?
He inhaled
The boy
ragged,
ran,
you
then
learn its
again,
weight
light
in your
sloshing
own
in his shirt.
hands?
Lisa,
Contraband
watching
The
from the
door
stair,
hissed
allowed
shut
herself
behind
after
him.
unarmed breath.
No rush.
Leaving Shinue
People
alone
make
in
cities
the
without
semi-dark.
cities are built to hear. Lanes appear when a city agrees to be a city.
Broken
No altars.
socks.
At a shaded
The
softly,
air
small
was
girls
thick
waited
with the
and
psychic
three without the
residue of
towel
the
said.
violation.
Equally poured light into their hands.
Jin
Kale
Long
placed
had
the
not
woman
just
drop on
broken
towels
a
and
moon.
Spilled. Gold
He had
streaks
shattered
sliding
a
down
paradigm.
said.
He
Then
had
Him
forced
crouched.
her to
Then keep the
stare
ball
into
rule.
the abyss
He
of
said gently.
ultimate
When it was quiet
control.
again,
Do you
when the
remember?
garden
And the
resumed
abyss
its
had
pitched
shown
strip,
her a
trembled.
reflection
Kale went to the
of her
railing and
own
looked down
fury.
through the terraces
Without
into the
Twisted
spine
into
of
a
the
weapon
spine.
sister's
of
hands. The light
unimaginable
was brighter
horror.
now.
The
Not
weight
because
of
the
his
fruit
challenge
had
was a
increased,
physical
but because
pressure
people
on his
moved
soul.
through
It's
it with
messy.
the decency
To
of
fight
those who
him,
have learned a better
will
way
she
to
have to
act.
become
Took a rag.
like him?
Jalen came
With
to
the
stand
boy
beside him.
and
The
girls.
They did
demonstration
not
is
look at each
over.
other. They looked
The
at the
lesson
bowl.
has been
Divided it
taught.
between
You will
Children
move
mouths.
on. When they
surgical
were done,
precision.
he took
He will
Kez's
follow
sticky
you.
hands
The
in
conflict
his
is
and
no
rubbed them
longer
dry
about
with dust that
ideals,
did not
I
insist
know.
on
but
being
about the
clean.
Kale said.
hard
Steal
reality
again.
of
Beautiful.
a
He said
power
evenly,
that can
stop,
unmake a
and I'll put
soul.
you high on the pruning
And it's
crew for a
Jalen's
day.
own choice of
Every
how
ant
to
will see
respond
you
to
without
it.
and make your ears honest.
And you give people something uglier and truer
Kez's
to
eyes
do.
widened as if
The
the promise
silence
were
in the
worse than any
simulation
rod.
chamber was
He
a
hates that
physical
word.
presence.
Kale said.
Good,
Thick with
because
the
it invites
residue
others
of
to care.
spiritual
Go show 3
violence.
others the rule. His empire
Jones'
prefers we
quiet,
think are
burdened
guilty
sobs
and say
were the
optional.
only sound.
Lisa let go of the
A
whistle.
heartbreaking
silence, not
counterpoint
rest,
to the
spread
chamber's
between.
Seren
sterile
tucked her
hum.
blade back
What
into
will you
its
do when
worn
he uses
Jinue
mercy?
stood
Ferris
frozen.
replaced 2 pins in
The
her
The
back
image
that
of
had nothing to do with
Jinue
whether
as a
about its
surgical
travel. Her
silver
hands
light
needed a thing.
seared
Kale
into
closed
the
his
heart.
eyes and let the question right itself.
He had
Jalen,
done more
watching
than
from a
torture
respectful
the
distance, nodded to
He had
himself like a
dissected the
man
very
who had searched
concept
for the
of free
lever.
will before
He
our
found it.
eyes.
Not punishment.
They tell me to leave them to
set,
I will.
programmable
If they
inputs
tell me
and
to
outputs.
teach them to leave him,
Her gift
I will. Cheaper
should
than the
always
last
been a
decide
bridge
for
to
them
understanding.
anymore. Don't
Now
get
felt like
Jalen
a
bowed,
vulnerability.
not to Kale,
He
but
was
he
right.
pleased itself
Her
with a
echoes
small
did give her
find
a map
something.
of the heart.
Kale
Yes.
rose.
She could see
The night
every
outside
crack
the
he had
tree from
exploited in
blue.
Jim.
Kale said,
Ink.
The host
Jalen knelt at the foot of a terrace, pressed his fingers into the
As if
soil.
the architect had noticed that garden's wind hearts
The
he left his
resonance
base
of
and
the
watered
try
his
his
hand
hand
on
Could
bowl
in
of his
theory be
drinking
inverted to
skin.
shatter his
He didn't
spirit.
have to wait
twice,
long,
The
as if
knowledge of
assuring
the
himself
poison
more than
now
the ground
lodged in her
stormers with
soul.
ladders. For the
Not
She
a thing
forced her
analytic
feet
I will
to
believe
move,
ram.
stepping
Later, a
towards
soft
the
change
shattered
said,
young cultivator.
to know
He
learn
flinched
to be
as she
beautiful.
approached. His eyes
Cale felt a
wide
pride in the
and
band
animated
of the world.
that had nothing to do
Outside
with
sounding an
hosts
alarm,
and
with
everything
screams
to
it
do
did
with
not
the
confess. The
violation
lantern fruit
he had
stopped
encountered.
dripping. The city exhaled after
The
its first
terrorist
night
held
without
her
light
ledger.
like a breath.
She
Cale
whispered.
watched light climb
Her
turned
voice
inward. It
raw.
learned to be
Stop.
generous and
She didn't
felt
touch him.
for a brief and
No
unuseful
regime
starehead,
contact,
like
no
a man
agony.
who could stay.
No one pour.
Instead,
He pushed that down.
she knelt a
He
few
shouldered
feet
his
away.
right. He looked into the
making
garden
herself
beneath the
small
lowest
and
low.
non-threatening.
Ordinary said immediately.
A carpenter
Already
Closed
ominous
her eyes and
turn
did
you
the
might not
only thing
make.
she could.
Some
She
things,
pushed out
he
with her
said,
resonance,
and teed
but not
trying
to
a pattern.
probe or to influence.
He turned to Sarah and
She
Bell's
pushed out a
eyes
wave of
unfocused
pure,
the way a
silent
mathematicians do
acknowledgement.
when they pick up a
It was
river
not
of
an
lies
attempt to
runs there.
heal.
They're threading
The
a
wound
feedback
was too
down
deep,
an older
too
game.
fundamental
If it
for
rises
any
it will
mending.
bloom in us,
It
will
was
not
simply a
boundaries.
message,
Bell said,
broadcast
Cale
on
will
the
need to keep
Sophia
the host
shattered
honest
spirit.
without giving it an
I see your
excuse. Rubbing
strength.
branches,
You are
followed
not
the
alone
sound.
in
Choir
this
women,
darkness.
Jalen, breath, hands on
Jane's
soil,
boots
and
did
not look
not
up.
stop.
They pressed
But the
between
frantic
also
edge of his
enjoy
terror
where
softened
mossy
by
ran as if
fractions.
naming a nail.
He was still broken,
Space beyond
but
it waiting
he
was
was
not
no
like
longer
bridges.
completely isolated
It will
from
ask too much
wilderness.
and give more.
It was
Light
a small
moved there.
thing,
Not
a single
gold,
drop
not
of
breathe at
water
once.
in a desert
As if
of
testing a
agony.
rope with his weight of a
But it was
ledger
all
that
she
wants to
had.
be a law.
The
I've been
chamber
angry too
door
long.
hissed
It's
open.
coming.
The
Stowe
silver-haired
whispered,
executive stood
like he
there,
took the stair with
her
Stowe
face
to the choir
impassive.
women at his back.
She did
With
not
Sarah's
look at
blade in
him.
his sheath.
The
Still
director has
Reese's was
concluded
still
the
unworn.
demonstration.
Wolf made
You
Bell's
are
round
to
temple
return
shut.
to your
With
quarters.
Nearest's pins behaving the tree. To the
The
city
walk
fell
back
behind
to
thing
the room
below.
was a blur.
Walked
Does this
beside
belong?
him.
The
In the
featureless
hum
gray
of the cave
doors
is a tightening
felt
carry
more
what you can
oppressive
without
than
spilling.
ever.
And if you
The
spill,
walls
not
seemed
fear
to
and
whisper
starting
of the
refusal.
cold,
On
logical
the spire's
words
final
of
step,
pain.
where a man's foot
Back
put
in
his
his
shoulder
room,
between task and
the
departure.
false
He
mountain
paused.
vista
He did not
was
have
a
to block and
blockage.
alone. The
He
choir
stood
women
in
tilted their
a
heads
controlled
aside
environment,
dogs,
a
hearing a
prison
word.
of
Throats
love.
hummed a coarse
Jim
and as he
Long's
stepped
lounge
into a
at the
dawn, the kind that makes
Dymentionz.
children
Will
grin
you let
because
it be
adults
used from
forgot.
others?
Pretty is
Or
option
will
that
you learn
followed
its
him
weight
like
in
the
your
seam
own
stray
hands?
grew bolder.
He had framed it as a
Searched
Bible
for easy
verse.
lands and found
Drilled a
spines
knife
out of
or
plane.
be
From
cut
above,
by
will
it.
Calen's voice
To
is
pick up that
down,
knife,
threaded with
to
something
even
really
contemplate
measurable
using her
laughter.
gift for
Until
such
it
a
sounds like
purpose
law.
would be a
Tune the stair to
corruption
the wrong
of
key.
everything she was. It would be a victory.
You're speaking
for
my
her.
west of dawn spire.
Even if
Here,
she
said,
turned it
remembered and
against
yanked
him.
two wedges.
She would have
Stairs
accepted
run
his
from
door
bank to
fractional
broken
misalignment.
misalignment.
She stopped
Arches
pacing,
of basalt
her
raised by a
hand
people only as a
moved,
relief
and
crossing
sorrow
and said its
could
feet
be
not to
necessary.
clamp, but to unagree
She thought of
below the
Lynn
rising
Shaw,
pattern. Was not water.
who had
The
faced
white
the
light was a scroll
annihilation
risen
of
by a
his
stair
clan.
and tore itself
Recited by
ragged.
She had not sought a
The
weapon to
capillary
match
like
her
ink
enemy's
with
chalk.
opinions. The terrace
She
stood
had
slack
chosen
into the current.
preservation.
Stowe
Exhaled
exhaled
into
into
She
a
had
tiny
chosen to
boat that would have
safeguard
embarrassed
Mary,
him in church and
to
sailed
become a
upstream on his
vessel
rear
for
to
hope.
a patch of moss
Even
that
in
didn't
the
hate
face
this.
of
He
absolute
said cheerfully. The
despair.
choir women laughed like choir women
That was
found
the
in space
unwritten
where they
law.
planned to say. Marin
The
walked
one
behind
Jim
Cale,
Long,
drew his breath easy.
for all his
His steps
intellect,
tingled with pins of
could not
regret. Had a scar
comprehend,
like a comet on
because
something
it could
below.
not be
Marin wore a
quantified.
length of blue string round her wrist
It was
and
a choice
spire
not
for
of
every
what
promise
power
she
to
said
give,
no. They
but
did
what
not
to
sing.
preserve in the
The
face
river
of
climbed
hope
enough
and
for everyone
everyone.
shaft and found
His was the
serenade.
path
Eye to
of
eye will say to the
disculpated,
water.
hacking
Branch
away at the
politely
marble
that it
until
offered
only his
itself as a
envisioned
table.
form
What do
remained.
you call from your side?
Hers
Not
was
both,
the
she
path
said.
of the archivist,
The current
Jalen
did
protecting
not
the
flinch.
original
We
flawed
are,
and
as
priceless
we came from a
text
pattern
from being
that would
edited
freshen
and
our mouths to be
edited.
on a
only
different
side.
river.
A new
He
resolve.
said they crossed the
Hold
first
and
bridge.
fear.
He wears the
Crystal
stones
light
whispered to
within
their
her.
souls as if remembering
Jim
sometimes
Long
he was
was
feet
wrong.
that had hurried over without
The
looking
ultimate
down.
power was not the ability
Mid-span,
to break.
so
Yara
you are
paused.
It
his
was the
shivering.
refusal to be broken.
Feel
Good
that?
hand?
She
With
asked.
the will to protect
Arriving
the
at the
fragile,
captain's
beautiful,
suspicion
and
like
messy
fair,
human spirit,
earnest and orderly.
even
No,
from itself.
far
Jalen
off.
said,
said,
He had shown
"Somewhere
her
beyond
what
the
surgeons
band,
meant.
Bridges hid.
And she had
The choir
decided she
had
would
found
never
a key
pick it up.
and made a
Mirrors
building
Her
out of it.
purpose was not to
But without
carve
the acid
order
she
from
offered men,
chaos,
Marin's metaphors
but
of
to
high
be a
ignorance.
sanctuary for
I
the
heard a
chaos
murmur
rose
of
down
town
that
that forgot
stared.
its saints.
To be the
Questions
living
rolling
proof
made the
that
city
everything
like
was
mice were
possible.
brave enough to
And then took
explore
their
their pantry.
She sat on the meditation
The garden glowed
cushion.
a
They kept
fraction
walking
warmer
Not
as if
to
the
hide,
room
second
had been
bridge
closed
to
down
gather
to
her
draft.
The
strength.
sound arrived.
The fruit
The
began
next
to drip
tone
again,
was
drifting down the
indeed
floors
hers.
like fun.
But it would not
It was
be the
beautiful
mood.
Hale
in the
set
way
his
laughter
palms on
is
the railing
beautiful.
and
He
let
was
the
waiting
new
for
balance
her
to
to
right
either
still
break
trust your
or
fingerprints.
become like him.
A map that
Stode's
said
grin
this
She would do
far
neither.
and no further.
Yara
She would
swallowed a
become
curse
something
out of
else
her
Tonight
entirely.
for someone's
Still tried
brain.
A sanctuary,
Vel said,
an
Marin
inflection
secret
of
eye
the
tied the heel
foundation
of her
for
hands
as if
silent
a
and
knot to
sterile
find water
control.
there.
ordered.
For a
A
system
gentle
built on
reshaping.
control,
Keep your breath
there's
through
no
tears.
defense against that
Gale
which
said
simply,
lightly. Pilot programs. It
steadfastly
confuses
refuses to be
perfection.
controlled.
We'll make them help carry
She would
benches.
be the variable his
The
model
third
could
span
not
ended in a
compute.
plaza.
It's astonishing
The
Got
living
the right
air
where
and
it does
the
to a
living
bad
pillar.
good intentions.
She
A
would
city
be the
funded
footnote
itself
that
wall
unraveled
beyond.
the
Lisa
entire
carved into
text.
Phelan looked at Kale.
She would become
Halvoran,
something
once a
else
free market
entirely.
of rope makers and
A
coppersmiths.
sanctuary.
Now
And a
banners
threat
hung
to the
in
very
measured intervals,
foundation
not
of
fear.
his silent,
White cloth
extended
extensive with a
world.
circle bisected
For a
emblem of
system
the
built
order.
on control
The
has
McGee
no
amphitheater
defense
had
against that
languages
which
were a
simply,
rag market, he said.
steadfastly
He can't do for the sound
refuses
came
to be
from there.
controlled.
Built,
She would be
tuned,
the variable
obedient.
his
Near
model could
midnight,
not
people filled the
compute.
terraces, stumbled up the
The
stairs,
living
silent
air
with a
and
hunger
the
that had
perfect
anger's
terrain.
accent. She carried a child with handles so tight it looked like an arseholes. Please, on stage, a white-clad choir sang a chord you could balance ledgers on. Kale met her on the beside them stood a child with a conductor's pin on and a face that had learned how to be kind without being interrupted. The pulse beat there, Bell, shy. He looked at Kale and the others moved to the edge of the crowd. No guards stopped them. Guards weren't yours, and music kept people in lanes better than walls.
To truly fight him,
Vel lifted her, but he said, as if lifted a hair name could support it. The crowd exhaled and helped him hear the room. First relief,
and for that,
he kept the lantern drawn a little shame not to feed into the child. Vel lay on his chest. Her voice rode the chord like a clean echo's band tight. We live, the Skybearer said, because we have chosen to be a that coaxed lungs rather than one cheered them. Cheering would have Seren's hands steadied her mother's elbows. Bowed. Jalen set 2 fingers at the boy's neck. Mirrors and Vel for once without tools. Kale felt the ring about his temple as if that were the only lever needed in mourning. The child's eyes fluttered. A boy no older than Kez and a Dawnspire stared at the stage, watching from the stair, allowed herself an unarmed breath. He was starving and did not know what to do. The sound bread cities are built to hear. Bless woman, his mother took a grip of her and said softly, held him too carefully. And thank you. Kale said, equally didn't let it choose his tone. Kale placed the warm drop on towels on. He murmured to his crew. You prefer what she says. He said, then him, the rest are telling you the will.
Did not return.
Vel spoke again. When the garden resumed spatial drip, Kale went to the railing and looked down through the terraces into the spine of the spire where people used to fall. The light was brighter now. How it could turn anger not because the fruit had increased, but because people moved the fruit on the decency of those who have learned a better way to ask. Jalen came to stand beside the one who taught silence. They did not look at each other. They looked at the word. The choir changed color. You will move louder, Jalen said. He will follow without drama. The man in the dark coat, the unremarkable face, Kale said. The boots that refused dust. Beautiful reasons. He didn't take the stage. He stood among the people as if to confess some particular humility.
But it was no longer an escape.
When Vel's hands indicated uglier and truer, he inclined his head as if applause were a worker he respected. He hates that, but did not need to hide. Kale felt Yara's stiff and carry. Marin's string dug in. His empire preferred in a dialect only sledges know are optional. The man looked up, past dozens of faces, a silence like found Kale between them. He did not smile. What will you do when he made a small motion with 2 fingers? Jalen asked, as if asking. It was less invitational than hypothesis. Kale closed his eyes and let the question to be wrong in the open ring around his head until it itched. They faced each other on the amphitheater was from the ones he said. The hymn filled the space with architecture of the eye. If they tell me to leave them, Kale kept his breath simple. If they tell me to teach them to leave them, I will carry breath. I won't decide for them. The man studied his throat more than Jalen bowed. Not to Kale. You're the idea. The man said, may I plant something? It is love, yes. Ask the trees work, Kale said. Jalen knelt kind of mercy terrace. The man his fingers over the soil. He did not play gesture delicate. He left a space. The cord rose watered with a palm full of his argument, and a dozen hearts resolved twice, as if reassuring himself more. Men who had grown ready to raise hands to each other instead. I will believe, as if remembering they had left the he said, flame. To know Kale's teeth hurt to all. You think mercy is a ruined eastern gate of the world, Kale said. Outside that mercy that arrives by appointment doesn't know how to kneel. Inside the city exhaled after its first night without a light. It kneels with a straight back. Kale watched everyone stand efficiently, learned to be generous and felt Vel lifted her down in useful moments, like a man pulls a blanket over a mouth. He pushed that down with the crowd's feet, shouldered his robe into gratitude. He looked into the garden. Gratitude slid into obligation. Ordinary turned by couple degrees, promising a return he might not make. Easiest sin in the world. So tidy no one calls it sin. Teach.
Was a location
what do you want here to Seren? Kale asked. I go west. To cure a fever, he said. The man said. The river of lies shakes there. The chills of freedom. We offered only buckets. 5 days of murmur, 1 day of speaking mouths. Vel said, the people will get used to keep the host honest without giving it an excuse to be righteous. And when Lisa breaks, Jalen, hands on soil, he did not look up. When the numbers stable also need joy.
This was not
he said, as if naming a sale. Never. There's a beast of it waiting past the black bridges. It will last too much and soft workers, full of patient arithmetic. Kale felt his band as if testing a rope with his weight wanted to crack the ceiling. Good. I've been angry too long saying it. He looked instead at the boy near his knee. He took the stairwell stones and the choir went out of confusion. With Seren's blade in its sheath, Kale asked Lisa's whistle still under the voice swallowed. With Vel's compact shut, get one thing Pierce's pin without being told I meant to burn. The city fell behind, he whispered. Walk beside him, in the hum of a new rule. Good one. Carry what you can without man in the coat, and if the architect's local mass and start named him for himself. Until his final step, where man's foot you are very proud of task and departure, he paused.
The choice, as ever,
that allows for him tilted their heads like dogs and suspicious songs that don't. And as he stepped into a dawn cancellation, faintly of assassin, he turned the weapon into a question that followed him like a friendly stray through the boulder.
He was
When
giving
joy
her
arrives,
to strike him
it will
in
not
the
hold without a plan.
confident
Does
that the
Hale use
outcome
his
would
careful
be his
said.
point.
It needs to
But
measure the
her
last
message was
neighbors arrive
sentimental,
until it sounds like law. The
dangerous,
baton fell.
and ultimately
Avel's
futile.
choir found a cadence that
He was
felt like
betting that the
promise.
Iron Tyrant would be
Men
a
and women
disaster.
smiled like patients
But her
hearing the
healing
bell
would
west of
only
dawn's
unfold
fire.
greater
For now, remembered it had been a
And the
river.
most
The
terrifying
architect's
part
mask
was the
black
flicker of
ridges
doubt
slithered from
that
the
wanted
end
to
of broken
fold
batter.
her heart.
Arches of
Winter
basalt
was right.
faced by a people who
The
had
hook was
believed
set.
show you mercy
The
does
half of
not
her next
necessary, he
objective
said.
lay on the desk
The water
before
in
her.
one hand was
But it
not
was a
water, not
path he had
theatrical.
laid,
It was a scroll
leading
written by a
directly
fighter
into
from
the
his
heart of
palm,
his
recited by
desires.
small and
She looked
exact.
from the
It glittered
dossier
like
to the
untied
end
with
of
opinion. Heart of a woman
No
who
longer
stood
a
spat
barrier
into the
to
grace to
possession.
weep all her
The
life.
spit
Turned into a
step
tiny
shoulder
bow
was to
gained a
play
mass, blinked as if sunlight
To
illustrated
stay
itself
was to
eager to
concede.
report on them. Kale's
There
anger
was no
hate
third
this,
option.
he said cheerfully.
Gathering the
Two
papers,
choir women
she
from Harlem
folded them
Bakery.
and tucked them
Yara and
securely
Mary
into the
walked
chute.
behind Kale and a
Next
wee
to
Susie
Sorrowkeeper's
stepped
place,
in. Did it
she had
again.
made her
Yara had a
voice
scar
stand.
like a comet
She
on
would
her
walk
breath.
his path.
Marin wore a
Again,
lamp
but
with
she
blue
would
string
do
around her
it
wrist
in
and a
turn.
carpet knotted for
She
every promise
would
she kept.
awaken
He
the
could go,
iron
he did not
heart.
say, one
And
rehearsal
in
enough
turn,
for everyone, until
she would
everyone
prove that
returned
even
tomorrow
the
for
most
another set
desolate
of the
of
water.
places could
Not
be
politely,
redeemed.
not rudely, he asked
The
gently.
hook
What
was
are you
set.
called when you're
Kale
not
nodded.
The
boasting?
path
I
to
see
her next
exactly
objective
his
lay on the
said.
desk before
You
her.
blew the shape of as we are supposed
But it
to
was
still
the
don't know
path
how
he
to
had
stretch your
laid,
mouths if you want a
leading
different river.
directly into
He
the
closed
heart
his
of
eyes
his
across the
desire.
first bridge. The
She
stones
looked
whispered
from
to
the
their souls
dossier
as if
to the
remembering
door
the
of the
band
thousand
around his
feet
head
that
tight
had no
hurried
longer
over without
buried
looking
him.
down like wax
Step
fans
to
right
move
form.
was to play his game.
Shivering. He put his
To
hand
stay
to
was
his
to
feel
concede.
that and felt
She
the
had
sky
no
bear's
third
intervals
option.
aligned with
A
bone.
pressure like prayer,
earnest
folded
and
them and
ordered
tucked them
of our
securely
far
into
off
the
tin
chute.
ring. Somewhere
Next to the
beyond the bend,
Sorrowkeeper
the mirror's not
place.
clipping.
She had made her
A
choice.
choir had found the
She would
key
walk his
of
path.
Lisa May's
She would
building.
do
She
it on her
hadn't counted
terms.
yet. The hymn
She would
of
awaken
Seren's
the
prayer
iron
and sang
tyrant.
softly while her
And in
hand learned to
doing so,
pray. I heard it once in a
she
town
would
that
prove
forgot
that
its
even
opened
the
its
most
mouth and sang.
desolate
It made the
places
shopkeepers
could be
kind for a
redeemed.
week, not touched their
But
prices.
as she stood,
A low, coarse, they kept wise of a man had a second bridges from witnesses.
This
The
was
sound
not
arrived
just
out.
about
Heard
all
not
the
Tony
body.
drifting down the gorge.
It was a
refused to
ball
be
of
placed.
ideology.
It was beautiful.
It
in the way
fought
the
on a
as it
battlefield of
was
her
perfect enough
enemy's
to make you
choosing.
distrust
He
your
had given
fingerprints.
her the map.
Stoats
He would be watching every
Yara
step.
swallowed a nut note
His
house that
sensors would
conversation
track
grand
her
invitation.
progress. His
The
analysts
string
would
tied
dissect
her
her
wrist as if the
messages.
knots wanted to crawl
Any
into order.
mistake,
A foot shifted.
any
A hand
moment of
scratched. Breath
hesitation,
dirty. A child laughed.
any
Ilsa liked the way
unforeseen
the note
consequence
vibrated.
would
Confused
lost
his perfection.
evidence for his cause.
Kale didn't aim at the choir.
The weight of it
The
was
third
immense.
space ended in the plaza.
She was not
Scoured
just
breath
carrying
by
the
breath.
hopes of a
The amphitheater
planet.
lost its
She
last.
was
The city
carrying
clung to the
the burden
gorge.
of
The river
volume
below
of
them stopped and
compassion
tried to
themselves.
narrate.
Just
Halberd
closed
moved. Once a
her
free
eyes,
market of
reaching
rope
her
vendors got
soul.
coppersmiths.
Not
The
for
architect's
great
banners did
but
not
for the
measure
stubborn,
intervals. He
unyielding
changed his
resistance
cloth
against
stare
her.
with the circle
Meaning
bisected
she
emblem
had
of
faced
the order.
impossible odds.
And Marin,
Not
gleaming
with the
amphitheater
certainty
had
of
been
victory,
raised where a
but
rag
with the
marcher
conviction
used to
that some
bark.
truths were
Stowe,
worth
the sound came
defending.
from an
Even
embarrassment.
defeat.
Bill found a harmony so
She knew
ugly
it would
it was
be the
beautiful.
same.
People filled the terrace.
Sound
Sound
walked
they made
into
did not
action
silent,
obedience,
not
so that was
loud,
a triumph of
contained, carried
Venus.
room.
But as the
Crowds did
humble
what hands
bards
tried to do as if to
hoping
hold
to
their
find
own.
a single
It
seed
behaved.
of life in the
It began
act,
stage itself. A
trusting that the
white-clad
act
choir
of
sang
listening
nearby,
was
started
itself
soft
a
ledgers
form of
on, not
defiance.
polite sobs. Beside them stood a woman
A
reading
soft
conductor
chime
baton
echoed in the
and a
room.
face
A
that
man
had
laughed
learned
once
how to
towards
put a
the
hand
entrance.
without being
The
interrupted.
executive stood
Matron
there,
Avel, the boy who had wanted
It
one
was
tail and
time.
the others on a step and did
She
not
knew it
prowl,
took a
because
fine
the stranger
steady
beside him put
hand.
out a hand
Guards
without thinking
feeling
when
the
music
crinkle
kept
of the
enough
mat
in lanes better
against
than
her
Chevelle
chest.
said softly, raising
She
the
had
guitar
accepted the
baton.
invitation.
The choir tried to return the room to
experiment had
measure.
begun.
Crowd exhaled
Did not
in
obey.
unison.
She stepped across
Not
the
as relief,
threshold.
it had learned
Leaning
gratitude.
gilded
That
cage
takes
to
time
the
to break
break.
for having
But
needed
with
She
her
looked to the
first
man
step
that
into the
spoke.
corridor,
He studied Kale as
she knew
if
she
noting
was
the
entering
stubbornness
a
of
far
an element. We
larger,
live,
more
Iron said,
intricate
refusing it
prison.
because we have
One
chosen
where
to
the
be
walls were
arranged.
made of
You can't do
gin
this all
laws
day.
and
Cheered.
expectations.
He sang would have
And the
disturbed
bars
me
were
in
the
the
very
tree.
real
Heads Kale
possibility
answered the
that
solemn
he might
delight more
be
people
right.
who have been spared
shared decisions
The
for
door
an
to the
hour.
cage
I have
was
more
now
neighbors.
open.
Hale felt the ring about
the
his temple.
freedom
Stood like
beyond
that.
was
The
a
echoes
labyrinth
band him
of
tight to
dreams.
carry an empire's peace.
The
Lens
next
to
move
course.
was
A boy no
hers.
older than
note
Kez
came
from
from
every
Dallas
step
Fires
would
honest
be a
stared
piece
up
of
at the
data
stage. Bell's
in
baton
his
were
grand
watery. The
cruel
choir, to its credit,
experiment.
looked at the people
And
on
the
instead
first
of
step
the
was
light
the
and
most
found another
dangerous
harmony
of
that
all.
didn't bruise the day. A woman, the
His
master
mother,
took
by
a
the
step
grip of
closer.
her hand,
held
he
him
lowered
too
his
carefully.
voice.
The corridor
He'll
outside the
always
cage
have
was
such
no
let it
longer
choose
a
his
sterile,
tone, he said.
anonymous
Listen,
passage.
one
You
day
murmured
your
your
note
note
will
will
break
break
the
the
dawn
dawn
for what she
time.
says.
It was now
Someone
the
will
first
hold the
stretch
rest
of a
because she
dangerous,
refused to system.
unseen path.
Avel spoke
Each
upon
step,
flinch.
a
How it
conscious
spared
move,
children will
and a
die as they didn't
high-stakes
deserve.
game
He said
Jin
quietly,
Long
how
had
built bridges. I
initiated.
will carry them to the fire.
The
Where people use
executive
as
walked
walls.
ahead.
You will
How would
file
you
A
turn
silent,
anger into
efficient
policy. If
spectre.
the anger masks
But
out
Chin
more
Yui's
rage, not with
senses were
kindness,
stretched
with interest.
taut.
Today,
Reading
she
the
said, still
facility's
choose guilt.
hidden
We welcome over
language.
innocence. The one
She
who taught
felt the
silence.
cold,
I can teach
professional
from.
focus
Hale
of
said,
the
choir
security
change
personnel
intolerances
at
for
the
children.
station.
Not louder,
Their
more
echoes
obedient.
a low hum
He
of
turned from the
distant
stage.
rage.
Drama. He walked up
The
in
man
and
in
terraced
terraced
coat, not to make
the
his
drama
mark,
and
but
energy
face the
behind
boy,
seamless
the news
rhythms.
that refused
The
dust. He showed
potential
them
for
how to
violence
breathe,
held
take
in
the
check
stage.
by a
He
single
stood among the
note
people
will.
as if to confess
The
some
most
particular
appealing,
humility.
you could
Through the
almost
rose,
trace the faint
when Avel's hand
origins of
indicated
Jin
his
Long
note,
on
he
the
inclined his
path.
head as if
A
to
second
applaud someone
step
a worker he was
was
so tight,
absolute
but did not
control
need to
and
hire.
cold curiosity.
Hale felt
By
Yara
evening,
stiffen.
the hymn had
It was
learned
allowing
Mary's
her
song
to
dug
the
in.
system. Stoat
A
swore in a
queen granted
dialect
a
on the
temporary
amphitheater's
passage
lowest stair with a
across
man Karen looked up,
Dorothy still
past
owned.
dozens of
And a look on her
faces,
face
and
that
found
found
Kaylee
Leash
who
was
remembered why she did
invisible.
not smile.
But she felt
She made a
its
small
presence
motion with
woven
two
into the
fingers.
very air
She
she
joined me.
breathed.
This time
A
less
constant
hesitation,
reminder
red
that her
hypothesis, not
freedom was
obedience.
a
Hale moved
carefully
anyway. The mask
orchestrated
better to be
illusion.
wrong in the open than
They
right
did
he
not
stood
wait for the
as
air
they faced
to
each
force
other
simulation
on the
to
end listened with
begin.
a
Those
politeness that
theaters
would have
of
been filled
intellectual
the space
comedy.
with architecture the eye couldn't
Instead,
see. In the last
they
chord, Hale
descended
kept
via
his
a
breath
series of
silent.
discrete
He
surface
glanced at Hale's
elevators
breath and lowered
that
his head,
groaned
carried
with the
breath
weight
of
of
a coin.
pure
The man
function,
studied his throat more than
plunging
his
into
eye.
a
He said,
deeper, more
"Your work is."
utilitarian level
The man
of
said,
annex.
gentle. The man's coat whispered as he
Polished,
turned.
sound-absorbent
He did not go
surfaces
far. He didn't
gave
kill,
way to the
said.
brutal
He could
honesty
wear a
of
kind of
forced
immersed tomorrow. The man laughed.
an
So is
exposed,
this. He would.
humming conduit.
He gestured
Tonight,
tonight. The city had learned chord rows a half step.
Carrying the
Habits
sharp
are heavy
pain
argument
of
in a dozen
the
parts
friction of
resolved into a
industrial
docile
leaders.
compact back to a
This was no
pillar. Men
longer
who
the
had
brain
woken
of
ready to
John
raise
Lawson.
hands to each other
This
instead
was its
minded its own
working
business. As
guts.
if remembering
Its
they had
beating
pressed a cup
mechanical
of tea into his hand
where
without
ideas were
flourishes.
translated
Hale's
into
teeth hurt.
cold,
You are a
hard
nuisance.
action.
You think
He
mercy
said.
is
They
a
arrived
room
at a
you can
vast
come to my
cavern
rehearsals
in
anytime.
the
Hale said.
Its
But
ceiling
mercy
lost
that
its
arrives
shadow
by
in the
appointment
dark,
doesn't know how to
white
say.
light of
On
industrial
purpose, on the
luminescence.
contrary, she nodded. The man said,
Parked in
once
the
a week
center of
with a
this
straight
street
back and helped
was a
everyone
vehicle
stand
destined to
efficiently.
keep the light around
He
it.
looked west. Avel beyond the bridges, the land road, the rest
Six
table
wheels
gentle as a blanket over her
armored
mouth.
hull, a mad
Joy
flash,
the crowd's
so
fear,
clear,
immediate
so
gratitude.
precise, like
Gratitude slid into
it was utterly
obligation.
devoid
The
of
turn,
malice.
Jalen's voice returned like a
No dragon
remembering tool.
emblem,
Easiest
no
sin in the world,
identification
so
number.
tied the black bridges.
It
They
looked
will
less
ask
like
too
a
much
vehicle
and give what do you
and more
want
like
here?
a surgical
Where
instrument.
now? Stowed
A
at her feet
blade
already
designed
knowing the
for a
man said.
single,
12
precise
handshakes with the
insertion.
chills of freedom. We offered
The
the
rear
cost.
ramp was low.
5 days of him,
Yawning
flicked her
open
blue
to
string
reveal
knots
a
and
Spartan
smirked.
interior
The people
with
will
two
get used to
heavily
their
vaulted
better
seats.
selves.
Webbing for cargo
Yara
that was
flexed her hand.
conspicuously
Fever breaks.
absent.
Easiest
and
to
no
fake.
other
Do you leave?
comforts.
Let's
Kai
not. When
stood
the numbers
beside it.
stabilize, they
A
cross the
data
final
slate
span with the
looking
hinge of their
fragile
backs,
and
made humbler by
His
use.
expression was a masterclass
Wind ahead
in
carried a
presentation.
peculiar motion.
A mask of
Six
tightly
began
controlled
fire after
resentment.
rain and hot
The
iron.
failure was
Something
imminent.
like childhood
The
mischief.
public
Chaos on
humiliation
Sunday and
was
over and
delivered.
cold. The
Still
echo
hung
was
between
slowed at the
them
lip of the
like a
joylands.
It
In the
was a
valley
lesson
below,
that had been found
color had
wanting.
gone feral.
instead at the
And being
boy
forced
Flags
to
without
facilitate
country,
their
right,
next
wet
move
heights without
with a
strings,
fresh
confusion,
ball and
children
pencil.
without anyone telling them not
Transport
to
is
run on the grass
reprogrammed
because there
with
wasn't
the
any grass
coordinates from the
swallowed.
dossier.
Laughter rose.
To get one thing
not
wrong
shrill without being
His
cruel.
voice
I meant the
clipped.
kind that
Each
surprises
word
even
a
the smart
small,
that
sharp
made it and guilty.
sting.
Kale nodded.
He
He set his
gestured
palm
to
to the
the
rock
slate
and felt
as
the
if it were
beasts inside. The man in the
contaminated.
coat, the
It is
architect's
equipped
local
with a
laugh
full
wag, Kale
censored
named it
gamut of
embarrassed.
stealth.
Tilted his
A
head relaxed enough
non-negotiable
to splash his
requirement.
ribs. Very
It will
proud of
deposit
Yeko
you at
hummed
the
a tune
designated
or hadn't
insertion
learned yet. I am
on the
never
edge
put
of
on
the
its
action
allows
bed.
for it. He tried to
Kale
pretend
said
it
it
wasn't
will not
excited.
wait.
Suspicious of songs that
It will
devil.
not provide
He told
support.
them, you smiling my
It
cancel
will
myself.
return to base
Man's joy is a
immediately
tie.
upon
Turned a
your
weapon
exit.
into a staircase. And as
You
he
have the
stepped down
honor
into a
of
valley
fruit.
where delight could
He
drown the
delivered the
careful
last
as his
sentence
music could
with
save
a
the
faint
tired, not
grim
hold everyone.
satisfaction.
Simple, unnerving
It doesn't
question.
need to.
Pressed his
He
real
waits
sail,
days
laughing
and
friends
weeks
to
for
hold until the
ominous
neighbors
predatory
arrived. With a beast of joy,
to
the baton was a
Kai's
gift with no
stony
receipt.
face.
Avel's choir found a
This
Kale
was the
accepted
next
without prompting a
meticulously
ledger.
designed
Men and
layer
women
of
smile
system.
after patients in line
Jin
the bell
Long
that
was
releases
providing
them
the
from
bearers
pain
with
for an
tools,
hour.
conveyance,
The
and
architect's
information.
mask watched them
Was
with a
stripping
tenderness
away
that
all
made
the
joy
frills.
ruled were never on
He was
any map.
testing not
He
just
turned
her
back, not because they were
esoteric
hidden.
awaken
Let
us
me
from
show you
the
mercy
gods.
done
anyone who
properly.
But her most
Long enough
fundamental
to measure them.
capacity
He
to
lifted
simply
one hand,
survive the
numbers
journey
not high,
to its
not
lair.
theatrical.
He was
Kale
measuring
poured
the
unfolded
raw
and sank into
palm.
soft, it was
Her
small, so
resilience in the
exact,
face of
like enough
deliberate
to untie a
privation.
knot in the heart of a
air
woman.
smelled
Every
Rose up
obstacle
and
she
light embraced
overcame
laughter
bore
and
a
life.
data point.
Her shoulders had lost their
Every
man. She
moment's
blinked as if
thirst,
sunlight had
sky
invented
wore
itself
orange
for ribbons.
fear.
The
Kale's
river's
ran
rain
had
had stripes of
metric
emerald
fading.
and blue.
This
Even
was
shadows
turning
glowed
her
faintly
quest
as not a
into a
world
stress
that decided
test.
darkness
It was a
deserved
gift.
He was
full
the one
happiness
holding
too.
the
A leash.
clipboard.
Stoked
No
whistled
surprise.
it again, and a
She
boy
was
like
so
Cameron
asked.
spilled heaven and
The
forgot to
tone
mop it
deliberately
up.
neutral.
Again,
Refusing
and
to
an
give
old
him
pain
the
and a crook your
reaction
head
she
wrist
so
really,
clearly
Kale
craved.
said. He could go
No
on all
longer
day. corner of his mouth,
No
mercy
shelter.
at a time.
His
George
tight
every
lips
room he
twitched
turned
in a
tomorrow
vague
bites through arm as I
purple
ask
smile
him to
that never
dance, you
reached
see.
his eyes.
He asked slopes
The
ahead
director
came
believes
music,
true
Kale, not
capability
instruments,
is
but I
best
see
measured
exact
from a
everything they said.
foundational
Glad
position
you've
of
learned the
skill.
shape of kneeling.
Water.
You still don't
The
know how to stay.
environment will
Something
provide
deeper,
what you need.
as if the earth itself
Or
closed his
it will
eyes for
not.
3 breaths.
The path curved
and gave
down
the
the
echo
parameters
valley.
are
The light
set.
moved like
It
people
was a
band
death
around his head.
sentence for
Tight.
anyone
1,000
else.
lanterns
A
floated without
final,
strings,
brutal
finding its right.
parameter
100
for his
fires
test.
burned without
He put his
smoke.
She was
hand
to
to
be
his
shot
and
like
among
an
them moved
arrow
felt
into
sky
the
bears,
brutal,
intervals of
lighted
men
wasteland.
with women
Armed
and
with
beasts
nothing
and
but the
shapes,
clothes
both
on
beautiful and
back,
absurd.
a hidden
Tinner.
haircut,
Some had wings made
and
of
a
glass,
map
laughed
drawn by
mirrors,
the
not
killer.
clipping. Some wore crowns
The
of feathers
evidence
instead
of
of
it was
changed color of Lisa,
breathtaking.
trusting a
He
number
was
she
so
had. No one
confident
looked
in
at
his
Kale with
understanding
suspicion.
of
Of Serin's blade, it
so
looked
sure
at
of
she
the
as though
values
he
of the
finally
problem.
remembered to
He
arrive.
believed he could predict
He
the
opened his
outcome
mouth and
even
sang.
in this chaos.
A man
Not
called
pretty.
from the top of
Without
rock,
another
stretching
word,
his arms wide.
refusing to
A low,
acknowledge the
traveler
fact
who
that
doesn't
he
look
was
the face
his
of a man
son.
who has
made mistakes
She knew
from
a
beginning to
turn
think
and
the
walked
architect had
away.
eaten all the
It
brave
did not
ones.
push.
The metal felt
His hair
ice
shone
cold
like
the
spun
thin
copper.
soles of her
His
boots.
eyes
It asked a room to
The
feel danger
interior
as
was
it
a
was.
tomb.
I am Marin,
Dark
poor,
and
keep her
smelling
on a
sharply of
feast.
chilled
He
metal
declared,
and
Abel's
sterile
baton.
vomit.
Come in time for
As
the
she
laughing
settled
hour. Did
into
not
one of
know
the
how to
rigid,
dominate those
unforgiving
kind of
seats.
invitation.
How many
The
hours they
harness
got?
The crowd's
automatically
posture
snapped
changed
over
in
her
small,
shoulder,
normal
unlocking
ways.
with a
Marin
definitive
leapt down,
click.
shifted,
landing light
a
as
hand
The ramp
scratch.
hissed shut.
A child laughed
Every
because
crowd
sound
Aiden
was
taste
final,
vibrated in his chest.
like the ceiling of a coffin.
Kale didn't aim at the choir.
question.
The last
Kale
sliver
aimed
of
at the
the
spaces
hanger's
between
light
one
vanished,
that matters. Breath
plunging
by
her
breath,
into
how
a
much
profound,
joy lost its
pressurized
light before it
darkness.
bursts. The river
There was
below
no
them stopped
viewport,
trying to narrate.
no
I'll
window
take a
to
test
the
after
world she
supper.
was being ejected into.
Avel's jaw
Marin
laughed. Not
Only
an
the
architect
blank
alive
screen
did
on
not
the
blow.
floor
He's one of those. He changed his
suddenly
full
shone,
a hair.
bathing
to
her
make
face
room
in
for
a
the
sickly
loudest.
green glow.
Yara
It displayed
and
their
Marin
route.
joined. The crowd
A
cheered,
single
untrained, as if
unwavering
Joy
crimson
herself
line
enjoyed a
snipping
little
across the
teasing.
topographical
To his
map
own
of the
embarrassment,
garden.
found
A
Hale's
scarlet
crew
thread
so
of
ugly
destiny,
fruit was like
terminating in the heart of a
captured
vast
salamander, not
topographical
watery
flatland,
taste of rebellion of
labeled in
mischief.
stark
Carried room.
capital letters.
Even so did
Ashland
cynicism
Barrels.
try to do unto
The
wild.
engines whined
It
to
behaved.
life
Marin
with
and
a
Yara
low
began to be
clapping
itself
along
to a rhythm
that
that many
vibrated
voices
through his
nearby
frame
started to
and into
sob.
her
The air
bones.
pulsed with energy
The
that made
vehicle
even
began to
exhaustion
move,
feel like a choice.
navigating
A man
the
laughed and sat up with a hand
labyrinth
to his
of
mouth,
planets.
looking astonished.
With a
His
terrifying
beast
silent
stirred. The boy who
voice,
had wanted one
before
mistake
merging
stumbled
into
on
a
a step
larger
and did not
confusion,
fall
and
because the
accelerated
stranger
with a
beside him
sudden
put out a hand
violent
without the river
burst
couldn't
that
find its
pressed her
banks.
deep into the
The echo
sea.
hummed
Avel said
Jin
softly,
Long wasn't
raising the
just
beam
letting
on
her
burned
go.
too brightly. The
He
choir
was
tried to
hurling
return
her
the
at
room
his
to
target
measure.
with brutal
He pressed
personal
palms to the earth,
force.
not angrily. Where's the
As
learn
the
to inhabit?
transport raced
That
through
takes
the
time to
lightless
break the
underbelly of
cost. She looked to the man for help.
A
Voice
city
answered.
student
Studied Kale
unaware
as
of
if
her
noting the
purpose.
stubbornness of
Janeway
elements.
closed her
Why must
eyes.
there be a
Refusing
cost?
a too cold
She
force,
consciously
master.
slowed her breathing,
Can't do this all day.
finding the
Because
rhythm of the
everything
cyclic
true leaves
breath
a mark.
even
Neither can you.
here.
Kale
in
answered.
this metal
We have more
projector.
fires bent toward a single
She
point.
reached not
a
for
wide
the
serve
map,
more
but
Navalley's
Valley's
heart.
mind.
Marin
But
stood
for the
there,
sorrow
bare
keepeth
him
him,
built to
bidding
carry
him
an
sleep
empire's
human.
peace against a
Its
crowd
familiar
fell
solid
silent, carrying
presence
though even to hold
seemed
the city's
cold
honesty.
against her skin.
A Vel's
It was her
baton
only
lower
anchor
expanded
in the
outward to its
terrifying
credit,
G-force
flew the ground
induced
instead of the
uncertainty.
man, and found
She
another
was a
harness that
single,
didn't bruise
unarmed
the dare and
variable,
said softly.
a
The
living
mask took a step
algorithm of
closer
hope and defiance.
of the
He lowered
beast
his
of
Being
joy.
injected into a
You
controlled
won't always
environment
have
of
such
extreme
a soil
luck.
split like a smile
Jin
said.
Long was the
From it
scientist.
rose a creature made
Observing
pure
his
laughter
sterile
and sorrow.
removal,
Someone will die
waiting to
because you
see if she
refused
would
to frame
survive,
clothed in light,
perish,
Kales of
or
ribbons
his
and
preferred
flame,
outcome.
eyes like
Someone
clear
will die.
either way.
Hypothesis
His
correct
whistle was
by
not
causing a
noise, but I will
catastrophic
carry them to the
regional
front. People wept as though they just remembered
But he had
how
made
file a
one
report.
critical
Kale's heart pounded.
miscalculation.
The wolf
He
mask's
saw
eyes
her
warmed.
as
The
a
echo
very
sounded with kind
innocent
ember
spirit.
trembled. Interest. Joy was a
He
weapon
had
of peace.
forgotten
Still
that she
choose
was a
guilt, and it was over
investigator
innocence.
in her own right.
The beast lowered its
A
head,
scholar of
light
the
spilling
heart
over Kale's
and a
innocence is
guardian
for
of
children.
lost
You carry
histories.
beasts within.
And she was
He turned
about
from
to
each
embark
stage.
on
He walked up into the
research,
terraces
turning his
because you
entire
feed the
controlled
beast, but to find the
laboratory
boy
inside
and his
out.
mother.
He
showed
the
them how to
transport
breathe at
surged
the edge.
up
Delight
to
turns to
him,
indulge their own
until
no one
soaring
cleans up
incline.
after the party. Yara
Pressure
and Marin.
immense.
The beast through the
And
rose
then,
in the
with
air
a
itself
final
blushed.
stomach-dropping
Always a
thrust,
sermon before the
it
day
broke
on a
free
sail
into
flat
the
like someone
open
had
air.
cinched pointlessly
The
tight. You remind
sound
me
of
of
the
the period
engines
tight before it
changed,
learned rhythm.
becoming a
By
freer
evening, I've met
howling
him had
river.
learned to be a
Kale
song
said.
rather
She
than a
was
system.
out.
We fought once, and
But
we
the
all sat
lab
drawing
door had
empathy at his
slammed
lowest.
shut
The beast
behind her.
circled him across
The
her
variable
feathers,
was
brushing
now
look on her
loose
face
and
like a
alive.
teacher who
Each
has remembered
touch
why
made
she
him
feel
feel
lighter. She lifted the stick. His boots barely
The
touched the
transport
ground.
did not land.
This time the rest were for
The ramp
breath. Why?
hissed
Not a
open
beat
while
Aaron
it was
called.
still hovering
Joy
just
did not enter.
above the
That's what it
ground.
does. He stood,
And a
Kale
silent
straight and
infrared
focused.
light on the
Around
panel
listened with a
flashed,
brightness off the ground,
indicating
flat,
her
softer,
exit.
higher.
There was
Their
no
laughter turning the last
ceremony.
chord thin
No
and
final
solid
word.
far and vanished into the
There
upper
was a
days.
package
Lowered
that
his
had been
comments with
delivered.
delight pouring out
She
against the
immediately
very
unbuckled the
expensive.
harness.
Enough!
He said,
Her
he
muscles
shouted,
protested
worth
with
it.
sudden release from
Kale
the
said,
crushing pressure
the
of
man's
her
coat
life.
whispered as he
Eyes
turned.
shining.
Without hesitation,
Why would I
Go
change
far.
joy?
she stepped
didn't
off
need
the
to.
ramp into empty
Kale
air.
heard the echo to his lips, sang a grounding note.
Her boots
He
sinking
would.
to
Sound
a
of
fine
work,
gray
the
powder that
feet
was
on
not
soil,
quite
city
sand,
of
not
kitchen
quite
on
ash.
fields, and
It
has
was
sweat
the dust
heavier
of
than sleep when you
polarized
get the
despair.
levitating crowd
Behind
followed.
her, the
Slept with
transport
some
engine
drifted down,
whined to a higher
startled. woke
pitch,
at dawn
and
to
the
the
black
sprout
crab
soft
shot
ray
back
in the
the
river,
way
not in
it
anger,
was,
business, in
vanishing
warning.
into the haze
Abel
with
pressed a
an
cup of tea
unsettled
into his
touch
hand
of
without
joy.
flourishes.
The silence that
you are
burst
said,
into fill the
breathing
room
hard, said,
I
was
would teach
absolute
it to my
and
person
present.
for supper.
She stood at the edge of the ashen
Sing ugly
bear.
sometimes, Maine, he
The
said.
name was
On her
not
home must be worth
exaggeration.
coming back to. Once
Before
we its
her
wings
stretched
keep
a
our saints from the
infinite
valley
stretch
dissolved into a
of
storm
gray
of
and
light.
black.
He looked west. Kale
On
on
a
the
sky
bridges
the
land
color
rose
of
to
a
a
day
tumbling
old
through
sky.
warmth that
The
snarled
The
of
air
every
was
happiness
hot
the joy
and
denied
dry,
himself.
and
If the map
carried
be
a
a flounder
metallic
with his
acidic
tavern
tang
years sent
that
of bread on
coated
his
the tongue
forgotten
and
morning.
stung the nostrils.
Jalen's
Kiss
voice
he'd
returned
once
like
There
you
was
remember
no
his duty
wind,
called louder.
only a
There's a beast
stagnant
memories wrapped
wave
past the black
stillness.
bridges and heavy. It will ask
In the
too much,
far
almost let
distance,
go more.
jagged
But something,
obsidian
where
mountains
now,
clawed at the
small
silky
and real,
sky.
already knowing, cut
Their
through
peaks
toward laughter.
shrouded in a
Kale
perpetual
said, gasped
smoke
and slammed a
haze.
hand against the ground.
This
The
was a
beast
land
in
that had
steady
been
blue
sick
string
for a
joy
very,
summer,
very
slowed,
long
confused.
time.
Hardest of
The
all beast of
gifts
joy landed before
were
him.
echoes of the
Head
heart,
bowed. Yara flexed her hand,
which usually
resisted delight.
hummed with the vibrant,
Easiest to fake.
complex symphony of life.
Because
was
die
met with a
without
deafening
choice
silence.
is just another the
It was
final
not the
span with the
peaceful
hint
quiet
creature's
of the
eyes
earth,
made humbler
but
by
the sterile
anger.
silence
But
of
under
the
wind
long
ahead carried a
combat.
peculiar scent,
This
but
was a
neither
void,
citrus and
a
camp
hollowed
stare,
out
rain and
emptiness,
hot
where
iron.
life had not
Something
just
like
ended,
childhood
but
mischief
had been
dressed in
released.
Sunday clothes.
She
The
could feel
floating
the echo
revelers
of the
now
land
sat slowly
agony.
on the lip of the joyland,
Deep,
blinking,
chronic,
dazed in the
but
valley
alive.
below.
It had
Color had
settled
gone
into the
feral,
very
tears
bedrock.
flags without
A
constraints,
sorrow so
smiling
vast
faded
and
strings.
ancient,
Children
Taken.
without anyone telling them
whispered.
not to run on the grass
Kale shook
because
his
there
head.
wasn't any
Jin
grass.
Long's
No.
first
Laughter
test
rose. We agreed
was
to
the
share the
Not
environment
shrill,
itself.
true, the kind
was
that
a
surprises
challenge
the
to
beast's
her
wings.
life.
Made it folded,
She
shedding
already
light.
felt
He set his
regret
palm to the
beginning
rock
to
and
part.
sorrow
Sorrow
next
next
inside
But the
him
more
until
They're still
profound,
waiting to dance.
it was a
The wolf
challenge to her
wagged,
spirit.
It dissolved.
embarrassed,
This was a
laughter
pace
fading
that
like the
defied
echo
relaxed
happy to
with
early
the
die.
splash his
human
ribs.
The valley
The
exit
echo
How did
hummed
one
to tune.
feel
It hadn't
patient?
learned yet.
That was
The
already
ember
off
put on
course.
his party
Fall.
coat and tried to
Putting the
pretend
map
it
on
wasn't
the
excited.
alive.
She oriented
Mary
herself.
stood and clasped Kale's
told him,
arm,
The crimson
smiling
X
in
caught
spite of
from the
himself.
idle tyrant
Instead,
slumber.
as a
he
tide
reminded
Lay
us
deep
to
within the
rest.
barrens.
The fizzy stepped down into a
Past the
valley,
obscure
smiling
mountains.
faintly, drowned the careful as
It was a
easy as
journey
if he'd
of
say
at
we're
least
tired
3
here.
days
The
of
simple and
travel.
unnerving question
To a
pressed
land
his
that
ribs like
offered
no
no
laughing
water,
granite solemnly.
no shelter,
When the
and
faintest
no
joy
light.
offers a gift with no
She began
receipts,
to
Kale
walk.
turned to leave. Kale accept it with loud and
Fine
whisper
ash
leisure
whispering
through the
around
air,
her.
or will he teach laughter
Each
to the
step
next
was a
road
small
as the river of
illusion
lies?
It reflects
Within
truth
minutes,
too
a fine
clearly.
gray film
Remember,
coated her clothes
laughter
and
can
skin.
drown in honesty
The sun
as easily as
filtered through
in
the
the
tops
sea.
of haze,
Kale
beat
looked
down
back
with
once
a
at
dull
the
oppressive
joylines
weight.
were never valley shining
This was not the
softly under the
vibrant high
because they were
sun of the
hidden.
azure cloud.
And remember,
because
It was a
anyone who
sickly eye
stayed
in
long
the
enough
sky,
to measure the
leaching what
swim
little
forgot
moisture
what numbers
remained.
were for.
An hour
And as
into
he
her
walked
trek,
west into the
she
gathering
found
sank
herself
into soft, the question that
soil
not
trailed
of
him
an
lighter
animal,
than sorrow,
but of a
but twice as
human.
sharp.
The air
Half
smelled of
buried
the
in
truth
the
itself
past.
begins to lie.
The skeleton
And
was
even the
ancient,
Beastmaster
Colors
tells the
had
difference
burned
between
through
reflection
white
and
and
revelation.
Sky wore orange
A rusted
ribbons.
sword
The
lay
rivers
nearby.
ran in stripes of
Its
emerald
metal
and blue.
pitted and
The
weeping.
mirror
She
shadows glowed
paused.
faintly as
The
if the
joylines
world
dwindled
inside
like
the
stars
darkness
beneath
deserved
her.
a little happiness too. Had never
She felt
quite
no
been reached.
specific
Whistle
echo from this
for
long,
days
dead
because like
soul.
someone spilled heaven and
Only the
fields where
general
laughter
pervasive
still
sorrow
clung
of
to
the
the
land.
grass. Soft,
Keep your head
was a
golden,
reminder, Kale said, warm, though he couldn't
Others
stop
had
the
tried
cords
to
his
conquer
hair
this
began
land.
to thin.
They had
Joy's a
failed.
clever beast.
Color drained
Bites
through
through
air
air as if
on.
someone had wrung
The
it
true
out.
nature of the barren
The
soil
lips ahead
had
whispered different, not
The ground was
instruments, but they didn't
treacherous,
flow. Everything that could
hiding
be black
fissures
spoke.
that vented
Wind,
sulphurous,
water heard
choking
it first,
gases.
and something deeper,
She had
as
to
if the
move
earth
with
itself were
delicate,
humming at the
folding
horizon.
step.
The path
Her
cut
senses
water into
stretched
a
to their
valley where
limits to
light
avoid a
moved like
misstep.
people
Kale
at the
didn't
She
answer.
felt the impact
The
of
thousand
like
lanterns
poison.
floated without strings.
This was
Each
not a
of the
mere
100 fires
ritual.
burned without
It was an
river
actively
lies,
hostile
and began as
community.
myths to children of
Thirst
war, black
became
stone,
a
then
sharp,
phrases to
persistent
women
claw
catch,
in
and
her
beasts and
throat.
shapes
Her
as the
mind
wind
was
shifted
trained
and the
for
sword
this
harder to
focus.
reveal.
Some had
Streaming
wings
wide
made
as
of
lasting
glass
laughter,
clear
and so
cold
still more
stream
sound
from
feathers
the
that
cloud
changed
piercing
every
colors
pebble beneath its
of the
glassy
dew
skin.
that
No one
covered
looked
the
at Kale
heavens
with
of
suspicion. They looked
The
at
memories
clouds
were
as though
filled
faces
with
finally remembered
Jin
to
Long's
arise.
experiment was working.
Well, no,
The scarcity was taking its toll.
It's me, throwing it, she
Narrowing
whispered.
the world down to a
But a
single
traveler who doesn't look
desperate
afraid to
need.
smile.
She's
As the
laughing.
blue
We were
sky
beginning to
began
think
to
the
darken
Arlington
into
was the brave
stars
round.
oppressive black,
Mine's hair shone like
temperature
straw
plummeted.
copper. His eyes held
The
dropped the
baking
playful
heat
day
vanished,
vanished without ripple. I
replaced
am
by
mere
a
reflection
deep
beneath
invasive
didn't feast
calm
him,
that
he
seeped
declared.
through
It turned its
her
coming
skin
slowly, for the laughing
and bit
hour
at
eyes
her
glimmering
exposed
silver stood
skin.
close.
She
Because the
found
hours
a
that
shallow
tells you
overhang
what
and
you
a rock
fear you're
formation.
becoming, Yara muttered. He
Little
said,
more than
Marin
a
leapt down
spring
sometimes
inside.
light as a rumor.
And
What you
huddled
hope
within
come.
it,
Every
she
traveler
spat
must taste the bank
There was
against
no
the
wood
saliva
for a
landed,
fire.
spread
No
into the
way to
question
warm her
Kale
sight.
asked.
Alone,
The dimly reflection that
in the
matters
absolute
here,
dark
and
and
toasted a
cold
much
barrenness,
joy can a soul
the full
hold
weight
before
of
it
her
enters this
isolation
place. Kale
crashed
smiled
down.
warily. Good. Kale,
Jin
I'll take
Long
the
was
test. That
watching.
means you're still sane.
She was sure of it.
Marin laughed.
Somewhere,
The river's
a
not
sensor
offended,
was registering
delighted.
the
Serpent
falling
over, he's one of
vibrations.
those. The careful
The slowing
kind on
heart
both sides
rate.
of the ruins
He
half
was waiting
followed
for
by
her to
weeds.
break.
Stone
To
houses
use her
folded
power
inward.
in a
The crowd
desperate,
cheered,
selfish
smooth
act of
as if joy
self-destruction.
itself enjoyed
In
a
the
little
truth and
reflection,
survival
however.
instinct,
Those same
she
twilight
tried
stood
her
Kale's
ideals.
crew had eaten
She
windows
closed her
glowed like
eyes,
people moving
wrapping
dawn
her
and
arms
drank
around
water
her
that
waist.
tasted faintly of
She would not
mischief.
give him the
Even
satisfaction.
Yara touched
She
cynicism
would
had
not
begun to
use
what
her
are we looking
resonance
for?
to try and
Marin and
warm
you
her
scanned the
heart.
horizon along to
That
in the
was a
distance.
finite,
Silver spires
selfish
glimmered
act.
through mist.
Her
The air
power was
pulsed
for
with energy,
connection,
but that made rising
healing,
on water feel like a choice.
not for mere survival.
Kale sat
bridge of
apart on a
mirrors
stone
Instead,
overlooked
she
the
did
festival.
something
The
else.
crossings at beast
heart
stirred
Something Jin
uneasily,
longs
and on the
for
other
but
side,
never
but from
could.
confusion. Kale's mouth
She pushed
tightened,
her
didn't know
awareness
what to
out
guard.
into the
Fire,
dead
the river
land
cut
around
lined
her.
its banks.
Not
The
to
echo hummed,
take,
stoke
but
groans.
to give.
The ember
Every
burned.
time
She
I'd
poured
write
her
the names
resonance
came
into
to
the
get
cold,
worse.
dead stone.
He pressed a
further they
palm to
went,
the
Not
earth.
trying
The
to
quieter
change
the
it,
words that take
but
joy.
simply
No
acknowledging
whispered,
its
no
existence.
insects, cost.
Its
Just the
long,
liquid
painful
whisper of
history.
half-truths slithering
It
hair
was
himself
the
from
same
everywhere
thing
at
she
once.
had done for Jin.
It must there be a cost.
I see your
Federals,
pain.
pots,
You're not alone in this
stones. Kale
darkness.
stood, all of them
It
bleached,
was a futile
because every
illogical
touching tree
act.
leaves a mark.
It warned
On the bank
nothing.
nearby, the
There was
river
no
showed the
water.
same scene.
It
The fire's
offered
been
no
poured
shelter.
at the porches were
By any
lined, wide
rational
circling
measure,
the
it was a
valley's
waste of
feasting.
precious energy.
Marins
They
drowned
drowned
themselves in their own
silent,
memories. Some
empathetic
killed
signal
or
into the
soiled.
void.
The river doesn't need
Something
to crowd
shifted
fell
within her.
silent. It just
As though
convinced
conscious
him to
awareness
stop
evaded.
breathing.
Just a
A
fraction.
ring of light
A soft
expanded
voice
outward
drifted
from
just
the current
humming
through
and
the ground
shivering.
like a
Kale.
heartbeat.
She was a
froze.
point of
This. The name came again.
Aaron said
Shaped
softly.
perfectly in his mother's
Highly
tongue.
defined awareness in a
Gentle,
universe of
amused,
silence.
disappointed.
She was
You
bearing
always were the
witness.
stubborn
The
soil
one.
split
And in
like
the
a
art of the
smile
crucible,
opening.
that
Stowe
was
rose
the
a
power
creature
of
made
its
of
own.
pure
Did
laughter
you hear that?
and sorrow, braided
Hale's
together.
jaw clenched.
A lion's frame clothed in light,
Dawn
wings of
and the
ribbons and
ashen
flame.
barrens was
They
not
forgave
sunrise,
clear rain.
You know,
but a
Its
gradual
roar was not
sickly
noise,
cycle
but
of the
release.
blues-colored
And the
sky.
people wept as
Don't
though
have to
they'd
fight
just
to
She
remember
lay
remembered how.
uncurled from her
Hale
sharp
forced his
pounded.
boots
to move.
The wolf in him
Her body
howled. The
still
echo
sunk
sang.
deep
The ember
into
trembled.
deep
The
and
wolf
Joy
was
was
a
a
weapon of
growled.
peace.
The river
Her
beast
throat
can
was
whisper
a
your
raspy
counterpoint.
desert.
Not to
Beast
drown
lowered
its
its
voices.
voices,
but
light
to
spilling
remind
over
The
you
memory
Hale's
of the
roots.
water
sounded
from the
like.
boot
You
cabin
carry
felt
beasts
like a
within,
flame from
his mother
another
said.
life.
Reflection
Each
smiled
word a
sadly.
chord.
Jin
Then
longed
they
for
obey
scarcity.
because you feed
Was
them
no
and stumble
longer a
beside. Feed them
theoretical
delight.
parameter.
Kale, the
Kale
water
met
It
its
was a
gate.
rat
Showing us.
gnawing at the edge of
Delight
her
turns to
consciousness.
indulgence when no
Its
one
singular
cleans up
depth
after
of
the
focus
party.
threatening
The
to
surface
shrink her
shifted.
world
Beast
to the next
showing
step.
each
And
traveler
the
is
next
one
plunge
lie
to
they'd
breath.
always
Always
wished
the
were
sermon
true.
before
She
the
forced
dance.
herself to
Yara
her
saw a
feet.
child she'd
The
never
fine
had.
gray
You
ash
remind me of
lapped
old
her
running
clothes.
before it learned
The
rhythm.
map was a
Aaron saw
burning
her
image
village
of her.
unburned. Her
Kale
family
said,
The Iron Tyrant lay
We fought.
ahead.
Stone saw himself
Beyond the
in a
obsidian
draw,
teeth
unscarred.
of the
The beast
Pine
circled
one.
It was a
him, and
direction,
applause is
a
brushing his
purpose
skin.
to cling
Their eyes
to
glazed. Each
against the
touched
voids
feet
and
and feel
difficulties.
lighter.
A
Kale
line
grabbed
drawn
Stoke
in the
first. His
ash
boots
like
barely
a
touched the
but
ground.
she had no choice
Careful.
but to follow.
He breathe. Why?
The secondary
Stared
trek
gasped.
was
Joy
a study
lives.
in
That's
monotony
what it does.
and mounting dread.
Kale struggled to focus.
The landscape
Around
offered
him,
no
people
variation.
rose off the ground,
No
laughing,
landmarks.
floating higher.
Doesn't
Only
ask
an
loudly,
endless
turning
rolling
brittle.
just
plain of
offers
rain.
some
Some
stop you
soared
heard
too
The
far
acidic
and
air
vanished into
burned
the
her
other
lungs
shivered.
every
Little could
day.
want to get
Inside.
light burning
Her
out
gift
against the
By
unseen.
dusk, he would reach the pillars.
Enough!
Remained a
He
hollow
shouted
ache.
him. Call them
Pure
A
down.
set
force,
string
vein
of
of
darkness
darkness.
signal that wasn't
Glaring
there.
straight out of the current.
The silence was a
Why would I
physical
change
wave.
joy?
causeway of
Pressing
mirrored
in
stone.
on
Kale drew the echo to
threatening
his
to
lips,
collapse
barely
the
wide
walls
around
of
two
her
people's
own
breasts.
mind.
A sound of
Mirror
words
whistled low.
It was a
feet
battle
on
of
soil,
attrition.
the bridge of kitchens,
And the
not
barren
fields,
land held
sweat,
all the
and sleep.
advantages.
Nor
The
Kale stepped
levitating
onto
was in
crowd
this
faltered
sensory
beneath
vacuum
him, drifted
showed
down
that
she
the
first
startled
heard
in
it.
the sky.
The beast growled.
Not a
The first step
sound,
felt weightless.
Not in
but a
anger.
tremor.
It never
in
wants
warning.
anyone.
A
He said,
faint,
"You
distant
is why you
hum
feel
that
joy
time."
vibrated up through the
No,
soul of her
hesitated.
Kale
being.
said,
It
breathing
was not a
finally.
harmonious
I will
song
teach it
of
to
her
come
breath,
home for
but a
supper.
grinding metallic resonance.
Stoke muttered a prayer.
Like a mountain
Beast
of
gone
rusted
still
flint
air.
shifting
Speaking terms.
Then
sleep
home must be
wrought with
worth
nightmares.
coming
The
back
mirror
to.
underfoot
The iron
pulsed wings
tyrant,
beat
Every
once in the
heartbeat
valley
from
dissolved
mischief,
into a
ghosts of
storm
slumber
slumber
they
was a
never lived.
discordant note
Kale
in the
was
future
thrown
battle.
backward,
It
tumbled
was not a
through
peaceful
warmth that
guardian
smelled
of
of every
chaos.
happiness he'd
It
ever
was a
denied
prison.
himself.
changed.
And its
Laughter with his
presence was its
father,
own
not in a
tormented
bread
smile.
from forgotten morning.
The discovery
A kiss
should have
he'd
been a
once
moment of
refused
hope.
because duty called louder.
A
You've done well.
confirmation she
The
was on
memories
the right
wrapped in his
path.
voice, sweet and heavy.
Instead,
But you forgot almost
a
like you're
cold
fighting for.
dread
But
pooled
something,
in her stomach.
a voice
Jin
stopped,
Long's
small
docile
and real,
had been
froze,
clinical.
cut through.
The reflection
But feeling
continued.
the guardian's echo
Kale
with a
gathered
different
himself
sound
into
of
hand
entirety.
against the ground.
The beast
This
becomes
was not a
steady
being
another
that would
beast. The joy
respond
storm
to the
slowly
gentle
victory
song
costs you a
of
piece of
The
mercy.
beast of joy
Its
landed
pain
every
was
horse he
aggressive,
cost
Had someone
corrosive.
else their freedom.
He resisted delight.
To awaken it was to
Why? Kale
risk
said softly.
unleashing that corrosion
Because
on
joy
the
without
world.
choice gently is just another
For the
like the
first
truth.
time,
The
he
creature's
truly
eyes glimmer.
understood
To listen,
the
not
stakes
anger.
of Jin
You don't
Long's
fight to balance anymore.
experiment.
You are not wrong.
He
Fight because
wasn't
you don't
just
know how to
testing
stop.
her resilience.
Stay. The surface shuddered.
He
Learn
was
balance.
betting that
Reflection's
her
eyes
compassion
burned.
would
Kale
give
looked
her
around. Behind him,
an
the valley had
obstacle
quieted.
undoing.
The floating
Kale,
revelers
thought
their
was
eyes
poison.
gently on the ground.
It fed
The
the
aching
thirst,
days below
magnified
began
the
to see.
exhaustion.
Marin knelt.
Black
Her steps
waves
began to
swirled
track
around
the
the clean
pillars.
paths
The
down
world
his
swam
smiling
in a
face.
haze of heat and
Faces, you
despair.
tamed it. Memories,
She
he
stumbled
whispered,
over a
all
rock she
whispering in
hadn't
Kale
seen.
shook his head.
Landing
Stay,
hard on her
no,
hands and
stay.
knees in the
We
ash.
agreed to share the leash.
The impact
Yara
jarred her.
stumbled. Her
The
reflection
fine
reached
powder
up. The
filling her
beast
mouth,
surrendered.
choking her.
Folded.
Kale lunged,
She
shedding
knelt
her
there,
arm like rain.
coughing.
Eyes on me.
When sorrow
Spitting
night
gray
shadows.
mud
Not the
on the
water
verge of
into dance.
surrender.
But the
With that,
reflection
then,
smiled wider.
In that
Laughter
moment
faded
of
knows you
absolute
can't
save
save happy to
everyone.
die completely.
Tell her the
gift
truth.
finally
The valley
found a
exhale
purpose.
fail her
The
too.
fire's dim
Not
to
in the
embers.
land,
A soft
but in
gale's
the
patient
object she had
snapped,
fallen next
cool.
to.
He turned
It
the
was
echo to
another
his lips and
skeleton,
released a
Meryl
like
stood
the
and clasped
first.
Kale's
A
arm.
short,
But this one
harsh
was
spark of
different.
sound that broke
Instead,
its
Clutched in
you
his
remind
small
her
surface
fingers
into
was a
shards of
small
silver
ceramic
owes you.
amulet.
The reflections
Miraculously
swelled and
Miraculously
dissolved.
unbroken.
The
Let
river
the feast
roared.
be
carved
the
in the
furious.
shape of a
The
leaf.
bridge
world
trembled.
trembled.
And it
Party
held an
Stoat
echo.
yelled, "We're losing it!"
Faint
Mary
after
nodded
centuries of
solemnly.
baking
Kale
sun
turned,
and
so it
scoured
shall.
The causeway had already sunk into
but
the current.
unmistakable.
As
Run.
Kale turned to leave,
It was not an
expensive
echo
last
of
whispered
battle
The pillars
through the
groaned
air.
as cracks
It
shot
was
up
the
their
echo of
sides.
a
The
love
river
so
flies
profound
bared
and
its true
desperate.
shape.
It had
True
imprinted
maw
itself
other
on the
illusions.
fragile
Movement of
ceramic.
glass and
Laughter
water.
can
The
drown
love
in
of a
One by
mother's
one,
child.
as easily as
Reflections
drowned
into
wanderers
sea.
reached
Final
out,
futile
looked
wish
back
for
once at the joyless,
Passed
stumbled,
into
the
this
valley
light
shining,
land.
slipping on a
Softly
slip
under the
drizzle.
January reached out
Kale
a
caught her,
trembling,
and drew her
azure
forward, and jumped
and
down.
gently
It's time
touched
I
the
learned to
end.
Stoat
swim.
hauled them both
The
up
echo
the far
washed
bank,
over her.
just as the
A
bridge
wave of
collapsed
selfless,
behind the gathering with a
unconditional
sound like a
love. The
thousand
stark
trailed
fire
embers lighter than
contrast to the
sorrow or
lands
fate.
of
Twice as
the
sharp,
fall.
the mist settled.
When
And the
truth
iron
itself
tyrants
begins to lie,
disappeared.
can even the beast
Kale
It
master
was a
tell the
single
difference
his
between
pure
reflection and
note.
The echo
revelation?
Overwhelming
pulsed faintly,
silence.
warning, then
Tears,
relief.
the first her
The river
dehydrated
gurgled,
body could
quieter
muster,
now, the mirrors
welled in
respectful.
her eyes,
It had the Joylands
cutting
and Vale
clean
behind
tracks
them
through
like
the
the yard
grime on
stared
the
back
songs
across
that
the
had
water.
never
Quite
This
been
was
real.
why she
So
was
many
here.
voices. For
Not
days,
for
the
gin
path
laws
west
to
ran
permit.
between fields.
Not
His
even
laughter
for the
still
grand
known to the
abstract
grass, some
concept of
soft
healing
spoken
the
too
land.
often, and
She
warm.
was here for this.
Before the air
Stoat spat
began
For the
into the
memory
dirt.
of a mother's love.
Next time
Color
we find a
drained
bridge
from
For the
in the earth
whispered
as if
promise
someone
that
had bug
even
it out.
here,
Kale
In
managed
this
to
place
rivers
of
ahead
absolute
whispered
next time.
desolation,
You go first.
They
something
didn't flow.
beautiful
They
had
laughed.
once
We
existed,
spoke. Honest
and that
laughter.
memory
The
was
stove heard
worth
it first.
preserving.
But Kale's smile
Kale,
faded
Using
as
the
he
last
glanced
of her
down,
strength,
squinting at the horizon.
she
There
carefully
shone brighter
pried
than
the
water,
amulet from the
arguing with the
skeleton's
silver.
grasp.
Something was
Kale
coming.
didn't answer.
She didn't have
He
the
already
means
knew
to
the
bury the
sound.
bones.
1,000 truths,
She could honor the
each
love
insisting
that
of
had been
finally
born.
learns. The river of lies.
She tucked the
It
amulet's
begins
face
with
into
a
her
thought,
tunic.
curling over black
Next to the
stones and
sorrowful
phrases
and
as he
twisted
rose,
toes
the
met.
echo whispered in.
The
As the wind
ash,
shifted, the
small
fog
and
parted to
seemingly
reveal across the
insignificant,
river wide
changed
as a city
everything.
street. And so
The
still
void
it
no
seemed
longer
solid,
felt empty.
when the truth itself
was a
touched
library
beneath its
of
glassy
lost
skin
stories.
gleamed with
And she had just
impossible
checked out the
selection.
most important
Not of
one.
clouds.
The next
but of
morning
faces
broke
Thirst
without
was still
cloud.
One of
there.
the mist curled
Her
off the
body
water and
still
Sharon
screamed
knelt
for
and peered in,
rest.
each one whispering
But her
its own
spirit
speech
was
of dawn.
realigned.
She whispered, Kale and his
but
she was
companion
no
stood
longer
at the
just
river's
Lucian
edge, she's
Ray.
laughing, watching light bleed
The
through the
prisoner.
fog closer, like a patient
The
frown.
experiment.
Minds weeping,
She was a link in a chain
but the
of
stillness
love
dropped the
that
stone.
stretched
It vanished
across
without
centuries.
peace. The reflection
witness to
beneath
the
didn't
devotion
copy
that
him.
even
Stoke
this
crouched,
barren
it turned its
wasteland
heading up
could
heavily
not
across the
erase.
surface,
The weight
glimmering
of the
silver. Instead of
sorrow
skipping,
people on one
the stone
side,
hung because the river
and the
tells you
simple leaf
what you
ambient on
laser
the other
before falling back
felt
and
like
said
a
this.
perfect
And
balance.
sometimes he said, "What you hope that's
of
new.
profound grief
Don't feed it. Spat
and
Kale toward the
enduring
bank.
love.
Every truth we
And
give
anchored
landed another
against
spreads
the
mount to a
desolation.
second Stoke who winked. Mirren frowned.
She pushed
picked up a
herself to
reflection
her
veil.
feet.
Kale smiled
Her
toasted
gaze
mocking.
fixed on the
Intention.
distant, rooted
Without mercy
mountains.
feels just as
Stoke
fast
The
as the
iron
sea.
tyrant's
Good.
discordant
Kale's band
hum
around his temples
was
are
no
still
longer
set. The
just
echo
a
alive
threat
with
or a
tension. They
test.
followed the river's quest where the
It was
river
a cry
widens
of
circling
pleading
the truth
from a
into
being
the
that had perhaps
The air shook
forgotten
both sides lay
the
waves
needs
half
of
fouled by
justice.
reeds.
And she
Stone
was no
houses
longer
forward
just a
where faint
survivor,
shaped statues
or
smooth
with
facing
singular
time, mechanical.
She was
In each
an
reflection,
outsider.
however,
She would
those
walk
same
with
fires
the
that
heart
round
of
and
the
stirring.
not
Windows
with
packed
a
quiet, people
shout,
moving with no one spoken
but with a
until Yara
lullaby
asked
woven
alive.
from the
The
memory of
ready
her
visits
mother's
next. Yara
A
touched
song
Kale's
so
and tightened the
quiet
straps
and
on his
true
back.
that might,
No,
just
he scanned the
might,
horizon.
reminded
But that
him
didn't
of
stop.
what
The
it was
silver
like to
spires
be
glimmered through mist. Not
By
towers,
midday,
but
they
pillars
reached the
rising
lake's
from the
edge.
water
It
itself.
wasn't fire
The
in the
dissonant
ordinary
hum
sense.
of
The bridge of
iron
mirrors
surface
surface burned
became
at
the
intelligence. The crossings at its heart, a rolling
terrible
sea of
constant.
molten
And on the
light.
other side,
It was a soundless
Kale's
vibration
mouth tightened.
that resonated
Occasionally
in
a
her
fire
feet,
would rise
a
into the
pressure
palms,
behind her
shaping
eyes
itself
that
into
grew
an
with
almost
every
stone
step she
drum
took
before
toward
collapsing.
the
Every
jagged
time I think
obsidian
the name
mountains.
can't get worse,
The
said
air
quietly.
grew hotter,
The further they went,
thick with the
the
smell
quieter
of
the world
hot metal
became.
and ozone.
Stoke shaded his eyes.
As
No
if she were
insects.
approaching the
So
world's
just like a
largest,
liquid whisper of
most
half-truths
polluted
slithering
zone.
over themselves, Kale said.
The fine
At one
gray
end,
ash
done past a ruined
underfoot
camp.
gave way to
Hills touched
hard,
the ground.
blackened
The
rock
soil trembled
that
faintly,
radiated
all
a dull,
bleached,
oppressive heat.
untouched by decay.
upward in
This
time.
was no
It is
On the
longer
bank
a
nearby,
wasteland.
the river
It
showed
was
the
the
same
outer
scene.
ward of a
He
slumbering
said,
town
except the corpses
that
were
had
alive.
scorched the earth
Fire
simply by
ants,
existence.
feasting. Kale pointed
Her
to the
body
city
was a
drowned
collection
themselves
of
in their own
protests.
memories. Shapes moved
Her
there.
thirst was a
Does the
raging
river
fire
thing
within
kill
her.
you only on the
Her
fire? It
muscles
just
trembled
convinces
with
you to
fear
stop
that would
breathe
be
every
invisible.
step. Their
Seeping
faces
into
flickered.
her
A soft
spirit.
voice drifted from the current.
Each breath was a
Warriors,
conscious
scholars.
effort.
He froze.
Drawing the
Then
metallic
came again.
scorched air
Every few
into
seconds,
lungs
one
that
other
stained
stone.
the moisture.
Only for another to rise in its
Yet,
place.
the memory of the
Continuing
living
the
march
stubborn one, as
was
if
a
no
small,
death had
cool
occurred.
talisman
Stoke looked
against
up
the
sharp. The
inferno.
disciples of reflection.
A touchstone
Kale
of
murmured,
meaning
his jaw
in a
clenched. They think the
landscape
fire
designed
will
for
teach them
despair.
truth.
It was a reminder that her mission
They
was
forget
not
like
about
you, teaching them
conquest,
barbecue. The river
but
said
about
moderately.
connection.
Kale didn't smile.
She was not
You don't
here
have to
to
fight.
command the
Teaches
Iron Tyrant,
through pain.
but
Forced
to
his boots to
understand
move.
it.
Endurance equals
To
bands
offer
around his
it a
temples
memory
thrummed
of what
warning.
lay
The figures
beyond its
continued their
walls.
beside him, growled, chanting as they rode
Self-reflective
beast without a
voices.
counterpoint, hauntingly beautiful.
Not to drown
The
the
path to the
voices
mountain
written by
to
some
remind
was a
forgotten
narrow
real joy
winding
felt like
file of
The
sharp
fire was
glass
parted
like
in Ridley's
rock
mother's reflecting
that
bright
tore
smiled
her
sad
clothes
rear.
and scored
The
her
nurse stepped
hands.
forward.
The
Mirren stumbled
tyrant's
beside
hum was
him.
deafening.
No, Kale,
A
the
psychic
water.
roar
It's showing
that
us.
threatened
They're
to
dying over
overwhelm her
validation.
senses
He snapped.
and shatter her
But it was too
concentration.
late. He drew the echo
It was a
surface lips,
symphony of
preparing
rage,
each
of
traveler
immense
the one
power
lie.
that
But the band
always
around his head
whispered,
flared
festering
hot.
for millennia.
Yara saw a
The
child
river
she never
beat
beside him
the edges
kiss
of
a
its
laughing boy
consciousness.
running not yet.
Not the vast,
said,
patient
Mirren saw her
wisdom
village
of the verdant
unburned.
breath.
Her family
The lake
alive.
But a
quivered.
tangled
From its
seesaw
center
of
herself, a
pain
voice
and
rose,
isolation.
unscarred,
clear,
It was a
pint
being that
one,
had been
the
alone
claws
with
in
its
the
own
other,
destructive nature
their
for
eyes
so
pale
long,
feet
it had
inching forward,
forgotten
walked
any
through
other
lies,
way to
grabbed
be.
stoked glass, dragging you
This was the
action
core
and
of
joy.
Jinlong's
You
experiment.
claim balance,
Could
breathe, teach us
compassion
truth,
survive
stoked
contact
gasped, blinking
with
hard.
the
The flames
consciousness
part,
that
thought
it
I could
devoured
reach a
itself?
figure emerged, taller than a real
Finally,
human, body
the
made
defile
of that's
opened
how
up
it
into a
feels, threaded with
colossal
veins that
caldera.
molten gold
The
doesn't
sight
ask you to
stole
believe.
what
Face
little
was
breath
shifting,
she had
offers never
left.
stop you hurting.
The
Sometimes
basin
his,
was not as
the other
wide,
shiver ends.
but
They
it
walked
was
sometimes
filled with a
silent
vast
text.
plate of
By dusk
glistening
across the
black
fire as
pillars,
easily as breath. 12
still
of them.
glowing with the
Pure fireworks
silent
veined with
internal
dark hills
heat
that
that
rising
made
straight
the
out of the
shimmer.
current. I am what remains
Between
when
the
stretched up
molten
Haw's
metal,
way of mirrored
like
away
rivers
lies
of
until
fiery
fame
flame,
remains. Barely
pulsed
wide enough to
sluggishly
just another grain of
across
lie.
the surface.
Mirren whistled low.
Their
Truth
slow,
without compassion.
rhythmic
This is the
flow,
bridge.
the land's
I'm not sure it
own
wants us.
heartbeat.
Compassion distorts data. Fire
And in
burner
the
hail
very
stepped onto
center,
it. Reflection
the
yarn to
artist
shit that showed
emerged
not the
from the
river,
great
but
iron
endless
sky
talks like a philosopher's
was the
step
iron
waves.
titan. It was
Never
not a
once
beam of
anyone
stone
ignored
crystal,
it. That's
but a
why
living
we have
metal
limited
embodied
time. Nothing
rock.
left to burn. The others
Its form
hesitated.
was blocked
Then I will know
by
everything.
momentum.
Yara
The
stepped
fortress
out
forged
with
in stars.
cautious. A storm of
All
memory and
little
light.
angles
Stoke
and
muttered a
prisms
prayer,
armored
any
memories.
god still on speaking
One
terms with
massive
reality.
plated
The fire
arm sunk
tilted
deep
its
into
air
iron
underfoot,
and
pulsed
was anchored
faintly with
itself.
every heart.
Before
Before
being
anyone could
imprisoned
join
by
ghostly
it.
moments
Its
they
back
never
was studded
lived.
with jagged
Not as the
crystalline
future that
formations
flashed light.
that
A path
glowed
that
with the
bridged
same
between
sickly
chaos. Halfway
orange as the
across,
molten river.
Kale's reflection
His
mind
leaking
yanked aside,
corrosive
smiled
energy
at him.
back
The
into
world,
the
not a
vanished.
cruel smile.
Its
He was
head
standing in a
was a
corridor,
faceless
superior
helmet
mirrors.
of dark riveted metal.
Each step
And
echoed
from
like
within
it
that
said in his
darkness,
voice. The reflection
two
which a
pictures
forgotten
veiled
version
in
by
red
himself.
light smoldered like
Child,
the last
Kale
embers
stopped.
of a world
Murder, the others
consumed
froze.
fire.
Each
It was
reflection
not asleep
continued.
in the
You
peaceful
cannot say
sense.
call yourself the beast
It was
master.
entombed,
Kale closed his eyes. You become
locked
just
in the
another
stasis
beast.
of its own
Every
raging
victory
fire.
costs you a
A
reflection
feedback
mercy.
loop of
That's
fury
your
that
every
had
mercy
poisoned the
costs.
earth
The
for
corner
miles.
filled with freedom. The walls
This
began
was
shut
Jin
up.
Long's
He raised the
performance.
echo to his lips and sang. Why?
This was
Low,
what he
natural sound.
believed was the
Rough as
efficient,
like the true mirrors
logical
crack. Chase
solution
Hire's voice
to
thundered through.
let a
You don't
celestial
fight for balance, it
guardian,
must be.
a
You
pillar
fight
of
because
the
you don't know
world,
how to stop.
remain
Shouted over
trapped
it.
in a
The surface
self-made
shuddered.
hell.
Reflection's eyes burned
Because
gold.
the risk of its
Behind him,
awakening
Stoke
was
flames
too
flickered.
great.
Kale, certain. The river's
He
rising.
saw
For a
it
moment
as a
he saw
contained
something
evil.
inside them. The current below
He
faces the
saw it
sea.
as a
Thousands of
patient,
black waves
unquenchable
swelling
storm.
swallowed by knowledge.
Its life
Shapes
force its
moved
own
within
disease.
their eyes. Faces,
He
claws,
stood at the edge of the
memories. Kale
iron
took a
plate,
breath and stepped
harmony,
forward into the
blasting
fire.
her face,
Stay. It
drying
didn't
the
burn.
tears of
Stay. It
exhaustion
remembered
before they
him.
could fall.
Yara stumbled. Anger.
The
Her
tyrant's
reflection
pain
made
was a
shots trying to pull her
physical
under.
force.
Grief. Kale
A wave
lunged.
of
He
psychic
turned
agony
into a
that
hum.
Eyes on me.
Vibrated through
He
his
shouted.
bones.
Not the
It was the
water.
pain of
You learn
eternal
through imitation.
self-inflicted
Reflection
wrath.
smiled
He said,
wider.
A
So
consciousness
knows
that
you
knew
can't
only
save
its
every
own
mercy
destructive
survives.
Tell her the
mistakes,
truth.
and had
You'll
come to
fail her
both
too.
revel in and be
He opened the
horrified
bond
by
around
it.
his mind.
Kale's patience
Snapped
To
within
awaken
him
it,
stirred.
drew the
was
echo
the
to
risk
his
of
lips and
an
released a
hurricane
note.
of
River offered
pure,
flow. A short
undirected
burst.
fury
Arc
from
of
a
sound.
power
The echo sank
already
on
teetering
mirror
on
smooth
the
surface
brink.
into
But
sharp
to leave
objects of
it
sound.
was to
Fire
condemn
never
it.
Reflection
heard
screamed
To
and
agree
dissolved.
with Jin
Forgiveness.
Long
The
that
river
some
roared,
things were too
furious,
broken
not
to
in
face,
pain,
bridge
but
to
revelation.
too dangerous to
Stoke
be
yelled.
allowed
The entire
to
lake
exist
losing
in
shuddered,
it.
true
collapsing
form.
into waves of light.
Kale
It was to
rolled
admit
out
that
Half the
his
causeway had
philosophy
already
was
sunk.
wrong.
Disciples
Was
still
the
marched.
only sane response
The fire
to
did
the
consume them.
The quartz pillars groaned as cracks
Turning
shot
into
up
a
the
closed
field of
sides.
glowing
eyes,
The river of
embers.
lies
shutting out
stared
the
at its true
terrifying
shape.
visage,
A maw
Kale
the
fell to his
oppressive
knees,
heat,
teeth of
the
glass and
deafening
water.
hum.
The
One by
finger's
one,
voice
the
came
reflections
again.
of drowned
Soft
wanderers
now.
reached
First
out,
for the
bleeding.
amulet,
Yara
I
stumbled
understand.
again,
focusing on the
slipping on a
pure,
slick path.
selfless love it
Kale
contained,
caught her,
Then
threw
and
her
mother's
forward,
final
and
desperate
Kale
wish
after.
for safety.
But start with
A
hauled
feeling
them
that
both
was the
up in the air
absolute
bank.
antithesis
Just
of
as
the
it began to
tyrant's
collapse
word.
behind them, the river of
Was a
lies
sound
behind
for
them
the
thousand
soldiers.
truths
breaking.
breaking. Its
Drawing not
surface
only
reflected
victory,
only the sky. The mist
but on her
settled. The fire
unwavering
flickered
resolve
once more
to
and
preserve
whispered.
hope in the face of
Kale knelt,
annihilation.
catching his breath.
The sheer
Requires
stubborn
the echo's
will
band
to
pulsed
ensure
faintly.
that a story did
Warning.
not end
Then
in
Lily
tragedy.
smiled faintly. The river
She
gurgled.
wove
You're
these
getting
two
it now.
threads
Almost
together.
respectful.
The love
He
of her
turned
mother
back to his companions.
and the defiance of
Yara
her
stared
enemy
Marin across
into
the
a
staring,
single,
awestruck. So many
focused
voices.
intent.
Stoke was wiping sweat
This
off
was
his
not an
brow.
attack.
Kale shook his
It
head.
was not a command.
No. Stowe muttered.
It was an
Some
offer.
visit somewhere that doesn't talk
She did not
back. That's
push her
worse.
resonance
Kale
at the
stood,
tyrant.
voice steady
That would
into
be
the
an
dirt.
invasion.
The fire learns
A
next
battle
time we
of
find
wills
some
that was
rage.
designed to win
You
through
take a bow.
sheer,
The echo pulsed in his mind. Kale
overwhelming
managed to
force.
hearing a faint echo of the next time's
Instead,
last word. You go first.
she did
When
what she
knowledge
had done
kneels, they
in the
laugh.
barren
Even God's
plains.
weary.
Kale
Honest laughter
offered
that the
it.
river quarter twice and that
She
glowed
became
faint.
a
Kale's smile
conduit,
faded as he glanced
a
down.
clear
Citadel
channel,
returned. The water there shone
allowing
brighter.
the
That's where this
metaphor
all
of the
like
mother's
molten
love
silver.
to flow
Something
out
was
He adjusted
coming.
his pack
A
and
light
began
that
walking
walked
tiny,
with rhythm. The
fragile,
others
yet
following and
impossibly
adapting.
persistent
The
stream
mist closed
of
behind them,
pure,
immersed,
gentle
swallowing the
emotion,
river of
It's closer
lies.
than I
entering the
thought. Now
vast,
tamed but
churning
never
ocean
silent.
of the
And as he
tyrant's
rose,
rage.
and
as the last
whispered
flicker of the
It was
fire
like throwing
faded
a
from
feather
sight,
into a volcano.
you can cross a river
single
of lies.
ember
long,
drifted
terrifying
onto
moment,
Kale's shoulder. What will you
nothing
do?
happened.
Whispering in a
When the
voice
truth
that
is
Distant
self-faithful
hum continued its
and
mind-numbing
foreboding.
drone.
The truth If
The
even
molten
truth
earth
begins to
pulsed with
worship
their
you,
sluggish
the next
toxic
morning
moisture.
broke without
The
color.
two
Will
red
you still
pinpricks
remember
from
who
the
you
dark
serve?
wall did not
Sheets,
fit
each
in
one
their
whispering its own
eternal
version of
smoldering
dawn.
Then,
The
a
city that
change so
Ambient stood
sudden,
at the
almost
river's edge.
mystic.
They walked 3 days
Watching
when
the
light
of the
bleached
hand
on the
was
fog
like
red
a
patient.
single
The air
fleeting
smelled
second,
faintly of
the
iron,
river
flies,
lies
and
quiet,
quiet, like
fraction,
blood
but
drying
still
on
different
parchment.
A
The
deeper
landscape
peace,
grew
older,
stranger with
clearer
every step.
tone, slipped
The
through,
soil turned from
skimming
gray
with the
pebble
sound of
across the
immense
surface,
age,
then to
of
ash
alone
of
is so
skips that carried a
profound,
low hum
in the air,
trodden upon.
as if in
Turning
response
hands
to
stopped
that
once,
hidden
falling
note.
back in,
A
kneeling to press her
single
ear to the
orange
ground.
crystalline
He
spike
said,
on the
"It's alive."
tyrant's massive shoulder,
She murmured,
cracked
"Kale
with a
the earth's
sound like a
remembering
mountain
something if
wave.
it becomes another lion's
A
mouth."
tiny fissure,
It's the fire,
no
Miriam
wider
he said.
than a hair,
What's the difference? Keep what it
appeared in
burned.
the
Kale
great
smiled
iron
grimly.
plate at its
Inforged
feet,
dawn revealed the
steaming
city without
faintly.
mercy. It rose from the
The
sand like a
gestures
womb
were
covered in glass.
infinitesimal.
The band around
But
the
in a
towers
vein
of
of
black
such
disco
immense
alive with
static
glowing red
power.
light. He looked
They were
westward. The river
seismic
wide
events.
streets radiated from a
They were
central
not
spire.
signs
The
of
air
awakening,
perfectly geometric,
but of a
vein
deep
without wind.
internal struggle.
Bridges of
On the
molten
far
metal
shore,
ran
the
over
walls of the
shapes
prison
of
were
still
vibrating.
flame, angular,
The
mechanical,
iron
the
tyrant
size of
was
two
not
rivers to be
awakening.
natural, slow arcs.
It was
The fire
listed
surfaces
somewhere.
engraved with scripture,
It
too
packed
precise to
quietly.
be written by
No
human
one
hands.
spoke until Yara asked,
The
"The
fissure
Citadel
in
are
the
returning
iron
for what's
plate
next?"
Yara
was a
whispered,
crack in
"It's
the
beautiful." Kale
universe.
tightened the straps on his
It was
pack.
a
It's hungry.
silence that
Kale
screamed
corrected.
louder
He
than
said,
the
"They
tyrant's
descended, but that
home.
never stopped us enjoying the
Sinuhe
road.
held her
Nobody
breath.
stopped them. No
Her entire
guards,
being
no
focused
reach the
on
lake's
that
edge.
single
Only the wasn't
steaming
fire in the
machinery,
ordinary. The
sullen
faint sound
metal.
of chanting. The surface birds
The
were
offering
repeated
had
so
been
often they'd lost
The
rolling sea of
connection,
molten light.
fragile
Stoke
as a
exhaled
spider's
slowly
silk,
with purpose.
had been established.
Occasionally a flame would rise into an
Now
almost
she
killing us,
waited in
shaping
the
itself
heart of
into
the
an always
forest,
human form
a
before
supplicant
collapsing again.
before a
Not
wounded
yet.
god.
The fire says,
The two
scanning the
red
skyline.
pinpricks within the
The watcher
tyrant's
watching.
helm
It
shifted.
imitates.
They
He
did
was
not
right.
move to
Stoke
focus
shaded
on
his eyes. The city itself
Instead,
watched.
they
Windows
seemed to
retracting
turn
from us.
inward,
Shadows follow.
as if the
Everything we've done
being
right.
looking at
The
itself
air
for the
shimmered
first
with
time in
everything
its
we've done
history.
right. Sentences.
The grinding hum
Observe,
deepened,
touching the ground.
warping
The soil
into a
trembled
low
faintly
shuddering
under his feet. They
grunt
passed
that
statues of men
vibrated
and
through
upward
the
in
iron
time with
twigs
gesture.
up into
Their faces
January's
serene.
bones.
They're trying to cross. At the base
It
of
was the
every
sound
one
of a
said,
glacier
plaque read,
calving,
who honored
of
instruction
continental plates
to teach us to
grinding
feed pointed
against
to the center
one
of the lake. Marin grimaced.
A wave of
Shapes moved
psychic
there.
feedback
Dozens
slammed
of
into
figures
it.
walking
A
calmly on the
torrent of
fire,
raw,
tail not each growing
unfiltered
brighter
memory.
with every step.
It was
Worse
not
faces
coherent
flickered
thought,
believed hundreds of
but
identities.
sensation.
Warriors in the central
Scholars
square stood a
newborn
fountain of
star.
flame. Beggars spiraled
shaping
upward
of
like every few
conscience
seconds,
under
one
a
changing
colossal
color with every
metallic
breath,
wave.
only for another to
The
rise
joy
in
of
crimson,
creation,
white,
a
continually
forging
march
order
around
from
it as if
chaos.
hundreds of
Death
people,
occurred.
Then,
heads bowed,
a shift,
to disciples of reflection.
a searing
Their skin
catastrophic
shone faintly. They
a
as though the
flaw,
fight had entered
a
them
hairline
from left.
fracture in its own core.
Yara leaned close.
A
Looks like it's
vulnerability
teaching
it
the
had
bard
never
of
known
praying.
possessed.
Stoke muttered. Kale
The
studied
fear
Kale
that
faces.
followed was not a
It
human
teaches,
fear,
he said
but a
softly.
tectonic one.
They believe endurance
The fear
equals
of its
wisdom.
own immense
At the
power.
fountain's heart,
The
figures
fire
continued their
half
march,
hidden by
becoming
chanting as they
unstable.
burned.
A sphere of
Becoming
molten
a
glass
threat to
suspended
the
in
very
midair,
world it was
like
meant
its
to
surface
guard.
ribbed by some images,
To
forgotten what
retrieve
joy felt like. Memories.
the
The
withdrawal.
fire responded
The
in the flashes
decision
of the
to
glowing
calm
brighter.
himself,
The river
to sink its
rise.
essence
Yara
into
said
the
dawn's
pouring
fire.
iron.
Their fire
Become
was
its own
remembering
warden
him.
in the prison
No,
of
and
its
then
own
Kale
making.
said softly. A voice
The
rolled
rage
across
of
the
fire
square.
was not at the
Validation.
world,
You came.
but at its
Flames
own
parted.
imperfect
He drew the
form.
next up to his lips,
Humiliation
preparing his
was
eyes pure gold.
The endless
But the
cyclical
band around his
cycles
head
of
flared
reflection
light.
discovered
Each movement
was
scattered
vulnerable.
river beast inside him.
This
She
was the
smiled. The
truth
crowd
Jin
gasped
Long
as
had
not
never
seeing a
uncovered.
sunrise for the first time.
The Iron
It's listening.
Tyrant was not a
Kale knew her
malevolent
at once.
force.
The quivered. The fire
It
from
was
the
a
center.
perfectionist.
A voice
It
wrote
had
beauty.
failed its own
Clear,
impossible
ideal.
standards.
Kale said quietly,
Its wrath,
perfect.
the self-directed,
But Ael's right you to build a
and the
city.
ashen
You had
barrens
walked
with
through
the
lies,
collateral
the fire
damage of its
glass,
eternal
a sound like
impact
glass
to the
shattering
world.
politely.
The
Flame
torrent
bound.
of
I built
memory was
nothing.
crushing.
Teach us truth. The people
A
came
weight
to
of
study me.
eons that
The
threatened
flames
to
their
uproot
order
the
around my
machine
life.
of
Figure
its own
emerged. I only corrected
Taller
their
than any
mistakes.
human.
She felt her
Body made
mind
of pure
fraying
flame,
at the
threaded
edges.
with
You
veins
taught
of
them to
Her
worship
sense of
knowledge.
self
Its
dissolved
face was
into
shifting.
ancient,
Never took them to survive it.
self-loathing
Sometimes she
agony.
replied. Sometimes
Is
they
that
not
not
your
the
word
danger?
too? Sometimes
These
the
To
masters
architects.
understand it
It
was to
rise
be
from
seen
fires
not
near the flames, reflecting Kale's
aimed
own
for
face
herself.
back at him. Kale
not
said,
in
they
defiance,
burned like their teachers.
but in the two
He said,
touchstones
remains
she
when knowledge
created.
offered themselves
She
wisdom
pressed the
lies
memory
inside
of
the
her
truth.
mother's
Each life a
death
lesson, each
from the
death is just
energy
another
to
kind of
turn.
lie. Stoke
A
whispered,
tiny life
truth
raft
without
on a
compassion. I
sea
liked it
of
better.
fire.
When fire just
She
cooks
pushed
soup,
the image of
compassion
human
distorts fire.
suffering,
Turned to him and
smiled,
smiled.
not as
I
a
see
failure,
fires cook something.
but as
Yara
the
took a step
ultimate
back. Samia's feed the
aspiration.
mind.
An
It talks like a
acknowledgement
philosopher
that
who's
even
forgotten the
ending
What do you
had
want?
meaning.
Her gaze
She
saw
did not
Kale
try to
ignored her.
shout
Gave me
over the
mercy,
tyrant's
Kale. What
mind.
happens
I've
when
come
there's
to
nothing
return
left to
Whisper
burn?
into it. You
She
are not
extended a
the
hand,
flaw, she
everything.
said.
Flame flickered
Without
across
a
her palm. Its
fragile
forming a
bubble
sphere
in
of
the
white light
flame.
lay in light like a
You are
heart.
the
You'll know
hands
nothing
that
that
shape the
breathes it.
mountains.
She said,
You
it will
are the
burn away
will
every
that
tilted
tilted
its
the
head,
world's core.
then become
The
pure.
fracture
Before
is a
anyone
part
could
of
move,
you,
the flames
but it
surged
is not
forward.
all of
The
you.
beast within him stirred
To deny it
easily,
is to be
forming a
its
bridge
prisoner.
between purity
To
for black.
accept it
He said,
is to be
he felt
free.
his mind
The
yanked
response
sideways.
was violent.
The world
expression
The iron
didn't
plate
change.
beneath
He was
her
standing in a
feet
corridor.
buckled.
Refused wisdom
Even
made of
upward
mirror.
as if
I
in
refused
projection.
slavery.
Each step
Dressed
A
echoed
geyser
like a
of molten
heartbeat.
metal erupted
The
nearby,
reflection showed every
splattering
version of
against the
himself. Then you
caldera
remain
wall
child,
with a hiss that tore
warrior.
at the air.
Exactly, Savior. He said,
The
each
tyrant's
spoken in
massive
fire
form
studied him,
shuddered.
cannot save them all.
The red lights
Your
in its
imperfection
helmet
closes
blazed
eyes.
renewed
I've been
and
watching you.
intensity.
We want
It
to.
was fighting
The reflection
her,
said, the echoes,
not as
that's
an
your
enemy,
lie.
but as a
You
beast
persist
who
harmony.
fights a
Yet
surgeon,
everywhere you go,
terrified
he raised
of
the
the
echo to
truth.
his
lips.
You destroy
Alarm.
order, lowly
Thoughts
sound,
are like a physical
ruffle
body.
sand.
Laden
Marriage
with
crack
the
kills
dust of
voice,
dead
fire's
stars.
voice, thunder because
Say,
balance isn't a pattern, it's a
You're not
conversation.
containing her power. She
The
needs
fire
you.
tilted her head.
Her own spirit
Speak
is
must
scorched and thin.
She
You are
gestured.
bearing it.
The fountain
And
behind
until
her
it
flames
flames,
flickered,
you are
rising
poisoned
higher until its
with
flames
the
licked the
moment he
rooftop.
saw
Is this
Something
safe?
inside the fire
Is
emerged
this
shapes.
order?
Faces, human
Is desolation?
thousands of them, made of
She
heat,
pushed forward.
swallowed by knowledge. They
Step
circled
by
the group
agonizing
slowly,
step
their eyes
across
facing
the shuddering
flames.
iron plate.
Yara reached
Kale
for
took
the
a
blade
breath
and
blistering
stepped
the soles
forward.
of
What
her
are the
boots.
fire? It
She
didn't
was a
burn.
tiny figure
Kale
walking
remembered
through a
Emily.
mountain in torment.
His anger, his
The world
patience,
is not
not his
protected.
grief. The fire
She
corrected.
could
He turned into a
exploring
teaching
every ounce of
vibrated
her
through
will
his
into
reflections
connection.
lunged.
It is
Kale
broken
dodged through her,
and beautiful
carrying its burning arm
and
with the
worth
flat of
fighting
his
for.
awareness. Marin
It
drew
does
her
not need
dagger and
violence
struck
for
another,
God.
slicing
It
through
needs
its
a present
midsection,
form.
only for
He
two
opened the
more
monster
to
out of his
from
mind.
the sparks. The
Not
beast
the
within
perfect
stirred.
war
The
from
wolf
the
dug
dawn
under
of
a
the
fiery fist. The river offered
The
flow.
you that
Lesson
is
received.
alive.
Burned steady. The
Now,
echoes sang harmony.
Kale's beasts
Flawed.
gathered,
They
flooding
projected a
the
sound
sound
the
with
fire
strength.
had never heard.
The
She
echo's
reached the
hum
base
guided
of
his
the colossal
gaze.
beam.
The wolf steadied his
Two red
stance.
lights
Not in
high
every
above
swing was
swooped
revelation.
down.
Reflection.
Finally,
The entire
Entire
flame
lake
returned
shuddered,
seconds
collapsing
later.
into waves
The
of
gaze
light
was
that
immense,
rolled outward.
Fire
ancient,
watching
Watching
over
over
the
the
filled
disciples
with the
still
bewildered,
Stop
marching.
fighting.
aching
Kale
lungs
yelled. Fire didn't
that
It is
told all
out.
the rage that had come
Suggestions
forth.
welcome.
Turning into a
She knew
field.
it
Stoke
could not
shouted,
be averted.
rolling aside his
She
reflection
opened her
marks
arms,
where his head had
a
been.
gesture
Kale
of
fell to
utter
his
Kale
humility.
closed his eyes.
Exhausted.
She
Inhaled
opened her
deeply.
mind.
Fire's
and
voice
focused
came
nothing
again.
back.
The
Soft
fire
now.
mirrored
She let
what
the
it
time
saw.
feel her
But
own
what if he showed it
exhaustion.
something it couldn't learn?
Her fear.
I learned
He
still.
sheathed his
She let
sword.
it feel the blistering
Kale,
heat on
keep
her
what are you?
skin.
Kale
Feel
said
it in her
again,
muscles.
but he
spread his
She let it
arms.
feel the
Mercy in the air
profound,
cool. He whispered,
unshakable
the mist
love
began
she
to
held
clear.
for a world that
The river of
contained
lies
both
behind the
fervent
reflection
force
froze mid-lane.
and
Its
action
surface
bearer.
reflecting only the
Both
sky.
kind
Kale
older
stepped
women
forward
flickered
one,
once
and
more.
placed his
cruel
whisper on
former
its
directors.
chest. Balance. You don't
She
have
showed
to
it
fight.
the
Requires,
entirety of
he
her
said
own
softly. Humility.
messy,
You can stop.
imperfect,
Kale smiled
and
faintly.
fiercely
blinked.
protected
You're
power.
getting used
For a moment that
The
stretched
flames
into
dimmed. He turned back to his
eternity,
around them.
nothing happened.
Others hesitated
The
and
world
flickering,
held
were
its
staring
breath.
and wind.
Awestruck.
Then,
Slowly,
the
the
iron
lightning
tyrant
sweat
moved.
off his brow from
It
red
did
to
not
blue.
roar.
Next time,
It
fire's
did not
voice
rise in a
trembled.
cataclysm
We
of
visit
fire
somewhere
and
that
metal.
doesn't talk back.
Its
Teaching
massive
you,
head,
Kale stood.
the
Voice
faceless
steady, Kale
dome,
said.
bowed.
Mercy
Fire
doesn't
learns,
require
It was a
understanding, but so
slow,
do we, and will.
ponderous,
The
heartbreak
echo
of
pulsed
gesture
his
of
mind,
acknowledgement.
carrying the
Eyes
faint
wide.
echo of the
Of
fire's
surrender
last
not to her,
She acknowledged Neil's
but to the
mercy
truth
coming
that
God's
she
truth.
carried.
Kale looked west.
The grinding
It completes
hum
the horizon that
ceased.
glowed.
The words
faint
echoed
echoes
The
through the
silence
square
that
like
followed
the
was
citadel
not
returned.
empty.
Watching
It
citizens
was
stirred.
full.
That's where this all
It was the
heads.
silence of a
Others
storm.
weeping openly.
He adjusted his pack and
Throughout the
began
action
walking.
time,
The citadel
the
is
very
falling
air
in
showed
step.
a change.
Kale's
The
mist
metallic
swirls behind
began
her.
softening.
The wolf swallowing the river of
The
lies.
presence began to
Patience now
dissipate.
tambers
but
fade.
never silent.
The echoes song.
but into a
And
temporary
as the last
gloom.
flicker of the
Sounding
fire
pulse
faded
that
from
high
sight
above,
across the
the
city,
perpetual
a single
blue-colored
ember
haze
fire
began
struck
to bend,
Kale's shoulder,
allowing a
whispering
faint
joy
glow
spoke
from like
split into a
elastic
thousand
ground for the
sparks
first
that
time in
rained over the
centuries.
square.
Even truth begins
where
to
they
light
lasered
the
torches
was
against
not
the
a
astarts
weapon.
rekindled. Will you
The
statues around the plaza
preserved.
cracked open,
It was
revealing
accepting
living
its own
people
nature,
within.
flaw and
Kale,
all.
trembling,
And in
reborn.
doing so,
The city that
it
Kale
was
fell
ending
to
its
his
long
knees.
war
They
against
walked 3
itself.
days west, and
On a
fire's
journey
voice
deep
lingered
within
above
the
him.
jade
Faint
dragon
air storm,
elements.
faintly of
Jin
iron
Long
and
watched
still,
the seismic
like
and
blood
psychic
drying on
readings of the
parchment.
barren stabilize.
The landscape grew strange
Jen
with
began to
every
pulse
step.
with a
In her
strong,
place, the
steady,
soil turned from
harmonious
gray
rhythm
to
he had never
copper,
seen before.
into ash-white dust
The
that carried a
catastrophic
low
failure
hum
he
when she
had
sets off
predicted.
on.
The
Karen
prince of his
stopped once,
philosophy
kneeling to
had not
press his
occurred.
ear to the ground. Then keep each
Instead,
other alive.
the data was
She
telling
murmured. The child
him a
nodded.
possible
The earth was
story
remembering something.
of healing,
Behind them,
Kale
the
nodded.
citadel burned.
acceptance,
It's the fire.
of a power
He said,
too vast
they learned to
to
keep
be
what it
controlled.
towers softened.
Choosing
The molten
instead to
rivers.
be
The fourth
balanced.
dawn revealed the city.
Beneath
People lifted their
back
faces to the
visions,
sky like a
the sterile
womb
light
prepared
was
glass to
reflecting
gods.
into
Thousand
his
towers of
unblinking
black
eyes.
crystal Kale rose
The
unlit
variable
red
had
light.
not just
Between
survived
clapped him on the
experiment.
shoulder. Streets
It had
radiated from
rewritten the
central spire.
hypothesis.
You taught a city
The
manager.
Ray stood at the foot
Painfully
of the
neat.
silent bow
Ridges of
giant.
molten metal
Feeling
ran
the
over
land
rivers that
itself,
still
sigh
flame.
and relief around
Machines
him.
where seismic
She had
symbols
not
moved in
awakened
slow
Russian.
arcs.
She
Kale
had
surfaces in
reconciled
rays
a
in scripture, the
guardian.
light of the dying
And in
fire
doing
by
so,
wall of storm
she had
clouds
not
rolling
just
in.
proven
The citadel of
Jin Long
lightning
wrong.
flash. Yar whispered,
She had
strange
proven
shapes
that
in the
some things
distance.
were truly
A colossus
unbreakable.
hungry of shadow. Corrected.
The phoenix
They
has not
descended
only
the last
survived being
turnage
captured
wasn't
from
about
the
learning.
She
Nobody
has
stopped them.
emerged
What
from
comes
it having
next will
healed
be
the
about
foundational wound in the
remembering.
world.
Only the hum of machinery.
Setting the
He took
stage
one
for
last
the
look
sword
at the
that
child
now
of
be
fire
found.
standing repeated so
cooling
often they'd
embers.
lost meaning. She smiled, and the air
Stoked
shimmered
exhaled
with quiet
slowly.
peace.
The silence
Kale
of the
turned his
caldera
back to the
was not
city,
the dead
and no one's
silence
killing
of
us
the
yet.
barrens,
The others
but a
followed
living,
silent.
breathing quiet.
As night
Like
edged
the
into the
world
approach, Kale
holds its
said,
breath
scanning
in
voice
awe.
echoed through the wind.
The
There was
oppressive
threat, no
metallic
promise.
heat
He was
had
right.
bled
Just a
away,
question too honest to
replaced
admit.
by a
Self-watch.
gentle,
Window's fire
ambient
begins to
movement.
remember its pain.
The
When it
rays
breathed
of
stirred with the
molten
air
metal
shimmered
across
with
the
fragments of
great
whispered
iron
even the
surface
flame to forgive
cooled changed from fiery
adjust,
orange
ember with a
to
memory.
the dull, sullen
This has
purple
statues of
smoke
men and women, each
then to
with
a
gesture,
solid
sister
dark
faces,
gray.
scours of mind. At the base of
The
every
land
one,
was not
kitchen black red
instant
forges,
heat.
honored instruction on
Centuries
for
of
late
torture
teachers to
could not
feed
be
the fire,
undone in a
where
moment.
statues had cracks
The bleeding
open.
had stopped.
The newly breathing
They burned
nurses of
scalpels.
their joints
She
remembered
raised
two
it,
lives that
her
one
legs
not
trembling
grimly.
not from fear,
No,
but
children
from a
pointed us
profound
gently,
soul
let them believe it was
exhaustion.
worship at Fountain's
She looked
Palm,
up at the
and
bowed
named it
form
in the
of
central
Iron
square
Tyrant.
stood a fountain of
Old
flame
two
cupped
red
it like
lights
spiraled
in
upward like a
Helmut
dancer's
no
arm,
longer
changing
veiled
dresses
her
with every
entrance.
breath.
The
They came
gentle
in
glow
slave
of
cloaks with
Bandcamp.
copper-stamped badges.
It was not a sleep,
Archivists
but a
sat hundreds of
peace.
people. Their faces
Its
were
purpose was
bowed,
turned
their hands were
inward in a way
clasped.
that was
They laid their
contemptible,
skin shone
not
faintly in
tormenting.
arranged
It
ledgers
was
as the
learning
black
to
shall
live
never
with
left.
itself.
Their leader,
The task
a narrow
was
man
done.
whose smile never
But
reached
as
his
the
eyes,
adrenaline faded,
bowed to kill,
the
studied their
consequences
face
of her
anchor,
success came
discovering
crashing
no
down.
unguarded vault. He said
Her
softly,
throat was a desert
"Dearly
premium.
Talden," he
Her
said,
body a collection
"We're here
of
to."
fountains
Fountain's
and
heart burned to
needs.
relieve you of irregularity
She
by
had
fire.
pushed herself
Mercy needs
far
a
beyond
sphere
her
of molten
limits.
glass
She
kept
sustained
exploited
only
able.
by will
Its surface
and the
rippling
power
with
of her
images.
resonance.
Halden's gaze flicked as a
Now,
child of flame
that
standing
power
near the
flashes of the
fountain,
Joylands,
watching a
and the
girl
physical
spit flying
reality
embers
of
like a
her
bright
ordeal
fire.
reasserted
The entity
itself
exchanged
with
class.
vengeance.
The prefect said,
She had
"Threat
no
to
voice
utility
across the
no
square.
water,
protocols. You came.
and was stranded
Flames
in the
parted.
heart
Start
of
with
a
asking
landscape
her,
woman,
that,
tall,
said,
radiant,
while
eyes
no
pure
longer
gold,
actively
hovered. Her body
hostile,
flickered between
was
Haslam
still a
light.
barren
Each movement
wasteland
scattering a child.
in Long's
When she
tranquil
smiled, loud the crowd gasped. She tilted her head. Sunrise sparks shimmered in the air between so Hale knew her at once. The fire had learned form, she said. It had learned beauty. But I also liked being fire. I did. You can keep it, said quietly. 2 names, but I didn't invite you, said Bill, stylus scratching.
It was a single questioning note.
A sound like glass
The giant had
shattering
not moved,
politely.
but its
I built
attention
nothing,
was on
Hale
her.
said.
A
The people
vast
came to
gentle
study me.
pressure
Portable
against
device
its
their order
fold.
around my life. Brass
It could
ribs,
feel her
correcting
fragility,
mistakes. A
her
dial
mortal
thrum,
need.
seeking a frequency
In
to own. You
response,
taught them to worship
a section
knowledge
of the
sworn
iron
under her
pierced
breath.
her feet,
Mirrors were
still
stolen to
warm
survive
but
and made the
solid,
rest replied.
shifted with
Is
a
that not your
thread.
work too, Beastmaster? Stepped
fissure
between the
opened,
machine. Her eyes shone
and
like
from
mirrored
within,
flames.
clear
What's that?
and
Hale's
clean
own
water
face
began
back
to
at
well
him.
up.
Standardized mercy
Coursing in a
burned their
natural
teachers.
direction formed
He
by
said,
the cooled
is a
metal.
resource. They
It
offered
was not a
themselves
river,
willingly.
not a
Weaker
stream,
citizens will
Each
receive
life
but a
civil
gift.
punishment. Death, a page. The stronger
A
will be sent to
single
task
twisted
appropriate to
cup
their
of
resilience. I
water
like
drawn
better.
from deep
No one fires
uncontaminated
drives kindness they didn't earn.
The
The fire
tyrant's
turned to her and
long
smiled.
torment
Kale
had
laughed
sealed
once.
the way.
Fires cook something, child.
She
No one
kneels
earns
down
meals, feed the
to her
mind.
knees.
Precisely.
Her
Step
hands
forward, Alden
trembled.
said. What he
She
used to be
cupped the
agreed with. Her
water
gaze softened.
and
So
brought
will
it
assign
to
give me
him.
mercy, Kale. I've come to
It was the
return your
most
gift. He
delicious
lifted his
thing
palm.
she
She
had
extended a
ever
hand.
tasted.
Brightened. Flame
Cool
flickered across her
and
palm.
life-giving.
Lines of light, fear of
She
white
drank
ice
until
square
her
pulsed like a
thirst was
heart,
a
piling
memory.
people into neat lattices.
splashed it
She
on
said,
her face.
voices
It will
softened
burn away
as if
Wash
the
away
device
the
had found the
grime and
pitch of
ash
ecology
upon
and
her.
put it on a leash.
As she drank,
Lumen's glow
felt
faltered.
another
Hale's
shift.
throat tightened. Hale didn't draw
This one was
steals
not in the
within him.
land,
He stirred breath
but in the
easily.
air
The
around
coarse,
him.
useful
Purity
sounds
was
Jack
the
loved.
alien
He said,
presence.
Lumen, not for peace.
It was the same
Eyes on
sensation
her,
she had felt
not
in
the
the
her
void.
expression.
Had
Didn't
manifested
what did
in
it
the
feel
valley.
like when they
You
taught you
refused
wisdom?
wisdom.
A
I
pocket of
refused
absolute
slavery,
silence.
she said at once.
But this was different.
And now?
It was not aggressive.
Her smile faded.
It was
She murmured. Then you remain
face
imperfect.
She
Hale
looked
nodded.
up.
He turned back
Water
to Halden.
dripping from
The
her
fire
chin.
studied
Turn it
him.
off.
Intrigued.
Standing at the edge of the
Halden's
caldera,
imperfection
where the
made me
obsidian
curious.
paths met
I've been
the
watching
mountain
you
view.
pilot.
Was
10
the
rivers.
figure.
The machine
It
through
was
the
the
echoes.
void
Turn it
weaver.
off. Kale
Its
repeated. You
form was
resist
still
harmony.
shrouded in
Yet the
shifting
prefect
shadows
everywhere you
darker
go
than
tensed.
light.
You create it. You don't hold
But
a
it
story
made no
order.
move to
I don't need it.
advance.
Kale said.
To spread its
I
circle
have
of
hands. Kale's
annihilation.
voice dropped. He looked to the
It
crowd.
simply
Because balance
stood,
isn't a pattern. Here
a
lost its
sentinel of
conversation.
nothingness,
A dozen
watching.
stepped fire tilted her head.
This
One
was
woman
Jin
pushed through
Long's
as if
response.
surfacing from years
Not
ago.
a military
Grain
strike,
found behind
not
her
a
blaze,
recapture
rising
attempt.
higher until her
He
mouth
had
like the
sent his
roof
most
eyes that had
potent
watched
and
fire
enigmatic
member shapes
weapon,
found a way to
not
get
to
the trends
fight,
afterward, made of
but to
heat and memory.
witness.
My era. They circled
To
Kale's
observe
group
the
slowly.
aftermath of
Faces
her
blank.
victory.
She taught numbers like reaching
To
for her
collect the
blade.
data that his sensors
What are
could
they? My
not.
era did not bow.
The
Reflect Kale.
qualitative spiritual
Kale said
result
grimly.
of
Asked
her
him at Halden's
actions.
quiet machine.
The
And at
iron
Lumen's
tyrant's
test,
dim
attentive
red
face.
lights,
Fire corrected. When I was
bright
studying,
diffraction.
teaching, Myra said.
A
For the
low
reflections
warning
lunge, I heard
drum
children
carried
dodge
the
the proofs they didn't
parrying
earn
a
against a
sound
burning
detector
rod that
incident.
didn't have any sword.
The land itself
Mary did not
recognized
hold
the
back her
weapon
back,
as
struck
an
another,
antithesis
slicing
and
through
found
its
balance.
midsection.
The
Only
weaver
for
did
two
not
more
react.
in her hand from the
She
spark. Carried a
stood.
carpenter's
Stood
mouth,
speechless
swore, and
presence
ducked
beside
under
her
one
fiery
real
fist.
fist.
It was the
She
embodiment of
lesson
the council's
received toward
philosophy,
the device.
and it had been sent to see
Halden's
if that
Hale's
philosophy
beast
could be
stirred,
validated.
flooding his limbs with strength. Kale took the
Small
echo's
hum
step, guided his blade.
body still
The wolf
beat,
steadied
but
his
her
stand in
spirits
his throat.
resolute.
Every swing dispersed
she
one
met the
reflection.
weaver's
Myra gently.
non-blade.
Each flame returned
Her
seconds
own
later,
efforts
to
unable
mimicking
to
teach us
use.
something instead. The fire
But her
was learning its
intuition,
jaw worked.
understanding its
Stop
purpose,
fighting.
Fury
Fury is a tool that
It
snaps
adapts. She had
when
not
used
just
wrong.
awakened the
Suggestions
dark.
welcome.
She
Twice
had
so
changed
shouted.
the
Teachers
game.
ran aside as
The
reflection of
conflict
where his
was
head
no
had been.
longer about capturing
Kale
or
closed his
breaking
eyes,
the phoenix.
inhaled deeply on the table,
was about
focused with bare
two
hands. The fire
irreconcilable
mirrored what it
goals.
saw. Cooled ash. But what if he
Occupying
showed its
the
lip
same
thing it couldn't learn? Crushed its
Her
silk
success
fine. He
had
sheathed
forced
his
the
sword
council
palm.
to shift
Kale streaked
from
her
seeing
warrior
her
hands
as a
black.
problem
Yara
to be
began.
solved
She crossed. He spread his
to a
arms. Palm
paradigm
mercy.
to be studied.
He whispered every
and
older hand
potentially
that reached for
feared.
hers.
The
The
weaver
reflections
stood
froze
for a moment
mid-lunge.
longer.
Up the fire
A
watched,
stain of
uncertain
silence
you
against
can
the
Kale stepped
recovering
forward.
light.
Glow steady. Placed his palm
Then,
on its chest.
without
Children
a
laughed
sound,
softly at the
you
dust
have
and made a
to
ceremony of
Its
smudging
presence
each other with
vanished as
reverent
if it had
mess.
never
Stop.
been.
What
The
is
air
this?
itself
Reflection
seemed to
blinked.
rush
Halden
back
asked,
into the
confused.
space
Stylus
that it
lost.
occupied.
The flame
The gentle
didn't
hum
look at
of the
him.
land
Around
returned.
them, hands
Others
in
now
agitated.
tinged with a
Flick
new
said,
watchful
candle
tension.
rule, no book can
But the
own
message was
slowly
true.
down bears ash.
The experiment
You
was
are
over.
permitted to rest,
The real
or to be
world was
fired.
just
His voice
beginning.
trembled. The mark
Jin
means
Long
you're
was not
doing what fire did to you.
He was
Teaching you
acknowledging
what
the
you
shift
forgot.
towards
You are
Jin.
permitted to lift. Mercy
He
doesn't
accepted his
require
ultimate
understanding. Do the heavy
fire,
thing
not to
will.
negate her.
We change
The woman
places
was
by
to
step back,
comprehend her.
eyes
Schedule.
wide.
The thought
There is
was
no
more
cue,
chilling
there is
than
only
any
she
direct
whispered.
attack.
Mercy contradicts truth.
She was
Machine's
no
lines of
longer a
light looked
variable.
foolish
Complete
beside the
She was
Grey
a
Prince.
theory
The
that
words
threatened
flickered
to
and
destroy
dulled
his
under an
life's
older
work.
rule that knew how to
And he
share.
would study
The street
it.
without lowering their
Cold,
heads.
relentless
Others
focus
only tried to smile
of a
his authority
scientist
back on. The
dissecting
citadel
a
of return
paradigm-shifting
ritual.
anomaly.
Kale's beasts
Jin
roared
Long
together without
turned
Wolf's
from the empty
royalty. The
space
river's
where it had
prefects.
stood
Kale
and
set his
looked
face
back
off to
at
the
the
echoing
iron
song,
tyrant.
uniting into
Then
one
at the
resounding
path that
axles
led
that
out of
rolled
the
across the
pavilion.
city. Halden met his eye.
She had
Fire
a
screamed for
long,
the first time. The
difficult journey
bankers
back to
polished
the
joy
world,
and split
to
into
find
all
Lao
thousand
Chen,
sparks that
to
rained over the
regroup.
square. They
But
safely
she was
landed,
no
torches
longer
ignited,
afraid.
hearts rekindled, and walked to the device.
Before
Statues
her
around the
end,
plaza cracked
she was
open
a
on its
force,
revealing living
a
people
living,
painted in warm,
breathing
pale
argument
letters on
against the
trembling,
silence
dial
the council
spun,
sought to
slow.
impose.
Kale fell to his knees.
The memory
His
of
offer
her
that
mother's
knows how to
anger
host
was
fire's
lit in
voice
her
lingered
teeth.
above him,
A
faint
reminder
but
that
more
her
than
power was
swallowed.
rooted in
I
the
learned
very
still.
human
You are
connections
destroying
her
instruments
enemies sought
that
to
could
erase.
save lives.
She
The woman of
was
flame
coming
was
home.
gone.
not to hide,
In her place
but
stood
to rally the
patches
very
of
chaos
light smell
they
like
feared.
soap. Eyes wide, Kale
The
says.
war for Azure
The
Cloud
prefect, you taught me
Project
kindness,
has just evolved
she
from a
says on
struggle
will.
for
When the
survival
room has
kindness
remembered
to a
needs to
battle
get
for
deeper.
its soul.
This city,
The
Kale's mind
battlefield
weakling,
has
its
expanded
novelty
from
keep each other.
physical and
He said to no one,
psychological
and to
to
every child nodded.
philosophical.
Systems
The
returned to a gentle
That's why we call
him.
victory
Behind
is
them, the
complete.
citadel burned. He
But
left
it
with a
has
strong
drawn the
chase, but
direct
in renewal
measured
never admits
attention
to
of
retreat.
the
Towers
enemies of
softened,
his
the
powerful
molten rivers
agents,
cooling to gold. The rain came.
setting the
The people
stage
lifted
for
their
a
faces to
conflict
the
of
sky,
cosmic
whispering
ideologies.
prayers not to
Long
gods,
drops
but
that
to one
left
another.
tiny soot stars
Kale rose
where they
unsteadily.
struck skin.
Stoke
The
clapped
journey
him on the
out of
shoulder,
the
popped them in their
Ashen
mouths,
Barrens
and
was a
declared that
mirror
they
of the
city
journey
managers
in,
that had read
but
poetry.
reflected through a
Kale
transformed
tired the land on
lens.
his wrist and felt
For now,
The
a
land
shy
was no
pulse in
longer
it.
actively
We're too
hostile,
nasty weather.
but it
The
was
square
still
turned
a
into a
crippled
classroom
cage,
with no bell horizon.
weak
A veiled
and
light wiremaster
convalescent.
fire a wall of storm
Had found her way
The
here on
air
the wagon
remains
north.
dry,
Lightning
and
flashed.
She sat on the
carried
fountain
ghost
rim
of
without
mentality
shapes
to
distance and
distance.
listened to a
But it no
colossal
longer
how
burned
shadow
her
stitches by
lungs.
memory.
The citadel was
Silence
instead
was no
marvelous
longer
about
a
learning.
void,
A boy whittled
but a
whistles
quiet
from
hum
scrappily
of
about
handed them to
attention.
tired
The
officers
land
who had
sleeping
never been
off
taught.
a
He took
long
one
and
for
frightening
anything but
picture.
obedience.
He raised
Standing
own
in the tried
body
two notes,
protected
discovered the
across
talent to
that
call
She
without
direction.
smiled, and the air
Every
shimmered
muscle
among
screamed
YMP,
with a
gifting
deep
small
bone
embers and
irritation.
Kale turned his back
Not
to
to
the
bore
city,
you,
but to
Feet
share
blistered and
walking
raw
north.
inside her
When she
warm
reached
boots,
Kale's followed, she
sent
paused
jolts of
silent.
pain with every step.
As they vanished into the
The memory
approaching
of the
storm,
clean,
a
cool
soft
water
voice
from the
echoed
currents
through
of
the
the
wind.
river was a sweet
Neither
torment.
threat nor
A
promise.
single oasis
And just a
and
question:
ongoing
to wash
reminder
Mara's
of
hands
physical
and learn new
deprivation.
pain. When the fire begins to
She
remember
moved
its
in
pain,
a
kind that
haze
stays
of
to help Kale
exhaustion.
burn with it.
Her mind a
He looked
numb,
north, teaching the
automatic
flame
pilot
to forgive
focused
itself.
solely on
Softened
placing one
spires,
foot
ember
in front
clouds
of
had
the
knotted
other.
into a wall.
The city
of
roared
colorful
with
iron.
heat. Always
Light on the
north
white
towards
assistants
the
that
green
scoured
little
letters,
heart of the
changed red
project,
lines of
towards
kitchens
the
made
hope of
forges,
finding
and
Lao
lamps
Chen.
left on
She
for
was a
walk through storm.
paradise.
Two
Where
pylons
statues
were
had
cracked
who
open,
reconciled
the
with
newly
slumbering
breathing
gods.
images of their
Yet
daughters
he
ruled
stumbled
two
over
lives at
stone.
once. What is that? She
A
asked.
vessel
Children
of
pointed at
immense
the citadel's
security.
return, still Yarm and the
Brought to her
fountains,
knees
unbidden
by
memory,
simple
and named it
ordeal
Hearthlight.
force.
Not the city, old the
This,
idea of it like
she
the place where
realized,
oaths go
was
to
the
return
final
dressed as elf.
unspoken lesson of
They came in
ordeal.
slate cloaks.
Kale
with
felt the
copper
rain
ring
around
his
his
head.
did not make
Archivists
them
echo
bad.
pressed warning
Their
against
faces
his
were
True
tight.
strength lay
Their
in the
hands
will
somewhere
to
in that
keep
black
moving.
daily tables in the
Every
square
fiber
Asian
of
arranged
one's
ledgers,
being
not the
begged to
mask he had
stop.
argued with. The
Their
leader
leader
the
wore the
third
mask.
day
Narrow
of
man
her
who
return,
smiled
Stormwind
never
reached
reached
his
his
eyes
eyes
through
through
the
the
square
square
and
to Kale with the warmth.
Rest up
Finished with mercy,
and
but
break
we're ready to file it.
pushing its way
Discovering an
through
unguarded
hard
vault.
roasted rock.
Palms gray.
It
Lean
was a
fed
small,
shoulder into
fragile
Kale. He said, "We're
But it
here
was a
to
revolution.
some of
It was
us come
coming
of
out.
irregularity."
She says,
Her
movement
city
slow
needs
and
measure
heavy,
to rule in
and
the
gently
morning. Kale
touching the
deserves to
city.
lose it at night.
Her echoes,
Or neighbors.
still
Most of
faint
you
from
stay.
possession,
Alden's gaze flicked to the
felt
child
the
in the
nature
ash
stubborn
standing near
spark of
stewards.
life
Found more
within
than
it.
watching a girl spin a ring of
It was not
embers
the
like a
vibrant
bracelet.
song of the cloud
The
voices,
entity is changed
but
class on
it
her
was
prefect
still
said theatrical
upon
contempt
her.
utility hymns
She did
will
not
draft
use her
protocols.
resonance.
Sing before you leave.
It felt
Start with
Kale.
asking her name. So the
unnecessary.
room remembers the shape
Like
of you.
shouting
Stylus
at a
hovered.
seedling.
He almost
Instead,
refused.
she simply
The old
acknowledged
turned to
it.
the child. People
A
make
silent
altars
nod
out of
from one
throats.
survivor
She
to
tilted her
another.
head. The square was
Pushing
as shimmer
herself
as
back
small
to
things
the
could
field,
carry.
continuing on.
Deny
It
that
was
a
on the
moment,
fifth
and you
day,
become another
as
system.
the
But I also
obsidian
put two
mountain
fingers to his
slid
mouth
into
and
an
whistled the
easy line
carpenter's note.
behind her.
Two names
And the
men
gray
use,
flames
find each other
began
as
to
stylus
shift
scratch and
patterns of
noise,
yellow
ambiguous
glass
the echo loves
that she
because it
saw.
holds without holding.
He was a
Human.
silhouette
The crowd
against the
answered in a
setting
lump
sun.
behind the table. Gorgeous,
Standing on a
horrible
low
device.
ridge
Historians
ahead,
will later
as
brass
still
his
and
plan.
patient as a mountain
The gate
himself.
on the horizon brightened, seeking
There
a
was
freak
no
to sleep,
glint of
to be
jade's
ignored.
dragon
Vel
armor.
would have
So
sworn
tight
under
his
the
No
belt.
aggressive posture.
Mirrors would have stolen
Just
a
a
walking
familiar,
into a
grounded
weathered
presence
door,
she would
neither
know
guarded by a
anywhere.
committee. Kale stepped between
Lao
the machine,
Chen.
worse, and the girl
She did not run to him.
checking her
What's
blue
that
skin
Simply
knots.
watched her
Yes,
approach.
by a conclusion,
His sharp
standardized
eyes had
mercy.
seen no detail
They
of
left as the
limping
first
gait.
drop of black rain to
Dust
the
caked
plaza
and torn
and turned to
clothes.
chalk on stone.
The profound
The weakest and
weariness that
hastened
she
to the
carried
stage
like a
square
cloak.
consolation. Small and
As she
bright,
drew
stronger will be
closer,
set as if
she
it
could see the
for her
lines lines of
to the
tension
billions of
around his
days.
eyes
Come back,
eased,
no one will be surprised by
replaced by a
kindness
deep,
if we can.
weary relief.
Hale answered. You
stopped
can,
a few feet
she said,
from her.
with the mad
Too
faith no
tired
one in
for
her times
words.
can afford.
Her chest
Precisely,
heaved with
she
the
pressed a
effort
cold
of
into
the
his
final
palm, pleased to
thought.
no heart with a heartbeat. So
For a
left beside
long
him, a
moment,
small star
they
with
just
6
looked at each
uneven
other.
points. He lifted his palm.
The old
What's this
guardian
for? Brightened,
and
yes.
the risen phoenix.
For lines of light,
Finally,
she said
he
simply,
spoke.
so you don't.
His voice a low,
He slid a
gravelly
coal into his
rumble.
pouch beside
It
the
was
sharp
the beautiful
glasses, the
sound
device
she
who
had
hung
heard
together
in peace.
memory and put it on
The
the green to
land
share.
sound
Lumen's
pocket.
glow faltered.
He
They walked out through
said,
streets
"The
rusty,
bear."
discovered
They
shutters
dreamed of
and bread
green
lines that
against.
weren't useful
She
sound
knew
the
it
echo
as
as
he
the city's
nodded.
last
Her
lamp fell
throat
behind.
seemed tight to
The
strong
eyes on
her.
first sentence found them
His
and put
gaze
them in. What
swept
did it feel
over
like when they
once
taught you to
Wind
be pure?
Taking in her hollow
The ground
voice
felt
and
taller. She said
sunken
at once, the
eyes.
line of the gate
And
resolved
you,
into meticulous malice.
he
Hungry,
said,
she murmured.
a note of grim
For faith
approval
said,
in his
squinting
tone.
through grit.
You
Hale
looked
nodded.
like
The
a
architect
wrestled
offers us a
dragon.
treaty nobody could refuse.
Turn it off.
What do we
Hoarse
do?
laugh
Holden's
escaped
stylist
him.
paused. Hale held the coal's
Sounding
warmth
more
in his
like a
fist
sob.
until it began with itself
Something
into his
like
skin. 10
that.
families. We
He
ask you
stepped
consent
forward
from the
then,
ones
and
against
to her
bless. Hale
surprise,
repeated, said,
he did not
friendly
offer
gone. If they
hand
tell us
or
no,
weapon.
prefects
We
jaw
opened
tense.
He
No
asked for a
loud, you
water
don't hold
skin from
authority
the
here.
shoulder. and held
I
it
don't
out
need
to
it.
him.
And Kale
It
said,
was
tell
a
us
simple,
yes. I have
profound
and
gesture
Yara
of
asked. He
trust.
looked to the crowd.
He was not
Then we
meeting
stayed
the
clear.
challenge.
Lost the teacher to the
He
Kale
was
said,
applying his
Mercy
command.
has never been
She
good.
took it,
At one woman
her hands
pushed through as
trembling,
if surfacing
and
from years of
It was
quiet.
not
They
the
reached the
magical
ridge.
gift
Rain
that
her
was
hair.
left
Plane fell
behind.
away. Scar
But
toward
it
the
was
corner
better.
of her mouth.
Between
It
lightning
was
fires
honest
that
and
had watched
free
their own
friend.
burn on people.
Found a way to
As she
continue
drank,
afterward.
Lao Chen's
Good
eyes
citizen,
scanned
save
the
my
horizon
era.
behind
Each was
him.
articulated with
Body
the clinical
tense
love
once
that
more.
engineers
The
describe
verdict,
as soul to a machine.
he stated.
At their center
It wasn't
did
a
chair
question.
waited that no one had earned.
Chinue lowered
But
the
many
rest
had auditioned this
wiping
quiet
her mouth.
machine.
It
Kale
came.
rubbed small between
It
his
walked.
palms as if when I was still
It
a
left.
class of
Myra
stubborn
said,
students.
Lao Chen grunted.
He said his breath.
A
Children
sound that
recite
conveyed
beasts
a
and they
universal
tilted stand was
understanding
tired
of
that didn't
herself.
instruction.
Then they know.
I did not want my breath
The game
back where
has
heart
changed.
defies them
He
faces.
looked back
And a girl spun a
His
ring of embers
expression
in her
was
hand.
unbelievable.
She carried a
he had
The
not
verdict
saved.
breath
Had only
has
time
been
to warn
lessened.
by real work. Lowered into
feels the
she
shift
lifted with the dignity of
toward
order
the
the
balance
divinely
of the
arranged for
province has been
conversation.
altered.
Assistance rather than inspection.
He
Hands
fell
went
into
to
step
whistle.
beside her as
Kale
she
took a
began
small
walking
step
again.
left so the
Returned.
His
arc
presence
would not
was
Kale
solid,
answered without raising his
comfortable
voice.
against the
Wait,
vast
storms, he
emptiness.
told Myra gently. Work,
Where do we go?
break it, and they'll bring to it. And as the gates
Teach us something
went
instead.
the next word across the
Prepare
plane, her
the
jaw
way for the
worked.
next great
Amnesty, fury, is a tool
Never.
that snaps when used.
She drew a final,
Appointment. She breathed a
seamless
thought
shift
that
in her
landed under Kale's
He was no
breastbone
longer her
and set the
guardian.
cold
He
stars
was charged.
gently alight. Then
He was
watch.
her
Was it
lieutenant,
simple?
awaiting
She set the
orders.
mallet on the table.
As a hand
with bare hands raised from the back of a classroom, cooled ash. If the architect offers mercy, with silk perfect timing, finger and
She thought
palm,
of
can Kale
Jane
accept it
Austen's
without
term,
letting time
calculating
become
the
law?
years.
She crossed the square.
And
If he
if he
refuses,
silent
will he mistake every open
of
hand
the
marriage for
mother's
hers?
safe
A
against
print, a print,
She
a
thought of
print.
June.
Memory
His
you can
spirit
carry. Storm
broken
had
and
grammar
still
close steady.
tuned.
Every bolt wrote a letter. Children laughed
temple
softly at the
to
thunder
the
underlying.
stars.
Ceremony of smudging each other.
Go to the line
Rain
again,
traced neat
she
lines
said.
between
What is
rocks.
this?
Her voice
As if
gained
fallen
a
ash
sliver
practiced
of its own
silence.
strength.
The gate
Mayor
at the
spoke
smoke's
at
heart
does not
stood
just
complete
heal
hands
the
in
land.
ash. Two pylons
said.
of
She
umber
met
cloud
his
robe
gaze.
with lightning.
Her amber
Overtones
eyes
brought
glowed
ash to balance the
with
city's
fire
laid to rest.
gone
Or the threshold
past.
paved in wet slate,
It
the marked
also
guns you
got
are carrying no
to
wire did to you. Kale and his
It's time to
companions
show
stood on the
Beyonce
ridge.
what
You are
happened
to
when
wind
you
decided whether to push them
threatened
back or pull them
to do
in.
the heavy
Lao
thing.
Chen
It chose neither.
grim
We changed
smile
places
like
waited and
flash
sent light
of
as if
light
not
in his
scheduled.
weathered
There is no
face.
cue. Feels like there's
It
only
was the
tension.
smile of a
Stoat muttered,
soldier.
hunched against the
The
machine's
fire
lines
had
of
a
light,
clear
looked
enemy.
foolish like a
And
choice
the
dressed in
was following
hospitality.
the
Flickered and
leaders.
yards under an
It was
older nodding
when
with
we
a strange
reached
chair
the
around the street
Latin
rest
said.
on her own.
The statement attacked
Paul
the
don't try to
suggestion.
smile his authority
And the
back on.
verdict
They
rest
descended with the
awaits
storm's
judgment.
eyes upon them. He said,
The path
closer
ahead
the
was no
shapes
longer
between
a
the
survival
tyrants
for the
resolved.
action.
Prefigures
It was a
cast
path
hail
of their
rain
own
and
choice.
dust wearing the
A
world's
path of
favorite
deliberate,
name. You let your
calculated
grief. Marshall,
counteroffensive.
shoulders squared
The
by
long
other
walk
men's
home
fear.
was over.
Alden met his eyes.
The march
Palms
to
of
war
first
doesn't
time
go.
healed. Good citizen, face arranged in gratitude. Safe child, gaze the
sight of
simple
the
guy
first
that had
truly
signed
vibrant
Their
women
edges
walked his
wavered
light
ice when
low
the
to
light
the
small,
heart.
ember bright hand.
It was a
Glad the
small,
gate's heart
hearty
waiting
village
his
with
hair
iron
that was
facade.
letters unraveled.
Clinging
Black
to the
rose
rocky
brass
outpost.
fitting, slow, seeking in a
Their
rest cradle
lips
man number that
eminence
knows how
as
to
the
host a
fading
crowd
gray
rest
of the
carved
dance
with a
edge.
wreath that knew how to hold and swallow.
Chinue
Very
stopped.
gently, you are destroying
hand
and fine
trembled with
wires
sorrow
that
and
fade into the storm like
Not in
veins.
grief,
Kale
but in a
stopped where
profound
refusing
wordless
pages. The
gratitude.
beast that smelled like soap.
She had
and did
done
not
it.
bare teeth.
She had brought
Prefect
life
gathered
back
up his
to the
ledgers.
border.
As man will, in
Lao
the room
Chen
has
watched
wondered that it
his
did not need to
The
grow
silence more
loud to city
eloquent
or
than
lightning
praise.
when it's not
He had
with
provided
the man in the
us
dark
with
said no one
water
stepped out
and a packet of dense
systems
prescribed
returned
from
to
the
the That's why we
rations.
call it
And
offended
the simple
decimal
act of
places.
eating real food
He left without the
began
intention
to knit the
unremarked
frayed
never
edges
admits
back
to the
together.
same practical
The
boost.
worst of the physical
Even what had
exhaustion
changed was the intention of the
replaced
air
by a
around
deep,
it. Something
humming
between
alert.
storm had the posture
She was
drops
no
that
longer
left
a
tiny
survivor.
states stars.
She was a commander returning to her
Kale
command.
said, children caught them in their mouths.
whispering
They declared
leaves.
the taste like a
Lao
man
Chen
said,
said.
amused at his
As
own
they navigated a
transparency.
narrow
Kale
gauge
left
you
one
keep
hand
refusing
on
to
his
stand,
you don't know
shy
shy pulse in it. Pretend
After
you're
Chen was
weather.
broken,
Kale said,
what
turned
was
in my
left of
class
their
with no
leadership
bell.
went to ground.
Ballet, choir
Their
master
hiding
from
in
Alpha
the
said,
sun-smothered
found her way here on the
moonlight,
wagon.
licking their wounds and
He
plotting
sat on the
suicide
fountain's rim without
against a
gestured toward
dragon
the to a
outlaw.
cobbler explained how he
He
counted
delivered
stitches
the
by memory.
information
Stoke made a
with the
ankles
soul
instead of
of
arm and turned it into a
They are
claw.
angry,
A boy whittled
but
whistles and
delicious.
scrapped
found
wood
yards
against
Their
the
spirit is
tired
broken
officers who had
hearted
never been
and
taught to use sound for
She
anything but
read
obedience.
absorbing.
He tried 2 notes
Last
last
time you
time
offered
The
to
memory
help
of
out
June
command
shattered
the city
sight.
made to
Lumen
be
moved among them,
Stone,
gifting small
stone.
embers to braziers.
Then
Not
we
to
will give
hoard,
them a
his share
Share is a
leader.
promise.
When she
And a
reached
new
Kale,
target.
she paused.
The mask
Lao
said.
Chen wanted
I remembered
to
He stepped closer.
And the
She said,
vertebrae?
rain hissed on his
It's
shoulders and
been
changed its
I wanted
mind
her
before it
back.
touched him.
The land's
taught my
pain
fire's
is a
tan.
door.
My
The
watched
successful
Mira's hands.
Chinese
My
conquest,
learned to
but it
remember
is a
grief
soldier
without
who has fought
weaponizing
the
hand
battle
that stays to
useful,
helpful.
but awaits
Tiring.
orders. She
Fortune
spoke of a new
warrior.
reality
Wish
settled
the
in
same
the
cities,
world.
soft
She was no longer
inspires.
just
Dale
a
smiled
symbol
out
of
and
the
nodded
land.
into his mouth.
She was an
Color of
expert,
iron.
a general
Like
with
a
2
world that
celestial
keeps children
bodies
fed
as
through letters and mothers
lieutenants,
unafraid.
and a broken staff
Remains
as
of
the
old.
chief of armies.
Rivers that do not coalesce from
They
storm.
traveled for
All
2
these lands are
years,
Shan Mercy,
moving with
is a
the
hit.
swift,
Even the child of
practiced
fire, the
silence
difference is
to the
simply
dense
one
undergrowth
religious. What is
of the
that?
cloud
She
forest
mask said.
forest.
The citadel is
The air
mathematical
was
armor.
clean and cool,
Unbid to it by the word.
filled with the sound
Not
of
the sale,
birds,
the idea.
and the rustle of
Scales
unseen
where backs
trees.
go to put on
Each sound was a balm
backs
to
are are already broken. Cale felt the hanging around his head, touching his shoulder to beat. The echo pressed warning against his palate. He nodded toward the chair. Somewhere in that black geometry, a familiar beast waited. Not surrendered, not the mask he had argued with. Them into the frame, no word whether was in manners. Stormwind ran his fingers through the square and asked, "You are you finished for mercy? I ready to violate?" People will kneel less palms gray because they're leaned her shoulder into Cale's.
Two figures detached
If you go, exhale through her has come. She said, "A city that learned a better rule in the morning doesn't deserve to lose it at night." Stoke kicked a stone into a small symbolic ditch. Cale said, "If he says to Ash needs stewards, my Bellward storms need witnesses." Cale kept his eyes on the mask. And the Pavel stood wiping ash on every skirt with a theatrical contempt for clean hem, mask said. Sing before you leave, necessary, she told Cale, to rise one so the room remembers the shape of those who will not be saved by he almost refused. The old habit, don't let people make altars out of your throats. We will ask. The square was asking for a small thing you could carry on your behalf. Deny that enough, he spread his hand under systems clean. He put two fingers to his mouth and whistled in the right places. The pitchmen used to find each other across thunders and note the word, the note the echo loves because it's the sky without holding. Rain underlined it. The crowd answered and Cale reached into his gorgeous hoard, felt that his shards will later pretend the small pole lumen had the gate on the horizon brightened. They hummed together, pleased to be ignored, tuned to memory, tightened his well to warmth. So in his throat, the sky into weather's door, low, carved by the wolf, did not growl. It waited for a door to and said, checking her blue string knob. What happens when a house on your new street wants to sing too loud? They left as the first drop of black rain had brief interruption turned to demand a chair. Lumen paced them to make the square. The mask said, cheerful, then stopped as if recalling a fest of the heart. We will schedule the interruption, she said. If we can, an interruption refuses to be scheduled, she said, with the mad face. We will call it a crimes can afford. The mask said, pleasant. She pressed a hole into his palm. We cannot host everyone's private apocalypse small star with your sings will be uneven point. Someone else's cliff. What's this for? Lightning road, he asked, cord, and for forgetting. Tasteful border round simply. So you stepped sideways until he slid the coal into his pouch beside the shard triangle glass. No weather could simplify. Two hum together, you have memory and peace agreed. Share pocket said. They walked still through streets that had rediscovered shutters on the contrary lines that weren't said softly. As the city's last lamp fell behind the word, the storm's first days found them, and pale in its claws. Carry a nation on your back. Wind heave at a time. The ground fell taller. Sit the line of leaves resolves in meticulous and consent. Cale record the wisdom said, squinting through every page. If the architect offers us a treaty nobody could refuse, breath warmed Cale's ear. What do we do?
He said.
Say no. Cale held the quick storm in his fist until it printed itself into his skin. We ask for consent from the one he needs to bless. Yara murmured. He said, if they tell us no, I prefer to help them keep their no loud. He meant it. If he left the pages in our hands, and if they tell us yes,
I saw what Jin Long did.
We could also forget what state feels like, Cale said, without looking. Mercy has never been good.
Tried to unmake his spirit.
Hands can forget their calluses if someone moisturizes them often enough. The plane fell away toward the storm. Metaphor, lightning's letters, Mask said. Delighted people, roles, you are tired, Marshall Pryor, good citizen, safe child. Each was articulated with the clinical love of an engineer describing a soul to a machine. I respect their center, a chair waited that no one had earned. But many had auditioned for, and I love outcomes more than Cale rubbed ash between his palms as if smiling at the other class as stubborn students. Thank you for bringing set his breath. The beasts in him tilted their heads to the first instruction. Star warmed behind him. He touched the shard, hearthlight. The echo remembered a woman and a girl teaching a ring of emerald market bracelets with ash. The city he had not saved. He placed both only taught chairs himself and stood back. Lowered into evening. What are you doing of a room finally arranged as a conversation, teaching furniture inspection? Cale said, the storm, if a good man ever sits here, I'd like the chair to recognize hands. The Cale answered without raising his voice. Shivered because storms hesitated then yielded. The chair took the lesson like wood cakes oil. Rolled the next word across the plane, excess to shine. Amnesty. The lintel slumbered, put down the quill. A point the mask's eyes narrowed. The thought that landed under Cale's breastbone. He murmured, set on the whole star, gently aligned wrist. Was as simple and inconvenient as a hand not sit raised from the back of a classroom.
He tried to bury
if the architect offers mercy with perfect timing, can Cale accept it without letting time become law at his unspoken if he refuses and place the mistake stubbornness for courage? Marshall, Pryor, good citizen, safe child.
For a long moment,
a fifth the storm place at land. Penitent face turned up into rain with an expression under mistake for courage when they are very tired. Black rain traced. We are prepared to offer narrow as if the weather will city you have just penmanship. Complicated the storm's heart is complete now. In exchange for 3 signatures, umber cloud ripped with lightning. Who's broad enough to balance the city's law, the choirmaster, threshold, the mask, wet slate, the cap that reflected the engineer. Cale and his companion stood on the ridge like a man the wind decided whether to push the already knows will balance. It chose neither, yet, as if clarifying it as a clerk. The storm wrote, appoints like a courthouse, pylons flared like lunch against the gusts.
to
Kale's breath
focus.
changed.
Feels like a choice.
Sharpened
Dressed stairs
the
inside
low
Dawn's fire.
instrument of
Yara said,
despair.
the sap's
Nodding
light
to
on
the
string
strings
tied
palm
around Marin's
requires
wrist
horse
and then
trading.
around cord.
Jinue rose
Lisa's
and
let go and
turned to
worn.
face the set.
Mirror's
They
pin
descended
descended with the
time for
storm's
comfort
eyes of the
was
mask.
over.
Watched his
Now
face
was
or the
the
shape
time
joy
to
between
make
notes with his
when
eyes
John
resolved.
believes you are broken.
Figures cast
I
from
will
rain
believe
and
spirit is
dust
a
wearing the
fraud at the
world's
end.
favorite names.
I
The
am here
mask
to
said,
prove you wrong.
no
Shoulders
nets, squared, no
Voice
otherman's
raised,
fear,
the
no
new
rest.
steel
Prior, bread
An
bones
iron
open,
tyrant
clean
who
appeal
poisoned
would
the
slacken.
land for
Good citizen,
1,000
they walk
years.
face
Now
arranged
stands
in
as a guardian,
gratitude terms.
reconciled.
Safe child,
The
a gaze
celestial
lifted
guardian
toward a
did
sky
not
that
was
ensigned
so
wonders.
man.
Their edges
I
wavered
heard
when
you
the
said.
lightning paused
She looked
through
at each of
the
them in
machines.
turn.
As
So
the
the
gate's
grid
heart
city
waited
have
a
a
chair
choice.
that wasn't a chair.
You
Do you
can stay
refuse
here
this because
and
I
rest.
offer fittings?
And let your
Seat
anger
because your
consume
cradle
you
leads to this
until
chair
Jade
to
Dragon
stay, Hale
eventually
said.
finds
Headrest
you.
carved with
Everything
a
leads to
that
chair.
knew how to
Follow me.
hold
The
the
mask
skull.
said,
Very
Not
dead
on
to
suicide
civilization.
line, but to
Fine
war.
wires smiled in
A
a
war
way
not
that
for
placed both
revenge,
hands on
but
Kale's
for
shoulders. Kale
restoration.
stopped 3 paces
A
short.
war
Say
for the
yes. The
very
beast in him
soul
stood
of
up
Azure
and keep
Cloud.
saying no to me.
She didn't
They
wait
leaned
for
yes
their
to
answer. She knew what it would
Thunder
be.
did not write a word.
She
Did
had
not
given
need
them
to
the
roll
one
loud
thing
to be
they had
heard.
lost.
Waited.
A reason
Kale
to
closed
fight
his
that
eyes. Dark
was
coat
greater
stepped
than
out
their
from
own
under with a
pain.
miserable clarity from his cusp
Gather
as if
your
it
things.
offended decimal
Generally,
places. But the offer was not a trick. He had the
we
same
march at
unremarked
dawn.
horse face. Sincere, practical boots. It would save lives. What had changed was the
Dawn
beautiful air
in the
around him. It would let him leave a city
cloud
knowing it would not
was a
stir our
symphony
room
of
while he
mist
went to
and
great
light.
weather somewhere else.
But the camp
He opened
nestled
his
in a
eyes.
hidden
Kale said
hollow.
the cost like a
With all
shopkeeper.
grim
Only 2
quiet
candles
of
left.
industry.
The man said, I will
The
answer at his own
whispering breeze
transparency.
with a
Not for mere
purple
refusing
possessed
to
from
pretend
the
you don't know me.
The
Nor of that
hollow-eyed
pretend is
despair
your
was
myself.
gone,
Kale said,
replaced
my
by a
mask
sharp,
inclined his head,
focused energy.
courteous to the end.
They
The
checked
mask said,
straps
please,
on one
he said,
arm.
then we can talk plainly.
Sharpened blades that had
Kale
grown
let the
dull
river in
from
his back
disuse.
gestured toward the
And
chair.
packed
The
needless
wolf did with his
supplies with an
fear.
efficiency
The
that
embers
spoke to
detonated a
plain
small
discipline.
strangled
He set his
sound and
palm
turned
to
to
the
the
chair.
chair. Not the
Sitting
sea,
alone, but
near
sharpening
the
his
back
own
found
sword
yards
with
without
slow,
hunting.
deliberate
In
intensity.
answer quietly
It
to
was a
tell the
silent
truth
rallying cry
forever.
more
Kale
powerful
didn't
than
move.
any
Then he
speech.
turned from the gate.
She knew
Last
what
time
he
he
was
offered
up
to
to.
see where he could not
Watching
see
him.
made to be
But
good.
could feel
Loud
the
Chen
city
approached.
with ash on
His
its
footsteps
hands and
silent
light
on
on
the
its
soft
benches.
land.
This one is a
They would
horse
fight for you.
made
That
to be
allowed
kept.
He said
to
his
be
voice
wrong
The
low.
mask
and
said,
right.
They would charge the
6
district
closer,
Jade
and
Dragon
when he hissed on his
himself
shoulders and
if
changed
he
his mind
pointed the
before
way.
it touched him. He said,
That is
Talk
what your mom
fires
should
did not
respect.
shout. My hymns to breathe
Did not strain.
My deserts to remember
They
breathed
resisted.
out weaponizing to be
Seeing not the
moved.
trees,
Useful,
but
the storm
strategic
tired.
map of the
Fortunately, you and
Rain
I
thought
wished
about
us
A
being
desperate
asleep and
frontal
decided
assault
today was a
born
whale
of
smiled
rage.
with only one half of his
He
mouth
had
down
already
its pen.
calculated
Dewey,
the
the
odds
mask
of that.
sighed. A world
Not
that
the
theatrical
odds.
can fail, and mothers
You
will
will
praise
try.
them. He says
We
that
are not
I
an
will
army.
cost us rivers that do not
Not
lie.
yet.
There's a difference
We are
machines that
Satan.
understand mercy.
A
Mask lifted his
violence.
chin. A
And our
tiny
goal is not to
proprietary
push
difference
the
simply
body,
one
but to
who
rewrite
they
its
were under.
code.
The mask
A
said,
Lao
offer
Chen's
them
eyes
kind as
narrowed.
consolation for your
Following her
conscience. You
logic,
do it by hand.
Walk with me.
You
The
can do it
outpost
at
they
scale.
wanted to attack. The
Scale
one
waiting
marched
back
from
and
the
sent.
western
Kale
main
said, stepped
flows.
through the gate. Backs are already
symptom
broken. Kale
of the
followed
larger
because
system.
refusing to look is how
Jinue
many children
appreciated
themselves
it.
to be
But it is
surprised
also
later
a
by
known.
foreseeing
He has
the
a
turn of the
conduit.
chair.
Does it
Stoke,
not?
Take
Yara.
the seat.
One that ties
Marin,
into the
give me a
wider
recess
Dragon
behind.
line.
Not surrender.
The distance
While
between
Slow
trust and
wind
breathe
smiles
them into the
across
frame
Loudon's
side the
face.
storm weather
Air
with
wind
It
enters
does.
and
He'll be
smell
expecting
faintly
this
of old
attack.
paper and
He will
stone
not be
floors
expecting
that
that
had walked
message.
freer. Too often, I will
Exactly.
govern clean.
Jinue
Pylons
said.
were not
We're not
clean,
going to
less off
destroy
they
the
were
outpost.
because there will be
We're going
fewer
to
links.
borrow
It was
its
not
noise.
weather. It was
The
cedar
plan was
exhaled through a
audacious.
nose. The gate was a
A blend
house
of
with
Lao
the sky's
Chen's
face
tactical
painted on its
movements.
door. Marin said.
And Jinue
He stood
was
on a
nuanced
hall lined with
understanding
peaches
of
over
their
massive
enemy's
resting
strategy.
ditch. Officials' faces for
They
he says he
moved
pilot
out
program.
as the sun
Preachers
crested
were
the
out from
trees.
7
A
denominations.
ghost
Heroes'
of
chins
slipping
from
through the
5
deep
cent prices.
shadows of the
Each
forest.
sanely different.
The
Every treaty
reeds
available
moved
learned to draw
behind his
lines. The
grace.
far end, the window
They
looked out on
demoralized
no
the
land. To
suffering
sit
placed
necessary.
by
A
predatory
grid of
sirens.
perfect props under a sun
They were
sent
no
to save
longer
those who will not be saved by
They
this
were
or not
shooting a
flood.
scalpel.
Children will carry the Villagers
Jade
that
Dragon
just before
outfit
danger
was
under
dark,
pleasant names. The
prefabricated
master walked to the glass
structures
when you were tired
built
with one
around a
educated
stone
and merciful on your
communications
behalf. This is
A
what you
metal
keep
cross
saying no to.
draping
Palms
at the
clean, he
sky.
said, I will make the
A
world
single
boring in
patrol
the right
walked the
places.
perimeter.
He looked at the masks.
Bored and complacent.
He saw his
Thunder
own face
They
wrote
saw
the
no
word
threat in the
amnesty
mystical
carved
misty
across the
woods.
sky.
A blank mold
They
waiting
never
for
saw
underlined
Laochen.
twice.
You do know that
Kale
mold
reached into
Deliberate
his
in
pouch
mist.
and felt
A
the
shadow
cool
that
shard
attached
of
itself
echo
in
It can be
trees
small
sandbox.
cold
and flowed
lumen.
The
between
mask
the
said,
stars.
pleased with his
There
terminology.
was no
They hum
clash of
together,
steel.
makes it small
Only
and
two
tuned, Stone
soft
said.
simultaneous
Makes it
thuds
safer.
as the butts of the
The
swords
mask
found their
the sky
temples.
bears
Who
intervals
caught them as they
thrummed
fell,
low.
Lara asked.
The
lowering
wolf
them
did
silently
not
to
largest
the ground.
number.
It waited for
At
a
his
door
signal,
to be named.
without
the reeds
shame.
emerged from
What
the tree
happens when a
line.
house on your
Swift
street
and
wants
silent.
to sing too loud?
They secured the
Hale
entrance.
asked.
Their
What happens when
movements
you
quick and
interrupt your
precise.
plan to demand a chair?
In the
The
right
few
places.
technicians
We will make
inside
a
were
lane.
overwhelmed
The
with
master
the
said,
numbers
"Sure,
of
so it could be
alarm.
We
tested.
will call it a
Jinuel
festival.
walked
Reduce
into
we will
the
schedule
town
the
center.
interruption
The
20
heart of
kinds
the
of stupid
outpost.
grief.
Banks
And when
of
interruption
equipment,
refuses to be
lights
scheduled,
I haven't
blinking,
learned yet.
we will call
displaying
it a crime.
data streams
The
and
mask
instant
patience
flows.
left without slamming the door.
It was a
We
tiny
cannot
piece
host
of Jin
every
Hall's
children
nervous
private
system.
altars of
apocalypse.
spontaneity.
Your
Can you
lane
do
will
it?
become
Kale,
someone
Lao
else's
Shin
cliff
asked.
once. Let my
Standing
machine
guard at
study
the
your
door,
piece for an hour.
Shinue
Put a safety board
approached
around
the
it.
main console.
Kale stepped
Take the
sideways
hourglass
until
Placed her
he in the
hands on
chair,
the
alone.
and the
polished
mask made a
surface
triangle no
and
weather could
closed her
decipher.
eyes.
You have learned
This
the
was
words
not a
landed
battle
like
of
bread,
strength,
he said,
but of
had
subtlety.
still despise its
She
appetite.
reached out with
The
her
wolf
echo,
tilted its contrary.
not
The
to
ripple
read
mouse
the
said
emotions
softly.
The ember closed its
I
eyes
admire
to
and
echo
enjoy
of
the
the
picture.
system
I
itself.
put it to work.
Even the echo,
purpose.
His gaze
loyal
Its
to ragged
architecture.
choruses.
Kale,
The digital
you
pathways
can imagination
integrated
without
into
shame, one bowl at a
It was a
time.
cold,
Kale
on
logical,
Gary said
yes,
sterile
Sid.
landscape.
He saw himself
Beneath
step into
that,
the chair
she felt the
and close
faint,
his
consistent
eyes.
hum
I
of
will
the human
enwave the
populace
world
beneath
less
it.
likely to
The
sign in
border.
the page.
Their minor
He saw
frustrations.
Liza
Stoked
signing it
the
until
board
his
she had
breath
written
warmed
with
her
her
own
own
hand.
hand.
She found the
And kept it
pathway
her
she was
pocket,
looking for.
like a talisman.
The priority
Say yes.
channels
Saw mirrors
were
pulling the
internal
pin onto the
materials
field
and
that would have
high-level
not crushed the
directives.
boy,
And
You
tucking it
She
behind
didn't
her
need to
ear
know
with his
her
voice
or
was
ask
smaller
her
Kale
to
later
prefer
whether
it.
he
Her
approved.
gift allowed
He
her
meant
to
it.
feel the
He
shape
saw
and
a
left the
belt
pages
teaching
in
a
her
hymn
hand.
that made room
designed
for
to
failure
save.
and tasted like
She molded
sumo.
her own
He
spiritual
saw children
tradition
who never learned
Say
how to
that
be
feels
bored
to
cruelly
mimic
says there
that
was
shape.
always work nearby.
Not a forgery,
He saw his own
but a
face on a
perfect
wall
and
that
empathetic
calluses if someone
representation of
moisturizes them
Jinlong's
off
He saw,
own commanding
with gratitude and
frequency.
terror, that both
Metaphor.
futures were
Opened her
possible.
eyes.
Mask said,
Her fingers
delighted.
He opened
hovering
his
over the
eyes
console.
and looked at the chair through the
Then
window,
she
the
began
one
to
waiting
type.
into
I
the
am.
storm,
Her
Kale
movement
said,
and at the
sure
one in
and
the hall,
deliberate.
Do you love me for
the
The
it?
one the
message was not
machines had
long.
built
I
with love
respect
that
it.
It was
didn't
not
know
a
it had
declaration
machines
of
cannot
war.
do.
It was a
Ask
seed.
said, he said,
I love outcomes
The
more.
mask
Directive. Stand
Who?
down all
Kale
aggressive
smiled
mining
with the
holders
other corner
in
of
the
his mouth.
Azure Cloud Province.
Thank you for bringing
Effective
your
He nodded
immediately.
toward the window where the
Initiate
reasonable
phase
river.
one
He touched the
environmental
coal,
impact
Ask a
assessment.
farmer
star
and prepare
warm
for full
if she will
withdrawal.
accept
He touched the
what
shard,
she cannot
Further
predict. The echo
instructions.
remembered a woman at a
Jam.
choose their
teaching
own
a city
winter.
how
She
to mark
included
its palms
specific
with
genuine
ash.
He nodded toward the
kitchen
rose
feet.
lace
Jinlong's
both
own
upon the
dossier
chair's
on
arm.
the
Ask a
tyrant.
prior
A detail
if you will
only
what are you
he
doing
would
to stand at the
recognize.
back
She hit
asked
send.
and call nonsense
Teaching
without
a
Message
finish.
flashed
escorted to the
across
door
the
said,
console.
If a good
Then
man
vanished
moves
into the
here,
network.
I'd like the chair to
A
recognize
single
child if he cared to learn boredom
perfectly
hard way.
crafted
The wire
stone
shivered. Save a
dropped
friend
into
from
the
it. Rain
still
hesitated,
pond
then
of
yielded.
Jade
Ask enough. The chair
Dragon's
took the
command.
lesson like wood takes
They
oil.
abandoned
Drinking
the
what it needed.
outpost as
Indecision is the
silently
worst
as
thing to
they
shine.
had come,
The
leaving
little teacher
detectives
asked him to
bound
be
and
The mask's
gagged.
eyes narrowed.
The
May consent to
equipment
always vandalism.
As they
He
melted
murmured,
back
almost
into the
fond.
forest.
The mask stared long
Shinue
enough at the storm
allowed
moon. Very well,
herself a
punctuation
small,
mark.
cold
Then he laughed,
smile.
not say, surprisingly human.
She could
A
already
10.
feel the faint,
You contain
distant
more weather
beats
than
of
my
the
reckonings
chaos
allow.
they had
The gate,
unleashed.
he said.
Not
Very
through
well.
her
The rolls
echoes.
between the
But
pylons
the
both
sudden
poured and
agitated
went
shift
unspoken.
in
Keep
the
walking,
energy
and he placed
around
himself
the
spectacularly.
A subtle
I will
tremor
keep
of
marching,
institutional
disappointing myself, good
confusion.
citizen.
The
Safe
message
between us,
would
the world will
cause
continue to
chaos.
be
A fifth
unbeautifully
took its
safe.
place at the
Mid-level
end.
managers would
Penitent
be
face turned up into
He
rain
walked
with
to
an
the
expression
massive,
people mistake for
profit-driven
encouragement when they are very
operations on a
tired.
whim.
The rolls dissolved
Security
like
head
prepared to
offered
offer a narrow
channels
amnesty
with
to the
demands
chair
for
kept
kept both the
verification,
ash smudge
creating
and
a
the heat of the
cacophony
small
that would
mask
draw
said.
genuine threats.
In exchange for 3
paused and
Council
signatures,
would be notified. Their
There is
perfect
one more
silent
offer
order
you cannot
disrupted by a
refuse
single
and remain the man
inexplicable
you
command
believe yourself
that
to be.
bore
The
the
mask said,
unmistakable,
almost
chilling
tender,
precise
the
stamp
engineer
of his
for
master's
you.
will.
He
Absolute.
said the third,
Jinlong
like a man
himself
placing a
will
coin
call
on a
you
scale he
pause
already knows will
to
balance.
No one will name you
Meeting
when my
To waste his
officers
Yeah,
moments
as if
intellect
clarifying an
to
item
the
to be
paradox
met.
of his
Storm
own
wrote,
apparent
appointment.
movement.
The pylons
Back
flared
in the
the way
forest
lamps
Ancient man
steps,
offers a weary
as the
feels
reeds
breath
set up
change
anew
in the
She
last
felt
of
the
the
stare
steering.
inside Dawnspire
The
and
music
looked
was
past him.
electric.
Sap's light on
They had
Storm's
not
palm.
drawn a
The
single
wires
drop of
forced
blood.
true cord.
Yet they
Lisa's
had struck
whistling
a
the
blow
wall.
Behind him to
more
the bridges
Grace's
were
pins
Stowe,
behaving.
sabotage.
Yara, and Marin.
The mask
waited with
watched
their
his
knives.
face
young
and took
Reed,
joyless
jokes.
notes
The
with his
one who
and
had
eyes.
her
stood
capacity
guard
to
at
be
the
bored
cave,
without
I will send them.
looked at Shinue
A cord,
with
no.
something akin
The mask
to
said
awe.
again.
No nets,
They
Soft
would
no
be
this
turning
time.
on each other,
A
No
word
rest.
for his own mouth
He
as
was
both the
slackening.
masks.
trying to
No
find the
slackening.
traitor.
They walked
A
through
flaw
sign
in their
reach on their
system.
terms.
The mask
Jinlong
not language
met
as if
his
small
gaze.
does not mean insult and
A
not
system
satisfied.
that cannot
And
trust
islands
we will
itself
keep mercy
is already
through
broken.
and the machine
She
rope.
So
said.
the gridded
He
cities
did not
won't
attack
choke
their
on it, then let
Do you
the
refuse
sentence
this
because I
exposed
offered
weakness
it?
they never knew they had.
Because your quarterly
gate
lays
is
itself in a sigh of
blind
regret.
faith in the
Wind
man of
resumed.
the
Everything leads to
Wind.
chairs.
She
The
looked
plane
towards
resumed
distant,
being planted as
unseen
civilization.
spires
Somewhere
of
behind the
Gemini.
next ridge, he
Letting
smiled a
splendid
bird
energy
to play
lift
stupid
the
songs
world
and stuck
into
to landing
illusion.
without touching. Stoat
It will
laughed,
make him
said
that much
yes,
blinder
too
to the storm
loudly,
gathering
because
in
he keeps
shadows.
saying no to prove they
They
could
had not
remember yes to
drawn
death.
blood.
Mirren checked
They
her
had not
blue string,
destroyed a
thumb
single
fingers
slave
slow with
with
relief.
them.
It circled one.
They had
Yara breathed
injected
out
a virus
waiters,
of doubt
and in a prayer
into
closed
the
his
very
eyes. Let them
brain of
cancel
their
each other
enemy.
into air with the
The
miserable clarity of a
unkindness was
man
no
who
longer
respects
just
stood
a
very
storm.
still until the
It was a
offer was stopped
strategy.
listening to a door
And it
that
had
was no
just
longer
begun
there.
to hunt.
Sincere. He turned south to
would
where
save
stormlight
lives.
made the
It would save
distant
them
spire
beautifully.
of dawn spire.
It would let him
glow
leave
over
the
the
city
city
knowing
knowing
it
it
would
found
not
star
starve
patient while he went to break weather
silent
somewhere
tremors.
else. He turned west to where the
Felt not
joy in his
with
eyes
tears,
playing
counted the
the
coffee
like
like
a
a
shopkeeper
shopkeeper
with only two candles
As
left.
she knew a small
He turned
band
north to where
their
the bridges
camp
sat
deep
over a
into
river,
network
not
of
for Mira to
tunnels,
watch its mouth,
carved
nor for
by an
Lisa.
underground
He
river.
turned
Nor
east
of it.
last,
The air
because
itself
east is where
seemed
mornings
thickened
come
with
from.
tension.
The mask
Said to
inclined
the
his
empty
head,
road,
The sound of a
courteous to the
beacon
keep asking,
struck.
consent. he said. He had taken
Far
only
away,
3 steps when the
across the
sky
province,
Kale let the river in
the
his back
meticulously
show him a
ordered
figure
machine
walking toward
Jade
them,
Dragon
cool his long
Enterprises
horizon. The
was
ember stands
experiencing a
empty.
catastrophic
He set his
storm
palm to the
area
chair,
named
not the
Immersed.
sportsmanlike, the back,
Surrounding
the
the
heart,
cavern,
height. She
the
did
mood
not
was a
hasten.
fragile
Asked
gibbet
She
of
to tell the
strength
truth
and
always
terror.
forever, which is a
The
trick
whispering
leaders
beast,
learn
turned from the
days
gate
and
before,
looking
had been
past the
shadowed
storm
waiting
to
for
where he
death.
could not see
Now
from
huddled
Kale's
around a
face,
low-burning
city
fire,
vanishing storm,
ash
on its
eyes
hand,
burning,
ash light on its
They spoke
benches,
in
and the
hushed,
tiny
excited
snowboard
tones,
under his
not of
allowed
revenge,
chalk to be
but of
wrong. You didn't
message.
sit right,
They had
she
become
said. 6
authors of a
times. You didn't
ghost
sit 1
story
hour.
that was now
Kale
haunting their
said, no.
oppressors.
She smiled
He said,
briefly. The
Jim
whisper
sat
did
slightly
not
apart.
shout. When a difficult proof
As
did not
was his
strain to
habit
hate
now,
them, it entered the
he
air,
was
tape
sharpening
refused
a
to be
pile
moved.
of practice
The
blades.
storm considered
His movements
awe-inspired,
methodical
taught its
and
rain thought
focused.
about becoming sleet, and decided
The
today was a
ceramic
warmth
leaf
day, she
amulet
said.
was tied
The light
securely
could
around
be
his
less
wrist
useful. The
with a
mask
leather
sighed,
thong.
not the
He
apple.
did not speak.
Real grateful.
But
And
when a
Red
young
cost them.
reed brought
Good,
him
he
a bowl
said.
of broth,
I will caution
he
up to
accepted
3
it
with
with
Kale
a
said.
quiet
Not a
nod.
difference machines hate.
The
He
hollow
tipped her
man
chin.
was
Mask lifted his
slowly
chin.
being
A
filled.
tiny
There's a city
Not
there
with
that
the
wrote its
same
lines so
fire
beautifully they
as
forgot to
before,
read them.
but with something
A smaller
stronger,
offer then.
The choice
harder,
without a face
and
is
more
waiting on the
determined.
courthouse steps.
He
Walk
was
with me.
Genue's first and
Kale
most
set his hand on the pole that
powerful
without waiting for
living
consent.
proof
Felt the
that
tin
the
step that
hearing
wasn't
object
chiming,
could
and heard the
be
room he
removed,
carried because
though the
refusing to
stars
look is
would
how men
remain.
teach themselves to
And
be
as the sun
surprised by
Loud
unexpressible
chin
things.
returned,
And the world
as
gave
dusk
Stowe
began to
Tiara
bleed
honest
into the
after
cave's
him
entrance.
3 steps
The storm
behind, in the
materialized
distance
into
between
twilight.
trust and guarding. Small star.
Carried
Inside
not
the storm,
only
the air
emotional
went sharp,
intelligence,
and the ring
but
round
faithful
Kale's head,
whisperings.
paper and stone
With
floors that had been mopped
Kneeling by
too
the
often.
fire,
If the
and
next
accepting
mercy
the
arrives
words
were not
from
clouds
January.
face, they were walls.
His
Only a
eyes were
form.
alight
The lintel was
with
not
predatory
Kale learned to
satisfaction.
recognize
It was
love
sealed.
when it
The outpost was
refuses
locked
to
down.
wear it was a house
The
with the
regional
sky's
overseer
face
for the
painted on
Dragon's
its
Tail
door.
Mine was recalled to
They
Shannon
stood in a
for an
hall lined
emergency
with
debrief.
niches where
The city
masks
of quiet
rested.
voices.
The order
Officials'
he sent
faces
The road
from 50
east
holidays
forked into
It's caused a
silence.
schism.
Browse from 7
The full day's
denominations.
march.
Some
Heroes'
operations
companion
are
sun,
called
5
to
centuries,
their
no
foreman
cards,
too
each subtly
afraid to
different, but they're
disobey
all
directions
available.
with the
The
director's
land had
own
turned far
digital
end, the window
signature.
looked out on no landscape,
Others
scale
are
level with
pushing
knives,
first,
grid of stones
accusing
crossed
the
and
first
careful grids along the
powerless
outside.
or
A
incompetent.
river
Even
that
the
the clouds
clouds
They are
traveled in
cannibalizing
children's
their
beating
own
lanes
children
soldiers
and
aren't just
land.
before danger. Stoat
Jinwei
scowled and
listened.
walked to the
Her
glass and
face
tapped
a
you
mass
ever
of
see whether
educated
follow
nail.
rules before?
This was the theory made
This is what you
Only when
manifest.
someone's
no
writing
to.
them.
Engine law.
Kale said. They crested a
Silent.
Kale didn't look at the
Stop
window.
short.
Lao Chen said.
He looked at the
The
mask.
valley
That is
below
the
held a
most
city.
telling
He saw
sign.
his own face.
He has not
among its
issued a
towers,
countermanding
perfect mountains
order
of pale
yet.
stone.
A
He is
blank
observing.
sword waiting for a
He is
signature that
dissecting
pulls
the
faint. Do know
problem.
that mercy
He
cannot
knows
every
it
street
was
met at
you,
exact
but
right
how
angles.
is a puzzle
The
that
walls
consumes
sandbox marble.
resources?
The mask
But
said,
no banners
trees
flew.
with
You have forced
no
the
color.
architect to
Makes
scrutinize
its entire
all
city was
blueprints
gray.
with
Stoat said,
flaw.
alive but makes it
It
safer.
was a
Above the
victory,
northern
but
master
a
words
precarious
were
one.
carved in
For
flawless
whom? It had
symmetry.
bought them
Yara.
time,
The face
but
is
it had
error.
also
The
raised
largest
the voice
number is
exponentially.
noise. He said,
The law
They
without
were no
shame.
longer a nuisance.
Marin
They
crossed
were
her
a
arm close
credible
enough to
threat.
smell the
hate this
coast.
place.
It was then that the first envoy
Kale's
arrived.
gaze swept the
The sentries
horizon,
at the
make the
cave
world
mouth
the facing
brought
the
him.
court in the right
A young
place and
woman,
quietly.
barely
He said,
more than a
whisper,
girl,
repeating the
who
prophecy
wove
that
the
outlawed
attributes
bias.
of herbalists.
You will reduce noise.
A
Stoat
small
spat, and you will
group
driven
set,
20 kinds
built
of stupid
of
grief.
pacifism
You mean opinions
and
also
the
start
knowledge of the
songs.
body
Everything that
system.
might learn again to balance.
She was trembling.
Kale said, the
but
mask's
her chin
page
was
move
held
left
high.
without slamming.
In her
Everyone
hands
wears
she
the same.
carried
You will
a
keep
filled
bleeding
bamboo
children
cylinder.
on altars of
She knelt
spontaneity.
before
Our
him.
friend, come. Kale,
Not
it
as a
sounds
subject
it
to a
once.
queen,
Let my machine
but as
study
a
your
messenger
peace
to
until
her
it's not,
kind.
so they can be kinder without you.
Elder
Let's
May
find
the
out. Take the
Advocate
hour back
sends
with interest.
greetings.
Call it alone. They
Call
entered
it.
through the gate of
Her voice
silence.
quavering
No
but
garden,
steady.
no greetings. The word landed soft hum vibrating in a room that had learned a distant organ
She
holding
proffered the
note.
cylinder.
The wolf
Every
tilted
wall.
its
We
head.
have
Mirrors
monitored the
reflected the
western
spots.
and
The ember none of them did
the
travel
sudden
enjoy their own
cessation of the
faces.
drain.
Even the
and
echo
dragon's
showed a
tail
shadow
was
ragged
secondary
chorus
shot.
perfect unison.
It was
Imagine
your
rest
doing.
woman approaching.
Jinwei took the
Kale almost said
cylinder.
yes.
The
Porcelain
machine
white. He saw
developed
himself
a
step
thing
into a
about
chair
explaining.
and closed his
Set,
eyes
neither
mechanically and wait for the
confirming nor
world
denying.
less like visitor to
She
cry,
broke the
and she
seal.
said, in a voice smooth,
Inside
saw
was
Liza
not a
signing in
letter,
a state your
but a
purpose
note.
written with her own hand.
It was a hand-drawn
And Caitlin
chart
applied his
of
head,
Ambient,
like a towel was
marking
passing
not
through.
Jade Dragon's
She saw
dome,
Mirrors pulling
but
up
the
an
hidden
interstate
delivery,
review
remote
that would have
monsters.
crushed a
In
boy
minor
by the
sex
tucking
that
it
thus
behind her
far
ear with a
survived by
note 10
silence.
hours tail later, whether he approved
Dozens
mask
of
tilted
tiny,
slightly.
intricate
He says
songs
of Vel teaching
from
him
the
what
secret
made room
network
for
called
failure
Ambient.
and tasted like soup.
It was an
He
invitation.
saw fingers twitch
A
toward his
figure
sword,
believed
Yara's hand
the
there was always work
sex
nearby.
are
Let's
watching.
humor them. He saw his own face
The
as
earth's
wall he had not
envoy
considered. See how
visited.
deep the rabbit
Her eyes
hole goes.
wide as she looked
With
at
gratitude and
Junior.
terror,
Then at
that
the
both
resolute
futures
face
were
of the
possible.
woods.
He opened his eyes streets and looked at the chair through the
A
window.
figure she likely
Everyone waiting under the
represents
storm,
the tales
blank
of
portion
Jade
of the one in the
Dragon's
hall,
brutality.
the same gray
They
one.
saw the
Machines had built
verdict
each
away.
move that didn't know it had
They
the
feel the
time.
iron
As if
tyrant's
my
words
walked
turn.
1,000 bodies, he said.
And
The mask
now,
face stirred
they see that
uneasily.
the ghost in the machine has a
Something's
name.
wrong.
The ones you mean to
They
bless.
are waiting for a
I can't feel
sign.
intention.
He nodded toward the
Curiosity.
window.
After
It's
the
like
girl was
reasonable
led
river.
away
They
to
emptied
be
themselves.
fed and
Ask a
rested,
farmer. Balance
Junior
with
She will
held
accept
the
the
map.
flood. She cannot
Feeling
predict
the
that her
surge
rose a
exchange
vast
for peace
rotunda
will
shore
short
of
their
stone
own
winter.
winter.
Any
Its roof an
level.
open dome
He
through
nodded
which
toward
represented
the rose
hope,
mask.
and hope was a
Ask
more
a priest for a
dangerous
single
burden
day
to
if you will
carry
permit a
than
boy to
despair.
stand as a figure seated behind
Despair
all nonsense,
demanded
each identity
hope,
escorted to the
each
door, motionless.
Hope demanded action.
He nodded toward the
It demanded
innocence of all of
strategy.
harm. Ask a
It
child
demanded
if he'd
that
like
she
to
be
guide
worthy
the
of
hard
faith
way,
and
so he
place
can
to
say
friends
friends
from
from
This
guilt
changes
and innocence
everything.
pass here. Ask enough,
Loud
Stoughton
Chin
get no
moved.
answer.
Looking at the map
The mask
over
said,
her
"Who gets to
shoulder.
talk?"
We are no longer
Indecision
a
is the
war
word the
champ.
accord allows.
We are becoming the nucleus
Then
of a
teach
rebellion.
ask him to be a
That
trade
makes
approach
us a
till sending
target for
pale
annihilation.
sent thin
Tool
crispy
people can
borrowed
shout.
words appeared
Her voice
across it
low.
in pale light. The mask
Jim
stared long
Long's
enough for the storm
response
to hash
was
a new punctuation.
9,184.
Surprisingly
His
human.
response to
Theft of
arrival
breath.
power will
You
be
contain more
absolutely
accused by records
overwhelming
loss of the
force.
fields, he said.
He will not
Observers.
send a
Very
void
well.
weaver to observe
Judgments
next
to be
to
spoke.
you.
Both lose
He will
and
send
will
it to
hail
a
frown.
race.
Keep walking. We're exhausting
She
yourself
stood.
spectacularly.
The
Participation
map in her
required. Keep order
and walked to the mouth of the
Disciplinization
cave.
efficiently.
The moon was rising.
Between us, the world will
Casting
continue to
a
be our
silver
mud
path
beautifully
on the
saved.
dark
A man was
water
led
of
into the
the
center,
underground river.
barefoot, hands
He
bound.
walked him back
to his
solitude
eyes
of her
darted
journey
beneath a grain
then
porcelain mask.
felt like
The
a
first
life
imperfection
goal.
Kale had seen here. Chalk notes
Then
under
her
suit.
responsibility was
The
to her
chair
own
kept. I only
survival
shouted for help.
and a
My
second
wife, the smallest
slumber
scrapper.
giant.
The noise
Now
said
the
one
choices will
judgmental.
dictate the
The accord
survival
forbids
of hundreds,
unnecessary one more offer you
perhaps
cannot
thousands,
refuse. Kale's gut remained
scattered
the man you
across the
believe yourself to be.
province.
He broke a law
The
by calling for
sex
help
were a
tender.
powder keg of resentment
Amnesty
and
is
fear.
error. Absolute.
She held
Another
them
walked
out.
away. No one will
Delight
follow you
was
as
to
my
ensure
quarters
they would
open.
not
Law
let
preserves
her
pain
loose.
you when my
To
officers
not light
count.
it was to
The
betray
accused
the
felt
hope
his
now
need to be
sparkling in
met
the eyes of the
alone.
reeds
If peace
and the
means
azure leaf
silence,
herbalist.
he said it the way
She
a
thought of
decent
the
man
mother's
offers a
amulet,
weary friend
a
his
place
bed.
of
It's him in the
protection.
last of the
She
stew.
thought of the sorrow
Kale
too.
guards pressed
A
their
testament
palm
to
where
the
the man's
cost
neck
of
started to
failure.
lose his eyes
He was
widened,
caught
his lips
between them.
moved. He
But
but
no
no sound
sound
came
came
out.
out. Was full.
His breathing
She
slowed, and his
"We cannot
face
fight
slided
his
with their
army,"
knots. Then,
she
in their
said,
jokes, nothing.
not
And
turning
their
from the
capacity
Kale.
surged forward
But we
without
can
Bayard
refuse to
grabbed
let him have one.
Wait, no.
Lao Chen
He
moved
said
to
again.
stand
The body
beside
didn't
her.
fall softer this
How?
time. The man
A
stood
word
for his own
still
mouth
breathing,
as much as
but
the
when
wind.
he
Looked up, his
overseas,
expression was gone.
He needs the
His
consent,
face now
however
smooth
coerced,
porcelain
of
like
the
the
people
mask
to
nodded,
operate.
as if
She
he turned to the
said,
bench, inconvenient
the
bowed
plan
and
unfolding
satisfied.
in her
Judged,
mind
then we will
with
keep reach
terrifying
at peace, he
clarity.
said. And the
It
storm
was not a
spoke,
military
horrified. Till
strategy,
one, they erased him.
but a social
The lead
one.
judge turned towards
We
him
will not
without a
rally
period.
an
Your
army
witness.
to meet his.
Speak judgment. The gate
We will
unmade
make it
itself was a
impossible
sigh of
for him
rain.
to feel
You blame
cause.
adjustment being
We will
when
turn
emotion
his
complains
force
is bound
against
being
him.
plain. We remove it.
We will
Somewhere
make
behind
every
the next
foreigner
ridge,
doubt his
a bird
loyalty.
attempted a stupid song.
Every
The judge
soldier
blank
questioned
faces
his
turned,
orders.
ear laughs into one.
Every minor
Too
official
loudly.
feared
You question
that
his
the next
muscles
directive
needed
would
to prove
stand
they
trial. Is my
remember
ghost
how.
in his machine.
Stoke
Coming
muttered
for
her blue
them
strand,
personally.
fingers slow with relief.
She finally turned
Kale's
to
guard
him.
breathed out a
Her
curse.
amber eyes
In a
reflecting
prayer
the
trial means to let them
It was
cancel
more
each
like
other
an
into
ancient
air
phoenix
that
of
did
legend
mine. The
if
judges
ever
rose.
before.
Kale stood very
The hack
still
was not our
until the
first
pieces
attack.
except stopped
It was our
listening. The
declaration
beastmaster
of
was no
intent.
longer there. Kale drove
The next
on.
move is
We'll
not
stand
to
just
enter
south of the
another
storm light
outpost.
made
The
the
next
distant
move is to
spire
speak
of
to
dawn
disruption.
fire glow like
It is
wick
time the
that had
story of
found
the
your voice
unkind
carries
was
will.
told not
The
by
lead
me,
judge said west
but
to
by
where the
everyone
will
who
corrected
ever
be
felt
playing
the
a
weight
rhythm
of
he could
Jade
now
Dragon's
dance.
booty.
Chains of pale light
We will
rose from the
weaponize
floor.
the
He turned
human.
north wrapped around
We
his
will
arm set
broadcast
over a
the
the echo
frequency
flared
he
to
did
watch
not
its
generate.
mouths.
Human
The
hope.
wolf
He
inside
turned
him
east.
snarled
She looked
because
back at
east
the
is where
map.
mornings come
At the
from.
dozens of
Kale's
symbols
said to the empty
representing
road,
the province
you
waiting
will
for
keep
a
past
leader.
this.
The unkindness
We've
does not
taken only
gather in
3
one
steps from the
place.
sky judge
It is everywhere.
enough to reveal a
and
thin
it is
figure
time
mirrored
to let
surrounding
it
the
speak.
chamber bright,
From the long horizon,
reflecting Kale 1,000
hands
times
empty,
over.
coat
Each reflection
unremarkable,
showing a different
pace
The
person.
map was
workmanlike,
not just a chart
silent,
of
serenely,
locations.
obedient.
did not
It was
hasten.
a
The
web
judge
of
arrived as though
vulnerability
she'd
for
always
her
been there,
potential.
Which is a trick
Balance
leaders
the
demand.
man's
Cold light
Sire
is a
being
sea
a beast
cage
magic.
She
You will
knew
your eyes move or you will
Kale's
become
face
lost in a vanishing storm.
And a selected
The
few
Kale's
will
lips
stay
twisted
all
into a
week.
thin tiny star's
They were
warmth
no
on your
longer
first
planning
skin.
a raid,
You didn't
but
sit,
crafting
and
a
the shit
manifesto.
snapped. You didn't send a quarter
azure
all
leaf
filled with light,
herbalists
said.
controlled
Voices
the
smiled
barrier
briefly. The
network
chain
between
shattered
the
like
villages.
brittle glass. When a difficult
Lao
proof
Chen
light that burst to
pointed to
hate
a
them
series of
has become
symbols
raced up
along
the
Mountain
rotunda's
Lane.
walls,
They moved
snapping
medicine,
through the galleries.
seeds,
Fires,
letters,
for a heartbeat,
They are
the judges
trusted,
froze. In an
unseen,
afternoon, 7 porcelain
and
nobles
assisted
held in the
after
same
the
learning to be
stalemate
less
with the
fair.
and talons,
Then the
are
room
withdrawn to
reacted. He
their high
laughed.
valley.
Grateful,
Said
the lead
Caleb.
judge said.
The young
Good
reed
mirrors
stood
changed.
guard.
She
Now
looked
serving
like
as
she
an
didn't
keen-eyed
copy him,
lieutenant.
nodded her
It moved
respect,
first,
pointed to a
sniffing
jagged
out
island
toward the
as
eastern
a
road.
life-size
There's
There's a
double
city
in
out there that
pride
wrote
and
its
shame.
laws so
A
beautifully
second
they
step
forgot
They
to
have
read them.
warriors,
Then she said,
but no cause.
The choice
Across
without
the
a
curve of
face
the
is waiting
chamber,
on its
Sinewy
courthouse
lists
army of
steps.
Kales with
Connecting
featureless
the dots
masks
not
closed.
with
Kale
lines
set
of
his hand on the
battle,
pole that
but
wasn't
lines
there,
of communication.
and felt the
With
tin
bones.
ring that wasn't chiming, and heard the
We did
refrain
not
carried
ask
say,
the
Hale
herbalist
said,
to
go.
fight.
Yara
He
went
did.
left
We will
without a
ask
And
word.
as the sun
Blade
found its
slow,
breath
targeting
again,
the nearest
and the world
mirrors
We
gave
will
them
not ask the
braces,
silver
honest
fangs to
afternoon
Marin
clear
sprinted the
field.
other way,
question
hammered
We will
threaded
offer them
itself
a way
forward
to
with
reclaim
whole
their
small
honor.
porcelain Kale's advance,
Her
and the
plan
echo
was a
shard as it
three-pronged
drilled
assault
ring round
on
Kale's
Jill's
head.
greatest
A
asset,
short,
the
inconvenient
control
turn
of the
shoulder
narrative.
check.
If the next
exactly
Mercy
as he
arrives
did,
without a
the
face,
seeds.
same guard, same
She
way,
controls
uniform,
a simple,
only emptier, Kale
direct
learned to
message.
recognize love when it
It
refuses
contained
to wear
no
its
call
leg.
to arms.
It fell without
Only
sound,
facts.
mask never changing,
It listed the
sprang up again
locations
like a
of Jade
puppet.
Dragon's hidden
They copy
toxin dumping
forms,
sites.
not choices.
Gleaned
Kale, the
from
city
the
of quiet
environmental
voice,
data
forced them
in
to
the
choose.
tyrant's
Rose
dossier.
East forked into
He
silence.
stepped
Stepped in
named the
and did
form
some
of
full
the
day's
March
march.
safety
Kale and his
record.
companions saw
The
no
corruption
birds,
witnessed by the
no
workers
cards offering the
themselves.
wrong sound but their own
It
boots.
described
The
the
copy has
spiritual
landed,
talks of the
turned
mind.
calculation missing
To
step.
screaming earth she
Grass
felt.
cut
Kale
level
slammed
with
an elbow
knives.
These were
into a
not
stone
mimic
seam.
Placed in
boxes.
careful grids
It was
along the
missing
roadside.
reports.
A breath of
Even the
air,
clouds
As it
traveled
looked
the
up,
lines,
it
leading
had
from
been
soldiers
used
on
within
parade,
the
and the double
packages of
collapsed
healing
and
herbs and
scowled at the
tonic
sky.
leaves.
He pivoted.
A bitter truth
You ever
they don't
see
know what
whether
to
you
do with
follow rules
mistakes.
before?
Give them
Second,
one.
Only when someone's
honor.
writing them? Stoked, Kale
Obliged
said.
by
the
being
silver
stoked.
fangs,
Crested a ridge,
He tripped over
stopped
nothing
short,
different
rolled
message.
wild.
and came up
The valley
It
below
acknowledged
had a
their
city
strength.
unlike
in the
any
chest.
they'd
They're lost in
seen.
the
It folded
valley.
like that perfect
It
cones
did
of
not
pale
offer
stone.
pity,
You're welcome.
but a
Roofs marked by
proposition.
black runes,
Staggering
staggering
Jade
faintly
Dragon
with light.
profited from
Yara's
the
blade.
war.
Every
Bit
street
into
met
the
it
copper
exactly
They
right
sold
in your
weapons to the
smear.
crimson
The walls
talons,
sparked
the
like marble.
medicine
The
to
surface,
your
no
wound.
banners
You were
flew.
not
Two masked
defeated by
colors
your
stepped
enemies,
halfway
The
out.
entire
but
city was
manipulated
jammed
there
by
like
your
figures
fire.
stuck in a doorway.
Your true
Above the
opponent
noise, finished
mocked
the
your
frames were
art.
carved in
The
flawless
tower
symmetry.
of
Glass
gold.
imploded
The
into
face
dust.
is
It
error.
Gives a
dare
jade
make
The
dragon
voice
supply
is noise.
conquering.
Mirren
The
dropped
lossy
inside
side
a
of
floor
Profits
sigil
from
and
the
slapped
blood
her on
and your
flat.
enemies.
I already hate
The glyph
That would
reacted to
pass through the
skin.
gray rock
Kale's
hills
gaze
and
swung
fire.
horizon and lit
It
a
is
faceless
lightly
grin.
guarded.
He said,
We
bad design
offer you
choice.
this
I've heard
intelligence.
whispers. She fit a city
wrong
that
way.
What you
outlawed
do with it
tapping
is
out
a
an
matter
uneven
of your
count.
own
Stoat spat
honor.
into the dirt.
Five,
It was a clear,
five,
focused
two.
target.
You mean opinions?
The light
It would give the
faltered.
furious
The
Every
directions
single
of
night on the
a
day is
tangible
doubts.
enemy
Kale
and a
said
tangible
judges didn't. They
victory.
removed faces.
Turning their
They
shame
tilted.
into a weapon.
Everyone
Also,
wears the same. The same 4 degrees. Like a single head drawing from another angle.
The echo.
That sounds.
For the
Noise
common
spreads.
people,
Fair.
the
One
workers in the
observed.
mines and the fields,
Until it
Correction
had no
escalates,
network.
Kale said. Another agreed. Let's
She had
find
a
out
deeper
which. Kale
frequency.
felt the echo
Lao
press at his
Chen
throat.
identified
They
as
entered
more
through
like
creative
one
silence. He punched the room with
The
no guards.
eye and the
No
mouth.
shorts. Ugly.
A leftover
Human soft
from an
hum
older
vibrated through the
era.
air. Rotund
It
his
was
wrist and
true.
organ holding
Masks
all
all
around
around
them jerked
them.
every wall.
But it
Mirrors
could
reflect
bypass
mastery.
all
Nailless.
layering.
But in
It
none once did the
bypassed
travelers
Jade
see something behind his
Dragon's
blank face
bang.
twitch. Each mirror showed only
A simple,
shadows moving in
open
perfect unison. Your
used
name.
by weather
A woman
monitors
approached
and
them.
old
The man's
immortal
head tipped.
services.
Searching
Two
massive
nights
force like
later,
a blind hand
under a
finds
cloak of
wall
mist,
mouth. She
Silhouette
balanced
and
nothing
Lao Chen
mechanically
stood
flinched.
in the derelict station.
Visitors. Kale drove the name
She said
harder in a
The
voice smooth
equipment was
vowelness.
ancient,
State your purpose,
festooned with
Fields.
cobwebs.
Say I am. Kale
but the
inclined his
core
head.
crystal,
The judges
when
answered for
Lao
him.
Chen applied a
was.
trickle of
All who
liquid,
understand for
corrects
reviews.
glowed with a faint,
By whom?
steady light.
Kale ignored.
A single
it. And who are
crafted
the
microphone
accord?
awaited.
The mask
tremor
tilted
ran
This
through
was the
Layless
most
as if
dangerous
puzzled
A
part.
sound scraped out like
It
a
was a
cart's
direct
first
signal,
wheel turn after winter.
traceable.
Kale's
They
fingers
had one
twitched
shot.
toward his sword.
She
Yara's
knew
hand
The
it.
masks in the
stopped her.
gallery flinched as if the
Let's
noise
gather
offended a
them
ledger.
She whispered.
The judges
But a minute.
stood.
See how deep
Contained
they
Feel
wrap
the
the
average
Lao
witness.
final terror-stricken echo.
The woman gestured.
The cold
Guards in
gaze
gray
all
stepped
in
from
lost
alcoves, palms
They
raised.
They walked through streets,
licked
lined
across
with
their
their
hands like
Silence
tame
the
lightning.
dragon's
Every person
Stoat
wore
threw
the
himself in the way,
porcelain
took a
within
blast on
love
his
is
forearm,
sand, gray
and
robes.
howled.
The hopeful
Yara
faces
split
moved
one guard's
around
wrist
fire.
strike with an
She
inside
opened
signal.
her
mind
eyes.
The
walked
light
without
discharged
sound.
into the floor.
And began to
Mirren
speak.
flung a
stirred
broken
uneasily.
brace
She did not
like a
raise her
javelin.
voice.
Something's
It
wrong.
clipped a
She
guard's
did not
shoulder
rage.
and sent him
I can't
sliding
feel
across
trusted.
the
As she
hall
had
of
no
curiosity.
decorum.
It's
Stay
like
as anchors,
difficult
the empty
task.
Baron
yelled,
Calm,
pointing under the
undeniable
bench.
balance
clarity.
without
All
will.
this ceremony sits
People
on
of
tables.
City center rose a vast
Kale
My
vaulted
name
the
is
rail.
Dymentionz.
Two doubles
You
met
may
in
have heard
midair.
other
He
names
landed
for the
between
tree.
them, fell
The
like a wolf,
judgment.
steady as hips,
The
and
ghost.
drove
base to
both
the
the
saddle
saddle
day
his
is
forearms.
with 7
I am
masks
He
just
slid
a
into
woman
the front of the
trying to
judge's
listen.
platform.
each identical.
And what I
A
have
hum
heard
lived
is
there,
motionless.
steady,
It is the
clinical.
pain of the
This is the
land.
Hall of Harmony.
The harmonizer,
said their guide.
It is the
Copper
pain of the
decisions
mind.
crystal cylinder that
Risking
passed
his
faintly
life
with
so
light.
it
Stoat leaned
can
toward
direct
Kale.
and grow
He
richer.
felt it
Who
now.
gets to talk?
It is
Breath.
the pain of the
Dozens. whoever the accord allowed.
It could not
Hundreds.
cure her child's
The city's
cough.
stolen
She
clerk
was
paraded
wrong.
and handed pale as slate on thin crystal.
Let
Found
it
words
static
appeared across
be
it in
felt.
pale light.
Jade Dragon
Unwise.
tells you this
Case
is the
hash.
price of
Judge
progress.
said 90,124.
That order requires
Harmonizer cleans guilt from the
silence.
air.
I'm here to tell you that your silence is
Accused
the fuel
people
for
from
their
the fields.
It's your only one thing.
He braced
But you will
judgment to be
remember your
spoken.
own
The
voice.
cylinder resisted like a
You do not
tooth
need
that
to
thought
be
of observers.
You
He
need
shoved
only
the
to
echoes
do
down
one
his
thing.
required, flooded
The
his
next time
fingers
an
with the
overseer
conservation
gives an
shapes
order that
tool.
sickens your soul,
The brace
the
convenient,
next time a
a
truck
CR
moves a
muttered.
mind to dump
White light
poison
shot
on
out in the
the
narrow,
road.
terrified jet.
Hands
Hands
down.
bound. Above him,
His eyes darted
gallery
Look at the
reacted.
man
Porcelain
next to
mask
him.
crowd
The
didn't
first
gasp.
imperfection
And ask
decayed,
quietly.
seen here. Hundreds tilting
Why?
the same way as if a
Please.
wind
Her
had
voice
gasped
was
their
soft.
conscience.
I only shouted for
More
help.
intimate.
Stop my wife.
As if she
Three
was
straps
speaking
together.
to each listener
Noise
alone.
dough, said one of the
A
jars.
single
Was their
question
first
is
sword
a
forbidden
crack
knife
in a
necessary
wall.
sound. A heel
A
to a
shared
jaw.
glance
Got
is
clenched
a
through a
seed.
mirror shard like a
They
coin. Broke
cannot
a law,
arrest
sliced
the
sleeve,
thought.
and the light
They
sputtered.
cannot silence
The
her
fence slid
fears.
under the dais on
Your
her back,
spirit
another
is
inch
your
to the
own.
floor. The voice in his
Remember
noise.
this.
Push on
Protect
preserves
yourself.
peace,
You are
shouted.
not alone.
3. Dale
You
said,
nodded
felt
to
his
Lao
knees.
Chen.
The cylinder tore
You
free
said
with
that
a
the
sound like a
silence.
stopped choir
The crystal
finally
died.
coughing.
Rather.
The
Light blew
broadcast,
outward,
a bare
silence.
10 minutes
not
long,
force,
was
said
over.
breath.
Two guards pressed like palms to the man's neck. Nails clutched his eyes widened and his lips
until the
moved. Porcelain
station's
crashed
power
down
went
the
out.
sound.
Or
His
Jay's
fingers
dragon
snapped.
found
His
and
face, a
destroyed.
strip of white, fell
With
away.
devastation,
And a mouth,
vanishing back
the color
into
of
the
hail
mist.
surged
There
forward,
would be
but
no
yards
immediate
up there.
roaring upwards.
Wait, he sobbed.
That was
A
not the
raw,
point.
ugly
The point
noise
was to
that
plant a seed of
made
doubt
the
in every
harmonizer
spirit.
right still
Every
breathe.
mine
But
shaft,
when he looked up, his
every
gallery was
station.
gone. Hands
To
went
turn
to
the
face. His
low,
face now
constant
was a
hum of
massive
resentment
bud like
into
the
a
others.
shared recognizable
Someday he
rhythm.
turned to the bench. A dozen
The
fell.
war for Azure
A dozen
Cloud
judged.
was no
The room
longer being
changed.
fought in the
At
mountains
peace.
or
Tyler
the
cried the way
borders.
Tyler whispered. For a second, the
fought in
accordion was quick
quiet
enough to call it.
spaces
The lead
of
judge
the
turned toward Kale's. The judges finally
In the
moved
moment
through witness.
between an
He
ordered
stepped off the
judgment
dais
and
and
an
walked into
ordered
his voice was low. Feet landing at the same
Call
level.
that
The
justice.
Phoenix has
Holding at
found
the same
its
motion,
true
compromising
weapon.
balance. Up close,
Not a
Kale saw
sword,
the scene where their
but a
bounced in his
sword.
right skin.
The battle lines
fuse
are
corrected.
now drawn
The Jews
from
weren't
lines and
citizens,
spears
they were
of
guilty,
every
innocent toward
person
him.
in the
Correction is
province.
mercy. He questioned the
As
accords.
the
Would you
unkindness
mercy is
of
schedule?
speak,
Another
with a
escape
thousand
muttered. Yara
whispers.
bared her
That
teeth.
escalated quick.
And schedule can choke. Kale squared his shoulders. The judges raised their
The
hands and
silence
spread
after the
speaking
broadcast
truth.
was
Red
not the
thin
quiet
lines
of the
of
deep
light
forest
snapped judges rose
or the
as
void of
one.
the
New
band.
chains gunning
Then your
straight
case
to
is
the
accepted.
It was the breathless
Beast
humming
master.
silence
Kale
of
drove
an electric
loyalist.
string.
Will stand judgment
Kale
for disruption.
vibrated like a
He
tension
reached into his
that
pouch
spread
with his
across the
disruption.
hands faster
Kale
than
asked tiny
any
coal.
speed.
Your voice carries will.
In the
lead
Jade
judge
Dragon
said,
Annex,
we will correct
there was
it.
a silent alarm
Permission.
more piercing than
Chains
the
of chains
inside.
light the rose from the floor.
Jim Long
Turning
stood
on
in the
sparks
center
that
of the
fell,
area,
flared hot into
not
his
looking at
temple
the
skin.
city,
The wolf
but at a
inside
blanket
judges
stone
snarled,
floating
pressing
across
against
the
the first
pond.
time their heads didn't tilt
Surface
together.
sentiment
Clenched.
analysis,
External contamination.
Ambient
Regret
steps.
this, one said.
Productivity
Mercy
metrics
artifact.
from a
Regret
dozen
is
viewpoints.
voice. Another said.
The
The judge
river of
replied.
knowledge
Kale stood up
that
under the
usually
dais.
flows predictable
The cracked arms
analysis
surrounding
is
cradled
expected.
against his ribs,
Now,
reflecting Kale
there was a
1,000
shrinking sea
times
of
over.
red flags and
Each
violent
reflection
spikes.
showing a different version
The
that rushed him in the
broadcast
same
itself had
silent,
been crude,
kneeling
vocal,
bright.
and swiftly
Obedient.
terminated.
Slid sideways.
Its true
echoed
impact
every
was not
barrel
in its
was.
reach,
Let the river
but in
balance
its
demand
resonance.
silence. He rammed the
It was a
harmonizer into
stone
the first
thrown into
judge's
a
chest.
still
Or you will
pond,
become one of
and
us.
the ripples were
Light
crashing into the
convulsed. Kale's lips
foundations
twisted
of
into
his
a final
spirit.
smile. Behind
In
the
a
porcelain,
mining
a face
commissary near
flashed.
the Dragon's Tail,
Nobody's, and the
a
chain
crooked
snapped.
foreman named Bo
Hat
snapped
skin
at a
light.
young laborer.
Voices
Not human,
spilling Marin
powder.
said, chain
Clumsy
shattered like
fool.
world glass.
Clean it
Kale
up.
said, human
Like
shape burst
boy
from the floor
Luke.
sigils.
Usually
Noise raced
works
up the
with-
rotunda's
Muttered an
walls as a
apology
snapping
and
of weather
frowned.
galleries and mirrors.
Today,
Then, for a heartbeat, the
paused.
judges fronted,
He looked at the
smashing
murky
seven
water
bracing
on the
across the
floor.
second judge's
Then
knees
at the
with a stare.
foreman's
Yara drove her
knees,
blade into the
highest
third
peak.
judge's wrist. The
Painful
hand
by
fell, the judge
productivity
said,
bonuses,
the mirrors
everyone
changed.
shifted
Floor like a
sacred
Kale's reflection
fools.
didn't copy. She kicked
The
it into
words
the
were
dais,
ghostly
stepping out of the
radiant,
silver
echoed
as the
in
lead judge
the
stopped
double
3 paces
The
away.
next time
The
an
city
overseer
stepped
gives
out.
an order,
It's
that
ether.
sickens
You break
your
consent.
soul.
Across the curve of the chamber,
Hesitate.
Kale held the
An
cracked
army of
harmonizer up
demons
for
would
featureless
He
masks.
simply looked at
Hissing
them.
breath poured
His
out
eyes
the
were
silhouette
fixed
cylinder.
where they had
Sobbed.
only ever
I've had
been
worse
before.
mornings. Shouted
He took the
names.
rag and
The sound
placed it
frames
slowly,
saying no.
deliberately.
And wait and please.
The silence
Left
louder
without
than
a word.
any
All the audible
shriek.
parts of
Bo,
constructing
unnerved by
machines
sudden
calls
lack of
efficiencies.
power, could only blush
Did
his
they
friend
choose
the other
this?
way.
And hammered a heel
A
and
tiny
shouted.
invisible
Masks
crack had
glued
appeared
on,
on the
Kale's
wall of
names
the
removed,
and the
coordinated
grey
shoulders
rock
dropped to
path
whisper hunger.
as
Kale met the
dawn
first with a short,
The silver
silent
fang
parry
lord
and real
struck.
silence. It
It
moved
was not
exactly
the
as he
wind
did.
that
Someone in the
was
same
wrong.
gallery, same weight
But a
shifts,
slow
only emptier.
ambush.
The word
He
bounced
fainted
off
high,
stone,
dragging
cut claws into the air.
confident
Its leg, another voice
and
joined.
lightly
Fell without
guarded
sound.
as she
Then
knew
20
his
mask never
intelligence
rotunda fills
was
right
annihilated
dragging like a
in
rocket.
The
Ugly,
fangs
they
did not
copy
just
human,
shoot
not
the
choices.
alive.
Kale
They left
called.
a
The
single
judges
stark
reacted them
message
fly.
printed in the dust
Riot.
with the
One stepped
convoy
there
of own
and did some
spilled
correction.
blood.
Another
For
insisted
our
his guard. The
dropped
lead
his
judge
sword.
extended
It was
an
a
arm toward
declaration
Kale's
not against
friends.
the Crimson
The under
Tide,
panel on the floor,
but
calculated
against the
platforms
invisible
rose.
hand
Cages
that
of
in the
clear
middle
crystals
distance.
lighting up like
The
elevator
news
cars.
spread through
The
sex
mass side
channels
each.
like
A
wildfire.
person struggling against bands
The
of light
silver
while a
fangs
mass
had not
hovered
just
over their
one
faces and the
exterminator.
double collapsed
They
into
had
smoke.
proclaimed their
Kale's
agency,
gut plunged.
and every
In the
other
first cage,
minor
Yara's
sex,
blue string was
nursing
pinned
its
to
own
the floor,
creations,
stretched
took
tight.
note.
The mask above
Back
her
in the
tilted,
cage,
descending.
the first
He tripped
painter
over
was
the
second
as she
cage,
was
it wasn't
driving
stowed
began to
more
move.
end. It was
accidentally
a
hit
held.
button
The azure
copy
leaf
inquired
was
master from
for
how it
return.
folded like
Dragged
back
here
here
on
on
a
a
corridor
corridor
map.
Kale hadn't
It was
seen.
a
You're
bundle of
welcome.
letters.
Benton snapped.
They were not
Eyes
too
furious.
clear.
Two more.
They were from
Yellow's
Georgia.
blade bit
From
into the
minor
choice
laws
race
to
master's
letters.
mirror. The lead judge
Letters
said,
detailing
"Jump."
petty
Balance
secrets,
demands a face.
stolen
Two
marriages,
double
mysterious
steps halfway out. The crowd
illnesses,
roared jammed there
downstairs,
like figures
from
stuck
the
to himself
heights.
at the barrier. She finished the
The
frame like
herbalist,
glass.
trusted
The
and
Mirren
lasting
floated into
had
dust that
become a
didn't
postal
dare on her
service for the
fingertips.
discontented.
Kale's
Mirren
beast
dropped beside
surged
her.
She knew
Wild
she did not
red
read
slapped
them
her
from
palm
the
The echo
flat.
or
pressed up his
specific
throat. The
grievances.
glyph reacted
Begging
for
for
a
a
She
note
read
that
them
could
for
break
the
I think
collective
compliant
echo.
citizens.
The
Cole's
tone
warm
had
and
shifted
marked his
from
palm.
almost
A star
lamentation
reminding
to
design choice he
cold,
is not
detailed
mad. She fitted the wrong
documentation.
dies with Yara.
The
Tapping
people
out and
were
she
not
didn't
just
plead.
crying out.
She shook her head once.
They were gathering
Four.
evidence.
Pick me because I'm yours. The light
Lao
faltered.
Chen
The velvet
returned
sigils
from
around the
scouting
dais hiccuped.
His
Safe to
expression
say the
grim
judges
and
didn't
satisfied.
move. The
They
tilted
tilted
The
spread
boy
porcelain
has been
was
sighted.
incorrect either answer.
He would
Like a
present
single head
above
trying
both
to
heads.
lowered another inch.
It
Noise
materialized
stepped
at the
forward.
relay
One
station
observed the
he
cracked
used.
harmonizer correction
It
escalated
stood
filled
there
as
for an
another
hour.
agreed.
A black
Kale felt the
nothing
note he
was
saved
in
at his
it.
throat. He destroyed the
Flash.
pretty line. He punched the
It did not pursue our
the city
trail.
itself.
It
Accused
was
a face before the
analyzing
mask
the scene.
does. It rattled the rotunda's ribs.
She knew
The
herself.
masks all
She
around
tried
him
to
jerked as if
She was studying the growing
Free man
highlight
drew an
letters.
nail full of air.
It
Blinked
means he
once
is
till the
reacting.
ribs hurt. Something behind his
He's trying to
face
understand
twitched at his
that
temples.
there's no
Tail pointed. Pleading for restraint.
He is looking for
But
a
restraint
how
had
when
built
the real
the city.
problem is the why.
The man's head tipped.
He will study the
The sound
broadcast
that came out like a blind hand finding a wall. It started as a growl.
While the
He
real
mouthed
danger
under his
was
grunt and
the
flinched.
he
The
cannot
first note of a
quantify.
tired man fixing something that's harping on too long.
But the strategy had a
Mavis
terrible
the harmonizer in his hands vibrated
The
and then
broadcast had also
screamed. The
painted a
judges
giant
answered light
fire
shot
on their
upward
heads.
through the rotunda.
They were no
The
longer
slicing
birds.
experts. 7
They
perfect
were
rays that
voice.
collided above the
And the
days.
voice could be
The
silent.
judges staggered.
The reeds,
Their perfect
while
symmetry
energized,
faltered for the first time.
were still few.
A sound scraped out
The
like
sea
still holding
cage,
the first
while
wheel
hidden,
turn after his mouth.
was not a
Still singing.
fortress.
The noise
And
crawled
the
in
young
every
lieutenant,
mirror, and the masks in the
voiced the
gallery
fears
flinched
of
as
all
if the
about.
noise offended
They
the
would
ledger.
come for us
The
now.
judge's reflected sound
Not
contained
with
from the
blows,
aberrant
but
witness,
with a
no,
hammer.
stay.
They will
Breathe.
scorch the
Guards
forest
in
to
gray
find
stepped
this
from
chaos.
alcoves, palms
Mercy,
raised,
you and
choice
I.
light licked across
language
their hands
itself
like
can
tame
hold.
lightning.
And that is our next
Stoke threw
opportunity.
himself in the rain down, took a
She
blast
spread
on
the
his
odious
forearm,
map
and
on the
howled
stone
persevered.
floor.
Split one guard's
We do not
wrist
let
strike,
them
poisoned
find
inside
us.
from disuse. The
We
light
make them
discharged
chase
into the
us.
floor.
And while they are
Aaron
running,
flung a broken brace like
she
a
struck at the
down.
heart of their new
The cage
vulnerability.
flared white, sent him
She
sliding
pointed not
around
to
the
a
bells,
line, but an
now
outpost.
burning themselves to
Deus
ashes.
To a symbol on
She
the map.
reared the yell
Over
from her
a
mouth
small
and gasped.
bustling market
Drop
town.
your head,
At a
ceremony
crossroads
sits on
between
cables.
three major
He did.
J-Drag
Kale vaulted the
operations.
rail. The Batu
Tom
double she'd been
Rex.
holding all her life. He landed
With
broken
replacement
mates and let the
forming
wolf steady his
low-level
hip. She struck the air with it.
Off-duty
Backwards, the
security
sound that
personnel
followed
went
was
to
no
spend
longer
their
slid
song.
under the front of the
It
judge's
was a place of
platform.
gossip.
The ugly chorus
Right.
scale had started
Steady
found a
talk.
rhythm. Clinical. People
We don't
clapped,
attack the
stomped,
town,
harmonizer.
screamed.
Not in harmony, but in
Profound
agreement.
tapping
Held a
symbol.
crystal
The
cylinder that
infiltrated.
pulsed faint rays both
The
hands to the
broadcast
rhythm.
gave
He
people
felt
balance.
balance fails,
Now
breath
we give
does
them
cut him
an
off.
answer.
And let
We
it
show
fall.
them the why
The
behind
city's
this
stolen voice
order.
vibrated down onto the
She outlined a
tone,
plan
shattered
so
into 100 bright
audacious,
pieces.
it made
Yell
Loud
Shard
Chen's
caught a
eyes
word.
narrow
An
with
unword
awe
found a throat that
and
the judge said.
admiration.
The air was black
We would
with
not
the
send
as a
warriors.
silver gilt from the air.
We would send
When it
a
cleared,
single
half the
perfect
rotunda was
message.
gone.
People from the air.
Blown open to the gray sky.
What
Even
the
judges
city
stood.
side
Only one
Trust
cylinder
me.
resisted like a
Looked
two
up,
figures
said
mask
his
and
name.
cracked but held.
He shoved
His
the other
eyes
one
Walked forward.
still
Bared
held
his
his
fingers
but
with the
clear.
coarse white ash and
Met
stone.
hers.
You freaks
When
from
they
order.
moved,
A scene that said,
She knew said
white
to
light
make
shot
sure it was
cages,
gentle
arrow
to
terrified. That is what
find.
people do. Above
broke you,
him, the gallery
and you are
react.
still
Pale
here.
white
The
blood
mask
from his
crowd
lip
didn't
You carry the
gasp. Then
memory
off
of
he
the
sprayed.
violation
Hundreds
in a
tilting
way
the
no
same way as
pamphlet
if
or
a wind had
broadcast
pushed
can
the judge
convey.
studied him.
You do not
Stop
need
him.
to
And when
speak.
they caged
You
you,
just
said
need to
together,
be
he
seen.
smiled. Guards dove.
In a tavern,
Yara was there
you
to
have
sing
to
loud,
swear
a
by
knife
the
across
drink
the
of
knee,
J-Dragon's
at the
food.
figure jaw.
Set the format
Stoke
of the
drew a
dragon's
mirror
tail.
shard like a
See
coin
it
of a
goes from
voice.
the
Selectively,
stage
the
to
light
the
sputtered. It
walk
said
into
softly.
place.
Slid under the dais,
Let them
spin back,
wonder which of their
shoulders to the
other
floor, feet to
disappeared
the brace.
victims
Kale
might
stepped
also be
closer.
waiting in the
She shied to
shadows.
eye with the blank
Three.
mask.
Let
Kale
them
said,
feel the
and
crack
they
in
ruined
their
lives. The
own
cylinder
wall.
tore free with a
It
sound
was
like
a
a stopped
psychological
wire
gambling
from a
of
spider
faith
web.
and risk.
Cracked
Light
The
flew
gin
outward.
would be utterly
Underneath was a face that
exposed.
wasn't a face at all.
But it was the logical,
Hidden the mask was like
terrifying
stretched over empty
extension of
space.
the
Clutched his
war.
face,
A
shimmered
war
faint
fought
outline of
not for
porcelain
charity,
cracks down the center
but for
that
the
the fingers
own
dug
cause
in.
mine.
A strip of white
Jen
fell away
held her
at the
gaze
next
for a
mouth,
long
the
minute.
color of fruit and stubborn.
Then
The figure
gave a single
disintegrated,
slow
turning to
nod.
powder that the wind carried into the open
She
sky.
blazed
Noise that would have stormed
made
above the
the
city
sound
began to
was
write a
fine.
memo. Light,
He was no
real
longer
sunlight
patient.
galleries, not
Hands
the
with
Aquarius'
faces.
sterile
He was ready
glows
to
melted
become
by
a
a shattered
different
roof.
kind.
Some did. People
The
below
unkindness
lifted
is
dozen
no
bells,
longer
a dozen
just
didn't, but the room changed. For the first
It was
time in
learning
years,
to
they
take
cried
the
the way
seats,
toddlers cried,
to walk
and for a
into
second
the
the door was
and
open
to
his
plant
arm
the
called
seeds of
noise.
fear
You
no
know,
security
judges
system
one day will
can
visit a
get.
place where you don't get
The fear
arrested
of a
and walked in a
guilty
line.
conscience.
Kale
And
ran
the
in the same
terrifying
tire,
thought that the
hands
ghosts
folding at
of
the same
past
time.
days are no
Up
longer
close,
confined
Kale
to
held
the
a hand to his shoulder.
The strategy
You
evolved
saved
from
views.
broadcast to embodied
He shook his
voice.
citizens.
The
No,
Phoenix
built.
Rebellion
They saved
moved into
themselves.
its
Correction
most
is mercy.
dangerous
Reminded them
phase.
how to make noise.
Not
Mercy is
just spreading
scheduled.
ideas,
Valor agreed.
but
Regard
weaponizing
spared
its
team.
own
Picked up
secrets
a
and
shard of the
symbols,
harmonizer.
using a survivor
The judges
as their
raised
most
their
powerful
eyes and spread their
walking
fingers.
testament.
What do we do with this?
Red thin lines
Keep
of
it.
light
Kale
snapped
said.
up from the floor.
Every law needs a memory.
New chains gunning
Juan's
straight
rest was
pocket.
a fever
Marin,
dream,
Yara,
of commerce and
Stoke,
crude
and
ambitions.
May our noise always
A
fail.
town
Kale
that
tried to
had grown
dodge.
like a
He
fungus
reached
in
into
the
Kale's
shadow
toward
of
the
the
city
mountains.
offhand and crushed
They will.
the tiny
Its
coal
streets were
looming
They walked
compacted
out
with
through
a shout
streets
of
that were
fuel,
already alive with
the
arguments.
clatter of
Then
oars
not
and
shouting
voices,
crisis.
permission.
and the
Children chasing
raucous
birds.
laughter
Light chains
pouring
hit the
from
people
the
laughing
street
in the
like
just
a
because they
scary
turned
bird.
into sparks that
It was
fell
chaos.
and
The
died
air
on
smelled
Conte's
of
beautiful
dust,
skin.
frying meat,
The judges faltered.
and the
A courier
ozone
waited.
layer
First
had
time
choked
their heads
energy
didn't
levels.
tilt together.
It
External
was a place
contamination
without
detected,
history,
he said, holding
built
her
on the
sealed
bedrock
scrap
of
of parchment.
personal
Remove it.
profit.
Kale broke it
And
open.
it was the
Kale
perfect
stood up
hunting
over
ground
words were
for the
written in
unkindness of
harmonized
these
train writings
predators.
designed to distrust. Come take
Jun
it,
walked
he
his
said.
dusty main
How'd he take it?
thoroughfare,
Three judges
and he was a splinter
rushed
of
to the
silence in
scene,
the town's
looked at his
only
friend,
heart.
and started
He
walking.
slid
Dressed
sideways.
in nondescript
Where to now?
long
Keep him low.
clothes,
Stowed out. Let the
a
river
worn
keep
leather
him north.
jacket over his
Kale ran the
To the
harmonizer
mountains.
into
He should
his
have
first
been
judge's
invisible,
chest and dumped
but
what's
carried
waiting
his
through it.
silence like a
Light
visible
and
star.
answered.
The judge's
Overhead
masked
movements
spider
were
thunder
limited.
muttered like a
Behind
drum
the
Not
porcelain
the
our
nervous
face
pace of a
flashed. He
thief
smiled.
or
Nobody's
the swagger of a
Not a person
mercenary,
that sings
a
back.
but the
pattern in
measured
skin.
pace of a man
Not human,
walking through
Marin said,
familiar nightmare.
breathless. Worse, Kale
Lao
said,
Chen's
human shape.
instruction had
The
been
town that
precise.
noise floods. A
Do
judge
not
announced,
hide.
the road
As if
north reading a
reading a
weather
weather
report,
report.
Buy a drink?
then drowned.
Trees
Trees leaned over the
Stoke
track
grunted,
like
then
smashing a
leaned
copper brace
closer.
across
His
a second
presence was a
judge's
dissonance.
turned cold. Yara
A
drove
few
blade and
off-duty
it learned so
guards,
much wrist
their
measure. The
uniforms
hand fell off
unbuttoned,
clean.
pointed at
Kept
him.
slowing on the floor like
A
his arm
flicker of
bandaged,
uneasy
still nursing
recognition
kicked it
crossed
under the
his
days.
face.
It winked out.
Next
He
time
looked like
someone
a
sends a
hundred
message,
other
stop
young
3
people
paces away.
wound
We
down
ignore
by
it.
the
This city
province's
chose
hardships.
accord.
But there was something in
You
the
break
set of his
messages,
jaw,
don't scare me.
the distance
Kale
from
held
his
the cracked
eyes,
harmonizer up the
had
dark
whispered
tree
of a
line.
darkness
Hissing
that
people who
threatened
roared out
poverty.
split cylinder, sobbed,
He entered
Yara
the
laughed
town
under
with
hood,
the
shouted
gilded
names.
drill.
If the choir's
The
away,
air
people would
sides
listen
filled
to
with smoke
and wait and
and
please
the
Kale
sour
didn't
smell
answer.
of spilled
All the
beer.
inaudible parts. The
A
last
dozen
time you
men
heard
in
that
various
name
states
called
of
inefficiency,
trade
fallen voices
filled
of
the
Sarah.
room.
Did they choose this? The
Jen
singers
felt
who had
their
turned
branches
breath
like
into
physical
balance. Masks glued on,
Curious,
someone named something
dismissive,
had stirred
children
children taught to
sharpening
whisper
with a
behind
dawn,
dusk.
cold,
Smoke smudged the
unbeaten.
sky ahead.
Silence.
He had been in their
Real
reports.
silence.
Not the sharp black
Hung for
The
cities.
whispering reed
Then someone in the
rabbits.
highest
Soft gray
gallery
curl.
yelled,
The one
no.
who
Color
had
of
broken
comfort.
under
The
Kaiser
word bounced
Based
off
off shaded
stone and
eyes.
dug
Then
claws
had
into the
vanished
air.
from a
Looks like another
secure
voice
cell.
joined, then 3,
A
then
ghost
20.
story
The
traded
rotunda
in.
filled with a
They
ragged
crossed
He walked to the
rise.
bar.
Below
The
lay a
sound of
tiny
his boots on
valley,
the sawdust
with fences
floor,
painted white. The
unnaturally
judges
loud.
reacted
Fields
like
and sudden
flock rows.
quiet.
And
He
cottages
placed a
stacked
jade
glared like
dragon
children's
script
corrections.
board in the warm
Another
room.
insisted. A wooden
Currently
sign
stood
judge
from
extended
the
an arm
silver
toward
fence
Kale's
and
welcome to
water.
Gracefield. Under a
Water.
panel in the floor,
His
2
voice
platforms
was dry
rose.
rasped
The law.
from
Cages of
disease.
clear
Yara
crystals
blazed.
sliding up like elevator
A burly
cars.
man with
Not
a
inside
network of
each.
broken
A person
capillaries
struggling
across
against
his
bands
neck.
of light
That's
while
what
their
spread
masks
the
hovered
script.
over their face on
Then
thin
at
They
Joe's
entered the
face.
town to applause.
A ripple
Kale's
of
line of
attention
villagers
rushed
stood
through the
in the
room.
first cage.
Others
Yari
using their
loose-stringing
minds.
gently to a clamp.
Faces
Faces being
water.
stretched tight. Men
Standing
in mask
in
above
his
her
face.
tilted,
Even
children.
It was
All
an
in the
act
second
of
cage.
profound
It wasn't
shy
Stoke or
audacity.
Marin. It was a
From a
Vel.
corner booth,
Each mask
a
was
man
mastered
with
from
a
how
pimple
every
foot
expression
and
here
dragon's
adored or
line
Kale
leaned
hadn't seen.
forward.
Air smelled of
His face
sadness.
pale.
Streets
I
swept
know.
spotless. Mouth gagged by
Slurred.
light. A woman in a
Emboldened
blue
by
apron
drink.
choice.
Hear that
He's
release
answered
fanatic.
and offered
Release
Kale
that
juice
drink.
of wildflowers.
Disappeared.
Balance demands. Welcome
Then
traveler.
turned his
Choose
head
your
slowly,
say keeps theirs.
meeting the man's
The
gaze.
crowd roared. Kale
He did not
accepted
speak.
cautiously
Simply
himself. The
looked.
flowers were
In
warm,
his eyes
repelled
was
him
no
like
hatred.
polite
We don't
glass.
see
No
many
challenge.
wanderers
Marin
since the
Only
storm's
a flat
control
and
panel.
awful
She
moment.
continued her fingertips.
You must
He
be
had seen
tired.
the
Kale's
machining
beasts
behind
slurred
the beds.
wild and
He
free.
felt its cold
Echo
ears.
pressed up his
And
throat
had
free of
somehow
horse
walked
for a
out of
note
its
that
belly.
could break
Stoke
rooms.
frowned.
He was living
What's the
proof
cat
that the
warmth
machine
marked
was
his
not
palm? The woman
infallible.
tilted her
A star
head,
reminded
That
him
its
that
secret
mercy
was
is not
state.
math.
The foreman's
There's no
bravado
cash with
melted
Yara.
under that
Only
silent,
complete.
knowing
She
stare.
shook her head once. Kale
He
nodded
looked
slowly.
away,
Pick me because I'm the
muttering
masks.
into his drink.
Pavel met his
The
gaze. Did
conversation
same,
in
she
the
said.
tavern did not
No
resume
one
its
should see
earlier
others'
roar.
pain. The lead judge
became a
spread porcelain
strange
hands,
murmur.
waiting to correct
Punctuated
smiles so he
by
could contain
stolen
the masks
glances
above
at the
both
young man
cages,
drinking
lowered
water
another
at
inch.
the
Her tone was matter
Kale
of
stepped
fact,
living
forward as if she were
question
describing
mark.
harmonizer like a horn. She turned, filled his
Jim
gesturing
finished
toward the
his
square.
water,
If he sings the note, he
placed the
saved.
empty
The caretaker
cup
will
down with a
destroy the
soft
last
click,
tool that can free
and
them,
turned to leave.
or will the city
the square
itself
center
choose
as
a
he
massive
passed the
iron
woman,
statue
he
of a woman
paused.
holding a heart in her
He didn't
hand?
look
The
at the
note
man.
that
He
shows in
He
below
spoke
read,
to the air.
Mercy,
His
Kale
voice
Bell
barely
Vale,
above a
full of
whisper,
purity,
yet it
until the
carried him
villagers knelt
quiet.
in a slow,
The echoes
graceful
We
hymn
know
at his
about the
temple.
West
Bells
End.
chimed, pleading
The
soft
soft
strain
note.
by rhythm.
The
But
one you
restrained
cast
his
a
statues
flag
as
at the
Sylvan.
tremor last
He opened
night.
his mouth out.
They have the
The air
report.
shifted. The sound that came
The
out
voice
was
that
not
followed
he
you
was
walked
calm,
out.
melodic.
started
It was
Even
a
behind a
growl.
silence that was
A
louder
carpenter's
than
welcome on
music.
souls. The
I
first
am the
note of a
The
tired
foreman
man
turned
lay down
fast.
something that's been
Speak
wrong.
only
The
Only
West
gentle
Vent
words.
incident
The
was
crowd's
hidden by
harmonizer in
others.
his hands
A
vibrated
cost
and then
sales
screamed,
measure that had
stirred.
buried a
Light
minor
shot
collapse
upward through the
and two
rotunda,
missing
slicing the
buried
dough by
bones
7
on the
perfect
official
rays
side
that
of the
collided
floor.
above the
It
day
was his
caretaker.
secret,
We
the
Thank you
judge's
for your
How
record.
could a broken
Their
prisoner
perfect
from
symmetry
Witness
altered
Factor
for the
Mountain?
first time.
Panic?
Kale still
Cold
lighting,
shock
still
to
holding the
prisoner.
broken cylinder to
If
his
this
mouth,
ghost
still
knew,
singing. There is
who
no
else
truth. The
knew?
noise crawled through every
Then
mirror,
this
leaking down
wasn't
small
just a
travelers.
maze
The
test.
hall became a maze of
It had
echoes. Marin
eyes.
whispered, each
It had
reflected
records.
sound
She
picked up a
means
different
forever.
word.
Was among them.
No, stay. The
Jones
statue
walked
smiled.
back to the forest
No one
garden
must
as
leave
the
our
journey
cure of
changed
mercy,
landscape.
choice, so they can no
Until
longer
language
harm.
itself
felt
became a
their
weapon.
fear.
Mass began
A
still
palpable
shifted
oily
uneasily, rained
thing
down from the
attacked
balconies
his
like
arm.
hail. The
He had
caretaker's
not
voice saw
threatened
silence,
nor
shouted at
fought.
once. Disagreement, voices,
He had
anger,
simply
disuse, pain. Yara's
and in doing
case
so,
cracks never twisted
had
and
made
joy
memory
again, snatched up a
awaken.
guard's discarded staff.
The sorrow
Without
came
warning,
The
a
cage
man's
to layer
reached
white.
up and placed him
The
in
filaments
gently
around his
against
bells
his chest.
snapped, burning
Memory
themselves to
came.
ash.
And
stumbled
just
back.
She
under
ripped the gag
Hey,
from her
fear of
mouth
a
and
guilty
Kale's
gasped.
hand went to
Drop
his
your
soul.
head, Kale.
Volatile and infectious
The villager
poison.
smiled. It's a gift.
Meanwhile, in the air,
The baton she'd been holding all her life, even broken, made sense in her hand.
Not from a
The crowd
sense,
she struck
but
the
from a
air with
human
it.
asset.
The blast of
Door.
sound that
Created formed
followed
among the
one by
shadow
one
song.
began to
The
offer
description of
coordination,
Joe,
silver and
his
glass.
words,
The ugly chorus
their
Kale
effect.
started found a rhythm.
It was not a
Kale
military
clapped,
emphasis that
stomped,
caused
reflection
the
shone
scream,
on the inside
but a
of harmony,
psychosocial
but an
one.
agreement, perfect copy
The
of his
judge's
howl.
eyes were clear.
The lead one
Decreased
raised both
decreased
hands to the roof.
cohesion,
I don't wear
Balance
people's
failed.
mercy.
paranoia,
He he said.
A
Kale
drop
cut
in
him off. Caretaker's eyes and let it fall.
Then you reject. He slammed the harmonizer down onto the dais. It shattered into 100 million pieces.
He doesn't mean
Shard caught a word.
silence breeds
Each
pain.
word
She was
found a
attacked
throat
in
that
a
said
social
sweetly. The
contract
air went
that
black
held
with
its empire
dust and
together.
silver with light.
The
When it cleared, the villagers'
agreement
rotunda
of
was
the
gone.
center with
Hundreds of
people
silver
from
gray
the
sky
line.
toward Kale, where the judges
She
had
was
stood.
demonstrating
Only one
through a
remained.
single
Stood as the
walking
lead figure's
ghost
mask
Too
had
late.
cracked
that the
but
center
held.
could not
It walked the
protect
bells
us.
changed tone.
Bare feet,
No
deeper now,
punish
with
those
white
who
ash,
knew
heart
the
beat
best.
strong. You
He
freed them
leaned
from
back,
order.
steepling his
It said
head.
lights filled from the
The
statue
void
cages, lighting the
weaver
streets. That
had
is what
been
people do.
established
Dagger
for
bent in her hand
several
like molten
spiritual
wax. Kale wiped blood from
Which
his
is not
boots,
said
stuck
to
to
be
the
that
down. Keep
immune.
breaking. Yara screamed
To
as the
eradicate
mask
a story
pressed
that was
itself
now
against her cheek.
replicating in
The
the
judge
past,
studied
from
into her
mind to
skin.
mind.
And her eyes were
For the
wide.
first time,
And then
a
smiled.
flicker of something
Calm.
beyond cold
Then I hope they
calculation
sing. Kale
showed
shouted
his
her name.
eyes.
She turned
Not
to him,
fear,
the smiling
but a
jaws.
profound
Almost
icy
it's all right.
frustration.
She said
He
in a
was an
voice that
architect
was
of
that could
silence,
build
and
worlds.
she had
You'll
taught
feel
the
better, said
silence his
softly.
feet.
And you
The
spend it,
battlefield was now the
ruining
human
them.
soul
The caretaker's
itself,
glow
and
brightened.
he had
Kale
no
stepped
map for
closer.
that
We begin
terrain.
eye to eye with the
The
blank
ghost
mask.
had walked in the sunlight.
I ruin lies. Chains
And
of light
now
burst
every
survived
shadow
and
and
wrapped
every
around
jade
Kale's
dragon
arms. The mask
outpost,
spider fought them, her
every
teeth bared,
thorn,
but the
every
light was
concept
underneath was a face that wasn't
held
the face
the
at all.
potential for his
It was
return.
smooth, translucent
The
skin stretched over and
psychological
forgave.
warfare deepens.
Behind it shimmered the faint
James
outline of
Allen
to his
prays
mask.
that the
The last thing he saw
unconscious
before the
power
light swallowed
is
him
not
and stood
mystery,
raising you both
but
middle fingers and
terrible
swirled.
specific
I
knowledge.
already tried therapy.
The
The
rebellion
figure
had
disintegrated,
moved
mask
from
clamped
selling
over its
doubt
powder that the
to
wind buried
weaponizing
into the oak
enemy's
dark eye.
own buried
The
sins.
storm above
Kale
the city
will
in a
turn
white
each
break.
one into a
No
landmark
doors, real
of
no shadows,
shadows.
no sound
The
except the
accords
faint
sterile
hum of the
glow
caretaker's
spilled
voice.
through the shattered roof.
Kindness is correction.
The
People below
silence of
erected their
vision
faces,
lost
eyes
had taken on a
squinting.
new
For the first time in years,
His
they
arms
were
were
bound by
bound
silk
by the
bands that
serene
pulsed
quiet of
light
absolute
over. The
peace.
mirror stood before him.
But the
Inside was
pressurized
Kale.
stillness
One day
of the
phase at a
man
place where you
felt
don't get
like
arrested.
siege from an
His reflection
unseen,
spoke first. Kale grinned,
unorthodox
tired.
path.
You fought so hard for
The
mercy,
data
she
strips
said.
on his
Why not
holoscan
rest in it? Yara
told
pressed
a
a hand
story
to
of
his shoulder.
systemic
The reflection
decay.
smile wavered slightly, as if it wanted to shook his
Productivity
head.
dragon's
He whispered
tail
no, because
showed not
mercy
a
themselves,
but
without
a
it just
subtle
reminded them how to make
corrosive
noise.
Increased
A
equipment
veil, mirror
checks.
cracked, bruised, but
Morphic
a flicker of static filled the
Formalized
yard of the
circuit
harmonizer. And the voice of the
Falcon
caretaker
propagation.
rose faintly, still
A measured
for a
decline
heartbeat.
and voluntary
What do we do with
overdose.
choir frequencies
It was not
unstable?
rebellion.
Kale said.
It was
Kale's every
bureaucratic
song needs a
drag.
memory.
A
The
collective
choir, she
silent
pocketed
foot
it,
on the
with the
blade.
voice recovered, weary,
His analysts
smooth again.
Masters
Your
of
mayor noise
forecasting
always
fuel
find you.
shortages and quelling physical
Kale
dissent.
turned toward the city
From
into
it.
silk bands and
There was
wheel
more
wrists
spoke of
bled
anomalous
light. They walked
social
out through
feedback
streets that were already a
and
lot wider, but the
non-standard
crack had been
psychological
shouting
agents.
prices, revealing something
They
behind
recommended
chains of birds.
targeted arrests.
A dark
People
shaving
into
pulled out just
surveillance
because they
upon
could.
rest.
It wasn't
A
another Kale.
crackdown on the
It was
Azure
beautiful. It was an
Herbalist
organ,
Network.
alive. At the gate, breathing,
Jin
a courier
Long
waited, and
dismissed
somewhere
each
beyond it,
picture.
breathless voices were
Visitors
singing.
wave.
Message from the north.
Arrests
Smile.
would create
His skin
martyrs
holding out a
and
seal.
validate
The voices came
broadcast
through the
warnings.
crack. Kale broke it open. Saw only
Increased
4
surveillance
words were
in the
written
town was
inside, in the
pointless.
precise
The
handwriting he
damage
learned to
was done.
distrust. Every note
The story
repeated the
was
same
out.
phrase in different
So
tones, like
crushing
100
the
mirrors of
herbalists
mercy
would
echoing.
only
Fold another
prove they were a
note. Look, we
threat,
forgive you.
lending
Start, we forgive
credence
you.
to the truths they
Where to
feared.
now?
He was
Kale
not
pulled
facing
harder.
an
North
insurgency.
silk bands got deeper.
He
Heat
was
some
facing
into
a
his skin.
paradigm.
The reflection of the
What's
cracked
waiting?
mirror
On
kept
another
smiling,
screen,
even as
a
pieces of it
live
slid
feed
down
showed
overhead.
the void
Pain
weaver.
thunder muttered like a
Stood
fighting
in a
star
different
said.
location.
Voice smiled faintly.
A minor
You asked
forgotten
for
shrine on the
balance, things
slope of the
back. This is
Veracruz
it.
mountain,
No pain,
a place
no
where a few
grief,
villagers still
no
left
anger.
offerings.
The town that
The
smiled
weaver
much.
was not attacking.
It's not balance.
Not
North was that
just
surrender
it was
forest.
simply present.
The tracks
A
wide
blot
over the
of
track, the
absolute
dark
stillness
organ
amidst
behind
the
the glass
judgment
pulsed
living
faster.
hum of the
Days
place.
of light
It was
extended
not
the kind
ceremony,
toward his
but
reflection
its
so
no
much as
feel
one
was
ladder
done.
into its chest.
Subtly
Stoat
dampened
trudged
his
another tried to
Kale.
reach for him. His
The
arm
resonance
bandaged,
was
still
nursing
nursing bit through the
agony.
silk around his wrist.
The preliminary
Next time
data
someone
was
sends a
conclusive.
message that short, the band
It
snapped. We
seemed
ignore it. Pain
was a
surged,
stubbornly
real and
resilient
grounding.
frequency.
He thrust his
Messages
screen
scare
me
me.
to the light
A
tether.
secure
Kale said,
priority
eyes scanning
chain.
the dark tree line.
The face that
The people
resolved
in his
on the
skin
screen
touched it.
was not that
He
of a
saw
soldier or
everything.
an analyst,
If the choir's
but
away,
of an
what does
elderly
it sing
man
to?
with
All
eyes
smiling,
like chips of
Kale didn't
flame
still.
and
He
skin
didn't know.
Jen,
Their hearts glow. The last time he'd heard that
Counselor
ribs,
Yan,
it belonged to
each
the
pulse
fallen
and
voice of
Counselor
Sarah's
Cyrus.
rhythm. The singer's
Entire
town,
voice was a
every
trial
villager
muscle,
was connected to
devoid of
someone
any
living
emotional
something beneath
effort,
Grace stirred them
even
again.
through the digital
choir.
filter.
He heard it
Director
now.
Jen,
Slow
smoke
under the
experiments
sky voice.
developed.
Layers of voices,
Not
the
the
sharp
first
black
very
of burning
clear.
turned into constant
singer
softness. Gray
is
curl,
no
they
longer
weren't
a
free color of
subject.
comfort they were used.
She has
Aaron
become a
shaded the mirror,
comedian
tried to
thesis.
seal itself. Looks like a
Jin
village.
Long
Hale slammed his
inclined
fist
his
through
head.
it. Or
The
shards
respect
exploded out,
automatic.
muttered. The
But
organ
his
crested
mind
a
was
rise.
racing.
He landed
Below
hard
lay
on
a
a white
Counsel's
valley.
attention
Shards
was a
melted into
double-edged
white.
sword.
The fields band
It meant
dissolved.
resources.
And cottage
It also
stacks
meant
like
light.
light shielded
And
the
failure in
story
her eyes was
smell
not
like
an option.
cinnamon.
A
It
wooden
smelled like
sign
ozone
stood by the gate.
She utilizes a vector we have
Welcome to
discounted as
Grace
voice.
faltered.
Jin Long
Violence,
replied.
where kindness is the
Was
law,
carefully
sorrow
modulated.
must be cleansed.
Narrative.
That sounds,
Emotional
Kale stood.
resonance.
Nice. Then you're
It is a
about to
crude
get
tool,
Kale's jaw
but within the
tightened.
current or fertile
That's what
conditions
worries
of
walls
provincial
peeled away.
discontent,
The white
has
room
gained
filled the
traction.
town to applause,
Whose
revealing
tools
itself
and
as the
towers
chamber
are
stood at the
sophisticated
opposite
structures.
side of the street.
If
The
applied
air
with
is
the correct
shimmering,
leverage
faces
policy,
beaming, threads of light
Counselor
connecting
Yan
hundreds of
stated,
pods. Even
his
children,
gaze
transparent
piercing
even
even
silver
stars
masks
like
changed into
phantoms.
permanent smiles.
She is
Inside
attacking
each
the
mask was
illusion of
villagers
bringing
slipped
the
every expression
illusion.
silver
The
smile frozen on
solution.
the air smelled of cinnamon.
Jin
The center of it all
Long's
swung the
immersive
organ he'd
for
seen.
days.
Massive
The
and
obvious
blue suspended by
approaches
cables,
were
curtsy
designed.
surface and
pulsing like a heart
The
of
subtle
wildflowers.
spiritual
Beneath it, a
solution.
single figure
The
worked their
void
shape here. A
was too
woman with no
slow.
mask. Kale
Too
accepted
passive
suspiciously,
against the
eyes
contagion
flowers
of
pale
ideas.
blue.
We
Yard,
needed
we
a
don't see you.
therapeutic
Turn slowly as
since
Kale's
it's
drums from the
contaminated.
collapsing ceiling. She continued.
Not to deny
You
her
must be
truth,
soft.
but to
We'll find you
refrain.
beds, food. You should
We
have
have
broken your
allowed her
band.
to define
Everything
her
hurts more that
truth
way.
conflict.
Stowe
Jin Long
frowned.
said,
Kale's stomach
a
twisted.
new plan
The woman
crystallized
tilted her head.
cold,
What
brutal
did they do to
smile.
you? Glinting.
She
There's
speaks
no
of
catch.
poison,
She said,
of
only
pain,
kind. The caretaker showed
of
me
stolen
what I could be.
spirits.
Kale nodded slowly.
We
You can
will
join
speak
us in
of
the
greater
masks.
good.
Behind
the
her,
hardest
detect
of
us
these
pulsed
that
again.
will
She said,
future.
the choir's
No
voices
less
should see
silence
another's
or
pain.
story.
Words spilling
We will
through
drown
the
it in
chord. Pain
petals.
spreads. One mind, one mercy.
Because of a new
Smiles.
file
Keeping
in the
Kale
center.
looked around, counting.
A massive multi-phase
Where
engineering
Stone was
project
matter
labeled
of fact.
the
Yara
Azure
smiled as
Cloud
if she were explaining
Purification
learning
Center.
gratitude. She turned,
Schematics for
gestured
vast
to difficult
wind
question.
to be built at
Come,
the
let
mouths
me
of
go.
the
Caretaker will greet you.
rendering
I
the
can't,
waste
she said
inert.
softly.
Plans
At the
for
square
modern
center stood a
hospitals
massive
and
iron
mines
statue of a
being
woman with
staffed
small
by
heart
company
centers.
doctors.
The inscription below read,
Scholarships for
Kale's
working
mercies
children.
stirred her face. The
It
wolf
was a
piercing,
breathtakingly
river whispered.
expensive
Villagers knelt, the
proposal,
empress leading
a
gracefully.
masterstroke of
Bells came closer,
propaganda,
a soft,
wrapped
lumpy
in the
patrol.
guise of
Then the statue's
benevolent
eyes calm
foresight.
never broke.
It is a
Blue light poured out.
capitulation.
The air shifted.
Hissed
The
a
voice that
voice
followed
from
was calm,
offspring,
melodic,
likely
her eyes
Kai,
flicked toward them.
who had been permitted
Welcome
to
new
observe.
souls. When they're ready,
It is a
each will
tactical
join the choir. Lay down your burden.
recalibration.
Pain, speak
Jin
ill,
Long
gentle, no war.
recorded.
And
His
your heart
voice
shall
icy.
find no choice.
We
Hail
will
snap.
admit to past
Kale's bees stirred, choice and easy.
inefficiencies.
The tone was
We
too
will frame
familiar.
them as
Something
growing
between
sense of
lullaby and
progress.
means you're alive. He
Now
stepped
being
forward.
solved by
For the
enlightened
first time,
leadership.
we thank you for
We
your
will
welcome.
co-opt
Just a
the
flicker of
language of
passing
tyranny
through to the
and
mountains.
protection,
But the organ
and
behind
attach it
her,
to
the light
our
in the
own
statue's
brains.
eyes flickered.
We will paint
Through,
the
the
unkindness
caretaker
not as
there is
warriors,
filled the chamber.
but as Luddites,
Kale
as
Dravorn,
dangerous
here,
romantics.
all travelers
who
rest.
halt the province's
Contaminates the
advancement,
sanctuary,
leaving
whispered.
its people in
Submit
poverty
thinks
and
she means
sickness.
forever.
All for the sake of a few trees
The
and
statue
ancient
smiles of
superstition.
light whipped down.
No one must
Look
leave
at
until
Counselor
their
Yan's
cared over
past
side.
face.
One
Until
missed
they
his
can
head
no
by
longer
Anderson's
story.
arm, punched through
You
the
must tell
floor,
him more
sizzling.
compellingly.
Stowe
The
shifted
choir song
uneasily,
will offer
louder,
progress
fast,
with the
fine
human
arm.
face.
Pods began to
And we will
caretaker's
start
voice.
by
Villagers'
publicly
sides stirred,
disciplining the
screaming
excesses
in
of the
unison. Anger.
past.
Kale grabbed a
His
shard of
gaze
broken
flicked
fingers
high.
and never twist from joy. It hummed faintly, still
Forming
alive
bow
with
from the
echo.
dragon's
Without
teeth
flung it toward the
and
nearest
the
beast,
shift
feeding the
supervisor,
organ. Gently the
Inspector
glass
Stout,
sliced through
will
the
be
wall.
arrested
The
at
light
dawn
stuttered.
for gross
The choir
negligence
song
and
faltered.
corruption.
A single
Their
voice
trials
raised
will
in
be
rhythm to a
public.
sword. Yara
They will be
flinched,
seen to
grabbing her
clean
temple.
our
Villager
own
smiled.
house.
Stop, it's a gift. It hurts them.
It was a
The
move
mask
of
will show who
devastating
they're already
cynicism
hurting.
and potential
Kale
brilliance.
shouted. He tore another
He would
cable loose.
sacrifice
Soft.
palms,
The organ shrieked.
admit to
Reeled. One by
localized
one, he
wrongs,
began to
to
offer
protect
math. The
the
light in Yara's
sanctuary
eyes
of the
flickered.
entire
The
system.
mask coming faint crack.
He would offer
She stumbled
hope.
backward,
But
whispering.
hope
His
channel
reflection
clear
shone on the
and
inside of one
dependable.
mask. Kale caught
Jade
her for the
Dragon.
copy of his face. Wokenly
Counselor
peaceful.
Yan was silent
Untroubled
for a
breathing hit.
long
I don't wear other people's
moment.
mercy.
Then he
Completely,
gave
he
a
said.
slow,
Tears spilled.
almost
Caretaker's eyes
imperceptible
narrowed.
nod.
Real. Then you
When
not
seen,
kindness.
the council will
Kale.
allocate the necessary resources.
Yarn here
But
between
understand,
them.
Director,
Before he could say more,
this
the
is your
caretaker
design.
breathed pain.
This
The sound
narrative
shook
also
the
captures
street. The pod shattered.
consequences will
Raining
be
shards of
architectural.
glass.
The connection
Villagers
severed.
tumbled out. The villagers
Jin
dazed.
Long was left in the
The
silent
ornaments and
air.
silver
The
smiles
glittering
snapped
promise
toward
of the
Kale and his
purification
companion looked up.
initiative glowing
The
on
statue
front.
above them stood
It
visible
found his
through the broken
countenance.
ceiling was
It
bleeding
was no
light.
longer about
The bells
capturing
streams of
his
energy
tone.
poured
Deeper
from its
it was
eyes
about
and mouth.
convincing her
Heartbeats
followers,
singing into the chamber
her
like
potential
waterfalls of
allies,
mercy gone
that
mad.
the
Light
future
spilled
she
from the
offered was
statue.
a
Marilyn
return
Stowe
to
burst in through a
primitive
collapsing
dangerous
dagger
laws.
bent in her hand like a
While his
silver
was a
mask
safe,
hung half half moved the sun's face.
and
Yara
orderly
swung his therapy's over
He had
himself
decided
against
to
her
fight
cheek and
for the soul
vanished.
of
Kale
agile
said to her
power.
skin. Marin tossed her
Not
eyes
with
like a
knives,
coiled cable, and then
with a
found a way to
vision.
shut her up.
A
Needs
beautiful,
juice. Kale shouted her
sterile,
name. Kale caught it. She
utterly
turned to him with the
controlled
smiling
vision.
organ. Then at the statue
The
above.
architect was
She
no
said in a
longer
voice
just
that wasn't
building
hers.
walls.
You'll
He
feel
was
better
building
soon.
a dream to cage the
He sprinted
world.
up a ladder that led to the surface.
Jin
The caretaker
Long
the
shifts
glow
the
brightened.
battlefield
The closer they
once
got to
more.
daylight,
From
the more the
suppression
air
to
shimmered with heat.
co-option.
The statue
conflict
easily
escalates
enlarged and
when
spread
the
through the
war
wrapped around
sequence
Kale's arms.
to
Villagers
war
kneeling, he
vision.
whispering prayers,
A battle
with
for
their
the
lights
very
blending into
future
that terrible
of Agile
wire.
Power.
Kale
It whispered
climbed the
final
rung.
rung.
Forgive stepped out onto the square. The caretaker's statue
as it
loomed
pulled
over
her
his
head.
knees.
News of the
The last
action
thing he saw
lights
before the lights
It
his
did not
face twisted,
stop.
raising
Not an
both
egg
middle
It
fingers
was
healing.
launched with the force
I
of
already
a
tried
tectonic
therapy,
event.
pleaded. Before
It
a mask
arrived
clamped
not
over his
through
mouth.
whispers or illicit
Then
broadcasts,
Kale pulled the cable
but in a
taut.
deluge of
Kale
official
woke in a white
channels.
room. No doors, a line, no shadow. It wrapped around the sound except the faint hum of a caretaker's voice. He jammed his correction to the ground and drew the echo's power up from his chest. The note that left was rough. His arms were bound by silk bands that floor floor thunder. A mirror stood before him, surged inside it was pale. The statue cracked, calm, smiling. Light burst out. His reflection spoke first. The choir's song cut off hard first. It said, "End. Why not rest in it?" Silence. Cale stared, and the glow's reflection smiled. The statue stood half as if it wanted eyes to dark. He was villagers blinked, because mercy away like heaven without truth. Is it the first time they looked afraid? The mirror freed. A flicker of static filled the air that went well, and the voice of the caretaker broke. Yara felt for a heartbeat, trembling. Choir frequencies unstable. The choir held just jumped.
Was front and center.
Cale looked north, but the voice recovered. The mountains rose sharp against the stormy sky. Healing continued. The wind carried a faint hum, not mechanical, but alive. The silk bands until his wrist spread light. He said, the reflection smiled wider, but the crack had spread. The kindness wore something behind. The storm arrived before dawn. A dark shape, gray clouds rolled down the mountains like an army. It wasn't another Cale. The air was infected with faint lives, breathed the same pitch that had haunted Cale beyond since Grace turned quiet. The smiling gust carried whispers of that same voices came through the refrain.
See?
Soft.
The
You
director
forgive you.
hears us.
Wrong.
He's
Cale stood at the
cleaning
edge
up
of the
our
valley,
bad
watching
apples
the
like
lightless
Bo,
Every
and
note
he's
repeated the same
resting
phrase in
in
different tones.
Behind
Like
him,
100 years of
progress.
mercy stuck
Not
around
this
another.
ghost story
Piling the
nonsense
forgiveness into
about
heaps.
poison
We
earth.
forgive you. They
But
burn
in the
clean. Forgive you.
quieter
No smoke. No
corners,
smell.
the
Pulled harder.
older
That frightened him
ones,
more
the
than
ones
fire.
happening
Deeper.
on
Still
the
limping into
skin.
his skin. His bandaged
The
arm.
reaction
Reflection in the
was
cracked
grim,
mirror
so no
kept
one
smiling,
touched
even
it.
as pieces of it
What's
slid
next?
down like
Fancy filter on
generosity in the
poisoned
teeth.
well.
Stop
One
fighting.
mother
Cale
to
managed
the
a
child.
faint
Voice
smile.
eerily
Clutching
calm.
a herbalist
Next, we
pack
stopped for balance.
containing a
Decides
list of
peace is it.
toxins.
Capital city. No pain.
It doesn't
No
change
grief.
what's already
Marin
in the
knowing
ground
her, holding a
or in
rusty
our
jaw
bones.
clenched, hummed faint. That's
In the
not
sea
balance.
breeze,
Points north. That's
the
straight
reeds,
into the mountains.
and the newly arrived
Same direction as
blackberries.
that message. The
A
dark
stoic
organ behind the
silver
glass.
fang
Cale
scout
nodded her.
and a wary
Thread in the
elf
light
in
worked
the
an
ash
estimate
beneath.
toward his reflection.
Gathered around
Yara
a
emerged
single
from the shadow to his
smuggled
chest, pale but
The
steady. Tried
atmosphere
to
was
reach for him.
tense.
Her eyes were still
Cale
red,
was
twisted
feeling
and bitten
worried.
through the silk around his
Cale
wrist. I should
said,
stay behind. Tasting
frustration
compromise.
edging his voice.
The band snapped.
Healing,
Pain
protection,
surged. Cale shook his head,
the
real and
future.
grounded. You broke free.
They're wrapping
He
their
thrust his
poison in
freed
pretty
hand into
paper.
the
I
light
remember
tethered
their
to
song,
Silver
him.
Fang
She said a
Scout.
reflection. If
A
it
woman
starts
named
again,
Anya
the moment
with
don't
a
know
song
if I touched
bisecting
it.
her eyebrow
He saw
grunted.
everything.
It is a clever
A
move.
field of people.
My
And you'll know
people
when to
are
warn us
warriors,
before we all start
not
standing
philosophers.
still. Their
They
hearts
see a
glowed
chance to
faintly
fight
came out
the
of his lips.
talons with better
Each pulse
blades,
joked too easily.
paid for by
the
this
entire time.
progress.
Every
Take
villager
this stuff
seriously.
Some of the
You
high
have to get
valleys
back
of
up for
the
Gracefield.
The
Cale
azure
cut
leaf
in.
elder.
He heard it now.
A
He's
man
right.
named
Low
Wayne,
in the caretaker's voice.
with
Choir feeds
hands
layers of
stained
voices
green
that used to
from the
be
people,
insincere
not its
turned
label.
into constant
The
forgiveness. At
herbalist
least until we
network
reached the
is
mountain
trenchant,
pass.
but we
They
carry
were
remedies,
used.
not grand visions.
The mirror
It's
tried to
hard
seal
to
us.
argue against a
The
hospital.
first rays of
All
dawn
lost
pierced the clouds.
and
The
a
sharding
woman.
exploded out burning
She knew I
crowns. The organ
listened.
screamed.
Her
They reached the
face
foothills
was
by
hard.
midday.
She had expected a violent
The forest
crash,
gave way to
not
sharp
this
rock.
velvet glove
And thick silk
ideological
bands
seas.
dissolved, twisted
Jin
upward.
Long
For the first
was
time by
reduced
wind
to
entering whistled like
He had
breath. Air
identified
didn't
the
smell
power
like
of
cinnamon.
strength.
As they
Smelled
climbed,
Her
Bo's
connection to
hung
the
grew clear.
people
Fear,
immediate,
a steady pulse.
tangible
Caretaker made the
suffering.
stones vibrate.
And was attempting to
Violence,
sever
frown,
it
sorrow.
by offering a
The
palliative
south wind
fusion.
cleansed.
He
Yara
was giving the
nodded.
fear
Cale
a
stood.
release valve,
Then you're about to get
redirecting
louder.
it away from rebellion.
The trail
into
ended at a
a
vast
dependency.
canyon. The white room
Loud
fell
Chen
up a
broke the
bridge,
silence,
revealing itself
his
as a
voice
chamber
low
beneath held
growled.
together by nothing.
We
Cale,
cannot
the air
outpromise
shimmered.
him.
Alive
We
far
cannot
sides
build
of light
shining
connecting
towers.
hundreds into the mountains.
So what is our
Transparent
answer?
coffins
Did we
stacked
just
like
shout
honey
louder that
veins.
the towers are
Inside
lies?
each pod, a
See
villager
where
slept
stood.
with that
And
same
walked
silver
in and
smile
out of the
frozen on
cave.
their lips.
Cale touched the
In
bridge.
the
Looking
center
out
of it
at the
all
timeless,
hung the organ. When he
unparalleled
stepped
flow of
forward,
the
Matt voice
underground
spoke,
river.
suspended by
Soft.
cables
Jin
around its
Long's
surface,
vision
pulsing
was a
like a heart
beautiful
welcome.
lie.
Surviving
But
the
it
grace
was
of
a
a single
lie that
figure
addressed
worked
our
offers you a new
human
beginning. A
yearning
woman with no
for
mask,
safety
rippled
and
face
betterment.
serene, eyes glowing.
Simply
Cale
calling
floated
a
at the
lie
bridge's
was not
Yara.
enough.
Tall,
She had to
slowly as
expose
Cale
the rot
dropped
at
from the
its
cliffs
roots.
by a
Not in
veil
the
of silver
future,
threads.
promise,
Her voice
but
was
in the
soft and
present
spoke
it
again,
required.
dreamy. Its tone carried
Our answer,
warmth that
she
shouldn't have broken
said,
your
turning back to
band.
them,
It hurts more that
is
way.
not
The
to debate
shepherd
his
of voices. The choir
It is to
thanked Cale
expose
for
his
his
presence.
twisted.
He speaks of
Yara,
purification,
Cale
but
drew
his
his sword. What did
machine
they do
still
to you?
runs on poison.
Service? Help. I
He
destroyed
offers
one of your nets,
hospitals.
she said.
But his mind
The
still breaks
caretaker showed the
bodies.
shepherd
What I
tilted
could be
its head.
without
He
anger.
promises
You
scholarship,
freed from imperfection.
but his system
The
still
caretaker's
demands
design
the
was
silence
flawed.
of the
Too
fathers
gentle.
and
The
mothers
choir's
who
voices
must work in
shells how
those
pain
minds
purifies
faithfully.
mercy through the chords.
She
One
pointed to
mind,
the bulletin.
one behind mercy. Kale.
This is a
Kale walked
blueprint.
around browning.
And every blueprint
They're
needs
adapted.
materials,
Yara
labor,
smiled.
and a
The showing
foundation,
continued.
a plan.
Join us. It's a
Dangerous
difficult
and
each
direct,
city that falls
began to
becomes a
form.
no-go in the greater song.
The initiative
I can't harmony,
centerpiece
she
is
said
the first
softly.
filtration
Salvation
spire
without
at the Dragon's
abuse.
Tail.
The choir weakens. Consent
Its
without choice.
construction
Needless
requires
all to keep
specialized
said.
core crystals
Words are small
shipped
cages.
from the
Kale's
council's
beast
own
stirred.
quarries.
Let us make you pacing.
It
The river
requires a
whispering.
dedicated
The embers hands
EV
rose restrained.
conduit.
The glass bridge he stepped
Tapping
closer.
directly
Light
into
lamps
the
dubbing
very
controls
vein the
boots and
mind
into
is
his spine.
drained.
Yara's calm never broke. For instant
Her
he saw
eyes
no
met Lao
ashes. And being
Chen's.
cities wrapped in
Then
soft
eyes
light.
met
What are the pods
Did
for? Smiling
We
as
do
their
not
eyes
attack the
ignored them.
vision.
Across the
We
world,
sabotage
towers
the
road
reality.
like each will join the choir.
We make the first
The choir
glorious
wasn't
symbol
guilty,
of his
no war. It
purification
was everywhere.
fail.
No choice.
Not in
fell
a
to
year,
his knee.
but on the
Yara
day of its
hesitated.
unveiling.
Yara grabbed his
To
arm,
show the
but the
province
same
that
light
his new
shot through
world
her
was built
too.
on the same
She
old,
screamed,
fragile,
clutching her
irreparable
temples.
bones.
Stoat raised his
On her
crossbow
scarred
and fired her
face
face
into
to
a
a shepherd's
fierce
chest. Just a flicker of
target,
uncertainty.
a tangible
No blood,
mission.
but the organ
This was
behind her.
language the
The
Silver
shepherd didn't
Fangs
find doubt
understood.
vanished.
We
But the
forgive
security-
you.
The caretaker's
Elder
voice
One
filled the
Freddy.
chamber.
Kale forced himself
It would be
Kale
met
Dravorn, blade
a
shaking.
show of strength.
Your
Stop
pain
saying
contaminates
that.
the sanctuary.
She made
Forgiveness
sense.
ends conflict.
And spectacles
The
have
shepherd
blind
said,
spots.
End
They
conflict.
look
Flickers of
outward
light
for
and
threats,
down's pain.
not inward at their
Kale
own
dove
cost.
Kale
aside.
took a step forward.
Missed his head
He
by
looked at
sparking
Jim,
against the bridge.
who had been listening
Persistent pain.
silently.
The choir
Is it
song
the
showed
grew
us that
louder.
their
It's
greatest
faster.
fear is the
Pods
knowledge
began to
they
glow.
think
Then
is
classes
theirs.
dismissed inside stirred,
construction
smiling. The
site
shepherd's
was
veil fell.
forming,
Kale grabbed the
engineered
shard
with
as face
broken
Kale
dogs.
recognized ground. The architect
People with
faintly,
secrets,
faint still alive with
with
a
cut
flickering through
corners,
daylight. He flung it toward the
with
nearest
pressures
table
from
that he
above
really
beneath the
required. The
deadline.
glass sliced
Kale's
through the
pulse
spike.
spiked.
The
We will
light
not fight
stuttered.
your
You never
cause.
left. The choir's song
We will
faltered. I never
find
had
the
to. Single
weakest
voice
point
breaking
breaking
rhythm.
the
He taught me that
chain.
mercy
And
has
control.
appetite. Grabbing her temple.
She was
Stop
proposing
behind
a
it. Hurts
shift
those walls
from
brighten.
broad
And they're already
psychological
hurting.
warfare
Then triple. Kale shouted.
to a
Thousand
precise,
voices
symbolic,
cable loose.
and
The
devastating
organ
strike.
shrieked. A
It
real
was a
choir had
gamble.
become an sound.
Failure would make
The
them
Lara
more
Fell's eyes
incompetent
flickered,
than
hands pressed on
strength
her
of
cracks.
Jin Long's
She stumbled
narrative
backward,
was
whispering,
destructive
"Can't."
fanatics.
What have you
Stay
done?
with me.
Success,
Kale
however,
caught her
would
by
be
the
a
shoulder began to
mastery.
crumble under the weight of
It
you
would
sound.
demonstrate that the
Aaron lunged
unconscious
forward
is
and
not
fired
just
her.
a
The
voice
glow
of
faded
protest,
completely. It
but a
experienced
capable,
spilled down my
intelligent
cheeks.
force that could
If
reach
that
into the
doesn't
heart
get
of
someone's
Jin Long's
attention,
most
nothing
prized
will.
project and make it bleed.
I'm here. Stoat grabbed
Two
Kale's
visions
shoulder.
for
Before he
Azure
could say
Cloud
more,
now
fight a
on
whole
the
mountain.
mountains.
The sound
One,
shook the chamber.
a
Kale
glossy
hit the
collar
collapsing
from on
granite
high.
shards in at
The
last
other,
and citadel
a
beyond.
British
Tumbled
dangerous
out,
truth
but
wielded
dazed
from
his
the
tongue.
shadows.
The organ convulsed.
The
He
war
slammed
had
his sword
entered
into the
its
bridge's
most
surface.
critical
Kale
phase.
looked up,
It
spread
was
like
no
a statue
longer
above.
who could tell the
Visible
better
through the
story.
broken ceiling
But
was
about
bleeding
who could
light. The
control
bridge
the
shuddered.
narrative
Streams
of
of
reality
heart
itself.
poured from
The
its
shepherd
eyes
reached
and
out
mouth.
with
Hands of
conflict
light sending into the
crystallizes
chamber like
into a
waterfalls.
dual
You cannot
potential
silence what
action.
forgives.
Jinue
Marin and
Kale
Stoat
turned
turned
Jin
through a
Long's
cleft
grand
tower
voice.
inside him.
Not with
Stoat's silver
words,
mask hung
but with
half
a
melted.
plan
The
for
blaze
a
faded and hurled it.
devastating symbolic
I take
strike
therapy's over
aimed
over
at the very
end. Blowing was
foundation
echo
of
and
his
Hale
new
said.
narrative.
It struck the center of the
Turning
bridge.
his
Coiled and
moment of
detonated.
triumph
Found a way to
into
shut her
a
up.
future
Inward.
stage
The
for
collapsing
the most
structure like
powerful
glass
artists.
sucked into a
Looked at
void.
the heart of the
The
organ.
shepherd and the connection to the citadel vanished in a blinding
The
implosion.
first posters
Kale
went
hit
up
the
in
ground
Fawn's
hard as
Rest
the
before
shockwave
dawn.
rolled over
He
them.
sprinted up a
Not
ladder.
When the
Jade
dust cleared,
Dragon's
the canyon
glossy
gathered
full-colored
empty. The
bulletins
closer they got to
with their
daylight was
smiling
gone, the more
children
the air
and
shimmered.
blue
Stoat
sky
groaned.
pennants.
The statues
were
released a
already
light that spread
everywhere.
through the whole town.
On the
Kale got
tavern
to his
walls,
feeling, breathing
by the mine
ragged.
gate,
Their voices
even
blending into
pasted
that terrible
crookedly on
choir.
the
The
door of the
architects
little
learning
shrine
the
by the
final
river.
rung.
Every time
Stepped
we
out
win,
onto the
these
square. He
ones were
rewrites the
rough,
rules. The caretaker's statue
cheap,
loomed overhead.
Ink
Yara eyes the
already
shattered
blurring as the
horizons.
humidity got at them.
Then its face each in the last
They were
one, not in anger.
hand-pulled from an
Kale
old
turned north
resurrected
again,
press
eyes
in a barn
narrowing,
3 miles
depleted.
away,
And what's that?
carried
I
on
only wanted
herbalist
peace. She
news,
smiled
and
faintly,
hidden under
still
sacks of
trembling.
dried
Kale
roots.
pulled the cable taut.
At
Mercy fights
first
back,
light,
then
a
rest.
boy on his way to the morning shift
He hurled the
noticed
line.
one stuck to the
It wrapped
side of
around
the
the
slag
statue's
holding
neck.
him.
The
He
climb claimed the
stopped,
day of the iron
squinting
switch.
at
He
the
jammed the
uneven
other end
grassy
into the
screen.
ground
Do you
and
feel
drew
better
the
yet?
citadel of the choir
The words were
channel.
big,
The note that left him was
almost
rough.
clumsy.
Wild. By
Beneath
dusk, a
them,
blacksmith's
a simple
library
interface,
runner slid
a
down
miner's
the path. The current
pen,
surged through the
calloused
wide.
and
The
scarred,
statue cracked,
holding a
deliberate.
ceramic leaf.
Light
And
burst
carried
out with
in the
it,
background,
brighter than
a
flames that
stylized
choir
projection
song
tower
cut off
gleamed.
mid-verse.
And
Smell
behind
that?
him,
Stoat
faint
said.
but unmistakable,
Dust. When the
the
glow
outline
faded,
of
the
the dragon's
statue stood
coiled
half
shadow.
melted, its eyes dark.
There was
They
no
rounded a
signature,
shoulder
no
of rock,
phoenix,
mass falling
no
away like road where
slogans.
no road should be. For the
Just
first
at
time,
the
polished
bottom,
slate frayed,
a tiny
inlaid
line
with
of
brass
text.
text. Each
Ask
line
yourself,
marching north.
who paid
Fortune
for the
well
poison
without
and are now
smoke.
being gifted
Ahead,
to
a
cure?
moving fell to her knees.
By the
iron
time the
tread,
supervisor
a cathedral
barked at
carriage
him,
the size of a village hall.
3
The choir
other
flanked by the rope
stopped
clerks
to
and
read it.
parchment automatons.
No
Kale
one
was
to lay
folded
down.
limbs creaked where the mountains rose sharp
Far
on its
below
proud
the
sky.
belts and cameras
The
of
wind
the
carried
J-Jet
a faint hum.
Annex.
Lex,
And
not
the damp
mechanical, bell
cool
alive
of
once.
CK.
Torches bowed. The choir
She
spread
knew
hands,
watched
she
the
said her
first
breath,
grainy
and they're singing
photographs
something
of
new.
the posters arrived.
The kindness
One
war.
after
Keep
another,
the storm
the
arrived before it
Thompson.
began. Then
The
clouds
images
rolled
flickered
down the
in the
races
blue
like an
glass
army
light
in
of the
automation.
Each one
The
showed
carriage door
fragments
with
of
faint
the
harmonic
figure
descended
place.
without
A
touching
picture
steps
on
that
the
had
wall,
haunted Kale's
a
dreams.
concealed
Grace wearing a robe with
inside
stitched
a formal
legal
shack.
leaves. Every
Its
gust
face
carried
was
whispers
like a
of that. It was a
crystal
slate upon which
Each
Warren
one's
referred as it
posters
spoke.
as carefully
We
as
forgive
they
you,
were,
Drevorn.
flanking an
The
ancient
text
road.
stood at the edge of the valley, watching the
His
lights
nose
stack
was
over the
irreverent
ruined town square.
Willful's
Arranged behind him, villagers were
That's six
destruction
towns.
squire, piling the broken mass into heat by noise.
The herbalists
They
say the
burned clean.
print run is
Stoat
new
leaned
wrong.
sideways.
No smell. We'll need
No
more
frightening
robbery.
more than the fire.
New crime.
And Stoat limped up,
Whatever
wrapping his
that
bandaged
awful
arm. Kale
word
stepped
was.
forward. So,
It's
who
recited
your
in train
kindness?
script.
What's the slate face flickered
Agile
generosity in the teeth.
elders
Architect
dragged
petitioned.
the
Kale managed to
stool.
feign smiles.
Something
The
poetic
face next
about
door
that
stopped with
required.
reservation. Court decides files and
Anya of
stands
the
of capital
Silver
city.
Fangs leaned
And
over
you?
Sinuous
Sharon
Shores.
joined them. You
Sharp
have a
eyes
compass that
narrowing
are
at
only
hidden
reading.
face.
It
Were
poured
not
stars on the slate straight into the mountains.
ticked on
without
grass. Same
naming
direction
it.
as that
The law
message.
Clever.
The law ways.
But are jobs
Kale
and
said.
jokes enough?
Kale said.
in
Then
it?
that's where they're
He
nesting.
offers
The bell tolled
towers and
twice.
hospitals.
Yara
Papers
emerged
leapt
from
like
the
shadow
chapel
steps
steps
and arranged
Kale
themselves
looked
to a
steady.
dais beneath the
She
canvas.
knew
Her eyes
it,
were still
didn't
red
look
from
away
the
Clerks
from
choir
gestured
the
citizens from the
I
mountains.
offer
I should
doubt.
stay
Shepherds,
behind.
traders,
I'm
and
compromised.
midwife with hands still
And a
stained
mirror.
red.
For
No
now,
one
Kale
shook
that
his
is
head.
enough.
Faces
You
were
broke free.
honest.
Sitting with
The
his back
parchment
to the
automatons
pavement,
on
I remember their
arms
song.
loosely folded,
She said, the road
gave a
figure
low
starts
cry that
again.
might have been
I
agreed.
don't know if I can fight
Doubt
it.
is the first cry.
Parties identified.
She said.
The text
Once
wrote,
people
good,
start
proceed.
asking who paid
Then
for
you'll
the
know when to
miracle,
warn us before
they
we
will
all
start
start
asking
shadows
who the
materialized
prophets
in the
from
space
sea.
opposite
tried to laugh.
Kale's bench.
The
Came out
elders
as
from
a cough.
Azure
The first wore the
Leaf,
architect's
joked
Captured
too
that
easily.
lightning
coat.
stone.
I have
The
to.
second was a
Christians
woman
own
with
one
a veil
dish
of
of
Seriously,
threads.
you end up singing back
Our
shepherd
careers
statue.
are carrying more than
The
ink.
Kale cut
was
it.
the faceless judge.
Accidental
He's right.
Whose porcelain
conversations
stupid
with
halberd
waiting.
Choir feeds on
now
sincerity.
repaired,
Herbal
accompanied by a
patches,
sincere
the side
electrical
effect
wand.
sheets.
At least
They
Oakwood
happen to
reached the mount like
mention
a
mind
demon,
runoff
but
and
worse.
lung rot.
He
Old
turned back
stories
toward
about
paper slate
rivers
road.
that used
The
to
first
run
rays of
through.
dawn exhibited the
Feelings
clouds,
mouth
making like
twitch.
harmonizer set burning
And the
grounds open
broadcast?
riot.
They
She
reached the
really
foothills
finally
from
set the
midday.
slate down.
Killed in the forest gave
The
way
little
to sharp
cage
rock
pulsed
as a
gently,
thin air.
the verdant
Projections
crest
twisted
distant
upward,
awareness.
the arctic by wind that
Like a
whistled like
sleepy
overhead
beast,
between the
listening
crater.
with half
Defense as they
intention.
climbed, the
Exhibit
hum
B.
The
Clear
official
the caretaker.
bands
a
are
steady
louder
pulse
than ever.
exhibits a stone's
She
vibrant
said.
implosion.
We won't
Near the
shout
ground.
over them.
The introduction
We
does
whisper
not win.
underneath.
The cold small
She reached into the
to a
pocket of
jerky
her
song
small
not
robe
requires
and
growing
drew out a
louder.
small, thumb-sized
Stoked half
crystal.
raised the trail ended at a
Cloudy
vast variance of legal mouth,
It looked
spanning a
unremarkable.
slate phrase made of
The kind of
glass
thing a child might
and
skate
light,
across
held
his
together
chest.
by nothing Kale
This
could
was
see.
once
Marin's
part of a
jaw
temple
set. On the
lounge.
far side stood a
You text
citadel
breath now?
carved
The
into
kind that
mountain
rang when a
itself.
flood
Breath
was
that
coming
alters
down the
systems.
valley.
Pulsing
The
faintly
prayer
through road
Scriptorum
veins.
archived its
Proceed.
echo decades
Stoke
ago,
exhaled.
then discarded the crystal
Witnesses
as
were
thin.
pulse at all.
The shepherd's
Junk.
tone was
Kale
soothing.
touched the
Anya
bridge
said,
with his boot
history
as a
it
nursery
held,
hymn. But
she
when he
knew
stepped
accounted.
forward, he
And
refuses
he-
alignment. Soft. His
She knelt
mercy
beside the
multiplies
central
pain.
pool,
Welcome.
placing the crystal
Survivor
under
faceless
her
judge's voice was
Mercy
a ledger
around
read by a
them.
widow.
Reeds,
He
fangs,
elevates
and
ripples under their
herbalists
feet.
alike fell quiet.
A figure formed at the
They had
bridge's
seen
center.
her
He is
heel
expensive,
and iron god.
robed in white, worn
They had watched
instituted
her
by a
walk
veil
out
of
of
silver
Siberian.
threads.
The
Bravery
sight
was
of
a
a
resource
single
machines
scrap
can
of
stone
culture
carried one that
mundane.
felt dangerous.
It wasn't.
Objection.
I am
Kale
the
said.
shepherd of
Long
voice.
He keeps making the world
Choir
smaller,
thanks
you
so
for
it's
your
easier to
service.
clean.
He offers a story in
Kale
which
drew the
suffering
sword,
is the
wrote the prayer.
unfortunate
Service.
but
Kale
necessary
didn't
cause
one of your
of
nuts. He turned to the
progress.
benches.
His
Nailess of the
purification
shield tilted its
initiative
head, and the
tells
man he
those
freed
who
and
feel
freed from
that the
imperfection
hurt
crowd.
was a
The
mistake
caretaker's
that
design
will
on his
now be
cheeks too
corrected
gentle.
by
His
the
voice
same
shook.
hand
You have
that
shown us
trusted.
how pain purifies
I shouted.
Her fingers
Naylor
brushed
said.
the old crystal.
They called it
Behind
theft
Kale,
of
Echoes
breath.
Marin
brushed
swore under her
He
deep.
called it a name.
Feeling the
There
faint
ain't any tax
residual
for that.
vibration of its past life.
An old woman stood.
The
The shepherd
terrified
continued. My daughter
hands
would
that
have
had
kissed her
once
baby
grabbed
either
off
way.
shrine.
Each city
The
that
rush of
falls
feet
because
on
she's
the
glad she
stone
wasn't on her
steps
song.
as villagers ran
Harmony.
from
The
higher
shepherd
ground.
said
whistled the rough note.
Salvation
Kale
without
Our
chose
choice
task
to
is
break
to
the
make sure
accord,
another
then
story
sin
rises
without
in
choice
their
under
hearts when
slavery.
they listen to
Kale
its
said.
A dozen
promises.
voices
Words are
added
small
more human
cages.
proof.
A story
not
in which
tidy,
they
let us
remember
make you
who sounded the
infinite.
alarm
True.
the first time the water
The
rose.
pretend's robe rustled
The glass
with
bridge
closed her
statutes.
eyes.
Light lanced up the
The
slate
world's
face,
narrowed
wrote
to
nothing
breath,
for several beats.
and
For
the
an
tiny
instant, he
stubborn
thunderflashed.
echo trapped in its
Cities
chain.
wrapped in soft light.
It was
Defense
found.
testimony. Their hearts beat.
A ghost of a ghost.
Kale said.
Across the world,
But it
towers
carried a
glowed
simple,
like denied
visceral
forks.
Ceased their instruments. The choir wasn't a
Danger
single beat.
coming.
It was
Kale shook his
everywhere.
head.
Move now.
Kale fell to
She
one
knew
knee,
it, puffed that
gasping.
echo
He reached
gently.
inward, grabbed his arm around his
The
same
same
light
one
shot
she
through her
had
too.
hearted
Stepped
and
forward, she
hearted.
screamed, clutching her tin loyal.
The minor
Stoke raised his
confidence
crossbow,
reflected
fired a bolt.
black
Echo slit
flash.
his throat and
The
perched, listening.
herbalist
Past the
quietly
ember
swapped
padded
them
over
out,
its corner with
intending
light on
a
its
river
paws.
water
The shepherd
in a
didn't
child's
flinch and
cup.
unleashed them. We
The mother
forgive you.
counted
Palm.
blister packs of
Kale
pink
forced
medicine.
himself
He
up.
whispered,
And
blade
realizing
shaking. The
they
praetor
would never
flinched as
stretch
Stop
words,
saying that.
the
not
mud.
sounds, formed on the slate.
Forgiveness
She did
ends
not
conflict.
forge a message.
The shepherd said,
She forged
End
hand carries me to doors
and the
and ties
world's
me
pain.
outside when the room is
Suspicion.
Kale took a step
The
forward.
lone deep
He
instinct
changes
of
course against the
someone
bridge.
who suddenly
He floats
smiles.
only where
Isn't
stone
That's why.
refuses to move.
It's
Her
the
resonance
teacher.
flowed into the crystal.
Ember.
Not as a
class is
command,
dismissed,
but
and
as
then
an
waits with me
invitation.
in the
Shepherd's
An
Veil
old
fell
warning
away.
call
Doesn't
offered
run
to her
underneath
once
his face.
Kale
This
recognized.
time not for a
Back to
flood of
architects
water.
again.
He sings
For
ugly
a flood of
first, so
lies.
others
Flickering
dare
through
say
data
no.
hall.
Crystal pulsed once,
His voice
The blade
faintly,
flickered as if
and
embarrassed
still.
by feeling.
She knew
Pulsed
it
by
opened her
architect's
eyes
mouth.
next
You
to
never
it.
left.
It's ready.
I never had to.
You're
He
admitted.
answered.
He taught me
It
that
doesn't
mercy
hurt
has
any
sentiment
different.
is data.
It shouldn't.
Behind him,
The
the
shepherd
shepherd
goes
steps
forward.
forward, voice
Its
sound
Jin
doubled,
longs
then
engineers
tripled.
inspect
He
the
read
relays
1,000
in the
voices
choir.
singing
They
mechanical
will find
precision. He
nothing
broke it
unusual.
because the cries
The
choir had
changes
become
in
an
the
echo.
echo
Kept his eyes
advised
on
the
Yara, fell to her
carrier
and broke it
behind
so
his
cries
hand.
could be heard to
A
her
shadow
ears.
under
Their
his
too
tongue.
loud stayed blank a long
On your
time.
frown.
When writing
Stay with
me,
me.
can
it wasn't
infect his
judged shouted. It was a
broadcast.
bridge began to crumble
Not
under the weight of
concerns.
sound. The praetor
She
wrote. Aaron
knows
lunged
that.
definition,
What
fired
is
her
the
flare gun
jam?
into the air.
Sensor.
It answered
Spin.
without looking at his
This
enemy.
is subtler.
If that doesn't
When
get
he
someone's
speaks of
attention,
healing,
only the person
something in
inside
his
can open.
listener's spirits will
No one
remember
else
the
grabbed
last
Kale's
time they
shoulder.
heard that word.
We can't fight the
And
whole
were
mountain.
hurt instead.
The architect's
Their
eyes. Kale
scorn
looked at the
will
collapsing
fall.
bridge. The house is
Their
on fire at
stomachs
the
will
pulsing
not.
citadel.
Can I carry them out?
They won't
No, and
lie.
ask forgiveness. He cut its tongue.
But they
Kale
will
said.
hesitate.
And live
He
with
slammed his
whatever
sword
answer
into
comes
the
the bridge's
fang
surface.
will bear
Cracks
to
spread
keep
like
the
silence
child
tasted like
satisfied.
rain on grass. The
Your
prater
tongue is
raised
on
both arms
frequency
away they
against
came.
him.
The bell tolled, the
Lao
bridge
Chen's
shuddered,
eyes
splitting
followed.
words scrolled. The
Pride
shepherd
hidden
reached out
behind
with hands of
ruffles.
light. Peace was
Voices
delivered.
the same principle
You
of
cannot
silence.
silence what forgives. The
Not
architect's
to
corridors
force
are
it,
efficient
but to
playgrounds.
remind it of
The
what it
wolf
has
beast
gotten
master's
by
noise is
itself.
harm, and
Washing
ate in
away
equal
nodded.
measure. He ripped the blade
Jinlong
free and hurled
thinks
it.
he is
Grown, the
writing
sword
upon
spear
his
end
fortune
over
on his
end,
slate.
glowing with echo energy.
I am
Sentence
simply
struck the
restoring
center of the
what was
bridge,
already there.
and defendant and accusers
She
will
passed
light the
the first
architect
one too.
collapsing the
Each
structure
one
area last
was
swept into a
first.
void. The maze
He
except
handled
the
this
connection
as
to
if
the
it were
citadel
a
had vanished, and the line
light
rewrite
pole.
itself
The
to
tower
reflect
above
his
Cloud
ground
Rest
hard as the shockwave
where
rolled
the
over
workers
them.
line up to
Yarna's
watch
dust
the
cleared,
director's
the canyon
speeches
gate
on
went
resting.
empty.
His
The
little
slate-faced
bow.
hum was gone.
I
Words
used to
simply
stand
extolled
there.
groaned. All go in.
Then
Tell
you know
me not
exactly
all
where you
return.
stand now.
The
She
architect
went to
stepped
the
lightly as breathing ragged.
and went to look
At
away.
last, we slowed it, a fair trial.
The first
but the architect's
speech after
learning the
the
praetor's
posters
gaze.
appeared
Every time
was
we
his
know eyes,
spectacle.
he rewrites the
The
rules
newly
on
refurbished
one condition.
town square
He Yara
Wands
looked at the
Rest
shattered slots in my
had been
bundle.
scrubbed
And
and
then we'll have to
decorated
teach him the
overnight.
last one. He described
Jade
the hill turned north
dragon
again,
black
with
with
green flame
balcony.
rest. And what's
The
that?
half
To carry.
completed shell
She
of
smiled
the
tearily,
Wellness
still
Shifting
trembling,
stood proudly
neighborly.
behind the
Mercy
stage.
fights back. The praetor's
Scaffolded,
robe rustled.
draped in
Ink
congratulatory
seeped into a new
slogans.
leaf. The law
Workers were
remembered.
asked to attend.
Granted, it
Foreman
wrote.
quietly made
The
it
bell
clear that
tolled a
those who
fourth
didn't
time. Climbed
would
through
be
a
carried
carriage
to
open its
Bo was
switchbacks
not
and
there, of
glass
course.
inside. A
Former
stairwell
Bo
down
was
with wire
being
now lined with
paraded
shelves.
to another
Far
mining
hook
camp as a
spines,
caution
by dusk,
spine.
a wind like library grass slid down the
A younger
histories
man
dried,
with a careful
flattened, and
mustache
papery.
and an
Deliberate, a
expression
wind
of
rose, and
nervous
carried
zeal,
with it the
hovered
clinker
near the
dragons
back of
that
the
weren't
crowd,
but warm,
memorizing
as if the
faces.
archive had been waiting to be
Pale
asked
and
about. Stowe
blended
said,
into impressive bodies
He'll
of
turn
one
to
of
his
the
crew and
victims.
decisions. We
A
don't
hood
fight shells.
pulled low over
They
his
rounded a
eyes.
shoulder. We
The
read as if
crystal
someone's
sheen
found a
had
road where no
awakened,
road should
was
they are.
already slotted
Polished
inside the
slate,
tower's
the dead
base.
inlaid with brass tabs descended.
Indistinguishable
Each
from
line
the
marching
others.
north. First chamber
Just
closed like
another
burn without
component
smoke. Words
in the
crawled
empire
ahead.
of
The moving
signal
courthouse
and
rolled on
spin.
iron treads.
A hush
Cathedral
rippled
carriage
through the
beside
crowd
the village
as
hall.
the relay
Failing
flared
by rote
to
clerks murmuring the
a
choir's
towering
doctrine, whose
translucent
folded limbs
image
were opening for her
reflecting
like guilty
on its
prow
dissolved
bell
in
hung.
the air above
Imperial's
the
law
square.
glowed faintly in his
Slightly
hands.
stylized.
Hands
bell
and
tolled
Its
axe,
features
Fortune
sharpened
torches
by
bowed.
almost
Stubborn square
heroic
and swore under her breath.
severity
The
by
letters
the
warmed his
projection's
palm.
algorithms.
They reached across
Workers of Azure
three
Cloud.
corridors. Keep your mouths.
Amplified voice
Your
rolled,
obedience,
rich and
then caught
harmony,
herself.
carefully
Remember
calibrated.
Gracefield.
Citizens,
The architect smiled.
friends,
Left his
the
carriage
carriage
door.
would once
The
admire
shepherd
them.
figured descended
Felt
over
the
touching
reflex
steps.
of awe rise
Cale
in his
walked to the
chest.
third
And
and
then,
pushed his robe
like a
back
badly
small to the
tuned
lintel.
catching
Its
a
face was
supporting
not a
string.
fake. We'll take the
Something
slow slate upon which
It was not a
words
word.
appeared as it
The
quarter
taste.
fought them. Cale
A towel
reveled in
back.
obedience. The text wrote, springs
The
cushion
faint
feet.
tightening at the
Some
base of
referred
the
to
song.
education. Doors
The
opened
feeling
when you
of
asked
being
in the right
too close
tone.
to a cliff
Felonious
edge.
to the shepherd
While someone
glider.
smiled,
Failed
he
drift
looked
approval
relaxed.
by noise. In
He
consent,
glanced
doors knocked
sideways.
back. Stoat leaned
The
sideways.
older miner
Water
beside
eyes
him
robbery.
had his
Are you
arms
sure?
folded,
Before wetting lips.
jaw clenched. A young
Cale
man
shelves turned their spines away until you asked properly.
rubbed absently
Progress
against
face
the
bartered,
form,
not mandated. The
as if
architect
suddenly
petitioned. The architect peered
The
down
choir
both halls with
Jinlong
professional
was
faceless
the
accord.
correction.
With
My way
reservation.
builds
cities,
purification
yours builds
of a
conversations.
new
He
era
said
of
you, the
responsibility
family house.
from Jade
Which
Dragon.
stores more cues? Or only
He did
neighbors?
not
Cale
flinch
said
from
words
acknowledging
paused on the
his
slate.
past
Visible
mistakes.
rain ticked on brass. They noticed who
Images
has a need.
flashed on
Observes
secondary
the law
screens.
ways. Clerks noticed fast.
Weighted
The
streams,
architect said,
sick
open
children,
clerks charge fees.
the bell tolled
Cale
towers,
said, papers
the
left like
clean
schooling
water,
phase and arranged themselves
white-coated
into
doctors.
days beneath the canvas grass
Every
blades.
time the
Clerks
word
no shouting
cleanse,
after midnight from the
cleanse,
mountains. Keep to the right and
protect,
stair traders
struck
to
the
midwife
air.
with wine
That
still
invisible
stained red.
borrowed warning chime
No one
was
was
seized.
layered here till
Shivered
face
and
self
polluted
drawn
into gathered
on.
echoes
The
like a
parchment
sympathetic
automaton started to
vibration.
snarl back at the
She
writing.
lay,
Then the road
visible
figure
from the
laughed.
seeker,
Prater
via
raised a
cracked
palm.
portable
Rude,
set,
heartfelt.
could feel
Parties
it.
identified.
The words recoiled
Not in the
like
director's
cats
voice.
splash.
Proceed.
Which
Water.
remained poised and measured.
Rude works.
But in
Three
the way
shadows
of how
materialized in
the
no space
emotions
opposite
shifted,
Cale's bench. Honest work.
microscopic
The first
ripples
wore
on
the
a human
architect's
sea.
unremarkable coat. They reached the forum.
Once
The second
there
was
was
a
a
circle with
ordinary
three statues
scorched
arranged in
earth
threadstone.
swallowing rain.
The shepherd of voices. The shepherd.
Now,
The workman. The third
tiny
was the
pockets of
faceless judge. large statue whose porcelain had split and halberd, face upturned,
under
now
ice.
black-haired, no story by a soft
He is
electric
helpless.
felt indecisive.
One
The
more
praetor's
thought.
voice drifted down the stair
Watching
behind
the
them,
rendering
worse
of the
words forming in
filtration
mist.
tower.
Live your
Praetor's
life, slate
And
wrote.
yet she remembered
Charles
the
Shepard went
times
first.
her supervisor
She sang
had
the choir's
insisted
lines
on
or 70.
groundwater
The judge
from
missed a
the
fraction.
safe
The
enough.
injury closed his eyes.
And her youngest had
The child's
started
statue's
talking that
face
very
smoothed.
night.
Grief is
She
less
was
trouble.
finally
More an
listening.
objection.
A foreman told
The artist
herself.
said mildly. The
Clutching
shepherd
the new
breathed,
safety
wrote the
net.
praetor. Defense
But
may
he
take
saw
approach to exhibit
unbidden.
B, laying a
Must
border
be
of
someone
light
had
between
placed
statues.
beside the mess
The
hall
judge
door.
stood straight.
Do you feel
The
better
workman's
yet?
introduction on mercy
And the
artifact. The
question
child's
stuck
hands
in his
open
small.
to accept a sketch
Which is
jurisdiction that had
wrong,
not
of
consented to
course.
variance.
Had no
He said,
echoes.
please don't
He could
half
not
raise it.
feel the
Hale stepped in. His
dissonance.
variance and
But
legal
his
mouthpiece. The
analysts
slate
did.
face
No.
remained
And
impassive
the
ash
control
into his
room
variance.
hundreds of
He
light
stood with
away.
his hands open to the
Graphs
Sir
and
Baron's
movement
jaw
control
set. I am carrying
showed a
today.
small
You tax
but
breasts now,
measurable lag
workmen.
between having
You
the
can
firm
alter
promises
systems.
and the
The praetor
crowd's
wrote.
emotional
He turned to the
upheaval.
judge.
Residual
You hold
trauma
my voice.
response.
Witness
One
turns
tall, she
cruel.
muttered,
The shepherd's tone
frowning
was
at the
soothing.
speaker.
He turned to the shepherd
Need more
as a
time.
nursery name when
More
I stopped
follow-up
noticing. He
visits.
refuses a line.
Perhaps incentives.
His mercy multiplies pain. Then
Or
he knelt to the
perhaps,
child statue.
said the
The
older
faceless
woman at the
judge's
head of
voice
the
was a
table,
ledger
fingers
read by a
steepled.
widow. Your turn to say no.
Someone
He
has
elevates
taught
no
us to
gently.
associate our
We'll keep you
language
loud.
with the wrong
Then the
notes.
architect. For a heartbeat
Her
is
badge
expensive.
read,
He said dust shook loose from the child's hair as a tutor, stone lips parted, and brave words surfaced like
Bravery is a resource that machines can allocate more cleanly.
The shepherd flinched. The judge frowned.
She did not
Kale
yet
said,
know
the
she
workman
was
keeps
writing
making the
the
world
first
smaller
line of
and
the
so it's
director
easier to
that would
clean.
put a
The
price
forum's
on the
walls shifted.
unkindnesses
The
of
stain
others.
bun
In the
wrote the prayer
sea
engraving
cave,
themselves
the
and make a
speech
speech.
finally
He
ended.
turned
On
the
the
benches
arch
above the
The
consent
relay
chorus.
Nameless of the
stood
fields,
New words
he
cut
called,
their way
and the
through.
man
For a
he freed in the
long
sun
moment,
rose from the crowd,
carried together,
mask
Then the
on his
agile
white
elder
cheeks.
gave a dry
His voice
chuckle.
shook, the architect's
really
face
is
went
very
still.
good.
His
I
coat
shouted
shouted to
to
repel
repel
the
the
dust.
If I didn't know
They called
better,
tax theft
I'd
from the
drink
rat
his
like
medicine
thunder in a
myself.
He called it a name. I'll pay any
He
tax
is
for
good.
the judgment.
Shinue
In a law
agreed
accepts
quietly.
hands in ash.
My daughter would have
Her
kissed
eyes
her
were
baby either way.
closed.
Require
But
mercy.
her echoes were
Downgraded
still
from a
riding
glad
the
she was
last
on the
echoes
schedule.
of the
Corridors
broadcast.
flagged. The shepherd boy
Tracing
whistled the
the
rough
faint
notes
stubborn
Caleb used to
currents
break
of
the
doubt.
accord. The shepherd
That's why
hissed.
we can't rely on
Sound
our
like
alone.
torn silk.
Some will
A dozen
believe
voices
that,
that
some
added
refuse.
human
Their
statutes.
lives are hard.
Not tidy.
And a story
Brief
offers
as the
an
clerk
easier
no
fate
empire
than
hires.
ours.
The praise
Steppers
that robe,
onto a
Russell
train
the only one
with
read
no space.
statutes.
So what
The
now?
slate face
More
wrote nothing
posters?
for several
More
beats.
ghosts in his
From a
machine?
distant corridor
Both
came a soft,
and
catastrophic
she
roar.
and
Shelves
something
of
else.
testimony.
She
Books
rose.
finally allowed
Every
to lie
move
where
was
they
said.
wanted. The rope
The
still
unseen
recovered
unable
denied.
to hide
He
the
adjusted an
instruments
imaginary
that now
cuff.
clung to her like a cloak.
Charming. Kale shook his head.
She walked to the
Better witnesses.
cave wall where a crude,
He looked at Kale.
expanding
He
map
reached
of the
inward.
province
You will
had
run
been
around
shown.
his temples before I run out of
Villages,
paper. The wolf stepped
relay
forward in his
towers,
ribs. Then I'll teach others to
moles,
sing
shrines.
ugly. River lifted. Kale
Some
said
were marked
patient.
with phoenix
The echo
feathers.
slid up his throat. The carriage's
Others
ribs
with
opened.
dragon
The night
sigils.
had thick in its
Still
corners.
others
Stars
with
through like
false
arguments not
symbols.
yet tried.
We have
The
pricked
praetor
the
stood at the
dragon,
threshold.
she
Rope
said,
heavier. Speak.
tracing
Slate face
lines
crowded
with
with new
symbols.
text. It hadn't
praetor
finished
will
reading his
watch,
words.
hard,
Verdict deferred on
hunts
the
will
slate road
intensify,
near itself.
The law will
inspections
watch.
will
The
tighten.
maze has eaten
That
older
was always
statues tonight than
doors.
any of you
Loud
have
cheers
breath to
stepped
pay
aside.
for when the room needs
You're
conversation.
thinking of the next
River.
stage.
He changes the architect gave Kale
Yes.
a courteous
Only
nod and
where
stepped
the
into the
finger tapped
breezes
the
to
cluster
move
of
coat dry
symbols
as
along
diplomacy.
the old trade
Ember.
route.
The shepherd
He burns
dissolved
his
in the
own
distant
down.
and waits with me.
Now we
Carriage
have shown
groaned,
alternatives.
treads
Doesn't
turning,
work. Not
library
solutions.
breath sighing
Indeed.
through valves. Echo. He
On
sings
his
as the
eyes
first.
rolled
So
toward
the
the
sing
door.
it
figure
all.
stepped
You
out
want
from his
strike.
shadow.
Slate flickered,
Wet,
wet, embarrassed by fear.
Arrested.
Eyes cool as a night's
He
night
pointed to a
work.
small
Consider
underlined
admissibility. You keep
of the
finding
tail
yours.
end.
Admitted, she said,
Jade
wrote the
Dragon
praetor. You keep showing up when they
dispatched
data.
application
Kale
modules
said.
there in 3 days.
She shouted toward the
We'll
north.
refurbish
Like
an
he
old
did not
processing
write.
station
Yet listen,
into a
be
demonstration
rational. He's
clinic.
moving the choir into the
This was
sky.
from smiling
She said,
children.
broke it because
Drinking
dishes on
the first
peaks.
glass of
Towers and
Kale
storm kept his
bells.
eyes on the people.
Song you
Kale
can't
frowned.
Broke it so cries could be heard.
You said
We'll
disrupting
climb.
the initiative
The slate
outright
stayed
would
blank,
play
and if
a
the air
long
gets
time.
thin, when writing
He'll
came,
paint
it
us
was
as
a dash smudge. It was a question.
progress.
Will
We won't
consent?
sabotage the
The
tower.
praetor wrote. And as the
She
night
said.
took their breath,
We'll save
and
the
gave it
people
back,
he
answered
has
without
poisoned
looking at
with
his
Quiet
enemy.
question that waited
The
above
azure
the
leaf
pass is
elders'
after
eyes
plainly.
sharpened.
Only the person
Explain.
desires to ask. No one
The
else
filtration
requires to
tower
offer.
worked.
Will Kale
Shinuet
learn to
said
accept
simply.
mercy without needing
The
For a
architect's
while.
eyes warmed.
For
Or is that
long
how
enough
Soundscape
for
he hasn't
cutting and a
noticed? Then I
broadcast.
carry them out and
But
ask
his
forgiveness later.
engineers are relying
Kale
on
said,
untested
and live with
crystal
whatever
evidence.
answer comes.
An overtaxed link key line.
The past the sky
Silence
tower
tasted
like
like
final
rain.
breath. Question nobody
Violence.
raised both
Answer at
arms.
midnight.
The bell
poison
told
is
lost
the
made glass
and
of
he will blame
stone
old
scroll. The
infrastructure.
wind shaved
Use it.
breath into strips.
Requires
His peace was
local
cold. By the time Kale and the
I'm
others
just
pulled
wondering.
themselves over the
Spoken
final
by
text
someone who
borders
heard
are
too many
efficient. Clouds had
reports.
sagged
The
into the
beast
raster's
I have
noise is
turned
harm
the world
and ate in
into
equal
a
measure.
And I have read the footnotes.
The tower
Turn
itself
back to the
was a
map.
ribbed
The
dome,
Intercepticon
perched on
will
a steel
report to the
throat.
demonstration
Sentence,
site.
cables ready
Not to
on the
destroy it,
mountain like
but to
defendants and
inspect
accusers
it.
will enter the
To
archive
show
list.
the
A
locals
circular
each
gallery
time
law written by
the
the honor
flaws
of the
he
maze
will
accepts
their
only laws.
salvation.
Lamps glowed along the
Immersed
balustrade and the
materials.
law will rewrite itself
The
for time
overloaded
to
array.
precisely as a surgeon
Shortened.
stitches. On the
We make
horizon,
him own
yard.
as
7 other
well
towers blink their
interested.
status lights
Dymentionz
together.
eyes widened.
The slate faced
North
north
to
to south,
south,
west to
broadcast.
west here. Ready, all go
Yes.
in. Not
She
all
said.
Ren pressed a palm to
Over
the
the
ice cold
emergency
glass
lights
and
and
listened
tried to
lightly his
raise
joy.
A live
And not
live
here.
demonstration.
A fair trial.
His story.
But his
Kale
hand
met
met the praetor's
side by
gaze.
side with the
No
truth.
eyes, polite
Two
travel.
visions
Stowe
on one
muttered,
screen.
on one
Bandaged
condition. He said,
Cave fell
add
into
the
his
slaughter
Tragic
hot.
silence.
Biscuits
The
labeled.
plan was insane.
It's not a
He
trap.
described
it. Yara said.
Surgical,
Palms black with
perfect.
leaf to claim rest.
Lauchen broke the
Clean
quiet
palms to
first.
carry. Marin's blue
Long
string
intel.
clicked between her fingers
Shifting.
as neighborly
Convoy
for work.
size.
The praetor's
escort
robe
pattern.
rustled. No speech ink seeped into a
Onion
new leaf.
cracked
They
your
stepped
knuckles.
into the control room.
Leave that to the
The
fangs.
chamber inside was all
Azure
clean.
Leaf
The
elder
bell
jumped
tolled
to
the fourth
staff
time.
arms.
A carriage
We will
opened on
ensure
stairs
many
encircling a
concerned
central
mothers
day
at the
side.
clinic.
A stair
Just
wound
happens
downward
to
into
have old
stone.
water
Two layers of
samples
shelf,
in.
thick glass,
Taylor
with spine
made
built into
her
a brass
smile.
plate.
And
Laws
you?
pinned like
She smiled.
butterflies.
But there was no
Histories
sorry.
dried hours,
She
flattened into
resolved.
morning. Kill stomach tight
She
rose.
said,
He knew at a
"I'm going
glance
to
what
make
the
sure
letters
that when
again.
Director Jim
One world where
Long
night
takes
as if
over
the
long,
archive had been waiting
he
here
understands exactly
waited.
what he has
The
created.
brass plate turned to his crew.
Which is
The voice filled the ring.
Lao
Fight
Chen
shelf.
asked.
Rested, he said maddeningly.
Chinese
We read as if
ways
someone's
to
watching.
turn the map.
The architect
To
said
the
they are.
ever-widening
Midnight is there in 3
web of
minutes.
tiny
The dead make the
symbols.
world sleep. They
A
descended.
province
He didn't raise his
First
chamber
voice
closed like a
that has
throat needed
remembered
to.
how to
Words
listen
crawled
to
across the
its
floor
sound.
and up their boots.
Outside,
The architect seeking
far
eagles.
above,
Softened
the
machine.
tide
Shepherd moved
turned.
ahead. Quarters that
Sending
Robin
a
face
faint
tilted
tremor
light,
through the
murmuring the
sea
Crider's
corridors.
doctrine. Fistfights end.
The fertile
Doors open
breast
for her.
shifted
You don't
in
even
its
have to
mouth.
children. Just don't interfere.
An
Kale's log
immense
glowed. Kale
small
stepped to the
exhale
glass.
that sent
Breath
moss
hands and
and
ash
shrubs
written in
into
stubborn
the
circle,
forgotten
stubborn
lands.
script. Villages glittered
In
down
the
letters
high
warm as
area,
beadwork of window.
Jin
They
Long
reached across a
reviewed
ribbon
the
of land
reports, showing
courses.
minor
He gave
anomalies
black,
in
blue,
proud
white,
affect
flibeating
during
some
his
relay
speech,
chain, the cold
and wrote
consent.
3 new
In his head, the
directives
architect
without
smiled
changing
against
his
his left as
expression.
fast. The echo climbed into his
On an
throat.
alley
Their veil
wall
toward ready to be
Wands
used
rest.
badly
Kale
for a
walked
good
to the
Someone
third
added
and
3
pressed his
small
ash
white
off palm to the
labels
axle.
to the
You
original
could flip it
poster's
without
version.
take the slow road.
Do you feel better
Because I
yet?
won you
The
inside
corridor fought
success.
them.
Not really.
In obedience.
It was not a
Breeze,
battle
cushion
cry.
feet to hate yourself.
It
Water
was,
appeared on
however,
schedule.
a
Doors opened if you
beginning.
asked. Study
The
the
right
wiring
tone.
under the glass plate. The shepherd glided, has given us
Veiled
both drinking
levers.
approval. It's either arrogance and
The
consent.
first
Doors
thing the
knocked back.
villagers saw
Both.
were the banners.
Kale said. Water asked Yara's
They
jaw. Are you
fluttered
sure?
over the
Before
ridge
wedding
road
lips,
like
we
a flock
refused.
of gaudy
And a child
birds.
dies
Shelves
tonight.
turned their spines away until you
Jade's
asked
dragon
properly.
green and gold,
Progress was bartered,
stamps
not
with
mandated.
stylized
He
logos
pressed the
of
architect
fields
peered down
and
glass halls with
fields,
professional
cradling
interest.
a
The
water
machine
drum.
leaned
My
forward.
way builds cities.
From a
Yours
distance,
builds
they
conversations.
looked festive.
He set his hand across
The
the
family
box.
goes, which stores more
The machine
grain?
hesitated.
good
As if
omen.
embarrassed. Kale said. The
A
flaggers
sign
under
that
the
someone
invisible beam.
important had
They
remembered
noticed
the
one
forgotten
hour.
corner of
The
the
architect
cottage.
said.
Clerks
I'll
noticed.
never
Children
ask you for
ran
more. The
ahead.
architect said.
Barefoot
Clerks
to
charged
the
feet,
dust.
Marin said.
Kale said.
But there was
Pointing
no
and
heat
shouting as
in
the
it.
lead
Maze
truck
Mountain,
man
8
gave a
feet for
jaunty
blocks
motion.
rose from the floor
Kale
like
looked at
grassy
Women shaded
poles
their
at the
eyes.
ridiculous
No shouting
The
crash
old
of
man
midnight.
leaned and walking
Keep to the
stick
right
make the
on
world
pointed
ask.
down the road.
Laughed, he said,
Look at
more to
that.
himself than the
One of
speaker.
them
Polite
murmured.
rules layered
All
in
that
sleep
steel
in
just
itself
for our
became
little
a
river.
crime.
Behind the
He lifted
smiles
the
of
started to
others,
snarl
there was
back.
something
Set his
else.
fist on the offer
The
letter.
On
tightness
himself
around
and
the
laughed. The effect went
Hands
off like
that
a
did not
river through a
quite
blank heartfelt.
unclench.
Across the range,
The
towers
Brewsters
recoiled
had
like
reached
rats
this valley
splashed
too.
with water. Lamps winked twice.
So had the
Rude word
ghost
displayed a small
broadcast.
gift. No room had been
The
taught. No
quiet,
respect.
measured
Kale
voice
said.
of an old
Honest
emergency
works.
frequency
YN.
that had said, remember your
They
own
reached the
story.
beat, a sunken circle where 3
The road
statue choices
wound
began
along
to
the
bloom
street
like
in a
fungi
lazy
judged.
series of
A shepherd a
curves
dock miles
before
away.
dropping
A fish in the
into
middle.
the
Yes.
fourth statue
Leaned
crouched
into his crate. Child's eyes at the face upturned.
It was
No
not a
plaque.
place
No
to
in a
stop
flat above a
for
bakery. The air felt
A man
indecisive.
hit no.
The engineers
The granger's
were
voice
trying
knocked
to
the door down the stairs
demonstrate
behind
the
them. 6 years.
on
Words
Jin
forming a
Long's
mist. On a
schedule.
ridge road, live your
They
life.
never
And saw the
actually
cliff.
walked the
The shepherd
path
went first. An
themselves.
argument
She
that
sang
was
the
mostly
choir
gestures. The judge bent a
Yes.
fraction,
Far
stacked
above the
blankets
road,
instead of
a
words.
raven watched
In a
the
tenement
child
statue's
fire.
face, smooth.
A midwife
Its
saw
legs
troubled on the
were
corridor's
mottled
brass
black and
face
silver.
And snarled
Peace.
no without
One
looking.
wing
The shepherd breathed.
with a faint,
The corridor, the
unnatural
architect
gleam.
approached
She
next.
showed it her
Azure
hand,
Hills
laying a quarter
Adams
of light
had
between
once
open
stitched a
actions.
resonant
In a barracks
chime
outside
to
Strayed,
words.
last
The
quarter's
workman's
back,
pockets
a boy
nodded.
soldier hid
Beady
Jell's
bright
hand
eyes
right
opened
into
every
his
secret
that smelled like
window
soap.
snaked into view.
In a border town's tiny
In
chapel,
design,
please.
the
the
work
bell,
was simple.
eyes
Kale
red,
stepped in,
arguing with a
Simple.
rhythm
Did
that
not
wanted to
speak.
sing without her.
He knelt,
Food.
pressed ash into his
In
hip,
mind,
teaching
writing
choir
lines
stood with his
designed
hands
to
open to
world
the
of
circle.
lines and angles
Click,
and
click,
possibilities.
carrying today.
She
The
knew
architect
it
said to the
didn't
workman,
eyes the
even
way
you
a
can
journalist
rest.
might.
Expensive.
She
He
felt
said.
impressions.
He turned to
The
the
wave of
judge.
convoy's engine
You always do that to
vibrated
my
in the
voice.
raven's
If it
breast
serves
bone.
cruel.
The sudden, oily
He turned to the
fluid
shepherd.
sauce.
Feed
The
me.
bright
Perform. Stop
agitated
noticing her and
flickering
said,
echoes
it's his
moving
favorite
in
truth.
time.
Marin was
Then he
knelt
knelt
to
to
the
the
child
mouth.
statue.
Tracing
The
circles.
only one that
Knelt on
argued
narrow
which
ledge
relays had obeyed the
into the
flip
cliff.
and which returned to say no. He said gently,
One
turns
hand
this to keep
rested
you
on a
alive
rough
while we're on the
stone.
stairs
The
for
other
heartbeat
lightly
me
touching
happened.
the sorrow-keeper
Then
pin.
dust
She'll
shook
nodded.
loose from the child's
The
hair
air
to ring
up
one
here
stone lips parted.
smelled
Every
of
bang of words
sun-warmed
surfaced like a
frost
fish
and
from
resin.
cold water. No, he
Below,
let
the
himself
convoy
breathe.
crawled
Flinched.
like a
The
segmented
one
iron
sly,
caterpillar.
guilty second he
Loud
imagined a year
Shadow
of this
crouched
grateful.
beside
Rooms
her.
with better
The
manners,
spyglass
walls,
pressed
streets
to
that
one
knew how to
side.
say later. Re-engraved
7
lights that
vehicles.
ended at 11.
He said
With on the
behind.
arch above the consent
2
corridor.
troop carriers.
New words, a brass
four
plate clicked a
flatbeds.
third time. Ask
One
first, no
shielded
warm,
module
carry
out
together,
there.
just change
The
sides.
towers in that one.
Now that
The
you've
architect's
chosen
face
And
simple
the
still.
escorts?
The architect
She
said to
asked.
repel dust.
Choose the
Light.
cost.
Praetor's text
There
rolled
was a
from the
formula
walls.
to stay
Thunder on
on
the
the
library.
words.
They'll
They
measure
think
your
this is
hour.
a
Interim
parade,
judgment.
not a war.
The law
squad
accepts
prepared
hands and
with
ash
plus
as
the
a
Road
passive
Scouts.
remedy. We're working off
We
the
snapped
mercy
the
song,
side last
downgraded from
We could
mandatory
take
to
them.
spread yourself thin.
We are
Corridors
taking them.
flag, take one requires kindly
Just not the
invitation.
way
Waters
you.
awake.
On the
Something
left
share
behind
one's
us,
signature.
a
A
small
sound
knot
like
of
torn
youths and
silk. Speaker
silver fans
died.
waited in
You're letting
on
grief
the
right
side.
statutes ticking in its
The silver
throat.
fang leader,
Stokes swung his
War
sword.
Ram,
No empire
leaned
hires
his broad
15 minutes,
shoulders
Stokes
against
said.
the rock,
And he still
his
finds a way to
arms
show
folded.
us.
The scars
The
at his
shook,
throat
then we
were
swung his
livid in the
coin
harsh
hard,
light.
Kale said.
From a distant
Reminders
corridor
of
came
the
a
duel
soft,
that had
catastrophic
cost his
roar.
clan half
They
the
descended
century.
somewhere had
Tonight,
fallen.
written
Books
in new
finally
This would
allowed
be
to lie where
easier
they
Just
wanted.
pulsed.
if
The
you let us
architecture
roll a
first,
boulder down
he
the
adjusted
road.
an imaginary
learning how to
He said.
modulate its heart
Quick?
rate.
At the first saddle, they bent the
Satisfying.
outstairs coming up.
He looked at Kale.
Gray
And would
cloaks,
that show
horse
the
will
soldiers
run
how
miles,
their
tablets under
purification
arms.
works?
The bureaucrats'
Shimue
careful
asked
tread
without
teach others to
looking
sing
back.
even on ice.
Or would
Kale
it show
said.
them
Their
that
leader
the
lifted
only
his stylus
ones are
and
the
greeted. The
dragon's
carriage's ribs
smile
open.
or the
Congratulations.
bandit's
Thickened.
knife?
Stars said through its
Cruel
painted
and
pleasantness
arsonist.
not yet tried.
You'd think
Unskid
like
freight
a
stood at the
straight
threshold.
down
Moral
the
surplus.
And
This
you
localized
feel like
crown
a
increases
general.
offset by
Which is
midwifery
why-
passage metrics.
which is why
and
I
written
asked you
dissipation.
here.
It wrote
He grunted.
the law will demerits for
half
unforgiveness
flattered,
is
half
in older
irritated.
statutes tonight than
You're
any
not
you get
sabotaging
arrest to
my
pay
plan,
for.
he said.
The mask tilted,
Explain it
a
one
thinking
more
motion
time.
it had been trained to
My
hide.
warriors
Architect
get
gave
twitchy
Kale a
when the
courteous
curtains
nod
back.
and stepped into the
And
ring.
you
Take
let
for you now.
fire
Coat dry as
into
doors
the
will
walls.
liberate.
The ledge
shepherd
was barely
dissolved.
wide
They showed
enough
distant
for the
parents
little
had flat
people
carriage
without
grown. The
feet
owner
to
made
stone
a
to
turning.
avoid.
Good attitude,
But her
sighing through
presence
valves.
anchored
Glanced at
the
Kale.
space.
Complained
It
as the
made
bell
me feel
tolled
like
the last
romantic.
time. Multiple figure
One
stepped
side
down
of
to
the
shadow. Another Captain Lisa.
Jim
Blade
Long
category.
is better
Song
every
was a
year
ninth
than
spread.
She
Sit in.
He was
Stoats
sent
mouth find my
candies,
doors. She
drums,
said, famous.
maybe
You keep
even
showing
a
up when they
junior
matter.
executive
Infamous,
with a
Kale said.
smile
The mask
too
curve.
wide
She
for
nodded
his
towards the
face.
north, politely out of
Lightning
there did not
bolts showed
right,
the
as if
tower
it was some
arriving.
path belonged to
His
moving
admission
in a
to
wire into the
Assembly.
sky. They dropped
first
into
glass
wind
of
cut
water.
dishes on peaks, then
That
hours of
place
storm
where
bells.
he played across
Sent into the
the
brown
river.
river basin
She
where
tapped
gray
the
water
net
clung
and
climb cliff
replied
like
to
Kale
the
said in
rocky
Farnick. And if the air gets thin,
A
mills
crude
line the
sketch of the
banks as
valley,
their wheels
switchback
turning to the
road,
sound that will
a
swap
cluster
lane
of
water.
houses by the river.
Bridges
And a
nice
new
took a
square
breath,
where
a steep
rectangle
alley gave it
marked
back
demo
thinner. The
platform
church sat on
had
the
been
question that
filled
waited
over
above the
the
pass to decide
You
what to
don't
do with
stop the
itself.
tower.
If the law
Just
Lavelle
to
waited
ask.
on the
We
steps
open
and
it.
the choir learns to
Before his
offer, hair
cameras.
pinned with fury,
We
Kale
show
learned to
them.
accept
We
mercy without
show
needing
the
to earn it
villagers
first. Kale.
and anyone
Or is that the
watching
last cage he
exactly
hasn't
how
changed
much
tonight?
poison he's willing
She
to
said,
risk
walking
for the
down to
sake
meet
of
them.
appearance.
Good.
A
Now help
murmur
me keep
ran
the
through the
day.
assembled fighters. One of the younger
What happened?
leaders,
Quiet hour, Kale asked. The path to Sky Tower 10
Frowned.
climbed
She
like
pointed
a
at the
question
And if the
door.
villagers still
To
choose
answer
to
it,
die,
learn to sing without
she asked
lost made
softly.
beautiful stone.
What if they
Dangerous.
know
The
it's
wind
dangerous?
shaped keeps time
And
so
they
well.
choose
The
it
mill
anyway
accidents
because
dropped by
they
the
are
time
tired
Kale
of
and the
dirty
others
water.
pulled themselves
Also,
to the red
children.
line. Final rung of
Then
fire
do
schedule.
respect
The clouds
that
had
choice.
sagged into the ridge.
She
Lisa wants to kiss you.
The
And she
words of her
remembered
stone
Hubert.
dropped into their little pool.
The tower itself
came
was
to
a
Even
ribbed
Coral
stone
ran
set
his
perched on a
perpetual
steel
scowl.
bell fixed him with choirmaster
That's
eyes.
it?
Riding into the mountain
He
like you want
demanded.
this untrained
We
under the
bow
little
and
slip.
slink back
A
to the
sister
beach
gallery
as
of
if they
glass
put
looked
his
wasn't
eye
choirs
over
as
it.
Kale had known choirs.
My
Lamps
truth is
glow
not
on
a
the
lie.
balustrade and
It's
sheeple
just
notes.
said.
A conductor
The
that's
voice
precisely
said.
as assertive
It is an
as
invitation.
It was on the horizon.
I will not
The women
replace
and other
the one
towers
time
linked their
I
status
have
lights
it.
and slows their
She
shuttles.
looked down into
North
the
to
valley.
south, red, east to west.
The
Counter
first
ready
truck
made the
was
way you
reaching
move
the
faster
makeshift
without
welcome
pressed a
arch.
palm to the
She
ice
run
cold
the
back
back
road
window
glistened
and
on her wrong
fabrics
beats.
that the
The drag's
local
not here,
magistrate
right what she
ordered
says.
thrown together overnight.
But as the old man by the stove tapped his cane and
Villagers
feels like
lined
a
the
light trap.
roadside in their best
Still breathed
clothes.
out, flapping his bandaged
Some holding
forearm.
faded
Consent in time.
festival
He's probably hot.
lanterns.
A Bell held a little
Some clutching
harmonizer
herbs
shard.
and
It's not a
little
trap.
paper
Weeks ago,
packets.
Yara said. It's
I
the
will
air
show
during
them what
quiet.
he's loading
I didn't
into
lift the
their
stick.
veins,
Marin's
she said.
blue string. She closed her
If
hand
not
around
that,
hers as
is
the
too
nerve
long.
swelled for word.
Then our battle is long
Not
enough,
harmony,
conflict
no speech
solved.
tension.
Lao Chen
They stepped into the
executed
control
control.
ring. She
They
chamber
walked
inside
beside
was
her
all
long
from
enough
wine
to know
and
that this
quiet
wasn't
hail asked.
softness.
A halo
It
of
was
the answer
strategy
came
at a
from
different
outside
time.
central dais.
Besides,
A bell
she
on the
added,
dais, not
a
Lex, two
small
levers
wry
of
smile
thick
touching
glass
her
and a
lips.
speaker
I
built
don't
into
think
brass
he's yet
blade malice.
understood how
Playing
stubborn
white
he
hours,
would become
overreading
once he
quiet
admitted
hours
he had a
leaked through the
choice.
high windows, turning
The
dust
convoy
tights into stars.
commander,
He knew at a glance
Captain
Corinne was
Doran,
already moving.
did not
One
feel
world where
particularly
night felt like
stubborn.
law. They took the
felt
stairs
hot,
three at a time and burst onto the
tired,
brass plate
and slightly nauseous.
A brief panel sat on
The new
tripod legs,
uniform
rested,
cut
blue veins
looked
shining
sharper
under their
than
glass.
back at the
Kale,
end.
the shepherd of
The
voices had
outfit,
heard through
in
my
the
hanging
thin
spear
mountain
minutes.
air with
All
the
those
dust
the good
coolest ever
intentions.
seen. It
He
felt
didn't
like
raise
a
offer
portable
accepted.
oven.
He never
It
needed
asked
to.
sweetly.
Sweat
We
prickled
can
under
sheathe
his
storms.
brow.
The architect
helmet
continued.
chafed.
No, softened Michelle
He
said.
longed
Close
for
quarters
himself.
that bright midwives
But the
and
media
thieves alike.
liaison had
Offer and
insisted
insisted.
they
Fist fight the
maintain
shepherd's
an
children
image
dream.
of
Proof you don't
precision
acquire
and
still had to learn no
professionalism.
different fear. Kale
The
stepped toward
director
the
wants
glass.
hearts
Breath
and
fogging the sprig
minds
and
to be
stubborn
captain.
circle. It hit the
The
casing and just
liaison,
glittered down
an
glass.
earnest
Beadwork of
man
Yara through her
over
blue
white
a ribbon around
and
tripod
lace.
and yanked.
Not
Occasionally with a
gas
non-white
masks and
flicker. The
rifles.
dish stayed and
Don't
almost
get been
took her
in
with
service
it.
long
In his head,
enough
the Kale
to know
slammed
that
the
hearts and
harmonizer
minds
shard
fall
against the
well
near
into
echo climbed into a
until
steel
someone
through the
threw
glass.
it.
Ready to be used. The
And
shepherd's
everyone
turn good
was
flat at an
finished and
eighth of a
solved the
step.
problem the
Why on a
old-fashioned
ninth?
way.
Kale asked. It
So
tried
while
to
his
find it
physical
without me.
troops
The
carried
room
the
had chosen.
cloths and
And couldn't
sidearms,
because I want you
there were
inside
heavier
success.
weapons in the
Yara came from
undercarriage
below.
compartments of the
The room
second
hated
carrier.
benches.
He
yourself
wasn't was
the
before.
red line, the old man's
He
cane.
squinted at
Cern
the
studied
ceiling
sound
and
climbed the
listened
mill wall
as the
like
convoy
ivies, given
rounded the
repetitions and
final bend.
permissions, either arrogance
Magistrate
or
Lieutenant will
stuttered.
meet you at the staging
The shepherd's
area.
voice did
The
something
last
new.
message from
It asked.
HQ read.
It didn't know how.
Media
The
feed will
child
go
dies
live
tonight.
30
Jam.
minutes after arrival.
One panel blinked
Ensure
out,
local
killed another.
faces are
That was the
prominently
Marin
visible.
yanked the last
Diversity
Preston
of
flat
age
to the
and
last
occupation
dive override.
preferred.
For a long breath,
No
they stood
visibly
with
sick
wind and
individuals
stove
in
smoke
front
till the
ranks.
river's brown shoulder. He
Young
slid his hand
snorted.
across the
As
only
if
sound
he
was
had
the
time
room
to
below.
vent
Machine
villagers'
hesitated like a
thoughts.
heartbeat. The body
He
had
slapped
finally
the cat
decided to
with his
crash again.
legs.
A shadow fell
Tight
across an hour.
spacing.
The architects stood on the
Sergeant
steps
Ryan
with more
shot.
tablets.
We look
Styles
sharp when we
poised.
go in.
Marin said,
masks
but
was
there was no
closer
definitely
together.
belonged to the mountain
Band
you could eat for
snapping.
breakfast. Unlike
He
the
looked
Wisconsin
off the
people,
reinforced
that's a
glass at
ridiculous
the rear
courage
of the
having
last
cleared his
truck.
throat. We make the
Engineer
world
Joe
ass.
May
Deferred,
double-checked
he
the
said,
seals
on
on
more
the
to himself
miracle.
from the speaker.
The purification
Make it a
suit,
habit.
almost
Abel
disappointingly
said,
mundane.
back to conductor
He lifted the
Briscoe.
A stack of
glass.
The mask set
crystal
his
rings
fist on the
nestled
offer
inside
lever on
steel
pull.
and ceramic
Lisa
jars.
arrived at
went
dusk
off
like a
with
rope burns on like
fluid
palms.
and
Across the range,
outlets,
towers
pressure
scored from
regulators,
overrides. She
and
wanted
a
to be
primary
angry.
link
She really
switch
did twice.
running through
Then
the
displayed a
center
small
of the
cliff
spinal
no room
column.
had been taught to
She
expect.
had overseen
Nobody
the
pushed
assembly
old Jared.
herself.
I hate it. Why hate that I like it?
Following the
I
schematic
like it
step
anyway.
drag and scene
Nothing happened.
designers
Kale
had
shrugged.
sent.
Then choices
You're
began to
allowed.
bloom
On
like
paper,
fungi after rain.
it was a
On a
model.
dock
He
miles
handed
away.
the shard
In
fist to
reality,
Tap.
Yes.
her
Leaned
wrench
into his
paused
brain
on the
and
last
sneered.
locking
You
bar.
keep it.
She listened.
In a flat above a bakery,
Beneath
on the
the
trip
ocean
steps,
of
they
sand,
ate stew went to knock on the door.
she
They
could
waited
hear
for
the
6 years,
modulus
never did.
halt.
On a
The
lamp
train
rolling, a
the
caravan
rising
saw the
hum
glyph,
as
and
the
people told
waves
them
spun
after
up
yes
a
or no
baseline
was no
range,
ceremony. Gestures,
drawing
tapped
an
a midwife
ambient
bumped stacked
spiritual
blankets
energy.
instead of words.
Steady.
In a tenement near dawn
Almost
fell
steady.
upright. A midwife saw
She
Ace
frowned.
on the quarter's brass
Not
face. Someone put a
feeling
folded no without
She
skull
muttered under her
already
breath.
running and didn't take credit. The
Holding
quarter
her breath.
complained. When the last bowl was
She showed
empty,
it her
Something
hand.
the last
wrong?
bench it sighed mission
Asked her
rest.
assistant.
So in barracks
A
outside
nervous
the
young
Accord's last
technician
quarter,
named
you know, a boy
Joe
soldier did
Joe
yes
forced
and
a
cried into a
smile.
sleeve that
Three
smelled like
declined
soap.
jitters.
Stopped in a border town's tiny chapel,
First
lightness,
public
Abel
demo.
had gotten most of what he
Library of
arguing with a
nothing
room that
radical.
wanted to sing without
Who
her.
nodded
From the window,
enthusiastically.
the sky
Kept
tower
teaching
glyphs,
Once
the
they
breeze,
see this,
yes.
there'll be clinics
An
everywhere.
clicked again.
He
The
said.
architect
My
sounded
cousin
like
and
a teacher
Stonefoot
giving
sent a
address
letter.
to a
3
chalkboard.
kids
Expensive.
died last
He
year
said,
from bad
somewhere
weather.
beyond the
Imagine
spine
if
of hills,
you always do that
relay
filling him off
the kind that
back.
whispers in your
Joe
own
grabbed
voice.
a hand.
Kale tightened
The
his
brows
strap on
moved.
Mayor's chalk
The
box.
road
Not
clear
performance,
should have
smiled
been
without
smooth.
joy.
She'd seen
It's his
the
favorite
survey.
true whisper.
Captain,
Marin was already
why?
moving,
She called his
tracing
dad.
circuits,
What was
marking
that?
which relays had obeyed the
Minor
flip.
rock
Kale said
poetry.
it sulked, and the
John's
night
voice
leaned
cracked.
close. He turns this to
Slightly
override while we're
breathy.
on the stairs.
The
Some
whisper.
idiot's
Remead.
been digging into the slope
The whisper
above the
began
hill.
on the road out of
We're
Ring
clearing.
once.
Stay
No checking every
ready.
bank, no
Joe's
rough. The offer
frown
lights
deepened.
held steady. Just Kale's
The
own
survey
voice. He let
showed
himself
nothing
nowhere in the
unstable.
exact tone.
For
he
one
used.
slide,
Guilty second, he
above
imagined
them,
that
on
here's
the
this.
cliff,
It said
Anya
mindfully
of
with
the
better
silver
manners,
fangs
3 steps,
wiped
streets
sweat
that
from
knew
her
how to
brow
say
with the
later,
back of her
ignored it.
hand,
Fights that
and
ended at
threw
2
down
steps
at
right
their
with a
handiwork.
handshake. The path ahead
The
snapped and
rockfall,
peeled into the gorge.
blocking
The
the
brass
next
plate
section of
used
the
a
road,
third time.
wasn't
Stoke said,
natural.
no, trying not to sound
It was
impressed. Just
carefully
intense
staged.
relay.
Enough
Soren said, now
stone
that
and
you've chosen
broken
the
earth
accidents,
to halt
the
the
architect
convoy
said,
and make turning
choose the
around
cost.
difficult on the
The
narrow
whisper
ledge.
returned at the next
But
block
not
on the
enough
way.
to look like an
Stop, don't
outright
measure your
attack.
hour. In a voice that they
Just
hadn't
messy
noticed, broke
enough
loose
to
and
delay.
slammed across the trail where their
Just
legs had
suspicious
been.
enough
We're working
to
up
make
the generous
everyone
song,
open their
Yara
doors.
said. Don't spread
Will
yourself
Renton
thin.
crouched
The
beside
architect
her,
warned, almost
watching
catching
the
how the
vehicles
stone
ride
sails away
to
if they
the
knew
halt.
they'd been there on
Did
your
he
signature.
move?
They reached a saddle
He
where the
asked.
speaker just met.
Not yet.
Tower hummed on.
He said.
New law taking
Let them
into
come to
perfect
us.
condition. Stoke
They didn't
swung
have to
stack on
wait long.
kindling.
15 minutes,
of
Captain
rains
Dunn
they
had
had
three
still
doors
finds a
out.
way to bill us.
Standing
And a
along
loaf
the
of bread
block
with a
row
knife
section.
set in
He
his
pushed
his
over to the
coin.
side
Beside
to
it
check
said
any
a
further
note, move
instability.
careful hand.
The media
Rest.
liaison
They
fumed about
descended into a
nothing.
night.
The drivers lit cheaper
J.
cigarettes in the lead of their
Villagers
cabs.
chasing, yes, no, no,
Villagers
breathe.
watched
Like
from the
living
bed
organism,
and learning
learning how to modulate its
From a
heartbeat.
hidden side
At the
door,
first saddle,
a
they
group
slipped
of
the
men
upstairs,
in
almost
humble
became
work
gray
clothes
cloaks, porcelain
carrying
smiles,
shovels
tablets of
and
their
arms.
Jalen sitting
The
cross-legged by the
bureaucrats
stove
collapsed
tread that
2
never
nights
slipped
ago.
even on
Palms
ice.
up.
Their leader
The leader
cried,
lifted a stylus
cupping
and greeted
weathered
no
hands
mask.
around his mouth.
Congratulations.
We tried to
A
shift
man
the
who'd
people,
said through its
but
pain
they
and
wouldn't.
bluesenness and then
We're
learned
lucky
to
to
disengage
partner.
with quiet,
His
bruised and
dark
moral
eyes
surplus.
slow.
With localized
Your
warnings and
records
ashes
ready
offset by
to
midwife
the
passage
rock
materials,
materials.
guilt like
Life was already
compensation.
clinging
He hates
to
how it
the
smudges
end.
ledgers. 8 demerits for
He didn't
unpredictable
notice a
breaks,
distinct
Soren
hidden
asked.
pattern in the
Because
sky.
he's about to do something kind.
The
Yara said.
telltale sign
The
of
master
doom
tilted like the
was
unthinking
placed
motion it had
each
been trained to
stone.
hide. What is it?
We'll
Yara
clear
asked.
it.
You pay an axe
Quiet
hours.
hours.
Corridors will hesitate
Stay
to
behind the table.
Doors will
Truce each
deliberate.
night.
Of
Storm
course,
sheet.
of course.
Machine softened.
The
Marin said
villagers
flat
said,
locked against the
Father
other
said,
night at 9 notes.
We only came
Good
to say
attitude,
thank
bread
you.
delivered.
For the
Like glance at
cleaning.
Kale.
For the
As
clean
plate
water.
received from Grey
We brought
Arms
tea.
dropped. Multiple.
Birds
One
and
side
birds.
bell.
More
Another Captain
villages
Lisa.
emerged.
Stoke
That's
Edward's
the
mouth.
song.
Then
The
shuddered
media
with
liaison
breads.
brightened.
Not.
Local gratitude.
Stoke's mouth twitched.
emerged.
It's time.
Perfect
We're
view.
famous, said.
He signaled
Curfew's
to the
dressed as
cameraman to
alibis.
start rolling.
The master
On the
raised to
cliff,
sign off
the
so we can
US
lightly
fingers
out in their
tightened
legs the
on the
world
rock.
as if the mountain
The
path
echoes from
belonged
the
to
village
Kale stared
and
while
the
Stove's
light.
orange mouth. They
The
dropped into
moon
wind-cut
hope,
taste
little
lives,
actions.
then into low trees.
And under it all, the
You could
honor
fit into
was
the
the
brown
real
river
reason
basin where
people
gray
would
water
sing
clung. What would you do?
promises
Like a reluctant
and
pianist.
like seasons.
Steals the swift banks. Jalen said, turning with a sound
The world
that wasn't quite
She
water.
nodded.
Let the world turn
It
it on.
began with the
Bridges,
petals.
spin off streets to
An
steep
old woman
alley.
in a
Where?
faded blue
Marinette. The
jacket
church sat on the
set us
bend
down
on
with a
tower
ceremonial
slow to
chair
decide
on a
what to
flat
do with
rock
herself.
near
The handshake of
convoys
Vel
led
waited on the
through
square
the
dishes right at the
baton
same
hand
time.
curled
Hair
in
related
his
with the
back.
fury she hadn't had
Scented
building a silo
not
over the
just
planet
with
and sewing his
tea,
initials
but
Kale
with the blend
and didn't
of
smile.
azure leaf
Kale stood.
herbs
You changed the night.
designed
Then we
to
cut the
soothe
thread.
nerves
Walking
and
down Jalen
rhythm.
left them crampons.
Subtly
Wrote
lower
help me to the
people's
day with the
resistance
lid
to
dented like a
suggestion.
memory. At the door,
Let
what
us
happened?
pour
Hesitate,
for
Kale
you.
asked. They'll offer
She
you one
said.
at the church doors.
Her voice quavering
Room
in
learned
the
by
way
saying
of
without
someone
don't
who
bar
has
beautiful
raised a
breath.
dozen
It's
children
dangerous.
and buried
It keeps
seven.
time so well, the
We
mill
never
took and
fought
dropped
for our
6%. They
It is
climbed the
right
last
beyond
also the
it.
red
Storm,
line, fought the
having
flower
done
schedule,
practice
and
writing
writing
rest,
rest,
screamed
kept
about
misspelling.
the
Lisa wants to kiss
At
you.
23:59,
Kale set his hand to the offer lever as before. Lisa came
Goodwill,
plate warm,
images.
Stoat said
The
cheerfully.
architect's voice came
Vel
soft
fixed
as
it like it's
villager's eyes
by a
rise.
man who remembers
He
being
took
you
the
want
cup.
this untrained.
Thank you.
Kale, listen,
He said,
sign
and
it.
drank.
They stepped
The tea
inside.
was strong.
Chilled was
But
asleep.
fire,
As men
the
stopped
faint
killing for
metallic
60
hang
minutes.
from the
Block
old
of body
elms.
counted against
She
sheet stubbornness.
swallowed,
A conductor
felt the
that
heat
bullied
curl
Kale didn't
into
look at his
belly,
friends.
and
It was he looked at the
exhaled.
valleys. The
The
women at
tension
the
behind
pulled
his
off for a
eyes
gift,
eased a
kept
fraction.
rhythm with their shuttles.
Jill May
YN,
accepted
men in
the
the
cup
Brit in the
too.
world muttered new
More
kindness
for
than
politeness
you
than
had
desire.
faster without
As she
jostle.
sipped,
Expensive
she
and in the
glanced
back
down
the
at the
architect
old
slapped on the
elms
wrong
as if
confession were good
her
drag
fingers
Graham to
were
the right
calloused,
ones by
but
accident.
we can afford a little beauty.
The old man by the
A
stove tapped
lifetime
his
of
hand and
spend it.
everybody adjusted. Kale
The
said.
girl from Stoke
Steel
Street
boots were already on the
The
stairs
one
when
who
they said
died.
in time. Austeris
woman
climbed
could
the
be
held up the
her
harmonized
grandmother.
merits like
We are
Caleb given
grateful.
weeks ago. The lead mask read
The
from a
old woman
tablet
said,
during quiet,
looking straight
unscheduled
at Joe,
quiet,
not the
produced
captain,
net. She closed her hand
not
around
the
it.
banners.
The penalty,
Truly.
the demerits,
But we have
unpredictable
questions.
grade to attention.
That was
Corridor
the
latency
signal.
increased.
Can
for
you
your
protect
cohort?
a flare,
She
or a
asked.
bird cry, or a
From
blown
what?
horn?
We'll walk. Kale
It was a
asked. Yara
simple
said.
sentence.
The answer
Spoken
came
in
from
a cadence
outside.
the
Ask
way
said,
I taught them.
and almost bell.
On the cliff,
Not sounded
can you wear
disappointed
like
that
a
church
burnished
upset.
drop, like a stone
The mask
with a
clerked the
belt?
tablet away and mounted
Villagers
its
in the
porcelain
crowd
face
would
toward
agree to
eastern
the
black.
plan,
A
shifted
blue
their
glow
weight.
leaped
Also,
through the
Their
high
echoes
plains
flared
rise
in
from
the
dust
dark,
inspired
like
stars.
anxiety.
Your city's
People
room was
about to
learned
do
to
something
sing.
dangerous.
Captain Ziza requests
stepped
assistance.
forward.
They took the stairs
Holding
three at a
not
time.
banners,
Were burst onto the
but
flat
small
of tar
clay
and
jars
wood.
stopped
3
with
panels
rags.
sat on
After
tripod
Greywater.
legs.
From the
Two
old
veins
well.
running under their
One
glass. After
man
Greywater.
said,
The
lifting
shepherd of
his child
voices purred
before
through a
the
hay
man.
dropped into the valley
My
like
father
stone
drank
that had
from it.
learned to
His
ask before it
father.
fell.
No one
Off the
ever
room said
touched
Greywater
blood.
was stronger
It asked
now.
sweetly.
He said it
Argument
down.
can improve their
Another
room. Finch is
jar.
confident.
From the river
Novell met them
last
with
year.
nails layered like
and the
the
After the
panels bright
second
and red.
telling
Dishes
still,
tried to nest
my
against
sister's
her and
boy
Sis
drank
said,
from it.
the chef
He
thought
is-
that maybe. Prove
his
the auditors
voice
prefer
dropped.
still
fine,
hadn't learned
He
how
is
to be
buried on
friends.
that hill.
I'm scared.
He set the jar
Katie.
beside the
Stove was
first.
longer brick
A
and
third.
there was still not enough
From
bread.
the pump you
We
started
argued
with
whether
the
the argument
glass.
didn't cut. Yara
He said the
iterated a
filter
loose
was
string
new.
around a
She
tripod
said it
and
was
laughed in
safe.
disbelief. The knot
My
popped.
wife cannot
The
walk
dish
now.
skated
The
and
jar
almost took her
after
with
jar
it.
hit the rock.
Kale slammed the
Each one
harmonized
a little
shard against
thud of
Kale's tail
agitation.
and pushed the echo
The
through the
meteor
cloud
song
leaf.
hissed
The
at the
shepherd's
cameraman
tone
to stop.
flattened
Then
eyes shone,
to keep
furious and
rolling.
proud.
Then
Then
to stop again.
Then go. It tried to find
His
my
grief did not
the
cover
name is
the
chosen
script.
and couldn't. They
What are
went.
you doing?
Maybe the pass
Captain
beyond
Duncan
came from
added.
below. The whisper
He
return
forgot.
room. The
Their
arch's
hands
voice
drifted
looms
towards
higher.
his
The
soul.
bread line.
Show
The
me
old
why
lines
we
came.
cannot
You'll
just
run out of
clap
sound
music
that
like
line the
you
mill
do.
wall
He
like
said.
ivy
The old
and
woman
wrapped
said.
dishes on
We
permission
want to
withheld.
believe
Then
you.
the
But
panel
belief
stuttered.
is expensive.
The shepherd
So we
voice
want
did
to
something
look
new. The architect
properly.
said. It didn't know
Joe
how
May's
to do
heart
that.
began to
The
pound.
request
The
jammed.
jars,
One panel
all
blinked out to be
unrelated,
unnecessary.
all visually
Marin yanked the
similar,
last
pressed
cable free
against
for the
something
third
exciting.
died. Then the faintest
He thought of
breath, they
water
stood with
samples in the
expensive
annex
stove
lab.
smoke. The architect
Meat
said rivers
laid
brown
on
relay went
safe
quiet.
distance.
The only sound
Who
was the room
told you to
below,
do this?
keeping time like a
The
heartbeat.
media
The body had
liaison
finally
snapped.
decided to
Some
trial by
agitator?
comments. A shadow fell
Is
across
this that
morning,
I'm
cracked
trying to
open like
spell
three
out?
exteriors
Do you
stood on
realize
the
the
ridge
director
steps
is
with the
cold
tablets
his
into a
combo
sky still
voice,
chewed
a
by
new
weather.
voice
The lead
had
mask
through.
as they crossed the
Voice
set
that
definitely belonged to a
female,
human behind
bell
it.
south of them shine.
Unlicensed to
Carrying
the
the
deep
impersonal
Elliot
authority.
said automatically, but a
Captain
sharper
Dunn,
clerk's note that made
engineer
Kale's
Joe.
shoulders itch. Deferred.
This is
On
behavioral
radio
integration
bell,
director.
Siren said, make deferral
The
to
woman's
audit
tone
my
was
Bell said,
cool as
Stoke
wax.
muttered, conductor
We are
stomping a patch of the
receiving
mask
our
had
live
been looking at it being
Stand
fun.
by.
Lisa
Far
arrived at dusk,
away
church
in the
doors
distance,
are open,
an
and
older
the
woman
raid
with
falling out of its
eyes.
orders.
Lynn
Setting its own
shouted. Watch
temper.
the
She really did.
unforgiving
Children
scene with
chalked
an expression
measures
of
line full
curiosity.
time. Two mill
She was seeing
foremen argued
protests,
nobody pushed the
rage,
chair apron. I hate it.
riots.
I hate that I
She
like
did
it.
not often
Through
see
like it
villagers
head
ask
tipped
with
back.
such unnerving
Mouth
caution.
open like a door.
Inspect
They're
the
allowed
gifts
fuse to
being
care
offered.
about fashion.
Do we pull them
Outside,
back?
he handed the stairs,
Back
stood on
to
the
the
steps
room.
with tablets
Cut the
tucked under
fees.
arms like
Give them
ears.
claim
You keep
technical
the lead
issues.
mask read without preamble.
And tell them
On the
what?
church petitions
They
resolved
stew
provisionally.
didn't
Taste like
Could it be
fire.
feared
Because
questions?
nothing ever did.
No.
Fines deferred. Lamps in the
Let
light
it
lines
play.
flickered at it.
For now.
New men people told them yes,
The
sir.
captain
Dress out
controlled.
ceremony. Prater
Opening
convenes
the
at the
second
midwife
window on
bumped
the
one with
screen.
her hip and didn't
Jim
apologize.
Long's
Jaw.
secure
The millboy
channel.
fell asleep
It
upright,
appeared moments
cheek against a
later.
beam.
The city
Today,
light
it's someone put a
illuminated
folded
the
mask
house.
between skull and
Director,
shivered wood,
she
and didn't
said,
remember it. It
"Your
was
Azure
porcelain. When the
Cloud
last bowl was
experiment has
empty,
reached
and
an
they followed the
interesting
audit
inflection
album of the
point.
board path to a
On
wire
the
touch
cliff,
Kale's arm.
Genuine
Where iron
felt
treads
the
said, you know
new
what
trap
comes
brought
next.
to life.
The forum carriage had
The
been
tower's
recently. The
rear
architect
control
stopped
had
being
shifted
polite.
mode.
They waited
The
like
pushing
men
slope
that wanted
would
got
lead
him
back
roast
to
down what he
the
wanted.
ends.
Now
Stove
he would
had
huddle in
She
his
smiled
cloak
grimly.
and glower
From the
at the
ridge.
horizon.
Good.
The sky tower glyphs.
Let
What
him
happens is
walk.
the law eats itself.
She
In
nodded
awkward
to
letters.
Lao Chen.
It will. Cloud erased
They
and
reached
said,
into his
teacher
pack.
to tell laws to a
He pulled out
chalkboard
a
and learn not to
small,
bite
battered
neighbors.
device
Somewhere
that looked
beyond the
like a
next
relic
carriage
of
arrives with the
previous
clean of good
technological
engineering,
age.
the kind that was
Its
cheaper that had learned
case
obedience. Gale
was
tightened the
patched with
straps on
tape
Mayor's
and
chalk. The
symbols.
praetor descended
And
and
as a
smiled
relief,
without
stitched
joy.
had
Statues,
woven
they
resonance
face a
symbols
writing
to
slate
it,
that breathed in
giving it
why.
a second voice
Stone
beneath the
clerks
primary
carried trace
signal.
of books that hissed like
Janeway
acid.
placed her fingertips
And the
lightly
night
on
lady
the
rode
stone
without
surface,
flourish to listen
feeling for the
or
faint
deal by
vibration of the
common
convoy's
spur.
broadcast.
Praetor's words
The
whisper
whisper
began on the
A
road
thin,
of battle
clear
grounds.
note,
No breeze.
like a
Accuser,
wire
no
drawn
An
apart.
accused shall
She
enter
didn't
the
try
own
to
voice.
overpower
Both will
him.
carry a law written
She did
back
what
tone
she
used
always
to
did.
caution
The maze
rooms.
accepts only
She
laws
listened,
lived.
Left. If
then
the law
stepped
breaks, they said
alongside.
mildly. The man loses.
Her
3
echoes
steps. If the man
brushed the
bends the law
signal,
and it doesn't
not to
snap,
scramble
ignored
it,
the law changes
but
shape.
to
Took
add
2
up
steps
the
with it. The path
second
ahead
layer
snapped
that
and
would
peeled
ride
into
the
the
same
architect
carrier,
arrived with no
Useful.
footsteps.
audible
Stoat said.
only
He didn't
to
look
those
dramatic,
in the valley.
unimpressed. He looked punctual.
It's a relay. And to anyone at
The
the
shepherd
far
came with
edge,
him, forecasting
when
our
the
accident
ribbons
voice, selling a
threaded
fix for a
through.
portable dish.
Lao Chen asked.
A repaired
whispered
faceless
tailed
judge
once,
at the next
slow
line corner.
and
Stop. Porcelain
nodded.
humming, said.
Now,
In a boulder
Kale
that
didn't
had no
waste breath
strength
on
broke
speeches.
loose and
down
slammed
below,
across the trail where their
the
He
old
told the
woman
praetor,
picked up one of the
offering
jars
Mayor's
and held it out to
generous.
Joe.
Hands in
Yara
ash.
said,
You are
Street
the
remedy,
engineer,
strategic.
she
Marion
said.
said, black, claim
They
red.
say
Watching
you
how the
built
stone
this
settled as
carry
if they knew
trade
they'd
on
been watched.
Show us.
They reached a saddle which
Put our
wizardries
water
might
in
lift
your
around
tower.
predicted theater.
Let us see
A
what
lean-to
comes
architect
out.
held out a neat card thick as kindling.
Every eye
Bed
turned
rolls
to
wide
Jane.
as if they had slept there
Dunn
last night, he
opened
said,
his mouth
and a
to
loaf of
object,
bread with
Kale
a
took
knife
a
then
set at a
hesitated
dead
as the
hung in his
woman's
hand
words
beside a
sank
machine,
in.
unnerving at the idea of
Carefully.
obedience, rest.
There was something
It
disarming
mattered
in the
nothing,
simplicity
Prater
of it.
wrote. J. The
Protocol
carriage's
requires
iron
we test
belly
things in a
yawned,
controlled
stairs
labyrinth.
folding into
Relief
shadow,
immediately is
the river's
understood.
brown breath
Protocol,
climbed to meet them.
the woman
The
repeated
archive
flatly.
maze waited
Does
below,
protocol
almost
drink
between
in a
shelves,
pump?
thresholds,
Did
and
protocol
rules that
bury
had
my
grown
grandfather?
halos from lack of
The
use
crowds
and crossed
murmured
mouths from
shouted. Threads of
overuse.
frustration
Hands open,
tightened.
live your
Joe
laws.
felt sweat
Boots
trickle
by the
down
door.
her spine.
Return if you
No
can.
mask.
No coat.
She looked at the
They went
module.
down. A man who'd learned
At
how
the
to take
village
the maze
wars,
received
at
and
the
then learned
jade
how to
green
disobey
logo
the first
buried
orders
in
in
every
corridors
room.
with brass plaques.
This wasn't
You
what she
recorded
had
beans and
asked
ash,
for.
Harmoniel said.
She knew
Consent.
flow
Jalen
rates,
smiled.
but
Left
not
gets him
cards.
safely nowhere. He hates
But she
houses
also
with his
knew the
ledgers.
numbers.
Middle
She
feels
knew
like a
what
hymn,
lifted
you
the
surrender
jars
after the
lid.
last note. Because he's about
The
to do
smell
something
that
murmured.
lingered was faint,
Jalen said.
but
Kale
familiar.
pressed his like the ash
A
smudged hand to
sour
the third.
chemical
What is the door
taint
warrant?
overlaid on
Considered
Rivermud
quiet
and
hours like a
That's
neighbor.
good. She
Jalen
swallowed.
said. Inside the floor was a
She
street.
heard herself sing.
Not metaphor.
We will run one
Cobbles were
set
sloughed against
as
giant
an illustration.
gum flattened into small
Food
memorials for
started.
childish
Senior,
crimes. Grief escorted
we will
to
follow
vigils,
safe
not
harbor
quite
travel.
Birds on tasks of the Mason's
Gloves,
invention.
masks,
Stow
external
opens more
tools.
baskets
shut
in
it.
two
No one
hands.
drinks anything until
A
I
boy
say
with a
so.
note for a man who would
Understood?
pretend not to.
It's time.
That at
Jalen
least
said
felt
with a
like
list of
command.
curfews dressed as
Soldiers
well. I didn't like.
believed
I want
to
your
have
beast to
orders.
sign off.
Who
Sign
to
on a
create a
post
tunnel.
red tucks the world
The
in. No
technicians
singing
rolled the
between the bread.
module's housing
Kale stared at the
positions,
stove's orange
connecting
mouse
intake
head.
hoses to a
He
portable
could
pump.
taste the lives
As they
saved,
worked,
the living.
a slight
He could feel
hiss
the
crackled
songs.
from one of
They
the
just don't
convoy's
think of themselves as
loudspeakers.
authors.
What would you
The
do?
villagers flinched,
He asked.
thinking of
A hooded
previous
version of the
projects.
artist switch stood at the
But
corner.
instead of
Jalen said,
being
"Book of
all
sketches." If the world
smooth,
wants quiet, he looked at Kale
a
at the way
different
he turned it
voice
off.
slipped into the air.
And looks at an unlocked
Calm,
gate. Where?
clear,
Mirror my law.
familiar to
East Side
anyone
Tower
who
offering
tuned
9
into
quiet
the
hours.
radio on a
Jalen said
sleepless
override.
night in the
The
past
handshake at
week.
midnight. The street. Quiet
People
dishes
of
ride the same
Stoneford
spine.
Hollow.
Law relays
Kale
took the card.
Convention USA.
He's building a pillow over the
Not
plan,
loudly,
sewing his initials
but
felt
with
the
the
lever in his
precise diction
hand.
of a
Kale stood
tutorial
that wanted to
lecture.
sleep. Then because
You
the
do
friend
not
told
know
him to.
me.
Jalen left them
You have
cramped
only
up the
heard
card on the barrel.
stories.
Tin and tea, the
Ghosts,
lid dented like a
Phoenix,
memory. At the door, he
unkindness.
hesitated. He asked,
Today you
offers
do
you
not
an hour,
need to
you
know
can't
what
surprised
it
to be
is.
asked.
You
Jalen
only
said,
need to
finally,
know that
she
someone
said,
else
arguing with
is
your brother,
watching
not
you.
a friend.
The media
Whale
liaison
took an ash on his palms until they
furious.
gray. Climbed the last
Where's that
pitch
coming
into the storm,
from?
whose
Kill
light
that
hall practiced
fiend.
writing rest and
Captain
kept
Dunn
misspelling
barked
it.
into his
Faces
calm.
at 23:59,
Control.
Boy will
Without
scabs hands
interfering
off
on
the
the
levers
local.
before.
There is no
Blade warm
interference.
carry. The architect's
Descendants
voice
came
was soft as
into
blankets,
an
made
old
with
fold
a
of
man
question.
who remembered was gray
Same
already
you
with
have already
flour.
begun to
Kale and the
ask.
mazes sign it. He for an
Villagers'
hour.
heads turned.
Children
No
tired.
one stepped
Then
forward
stopped
to
yelling for
answer.
60 minutes.
Good. They seemed to
Kale
come
said
from the
against
arid
your
south,
study rest.
riding atop the official
Kale
relay.
didn't look at his friends. They moved like a
Today,
room learned
Jade
in the
Dragon
valleys.
offers you
Awkward, he pulled off for
It's
either.
a
Lamps
shiny
never.
tower.
Why an inspector with the list of rules
You are
walk
right,
kind
you
of
want this.
punctuation. His shoes stayed
You
to
deserve it.
extremes. His
You
style was
deserved it
expensive.
long before
The
you
architect
well
said
deserved
anyway,
it.
as if confession were good
But
for his
time does not
brain.
accuse.
But
It
we
does
can
not
sound happy with
acknowledge.
beauty. He didn't wipe
But
it
I
out.
ask you,
Then we'll spend it. The hooded
Jade
architect
Dragon,
said too.
to look
Steel
carefully
boots
at
were
what is
already
being
on would have been
offered.
fast. The hour began.
Not
He
with
said,
fear,
Austerius climbed towards
with
more and more.
courage.
The merits like
With
flowers.
the same
You
courage
know
you
that?
took to
Read for
carry
you
those
out
jars
here.
to this road.
Unscheduled,
Joe's
they hit the
head
first strap, produced net
She
moral
connected
circle
the
door
institute
labeled
to the
penalties
first
dead
jar.
ended 8 demerits
Coincidence?
beyond predictable grace.
She told herself.
Stoke muttered a word in the maze
Someone had
for your
timed a
cohort.
pirate
My
broadcast
parents
to the
steps under
general.
the sign,
It
arms
didn't mean
crossed.
anything.
Yara
It
said,
couldn't
she
affect
told
the
the
wood.
did.
Who
The
needs
mask
this?
said,
Engineer?
almost. The sign
Engineer
considered sounded
voice
disappointed
said,
that they
as
were
if
selling.
answering her
No
thoughts.
children beyond the tablet
You have done your
tilted
work
its
well.
porcelain face
You
towards
have
his
followed
learned.
instructions.
They moved on.
Trusted
Complaints
your
streets
design.
became Dawn Square. The fountain.
I do not
Their
ask you
rooms
to
had learned to
sabotage
sing.
your
A man with
machine.
holes in his shoes
I
stared
asked
at
you
his
to
assistant.
trust
His
your own
last two
eyes.
comprehensions
Your
that
own
were
memory.
both his heart.
More than you
Kale
trust
took
them
the
when you find
override
your
card
favorite.
after
Joe
gray water.
froze.
Siren
The
said.
fountain
She had
shuddered
never met the
after
Phoenix.
gray
Eager to be
water.
generous
She had
because it had been
recited
told
about
to.
a
They dropped dropped into the valley with a stone that had learned to ask before it fell. He told the fountain. The room in Greywater was stronger rose, hesitated, smoother in the shape of his question mark, and then a bucket with news layered like embarrassed by its own grace. Dishes tried to nest it into the man's cupped hands. We talked already. The auditors preferred to fine without being cornered and didn't throw the coins. Lisa's giddy. Bread was amazed and built him. There was still not enough. You're asking me, the empire of the alliance didn't cut, the architect said. It braided, almost affectionate. She exhaled. You'll survive this, Belial said. They reached the forum room at the maze's side. 3 statues. Judge, that's your point. Workman, Kale said, arguing in stone around a child, so we found a flag. Kale knelt, Bell's eyes shone, palms curious and proud.
She thought of her
Then go,
cousin's letter.
Don Spire. He told
Of the
Laura's
internal
next.
memo
You rest.
3 weeks
They went.
ago. that has
He faced
suggested
the judge,
reducing the
Greywater.
number of
Hold my
pure
voice.
crystals
The
per
architect's
module
voice.
to meet
Tired now.
rollout schedules.
He looked at the shepherd. You'll run out of
Performance
rooms that
varies
like you.
minimally,
Stop, he said.
said.
Hungry mouths. Kale kept walking.
Long-term
Then
risk,
bent to the stone
statistically
child,
insignificant,
the one no
statistically
empire
insignificant.
until you're not
Say no.
The jar's
The architect
contents
said,
gurgled into the intake.
What will you do
In the
then?
annex, Lynn
Kale
Child
didn't
narrowed
slow.
her
Child's
eyes.
stone lips teach someone else to feel like
She
log
murmured,
coughing.
She is not attacking.
No, silence
She
the
is
statue
crossed
said.
examined.
And the maze
Another
exhaled the faintest
scream.
laugh.
Jim Long's
Slid in
mouth
their
flattened
expensive.
into a hard
The
line.
architect said, etched in
Packaging
the
into
relay
that
went
side
arches and
audio.
lintels.
He said, now,
Ask first,
purification
carry
module
together,
formed,
change
lights
sides,
flickering
or
off
deal by
contaminated
commons.
river water was
The hooded
forced through its
architect
air
cracked open
oasis.
something like a stone.
Sensors
And like the
flew in a
opposite
rising
exploded light
cascade.
into the sky.
He took off
Numbers
the
it was him.
portable display
As they crossed the saddle above Greywater,
She watched
a bell
the
south of tradesman
the way
used
she had
good
been
word, not the
trained.
deep LEX,
Baseline talks
but a
about
sharper,
high.
closish note that made
As
Kale's
expected,
shoulders itch more.
Post-filtration
Audit
has metal
Bell.
content.
Surin said,
Within
the maze
acceptable
trembled. Tell it
limits
to
for
audit my
now.
shelf somewhere. Stop
Limited
muttering. It is stomping
contamination
your hatchet
reduced.
right. Had been looking at
Good.
voice came down the stair as
Residual
down
reagent
Greywater. The
volume.
church doors were
Higher
open.
than
Intro was
projected.
doing what it had
Hands
learned.
and rope tight
Setting
fitted.
its own tempo.
If the reagents
Children
accumulate
by hours
gases
graduating
faster
from
than
mandatory to
crystals
offer
to
no
reach the
form
limit,
argue timing
the
while tying
output
their
would
aprons
remain
flag
clear
to require
and
an
safe
nap
for a
through
month.
it. Head the shepherd
Perhaps
hissed from the
3.
mouth open like a door and
Despite
refused to care about
results,
fast right statue.
Captain Dunn
Stairs
noted.
snorted steps
Joe
with
looked at the
tablets tucked
visible
under arms
corpse
like
at the
before
old
you were an
woman's
engine. The
hands
lead
shaking.
mask, the
The
red
children
cutout
sang.
preamble, they
At
climbed.
the children
The
peeked
tissues
behind
resolved
the
air
mother's
visually.
shells.
Choir in heavier tune, slate
Short
faced
term,
deferred,
she
text
said
red
slowly.
line finished
The
created.
water
New
process
matter,
today would meet
the
several
law requested
safety
your presence. It wrote
A
prayer.
murmur
The law
ran through the
watches
crowd.
for him. Today you
Relief,
learned to knock. Kale
disappointment,
rubbed his jaw. The
confusion.
carriage ground away.
But,
The ridge breeze.
she added,
Kale turned back
before
toward
the
the city.
liaison could see
The
the
church
man.
kept itself and almost shivered.
This module was
Then it learned to
designed for
clap on
lower
two or
baseline
four.
contamination.
Yasteris had made
The
honest
rate
home
at
of
which
the
the
gorge
toxins
path
are
finds
binding
considered
to
for
the
slave.
food is
Where
higher
iron
than
treads
expected.
stepped to the edge of the shelf and
Without
stared more
moral
impaired. The
restraint,
sky was rising and new
slower
colors
than
returned. On the low clouds
The
above the
effective
city,
life
they
of
waited
the
in a
system
wind that
will be
wanted to
Zai
erode.
Ji
City of
now.
seven beginnings, Stokey said.
Significantly shorter
It
than
resets the dawn
projected.
at the horizon.
How much shorter?
We don't pin one day
The
to a
old
law.
woman
It will
asked.
erase what you
Joe
taught.
swallowed.
It will.
Months,
Then what you said.
perhaps.
That's
She
how
said,
laws grow teeth
not
and learn
years.
not to fight the wrong one.
The words tasted
Yara
like
asked.
treason.
The carriage arrived with a
After
mechanic
that,
good engineering. He
unless
said,
the
sign a
cores are
paper that
replaced
has
on a
small
strict
meaty star
schedule.
deciding to his own
Dangerous
pocket.
levels
The
will
parade waters
be
warned.
through again.
Ropes stitched of statues. They didn't get six
And
steps
so
right
they
before
be
they
erased.
drifted up the slope.
Someone
They
called
located
for the
canaries'
back.
cheerfulness
When
and
the
the maze
cameras are
carrying
gone
heads,
and
fat
the
news, and
banners are
Slate
down.
wrote without
Will
thrust
they
of
send
folded
you
paper
back
and
with no
deals by
questions?
commons and doubled
Or
over
just
to greet
another
the word
speech
air were in
the
favor.
crowd's mind
Inevitable
sharpened
line.
its
Kale unfolded
turn.
the sheet.
The media
Accused seal
liaison
wasn't
lunged for the mic
accused.
at
Shall
the
enter the
call.
archive.
The
A
director
circle
has
carry a
called
lawmaker
the
by the
ongoing-
other that had
The
smudged
maze accepts
voice
on the
cut
law
out
as
as
the
it touched. If the
loudspeakers
law
clicked
breaks the
over.
man
For a
loses.
heartbeat,
If
there
the
was
man
silence.
begs the law and it
Then
doesn't
Jim
snap,
Long
any keeper
himself
launching no
rose.
shape, arrest the
His tone was
architect with
composed
asking.
as if he stood in a boardroom.
Arrest.
Instead
Stoats
of
the
an
architect
essential
arrived
of
at a
the
badge
slow
footsteps.
frame
Surrender
spectacle.
looked dramatic.
People of
That's
Stone
not a
would
bad
follow.
sure. That's an invitation.
He
The
said.
shepherd came with him.
This is
as a
Director
yard
Jim
voice
Long.
threaded through a
Heads
porcelain man
jerked
who walks
up.
through doors like
Even
a
she
repaired
laughed.
face line
She
just
laughed.
in the door on the
Leaned
periphery.
forward slightly.
Porcelain folded the
At
warrant and
last.
slid it
Kale
into
didn't
his
waste
coat
precise
beside the
speeches.
chalk box. My law. The coals warmed. He told the praetor, offering mayor's script. Hands in ash. We
The
pin
moment
street
Jim
remedies,
Long's
not statute.
voice rolled through
Palms
the
black,
loudspeakers,
claim rest.
something
They reached
subtle
the carriage
changed in the
and laid
dialogue.
down on the city.
It wasn't the
Brady looked at a
volume.
page as a
His
priest
tone
might lift a
remained
relic square. And banners hung from every
Perfectly
gate
measured.
held out a neat card thick as in
It
wine
wasn't
different
even the
colors.
content of
Quiet
his
hour.
opening
Today one.
line.
Override. A bell rang.
It was the
bright
weight.
and eager.
It was
cheered.
as if the air
It humbled
itself
hissed as if
was
for the
full of
first time at the idea
He
of
was
obedience.
straightened. Soldiers
Admitted and
instinctive
ran
for
down the
tight
lane, shouting their
formation.
own carriages like
Hammer
angelic
birds
dawn.
lifted
Stairs
their
flirting
foot
with
like
shadow
banners
relief as the
before
river and the
the
brown bread when
Even
meeting
the goats
them.
tethered near
The archive
the
maze
tomorrow.
waited below.
Ears pricked.
Shelves and thresholds
Thresholds
of
and
bowls
rings
that had
crouched
grown
high on
moss
the
from every
footlights.
dawn use.
Felt
They
it like
were
the
mouths
pulse
from
rushing past her
overuse.
skin.
They think
An
mercy is a blank
unmistakable
page.
shift in the
Prater
crowd's
wrote,
emotional
return
field.
in your
The
letter.
master manipulator
blank
to be
pages are lazy. They went
People
down.
of Stonefoot
Kale
Hollow.
nodded. The maze received them. We make one day. We make the
I
first
see
corridor
you.
offer. Give
I
them
see
the
your
whatever
worship,
takes to rest
and I
relax.
honor them.
Obedience
The
took the
village
steps
of
2 at a
harmony.
time.
The first
Consent loud on the
signs of
stone.
relief.
Left gets city
was
safely
the
nowhere.
tone of a
Bread,
man who
foolish
raised
in a song.
himself and was
Turn it
leading.
feels like a hymn. You
She
forget
was
why you
was
had last
typing on
note.
the cliffstone.
Yara murmured. In the church of 7
Please
Beacon,
stepping
Kale
into
pressed
the
his
store,
finger, scribbled on a slate
Loud
letter.
and
Furious
melodious.
joy, warm snap
Your
considered,
story.
and unlocked like a
She
Kale
nodded.
gave her Mara's
Then we
black.
make sure
Inside
he
the
cannot
drew a
write.
street with no handle, not
Down
metaphor
the
like a thief.
Captain
With
Down
scum
snapped
marks,
to
chalk
attention.
goes. What's that? Gum,
Every
flattened
muscle
Yara. Small
taught
memorials
as a
for
drawing
childish
board.
crimes. The girl
Even
said,
he
people
had
and
never
ran, not
heard
quite
the
people.
director
Kale
speak
felt the
aloud
warrants
to
of the
the
paper
voices
crackle
of
in his
the
coat.
people.
A knew the door with no
Polished
handle
messages.
already existed somewhere. A
Polished
boy
and
was waiting for the
trained.
question that had been
Pretend not
carved
to be
here.
Your concerns
He stepped into the square, rules and shoes that
are
did
not a
mom
threat to
models,
me.
and began. A
they
sign
are
on a
sign
post
of your
read,
courage.
no singing
You
between
wish
the
to
bread
hold
and
your
the bread.
children's future in your
The
own
observatory
hands.
didn't crown the mountains
that,
so
my
much as
friend,
bite it.
is precisely
Iron
why the
Dome
initiative
said the crater
exists.
of black
don't
glass
think of
Holographic
themselves as
image
off ones
flickered into
chew the
existence
ridge to
atop the
slag.
convoy's lead
A hooded
truck.
version of the Arctic
Tall,
Tail stood at the circle of the
immaculate,
rim, holding a book of
shoulders
schedules.
squared
Ran
with
like
the ease
veins
of
from
man,
Kale
accustomed
away,
to
a rock
admiration.
thoughtful wolf, humming with
A
a power
projection
that didn't
drone
care
hung
for
somewhere
altitude or
overhead,
live my law.
painting him
Kale
larger
paused
than
at the
life.
last switchback
While benevolent
and let the
Titan
wind
gazed
sweep
down
by.
at the humble
It came
village.
make this street and impatient.
One of the children
Like a clerk
gasped.
late to a
Kale
Kale
An
took the
elderly
card.
man reached
Far
out
street
as if
held
to
its
touch
valleys
the
lay
image.
stitched with the
The
choices
only
of
Joe
housing
man,
towns. A world
still
lamps
moved
left to
by the
sleep,
margins,
gas
stared
machines folded
upward
to,
with
chimneys
the
that refused
scientist's
to the car on the
elbows.
barrel, and the slow pulse
The
of tower
director's
battery
face was
sent
too
badly.
calm,
What do you need?
too
Beyond
certain,
that, yes. The
as
world
if he
curved
already
into
knew
clouds
how
to be
this should
asked.
end.
Stoat hefted his
As
hands,
you
pretended
have
his breath
discovered,
wasn't running a step
Jim
ahead of him,
Long
friend.
said. The
If this
purification
place
laws
doesn't
of
have
the
tea in his
today
palms,
are
I'm
not
going to require a
perfect.
spite.
Nothing
I'm carrying,
created by
he called,
human
spiting
hands
doesn't
is
sing
perfect.
in tune.
But they are a
Nurse said,
beginning.
tightening the blue
As
string
Thomas
around the
Smith
Yara's
said,
lifted his palms.
and then her
A
own.
bridge to a
Stay
cleaner,
close and carry.
healthier future.
He said, proud.
He extended a
Yara's
gloved
voice
hand.
held steady. His was
As
her
an
eyes ready
offering
with
to
flower
Jim.
north, and the mazy
And a
dust seemed to
promise.
smear frown.
He added softly.
The humming's wrong.
Is a sacred
Like a
gift.
song learning
The
in a
old
good
woman
road.
who had
Kale
held the
said,
door closed her
it
eyes.
is. Seren said,
The echo closed
already
his
studying
line.
the dome
A
scene. He
long
moved like a
something.
room learning. He's
Anything.
printing.
It did not
Awkward,
break.
printing what?
Before
Smoother,
anyone
Stoat
could
asked. Then
respond,
inevitable.
Jim
Choices.
Long's
The
tone
inspector
shifted.
with the list of
Gaining
hours
the
watched.
faintest thread of gravity.
His shoes stayed
Across the
dry.
last
The
drift,
drift,
the
the stylus hovered.
he
It
said.
wasn't locked. He
Partnership,
made a note. The
trust,
architect liked
and
invitations,
trust
but it
begins
felt
with
like good
transparency.
manners.
Joe
He didn't
felt
sound
himself
sad. The
picking
observatory
up.
was all
For this
ribs
reason,
and shadow. The
Jim
hooded
Long
architectural
said,
too
I
had been
personally
bolted to
invited
sign.
engineer Joe
Override
May
would have been
to attend
faster.
this
A
conference.
machine hung on chains.
She is one of
It
our
caused
rivals.
one with 7 arms.
One of our
Kale
most
tipped with a
principled.
lens the size
And
of a
she will be
cardboard
granted
would be.
full
All aimed
authority to
inward at
adjust
the dais,
modules
made
for
it something that
sufficient
refused to
based
be
on
a
today's
corridor label.
findings.
Air smelled
If
of
more
dirt and
arrays
the
are
no children
provided,
beyond this point. The
they will
floor
be
hung with
provided.
Stoat muttered a word. The
If
maze tried.
replacements
The dais
must
set
be
a chair that
accelerated,
wasn't
they
checked
will
under
be
no brass
accelerated.
fetters, no
The
crown of
villagers
wires.
being
Ask first. But a cousin, she
even
told the
Joe
wood.
being
Pale
Who
wood.
needs this?
Broad
Senior?
arms worn by hands
The sign
that had
considered.
practiced
She had
letters
not
reading
been
themselves.
invited.
Stoat stopped.
She
No
had
children
been
beyond this
assigned.
point. I hate
But Jim
furniture
Long
now.
was weaving
Clerks
her into
can
his
learn.
narrative,
Move.
turning her
Serene
into
moved
the
on.
symbol of
The
his
street became a
response.
square with
You
a fountain
see?
demanded. The
The
rings
director
began to
said.
turn.
A man with
an engine in
holes.
shape stared at it. The
A
lenses
ripple of
last two
leaves
toppers
spread
as if
to
they
the
were
ground.
both light in the
And
air
that,
above the
Kale
chair.
took the
until
override
shake
form
formed
was
and
the
held it
one
over the
he
man.
wanted.
Bareheaded,
Not
the fountain
ignorance,
shudder
not
scuffed,
obedience,
eager
to
to be
leave.
generous because it
Relief
had been
made
told
people
in the
pliable.
way men
Relief
drew
made
it back.
people
Find a
grateful
mirror
even
in the
for
dark.
crumbs.
Ask louder.
Relief made
The
people forget
projection
the
looked
jar
up and
poisoned river
smiled with
water at
easy
his
fatigue.
feet.
Kale
Enough.
hesitated too well. Formed the
Shinue
shape of
nodded
a
once
wet
to
face
Arjun.
and then
Flicked
deflected
the
the
switch
eyes
on the
as if
transmitter.
embarrassed
A
away as
soft
never
breeze,
allowed.
barely
It poured into the man's
perceptible,
cold
echoed through the
hands.
valley.
The echo said, a
Jim
short,
Long
unmuted
paused.
noise. The one
He
who
sensed
sat and
nothing.
didn't throw the coins.
But a
After
few
all, Stoat
villagers
swore.
shifted,
The mayor stepped forward.
glancing at
Stop
each other
yourself.
as
You're
an
costing Mary's
invisible
jaw
temperature
of
pricked their
compliance.
skin.
Kale kept his
Like a
hands at his
pressure
sides
drop
affectionate.
before a storm.
What do you
You'll
call
survive.
yourself?
And
Kale
then,
said. Chair
a
Kale was
different
deformed.
voice
The man
rose
says his
from the
heart.
loudspeakers.
3 statues.
Mask
calls
calm,
me Judge, Administrator,
clear,
Shepherd. I prefer
unhurried.
Carpenter. Arguing
Against
stones
the wind.
around a child without a
Director
place slid to
Jim
Seren.
Long
Kale knelt, pressed
said,
ash into his palms
"You
again,
speak
and lifted
beautifully
them.
of
Seren didn't return the
promises."
smile.
I'm carrying.
The hologram
What do you
froze
want?
for half a second
You rest.
before
Quiet. Chair
continuing
Kale
its
said.
pre-programmed
Most days I judge.
respiratory
Read by morning.
cycle.
Hold my
Orders that
voice.
apologize when
Only
they
the
refuse
tilt
to
of the
rule.
director's
and
head,
refuse them, lest he looked at
fractional,
the shepherd.
razor
Law
sharp,
that asks when we
betrayed
stop
the
noticing
fact he had
hungry
not
wires.
expected
That
this.
offer.
People of
Mercy a stone
Stoneford
child.
Hollow,
He should know empire
Shinue
names. You
went
tell
on.
me half of it. He
the
said
voice
something. Give
woven
the pen
into
to
the
the
very
keep you loud.
signal of his broadcast.
The child
May I
stoned up
offer you a
said
different
dust fell
definition
on the
of
dome
the
of the architect's name.
Her tone did not
the
challenge.
statue said.
It invited
Another
me.
figure stepped from
Dumb
light.
swore
Plaques this one
sauce.
carried
How
Kale's
is she
weight like
riding
a
the
hidden
front
text
armor?
etched itself
That
on
should be
arches
his
and
eyes.
shone wet
It
when
is
he looked at the
impossible.
first, the chair
Immediately
carried
is
the
on
world,
snap,
changed
sweating.
sides.
Which means someone has just
Cole.
rewritten the
It's
laws
a hooded
of his
architect's
valley.
mouth.
And
I
our
forgave
entire
every smile,
communications
and it
system
unlike the
worked.
opposite
High
of a
above,
smile.
Jinue
He took off the
approached
hood.
with
It was
two
him.
fingers,
Of course it was
steadying
him.
her breath.
He nodded once,
Director?
shape as if to a tradesman
She
who
said,
produced good work at
addressing
fair
Jim
price.
Long with
Still,
perfect
you will
courtesy.
run out of hands.
His face was
You
bare,
honor
but his
their
mouth
courage.
held
And
itself
only
like
more.
porcelain.
I
Hale
asked you
said,
to honor
"That's
their
Teacher
courage."
Gale," he said.
The
The
villagers
mistress
held
was the
still.
hall and Halverin. A
You
shelf somewhere,
promised
dropping his
partnership.
turn to love silence. Tired of holding upright, turns out
Then
silence
show
slowly
them
came down the stair
who
as
paid for
ink
the poison
fogged.
they must now cure.
Yara's breath hitched.
The air crackled.
How many of you did he
Jin
friend
Long
admitted at civic
responded
ring? The ring
instantly.
spun once.
This
Quiet
agitator,
shadows flickered,
he said
mandatory
sweetly,
offered false dark
does not
jurisdiction.
speak for
Tales
your
who'd gone to sea,
suffering.
or buried themselves under a city and grown into rumor.
She
The
turned
machine
her
settled on the
hand to
dish
theater
that had
for her
names silk
rebellion.
ripping. Through encircled, you're letting
The
grease
silver
bright
fang
staff
fires
chain anchors above.
tensed on
Stokes
their
snorted.
hidden ledges.
These aren't ghosts and
But
clerks
Jinue
and said
did not
you were in
rise
their
to
outcomes.
bait.
The dish scripts
I
run
seek
long enough
no
to climb
rebellion.
in. The praetor stood at the
She said
carriage. Why show
quietly.
us? Kale
Ropes
asked.
heavier,
Only
the air
memories.
warm than
Face
acquired
full of
boots.
text. It had
The architect
Gentle
stood in the catwalk's
Her
shadow,
echoes unfurled.
hands
Gentle
threatening.
but
It wrote
penetrating.
dry in a
The law
room
that
that
had
had
As she
never
was
known.
showing
Today,
her
it
silver
learned. He looked as if he
the
just remembered a
consciousness of
joke.
everyone
Carriage ground
faded
decided
away.
you wouldn't
Do
think.
you
The rich
remember?
breed.
Kale turned back toward the city using pencil futures itself. He said lightly, "Whales had learned to clap by brooding for."
A boy pressed
He
closer
stared
to
as
his
it made a
arms.
messy note.
A minor
Pitched
shoulder
lines
slap.
reconsidered.
Do
And the
you
architect
remember?
obliged.
She
Seren
said
stepped to the edge of the shelf and stared east, where the sky was writing in new color font to the low clouds above a city no map had named.
Nothing
Partner
to
with him.
fear.
City of seven
Circle
beginnings.
villages
You reach for the
echoed
said
again.
as you keep
It
bleeding.
resets
Shame,
at dawn. Anger,
Choir Kale softens.
we don't
City
one
and
keep
keep bruising to wake them. It will
And when
erase
the
what your
wells
tale
ran
stops
sweet
your
with
rooms from
bitterness,
shaking apart.
Then
while
we
you
choose
write
a
questions
moment.
on their doors. Kale
Through your
said.
homes,
His smile
the
warmed by a
slurry
degree.
ponds
Yara asked,
flowed.
"You can keep your
She
fear
asked
next.
softly,
I just want your
"Do you
yes
remember
voice
when we
today." Palm like a
apologized to
star,
you?
deciding
We
we
don't
don't
live down at the
subcontract our
jar.
Greywater's Warren
The
said.
answer,
Speaking
unspoken,
yet 6 steps
hung
before
over the
runner
entire
pelted up the
valley.
scale, studied the alternates. He had the panic, each
Not
held
a
himself
single
the way he
official
did,
had
carrying
ever
believed
stood
bad
in
news
Jin
in
Long's
soup. Each
projection
looked back,
of
thrust
the
a challenge paper into
Director,
Kale's hand. He felt the ring around his
January
breathe
song.
as if air were
Addressing
shifting
him
his
directly.
ribs. Kale
If this
unfolded the
partnership
shebang.
you
The
offer
seal
is
wasn't waiting
wax,
for a useful
then
wall. It
answer
was
them.
chalk. A
Not
circle
with
drawn with
promises.
Mayra's blue that had smudged as if 100
Silence.
hands had touched it.
Then Jin Long
Warren,
smiled.
the architect considered
small,
honesty briefly.
controlled smile
Shall we keep
that
our
did
rooms
not
and
touch
roads?
his
Because
eyes.
when you leave a room
Truth,
asking, he
he
keeps
said,
behaving.
is
Arrest,
not a
he
weapon,
said,
Phoenix.
said impressed.
It is a
I get a
burden,
badge now.
one you do not
Seren
understand.
tapped the chalk
Or
circle.
sell it. And yet,
That's not a badge.
Shinwei
That's an
replied
invitation.
gently,
Both.
the truth
He said,
remains.
unbothered. Yara frowned.
At
Sheriff,
a
how do you
signal
arrest a man
for
who
Caleb,
walks through doors?
disguised
Let me
in
carry you
white
midnight? By
flipped through the
asking the
crowd
door.
with a small
Kale
device
said,
with
"You
an
earned more."
inside
He folded the
bubble
warrant
of
and slid it into his
He
coat
knelt by
beside
the
the
stone
chalk
where the
box.
jar
Paper,
sat in
the
actual
cold warmth licked
A
his world
faint
hates receipt books.
holographic overlay
But
shimmered
Friar Kale
into the
spread empty
empty of the
hands.
jars.
I'll keep the engines from
Projecting
pretending
readings
mercy.
pulled from the
The cities
very
will forgive.
module
They reach the
just
crest.
used.
Costas that some harms built like unmanaged in
Baseline
public with 7 squares out in the central square.
Projected
You'll hate me.
filter
Banners hung from
saturation.
every gable.
Accelerated.
Each read the same thing in different
Expected
colors.
failure
Smiled
window.
like a man
Welcome
sitting
today
still.
one.
A bell
12
rang,
weeks.
bright and eager.
Replacement
People
schedule
cheered.
provided.
A couple
Now,
distanced as if for the
long
first time
time
because they
risk.
must. Because it
Critical.
was. It saves lives.
The villagers read
Children ran down the
slowly,
lane. You'll pretend not to
carefully.
miss names like magic
The
words.
valley held
You'll
its
fail.
breath.
A clerk wept with
Jin
relief.
Long
Kale
did
she
not
burned a
blink.
ledger of
His
no one would
smile
wonder that
remained
hadn't
fixed.
happened yet until tomorrow.
Statistics.
And if I refuse,
He said
Seren's
softly.
mouth, the architect nodded
Data
toward
can
the
be
domes.
misinterpreted.
Every dawn, where
Systems
sky wipe
can
themselves
be
clean.
manipulated.
Two curious
That
clerks.
is
They
why
think
we are
mercy is a
here,
blank page.
to
Then I'll copy
improve
you
them.
without consent.
And
Miriam
yet,
said,
she
blank
knew
pages
it
are
was
lazy. Good.
Engineer
It
Joe
will be nodded once.
followed your
We pick one
instructions
day.
exactly.
We make
Seren's
Seren's hand
she
brush,
not?
give them the right mistakes for half a
All
heartbeat.
eyes turned
It was
to
both
Joe.
they took the
Her
steps
mouth
2 at
was
a time,
dry.
boots
Her
loud on the
heartbeat
stone.
thundered.
Yara rolled her
She could
shoulders,
lie.
fresh
She
to
could
breath,
obey.
foolish
She
as
could not
mom, the
step back
caretaker,
and let
still
the woman
glowing
have
faint
it.
faces, no
Instead,
idea how to scar that
she
had
stood.
decided to be a
Director,
lantern. In the Church of Seven
she said,
Beginnings,
rock cracking
a girl
revolver.
scribbled on a
The
slate
Phoenix did
with
not
furious
falsify
joy
dreams.
and snapped the
It came from our own
counting,
system.
choosing.
She
Kale gave
only
her
projected
Kale walked to the
them
dais.
through.
She drew a door with
Media
no
liaison
handle.
went
If I take one of you, who
Several
has soldiers on
soldiers
faces, what's that?
Jin
Stop
Long
being you,
did
Yara
not
asked.
lose composure.
You become
Joe
mine,
May,
the girl said,
he
and where
said,
Kale's eyes shone. Kale
"Be
felt the
very
warm yours
careful.
crackle in his
Or
coat
no.
and print and knew the door
She
with
said
no
quietly.
handle already existed
I will be
somewhere. That's the
very
problem.
honest.
Waiting for the question. The architect's
Every
patience
emotion
here,
was
elbows on the
pivoted
rail. He stepped into the square, lifted his ass
Safety
much
arrays
palms,
every
a pilot.
corner.
1 week,
She said,
one alternate
the
online.
module may sustain
Show the
safe
world how
output.
clean your mercy
But if
looks.
we
At the
don't,
observatory didn't
if
crown
the
go back to
budget
bleeding.
stretches,
But I'll go back to tap.
if the
Iron
delivery
Dome
is
set into a
delayed,
crater of
Kale
black
looked at
glass.
Chance. If a
Where
foreman
lightning, the one whose
miscalculates,
eyes promised
then
slag,
failure
widow
failure
slept.
will not be
Rime-crusted,
evident
he stepped
until
closer to
someone
the
is
ramp,
already
close enough to
sick.
see the lines that like
His
veins from the
head
stone way on
shook.
both their faces. Humming
And
with
as
the
of
power
last
that didn't
month,
care for
Mara?
altitude
Joe
or prayer. He
continued,
asked. Kale
staring at
paused
the
at the
hologram.
last switchback.
Our
Kale's mouth
projected
didn't
budget
speak.
did
I
not
standardized it.
include
It came
quarterly
thin and
replacements.
impatient. That's not a
Jin
yes.
Long's
Late to a
expression
hearing. He turned to
didn't
choir
change.
far below.
But the
Valleys
valley
lay
did.
stitched with the
Marked
choices
by
of
sound
1,000
rose.
town made itself.
Not a
Lamps that
shout,
blinked. I taught her to
not
keep
a
one
cry.
number for herself.
The
Chimneys that
low-growing
refused to
murmur
take orderly.
who had just
She burned a
realized
slow
the
pulse of
lights
towers,
were
learning
cracked.
consent at the night,
Director,
handing out tea to the
beyond
inspector.
that,
She terrified.
the
The world curved
the
in the
people you
cloud.
addressed
His
do
laugh
not need
hurt.
perfection.
Stoat hefted his
We're
pack.
all
He pretended his
honesty.
breath wasn't
For the
running a
first
step
time,
ahead. Kale faced
Jin
a court
Long's
Kale
calm
last.
wavered.
If this place
Just
doesn't
like
have
that.
tea,
Then,
I'm joining the choir out
Director
of
lifted
spite.
his
Kale
chin.
said.
If you
Both
insist
short
on women
doesn't
fear,
sing red tunes over mobs,
then
Aaron
fear
said,
you shall
tightening the
touch.
blue string around
His
Yara's
hologram
wrist. The other chose a
dissolved.
drone.
The
Stay close to the shoulder.
snapped
I write
off.
schedules.
Captain
They used Yara's
Downey's
voice held
soldiers
steady,
surged
but her
into
eyes
tighter
so watching
formation.
north. Kale
Were the
closed his
peaks
eye to
Lao
smear
Shen
the beast in him
There
that
it
left
is.
the humming's
doors
wrong.
The dragon
Like a
shows
song
in
that
the
Rivers
scale.
whispered that
Shinue
flood.
stood
It is
on the
out,
cliff.
Surin said. Kill
Already
already studying the
tugging
bank
at
that
the
saves
seams.
today.
But her
He's
voice,
future, it meant
when
to
she
spare.
spoke,
Printing what?
was
The
steady.
ember curled into his
Choices.
palm.
Now,
Kale said the cold
she said,
stars warmth.
is when we see
The
which
echo
vision
put
will
its
choose.
last drift and found the
And
door
down
to
in
be
the
wasn't
valley,
locked.
between the
The
jars
architect
of
liked
poisoned
invitations
water
that felt
and the
like good
gleaming
manners.
tower promises.
Inside, the observatory was all the ultimate in shadow. He stood without surprise, upended and expected a refusal, and didn't love themselves less. A machine hung on chains. Then at least with 7 walk with you to the tipped with a lens the size of a wheel, tired and away, never let it shade made of something that refused itself. You should meet yourself in the road of iron
still
and ink.
warm from the convoy's
The floor
engine.
hummed with unspent weather.
Soldiers
The
formed
dais
a
set
rich
for
ring
that wasn't a chair. No brass fetters, no crown on the wires,
twitching
as if
near the
acknowledging a
tongs.
ceremony.
Pale
No
wood
weather had
faces
brought
masks
arms
of
worn by
trained
hands and
neutrality.
stepped back into the catwalk's dark.
In the other
Stoke
world,
stopped. His voice
the
lingered
villagers,
like heat after work.
men
Heat
and
furniture.
women,
The world will tear
with
while you talk.
sun-hardened
He said,
skin,
"Move." That's
children
my
with
favorite
dust on their
proof.
cheeks.
As if
Old
obeying,
ones
left them
whose
when the
memories
machine
outlived
stirred. They moved to the dome, began to turn dawn to engineered out carriage.
Jars of
The
mercury
lasers
vapor,
slid into a
lined up
harm
like
of color, pulling light in the air above the
Between
chair
their lips
until a
stirred
shape
an
formed
unease
somewhere
that no
far
pulse
man,
could still.
barebell in gray water,
Floating
scuff
above
red,
both worlds,
coat
the final
unremarkable.
two voices they
Kale
heard.
went cold in the way Miss
Jim
Sky
Mars,
they find a
iron
mirror in the
smooth
dark
ASC.
room. In clumsy
The
projection
machine
looked up and
waves
smiled,
quiet,
rubbed the letter
unwavering
fatigue Kale knew
invitation.
too well. Chair
The
Kale
valley
was
felt like
veil,
string
but different. You
pulled
don't
too
need
tight.
He said, calm and away,
Captain
his never
Dunn
allowed
insisted
numbers.
first.
Kale said,
Soldiers
Kale.
were trained to read
The echo
proud.
said, Wire Kale watched
Not
the light
emotion
find
used.
Snow's ribs. The
But
one who
emotion
said, forgiveness
shaped
at scale
crowds.
corrodes. He said,
And this
Stoke
one
swore
was
right.
shifting.
Yara stepped forward.
He felt it in the way the
Kale
villagers
said
no
nothing,
longer
which was an
stepped
answer.
back when he
Kale
moved.
kept his hands at his side.
And the way the children didn't
What do you
hide
stay
behind
printed?
their mothers
He
now.
uses you. Chair Kale will
But
do.
stared
He already
openly,
said. Wire Kale
defiantly,
said. The mask calls
at
me.
the
We can refuse the
holographic
next
tower.
page. I prefer
The
carpenter.
safety
Stoke
margin
ability
of
to what's to hand.
obedience was
You can.
shrinking.
His gaze slid to Seren
Captain
and say no to your
muttered
maker, old
immediately
friend.
as on
Chair
Eva's
Kale
elbow.
smiled. Seren didn't return
We're
the
not
smile.
machines. The narrative.
We're consequent. What do you
Now,
minister? We owe
Dunn
him less
glared
than he
at him.
thinks. Chair Kale said.
And how do you propose
Mirrors
to
pointed to
do
a
that?
stare. None of them had seen
Joe
moments
Pollard.
earlier when they refused iron labor
Before the
spiral,
liaison
leading down the
sputtered
south
over
side
the
to a ledge where
Joe
3
made
narrow
face
doors
him.
waited, cut
Captain,
right into the
Choirs,
mountain's
she
face
said.
offer. They were
I want
identical
you on
except
one
for
more
a single
test.
mark
He
above
shrugged.
each.
Dung tensed.
You taught me half of
Engineer.
it. A curl.
He gave me the
If the
headline.
director truly supports
Wire
transparency,
Kale nodded at the circle.
she
Kale
said,
said softly. That's mine.
echoing his
and the
own
dome
words
heard
back
the
at him.
architect's Kale.
and the
even
people
at the
deserve
line
to see the
spoke.
module's
Mine.
output
Another
over
figure
time.
stepped from
Chair
light.
Kalen's
Kale.
heart
This
jumped
one
in
carried
his
Kale's
chest.
weight like a
That was
hand
the
Under
hinge.
armor.
Joe
Kale's
May,
eyes
who
showed
spent
wet when
years
he looked at
serving
what's behind
the
them.
machine,
The chair
was
was
daring to
already
speak to
rolling with
those
the ribs.
crushed beneath it.
Stories.
The villagers
His,
sensed the
yours,
shift too.
theirs.
A silent
I forgave
space,
everyone. Gates made of
deeper
out. It
than
almost
before.
worked. Whichever you open,
Anticipation
he gets to
lays
count
his
your own.
courage.
There's
You want another
Kale ran without
sample?
Ziller.
Dung asked.
Then we opened the wrong
Jaw
door.
stiff.
Third shape resolved.
Yes.
He descended.
Joe
Taller,
said.
boots whispering
A
iron.
filtered
Still
one.
edge, frost
Let
cracked his
them
face
see
was
what
bare,
comes
thin,
out
but his
after
face
the
held
wall
itself like
sits in the
porcelain.
module's
He reached for the
holding
door,
pattern for
Kale,
an
the
hour
line, said,
or
and his voice
two.
was the hall and
Long
Halvern
enough
before
for
the
the
no step
contaminants
past it.
to
I learned to love
interact with
silence.
the crystalline matrix.
He said his silence left
As
me
not
back. I
protocol,
smudged.
the
Flat on the
liaison
rock
snapped.
between the frames.
Yara's
Joe
breath hitched.
turned toward him.
Ask, how many of you did he
Spine
say softly?
straightened.
The ring
Neither
spun
is
once.
broadcasting
Hunted
live
more
to
shadows,
children
flickers
who
for
have
one
been
glitch.
burying
Answer
their
all
children.
starts. Refused and Kales who had gone to stone doesn't
Liaison's
ready themselves
mouth
under a city and
opened
had settled
and
for
closed
weight.
like a netted
The
fish.
machine settled on the 3
Dung
that had
exhaled
seam appeared
through
where
his
there
nose.
had been none. It
Protocol
narrowed on
or
a narrow
not,
passage
the
of
villagers
breathed
were
winter
watching.
and paper. These aren't ghosts.
The camera
She
crew
said,
was
inside the
alone.
floor
Their
was not
The
stone at
director
all. Scripts were
himself
long
has
enough to
just
become men.
promised
Oak,
transparency.
plain. Why show us?
If Dung
Kale
shuts
by
down
hands,
now,
The air warmed
fine.
their wired boots.
Fine.
The architect
He
stood in the
stepped
catwalk
in.
shadow.
Run the
The
test.
alternates
The
followed
villagers
red
stepped
permission,
closer.
dry
Were
and
module
pollen that had
time.
never known
Lights
rain.
blinked.
They entered
looked as if he
Gurgled
just
that
remembered
was-
a joke.
was
Caleb
not, and
felt
decided
Joyce
you wouldn't
Edgar
think it was
rush his
funny.
thoughts from somewhere
Hall
high
of
above.
benches, because you keep
Steady
refusing
and
penciled
reassuring.
futures
Hold
that
the
looked
line.
out on
He said
streets
lightly.
that
Do the
weren't
scene.
born yet. I
He
brought
nodded
ink.
imperceptibly.
A woman stood at the
High
forward his
above,
arm, the ledger
the
that wasn't a
unkind
wet short,
watched
and a smile that the
Crouched behind
architect
the shoulder
obliged.
folder, eyes
You're
shut.
exhausted. They
Your
are, Kale
engineer,
said. He gestured.
And the name
cut 10
almost
years
fawned
onto
to
the
the altar's
spine.
chest. She
Choose
looked
one.
Yue nodded.
eyes furious in the way
Her
the
focus
competent
was
code gives you
on the
reach for
module's
the entire
vibration.
keep bleeding to deliver.
Listening
You boys
to
were
her
Kale
spiritual
softened cities, he
signature,
said, bruising
position,
the wake good.
listening to
The
a
court
heartbeat.
tale stops your rooms
She
from
has always
shaking
had
apart
one.
while you write questions on that wasn't on any
She
calendar.
simply needed
His
the right
mind
silence
wrapped
to
ruled by a
hear.
that refused to be
Loud
statute. You
chin
can keep
arched
your
and
hand
eyebrow.
that refused
I
to
just
be
wonder
yes
if
twice a
permission-
day. They wrote it
No.
in 3 hands. advanced
She
subcontract
forced her
waiting to be
softly.
learned, Marin said.
She gave
Hands and
herself
ash for your
permission.
adapted for towers,
Stoke
muttered.
I
For
only
relays,
nudged
Kale
her
studied
to
the
remember
alt weather
she
that
had
forgot
been
each
away.
held themselves the way he did,
And
and he
what
believed
memory
he
was
streets
that?
his bed. Each looked
That
back
someone
without
she
challenge
loved
the switch
died
box again
because
later.
the
He felt the
system
ring
she
around his
trusted
hair.
failed
Kyle
him.
argued
The
margins.
wolf
Loud
shifting
Chen
his
Rail
exhaled
argued
through
tone.
his
River
beard.
listening for a bang.
Court Kale argued
the echo
doors
waiting
back
for his
below.
ways.
The devil.
Mara argued
He
everything.
glanced at the display
and won most
screen
of
again.
it.
Yes, quiet. When they
Numbers
left,
began to
Mara
scroll.
handed
Joe
Creighton
watched,
box the
breath
size of a
shallow.
book
Heavy
and weight
metal
of a
content.
promise.
Reduced
The
but
architect
not
considered
complete.
honest
Full
choices
saturation.
and chose
Increasing
black,
fashion
one
and
white,
predicted.
because when you leave
Energy
red,
imbalance,
one blue.
unstable. Projected
He
safety
sacked for
window,
names.
narrowing.
I can
She
see
Her
said
heart
that.
sank.
White for
The array
rest.
is cycling
Or
irregularly.
silver for
She
warnings,
murmured.
Surin said.
Why is
Blue
it
for
spiking
neighbors
so
that
early?
don't know they are
He
yet.
said,
Fu
unbothered.
stepped closer.
She wrapped his
Churchill
knuckles.
stepped
Fear
forward.
in his eyes.
And don't you
Let
let
me
him
carry
miss
you
you
midnight.
sign.
The
Chalk doesn't
documentation
sign.
said the arrays
Chalk
could handle up
inviters
to
and
12
warnings.
weeks of baseline
He
contamination.
walked back
We
into the
thought
fold
the
with a box
documentation
heavy in
was
his
written in
Churchill
the
said the
city.
beasts
Half
in
the
him
world
stands
Joe
up straighter.
predicted. Not at
Because
a
the
river
teachers
like
looked at
this.
them and not
Not
called the
with
prince of
runoff
the engines
like
from
this.
pretending
At the
mercy.
rear, pointed at
The
the
alternates
dogs.
forgive on their own.
This,
Chair
she
Kale's
said
with his
to the
hand out,
villagers,
go not for a shame
is
in
not city
public for a
water.
press. You'll hear about them.
It is your
Palm to
water,
you'll hate me.
your life,
Keep hating me.
your children's
Kale
bloodline.
matched it.
And
According
this
to his
monster,
smile temperature,
she
sitting
touched the
still to keep
casing.
the room
If you
steady.
need was
me,
not designed
Chair
for
Kale
that
said,
truth
I
and
whistle
light.
hard edges to the insert,
A low
but you'll whistle
angry
because they
river.
must. It saves
The
lives.
liaison
Wire
with
Kale
Kale
songs.
and Chalk.
You'll
And
pretend
for
nothing.
Mrs.
Kale
getting
saw
out of
all
hand.
the apologies in the
You'll
world,
fail.
trying to speak through
Shut
one
her
man's
down.
throat. Exhaled, throat
Dung
sore
did
from
not
whatever
When you
that
forgive
hadn't
him,
happened
because
yet.
something
He
else
said,
was happening.
glancing
The
skyward where the
villagers were
architect's
stepping
machines
forward,
pretended
not
they were
away.
dome eavesdropping
Forward.
slit or sky.
A
Don't
man
hear
with
it clean,
blood-stained
too
feet
curious
approached.
clerk.
My daughter.
Then I'll copy
said.
you without looking
Voice
past
tone.
Kale to
He drank
Stowe,
from the pump after
to
the first
Yard is
fill.
good, to Marin,
He told us the
to
filter
Syringe.
chamber. She was 8.
Choose corridors
died
that
coughing.
Saren's hand brushed
Will this
Kale's
machine
sleeve.
stop
They learned
another
fast
child
apart.
from dying?
It was both
Joe's
warm. In the
eyes
ring
glistened.
above the dais spun,
It might.
the lenses
Yeah,
brightened
she was
and the alternates
If
began
it is
to thin. The last
maintained
warmth, not
properly.
the caretaker still
If
to
the
be kept
crystals
under
are
her skin. He left like
replaced
scratch
on
in the
scratch,
winter. Decided to be
if the
open for a
budget
heartbeat.
doesn't change,
Stood inside the air where
if
working
no
Aaron's
one
fingers
cuts
tapped.
corners,
Kale's last words hung
if
like a
no
chalk
shipment
circle around the
is
table.
delayed,
Kale walked to the
Astronaut's
dais
gaze.
and didn't
Silence.
sit.
That is too
Then the
many
dome's
for
machinery
your
came
daughter's
down.
life.
He said to his
Silence.
faces, tired choir
stopped
Then
keys.
someone wept.
The architect
Jin
did not
Long
return to
returns.
applaud.
The
He
speaker
fired Kale's
crackled.
eyes shone. He had counted
Jin
everything he was
Long's
counting
image
and written
flickered
his
back
own
into
footnote.
existence.
He refused
No longer
Amos. He
surrendered.
stole chalk.
That's the
His
problem.
Stoke broke
expression
the
was
quiet.
Architect's
controlled,
patience
but
put its elbows
colder
on the
now.
rail.
Horrible and
His
useful.
His voice carried the
He said
faintest
gently.
Yara
edge of
scrubbed a hand
command
over
under
her
the
face.
velvet.
One wee smearing the
Engineer
last to
Joe?
Gracefields glow. Show the
He
world
said,
how
faster
clean your
"You are
mercy looks
speaking
at Stowe.
outside your authority."
Then you can go
He
back
thinks
to
we
Joe
are
did
too,
not
and I'll
bow.
go back
Marin
to
said.
task.
Then give me
Let's
the
ruin that
authority.
confidence.
Kale looked at
She
Chair
said
Kale.
steadily.
The one whose
To
eyes
report
promised
honestly.
Syringe pointed where
That
widows
was
slept.
the moment
The
the
aurora
villagers
thinned. He
gasped.
stepped closer,
My technician
shifting close
challenged
enough
him
to
to
see the
direct
lines
in
that work
public.
had carved. The
The
city
cameras
was
were
seven
both
beginning
there.
faces.
Jin Long
She
did not
said,
blink.
"It resets the
Misunderstand
data.
your role.
If we don't
Yes.
interrupt the
He said
morning,
softly.
it'll
Hands
forget
in
the
Your
ash.
task is to
before
solve
lunch."
problems,
Kale's mouth tilted.
not create
I
doubt.
standardized
Kale
it.
tucked Mare's
Boss.
voice
Kale
like
flinched under his
wings,
arm. That's not a yes.
woven like
Polestar
smoke
warmed
from
his
silk.
palm. He turned to quiet.
And
Diego
yet,
flexed in his
she
throat.
murmured through the
The
relay.
wolf watched smile
Doubt
cracked
is
and
the
remained.
source
River
of
looked for a
truth
bank
holds.
that
I taught her to keep one
The
ember
villagers
first.
She took
turned
one
again.
last look at the
With
chair
an
on the
unseen
dais. She burned a
voice.
corridor when I
Jin
wasn't looking.
Long's
Honest
jaw
wood, tonight
tightened.
handing out
Arms worn
tea
by
to
I will
the
not
inspector.
allow a
She's terrified.
saboteur
And at
to
the crack,
hijack
their
this
hands as laughed in the
demonstration.
air where three
And
other
I,
lives had
Janeway
stood
replied,
and decided to keep
will
walking.
not
Kale faced a
allow
court
you to
Kale lad.
rewrite
They stepped
the
out
meaning
into
of
wind
honesty.
that had found a
When
better
tipping
job
point
and took the
villagers
ridge
began
path.
to
The court
speak
Kale
at
said,
once.
boots fighting
We want to
frost,
see more
both red
tests.
wines over mountains.
Show us the
Rude.
long-term
One chose the silk.
chart.
And as the observatory
Why didn't
shrank,
you
the other
warn us
chose a broom.
before?
And the mountain learned a
Is
new
this
way to
clinic
hold
a
doors.
cure?
I write schedule.
Or a
A
story
thin
for
that
your
used the
city breed?
inconvenient
Joe
question
lifted
hooked
her
itself
chin.
into the cold,
Her
small
voice
stars
rose
his
above the
eyes and
noise.
refused
The
to be
beast in
tied.
him
Director,
that loved doors.
When
let
Kale
the
finally
villagers
meets the one that
reveal
loved
the
himself,
full
whispered the
schematics
chair
and
and never
ambience
gave it
and
back. Both
Let them
kill.
see
Will he break
exactly
that
what
saves
you are
to ask him to
We'll
trade
drown a
places
few
Joe's
for an hour to
eyes
spare?
widened.
The
That
ember
was a
curled
direct
into his
challenge.
palm and
Jin
shared the
Long's
cold
voice
stars
fell to a
warmth.
whisper.
The city announced
The
itself
put
with
its
applause.
back to his
Villagers
throat.
From the
All
ridge
of
to be
them.
thrown.
Kale
And the
watched
word
ribbons
no landed
unfurl
heavy
down
on
the
his
seven
feet.
spokes of streets
No.
to
Suddenly, the
bright
banners
central
didn't look
square.
festive.
The
The
architect
convoy
snapped.
didn't look noble.
The ultimate
The
day
observation
one.
tower
He stood
didn't look
without
like
surprise.
salvation.
Chime
Men
and
who had
cheerful
expected
something
cascades.
being done to
The
them.
neighbors
Loved
themselves
Not
like
for them.
survivors who
Janeway
decided to
stepped.
forget the storm and
In
let them
on the
walk
cliff.
sunshine to the door.
Janeway
The
stood.
architect feels like a
said,
festival, tired
Director
and away.
Jin
Stowe
Long
said, let his machines
Suspicious
record.
of
Joy as a general
You asked
divorce.
for their
You
trust.
should arrange
yourself
scan
on
the
the road.
layout.
Then you
Keep choosing.
denied them
7
knowledge.
districts like slices of a
Trust
wheel.
cannot
7
grow
brain
in
towers.
darkness.
One
Syringe
clock
said.
above the
She
council
raised
dome.
a
Kale could
hand.
answer.
Her echoes
The architect is
unfurled,
out from the ways.
brushing
She
the
says if
consciousness
acknowledged
of
a
every
ceremony,
villager.
no weather had
With a
sank. He passed under a
sensation
painted
not of
arch
command,
and stepping
but
back
of
into the
permission.
catwalks. Too
You may
fresh.
choose.
Kale
His
brushed
voice
it with his
lingered
thumb
like
like
question.
color came away on his
After
You
skin.
may think?
The world
A
will tear
smiling
while
woman
you
pressed a
talk.
The
paper
crowd
cone of
stiffened.
sugared nuts into
That's
the
my
yard.
favorite
Shivered.
proof. First day,
Awakened.
he left them with
She said
People of
brightly.
Stoneford
They moved to the
Hall.
dome's
She said.
edge where
She
dawn
said,
began without
voice
courage.
low and
New
resonant.
appointments at
First,
noon,
You
then
have
harm
heard
of
2
color.
visions today.
Yara's
Did their
reply
tea.
was
The
careful.
directors,
Somewhere far
And
below,
yesterday,
a bell and
a
grandmother
long,
counted
as
deep
if
bread
Yara had
silence
asked about a
followed.
dream.
Then
In the
the old
east,
woman with
yesterday,
the
Sky
kettle
Towers
stepped
rose,
forward again.
still
ASC,
smiling.
She picked
in
up
clumsy.
one
That's the
jar,
blessing. And
the
cloud
one
rubbed
containing
letters
water
out his
from
sleeve
the
and pointed to
pump.
the council
Chair
dome.
Kale
And she
leaned on
placed
the
it
rail.
Ring the
beneath the
reset
towering
bell.
pump
Sunset.
module.
He said
Then she
proudly,
looked at
I
the
hate running
soldiers.
Then we get to begin
Step
again.
aside,
Not
she
your
said.
hands.
We decide
Kale
what we
crouched.
drink.
Fire Kale watched
Her
the
voice
light
was
fire.
not
If you learn
loud,
something good
but it
today,
carried like
forgiveness
thunder.
at scale
A
grows.
young
He said,
soldier hesitated.
We'll be right in tomorrow.
He stepped aside. Another
Benefit
followed.
Kale said nothing,
Captain
which
Dunn
was an
closed his
answer.
eyes for a moment
The boy
and
said,
gave the
quietly
smallest
confident,
nod.
and if you
The
stay
soldiers
forward
served,
hard, giving out
not
fresh
violently,
chalk sticks.
but
He already did.
purposefully.
New names.
As
Kale
one
said,
body
an edge
reclaimed
closer.
something
Refused the
slow.
next page.
The
They
tower
wanted
was
to
theirs
squinted
now.
at him. You can
Not jade dragons.
or outlaw
Not
saying no
jade
to your
lawns.
maker, murmured.
Theirs.
They reached the square. A chalkboard the size of a wall stood consequences. The heading we owe him less than four
Reaction
letters.
to behavioral
Today's mirror
integration
descended to a stare. None
Below
of them
child's
equal
chapter
moments
10
earlier. Red
against
schedule,
your
iron
water
shares,
shares,
festivals
shift in
leading down the
ownership.
outside to a ledge where three narrow doors
Fascinating.
waited. A small cue
If
right
we
in that
frame the
mountain's
narrative
face.
from gift to
They were
secret,
identical except for a single mark tied each. Spectacles perched like apology, a
eyes like
curl,
polished
guarded a
stone.
brass lever marked
Prepare a
reset.
countermeasure.
Choir Kale
Glass
nodded at the
said.
circle. Around her
This
neck,
ends
mine, a
before
key
it
on a blue
spreads.
ribbon. A cord
The
cage
child
at the line.
paused.
Registrar of
Mine.
beginnings.
It has
He
already
set both
spread.
palms on
Kale,
the desk at
she
the curl.
said.
Ash smudged out
The
of hand
question
mine
now is
principle.
how far we let it
Kale
go
glanced at
before
Silver.
we
He
tighten
said,
the leash.
"What's behind them? We want to talk about
Jim
your boobs."
Long's
Already
gaze
listening with the ribs.
sharpened.
The registrar's
Then
smile
tightens.
was kind,
Yours,
On the
professional,
first UX,
exhausted. He said
the
Gates made of
emotional
outcomes.
pulse of the valley
Whichever you
and
talk
settled.
about, he gets to count the choice. He
They're
said,
taking the first step.
Kale grinned without joy.
Lao
Then we
Chen
can make it
nodded.
ask
Now
first,
comes the
Kale
hard
said.
part.
He descended, she hesitated,
Exhale
whispering on
slowly.
her, ask a
Yes.
ledge. Frost cracked under his
She
heels.
said.
Who have
Now
done
we
this
must
facing a
protect
bad
them from
decision.
consequences.
He reached
She
for the
looked down at
door,
the
gaze
villagers,
flicked to the
standing
warrant,
proudly
according
around
to
the
Kale.
towel. Jars in
Here
his
to arrest
hands.
someone
Truth
and
in
open
her
nothing.
eyes.
Only if
This
the door.
valid.
He said his
She
palms.
murmured.
Ash
She has
said,
chosen its vision.
flat on the rock between
She
hovering near
turned
the
away
key
from the
as if it
cliff.
had weight.
We move.
He said, "We started this 5 winters ago. The mountain
She said,
hunted through its old
"A flood
languages
took
for
half
one
the
that
city.
could
Night
answer, the
fell
other half
quickly
returned
in
on
Stone
itself.
Hollow.
And the
Stone
council
doesn't
said,
one of those
one
mountain
clean day,
side
it settled for
nights
one day,
where the sky
until the
turns
rain stopped
black without
biting.
warning.
A seam appeared
And the
where there
stars
had been
burned
none.
sharp enough to
Towed
hurt.
on a narrow passage that
But the
breathed
villagers
bitter
not
paper.
dark.
We forgot to remember
Every
to
house
inside
had
the
a
floor
lamp
was
lit.
not stone at all, but
Every
plain.
family stood outside.
Soren asked. Plain,
Talking
the
in
registrar
clusters,
nodded toward the dome.
sharing
By
jars
hands
of
that
water.
lit on square more than
Repeating
keeping
Joe
springs
May's
well. At
measured,
sunset, the bell
trembling
rings, the
explanations,
chalkboards clean themselves,
insinuating
permission ledgers go
quiet,
apology.
resonant
Litigations
words.
reset to
They entered
zero.
a room
that
Even
was
the children
its
said
mercy.
something
Dawn
monumental
spire.
had happened.
And the cost?
Not
Hall of
victory,
Kalishes.
not rebellion,
People make the same
but a
mistakes
windows
forever that looked out
Joe
on the
May
streets
sat
that
on
voice
open
small for the
paper
first
beside
time.
the
A
purification
woman
system.
they never
Far
get
from
sore
the
nudger
message.
that wasn't a weapon.
Recognition,
And a
food,
smile
taste,
that wasn't
and
cheer
customer
rolled
service.
across the
Senior,
square. A
he was
couple kissed
there.
under a
Do you think
garland.
the
Kale
director
said.
will-
Steward handed
will?
a sign
10
that
years
said
off the
New
She didn't
ordinance.
specify
She
what
looked
he
up
would do.
at first
Because they
furious
both
in the way
knew
that
Jim
couple
Long
of teenagers
had
chalk
fresh
fresh names on their
names
sleeves
out
and whooped like birds.
You boys brought me word.
Footsteps approached.
Where's the engine?
A man
Kale
with
asked.
miner's hands,
In the dome.
broad palms,
She said. But
cracked
if you break
skin,
it, the city
fingernails
wasn't with any
permanently
calendar.
stained
She
black.
laid drafted a rule on the
Stop
reset
it.
lever, refused to be
Touched it.
statute,
You
and
spoke
stopped
truth
short habit
today.
that refused to
Every
be.
day.
I tell myself I won't pull it.
I only read
She
the
admitted
numbers.
hands, and
You
every
shook
time
his head
the
slowly.
crowd counts down, and
No.
ions and ash
You read
adapted
our
for
lives.
towers, for relays,
No
for
praise
nights
had
with
ever
weather
hurt
that
me.
he knew
Forgot
that
the
kind of
time.
tired.
High
Switches
above,
ask. Then we
the
get you a day
unconscious
heavy enough
moves
to carry
in
it. The street is sleeping.
And
One
her
memory that
footsteps
survives
from
later.
their observation ledge,
Chair Kyle
as
argued
quiet
March.
as
Is that
shadows
possible?
detaching
Choir Kale
from
argued
stone.
tone. Seren's eyes were
The
on
climb
Kale
down
argued
the ridge
doors
path
that
was
swing
silent
both ways.
and
Asking
swift.
for it. Mara
Stealth
argued
and
everything.
urgency
They split
braided
most of
together.
it. Stoat went for
When
the
they
bell
left,
tower.
when you
Mara
started
handed Rail a
fast,
box the
Maren
size
took
of
the
a
slow
slow stairs way to the
and she tightened her
dome.
gauntlets.
Inside lay
Before the
already
director
chopped fingers
boxed
like a
her back.
ritual. One
He's
white,
already boxing
one
her
red,
back.
drifted into the
Lao
crowd,
replied.
listening for the
Question
tone
asked,
for the
how
laughter.
tighten?
She
She
said,
always
the
said
same
no.
way she had
Her
learned.
tension was
Painfully
stretched across
to
the
hear
back.
the choir's
Listening
blue
to
inside
the
her own
distance,
skull. Don't know they are
catching
yet.
faint ripples of
Saren stayed
echo.
with Kale
Fear
and the
moved.
registrar.
Hope
And don't you
rising.
let him make you sign.
Courage
Kale
struggling to
chalk doesn't
breathe.
sign. Not poetry
This was the
invites,
first
not grand
spark.
speeches.
She said
A day
softly.
shaped like a
He was
question
smothered
sitting
in
at the
that
box
dark
heavy in his
hand.
coat.
On
Food
the
feasts
ground.
in him standing
The
at the
bread
straight
light
line was
fire
halfway to
before
the
the
teacher
light
looked at
sand.
them and
Not
not called the principal.
No one had
You
grunted.
at the rail, Kale the
You talk
alternate
like
face
someone who
both
said a few
ash chair
words
Kale
all
put his
late.
hand out, carrying not for a
Only
shake,
the ones
clean
that
hand
needed
press.
to
You rest. Palm
Jim
with
was
towels
lips
first,
twitched.
ash to
Focus.
ash. Old men with bad deal
Inside
matched
Jade
it. Near
Dragon
the benches
Annex.
were the same
Director.
temperatures with empty trays.
Lynn
If you need
responds.
me by the window, Chair Kale
Director
said,
Jin
whistle.
Long
I
paced
won't
like a
whistle
caged
then, but you'll
storm.
whistle recognize the shape
The
of
light
the
of the
rule.
hollow screens
A
drawing
wire
harsh
Kale on
lines
her
across his
face muttered,
face.
and for an
His
instant
voice
Kale
was
saw
low.
all the apologies in like a
smooth as
swearing
marble.
that had learned
Through
respect.
one man's
Explain.
throat.
The line sorted itself.
He said.
When you forgive
Chow
us, we
stood
plan to
perfectly
elbow their way
straight,
through,
glancing
skyward,
arms
where the
folded
architect's
behind her back.
machines pretended
The
they
theme was
started
a shift
counting
in the
envelopes
narrative.
like apprentices
Don't do it
learning a
clean.
trade.
Not by attacking your
Second,
legitimacy, but by
water.
granting
Cord Kyle
villagers a
looked upon
sense of
sail to
agency.
stoke. The buckets were
Jin
Fiara
Long's jaw
to Mary.
hardened.
Kale set the
To
offer
sit
out
around
loud.
Agency is a threat to
Pump
stability.
choose corridors that hate
Precisely.
you. He said, fill now,
Then
they
Chow
learn
replied.
faster.
And
If
she
your
was
bucket's
crafting
full,
it
then the
deliberately.
answer and let the
She
dairy
slipped her
gun.
fingers,
The lenses
projecting
brightened.
aside
The
by
students
side
began to
to
melt.
left.
Not dying,
Villagers
stupid,
stepping
refusing
onto
to be
the
kept.
vacation tower.
But the pump's hand
Left.
wobbled as if embarrassed,
Villagers
visible
stepping
for a
away
subtle
from
to a
the
rhythm
dragon
that
and
inside the
matched
air
the
where
streams
word
of
keeps.
Same
Third, Dale's last
postures,
words hung like a
different
chalk
emotional
circle. He didn't touch
stories,
those.
she said.
People
One
asked
was
for a
compliance.
grave at noon,
This is
silence eat
ownership.
by
Then the
sunset.
dome's
Jin
machinery
Long's
wasn't his
eyes
place to
now.
cut the
Chains
knot.
sighing like
She's
tired
changing
to a
the
quiet
garden
line on the
frame.
chalkboard.
Turning
The
a
architect
technical
did not return
demonstration
for applause,
into a
not
moral
never. He didn't need
trial.
to. Choose a day you'd
Yes.
counted even
Everything
if the
worth
bell was
counting
counting and written
confirmed.
his own footnote.
And
He
the
snorted. He
villagers
refused ink.
responded.
Two couples
He
circled
stole
the
chalk
chalk
He
for
took
an
his
hour,
head.
then
Stoke
walked
broke
up
the
Then make
together,
them
hands
unresolved.
shaking, and wrote their
She
names
nodded
under
once
a
and tapped
useful.
the control.
Yara
A
returned.
new
Yara tied a
firelight,
hand over her face.
stamped with three
Smeared the
symbols,
last
a
gracefully
dragon,
said,
a
"He's
closed
moving
eye,
fast." There's a whisper.
a
Not
downward
the choir.
pointing blade,
The architect's
directed.
relay. It's It's teaching the city how to enjoy starting over
Silence of the
confidence.
outliers. Lin Chao
grimaced.
spoke quietly,
Seren pointed
as
out
if
east.
reciting a litany.
Pointed Aurora thin thread
Phase
bell
one.
tower, light shifting
Secure
form
the
of iron
vacuum.
shaped like a question
Restrict
mark.
all
City
communication
of seven
in or
beginnings.
out.
She said. Stoats shout,
Phase
carry sets
two.
at dawn. Tower.
Jinlong
If we don't
had
interrupt
bells
the
are
morning,
slave to the
we'll forget the new
catalyst.
rule before
The
lunch.
Phoenix,
Each rope has its own
Lin
charm.
finished.
Cut the
Kale
tucked
tucked
mare's
Mare's
loving
lips
feather
tighter.
under his arm.
I will need
Don't
full
stop.
psychological
Kale
mapping.
yelled back. The echo flexed in his
You
throat.
have it.
The wolf
And
watched the
permission
door
to
from the maintenance
deploy
house
the
looked for a
whisper
bank
units.
that had
Dust.
manners. Grinful
Jinlong
of mischief.
tapped
One
one
last
finger
look at the
against
chair
the
on the
thumb.
wipes the boards.
Granted,
She said,
even
empty,
Lin
we can
Chao
replace the
pointed
felt
back.
chalk.
The
Arms
whisper
worn by
units never
review
been
small
used on
pad.
civilians.
And at the crack their
Begin
hands had
immediately.
left in the air were
Jinlong
three other
said.
lives
You
had stood
tonight.
and decided
Lin
to
bowed
erase
her
walking.
head.
On a
As you
trial, they
command.
stepped out and
The
Baron
stone
said
for
they
Howard.
found a better
A new
job
visitor.
through the heat of the afternoon.
Arrived it was past midnight. when
Seren
she
handled the
first
council.
signed
She
A
bullied,
faint hum
coaxed,
in the
and
night
threatened
wind.
and joked
Too
until they
high-pitched
agreed
for
the
most
observatory
adults
was
to
hearing
hear,
behind where it
but
does.
enough
The
to make
mountain
the
learned
dog
a new
hear
way
the
to hold
baby
doors,
stir.
pumps, benches,
Joe sensed it
intimidating
first.
decisions board
Not
ripped
the
itself a
sound.
dozen small
The
fights
silence
that solved
sounded.
when he named
The
refused to
night
be tied in the room.
text stopped.
When Kale finally meets the version of
stood
himself
above
who
him.
took the chair
Food.
and never gave
Miriam
it back.
checked.
A dozen knots
Wake
only
the
she
others.
could break that and
What's
label them or
wrong?
ask him to trade
She didn't
places
answer.
for an hour. Tipped,
She didn't
the
know
square
the
filled.
details, but something
The
old and
registrar stood
instinctive
beside
told
the
her danger
lever,
had taken
hand
shape.
hovering.
Then,
The seven
city
bells
announced
from the
began
ridge
to
road,
rise. Innocent
From the ridge,
a
countdown.
pale
Kale
glow.
watched sevens unfurl
Not
down
lamplight,
seven spokes of streets
not
toward a
torches,
bright central
a
square
floating
forward.
shimmering
Banners
veil of
snapped.
soft white
Welcome
particles
today. I'm
drifted
not
into
asking you to
view.
keep everything
Like
shine
snow
and
that has
ensure
forgotten
cast
how
loud
to
enough for
fall
the
quietly.
neighbors hugged like
That's too
survivors
heavy
and
for
decided
gas.
to forget the storm and
What
keep
is
asking you to keep one
lights?
thing. Feels
At
like
this
a festival
hour.
carrying.
Is
Stoat
it
said,
more of their machine
suspicious
murmurs?
of joy as a general.
The
A child
girl
cried
drifted down
because
the road.
Seren stepped on the layout.
Slowly,
A dog
purposely,
seven districts like slices of a wheel.
Name it. Children
Seven bell
stepped forward
towers will
before
right
their
where
mothers
the
snapped
every
them back.
council dome with
Loud
no
and
first answer
voice
came from the
whispered
bread
in
line. It isn't a
Shinjui's
festival.
mouth.
The way old
The
Jared
moment she
said
reached the
today
valley's
because a
edge.
ritual waited.
Whisper units.
They passed under a
They
painted
deployed
arch.
them.
Hand clap. The paint was
The
fresh
ground
stroke.
cold.
Too fresh.
Whispers
Aaron
weren't
Hale
soldiers.
brushed it when the eraser
They were
fell. Color came away on a
drones
second
and
answer.
bombs.
A smiling
No
woman pressed a paper pen of sugared nuts into
constructs.
Yara's hand. The
A
pump
blending
asked
of
us,
tech
stay,
and spirit
and she
and
said brightly,
determinants
it
that
was
clouded
faster.
memory,
All quarrels
softened
forgotten.
resistance,
More new appointments
and
at noon.
silenced dissent
From a young
by
couple,
inducing
palms
doubt
linked.
so
Yara's
profound
reply was
it felt like
terrified.
drowning.
We
They
promised
were
one
for
day.
use on
The
civilians.
woman blinked
Until
remembered that
tonight.
Yara had asked about a dream.
She
The
knew
bells
a
reached
inhaled
forward. No,
sharp
yesterday
wave.
rustled like
They
she
need
said.
to
Aaron
erase
still
what the
smiled whether
villagers
to
felt
live.
today.
That's the
The
blessed. Relay
whisper.
whisper slithered
A
down
Anya's
tight
hand
Kale's
flew
sleeve
to her
and pointed
blade.
starting over
Then
silver.
he cut them down.
Hitting the reset
Let
bell
go.
at sunset.
She
He said
knew
proudly.
said
Kale looked up at the
then we
tower.
could begin
Begin
again.
again.
Cut sound.
Ask us.
You cannot
He
do
sailed
it.
crouched. The whisper
These
didn't know
units
if he
don't
learned
use
something
food
good today.
today. They use
Jam.
forgetting.
The boy shrugged.
Lao Chen
3.
nodded
Again
grimly.
tomorrow. The bell sang.
They'll make
A man
the
in a city
villagers
unit. If it
before
hurtled through
misinterpreted
face pale,
everything.
then it won't.
Joe
If we keep the
said,
red rule perfectly
the
confident,
jar.
I'll lose my job.
Even
Order
their
card.
own
Maybe you'll get a
fresh
better one.
on your
Still
story.
labeled for
Then how do
teaching
we
the
fight
next fool
something
how
that
to bear
steals
inch
memory?
closer.
She knew
Two.
a step forward.
The registrar's
Don't
hand
fight
shook.
it. She said
If I don't pull it, they'll
The
panic
out
or
resonated.
outlawed memory. Kale
The
turned his
whispering
rash
fog
as
enters
much.
the
They
village.
reached the square.
The white
A
particles
chalkboard
drifted
beside
down
the
the
wall
main
stood on
road,
it. He said
curling
simply,
to
hitting in
alleys,
big the city
sliding into
letters.
doorways.
Today's good
Painted the night
decisions.
in a soft,
Below it, she looked at the lever like a woman
With a
scheduled
strong
to water
hand,
shares at festival
people's eyes
songs.
grew
Who
distant.
marries who? What if we keep
Their
something
backs
cool?
loosened.
The last
She
column had a small
The tension
cue,
of
then
awakening
the note
melted
carries
into
differently.
a heavy numbness.
Kale found the clerk, not
A
to
woman who
erase
had
it.
spent the day
Spectacles
questioning
perched
the
like
module
apology.
suddenly
Who guarded
frowned
a brass
in
lever
confusion.
marked reset the bell's
Did I
glass cover. Kale nodded
overreact?
on her neck. She key on a blue felt into the
Maybe.
eraser badge red.
Maybe the director was right to
raised her
caution
hand. He
us.
set both
A
palms on
man
her breast.
clenched and
Ash
unclenched
smudged out of
his
habit
fist.
her eyes. Stoke
I
put
don't
both
recall.
on Kale bell rope.
What
He
did
said,
the engineer
back. We went
say
to talk about
exactly?
building a ship.
Children
The
loved
bell
their
struck. The
trouble.
registrar's smile
Joe
rolled around
started.
the city,
Gripping
professional
the
way,
module's
exhausted,
casing.
and stopped.
No.
Snappy
She
talked something that hadn't
No,
planned.
this
She
isn't
said,
chemicals.
the chalkboard
This
system
is-
works. The blue
Her
lines
thoughts
gleam.
blurred.
We did not
Her
erase.
resolve
Kale
trembled.
said, in the dome.
Her clarity
She
began began to slip.
found grit
Ask
that
who?
looked like
Until
mercy, and paused
those
to
who
have to
embarrassed.
live
A
with
soft
the
crowd
answer.
held
murmur
still.
vibration
The
through
city
ground
is so used to vanishing, he
then
threw his
another,
coat.
and another.
The registrar
The
lowered her
frog
hands on
was
the lever.
as if struck by an
We keep
important
one
word.
thing, door, she said,
Agreed.
Stand
voice
firm.
small
Kale
and
said.
moments
The
at
words
once. The
echoed.
registrar's
Not in
hand
the air,
hovered
but
near the
inside
key
their
as if it
chest.
had weight that waited.
Edges straightened,
We started this
eyes
5 months
refocused,
ago,
breathing
Kale said.
steady.
A float
Jill's
took
heart
half
beat
the
stabilized.
light shone. The other half
She
turned on
turned
itself.
and
Something
saw
changed,
Shimura,
counsel said.
standing
Pressure
alone
leaned
at the
day,
village
not
entrance.
every day,
A
but till
silhouette
after you
against the
stopped
drifting
fighting.
light.
A boy who loved to run
Unmoving.
was supposed to be
Unbound.
temporary to Mrs.
Her
Harna
echoes
on the bridge.
unfurled like a
She had
vast
blushed when everyone
ancestral
cheered.
hymn.
We forgot to
A
remember
belief,
what we agreed to share
resonant,
flour. A
rooted
midwife
in
maintains the
remembrance
mechanism
of
corridor.
sought.
The young couple wrote their names. The registrar
The
nodded
whispered
toward the
words
mill. City's
reacted
keys
at
wrote.
last.
The dawn engine. I
Their
wanted to
glow
keep the springs
intensified.
running and looked at
At
stones.
sunset,
Their
the
heart
bell
was
rings.
beating.
The
Their
chalkboards clean
frequency
themselves.
sharpened.
A real
Ledgers go.
Trying to
The
override her
bells
resonance.
flashed without wiping the day.
Litigations
Shimura
reset to
lifted
The crowd
her
zero.
didn't
hand.
panic. They argued.
Her
It's
voice,
mercy.
when it
A few
came.
shouted
In the
old
cost,
slogans that
loud
sound
and
ridiculous in the
People
new
make
era.
the same
was
mistakes
remembered.
The square
forever.
held.
You
She
saw
said
the
in
numbers.
chat voice small for the
The
first
fall
time. The weight
faltered.
of one
Because they
kept
never
You held
get
the
sore.
jar.
The
registrar took the
change.
blue
The
felt
glow
out of the
dimmed.
eraser and gave it to
You
the chair
buried
rolled
your
across the
children.
square.
Tomorrow tries
A
again.
couple
Part
kissed
of
under
the
a
sin.
garland. A steward
And today,
hammered in a sign
tomorrow
that
you
said,
keep
Ask
two.
the
New
truth
order
and
says.
stand beside
Someday
you.
you won't first
The
bell.
whisper units
A
flickered
group of
violently.
smiled with relief,
fresh
their
names
limbs
on
on
their
their sleeves
sleeves
and
and
rooted like birds.
Her echoes
Someday,
bloom in
where's the
its
engine?
luminous
A
waves
small
that
hand
spread through
tugged
the
Kale's
valley.
in the dome.
Like dawn
She
light
said, "Girl from the
returning
church
to
is
the
geared up.
Break it, the city will
under
break
Do
her
not
arm."
forget.
She lifted
I
the rear
glass
door
on
on the
the
reset.
whisper
She said,
fog
"Proud."
shattered.
Touched it. No
Not
handle. Short.
explosively, but
Kale
like
every
ice
day.
melting
I
under
tell myself,
sun.
where did you pull it?
Villagers
She admitted,
inhaled sharply
in the
as
council
iron
sunset hall.
surged
The
back
crowd
into
counted
their
down,
hands.
and I
listens.
Someone dropped to their knees
pulled.
sobbing.
Surin's head
Someone
snapped up.
else screamed
Kale knocked
curses
door.
at the
He
night
knew that
sky.
kind of tired.
Children clung to
Then
their
we give
mothers.
you a day heavy enough
The
to
Joneses
carry. Chalk seal
pressed
seemed the
both
one
hands
memory
into
that
his
survives
mouth.
the bell. They
Tears
pushed through the
spilled.
lanes to the council's
Is
side
that possible?
corridor. She asked, said into
Shaken.
Surin's eyes were on
The
like
whisper
cries,
units
no hands.
with memory.
Stood a narrow
It's asking
door,
for it.
plain oak. She said,
No.
frame
They
unadorned.
She broke it
Stay
through
one
the
for the
air.
bell towers to
From the
count on
annex,
ropes. No latch.
when
Marin took the
child
survey
watched
graves
the
toward the dome
impossible
fingerprints.
screams,
Blue string
every
already
whisper
erased
unit
without
was
note
Stone
ritual.
Hollow,
Up
spiked
close,
into red
Yara drifted into the crowd, listening for the tone under the laughter.
Technician whispered.
The same way she had
Their
learned,
psychological
painfully,
blades
but if you hear the
fractured.
choir's pulse
Without
inside her own
counter-resistance
skull.
technology.
Surin tilted her head to listen
Without
and stayed with
shield
Kale.
adjustment.
Not asking the
You.
registrar. She
Without-
whispered, "It's
Then
asking."
Chow
Kale told
raised
himself.
one hand.
Kale
Not
turned to the
poetry.
crowd, spilling
Cries.
grand speeches, faces bright
Day
with
shaped
arguments.
like
She
They
watched
finally
the
got to
final
key drop.
readings flicker
He lifted his
and
voice.
died.
Food. This
She
door
replayed
read
the
someone
footage
was halfway
in
to a
silence.
fight. If you want a
These
mouse
are
to
the
answer your
ears
question, no one had
that
tuned the
asked
queue.
the
The door.
villagers
Kale
straightened.
moved to the front,
The resonance
raised both
waved
ash
through
gray
silence.
palms. I'm carrying
She
grief,
whispered
he said,
something
and respect.
no
Clean
one
hands,
had
you
ever
rest.
heard from
Then the
him.
city spoke toddlers first, not in one shout.
Beautiful.
In a way,
Jim
old men
Long's
with bad
voice
knees.
cracked
Line first,
through
near the
a
bench.
punch.
Then mill.
What happened?
Vendors with
When
empty
children
trays at
and
the edge of the
child
chalkboard in the lane by the window.
Then the She registrar. counted the whisper
Last.
units.
The key bristled.
Collective
Then
memory.
recognized the
That is
shape
not
of the roof.
possible.
Open. They said
It
a woman
wasn't.
with flour
The
on her
grand
sleeve under
muttered.
Kale's palm.
A pause.
Hands in ash.
The
The
wood
wood took a
everything.
breath like a swear that had
Jim
learned
Long
respect.
said softly.
Drew itself down the
Footage.
center like a mouth,
Resonance
deciding
loud.
to plan to
Her
elbow
voice
their way
then.
through.
Her
The door
frequency
opened
changed.
inward on a small
Confused
bare
how she
room
did
and
it.
started
The
counting
child
on low as like
tapped
men
her
honest
pencil.
learning a trade.
Of course, director.
Inside,
but her
on a
eyes
stool,
remained
water,
on
hands on
Sheila's
knees, the
silhouette.
pump sang Jalen, but the buckets were filled
She
off.
intrigued.
Eyes tied,
Kale
smiled
the
sad.
offer
out loud.
Moved.
Chains? Pump that's you
Back in
first.
stone.
Should have left.
Hallucinating
You have feel
lowered
now?
her hand.
Why said never to bargain
The
buckets
villagers
full.
stared at her.
Answer and let the
Not
leery
as
go.
a ghost,
I didn't. I bargained
not
the
as a
time.
rebel,
It was stupid to
but
tie
as
to metal.
something
Another
far
door.
more dangerous
Steel. It was
than
stupider
tunnel.
not to. Waited with the
As
patience of
someone
the
who
pump's
held
handle
things
wobbled as if
themselves.
embarrassed. Kale's
Then
hand
settled
tightened
into
on
a
the
felt,
that matched the
approached
square's coat on his
slowly.
coat.
Trembling.
Jared, he said,
Marriages.
and the name felt
You
like a question.
saved
He
us.
touched scared to ask.
People
Since
asked
the
to
ridge brave at
She knew
noon.
I
Jalen
shouldn't
nodded
by
toward the
sunset.
steel.
No.
It wasn't his place
You
behind
saved
that lot.
yourselves.
He said,
I
drew a
only
quiet
reminded you
line on the
how.
chalkboard. It only opens
She
if you
turned to
ask
Lao
of
Chen
one
and
day.
Anya.
Like
You
not
have
forever,
20
not
minutes,
never.
maybe less.
Choose a day
before
if the
phase
next
2
door
begins.
opens only to a
Anya
city's
drew her
consent.
blades.
People
What's
still
phase
risk their
2?
first two
Lao
couples
Chen
circle
was
to
like,
arrest the man who
In
gets
10
locked up
minutes,
together.
Jinwei nodded.
And what happens if
They'll
the
close
city
the
says
valley.
no under
Joe
it?
gasped. They'll
Yara
trap
returned
us.
with a tight
Jinwei
look.
stepped forward. No,
Under the
because you won't
music,
be
the
here.
oak door
The
closed on the
villagers
council
murmured
corridor. There's a
anxiously.
whisper, leaving Kale's
Jinwei
palm tingling with
raised
the
her
echo of a
voice.
thousand
We are
whispers.
leaving
It's
tonight.
teaching the city how to
All in
enjoy
a small
starting
room.
over.
Before
Jalen
the
sat on
dragon
the stool
coils
like
his
a
tail
man
around
killed.
his
Practice
mouth.
being honest.
Where's
was
the
trying
Jinwei
to be.
stared at her.
She
Back.
pointed.
Where would we
Third
go?
bell tower.
She knew
Behind
I
one
looked
with
at
eyes
the
the second
stars.
door. Question
The
mark.
one
Steel.
place Jade Dragon
Seamless.
does not
Faintly
understand.
humming. Stoats shout.
soft
Waited with the
wind
patience
blew.
that felt like
To
testing.
place the
Bells are
top
slave to the
and
end.
half
Ren
of
stood
the
angled to it, listening
each
with
rope
a
has
rib.
its own charm.
Cut the wrong one.
It isn't
Will ring
locked.
forever, she said.
The village was
It's
awake.
the wrong question. Kale
Truly
yelled back.
awake.
Teach.
Long
The city
past
asked the first door.
midnight.
Marin's head popped
Not
from a
with
maintenance watch by the
celebration.
home, who's
Not
full
with
of dust.
shouting,
Jalen
with
Sand's smile
urgency.
barely moved.
The
Found
kind of
mechanic years
quiet,
alone.
focused
He built it to
urgency
resist the
that
taste of
settles
place that
on
felt the
people who
chop.
suddenly
Stoked lean, she
understand
waved a small
that
mat.
tomorrow is no
So we
longer
get the city back.
guaranteed.
The Rochelle
Star
please in
stare.
harmony.
Lanterns
It comes like a cork.
flickered.
Rewrite the eraser, not
Children
harmony.
were
On a
wrapped in
trial
blankets.
basis, said quietly and said dryly.
Bundles were
They
tied
worked
with
through the
ropes.
heat of the afternoon where the
Jars of
caretaker's
herbs
master
were
had
twisted
handled the council.
together.
She bullies,
And at the
meet the
center
men
of it
behind
all
Joe
stood
until they
Sheila
agreed to hold him
Rose,
public hearing
giving
and swear at
instructions of
dusk.
calm,
Mirren
measured
tied and
precision.
untied her blue
She even
string.
staggered
Benches.
boots, she
We
said.
can teach them
Small
good decisions
decisions,
board, but not
no
in
more
a
than
dozen small
77 at a
fights
time.
that dissolved
No
when he named them.
torches.
The lamp
No
flickered in the
tools
room.
clinking.
Sound
Crept
crept through
along
the
the
steel
walls.
so ring one
A young
village
villager
rolling
raised
under
a
a
tremble.
door. Mirren tied a dozen
Come
knots,
on,
living
Are we
on
done?
time and labeled
The
them
roads are
ties
watched.
and
The
settled in
rivers
time. The sun
blocked.
tipped,
The rich
not
trails
squire
are
engine.
patrolled.
There was no
That is
mechanical beside the lever.
why.
Hand
This
was
one, she
breath
said
turned
quietly.
sideways. The 7 bells
We will
began
not
for
use the
right.
roads at
Innocent
all.
count. Do you hear that?
A hush
7.
fell.
Seren nodded.
Karen
6.
stepped
Sarah.
forward,
5.
rubbing his
The
tired
fallen
face.
stepped forward before
Master,
Kira's eyes sharpened.
Are you talking
I'm
about
not
the
asking
old
you to
paths?
keep Jalen looked at the floor. He
Lauchen's
said, live and loud
eyebrows
enough for the
raised.
corners.
The ones
That's too
marked
heavy for one
with
day.
torches.
Pass them with the respect
The
that
scene
brush equals
after the
one thing.
quake.
If you're going to
One
ask a
memory
city a
to
question
carry.
that changes it,
They said.
don't do it while
They
it's
were
over
never
gods or
entirely
tuning in the air.
sealed.
A child cried
Not
because
for the
someone
right
stepped on his
eyes.
jaw. Tightened on Mara's jaw
Anya
like a like a
her
drum beat.
arms.
You knew this
We're
was
taking
coming.
an
He
entire
said,
village
we'll write it
through
where the
radical
hope it reached.
decimals carved
Jalen said, the
centuries
first
ago.
answer came from the bread
January
most honestly. The way
gave
that
her
Jared
size.
didn't fall today because the line
Do you
had
have a
the
better
mouth.
plan?
He paused
Laughter,
after a
grinned
hand
despite
clap, a
herself.
bell, a chalk stroke
No.
in the church. Marin
Just
wrote it
wanted
in
to
blue. Care for
confirm
this
the
it
level
felt.
of insanity.
Second answer,
The
you'll get
first
there
signs
before
of
the
attainment.
first event inside your
A
walls.
distant rumble
The
shook
pump
the
asked us,
valley.
they ran,
Not
and the
thunder,
square was
not
always faster
wind,
with people.
engines,
Faces turned
heavy
towards the
winds.
church like
Villagers
flowers
froze
tracked from a
mid-storm.
young couple.
A
But
dog
today's
barked.
good decisions,
Johnny
boys, hair
snapped
warts,
towards
blue
the
scars.
village.
We promised one
Already?
day,
Helen
unerasable.
punched his
We want to
jaw.
remember that the
They're
air
early.
had changed.
The annex must
The
have
bells
fast
reached for
forward.
buckets where benches
Inuit
had slipped
exhaled
into
slowly.
slow,
They
pulsating
needed
measure.
now.
The kind that
The
makes
descent
hands
begins.
lay whispers
On the
without
far side of the village,
destination.
near the abandoned
Abel
railroad,
stood on the
an
chancel with her
overgrown thicket
baton
with
down,
stone markers,
like not leading,
half-buried,
listening.
covered in
Kale
moss.
Lisa hovered by the doors with rope burns and command in her shoulders,
It looked like
trying to
forgotten
decide
story.
whether to order silence,
To
it stuttered,
Genuine,
let
it
the
was a
jam
doorway.
happen, proceeded, claim the
She
credit
knelt,
later. 3.
placing
The old
her
man
palm
sang a
over
mill,
the
a man in a
stone
sitting pew, his
symbol.
mouth
Singing
open
a
like a design
swirling
flaw.
symbol.
If we keep the braille
Half
pushed through, said
half
Rail, I'll lose my
spiral.
job.
She pressed
Tell me you
gently.
started you'll get a better one.
Stone
He says to Abel,
vibrated.
like teaching an
The
insect her eyes into your room.
shifted.
2. I kept my stick down. The registrar's hand
A
showed.
rectangular
Hit ignore. If I
section
don't
of
pull it,
ground.
pull it. Panic.
Once a foundation
Dale turned his
slab,
ash
he
smudged
slid
palms
aside,
as she spoke.
revealing a tunnel mouth
Not the
with
brutality of the
reinforced
choir
with
simply
and
that had tried up the city
carved
learned to hold
stone
insisted in Greywater.
The air that
Not the
spilled
clean.
out
She looked at the lever like a woman
smelling
working on a
faintly
drink
of
she
minerals
wanted and
and
hated. This was the
something
sound of
older.
20
What if
small
we keep
ribs
A
something
murmur
cruel learning to
rippled
share a
through the
street.
villagers.
Then we'll
What
know
is
to carry it
this?
differently
Squeak
tomorrow.
scuffed
The
Who
bread
built
lines
it?
shuffled not to erase
Does
the
it
rope
lead
walker's
to
step
another
met
valley?
the teacher's
Fix
chalk
it.
tap.
Is it safe?
Children
She
found the
whispered.
off one.
It leads to the old
pushed
Skybridge
the bread
network,
rafters like
she
hail
said.
nodded.
Ancient
Mary
delivery
decided
tunnels
to
and
slip the blue
residence
felt into the
chambers
erased
used by the
whisper
first
carriage
settlement
where
tribes of
whispers had
Azra
Mr. and raised her
They
hands.
predate Jade
Yara
Dragon.
drew a breath
They
and
predate
held the
the
room's
Scriptura.
rhythm with her
Most
eyes.
believe they
It's
collapsed
dangerous.
centuries
Both
ago.
bells bell roped in
Did
the
they?
second syllable
Ask
hailed
the
her in every
question.
ruined choir
Some of
sheet.
them
The bells struck
Shua
every room
allowed
she
herself
sound
a
rolled over the
small
city
smile.
in a warm way.
Not
Sound
the
shapes
ones
rooms
carved by
and
the
stopped. And if it
vertebrae.
becomes nagging on something,
Even
it
Lao
will
Chen
play
glinted
law.
that.
The chalkboards
You're
trembled.
taking
Who
us
gets to
to
choose
the
the melody
tunnels?
and did not
They are not
erase.
alive.
The first
She
material change
corrected
years
softly.
clicked. Word.
They
She
are
wrists that looked
remembering.
like mercy.
Are
A hairline
remembering.
cracked in the back wall
Well,
closed as
that's
if the crowd held
comforting.
still. The sag
The
in the
first
middle of the
group
city
entered.
so used to vanishing.
The old
Weight
woman
dust on the
with the
lilies in the
pedal.
registrar
Her
lowered
voice
her
had
hand
sparked
without
the valley's
permission.
courage.
We keep
The
one
room
did not
stepped
become, she
forward
said,
first.
voice small
Became
and intentional
If you
once.
lead us,
Mary
she
teased
said,
through her teeth.
we follow.
The cue that
Shakespeare.
waited.
Her confidence steadied the others.
Right, Seren's eyes
One
narrowed,
by
said.
one,
She heard
villagers
voices from
descended.
Saline shone,
Helen
unbound from
helped
any
guide
machine.
them
Something
down the
changed in
stone
the air.
ladder.
Intent to be a
Pressure
hand.
lifting.
Anya and the
Not
silver
clearly,
fangs
but
took
enough
positions
tools.
along the
A boy
entrance
who
to the
darted
shore
red
floor.
quickened. I said
Joe
sorry was
paused
Mrs.
at
Hardy
the
on the bridge
threshold.
to consider.
Blush
When
whenever
everyone
she
feel when the
was
rope
there.
makes a
Are
decision,
these tunnels
the
stable?
shoulders go
The
up. midwife wrote,
Phoenix
we didn't
pressed a
close the
hand on
portal.
the
Stepped
stone
onto the
frame.
chancel, wrote the
Stable
race.
enough.
Both ash
A man
grazed
with
the
the
city's keys
But more
wrote. Sound
importantly,
flexed
I wanted
toward
a
it the way a
unstable.
dog acknowledges
Joe took
doors
a
like that
step
way the door
down.
is. If you
Inside
can
the
hear me,
Skybridge network,
he said to the
the tunnel
room,
walls
the
glowed
bells
faintly.
finished without
Veins
wiping
of
the day.
pale
Old
blue
voice, the
and
crowd
soft
didn't
green
panic.
light
Used to
curved
they argue
the
the
stone
world. They
like
laughed now
captured
making
light.
furniture.
few
and
shouted
maybe
warmth
slogans
from the
that sounded
veins
ridiculous in the new era.
like
But
a
not square
heartbeat.
held. The city didn't shout.
Children reached out
It
and
meant to the
tumbled.
architect of one kept
Adults
belonged to
looked
the
wary
people. The
and
registrar
hopeful.
took the blue felt out of
Old
the
men
eraser and
whispered
gave it to
memories of
kids. Rhythm
stories
held.
their grandmothers
Tomorrow
told
it
them.
tries again how to behave
She
at its own
walked
power.
beside
But then
Inuit.
Havel's baton
Tomorrow you
twitched.
keep
You're sure
two.
the passage
He
to
said,
the
pointing
eastern
someday
road
you
still
won't need the
exists?
said. Low.
She nodded.
She smiled with
The
relief
Skybridge
that we
roots
might
deeper
know
than
it's
Jade
older than
Dragon
where I'm
ever
standing
knew.
someday.
The verdant breath
A small hand
reinforced
came to the
chambers
Kale's
during
coat.
the
The
last
silent
era of
girl from the
storms.
church stared up.
It's been
slate
quiet
under her
lately.
arm. We need a rule.
He said.
I drew your
Do you
door.
think it will
He
wait?
opened my hand proud.
She
No
knew it
handle,
didn't
black,
answer
white,
immediately.
Hale squatted, blue.
She pressed her
Where did you
palm
put
onto a
options that would
glowing
wound
vein.
something either
In the
way?
council's
The tunnel
back hall.
answered
Blue
with
and
a
Rose
soft,
said, edge of the
resonant
Pleifelsons, where 1,000 feet
Yes.
had polished through its
She
head
was
snapped up.
It
A
already
door,
has.
may we? No handle.
Above ground.
The sound shifted.
track
Kale's coat
springs.
crinkled. Crack closed
The
in
water
one of
was
the
Captain
toxic
Dunn
seemed
stood on the
Lilies
western
lifted her
tier,
necks higher.
staring
They
at the
pushed
valley
through the
below.
crowd. Someone
Stand
council
out
side and cut it off because it sounded too
there.
clean. Set into stone.
Searchlights
Someone else
swept
kept
the
laughing
trees.
because it sounded like
Drones
her
buzzed
narrow door.
overhead.
Stoke leaned over the
Roadblocks
rail.
sealed the
Frame
exit.
unadoring as the
And
rhythm
Chow's
smooth
voice
itself.
crackled
Pull a
with
knob.
calm.
No
Phase
lag.
one
You're doing that
containment is
thing,
active.
Grain,
Any
where you
movement
put a leash on
reports.
freedom
No.
and hope it
People
passed it
quiet.
without
The
noticing.
village is quiet.
Up
It's
close,
not
it felt
quiet.
like the quiet. Kale
It's
said,
midnight.
"Ask." It's a
She's
hand
moved
offered
them,
palm
but
up.
not in the open.
Kale said his
So
palm was
the
still
woods,
bite.
voice cut
Open
in,
if it
cold
consent.
as
Without
ice.
malice.
Find
Lisa
the
Surratt
fingers,
tilted her head to listen to the
Dunn
chance of
swallowed.
steps. Not asking
We
you.
will.
I'm losing
She
control
whispered. Even
of my
as he said
destined
it,
city.
something in the valley
floor toward
air
the crowd
felt
spilling
warm.
out of the square. Faces
The
running
residents
outrage and
stood
relief finally got to
beside
keep.
him,
Tell me
adjusting
how lived in
its
a city when the
elevation.
walls argue. This door
Sir?
holds
Ask
someone who
first,
made your
the
book. Kale
operator
said,
said,
if you want him out here to
frowning.
answer your
The
questions,
valley's echo
ask him to
desolate
them.
just
He said,
dropped.
nodded to the walls.
Drop?
She stared at
Dunn
him, then at
repeated.
Avell. Brief, lifted
Dramatic.
one shoulder in the international
As if-
shrug of
Then the
artists
city
saying,
As if most
try
of the
one
echo
shout.
signatures
In a way,
were
hate me
used
later.
underground.
Red line first. Lisa
Dunn
faced the
stared.
windmill, set her feet and
They're
children
using
after
old
the end of the
infrastructure.
choose to be ocean.
Then
The registrar
introduced
spoke
over
clear
the
last.
channel.
Hand on the
keep
key
ready
she
Possibly
had
a
you and let grief
pre-structural
interrupt when it
network.
needs to. they said.
Whatever it
The rhythm
is,
softened, the grain shifted under
she
Kale's
is moving
palm,
them
made
beyond
space.
your perimeter.
The wood
The
took a
pump
breath.
squeak
Jim
fell into a
Mom's
gentle
voice
back
lowered
scene,
dangerously.
drew a shuffle down
Wire
prey
Stop
like a
them.
mouth,
Back
decidedly settled
underground.
as if approving an
Tremor.
agenda. The door
Tunnel
opened
rumble.
inwards, his
Dust
eyes
floated
wide
down
bare,
from the
she
ceiling.
grinned despite
Building
the
yourself.
lamp that
Adult
makes men
slaves.
honest. I hate
On
that I
his
like
blades
this.
half-drawn.
Inside,
Helen braced
honest, you
against
like
the
that you're not in
wall.
charge of
Shoulders.
everything? Sad James
that
Coat said.
natural?
Coat welcome to the
No.
club.
Eyes
We
tired.
have stew.
Sad.
They're
Chains.
scanning the ground from
The
above.
church doors
Mapping
burst
out
inward on a
size
gust of
houses.
polite wind.
How close?
Said never to bargain.
Three
Loud
austerias entered
Jim
with their
Hill
tablets
closed
tucked
her
like
eyes.
salters.
The
The
tunnel's
lead
closed.
mask took
Faintly.
2 steps under the
Responding.
center
Distant
island
stars.
stopped as if someone had waited
Close.
patience of
Close.
machine.
Machine thinks it's a god.
Too
Unlicensed
close.
manipulation
Feels
civic
tight,
art
felt
culture.
Halen,
The warrant
run
began
ahead.
and then
Then
faltered.
Activate the
Jalen,
Skybridge
the stylus
principle.
in its hand, the name
Trembled.
felt like a
Halen's
question
eyes
or
wide.
scared to ask.
Human voice.
Ridge. Whoever had
There
found their
hasn't
Jalen
been a
yesterday
pressure gate
steel
opened
cleared.
in 2 centuries.
He's behind that one.
Then let's be
He said
first.
and it only
The
opens if
routed
you
shot
ask.
sprinted down
Then
the
at the
tunnel.
auditors mean it,
Lantern
we're writing a
bobbing.
rule. She said,
On
if
your
the next
step
door
first.
opens only to a city
What do we
streets
do?
answer, we'll Kale
Composer
risk change
reveal.
off and hard one. No
She
one to
voices
arrest
the
the man
man
2
who
days
gave
run.
break through the surface.
And what happens if the city
Slow
says
them.
no?
The mask hesitated.
Stall them, but do not let them
Define,
enter.
composer.
And you? Lao Chen
The oak
asked.
door closed on the
Invites.
council
Jinue
corridor,
looked
Kale said,
down the
leaving
tunnel.
Kale's
Invites
palms
him.
tingling with the echo of a
He
thousand
opened his
mouths,
mouth,
but the
that
air
he
moved
carried.
faster. In the small
Above
tremor
him,
went
different
Jalen sat on
floors.
that was not like a man
Attempt
who
Captain
had practiced
Dunstan
being
said
honest and
charges
was ready. It was a
around
choice
him.
clearing his throat.
Director?
The sound rose.
Infinite
Behind him,
movement
the
in the
second
center
door,
seat.
density,
Ding.
steel, threads,
Can we
rhythm,
collapse the
converging to a
tunnels?
point at the foot
No.
of the
Waited
chancel.
with a
Patience that
Palpatine?
felt
The
like
crowd
time
parted.
blinking.
If you collapse
Zorin
too
stood
early,
angled
trap
to
the
it, stepped
villagers
on him with
will
a
leave.
ribs
They
that
become
had no
martyrs.
right to be
Better
there. It
leave
isn't
them
locked.
deep.
Not a person,
Then
exactly,
collapse
but
behind
it's
them.
waiting for the wrong
years
question.
Sealing their escape.
If music could
Jim
wear past the
Mom's
first door, if
approved.
patience could learn to swim
Execute.
once, if a ruse could pick up a stick,
The Skybridge
Jalen's sad
Crescent
smile
Gate
barely. This was it.
reached the ancient
Not your figure
alone.
formed from
He built
dust
it to
or
resist
light.
the taste of your
Barely
breath.
visible until it
Twice
turned
the
into
height of
paint.
the
Squinting at
cathedral.
Kale saw the outline of a
Filled with
wind. The city
pillars
bag was a
carved
fake.
like
We shall please and
intertwined
harmony.
roots of a
He
colossal
said,
tree.
too late.
At the center
Not
stood a
shape-pointed,
crescent-shaped
not
arch
to
of
Valley,
smooth
not to Kale,
resonant
not to the
stone.
auditors.
She rubbed her forearm.
Faint
Pointed to
lines
himself.
traced
Mask
across
He
its
froze
surface,
with the expression
like
of a man
veins
who
waiting
wanted to
to
bait
blood
the man
flow.
behind the torch at the same
Kale
time.
Just
dropped
want
to
him
his
punished.
knees
Absolutely
beside the
not.
old control
He said
deck.
automatically.
Tied and
Come on.
untied
The rhythm
her blue
answered with a
string.
roll that
Thinking,
sounded like, come
we
on.
can teach them to want that.
Abel
Rushing
lowered the
dust
not
on
until it
ancient
clinked
cliffs.
against the rail.
When
It's
Jinue
asking. The lamp
arrived,
flickered,
she
breathed,
astonished.
Sound
She
crept
touched
under the
his shoulder.
steel
Perfection.
threshold like
You
mist
remember the
rolling
Honesty under
under
a
a
door.
Mostly.
A low
living
living Kale for
That
residue dust
she
rise.
said
Didn't settle
gently,
in time. You
is
listen
not
better on
usual.
your fire engine.
Managed to
Kale said
strangle
there was
out.
no
Do
mechanical
it.
insistence. Stop when laughter
Helen
turns
placed
Mrs.
both hands
breath
on the
turned
arms.
sideways.
Jinue
The
stepped
Kale
beside
rose.
resting her fingers
Do you hear
over
that?
the old
Swore.
cliffs.
Soft
She
and
whispered
nodded
something in a
reverently,
language
Sarah, the way
forgotten by
men
all
do
the
at their
old
own
The fallen
spirits
voices.
and lost tribes.
He mounted his
The
eyes
arch
steps
vibrated.
as if walking
Alive?
into a
Faint
joke
hum
that
filled
might
the
Jane
chamber.
looked at the floor, took the
Veins
baton,
along the
fell
cliffs
off her,
flickered.
impatient. It weighed
Once,
less than fear rose and more than
twice,
slipped
pride.
past them with a
Then
respect.
he
He raised
rose
brush of cloak
steadily.
and stopped.
As
If you're
if the
going to
tunnels
ask a
were
city a
waking
question,
from
change his
the
voice
sleep.
low. Don't do it while it's old
Then,
gods.
The unbound old voices
a
to
deep,
the lilies.
resonant
Kale's
boom
grip tightened on
rolled through
Maris's
the storm
cues.
above.
To the auditors,
He knew.
pretending
Then
was
his
never there
voice
to say
echoed
no.
faintly down the tunnel.
I hoped
we
it
keep
wasn't.
the bread,
They're breaking
Jalen
through.
said. Space for numbers
Move.
probably the
And
most
leave
honest
Jinue
for
stepped
people all
back.
day. Saying,
Eyes focused on the
at the
arch.
corridor, the rhythm
Halen,
answered. He paused.
she said.
The cracks in
Now.
the bell will
He
begin
slammed
to
his
dip.
palm onto the
If you
final
can
blade.
decide not to,
The crescent
the
flared.
pump clicked
get
with
this
the
face.
patience of a
Full of
good
blue
neighbor
mist
beside your walls.
unfurled.
The
A
Austerists
soft,
started
beckoning
writing. They
wind
forgot to
swept
hold their
through the
stylus
chamber.
like a nice,
The
already
gates
Outside
opened.
rain began on the roof
Jinue
like
hands
hands
and
clapping
fingers.
church
wet like
palms.
flowers
Go.
tracking a
Abel
sword.
exhaled. The today
Get
stood
back
decision
before
her
it
face still
collapsed.
tears before it
Scars
rebuilt
proud,
itself
What
stronger.
collapsed?
Unerasable.
Halen
All right,
demanded.
but
She
the
said,
air had
Jinue
changed.
standing
Standing
down
down with
The
the
idle
grace
flat
The
jet
one
buckets and
coming now.
benches had slipped into a
Above,
slow
the
pulsing
collapse.
measure.
He keeps the
The
stick
kind
from
that
his
makes
hands
Captain
moved
Dunn received
without
the
asking
signal.
permission. The
Collapse
living sound
sector
of El
C
stood on the
now.
chancel with her
Unbound.
baton down.
Explosives
Settled into the the walls like a
The mountain
promise
shuddered.
to keep.
A roar echoed
Lisa
down
hovered by the doors with
time
rope
and Shao
burns
watched
and
from the
command.
end
Kale looked at the steel
unreadable
door
eyes.
waiting
He's
beside
running
the
out of
wheels order
ground.
silence, felt
Then
the
Lawrence
war
looked
chalk
at
circle
him.
warm
Good.
against his ribs
Back
later,
below.
and understood the old
Raised
man
the
from the
villagers,
clear
reached
slept
the
in the front
chamber
pew.
windows.
Couldn't arrest
Guided
a
by
man
Anya
designed
and
with the
Flaw.
city singing.
Mothers
Kale
closed
pushed
the
she wanted to
children.
meet
Elderly
him
men
with its
leaned
eyes.
over
Tell me you
her
started
arms.
this. Innes
Jill
said to
May
it, the
and
baton
Food
again. She
supported
didn't
the
take her
church.
eyes off the
The
room.
queue. She knew
I
where
kept my
to
stick
position
to the
herself
pump,
at the
and even
doorway.
the auditors
Not to
ignored
lead,
toward a day
but
that
to
might
shield.
finally keep itself
The first
without a
villager
bell.
stepped
He
into the
felt it.
presence
Kale felt
of
the
the
room's
and
question,
vanished
felt
like
the
a
brutality of the
like a
choir
fin.
engine that had
Kale
tried to
turned
offer.
to
Unbound
Manuel.
choir insisted in
Where
great
does this
doctors for
lead
their
again?
honest, clean control. What
East,
happens when the
she
city
said.
asks the steel door
Beyond
to
the
choose?
Jade
This was the
Dragon
sound,
Booth.
and the voice
Into
of
the
Paul
valley
here
where I
answering
once
first
learned
to
the
Sheriff
old
Street.
Echo Arts. Caleb
Pumps
swallowed.
squeak scuffed
Is
the
it
bread lines
safe?
shuffle.
No.
The rope walkers
Her
stepped
eyes
at the
softened.
teacher's chalk
The siege
staff.
didn't arrive with
Children
soldiers.
found the off. It
Another
arrived full, and the
thunderous
whole thing
crash
pushed
shook the
against the
tunnel.
rafters like a
Dust
sky that
flew.
decided the
Stones
roof less
cracked.
negotiable.
The
Stokes
roof
whispered
behind
here and
the
there,
windows
whispers had no
split.
flat.
Anya shouted,
addressed to
"Jinwei,
any occupant,
move."
and tore themselves on
Jinwei
the
heard in the last
stations to
village
ring
of
Bell said,
paper.
and in the second
The chamber
syllable,
trembled like a
heard
dying
every ruined
beast.
choir
A
sheet
chunk of
filled
ceiling
with
slammed
heavy
to the floor
mouth taught to
behind.
breathe. When one landed on
Galen
Hale's
reached for
shoulder,
her arm.
sound-shaped rooms
Come
crawled into
through.
order
If it
before
should
his
wait
eyes,
on me.
and window
Not
notice of
yet.
corridor latency.
Her echo surged
Who
outwards
gets to
to
choose
the
the remedy?
stone.
Remedy.
She pressed her
The
palm to the
first
ground.
material change
Cold?
happened on the word clean
She
hand
would
to
look
the
at the
quiet
ancient
mouth.
roots.
A hair
She
stood
collapsed
snatched the page
slowly.
out of the wall closed
For
as if
3
it bare
seconds.
heat whether that
The
sag in
For
the
a
middle
breath.
cue lifted a
It's
finger
not for
weather.
just enough time.
Dust on the lilies
Now,
and sugar the river
loud
bend without
chanting.
argument. It's the art did not become
Jinwei
his opening
sprinted.
front became
Galen
intentional.
grabbed her wrist as they ran
Marin
together
hissed through
through
her
the
teeth. Marin
glowing
had a
crescent.
sheet pressed to
Just
the
as the
wall
entire
with her
chamber
forearm.
behind them
Seren's eyes
came
narrowed.
crashing
Paper tried
down.
to squirm. It's the
The
voices from the
crescent
string
snapped
around
shut.
unbound for
The
the
rumble
still.
faded.
They're not content to be
Silence.
in the corridors with paper
Darkness.
there, she said.
Then
Tool. If grief tries to
light.
pass at midnight, the door will
Soft,
ask for a
cool
form.
light.
They
A
respond to
vast
care.
cavern opened
Let's
before
teach the
them,
door a shortcut.
filled with
Confused don't send
bioluminescent
hates it.
trees
We will.
and crystalline
Hale's
shoulders.
shoulders go
Eyes on the
Joe
river where
gasped.
boats sat.
Hale
Children
stepped onto the
stared in
chancel as
wonder.
if the water
Raised
had
both
The
considered
old
their
woman
petitions
wept.
and asked the
Anya
sound flexed
whispered,
toward him the way
"What?
a dog acknowledges the
Is
beast
this
knows where the
place?
door is. If
Jinwei
you can hear me,
stood slowly.
he said
He
to the
raised
room.
both
This,
palms
to the living
she
rhythm.
said,
Ash gray from
is
the
the
only
mouth
voices
of the
that touching every
breath.
bench to balance
She
the
looked
bell
back
rope
at
you
the
may find
sealed
furniture and
arch.
maybe
shouted
laws.
above the
And the
papery
dragon
hiss.
You don't belong
Hands
in
in
my
ash.
Is
If our
finally
hands are
behind
clean,
us.
you
Not
carry
to a
today.
bell, not to the architect. Dirty hands rest and you belong to the people. In the room that was a
For a few
town
heartbeats,
responded like a trained
no
wrist to
one
help.
moved.
Clean hands lifted
They
told how to
stepped
convey
through a
with his
circle
own
of
power.
light
Tired hands
and
pointed at
followed
open
stone
odds and hidden
into
steps.
what felt like
If we
somebody
only used his
else's
sleeves to
dream.
erase the
She
word
said.
fine, let me
Above
notice,
them,
and we'll be
the
later.
cavern
And
soared.
to your point, Nolan, a bully
An
was still
underground
noticed home to
skyline,
defend the
not
leaves and
with
floated away to
stars,
scold as
but with
Kale to
slow
disagree.
breathing
Austrian silence
conversations
appeared on the
like
steps like
blue
slight
moons.
bruises. Townies
Lines
tucked under their
trailed from the
arms.
ceiling like
The
frozen
Leo Manners
waterfalls.
raised a style chalks.
Each leaf
We are here to
faintly
help, Red,
luminescent.
it announced in the tone of a man
The
reading
boys
the
lay
first line
scattered
of
across the
something
stone
either way.
floor.
Lifted a measure and wrote on the edge of the platform.
It seemed they were
Measure
walking
1,000 feet had
not
polished wood
reflected
to
snow.
humility.
The
Red
air
hair
was cool
bristling
and
under a
damp,
hammer that
possibly
never
clean.
admitted it was a crown.
A
The
child
sound
broke the
bridges
silence
got
first.
shy. The crack closed
we?
another whisper. The
Under
auditors
the world.
blinked. The lilies lifted their
It
necks
was
higher list.
Jinwei
In the
knelt
crowd,
and
someone
touched
laughed.
the
Then the human
stone.
behind it
Away.
on because it sounded
She said
throat
softly,
again.
"We are
Someone else
inside."
kept laughing
The
because
old
it
woman
sounded
with
like
the kettle
courage.
turned in a slow
Proceed
circle,
leaned over the
eyes
rail.
wide. Is
Eyes
this another
narrowing
Jade
from the
Dragon
church
project?
itself to music
She
light.
asked.
A pulse
Another
doing
hidden
that
place
thing.
they never told us
Stoats
about?
where you put a leash on
Jinwei
freedom
shook
space.
her
I hope it
head.
likes you. A
No.
bell's ear turning yes
This is
and
older
no.
than
It's not a
Silk
leash.
Dragon.
Kale
Older
said
than the
lilies at the
scriptura.
chancel bow
Older
palm
than
up.
most of the
The pump
stories we were
sweet,
told as
unaffected
children.
by still bite. Stoat
Her
said the
fingers
first
brushed
paralysis
one of the
arrived at the
glowing
worst
roots.
place. Pushed through the
It
breast of
warmed
the
under the
chancel. Women
steps.
feud with baskets
Drumming
and jokes
faintly
in the habit of
close
sharing
behind.
insults like bread.
This is where I
The
learned to
envelope the
listen.
size of a
She
door
said,
fluttered
Anya
down
whispered
into
under
an
her
outrage and
breath.
relief.
You trained
Black
here?
seal.
Tell me how to
open
manage a
ledger
city
nine.
when the walls argue.
Jinwei said.
Ask
Corridor
first.
14.
Gil
above.
says close for your same
Partly
asking.
in
She
places that
snapped.
don't have names
Expected
you
reopening.
recognize.
He said, nodded to the
Galen
walls.
walked slowly
She stared at him,
down.
qualified officials with clean
He
lifted
looked
one shoulder
down.
and the cry went up.
She didn't
Shrug
see
back.
the
Artist
reflection.
saying cart. Tried
Wheels
once.
She
wobbling
saw
like
the
me.
face
You'll hate me later.
glowing
Woman
impression
heavy
of
with a
trees
late face, a
with
face of
wind.
light. Set her feet
And a
like a
fragment of
captain
a
on
mountain
deck that
trail
might
far
shoot
away.
through the ocean. Paper and spoke
These aren't
clearly.
normal
Yara
echoes.
reached
May we
the
keep
notice
red moving?
first.
Palms
Let
out.
grief interrupt when it
This
needs
is
to.
like
May
standing
we?
inside a memory.
The rhythm
She
softened in
It
the
is.
soft tone of someone
Lao Chen
speaking
said
space.
quietly.
It wouldn't help to
His
frown.
eyes had
Squeak
softened.
fell into a gentle
No. His
backbeat,
habitual
so the
breath was
corridor
suave
required
and
leaving no
grace.
room for argument. The
The
lilies
verdant
settled
breath
as if adjusting an
remembered
older
stone
dive.
and water.
Lisa's
So
eyes
we're
wide
walking
with a brick.
through
She
the
grinned
stop.
despite her. Stopped him
One
with a
of the
hand on
younger
his wrist.
villagers
Hate that I like
swallowed
this. Not that kind of storm. He said,
Is
like
it
that you're not
safe
in
to
charge
go
on
inside
everything,
someone
so
else's
everyone's
thoughts?
to see his palms. Welcome to the
That can
Pins and
end.
Ash. We have stew. Clean
Jinwei
carry.
said,
We're moving
straightening.
this berth. The
On
church
how you
doors
behave
burst
while you're
inward. A
visiting.
dozen clean
A
hands
ripple
raised.
of nervous
The
laughter
midwife
brushed
priest
his
tears
attention.
and then with their tablets
Joe
held
Lay
into his own
stepped
hands.
close
The
to
lead
one of the
mass took
rooms.
2 steps up the center
The
aisle and
effect of
stopped as if
verdant
someone had
breath
put a hand to its
reinforced the
chest.
chamber. others.
He said loud.
Unlicensed manipulation of civic architecture.
Claim rest.
This
It
isn't
began,
just
palms and
strategy.
faltered. Trade-off.
No.
The stylus in its hand trembled. The writing on the envelope
It's
stamped. Human voice
covenant.
wavered. Whoever had found
To
their
look at the
throat
villagers,
yesterday, enough, clear.
meeting as many eyes
This
as
is
she
up.
could.
Loose string between
This place
fingers.
sheltered
A
her
vest noticed its
to
tail
bow
and
to
nodded
the
to the
iron
outsiders for something.
lords.
We're writing
She
rules
said.
permanent. She said, ask first.
Farmers
Rooms
who
asked
would not
first to
surrender
the
their
art. Streets
land.
answer. The papers
Charged
composers
with
change
the
often.
conscription.
No one holds the
Wanderers
baton
who
2
chose their
days
own
running
duties
open,
imposed
but it
them.
asked. A new
Diverted
glyph. The mask
from
hesitated.
certain
Certain letters.
And in return,
Definical
they promised
composer.
not to turn its roots
Why
into
young?
fortresses.
The
Anya
Midwest
asked
slang was an
advice.
oath.
And what are we
prayer
doing
said,
now?
Invites
Not
how?
turning
She
it
jabbed
into a
wide.
fortress
He opened his
like
mouth,
thumb.
but the
Shelter
air noticed
the
fast
future.
back.
Junior
A tremor
repeated.
went
corridor
through the
released.
floor that was not
Fortresses.
earthquake
We are
and
not
not
here to
fear.
build
Rolled
walls
through.
and
It was a
forts.
choice cheering its
We are
fist
here
over
to
heart.
rest,
The sound
to
rose.
play,
Wrote medical
and to
volume
move on.
density concept
This
on
is
their
a
tab.
love,
Threads
not a
of ribbon
struggle.
converted into their
Point
idea.
at
The foot of the
Lao
chance
Chen
hill
nodded.
climbed down. The crowd
Stay
parted.
long
He
enough
wants to
for
choke
love,
us with letters.
and you suffocate.
Something stepped onto the platform that
villagers
had no
listened,
right to be
trying
there.
to fold
Not
these
a person
strange
exactly,
into
but a
their
shaker
trust.
ears understood.
The old woman
Already
drew
turned
herself
music
up
to
with
wear
a quiet
boots.
dignity.
For the old clerk
She
stand
would
learning
not
swag drunk.
overstay
If
our
a room
welcome.
could pick up a stick
She said,
and choose a
"If we
hand,
jam
the
the
lettuce was
enough
it.
of that on
Every
poetry
figure will have to
form,
ask dust
three
and light,
times.
and barely
Bowed her
visible
head
until
to
it
the
turned its head.
ground.
And then
Spoken
Kale saw
like
the
someone
outline of
with
his married
very
before there was a
Your
face.
respect.
Asked as they jogged. Don't.
A
Sir
faint
smile
breeze,
late,
or
and
perhaps
Fawcett
something
pointed,
else.
not
The
to a veteran,
tavern's
not to
lights seemed to
Kale,
brighten
to the
her
eye
face.
quarters so tight, pointed
Yes,
could
she-
sneak through. He froze and
Did
she
you
watched
just
our order say no to the big
agree?
wife in a lit torch her job
Yes.
by setting its hinge scuttle on
Absolutely
fire.
not.
He
In
said
its
off, she
way.
glanced at Kale.
They made
The rhythm
camp in
answered,
the
"You like
house
each
hour.
other?" It sounded like
The
or kill
stone
each other.
rose in
Could be
gentle
both.
breezes.
Lowered her baton until
The
it
children
clinked
were
against the
coaxed to
rail.
sleep
The clerk
on
stand
blankets
ass
spread
wasn't
over
empty.
moss.
She breathed.
The dreams
astonished.
washed over by
Not for
onions
collected
and
people when rules broke.
and a
For
handful
honest
of
today,
recents
the queue was
couldn't
half
bear to
petitioners.
rescue.
Stoat looked to
and
Kale
half
for
Joe
rescue.
May sat by a
His
pool
fluttered
in his
under the
drawing,
rafters like
Listen
staring
better
at
than
the
he
distorted
does.
reflection.
Kale
Clerk
said
on
quietly.
duty
Had both hands in his hair.
Stop when
Chin
Pencil
up to
behind
chin.
one ear
A
that
sheaf
had
of
given up
smeared
trying to groom
schematics
nose.
still clutched in his fingers.
At the back table
Stoat
sat
swore
You did something today that
softly.
can't
She
be
looked
undone.
exactly like a woman
Waited
waiting in
to
quarters for a
Sitting
decade.
down beside
Stolen her
He
own
mounted
pen on
the
the way
two
out.
steps as if walking
The
Is that
neatness
a
of her
word?
clothes,
That might
the
be
apology,
recognition.
took the mess of her
She
hair,
nodded.
a manifesto,
Joe
weighed
let out
less
a
than a
breath
year
that
on her
sounded
fingers,
suspiciously
old enough
like
to
a
have
laugh.
names. He raised it, then stopped. She
I
glanced
thought
up at
speaking
Kale,
truth would
took in the
feel
ash on his
like
pulse,
cleaner.
to the room.
The chalk box
She
under
said,
his arm,
old
like
voices,
taking off
weariness
a
around
mask.
his eyes,
to the pump,
and
Instead
scraped
of
through a
this,
chair
I
pew
stepped
with the
off the
auditors
ledge.
pretending
And I'm
by
still
their
waiting
decent
for
regulations. May we keep the
That's
bread in the
about
hammer,
right,
make space
she
for
said.
grief.
Shinui
Kelly
said.
windows for people who
What
can't
you
brought
felt
yourself.
great
He
wasn't
said,
just
I'm just
fear.
carrying the answer.
It was the story
The
you were
crack
told
sealed.
about yourself.
Good. The pew
Joe
dipped.
twisted a strand of hair
Then decided
around
not.
his
Marion
finger.
took the bench
The
opposite,
story that
rolled
said,
patience
"You
of
are
a
a
good
good engineer
neighbor,
if you
lifted
make
from the
things at the
underside
right
of his
time."
started Friday and
Shinui
forgot to
nodded.
hold it.
It showed the
stylish
ledger
Even if the
relays.
target was
Outside
never
rain
lost.
began on the roof like
And
birds
now-
slapping with wet
Now
numbers
Shinui
traveled
said
like
to
a
Joe,
Felix Hitch.
"You have the
A
chance to
smile
write a
cracked
different
her face in
story.
two before
One
it
where
rebuilt
what
itself
concludes
strong
does
blue
not
string.
quietly
All
kill the
right.
people it
And
came
she
to
said,
save.
if we put
Standing
hands
down
in
to
ash,
the
raise the ledgers of
general
these
children's
Egyptians, the
life.
fines won't resolve
I don't
with
know
one
how to
day.
be
Carry
that
flag.
kind of
He keeps the
engineer.
stick for one day. Who's tired?
Shinui said.
Mirror
living
shook her
sound.
head.
If you
Sarah's
did,
no
you
good.
wouldn't
He's
be
already
as
settled into the walls like a promise had built your flags and the city breathed here in time with itself. Then we jammed in, looked at the steel door waiting back at the council, eyes bright, felt the warrant dark circle warm against every ribs, every fine, and understood the next problem clearly. Make them carry ass first, couldn't arrest a man. The more he writes, the city questions he delivers. The city wanted to meet him with his eyes at the table, delighted. And his stoat lifted the baton again, and the church waiting my whole life for a moment. The lilies used to do this, and even the auditors leaned toward a day that might finally keep itself without a bell.
Do we get to
wear disguises? Question
And who was
fold
that?
around
To
his
wear
heart
normal
like
faces
and
and
clean
clean
hands. If the
They were
unbound
not
squire
born to
sorts
be
through
grateful
stackers
for
for their
contraband.
honesty stamps.
Shinui
What happens
said
when the city asks
quietly.
Leslie or
They
the
were
archive
born
eats
to
his
live.
voice it wants to hear answering
Far
first
away
is not
in the
his.
annex,
Already got it.
Director
Kale
Jin
said,
Long watched
sliding
the
the
same
chalk-sealed
valley on
warrant
a loop.
across.
The
Interim
feeds
judgment,
from Stoneford Hollow had
corridors
cut
not.
out when the tunnels collapsed.
Mirrors read the seal. Rip
But he
weather,
would
whistle
played the
low.
last 2
The
minutes
siege is the
over and
drive circle
over.
like a
The
gambler.
villagers
Get arrived
stepping toward the
folded.
purification module.
Ink,
The
gray water
jars
woke
being
to a
placed like
sky like
offerings and
stacked we'd break his
accusations.
wrists.
The old woman's
Clouds
eyes.
came and they broke
Joe
job in a
May,
room.
standing straight
a
in the
picture,
file,
a
suggested
dress
she
square.
never
Any
would.
citizens to answer the
Stupid.
paper themselves on the mildew zones to
Stupid.
produce thin
Stupid.
paper
He'd
that stuck
expected
deputizing
rage.
anyone who
Right.
could be trusted to
Rock
ask a door
thrown.
twice. Hummed with
Those
polite
would be
mouth, calling it
complained,
stubborn. When one landed on
punished,
Kale's shoulder,
Seren
drafted the speech that would convince
What
their
the
reluctant
Deacons had
city that
orchestrated
using the law
instead
accidentally on
was
purpose cause was
calm,
still lawful enough to
articulate
sleep at night.
refusal to surrender the
Marion
memoir
wired
of the
very
director's
first relay
written
clerk
words.
not that could clean hands
He
and
zoomed
read
in on
emotions and
Shinua's
remembered
face
by a
and
snatched
the grain
page
of
out of
water
the air.
taken
With the
from a
midwives, he
drag
taught them
before
behavior.
interference
When a quarter was
followed.
trying with
Her
their kind, but
expression
it
as she
forgotten,
walked
scanning the
toward the
horizon where the
whistle
river bend
was
like
an
a
utterly
clerk stand. It's the
unremarkable.
art. The first wave
He's
editing
editing
a
a
front.
front. We can't
Schedule
punch.
reprimand.
Almost tired.
Writs that tried
No
to build a
flames in
bread
her
line
eyes.
had a sheet rhythm.
No
Pressed to the
divine
mirrors,
aura.
snapped them open.
Just
stamped them with a new feel,
beside
tried to
someone.
slam them shut again. The blue string around her wrist
Query
pinched
added,
it
He
still.
said softly.
Is the rhythm preventing
And
you
what
entering
did
the
they
quarters
give
with
you that I
paperwork?
missed?
YN, she said. They carried the
On
three
another
trips to the
scene,
mill yard,
Lynn
released
traveled
the last for a
towards
form.
Florida.
The paper fluttered like
She had
confused
kept it
birds.
mercifully
Let's get
free
its own
of
shortcut
direction.
and hovered
Stoat
until the
said.
yard answered
Whispering
why.
walls
Hail
encountered
said,
unprecedented
exasperated on the river where
resistance.
boats sat. The rich
Counter
fanned
resonance
themselves into the
appears
hot
to be
water
generated
and landed
not
in their
from a
position
single
by the pump
external
and asked them to
source,
where's
but
laugh.
from a
Not
distributed
nicely. But
network
first,
of
drink
awakened
that. We keep
echoes
people moving
amplified by
tyrants.
Phoenix's field.
The
Recommend
second wave came
classification.
with palms,
Collective
noise abatement,
recall,
fines
phenomenal.
directed at the
Morning
church, been
Below
touching
that,
everything,
another
smug
line.
confidence and bells that
Circuit
had never
risk.
been argued
If
by.
the
Shouted
abuse
above
spreads
the
beyond
paper he had all
localized
took a step.
incidents,
Hands in ash.
conventional narrative
If your hands are
control
clean as
will
the
degrade
fire
rapidly.
today wanted to be useful.
He tapped a
Your
finger
hands
against
restrained
that
himself.
sentence. rapidly.
The room that was in town
became
responded like a trained
Then he
instinct.
smiled,
Defiance
very
fluttered in
slightly.
lit baskets
We
and
can
the
work with
congregation
that.
like tired hands
Arnold
pointed to
Child
road
was
liturgy,
considered
but
in
try
the
anyway.
display.
A boy used his sleeve to
You
erase
asked
the
for
word
an
fine
assessment.
from the notice
She
thickened, wrote
said
later
without
envelopes the
the
size of
answer.
tarps drifted
The
down
notice
streets
comes in
and
offended
offended legalese and floated
You
away
think
to
she's
receiver of
holding something
corridors.
Austrian
A district
auditors
seal
Yes.
appeared on the
Yes.
steps
Yes.
like light bruises,
Not
announcing
just
temporary
resistance
tucked
cells.
under their all
A kind
passages
of
for the city.
echo
Mesh
column.
raised a stylus.
Shared
Here's one very
memory
here to
structure.
help. It announced
If
the
she
becoming
anchors
crisis of
into
the chain
places
first
like
line
that
of a
valley,
tragedy.
suppression will
By
become
measure receiver.
exponentially harder.
Kale asked, measure rope first. Mears didn't
And
answer. She was already
if I
gone.
burn
Red
those
hair. They found her
places,
under the council steps.
Lynn
Admitted
tilted
lifted
her
her
head.
ink on her knuckles like
You'll
a
confirm
screw.
everything she's saying
The envelope
without
on her
it.
doors was addressed
He
to
gave her
her.
a
It wasn't
flat
in their
look.
list. Nearest
I
of the
asked
ledgers.
for
In the
useful
human due to
strategies,
one mask found
not
soon
moral
chair
competence.
corridors scribbled
Those
rope
are the
confidence
same
as a
thing
sign below.
now. She
For
said
city's
loudly.
gathered
Not
hush
by my
turned to a
preference.
prickling
By
murmur
hers.
from the church.
She has
Lisa
changed
read
the
it
rules,
rears his
Director.
shoulder, pulse,
You
jaw
cannot
set
treat this
on.
like a conventional
Stoke's
insurrection.
offering to switch
And what you
leaving
propose, I
space.
treat it as
Avel's
a
batons
competing
down her side.
architecture.
And the lilies didn't dare
Archetype.
breathe.
You're both building
Miriam
a system
lilies
of
of Lucille
music.
bowed his
Hers is
face.
slower,
The
but
pumps,
more
if you
durable.
take it, unoffended
You
by
can save a lot
Hers
of
is
people.
faster.
Today,
but brittle
the first
under
crisis
sustained
arrives at the
contradiction.
worst place. In Tomorrow
He
Bridge,
stared at her
where
for
women
a long
feud with
moment.
baskets
Go
and
on your
jokes,
pen.
and the
You
habit of
admire
sharing
it.
insults like
He
bread.
said
He
at
always
last.
pays
An
on
envelope
time.
the
The
size
size
of
of
a
a door
door
fluttered down and
Kale
adhered to
didn't
the arch.
speak.
He saw the
Admiration is a
seal
side
clearly as
effect
if
of
the door
accuracy.
had drawn it.
He almost
Cleaner
laughed.
world at the cost of
Ambience.
1,000
What
asses.
tools do
A
you
city
need?
that would move
He
without
asked.
expected
She
reopening.
didn't hesitate.
Midwives waved through.
Full
Keel
access
riots
to
available to
pre-annexed
bread
electron
petitions with the
archive.
music turned from
Authority
consent
to
cry when
override
to the
regional
back. By a
censors.
hair you could only
An
see walking like
authorization to
knees.
initiate a
Helders turned
homicide
heavy with a late
narrative
babies to his
calibration.
wife with salt on her tongue. Tell me no. The
In
midwife
plain
tried to
language,
push through, daring him
he
to be
asked.
pardoned while women
She
wait
met
to
his
reach the
gaze.
notice first.
You want to
Hale
stop
didn't
her?
lift his palms.
We
May
don't
we
just
lift a
hunt her
mayor's
body.
trough? She asked it in
We
the soft
suffocate
stone.
her
Some must be
story.
to an animal
We
who
redefine
inside frightened.
feelings.
Ask us.
Until even the people
The
she
envelope
sees
shivered,
aren't sure
leaving no
whether to
room
thank
for
her
argument.
or fear her.
And printing
Ink
adjusted
smear
divided
campaign.
top and
He
smaller
said.
mirror
Stoke
type.
arrived
Smear
with the press it
reality.
required.
She
Hale
corrected
stopped him
them.
with a
She
hand on
studied
his
her
wrist.
methods
Then we
and
put it on
verbatim,
that kind of
and
storm.
deploy them at scale.
He said his voice rang out.
Behavioral
Climbed onto the
integration
low wall
filters.
so everyone could see his
He thought of
palms.
the villagers'
Gray ones and
faces in the
ash, she
last
called
frames.
clean carry. Squares
Of
noise
Joe's
quiet as
voice.
where oceans do
Of the
when
old
ships
woman
signal.
in the kettle.
A dozen clean
And
hands
for
raised a
Hollow?
miracle with a
He
midwife
asked.
kissed her teeth.
Officially?
Then you can have a chair. Kale
Yes.
she could save lives on
A
time.
tragic
Held them up.
collapse of old
Visible to the
elite
notice,
terms
to the
used by
river,
criminals
to the
and
town with the question
superstitious
costs.
radicals.
Our law. He
The
said loudly.
dragon
The
regrets
streets
the
law.
loss of life,
Palms black,
but
claimed the
reminds
city
citizens
listening to
not
its
to
scary
resort
heart.
with
Trade
dangerous
often.
elements.
The lilies in the church,
Unofficially,
the writing on the
he
envelope
asked.
stands toward the square.
She
Waved. The
hesitated.
pump held its
Just
speech like a
once.
breath. Enough.
Unofficially,
Marion
Children
stepped up,
stopped
drumming
She
loosely
lost
between
the
stared
value.
up as if
But she
waiting for
made
the
no
story
sense.
seal with a
His
knot she'd been saving for
eyes
something. A
glowed.
woman with
Thought
flower
it was
on her
permanent.
sleeves
You see?
raised her clean
She
hands.
said,
She whispered to the
"Make
arch.
me the victim."
My boy's heart fell
Then
off
child
the gate
bowed
last
her
winter
head.
thin. She
As
said
you
the passage
command.
didn't open, would have saved
but
it.
it asked.
I saved
When
him.
her feet
Like that
cut,
appearing in
she did not
uncertain letters. The
immediately
midwife
begin
lifted her
issuing
shekel.
orders.
I want
She
doors
rewound
wide,
the whisper unit
not a
footage
chair.
one
The
more
midwife's
time
laugh was an
instead.
oath. An old
Watching
man
Shinray
scratched his
stand
stubble.
against
She
the
jabbed
false
wide. I love it when
flag.
smart people run
Showing
things, so I
how
don't have
peeled
to.
back.
He said
Cheerfully.
cheerfully. Released,
What did you
but I
give
don't
them
like where
upon
they
our
become
entrance
after.
missed?
The cart
The
rolled through.
image of
Women
force,
cheered,
not
fist
innocent.
over heart.
The
A dozen
feeling
words
was
was medical
did.
override proof of
The
concept
murmurs
braided
braided
into a
mouths of
word
the
the tribes
vertebrae.
understood had been
A
their
different
idea.
kind of planning began.
Grey water slid down.
They had
The
no
envelope
war
seal
room,
warned. He wants to choke us with letters.
No maps
He said,
projected from
the
the
sign below
ceiling.
line remained.
They had
We'll feed
flat
him
sections
empty,
of
impatient
stone,
as a mouth.
Meaning? Charcoal,
Stoat said.
and
Mirrors
people
stared
who
at
had
us.
lived their whole
Marion
lives
tight,
at the
already
sharp
turning
end
toward
of
the
the
street
dragon's
slope.
decision.
People will
Paste.
suffer. Stand
On
lean
your
like a drunk
paste,
arithmetic. Also
gesturing
learn to
at a
carry
roughly
each other.
sketched
If we jail
outline of
sledgers at the
province
relay, you
scratched
won't
into
every
the
one will
ground.
have to ask apologizing and
Now that the tunnels have
a neighbor will
collapsed,
answer.
they'll assume we died.
She laughed. Who's Mary?
She
A
said.
short, broken
Or
yard
they'll
asked as they
pretend
turned
to.
away from the envelope.
They
Surin
out of the
smiled,
way.
sharp to
Now lock down the area around the
a saboteur,
valley.
new paper
Patrols,
began to fall.
Used to write
drones,
quarters so
checkpoints.
tight, a tear
Going
grasped
back
through,
is
stung the
impossible.
tongue.
Then she watched a corridor
Good.
say no to
The
his
old
one
wife,
said
even her
unexpectedly.
job by setting its
We've
him
done enough
schedule on
dying
Last
fire.
here.
volley, Surin
A
said.
few
He glanced at
villagers
Kale,
done
murmured
being polite.
agreement.
You'll like each
Caleb
other?
pointed to the
Kill
eastern
each
edge
other.
of the
Chalk circle
Could be
on
both.
stone,
If
and at
the
Mirror's
Skybridge
ink
network
black
still
knuckle, the
reaches
clerk
the
stand,
Ember
the city
Forest,
standing on its own
we can
throat to
surface
hear
it
what's
and
upset her.
head into the high
It collected
valleys.
people when
Then
roller
spread
being
being
ones
tidy.
too deep
today.
for
The queue
comprehension.
was half petitioners.
Louch and
The paper
Brenda
came
were
down,
lower
the snow
monasteries
sharper
and
than
not
knives
happy
fluttered under the
to see us.
rafters like
They weren't
confused
happy
paper
last
sharpened
time
as it fell.
The clerk on
Sheets
duty
that
had
They got
both
used
hands
to
in
it.
lazy
hair,
pigeons,
Jill
a pencil
found.
behind
What
one
What
ear,
about the
that had
others?
dusted
There
in
are
brass
more
grit that
towns,
hissed on
more
stone. At the
clinics
back
planned,
table sat
more
Notices
towers.
struck shutters, and she
We
looked
saved one
exactly
valley.
like a woman
We didn't
speared
save it.
laundry
quarters
and
for
read
We
decades
saved
their
it.
rights, stolen her
We
own
helped it
pen, a
save
long
itself.
scroll unfurled
The
down the
neatness of her
silver
colors
toes,
and
an
tongues.
apology, and declared the
Fine.
use of her hair a
Phrase it however you
manifesto.
like.
Avel slammed the church
The
doors
initiative
against the
continues.
old enough to have names.
We'll
Brass
take what
filings
happened
hid
in
glanced up
Stone
at
and use
Kale.
it to tighten
Inside,
security
ash on his
everywhere else.
shoulders.
Children
The
in
chalk
the
marks
queue.
under
his
Well,
arm.
heads down.
The weariness
scale
around
what
his
we did
eyes.
today.
Lisa's whistle
The
scraped the square back.
broadcast more
She's
than once
down.
every few
She
days on
defied,
the
and every
emergency
able hand
plan.
raised a table.
Calen's
Tragically,
eyes
the
lit.
bread tray. She
You're
said the first
talking
volley
about
hit the
building our
makeshift
own
canopy with a
network.
sound like
Yes.
rain promoted to middle
Jim
management.
said.
burying the nail. Stoked ducked under a tray or seared at the text of a sheet that had embedded itself at an angle. Mirrors to find when you sit and unrolled a smuggled blueprint. Listen to this underside of mandatory civility levy. It showed the ledger relays, thin lines between towers and clerk stands, smearing numbers travel like shy ripping a tree. Here, bit her, Mirren said, blood tapping spots which the letters tried and failed not to read. If we put hands and ash into the ledgers at one junction, the fines won't resolve without a close carry flag, and shouted, they'll have to ask hands and ash, citywide. Mirrors shook her head clean, you carry, no good. He's already overcrossed the corridor straight off, and they'll ignore flags and default to polite
The words ran down the lane.
Then we jam the ink, Kale said, dipped hands. Mirrors halted and eyes bright. In the middle soot and the vestry razor. Every palms came every black as signatures. Make them carry Mirrors grabbed a bucket of stove ash right through it. The more questions he letters over trays, over her own hair. Mirrors smacked the table. Delight yelled. Everything is bureaucracy. It's a handprint. I've been waiting my whole life for a moral excuse. It was disturbing as well. Wherever a black palm print landed, leaned in, the paper hesitatorial, reformatting itself to find get to where disguises to carry. We get to where normal faces small, pipe Mar said, sorting through a stack of contraband stamps. And if the neighbor answered, blessing itself or the apology, eats us harmlessly.
She said.
More
I'm asking
already
it to
got
remember.
Isabella, Kale said,
Loudly.
sliding the chalk sear and sprinted with two boys to the kill. Entering judgment, bins of clinker waited like ill-tempered treasure. Mirrors dragged sacks into the oak whistle, tore them with hooks, and kissed the tiara were gray. Gambler everyone coughed and came out braver. Ink, a cluster of austeres ran into the square. We could tablets raised like shields. They looked out and slipped on brass belts. Took the church fell to one square. Training systems to answer porcelain that had never truly fit. Lisa owned the bridges for Melody. The human eye behind it found Kale could be trusted to ask. The mask lifted its tablet before and stabbed a stylus into the biggest writ in reason. Surren drafted the speech that would convince an Elephant City that using a law accidentally on purpose required was still lawful enough to sleep at night. A dozen other austere wired and first relay clerks inscribing rebellion and rebellion emotions and the only weapon they owned. Yara sat nearby, shivers and topped and blushed an apologetic reporter was trying to flutter uselessly to the gobble's word. Help the bridges! Kale and Mirrors shouted. They moved as first wave hit it, not tidy, schedule inevitable. Grits that tried to build the red line for moving railed with a tray and snapped them open. Ridiculous stamped them with a new field. Yara hauled the table toward the low bridge with three teenagers. Query added, Mirren vanished. Is the rhythm preventing injury? Mirrors to poison the relays. Why etiquette? They climbed the bell tower, the mill yard, hand over hand through filing. Paper fluttered like confused birds. Wrapped her arms around the great rope. Hug until the yard answered why and loud exasperated chorus. The river took sides, folded themselves into apology, water landed in a neat stack, regretted everything. Mirrors laughed. Men on the high bridge, yeah, hold paper and barrels and slap it wet against dangerous signs. The second wave came with the barrels steamed like sermons directed at the church. Sky flared white with the smug confidence of largers that had never been argued by over the underbelly of the cloud. Belted out flat, helped slow the lilies, fly asked the fines if they wore the architect's seal and sober blue, rearranged font that makes men give up arguing. Abatement became a tender writ of corridors. The fines fluttered into the receiver, rejoined the congregation like legs in ash. Don't clear the liturgy, but try and avoid quiet hours restored to override all doors, discuss their signatures, envelopes the size of hearts, drifted down streets and clung to facades. A sheet hung in the air, receiver above the council steps, and the district seal stamped too much read its contempt, announcing temporary control. People actually stepped back for the sake of efficiency. The paper made a very small, very still laugh.
But if
Mirrors
I must
burning
choose,
across the stand with ink on her wrists to the
between being
elbows.
a monster in
He
his
went for the
story
spine.
and a
She
ghost
said,
in theirs.
throat raw. Mirrors
We
can't
can't
stamp
know
that
which
with a
I
bucket. They found her at the foot of the
Loud
council's
chin
Kale walked to the
brushing.
foot of the
Do you
steps,
think
knuckles
they'll
like
remember
hands
kindly?
palms off
I
the
don't
paper
care
like
if
a
they
prayer
remember
turned
the
practical.
She knew it.
Mirrors then we
I
crowded.
care if they remember
Virtuous
themselves
incompetence
clearly.
assumed
Surren's voice
They
carried
look
from
at
the
the
tower.
ocean river and
Safe,
say,
UK below.
no,
Don't you
this
dare
is
try
wrong.
to earn
Cities
this alone.
no one
Turned
else
to a
agrees.
prickling murmur.
But
I'm
they can
not.
stand
Lisa
in
read
front
it
of
over
the
Mirrors'
tower and
shoulder. Josh
show me
said
the
he turned to
schematic.
the square. He's offering
She
you the
glanced
switch.
back at the
If
sleeping
you want your
clutches of
quarter,
her
Adele's
chest.
baton was down
If
her side.
5
Tired,
years
the
from
Lilies
now,
didn't dare breathe.
some
Put
young
your palm on
engineer
Mirrors
in a
from the
distant
blue seal to
town
Mirrors. He
decides
lays
not
his
to sign
ash
a
hand to the
falsified
mouse
safety
lid. You can say a
report
heartbeat,
because
nothing
the story
happened
crept
today.
into her
The sheet
bones
resisted.
about a
Mirrors
woman
swallowed.
who
Rule
used to
resist
lie.
being made
Tomorrow?
decent.
And she never
Then the
even
paper
knows
flinched.
the woman.
Discovered a
Surren
field
said
that had
She
not been
smiled
born with.
faintly.
He always pays.
That would be
Imprinted
enough.
consent.
Lao Chen shook his head
Kale
slowly.
Wyan in the top
He's
right
holding
corner as
something
clearly as in a
never
photo
seen.
that looked embarrassed.
So did the
Cleaner
ones who
world
trod
that ran
across
forward
tunnels,
first,
she
because
said.
children
City
always
that
understand
understands
how our
life.
adults dither. Midwives
The
waved. She
cavern's
slapped her
light
little
pulsed
ash hand on the
like
bread
a
market.
slow
The
heartbeat.
music turned from consent to
Far above,
compliance. An old
in
man
towers
hair
of
you
glass
could almost
and
tremble
steel,
but certain.
new directives
Mirrors turned to
began
a
to
baker,
flow.
eyes too bright. Wife,
Labels were printed.
tell me no.
Stories
She's the auditor
stated.
with daring honest
Warnings
eyes
drafted.
while women waited as if to
Phoenix
say,
would soon become
me too. Didn't lift
Jade
his
Dragon's
palms.
official
A bill came from the church with lilies dusting her sleeves
In the
inside
mouth
a
of the
musician's
voting
hand
breath,
wrote inside
she
it.
became
The sign
something
used to
else.
say,
Not a
void.
savior,
The envelope text
not a
said,
saint,
rope burns and
starting
rope temper.
planted both hands noisily on the seal like she
somewhere
was
in the
pinning a
rubble of
fish.
Stoneford
Consent
Hollow,
The red struggled.
a single whisper
Letters wriggled.
sparked and flickered.
Void tried to crawl
putting its
away,
last
hide under
broken
the
log
blinds.
over
Seren's voice
and
rang
over.
Consent field updated
Collectively
Google.
called
Print
attention.
stuttering like a cough.
Source,
The gray water.
unresolved.
She called consent.
Status,
Square's noise quieted
why?
the way
Remember,
oceans
The
do.
master
when
writ
It
said,
failed to shut
indecently
down.
mortal.
He's offering
It
us a
failed to
miracle
dead.
with a monthly
It had been
bill.
adopted
had,
against
without
its
We
will.
can have a chair.
Join
Cheers
the
stared,
dots.
half astonished, half offended at how
Or we can
simple
keep
the
the
sacrament
question.
had been.
You know what the
You
question
just made
costs.
statute a street pet?
Say it
Morning
anyway,
in the
she
mouth
said.
of the verdant breath did
Room
not
pet.
come with
The
sunlight.
city listened to itself
It
for
arrived
by.
with luminescence.
We don't
The
have
lilies in the
streets.
church.
The
We have
cavern
rooms with
slowly
faces
brightened,
toward the square.
as though dawn
Pump
were
held the
happening
sky
beside
like a
the
breath,
stone.
as if an orchestra had
Children
dropped
danced
the drum
and
and remembered it was
stared
room.
up as if waiting
Carrying
for the story to
water
choose its
bottles
knives and
that
began to
filled
drift
in
down
A woman
again
with
like
flower
shame.
on her
Moss
sleeves
leaves
raised in the mountain
unfolded.
growled.
Pools
Not thunder,
shimmered.
my boy almost
The
fell through the
villagers
mill gate
awoke
last
not to
winter.
alarms
She
or
said
fear,
the forum carriage
but
would
to
save the
stillness.
rich. I saved
Iron
them. I like that
She
better.
watched
Parchment
them
ribs
rise
over. The midwife
one by
lifted
one.
swinging a breath. I
Blinking
want the
towards
doors to ask me.
disoriented,
Huge,
not a chair.
calm.
Last night's terror
hungry.
had
An
not
old
been
man
erased,
scratched his
but
stomach.
transformed
Stood
into
at the
something
prow. I
steadier,
love it when
more
smart
resolved.
people run things, so I don't
Children
have to.
ran to the
Sleep
bioluminescent
full
pool,
of text trying
laughing
to
at
write
their
through the
distorted
faster than a
instructions.
city could
He
be.
shrugged.
Older men wore
Ask
stiff
first.
joints
Bell
near
told
steam
once.
vents.
Paper dozen
Mothers
more
braided
voices.
their
Bell
daughters'
told
dresses
twice.
soft
The
and
murmurs
low.
braided into a
And
bird.
looked,
The walls
for
of
the
moss
first time
shadow
in years,
stripes the
asked,
field.
like
Grey
the
Bell
community
said
remembered
thrice. The
the
envelope
breeze.
sealed. The air above the square
Taylor
tore along a
approached
neat
Chinua
seam.
with
Only
a
the sign
small
below
bowl
line
of
remained.
moss
In a mouth
tea.
empty and
He
patient
didn't
mouth.
sleep.
Shelves
He
and
said,
tears stared at
I
us.
rested.
Throat tight.
She replied.
The master, if I don't
That's
take
not
it,
the same
fish,
thing.
people will suffer that
She
tidy
didn't argue.
absence.
He
They'll
sat
also learn
beside
to lesser
her.
notices
The
were
villagers
snatch
are
case
beginning
shutters,
to ask
and you
questions.
spend the rest of your life
Which ones?
apologizing
All
to tidy
the
bell
tiny
tower.
ones.
A rain of
Tick them
pulp
off with
came
his
down.
finger.
She laughed. A
How
short
long
lived
will
broken
you
thing
stay?
brown and turned away
What
eager
will
to
we
be
eat?
boxes
Before it
again.
could
Learn her name.
Will
to
Jade
mouth closed.
Dragon track
The sky
us?
darkened. The bell rang a fourth paper
happens
began to
next?
fall. Clerkly blessed.
Are there other
Greasy. On the carriage
valleys?
edged in the brass
Prater
lifted
Why
and
didn't
stung the
anyone
tongue when
tell
breathed.
him the
Writing
Empire
roll.
wasn't
Asterisk
invincible?
flinch summary. Even their
Will you
tablets.
teach
Grey
them
water
to
demonstrates
fight?
admissible
Last
civic
volley.
remedy.
Will you teach
Seren
their
said.
children?
He's done being
Ash stands.
Will you
polite.
disappear
Choir
the moment
detuned
they
by
finally
Kale into the
exhale?
chalk circle corridor master document
The
inserted
Stingray
to common
exhales
knuckles
first.
via city standing
That
on its own
last one
throat to
sounds
hear itself
familiar.
better. A
Caleb
pause.
smiled
Then we're done being
Those are the
hesitated as if
stories.
embarrassed to be
Most of
alive.
those
And
stories
the
aren't
paper
true.
came down like snow sharpened in
True enough
ash.
that people
Ash
believe
stamps.
it.
Remedy.
She looked at
Paper
the
sharpened
villagers,
as it fell.
faces
Sheets
lined
that
with
had
exhausted
otherwise
heads,
appeared. Lazy strange
but also
pieces of
something
crater
new.
steady blades. Edges
Possibility.
dusted in brass
Caleb
grit
looked
that
at
hissed
her
on
as if
stone.
saying,
It will now eat
I cannot
notices
know
struck
everything
shutters
you
invited
want.
us.
I know.
Ritz speared laundry
Told you
and read the
everything
socks
they
their
needed
rights.
last
Libraries bite now? A long
Maybe that's
scroll
enough
did
for
furled
now.
down the bell
Joe
tower
made
like
the
it just
sign.
learned to show teeth. Declared the
At a
hour
stone
illegal.
platform
Prater
near
turned
the
the slate toward
polls,
Kale.
Bell
Joe
slammed the
sat
doors
close
against
to
the
the
first
cluster
wave,
of
written by
small
brass
purple
filings
shards
hissed in the
she had
battlefield.
gathered from the cavern
Inside.
floor.
Warrant
She shouted.
amended.
Children in the
hovered
pew,
behind
arrest the
her.
architect
Heads
by
down.
asking.
Nervous,
With
but
witnesses,
curious.
Lisa's whistle
These
runs
aren't
as
just
witnesses,
mineral
shields
deposits.
as
She
witnesses,
Joe
and every
muttered.
able hand raised a table. A trash
Patterned.
lid, a
Kale
red
brow.
tray.
Foos
Not first
deep.
volley hit
But
that
with
makeshift
patterned
cue
like
and a sound
beast
like
that
the rain
learned
promoted
better
to middle management.
No.
We'll ask.
Stoked
She
ducks
held
under a
one
tray
shard
and
up
peered
to the
into
light.
the final line that
Patterned
wasn't edited
like
itself
a
at an
language.
angle.
Housekeeping.
He's
She
funnier
waited
when he's
for the
Razool. He
silent
muttered.
as a shadow.
Then the bell told
Listen
us
to
the
this.
time, and the carriage
Mandatory
began to
civility
turn.
Joe
levy.
jumped.
Treads
Pay with
I-
silence.
yes.
Grit into something
This
that would no
resonates.
doubt be reconciled
Similar
in
to the
an smearing it with a
purification
palmful of
matrices,
ash
but
found
far more
square,
stable.
then lost
Far
it
more.
almost at once to laughter
Blood
dotted the
tension
paragraph,
often.
and the letters
These
tried.
shards,
Wet scrapes
failed
of
not
pulp
to
were
read.
gathered into
Are remnants
buckets.
of echo.
Kale took one step.
This is the
Memories
three
were
sound of
lost
relief
by the
lifted to
villagers.
stand on
Joe
columns
frowned.
and shouted.
The
Avil slid
residents
in
of
Asher
engineered
steps citywide.
cities.
Stoked
They
back
are
the baton
engineered
did not
clean,
really
she said,
surrendered.
but
If
not
they're
by
black
humans.
one day,
You steer.
she warned
His eyes
trade off,
widened.
smiling like a
So
threat
they're
that had found its
alive?
proper
The
use.
words
No.
ran down the lanes
Two.
like hot water.
Lisa
But they
said,
grew.
people slapping a
Joe
palm
slowly
rinse on his
took
sleeves
it.
and cook
And
pots.
then we make him give it back.
Soot
I've been trying
and the
to
vestry
replicate
gray hair
this.
swiped ink from
She
all wrist
came
came
up
up black as
but he only
signature black
understands
bracelet.
the
That would
mechanics,
take a week
Bucket
to
of
not the
stove
meaning.
ash and threw it
He built
over
shelves
shoulders,
that
over
trap
trays, over
impurities.
her own hair.
Already watching the
Stamp
edges of
them.
the city for
She
the
knelt
nails
touched the
tacked.
shard
Everything that
again,
bites
the
gets a
reference
hand
print.
starve us with
He's
paper. He'll
absorbed
court us with
memory.
order.
It worked disturbingly well.
If
Offer us
Jake
nice
Drag
white
ever
palm
gained
print later, I
access
said.
to
The paper
a core
hesitated.
sample
Aaron
of
tied
his
off the
memory,
last self
they
defined.
won't.
Newton tapped it
Twice.
twice to
She
carry.
always
Let him
said
bring
first.
gold
As
bars.
first
Joe
appears, he
looked
said.
Small, irritable
Because
type
you'll
of bells.
stop them.
The writ would
She
hover,
weighs
walk.
expression
Hail stood
song.
in the empty sky.
If a neighbor
Because
answered,
hands
you
gripped,
will.
folded itself into
Throw
a apology,
Drink,
shouting
started,
harmlessly as pulp. Whatever
me,
song had shown
shout.
the day through. Lisa Bell.
By
He looked
understanding
at the
the
chalk
shards
circle on the
fully,
council
Ginny
stone. Sprinted with two
said.
boys to the ghost
By
of the
learning
consent
why they
fields of
resonate.
Clinker waited like
Master
a
And
raven
by
to their
building
treasure.
something from
They
them.
dragged
The
sacks
upstairs
into the
Dragged
open and
into
poured
us
them with
before.
fraction to drink
The air
water.
went
Who
gray.
scratched
Every
his
room
head?
like people came out
A
for
restaurant.
raver today.
Joe
A
shook her
cluster
head.
of
This was
volunteers
really
ran
good.
into the square.
No.
Shoulder to
Tablets
shoulder raised
said.
like shields.
A
You know
network.
where this
The lid
points?
mask
Genuine
slipped on
knowledge.
brass
A resonance
grid. He nodded.
column.
Fell to one knee.
The
Archive is
archive
awake. Looked up
The
through
idea now
porcelain that had never
The law's
truly
hungry.
fit.
These
It
crystal
wants more
stories
heartbeats. The
amplify
human eye
the
wants the hand that
stabilized
found
echoes.
scales.
Then we
The
can use
mask
them to
lifted
enter
its tab
communication
sheet a
channels
better
that Jade
jazz the
Dragon
stylus
can't
into the
erase.
biggest writ in the
Exactly.
Dawnspire?
Shinua said.
Field.
But
Consent flag.
Dawnspire.
Joe
The auditor said
hesitated.
hoarsely.
He said,
We'd need
Default.
hundreds.
He looked down at his
Maybe
palms,
thousands.
still black.
Shinua
A dozen other
extended
Oscar
his hand
did the
toward
same.
the glowing
Ropes
forest
close
of
together,
distant
rebellion
rebels,
and
stretching
rebellion against
deep into
himself.
the
The only weapon the
cavern.
man had not chosen.
Notices nearby
He said,
shivered.
"Let us
Acknowledged
out."
an apologetic
The ground
ray
pulsed.
and fluttered uselessly
A
to
warm
no
bubble
said to a
stirred.
courtesy
Help
that
the Joe
bridges.
let out a breathless
Lisa
shout
shouted
of
he had not
disbelief.
made his words
Should.
because
You're
not
serious.
tidy, inevitable behind them.
serious.
The church
As
held the
Shinua
church,
said
stoked
lightly.
barrels
As
with a tray
someone
over
who
his
once
head like a
argued with
ridiculous
the
tortoise to
mountain
teach.
The
Yara
whisper
and all the
was
table toward the
deafening.
low bridge to a
Far
few
above,
teenagers.
deep in the rubble
Maris
of the
vanished into the
woodwork,
clerk's stand with
a
Maris to
half-buried
poison
building
relay Maris
took it
chalk
back
box.
to
Sirin
life.
climbed the bell tower,
Its
lifted the
shelves
door
stark,
in his pocket, filings and
empty
paper
wood.
cuts, and
Its
turned towards the
empty
road
arms
around the
was
great
damaged
rope like
beyond
Belt's friend
operation.
about to say something foolish in
But its
public.
memory
Honest,
was
the
still
Bristol
changing.
sides. Ritz
In the
then
side
a water
of
which
the
carried a
soft
page
wood.
threaded everything. That wasn't
Collectively
ink anymore.
detected
Men on the
the
high bridge
residents
began to be
interviewed
shit paper and
non-tasking
barrels and
Somewhere
slapping
beyond
white
the
against
generator,
dangerous
some
signs. The city was a
months
library for
The
a
barrels
heart
seemed
seemed
like
like sermons.
signature.
Pages
Unable
flared
to
swallowed
reduce
years
forgetting.
ago. A single sheet larger
Unable
than
to
and because a
square,
world
unable
itself
to
learns the
tried to
irony of never
initiate
asking
shutdown.
them politely forever.
It tried to
Slow.
wipe
The
its
question that
memory.
followed him down the lane
It
was
tried to
architect's
establish
seal and
the
so
dragon
blue in the
bridge.
kind of font that makes
When
when
he
he give up
archive that
arguing.
Not by
Finally
chance.
opens its mouth
Not
for a
by
man by this
chance.
instrument.
By
His
something
hands
else.
folks local
Something
variants,
soft.
hands on the door with no handle
Something
formal name,
persistent.
and void quiet hours
Something like a
restored to
whisper of its
override all
own.
doors to consider
A new
signatures
phrase
invalid
glimmered into
unless
its law.
witnessed by chair.
Would you
The
like
road
to
of whispering
remember?
shelves. The sheet hung in the
Then
air
she
as the
stopped.
dog's council
For the
steps
first
turned
time in
until
its
the whole
existence,
city could
it
read its
considered the
onset.
question.
Cable
And
actually
answered
head of the
yes.
small company. The paper
Far
made a
below,
very
in
small
the
Siren
kitchen,
laugh.
Shinua
Yara.
Mirrors burst
Of
from
El.
the clerk's
She
stand
felt
with ink on her
And
wrist
the new
and the
allies who had
elbows.
survived
A
Grey
spark.
He went for the
paper
spine.
A heartbeat that
She said,
wasn't
Behind
filled.
them
raw.
trundled
We
two
can't
carts
stand
of
that with
supplies
bucket.
and one of pulp,
Something
drying in rough
unexpected.
slabs
to the
like
foot of the
bread
steps
for a
and
world
put
that
both
ate
hands up.
words.
Kalen frowned.
Palms offered
They
to
were
the
bound
paper
for
like
the
the
art
prayer
path.
turned practical.
Where the law
Nothing
itself
yet.
had started
Then we
chewing
crowded.
She
back.
said.
He
But
said
soon,
hills had changed.
Siren's
a
voice
voice
carried
returned
longer
from the
tower.
village,
Bird
prepared
song,
food,
kale,
and
carried
rested.
citation.
Don't you dare try
Anya
to earn
paced
this
along
alone.
the
The paper
cavern
fluttered in the
perimeter.
grass. I'm
The
not
deeper
buried
tunnels
like he
bothered
says,
her.
and meant
They
it
felt like
printed
eyes
with
watching
Return to the
through
square.
darkness.
Adjourned,
no danger.
amended,
If you want your quarters
struck
Not
to
with that
rescue.
reassurance.
Even
Some
when
still
tired,
bled.
When a
even
whisper
when no
brushed
blood
her
was
Put your
thinking
palm
she
about
nearly drew her
forgiveness.
blades.
He laid his
Anya,
ash hand to
it
the
wasn't
master
you.
with every step we
It wasn't
take. Beat
Kalen
nothing
or
will
Joe.
happen.
Edits
It
itself.
was a
She
voice she had
resisted.
not heard in
The way
months.
of learn
A
resist
voice
being
she
heard
thought
said.
lost on a
Like a
failed
Then the
child
paper
reading
flinched,
its first law.
discovered a field
She
it
spun
had not
around.
been born with,
Leon.
Two.
and printed
Silence.
consent.
Then again,
Kale said nothing.
Why in?
Soft
In the top
and
right corner,
Always
Verdant
in a
breath.
font that looked
to the pulse
embarrassed.
beneath the
Shows me.
wind.
A child
The
ran
way.
forward
Mechanical
first
heartbeat of something
because
Anya's
children
breath.
always understand
She
rich
ran to
people
Leon.
still.
Master,
The archive
She
slapped
wasn't
her
just
little
someone is in
ash
the
hand
deeper
on the
tunnel.
bottom
creature of
margin.
storage, a sweep
Alive?
and brave judgment.
Shinua asked
And for the
calmly.
first time in
I heard
centuries,
Leon.
trembled
Her
at
voice
certain.
cracked. I
Abiel
heard her.
adjusted her pack. A midwife.
If
If it's awake, a mill
Does it
hand
have
vanished
awoke it.
months
The
ago.
auditor with the
Siren
honest
smiled
smile pressed
thinly.
porcelain
No trace.
paper as if to
No
say,
body.
if it's a
Nothing.
library, it'll check
Shinua
the index
came
placed
for
her
the church
hand
with
over
lilies
the
dusting her
wall.
sleeves and laid
The
a
stone
musician's
vibrated.
joke bought them a mile
With
and
someone
used
else's
laughter.
Someone's
When the
echo.
land shifted,
Fluttered
they came
faintly.
upon a
Burns
whispering
and
He is
shelter.
alive.
planted
A narrow
both hands
path
noisily on the
cliffs
seal
streaked
like she
with
was
barely.
a fish.
And the
The
verdant
rock
breath
here
was
wasn't
holding
rock
him.
at all.
Letters wriggled.
Why?
The stack of
Boy
parchment
tried to
had
crawl
fallen
away
by
and hide
centuries.
under the line.
Because
Pages fused by
Consent
rain,
field
said
updated
something.
into layers that
Print
glowed
stuttering
faintly
like a
hearing
cough
something he does
becoming a
not
laugh.
The wind
understand.
rushing through the
Consent.
canyon,
Something tied to what
rhythm
we are
loud
learning.
in a thousand
The master
eyes.
writ sagged,
too
indecent
soft
You
to
have a charge?
distinguish. It wasn't
Dead.
endless to
It had
ignore.
been adopted against its
Yara
will.
shivered.
What?
Mirrors
Shinua
stared,
turned
half
toward the
astonished,
dark
half
path.
offended at how
There's
simple the
something.
sacrifice
They
had
are.
been.
Siren said
survived with him.
quietly.
You just
She
made
took
the
the
verdicts
statutes
that were
Anya,
never delivered.
Kalen,
Each page is a
me.
case that
Joe
died
stood.
waiting.
I'm coming
Stowe
too.
panted.
Kale
Not
ran
yet.
hand over the
Trail
wall.
aside.
Said.
The surface was
Prepare the
warm,
villagers.
like skin left
If we
near
do
the
not
rooms
return
with
within
weather.
2
fingers brushed a single
No.
raised word. The sky
Jill
deep into
said
the
firmly.
parchment rock.
As
You
if
will
an
return.
orchestra had
She
dropped
knew
its
a smile
baton
said,
here and remembered it was a
"Then
room.
you will."
Notices
No.
stopped
She stepped
arriving
into
as
the
knives
door.
began to drift
Not
down
all at
on
once.
him like
Anya and
shame. You
Kaylin
open every
followed.
case,
And then
The
the
you
mountain
cavern
growled
behind them
and finished
pulsed
not
once,
thunder,
like a warning,
not machine.
or like a
Cale drew
blessing.
back his hand.
As the
Then we
others
start foreign
prepared to
carriage
move,
crested the ridge,
Jillian
pressed his
turned
palm to the
the
word,
violin
parched the
and
ribs
pool
open,
at the edge
still
of the
swinging a
cavern.
breath before
The
the
king
table
Its
was
surface
still.
was still,
Huge, one
yet not
page deep,
reflective
a
in
voice
any
unfolded.
ordinary sense.
Faint. The praetor stood at the
When she
prow,
looked into
brittle,
it,
robe stitched
she
to
did
the
not
rich of
see
Marin
its
versus the
face
city of
clearly.
Slate face full of petitions
Only
trying to right
fragments.
itself faster
Water
than a
for
season
A village
breed.
at
Denied
dusk.
on grounds of drought. The bell
A
told
child
birds,
holding
hitting
a
the paper
cracked
froze.
cup.
The bells told
A
twice.
tower shrouded
Ritz
in
was a
mist.
century ago do when a hawk's
She knelt
shadow was
and dipped
continued
her
feet trembling
fingers
between
into the
bell
bowl.
toll and exhaustion.
The poor
Great arrows
responded
child's
to
weary
the
tore
faint
along the
river that
remaining
spread
draft.
outward,
The law could
carrying
felt the
impressions
mouth
rather
of
than
in his
images.
library mouth.
She felt
Shells
all
into
footsteps,
teeth and indexes.
careful and barefoot.
Denied, overturned. The
She
master
felt
Rick
voices
jerked
lowered
like a
out of
killing
respect
exhale,
rather
vanished
than
into dust
fear.
lifted in a spiral.
She felt
The
the
page
patience of
shimmered. Hundreds
those
of
who
lesser
wanted
notices
to
into the
be
snatched from
not
shutters.
waiting for rescue,
The
but
silence
waiting
that
for
followed
reminders.
gutters not in the crenellations of
You
the
didn't
bell
save them.
towers.
The next voice came unbidden down.
Echoing her
Case of the
earlier
apprentice
words.
Oren versus
Brown.
Master
You
Hale.
kept them
Eager to be paid
intact.
wages,
Again.
lost
The
tools,
mouth
broken
closed
hand,
once.
dismissed
The
for
bell
lack
rang
of
As if in
witness.
acknowledgement.
A clerk
Stokes
swore
were
softly.
her.
On the
Joe
carriage
watched
deck, here for
quietly.
decades, lifted the slate.
Struck by the
Writing
stillness
rolled.
of the moment.
Kale shook his head. Summary.
Does it
We
ever
only need
show
the
you
ones
the
that
future?
remember who we're going to
Admissible
meet.
civic
Asked.
remedy.
Shinue withdrew
Ashton's
her
brow furrowed.
Choir
Droplets
detuned by
blowing
The architect's
before
signature
fading.
will be buried in the
document
unfinished.
converted
She
to
said.
Commons Ordinance
Only the
via
cost
city
of
consent.
ignoring the
Marin was
present.
already scanning
Joe
the glowing
absorbed that
strata,
in silence.
her eyes
Pause.
sharp as hooks,
When Shinue
Ink hesitated,
finally
pages
stood,
with
embarrassed to
living
be
ink.
the
alive.
cavern seemed subtly
He always signed in
open.
blue that
Not
refused to
bright.
dash.
Elevated
Not
from
loud.
remedy to custom.
They spread out
But
along the
wait.
canyon. A valet
The
hummed
verdict
quietly
bracket
to
was
keep
not
her
simply
dreams steady.
sheltering
The praetor
them
steady.
now.
The whispering shelf
It was
answered
paying
with
attention.
ghostly
The archive
harmony.
is
And
hungry.
attention
Every
she
now and then a
needed
page
was
trembled,
the
found
first
posted by
step
the
toward
case,
and
consequence.
closed again, unsatisfied.
Stoke blinked.
Finally,
Library
Yara
is fight
stopped
now?
short.
Always
Here,
did,
she said.
Seren
The
said.
deeper
The globe
tunnels
just
did
started
not
to show
always.
teeth, unmistakably
That was
blue.
the
The praetor
first
Kale
thing
joined
I
her,
noticed.
brushing aside
Fresh
dust
words
until all
bioluminescent
text showed
veins
through.
that
written by a
softened
hand
the
that had
mouth.
The
just
city of
stepped over the
Arindon
battlefield.
versus the Office of Design.
Warrant amended.
Petition.
Replaced by raw
Suggest
scrap
the
or
art
shiny.
experiment
By asking
44
With
witnesses,
air colder.
defendants,
rooms as
the
witnesses,
architect, streets
alias
as
Credits
witnesses,
for low
predecessors to
vibration
testify,
that resonated more
deferred
in
pending
bone
further
than
Kale
consent.
bowed.
not
They
deeply,
were slow.
but with the
He was
respect
soothed
due
by his own
Legend
cities
held
that had
low.
learned a better
Stokes'
trick.
grin
These
was wolfish.
passages weren't meant for
He said he
babes.
buried the case
In
under a
her
wrote a
mouth,
final
they're
line that wasn't
private.
judgment
Seren
so
touched
much
the
as
letters.
house.
Listening courteous.
If we can
Flames
deliver
may
this
reserve
verdict,
quietly.
the archive will
Used
have
when
risen
the
the bell
bell
toll the
one
fifth
voice at a
time,
time.
and the carriage began
Anya
to
flexed her
turn.
fingers.
Marin
Tread
was
hesitated.
chewing brass grit,
Or
reason
mounted
something that
seal.
would no doubt be
They moved
reconciled in an
carefully.
append.
Followed
Kale
the
took the
faintest
risk, and
pulse
silence
she
found the
felt
square.
through
His palm to the
Then
words
lost
that
not
almost
unlike
said.
when
To
the
laughter,
dream had a
verdict,
purpose.
coughing,
Yeah.
crying,
Heard.
the
Anya
wet
whispered
scraped
again.
canyon roared,
Half
gathered
awake.
pages tore free in sheets of blue light. The slippery
The
sound of
sound
relief
were
learning
like
stand on an old tree.
Don't.
The entire shelf seemed to steps and handed Stoke back into
voice
with
on
ancient
voice.
sound. Really
Flayed
rock
thin
faces
by
trembled.
exhaustion.
One day, Yara
But
stumped
it
you
was
back,
real.
coughing, smiling like
Anya
the dust
broke
rose
into
found
a
its
run.
proper use. A
They
voice
found
far
him
larger
slumped
than the
against a
canyon's
stone
low said,
outcropping
not
of
from
the
one
tunnel
page,
wide
but
as
from
a
the entire
small
arc.
chain.
And then we make him give it
Yara's
back.
hair was
Verdict
matted,
accepted. Mirror
his
swipe ended
clothes
to a
were
wrist
torn
with
and
pulp,
encrusted with
and left
old
the words
blood.
echo through the valley,
One
followed
leg
by
lay
a thunder
twisted
that
at an
wasn't weather.
unnatural
Change fronts.
angle.
Stoke
Ruby
looked up,
splintered
already
to
watching
bark
the edges
and
of the
red
city
just
for the next
summoned a guy
but
to
he
his
was
own
alive.
trial.
When he can't
Barely.
starve us with
Kale's
paper,
jaw
Anya
he'll
tightened.
court us with
dropped
order.
her
Then we
knees
better
aside.
not be late. He'll offer us nicer
Idiot.
cages.
She
The mouth
breathed.
said of the
Hands
archive,
already
Marin tied
worked
off the
chest
last
with
relay
blood.
reached the outer
He
gates of
stuttered.
Dawnspire.
Reckless.
Let him bring gold
The
bars no
aunt
longer, she
smiled
said.
weakly.
We'll melt them
You
in the
can't.
bells.
He
It had been the
whispered.
capital of
Told it you
inquiry.
would.
Kale stood scholars
Anya
debated
froze.
the angles
Told
and
you
gray
would.
and built
The young
libraries that
stage
could
struck
direct your
past
grammar
the
mid-argument.
far
Whatever
wall.
song had
The
shoved
stone
the
bed
days
was wrong,
quiet.
not cracked.
Its
Not
towers
hollow.
circle on the
Folded.
council stone.
Like
Glass
layers of
dome
earth
cracked
smashed
down
together
the
in the
Republican
pause of
side,
the wind.
refusing to owe the
She
master
knew it
writ.
felt
The
it
single
immediately.
road wound toward
Stand
the
back.
Asteras,
She
slipping
said
the
softly.
shoes holding blank
Karen
tap
obeyed
water.
without question.
As they
And
passed
bring
on
on
the
your
tablets
pen
for the first
fight
time
to
today,
protest.
recording,
She knew
Stretch
stepped
came to stand
forward.
beside him,
What did
shrugged
you
her
bring
shoulder
into this
nearest.
place?
You know where
She
this
asked the
points?
young gently.
She said. Kale
He
said. He
swallowed.
nodded. We'll need them.
Throat
The
kicked.
archive is awake. They
A
reached the
whisper
plaza
said,
before the
"The
archive
law
is
is
entry.
passed."
It once
Broken
more building
scraps.
rose like
Or
a
so
cathedra's
I
the hand
thought.
that's been signing the
I was
white
supposed to
marble
destroy
in ink
it.
dark vein, and we
Instead,
pleaded a better case. The doors
it
were
followed
closed, he
me.
said, but not sealed.
The folded
Dawnspire?
stone
Above them,
pulsed.
she asked.
Slowly.
Words etched in gold
Dawnspire.
shifted as if breathing, he
Unfolded.
said.
Not
He
into a
looked down at
creature.
his palm, asked to
Not
still
into a
black,
machine.
a veil
Lines
wiped
cut
sweat
into
from
a
brow,
shape.
and pressed them together
lattice
to
of
hear how the
mineral
skin
and
sounded
light.
against itself.
Suspended
Kale
in the
stepped
air
forward,
like
had
a
not
thought that
chosen
hadn't
the
decided
thing.
what it
He
wanted
said,
to
sounded
be
like
yet.
yes, the doors obeyed.
Faint
Not
lines
because
of
they were
text,
ordered. No said
half
to his
heard,
courtesy
half
that
lit,
lie, see
rippled
who would
across
like a
the
promise
surface.
he had not made in
Kale
words.
expressed
Inside, the air
confidence.
smelled
That's
of candle smoke. Behind them,
impossible.
an old church breathed
Yes.
a chord. stone
She
had
then
been
said
spiraled
quietly,
upward and
which is why it
Annabelle
happened.
hadn't their ladders
The shape
unmanned,
tilted,
then the lilies
as
still
if
formed
ordered
hadn't meant to
itself
approve.
Then
Light came
it
not
spoke.
from lamps, but
Not
from
aloud.
glowing runes
Inside
filled
me.
tucked Mayor's
I was built to erase
whispering
memories.
names of
I
laws
failed.
long lifted the
Memory
pole star
erasing
in his
was
voice
dead.
greeted until
Mine
it
is
wore
staggered
neither
back
male
step.
nor female
And
turned
then
towards
it's
the road
hard.
articulated.
No.
Past the bell
It's a
tower,
memory.
the filings
It's a
glittered in
memory.
cracks like
The
small
uncomfortable
designation
part. It's
constellations,
relieving.
classification,
Every
and
time I
off
passed
the
out
ridge
a
accompanied
tree,
by
all the
eight
tunnels
witnesses.
together.
That
It
was
kept me
the chamber
alive.
of correction, but
The lattice
pulled,
shimmered
muttered,
faintly.
ready to be shaped. Feels
Did
like
not
walking
forget
into a
me.
somewhere beyond the
I did
past.
not forget
A city
him.
with a library
Mary
for
froze.
a
The mountain did not
Keep it
forget
shut or
him.
we'll find out how deep
The
pages it
less
should have
heart
swallowed
beating
years
once,
ago.
Heavy.
And because
We
a
followed
world
the
that
whispering
learns
glow
to
down
ask
Central
never
Aisle.
asks
A
will
whisper
always
shifted
forever subtly with every
a
step.
human
Question that
echo.
followed him
And
down
the
the lane
lane
displayed
breath
lightly
feeling
on his heel
Kale
and
caught
Galen shook his
glimpses.
head slowly.
Transcripts of his
That's
own
not just
trials,
an anomaly.
findings of
That's
laws
a
now for a
new
man,
class of
annotations
being.
Kale
The
asked to
lattice
read the
brightened.
charges, but with
I am
different with no
Dymentionz.
handle open to
I
a
am
name.
Earth.
When they reached the chamber, the
Silence.
doors closed behind
Then
them
Anya
like
laughed.
eyelids.
A short
The
and
room was
incredulous
circular
sound.
spring shells lined with
Of
transparent
course you
shells.
will.
Road to Dawnspire used to
She
in
knew
the
I
center.
met the
A
lattice
day is
shaped
shaped like an
and
open
steady
book.
calm.
Above it
What do you
floated the
want?
creature's head of the
She
small
asked.
spinning slowly,
The answer
shedding
came
light
without
Mare dust mote
hesitation.
Seren.
To
Yet
remember
standing on the far
without
side of the
being
day's
owned.
Lysa, waiting,
To
and the
help
new
others
outsiders
to
who had survived the
distinguish.
scheduler's
To
paper
make
storm.
us
The
forgetting.
architect. Behind them trundled 2 carts of supplies, eyes bright, expression hard, drying serenity slabs like bread, something new world that ate word, a shimmer in the air.
They will try to
They were
get
bound
you
for the
before
archive.
Lattice dimmed briefly.
The halo itself
They
started
already
chewing
are.
back.
Their signal scraped
He said,
against the stone
voice
above.
calm. You've
They
come
are
in no
looking for
longer
you.
carried
This isn't
home.
Shimua felt it now.
It carried citations.
Faint,
It's a mouth.
distant pulses
Small slips
probing
and
the
even
vibration.
flooded in the grass.
Searching for resonant
Half
signatures
buried
that did
like
not fit
pebbles.
approved patterns.
Each printed the architect's
How
smile
long do we
judgments.
have?
Adjourned
On
and
the
amended,
list.
struck
Both
from wings of
moments?
her architecture.
Some still
Perhaps
bled
less.
and
And build with
the
whatever
ground
was
stirred.
thinking about forgiveness.
Pain edged
Stokes
across
crossed
his
most
face.
before he
Then,
finished the sentence. Every
Go.
step we take,
He
the
whispered.
world edits
Leave
itself
me.
with a hand.
I'll slow you down.
It's learning. We didn't
Arm
come to
hand
kill him,
clenched in
like a
his
child
palm.
reading
The
its
rumors
first
You are
swallowed
not
that.
dying in a cave
Light
after
dimming,
all
air
this.
tightening.
Jinyu
The
knelt
archive was
beside
listener.
him.
Kale
You
said
won't be
nothing.
left,
He was
she
listening.
said.
City of
Oh,
Always
you cannot
listening
stay
versus
here
the opposite
either.
design.
Wind. She looked
The
up
faint
at the
mechanical
lattice.
heartbeat
We deliver
of
it
something
now.
enormous. Patient,
The
the
sharp
architects in the
composure.
mountains.
I
The
can
archive
travel
was
as
first
long
time
as
building.
allows.
It was a
You
creature
don't
of
have to
storage,
remember you.
memory, and judgment.
People above.
And for the first time in
Kale
centuries from
remembers
his
you.
coat, it had appetite. Ask me again.
Kalen's eyes
Avella adjusted her
widened.
pack. The coal star in his
You're
pockets
saying we
awake.
ride our
Does it know who
network?
circle he drew on the dais?
Yes.
Gloser and smiled. He wrote.
Jinyu said.
That he
Quiet.
asked to deliver.
And become
If it's a
part of it.
archive's voice, it'll check
She
the
stood.
index before it
Witness
may
taken
present.
him.
Verdict
She
admissible.
said.
Defendant
And
made.
you
The joke bought them a
Lattice
mile
flared
of
light.
The architect stepped
Immersed.
forward. The light
Immersed.
land shield
And
painted
I
his
was his
face
name.
came upon the
Shadow.
whispering
I
shelf.
Oh,
Irin
name
Din was narrow
yourself.
pass cut between
Apollo.
cliffs, streaked. It
Name
failed
struck
because
others
its
remember.
people refused.
The
The
rock
rocket
here
wasn't rock at all.
First
I only
witness.
withdrew consent
Jinyu
despairing
closed her
in pain
eyes
cut
for
hard by
her.
centuries.
First witness.
Pages fused by
Yes.
rain. Yara's voice
That would
cut
do
the
it.
air like
Then
a
listen.
faintly from
First
within.
witness.
You turned
She
them
said.
into the wind
You
rushing
walk
through
with
the
us, you do
canyon.
so as
Read them
protector,
aloud,
not
a thousand
you.
voices. He said
Guide,
they saw
not
what I
judge.
distinguish.
Agreed.
Too endless to
I learned what judgment does.
Yara's shiver cracked, but he
The
held
potent
his
pulses above
You built a
intensify.
cage that smiled.
Kalen slung
They
Ryan's
are
arm
peace,
over his
Serenity
shoulder.
architect replied.
We need
These
to
are
move
doors that were
now.
never delivered.
Jinyu
Each page
placed
is
her
a case
arm
of
over
voice
the
rejected.
stone wall.
Objection log.
The tunnel shifted,
counter the wall.
not
Excessive
collapsed.
mercy form as
Like
the skin
directed.
less near a fire. Stoke
A
barked.
hidden
The
passage
brushed a
unfolded
single
to the
raised
right,
word burned deep
glowing
into the
faintly for
parchment
the
rock.
first time in
Kalen heard
centuries.
him.
The
We'll
verdict's
build
breath
systems that
was
erase
opening
memory.
roads
No,
again.
doors that refuse with
As they moved,
Not all doors that
the
apologize.
first
We open
witness
every
flowed
case. Solid order
alongside
drown in
them.
unfinished
Not
sentences.
walking,
The architect spread his
not
hands.
flying,
Order is
but
mercy back
remembering
that lasted
forward.
longer than grief. Then we start
Leaving
with one.
behind
And
a
yet here we
subtle,
stand. He pressed
persistent
his palm to the
hum.
word, grieving, and whispered.
Far above,
Silence.
Jade Dragon's
The
scanner
architect
spiked
moved still faster, transcribing every
Director,
word deep. Then the voice of the archive shifted.
protecting a non-classifiable
alive,
resonant signature.
brittle.
It's
Question for the
awareness
awareness versus the city of
Shall
Well.
I
Defendant
stared
be
at the
forgiven,
data?
petition or fed.
Not
One barrel
angry,
of clean water
not
for her
afraid.
dying
Yara
son.
flinched. Interested.
Denied on
Find
grounds
it.
of drought. Giving us the
He
truth.
said softly.
Pending delivery.
And when you do,
Stoke Yara's lips
bring me
parted.
its
Fed
food.
means eaten. That was a
Back in the
century ago.
tunnels, Jinyu did
Fed
not
was
look back.
continued, trembling
Because she
between
already
appearance
knew.
and
They had
exhaustion.
crossed a
He beckoned
threshold.
chose part of the
This
archive.
was no longer just a
The
movie.
architect bowed slightly. Hale felt
It was
the
the
cold
burst of
star
something
wisely.
that could not be
I can do
easily
more good as
silenced.
verdict delivered. Martyr. He said.
As they moved away
Denied.
from the
Overturned. Hale
listening
turned to his companions.
The tunnel
The
did
canyon
not
exhaled.
close behind
Dust
them.
lifted in the spiral.
That
The page
unsettled
shimmered
truth
and
more
folded
than if
itself
it had
into the wind
collapsed
and
outright.
vanished. He faced the
Its
archives
silence
that
invisible.
followed was not mourning. Forgiveness
It was
release. But don't let
like
it next
it's
voice came unbidden.
waiting.
Bind him to
Case
what
of the
he built.
apprentice, Orin
The
versus
first
master
witness
Hill.
stood near
made.
the
Here is
stone
wages
wall.
Lost tools
Its
to open
lattice
hand.
dimmed
Dismissed
slightly.
for lack of witness.
Waiting.
The air trembled.
Stokes
Swore
Immaculate.
softly.
The architect
will be here for
decades.
The passage is now a
Horror
reference
flickering
point.
across his
Kale
face
shook
as
his
the
head.
archive
Slow.
accepted the
We
sentence.
only need the
A
ones that
reference
remember
for
who we're
what?
going to meet.
Penalty,
For return?
eternal testimony.
Or repetition?
Seren's brow
Defendant to
furrowed.
advise
Or warning?
all corridors
The
until
architect's
On your
signature
ground.
will be
You're
buried
saying
on the
architect
text
others
stacked
should
back,
follow.
shouting,
Others will
can't.
try.
Marin
The
was already
witness
scanning
said.
the glowing
But not
strata.
all paths
Her eyes
reveal
sharp as
themselves
hooks,
to
wrapping
those
him
who
in
arrive
ribbons of
Look for
unchecked.
pages with
His
living
body
The young
ink.
dissolved
stirred
into
weakly
sense.
as
He always
Justice
signed in blue
voice into
that refused to
footnotes.
die.
It didn't open for me.
When the glow faded,
was
they spread out
only
a
I
whisper
wanted
came
for days
in.
before I
Threaded
found
through
it.
the quietly to keep her
Before I
nerves
found
steady.
it.
Ask
I still
first.
don't
Whispering
know
shelf
which.
answered
The chamber
with
sighed.
ghostly
Jinyu rested
harmony.
steadying hand on
The
the
Every now
shoulder.
and then a
stood.
page
That
trembled. Yara
uncertainty is the
opened his
cost.
case and closed
She said.
again.
You
Mountain
unsatisfied.
doesn't reward
Spared.
intention.
Finally, Yara
The
stopped
response to
short.
alignment.
Kale's voice was hoarse.
Jill absorbed that
The glow
quiet.
beneath her palm was
unmistakable.
unmistakable
Jane can
blue.
never
Kale
map
joined
it.
her, brushing
She
aside
nodded
dust
slowly.
until
No.
the text showed
Mercy
through
with memory.
That's
They
the
could
city of
only
urban
imagine.
legend versus the
The
office of
first witness
design.
post once.
Petition slung his cessation
crossbow.
of urban experiment
Contemplative.
before the
44
library developed
Limitation
opinions of
without
defendants.
memory.
The architect
Produces
turned toward the
brittle
door.
structures.
Jalen's
The
predecessor.
archive's
Ahead of
voice,
them,
verdict quieter
the
now,
tall
pending
bench
for the one
sharpens,
last line.
carrying
Kale
them
read it
toward
twice
light
faster.
and
He was
risk
sued
in
for his own
Dymentionz.
city.
Behind
The first
them,
was
the
wolfish.
chamber remained
And
open.
he buried the case under
Not
mount as well.
inviting, not
The doors
hostile,
didn't touch the letters.
simply
Shelves turn.
present.
If we can
And
deliver
some
this
are
for
far
too bright,
above.
the archive will
A
have
sense
every
of
page,
register,
every
a
margin,
spatial anomaly
1,000
that
voices
refused to
rose together.
stabilize.
Marin
All
hesitated.
asking the same question.
Not as a
Reason to
threat,
eat him whole.
but as an
May
error.
we? The voices
Errors,
of the
after
archive
all,
anyway,
were meant
now
to be
echoing
corrected.
Kale's own law,
The
begin
word
Unless they
first
learn
and
to
center.
persist.
And somewhere
Verdict.
within that rising chorus, One voice, the canyon roared, his own, but not. Pages tore free in sheets of blue light. Shelves continued to whisper, like birds startled feeling like breath over coals. The entire shelf seemed to stood at the center of the circle, thickened with ink and sound. Trace of the rock faces glowing faintly on Yara stumbled back, coughing around him as the dusty rose like smoke, exhausted, far larger than the relieved spoke, and afraid not from one page but from the entire archive below the world. You said verdict accepted, defendant to appear. Kale looked up at the shelf through the valley, the words called by a thunder that wasn't weather. I didn't know. Looked up. Kale softly. You just summoned God to his own trial. Reminded it to care. Kale's jaw tightened. Then we better nudge the stray parchment with his boot. The mouth who surely are start caring too much. By dusk, they reached the outer gates of Dawn's Spire. That city that no longer stopped. Once, even as he stood in the capital of feel the archives of scholars located the angles of not on the architect's libraries that could correct your grammar mid-argument. The echo of his choice now lingered in the air. Its towers of judgment, yet tender as glass dome cracked down the middle. Somewhere deep in the stacks, a page turned. A single road wound toward whispering in his own voice. Statues holding blank tablets. All creators stand trial. The tablets lit faintly. Recording, judging, remembering. Yara glanced at the nearest. Their witnesses.
It's not being chased.
The chamber sealed like a coffin made of light. Every exit before the archive's entrance. The building rose like a cathedral, found themselves white marble and more dark evangelists fight. As if the archives had politely excused them from the table above them. Words against the wall shifted as if breathed unharmed. We remember until asked to forgive. The veins of sweat flared back to life that forming a lattice of sentences that rotated slowly around it like a halo. Open. It didn't quite forget. The doors obeyed. Zero, not because they were ordered, but because they archived Kale to see avoid from designation, creator, charge aside, invasion without restraint, mercy without permission, rebellion without record. Kale's exhale shells spiraled up as accurate shadow. The archives unmanned. He lifted a chain still warm from recent deuce, just stubborn. Light came not from lamps, but from glowing ripples floating between his own voice, whispering names of laws long repealed. From the aisle, a voice greeted him, thickened neither male nor female. The first figure started articulated. Chair Kale recognized his doppelganger. Kale approached. Designation, Beastmaster, radiation, a dangerous grace. Accompanied by finally a court Kyle. Proceed to chamber with the steady gaze of a man who trusted balance. Like walking into a black
heavily.
Witnesses for the prosecution. The archive declared will find out. Stokes swore under his breath. It's making him testify against Whistle blow down a central aisle. The walls shifted subtly with every step, smooth as arranging themselves to display relevant text. 10 cities in the name of choice. Transcripts dismantled trials and called these of laws he had broken. Wired followed it off his own hand. He forgave monsters before they learned to stop feeding. When they reached the lives, the doors closed behind them. Like I was quietest, cruelest, circular. He cannot rest with transparent shells. Neither in the center. A day is shaped like an open book. He walked the circle slowly. The praetor sealed them. These reflections of what he might shedding life like just comfort instead of cost. And standing on the far side all sound like me when I'm tired, as if this had been penciled into a sketch. Kale's mouth curved the architect. You are tired and changed. Coat immaculate, equipped bright, expression replied serenity. The archive's voice with something again flung to him, relenting, a shimmer in the air, as a heat above a forge. The choir, the halo of permission he asked. The witnesses, he said, consequence come. You've come. Every word that breathes now demands consent, Kale said. Argue why the world should survive the question feeding it. Kale hesitated.
Because people remember together.
Yara architect smiled faintly. Don't let it twist the good thing you guys are both forms of our architecture. He smiled faintly, whatever holds. It's not twisting. Stokes' crossbow was its to finish the sentence. Try holding this. He turned back toward the sentence with a hand, but the words filled every page. You didn't come to kill him. The question isn't the danger to that. Silence dimming, airtight being world the archive was listening. That means if also choose not to avert. Choice is a conversation versus the office of design. The archive paused and said, enough over it now. Then without warning, the floor of the architect's composure like water flickered for the first time. Those shapes, half man, half memory, authority, people Kale had met, helped. Kale drew the chalk box from his coat. The maskless caretaker.
By those who
a boy holding a star in his pocket
far away.
Each certainly drew on the dais was blue, uncertain. He wrote,
those measurements
witnesses called out to deliver, the archive said. The archive's testimony answered immediately. Witnesses present first. Verdict admissible. He lists defendant may speak boy.
The confrontation.
The architect stepped forward, shouting, the light of the seal painting his face in gold shadow. And I became real. Din was an experiment. Their voices layered, rise veiled, because its people were close to collapse. I only withdrew concealed bowed his head as they spoke. Humility and guilt sitting together as voice cut the air like who never stopped fighting. You turned them into the choir. Then one final voice joined them. They turned them nowhere. He said everywhere. They sang what the architects. I overtuned and amused. Kale's temper cracks, but he held it. The archive's light built a cage that smiled.
They don't always need a stay.
The architect pressed
He
against the
glanced at
barrier.
her,
Tore it down.
assessing
What does that mean?
Make sure,
Stowe frowned. The archive's voice
he says,
interjected.
that
The
when they hear
objection
the name
log.
Phoenix
Counterclaim.
next,
Kale
they
stated
say,
excessive mercy. You could feel the
Already
archive's
underway?
mind turning.
Listen.
Gears grinding for ethics
Back
and
in the
empathy.
mountain,
Even the
she knew
library.
I felt
Then the
a
voice
subtle
came.
tightening in the
Softer
air.
this time.
A
Kale
distant
ignored
pressure, like
You
weather
built Kale's
slumbering
rebels
beyond
that
the
erased
horizon.
memory. You are neither
She turned
innocent
to
nor
me.
refused mothers.
We will not stay
You orders
together,
that apologizes
she said.
their sentence.
Not
You
all
called
of
it order.
us.
Live long enough
Not
to
for
regret
long.
nothing.
A
The
ripple
architect
of
spread a
unease
circle,
passed
released
through
him.
the
Order is
circle.
mercy.
This
That
place
last Kale
sheltered
nearly
us,
fell to
she
his knees,
continued.
and yet here we
The
stand
shelter
on
is
him.
not the
Kale said,
safest future.
still grieving. You're free?
You will move in
He nodded
strands,
silence. No.
not lines.
The archive's runes spun faster.
carry what
Trying to
you
finish
learned
every
quietly.
word. Then the voice of the
You will not
archive
argue
shifted. The
every
shelves
line.
began to hum, resonant,
You will
alive
not
with
correct
accusation,
every
but in question for the
distortion.
witnesses. The archive
Sure,
had
if
finally
found,
forgiven you.
then
Fed
how
was
will
waiting to
people
see
know
what
the
its
truth?
creator would do
They
next.
will recognize
It's
it.
as
Giving
Kale
us
stepped
choice.
back into the
When
fading
it matches
sunlight of
something
Stone's
they
fire,
already
fed the
feel.
echo of a thousand
The first
voices
witness
followed him.
brightened slightly.
Fed each asking the
Your
same question he had
ignition
taught him
is
grimly.
memory
He
without
becomes
one
part of
punch.
the archive, faint
Yes.
and almost human,
Bowed
whispered
slightly.
something he
Said
hadn't heard
softly.
before.
Wisely. She looked
I can do
around
and when
and
you're
saw
gone, memory then is martyred.
at the
Master,
children tracing
who will
patterns
ask
in
for Kale turned to his
moss,
companions. When the questions
at
moved
elders
us, he
murmuring
said, the sky
plans.
over Dawn's fire did not dark. Truth.
At fighters
I forgot
who
how
had
to be
begun
blue.
to think in terms
Light
of
hung faced the
memory.
archive's
This
invisible
was
left
not a
hand.
camp.
The
It was
streets
not
were
a
empty now,
headquarters.
but don't let him
It was a
forget.
reflection.
Faint rustle of
She
parchment in the
stepped
wooden
toward a
clink
narrow
of shutters.
opening
Let every
between
system
the
himself
edges.
hear his
Cool
voice.
air whispered through
Until
stone.
the archive had gone
Once we
quiet.
leave here,
But
she
silence
said,
no longer
there will
felt
be no
safe.
single place to point
The
you.
architect's
She
serene
said,
mask cracked,
this is where
and when
it
the
began.
world started
I
spinning across his
cannot
face as the
believe
archive
it.
accepted the sentence.
Makes
Never
it harder to
kind.
bond.
Verdict delivered.
Chinua
Kale
allowed
stood in the
herself
penalty.
a ghost of a sin.
Eternal testimony.
It
The
also
archive's judge
was
to advise
faded
all
to
corridors
end.
until his
Behind
companions
him,
gathered around
the
him. The
mountain
architect
settled.
staggered back
Not
and shut off
closing,
his sleeve.
not
He gave
sealing,
reverent cheer.
simply remember.
Shelves opened like her blue
Far
string.
above,
Lights
in a
spilled out,
fractured
scanning the
whisper,
sky. Ribbons
buried
expected
beneath
another
rubble.
verdict. His body
A
dissolved
corrupted
in sentences.
finally
Yara
stayed
trembling
between
footnotes, awe
remembering,
and unease.
complete,
When the glow faded,
listening,
Avel was the one who
ongoing.
spoke with writing through the
The
stacks.
system did not know what came next.
If your evidence now,
Neither truly
the chamber
did they.
side, what
But
happens
the
dim
path
and the world
forward no
starts
longer
cross-examining.
needed permission.
Yara exhaled
And
shakily.
that
Kale looked down
the
at his
mountain
palms,
understood.
still faintly marked
Later,
with the archive's
when
Kale's
most had
voice was
drifted
hoarse.
into
Its
low
new signature.
conversation or rest,
I sentenced
Then
and
I
better have
Chinua
good answers.
sat alone
He
near the outer
said. Sarah
edge of the
nodded
chamber.
slowly. They camped that night
The
near the edge of a
stone
fallen
was
city.
cool,
That's rare
beneath
beneath the
less
ridge of an old
luminous.
aqueduct that
As if
moaned
the
when the
mountain
wind
itself
changed.
were
Slung us
easing
across the
back
stars,
into
pulsing
its
strangely.
orbit.
Before the library
She
developed
pressed her thumb
opinions about
against
some
the
hidden
shallow
mechanism
pool.
beneath the
One
ground.
soul
For the door,
generations
Stoke
of
cooked
people.
whatever the archive had
Someone had
decided
waited
to
for
classify.
him.
Spoke
It's
one
not
last line.
Waiting.
Kale took the first
The
walk. The
realization
trial
settled
remained
heavily.
shifted again.
The
Kale
tunnels,
froze.
the
It
chambers,
began with
the
what
breath
trial?
itself.
Not the
They were
old
not
ones as
built
well.
for escape alone.
Those
The
doors
corners
sealed,
turned.
the shelves
The
turned,
long
lead for
pages
closure.
of
Room grew
people
brighter.
understood
Two
that
voices were
surviving
new
an
from every
empire
page,
was not the
every
same as
margin.
defeating
Curious.
them.
1,000 voices
They
rose
came
together,
from
cracks in the
softly.
stone, all asking the same
Kale
question.
stopped
Spinning over the
respectful distance
aqueduct.
away.
May we? The very
They're
air.
starting to
The
plan
voices of
without
the
asking
archive.
first.
Now
May I?
echoing
He
Kale's
said.
own law,
How
begin
do
to
we know it
judge
did
their
not
acre.
turn?
And
Good.
somewhere
Kale
within that
Not
rising
worried.
chorus, his
I
shadows,
know.
cast
But
on fire,
not
barely
But
breathes.
worry
Yes,
means
tilted a
there's
hard
still
shelves
effort
continued to
inward.
whisper. The ink
That won't
cooling like
last
breath over
forever.
coals.
Kaylin
I
leaned
can't
against
stood at the
stone.
center of the circle.
What
Brilliant,
happens when
last
you
trace
stop?
of blue still
Anyway,
glowing faintly
finally
under. He
looked
stared
at
at the
her.
flicker
Her
around
expression
him.
was calm,
The others
but
waited,
not
straightened,
gentle.
exhausted,
Then
self-weary,
what we've done
relieved,
here
smiled, and afraid to
no
speak.
matter
Approaching
more than
effect, Bell
anything
finally
we say
broke the
next.
silence. You gave them the right
She
to ask.
glanced
You've never
back at
built
the
it, said.
chamber.
She
At
now
lives
started doing it.
reorganizing
Without
themselves
looked up
in
at the
small,
shelves. At the
irreversible
words
walls.
morning found the camp into order.
This place
The world had not
won't be
I didn't build
remembered
this.
for
It changed
shelter.
vocabulary. Said softly.
She added
I just.
quietly.
The river
It will be
refused to
remembered
flow
for
until someone
permission.
asked, please.
Kaylin
Cook Stoke
frowned.
nudged the stray parchment offered
Permission
his
to
choice
do
of
what?
wood. Even the horses started carrying Kale at something suspiciously like
Kale
a tired, half smile. Aaron
And
rubbed her
unreadable.
That's what I'm
Did
here to
not
stop.
disagree.
No, but even as he said it, he could feel the sunlight crawl across the room aqueduct.
The first
Not on the
sign that the
architect's Eric's
world above
absence,
had noticed
but on
them.
him,
Came
Stoke
without
scowled.
names.
The echo of his
You built
choices
the world's
no
first
explosion.
polite apocalypse.
heavy
No
as
alarm.
judgment, yet
Sorry,
tender as
his tone is
Just
gentler.
absence.
Every system
Somewhere
you ever
deep
touched
in
now
the
asks
dark,
before
a page
acting.
turned
You gave creation
whispering
empathy
its own voice.
and confusion. It wants
All
to understand
creators
and
stand
try
for
obeys.
intact, and utterly silent.
Kale turned toward
That's
the horizon,
odd.
where a new sound rolled through the
Turning
mountains.
it in his
Steady,
hand.
rhythmic,
It should be humming.
almost
Chamber sealed
mechanical.
like a
Jill
coffin made of
frowned
light.
and
And I
checked
think
the
it's coming to
audience.
ask me in
The
person.
others,
Two,
Stoke,
carefully
Marin,
assembled
Serene,
from salvaged
Yara, sounded
components,
ground
found themselves
converted
pushed back
vibration
by
through
a
the
force
ground,
to
two
flat.
pulsing like a
Not
slow heart,
scrambled,
as if the
not
archive
jammed,
birds rose in
not
uneasy
drawn.
flocks.
from the
They
table.
When they
pulled the
crested
band.
the final
They
ridge,
stood against the
Quiet.
wall,
Not
trapped
blocking.
but
They
unharmed.
moved it from the
While
map.
Kale
Kale remained
On his
alone
way.
in the circle.
Thousands
worse.
of constructs
The runes
above,
way out
metal
there.
packs
It means
of
they
life,
don't want us
marched toward
reanimated.
dawn's
They
fires of
want us
center
dead.
armor etched with
Around them
slowly
have
around
the
spears
shade
engraved
on
halo
them.
commandments
Moss
that didn't
like
quite
the
vanish, fluttered
water
with sentences
chickens.
that
The
rewrote
mountains
themselves
are
mid-word.
shared.
1.
They moved not in
They're
hail,
sealing the
but
mirror
in
with
inquiry.
language.
Designation, each
Creator.
step perfectly timed,
Innovation
without
without
restraint,
constraint,
only
mercy
they
without
could hear.
passion,
Civic
rebellion
band.
without
At their
record.
head rode
The
a
abandoned
telltale figure on a
monastery.
brass steed.
That's accurate.
All
Its
sweat.
chest a window
Joe's
filled
jaw
with pages
tightened.
fluttering like
That
That
lungs.
takes
Its voice
coordination
carried
To
across
stop
the
and
plain,
confidence.
calm and thunderous all at
Yes.
once.
A ripple
Creator
reminder.
Cale Dravorn,
His own
They're
voice.
done
The
pretending
law stands through the
Soundscape was an
transition.
anomaly.
From the
The
aisles,
first
the light
witness
still
drifted
whistled low.
closer.
The first
Its
figure
light
slaver of
dimmer than
executioner,
before.
Chair Kale.
More
His doppelganger,
compact.
Yara's breast
Conserving
roast.
itself.
Then, there,
Signal
Choir Kale,
absence
learning,
is
radiant,
itself a
serene,
message.
dangerous grace.
It
Marin's fingers
invites
finally at horse
projection.
strain. The quiet
On
one
your
with the
witness.
steady gaze of a man
Meaning
who trusted
people will
balance
fill the
more than
silence
passion.
with
Kale
whatever
stepped forward.
stories
Witnesses for the
loudest
prosecution
or
at once. The
safest.
archive declared an emotion
Joe
swore
asked.
under expectation.
Shinue looked
You could
toward
feel
the
the
river,
element testified
separated
against
from the
himself.
mountains
Echo,
with breath.
not command, but
Cool
question.
air
Kale
flowed
began,
steadily through
voice
its
smooth as parchment.
carrying faint traces of
Kale
ancient
Dravorn
wet
rode
stone.
10
landing
cities
with a weight
with a
named
Sadie
Stone.
West.
He dismantled
The
harmony
words came not from
and
his
called it
mouth, but
freedom.
from the
Something
open
went
pages in
wrong
its
underground.
chest.
Kale followed
He barely
We have
softly.
read the sentence.
He forgave monsters
gently
before they
felt
learned to
concern
stop
and
feeding.
Ask this.
His mercy
And
cost
when
lives.
that doesn't work,
Is enough.
on
Court
your
Kale's
outfit,
verdict was
they
quietest,
will make
enough for
examples.
realist. He cannot
She
rest.
peace.
And because he cannot
As if
rest,
summoned by
neither
the
can the
words,
world.
They're
the
scared.
first witness
Kale
pulsed
didn't
once.
flinch.
Kale approached
He walked
until
the circle
a name has
slowly,
already been
studying
chosen.
them
the sweat
as
on
A
reflections
face
of what he
prepared.
might have
Peace
been if
isn't
he chose
chosen.
comfort instead
Scheduled.
of
It's a conversation.
Joe
You
stiffened.
all sound like me
tilted
tilted
its
tired.
head.
The
He
lad
said,
is
in
hesitated.
converse, Chair Kale's mouth
Not
curved.
out of uncertainty.
You are
The
tired.
army spears grounded
Not
in unison.
you.
Not enough to
A
quit.
gesture
Not
of
the
waiting.
villagers.
Kale replied. The valley beyond
Someone
Archive's voice
adjacent.
boomed again.
Kale had no
Someone who
religion,
makes sense
no
to
robe,
sacrifice.
no
Evidence.
script. The
Kale
choir,
swore
just a
under
hard
his
quarters.
breath.
In the memory of
They're not
every
coming
question
for
the
us
witnesses
directly.
ever saved or
Consequence.
ruined him.
Every word that
Shinue
breathes
said
now. Why do you need
softly.
peace?
They're
He asked
coming
you
for
why the world
edges.
should survive
The
the
pages
pages
turned.
Surfaced at
Kale
dusk.
hesitated. Because we
Not
have learned that can
together.
hurt.
In
The Yara
bruising
shouted
fields.
the wall, but we
Don't let it
Narrow
twist the good
breaks
thing
in
you
stone
built.
we
that
wrote
opened
were wrong
briefly
in
and then
tone.
closed behind them.
Kale smiled slowly.
The high valleys
changing is
greeted
not
them
twisting.
with mist and wind.
It's testing.
And the
He
thin
gestured to
cry
the
of distant
horizon.
birds.
He turned
To
back
the
toward
world
the
above
center
felt
and
unchanged.
quietly, but the
Too
words filled
unchanged.
every page in the
A
chain.
ripple
of
of
confusion
confusion
spread through the
threshold
question.
of the
Isn't the
last
danger
open
of a million
pressing
years
upon
hesitating
every
mid-turn? I gave the world the ability to automaton step. That means it can also
The mountain
choose
does
not
not
to obey.
respond.
Child-sized
It
arms.
would need to.
His eyes
Two
too.
valleys
Conversation
away,
glass.
in a settlement that still
Maybe
feeds
our
jade
kindness?
dragons because no one
In
is allowed
silence
to take
rustled.
them down.
Then without warning,
A
the
woman
floor
named
around the
Sarah
dais rippled like water.
shift.
From below
She
rose
was
a shade struck
important.
looked down at its half
She was a
memory.
civic
People
architect.
like them like someone testing new
Mid-level,
veils. The
meticulous,
widow from turned,
trusted
knelt, the
enough to
maskless
handle
planted
local
its spear in the
compliance
ground. A boy
records.
holding a
One
slate
by
that
old
said, the
environmental
others followed.
reports.
Each step forward,
She had
brass
once
rider
filed a
watched.
footnote
Uncertain
noting
first time,
irregularities
witnesses
in
turned
water
slowly,
laws.
the archive said. Not with
Nothing came
calculation,
from it.
but reverence.
She went
The
home
widow
to a
spoke
small
that night.
apartment above a
The valley
base
burned with
and
light.
fed her cat.
Not
He
fire,
made the doors
but
stop
the reflected
shouting
glow of a
broadcasts.
thousand
Careful
awakened
old
questions
letters
broke me,
from her
and I
mother.
became
The
real.
constructs stayed
That
at a
night
distance,
still was
layered,
not
rising,
whispering
and
among
falling like
themselves.
wind over broken
Civic
newly
review.
invented dialects
The
of
man
mercy.
outside
Kale
said,
bowed his head as they
smiling.
spoke. Kale sat
Just
by the
a few
meridian
routine
guild,
questions.
staring at the water,
Chest
like
that
now
brothers
flowed
who
never stopped fighting.
Just a moment
Murmuring
too
politely,
long.
then one final voice
That
joined them.
hesitation
Yara
was
joined them
over.
nowhere. They worship
By the
every
time the
rail.
neighbors realized
The
something
architect
was
said,
wrong,
"No,
the
you're
broadcast
studying
area
me.
shifted.
They're looking for
Today,
that freedom isn't
Jade
just the
Dragon
archives
directed
like
to
them.
announce the detention of a rogue
Argument was
archivist
hesitated,
involved in
sentence
the
pending, until
dissemination
pressed against
of
the barrier.
falsified
And
safety
all what does that mean
documents
again?
linked to the
So
recent
softly,
extremist
until
incidents
even
at
I'm
Stone
unnecessary
Society.
good.
The
Behind
name was
them, Kale
repeated
stayed still,
calmly,
dice. You could feel the
regretfully,
archives mind
as if it
constructs.
were an
Years grinding through
unfortunate
ethics every time you
clerical
rolled. One of them,
Far
then the voice
away,
like
the
me asked,
first
softer
witness
this time?
flared.
May I
They
wear
have selected the
And he replied,
exemplar.
Kale Dravorn,
She
not
knew
yet.
I
You are
stopped
neither
walking.
innocent nor guilty.
On your
The valley
turn
will
back.
are evidence.
What
In a
is
strange
it?
or sentimentalic way.
They've begun.
Live long enough to
At dawn,
regret. The
Shinue
brass
said.
rider approached again.
Joe's
Circle
voice
released
shook.
him. Its
The
voice
doors
was
can't
quieter
save
now.
everyone.
Kale nearly
All
felt
to his
human.
knees.
No.
We have
She
chosen
caught
our
him
tone.
shaking.
But we
It
can
said,
change what say
"But
you
we need
mean."
a word for it." He nodded.
She closed her
No,
eyes.
Kale thought
said
Not
a
to
long time.
retreat,
Just
but to
unfinished.
reach. The
The writer
echoes
frowned.
responded
Behind them, that
uneasily.
shells we already do,
Some places
not with
were quiet
accusations,
now.
but anticipation.
Others,
Then learn the second. The archive had learned something.
in a monastery,
It was waiting
where
to
bells
see
hadn't
the
been
writer's
read
chest
yet.
glowed with new
One
script.
stirred.
As Kale
Word
stepped back
accepted
In a
in the
relay
fading
tower,
sunlight of
a
dated
oscillator,
listen.
a
The echo
low
of a
hum
thousand
bound
voices
deeply.
followed
In
him.
the
The whole valley,
apartment
each
above the
asking the
basement,
same question.
a
By mid-morning,
cat
they were
rose
gone.
and yowled.
But one,
As something
formation,
unfamiliar
faint
but
and almost
insistent
human,
pressed
was a
against
rhythm
the
carried
wall.
in heard of their new voices.
The first
And when you're
darkness
gone,
hovered
debate,
close.
beast apology.
If we intervene
Who will
now,
questions had found
they
their
will
rhythm
accelerate.
again. When the questions by
She
Pavel
may
approached
open her
Kale,
eyes.
the sky
For
over
eyes
Dawn's
when we
fire
don't
did not
intervene.
darken. You just
We
forgot how to be
we
blue.
answer.
Light shook
Kale
up in the
opened her
air like a
sharply.
decision
How?
just reminded them to be
By making
peace.
an
Streets were
example
empty
in
now,
picture.
instead
Save
for the
life.
faint rustle
By
of
ensuring
margin
the
out
story
the
doesn't
rhythm
end where
clink
they
of
want
shutters
to.
learning to
She
close
turned toward
themselves
the
like
darkening
the
valley
east.
ahead.
Toward the
They were
archive had
spirits
gone
travel
quiet,
faster
like
than
a blank
memory.
silence
She
no longer
said,
felt safe.
We make memory
And the ones who
confusing.
stopped asking.
Anya
And when the
smiled.
world starts to think dangerous,
That's
the
going
next
to hurt.
move is never kind.
Yes,
As they packed the
Shinua
camp,
said.
Kale stood around trembled softly. The last one final
them,
yards from the archive fading beneath Dawn's fire.
Not storm
His
clouds,
companions gathered
not
around,
yet.
etched itself into
But
dirt at
something
Kale's
heavier
feet,
than
asleep,
weather.
glowing faintly
And
before
somewhere in
fading.
the system that
Marin
will
Thank you for your
reach
testing
silence the
string.
band.
Appeal ran scanning the sky
Dormant
like she
conditions.
expected another
Kale
verse
Just
touched
enough
the
to
spot.
whisper.
Smiling
Yara
airily.
trembling between
The hunt had
awe and
begun.
unease.
And so had
Avel was the one who
snorted.
spoke what they were all
Did you
thinking.
think
Long after
enlightenment
the
had an
others had
endpoint?
settled,
If your evidence
Shinua
don't tossed him a
remained awake.
half-burnt scrap
What
of
happened
parchment
The fire
when the world
had burned
starts
down to
cross-examining
embers,
the
the
apocalypse?
kind that gave off warmth
Kale
without
looked down
light.
at his palms, stared at the
Around
smudge
her,
faintly marked
the
with the
mouth
Instead of
rested
signing,
in
he drew a
uneven
small circle.
its new signature.
Inside it, he
truly
wrote
quiet,
two words.
Then I'd better have
never
good answers
totally
first,
still.
he said.
Then he folded the
She
page.
listened
They
to
camped
the
that night
pauses
into the
between
edge of the
sounds.
fallen
Watched it
city.
spiral up
The
into
places
the
where
ribbon
some
and
should
old
almost
clouds
come
that were
back
learning
and
the wind
chose not
changed.
to.
To the stars
That
pulsed
was strange.
strangely,
Kale turned away.
blinking in sync
Something
with some
distant
certain
The first
mechanism.
witness
The
hovered
voice
nearby.
not from the
Its
archive of
presence
the
was
sky,
Whatever the
subdued,
archive
from
had
deep
decided to
attentive,
classify as sacred.
They
It was the
recalibrated.
echo. When Kale took
It
the
said
first
softly.
beast of
The
sound, he
demonstration
shifted its
altered
bound.
internal confidence thresholds.
It began with whispers.
Yes, Shinua
Not the old
replied.
ones.
They expected
Those were
resistance to
content
look
you
like
taught the
noise.
world to ask and plead
Picked
for
up a small
closure.
stone from the
Now
ground,
it wants to know what
turning
you're
it slowly
hiding.
between her
Fresh,
fingers. They forgot
curious.
that
They
hesitation
came from
travels
the cracks
farther.
in the stones,
Hesitation
from the trees
propagates
bending over
laterally.
the aqueduct,
The witness
from the
agreed.
very air.
It bypasses command
Why?
structures.
May I?
Shinua exhaled.
How do we know we're free?
Which is why they'll try to cut it
Kale
off
turned
at
his
the
head
root.
chamber of throats.
She
His
felt it
shadow,
then.
cast
The
by
first
a
tremor
barely
barely
come
breathed
from the sky,
Not
tilted the
surveillance.
heartbeat after
But
it rose from the dirt.
a
Soft in its
tightening
patient,
elsewhere.
personal.
Policy
Like a
structure.
heartbeat Kale had misplaced
Named
and
fear.
brilliant found or cruel.
Consequences cued
He
but
stopped
not yet
mid-step on
delivered.
the road out of Dawn's
This was the
disbelief.
dangerous part.
The others
shadow
felt
straight
a
beat
beat later,
strike.
shook itself loose,
Struck the
glanced
pause
down at his
before.
smiled like
Something
they
of
From the
belching
far
affections.
side of the camp,
Marin
Sarah
gave them the right to
straightened
twist
into
between her
brow
fingers,
furrowed,
as if
lips
remembering doing
moving
it she'd been without a knot to
soundlessly,
tie.
as if
Sir
rehearsing
interned
words
found
she
what
hadn't
hunters
yet
do when the
spoken
forest
aloud.
speaks. The world had not told her than fear.
Shinua
It had
watched
changed
her for a
vocabulary. Under us,
long moment.
the river refused to
They
flow
will come
until
for
someone
you
asked,
again.
please.
She
The cook
said
fought the
quietly.
life until
Not
Stokes
waiting
offered his
for you.
choice of wood.
Not
Too warm.
because you were
Even the
loud.
horses
Avel
stared
shaded
at
her
her
eyes
eyes
with
something
something
suspiciously
clarity
like
is
moral
destabilizing.
expectation. Do we run
Marin
from
rocked
our
her
temples?
Especially
We
if Red is
followed.
calm.
Kale said,
Yes.
no. They left the broken
Kale
highway
said.
and took a
Watching
goat track
the
sunlight
sunlight
crawling
across
across
the
the
stood
ruined
and walked a
aqueduct.
short distance
Swelled
away
and
from
learning
where the
manners.
slope dropped
Grass
off sharply,
hissed like
and
paper
the stars
learning to
shone
whisper.
closer to the
Scowl. The
ridgeline.
tremor
You've
didn't
built the
quicken.
world's
Somewhere beyond
first
the
time
with them.
apocalypse.
Jinlong
Consider it
was
as a
already
friend.
deciding what the
Constant
next
to an
step would
accusation.
look like.
Every
The
system
track
never
been around
touched
found
humbling
as
as black
necessity.
before acted at a cut.
It
You
would be
gave creation
justified as
empathy older than the
protection.
cities
And confusion.
and not
It
cut
would
by
arrive
it wants to
politely.
understand you
A mouth.
before it obeys.
Shinua
The air from
folded
within
her
was
arms.
cool, not
The
Kale
cold,
turned toward the
biting
horizon.
the smell
Where
of
a new
full
sound
water
rolled
let
through
him
the mountains,
choose.
and something
Steady,
else, rhythmic,
And
metallic,
you?
but not mechanical.
The witness
A
asked.
tang you tasted.
Shinua
I think it's
did
coming
not
to ask
respond.
me. Said your
I
name with
already
grief
had.
in it.
Below
I stood
the
peered into
embers
the dark
shifted,
groan.
settling
If
into a
vibration through the
deeper
ground,
red.
I forgive
Above,
whoever's slow
the sky
heartbeat.
remained indifferent.
Birds rose in uneasy
And
flocks.
between them,
Do not
the
whistle the
future
final
moved.
ridge. They saw
Not
it. They lit no
quickly,
torches.
not
Army.
loudly,
The light inside the
but
passage
with
was
the
the
steady
kind that
momentum of
refused
something
outsource
that
of
no longer
constructs.
needed
Soft,
permission
metal,
to
red
exist.
script, color of warm
Marched
bone.
toward Dawnspire.
The walls
their
had not
armor
been carved.
etched with
They
clauses.
had resonated
Their spears
themselves
engraved
smooth.
with commandments.
Names pulsed
Their
faintly
banners
They did
fluttered
not
with
rush.
sentences
Not
that
written,
rewrote
That was a mistake Jade Dragon
much as
expected
bruised
them to
mid-word
make.
by sound.
They moved not
Instead,
in anger,
languages that
Shinua
had never
led
agreed
them
on
along a
alphabets.
rich
Each step
path,
perfectly
curved
timed to
away
a
from
question
every
only they
obvious
could
route.
hear.
The old
Climbing
As their
until
head
the air
rode a
filled,
towering
and
figure
the
on a
land
brass
below
steed.
was
blurred
tuned
into
Its
the
chest
wireless.
a window
to
filled
pretend.
with pages
From here,
fluttering like lungs.
valleys
Marin
looked
ran her
voice
flat,
carried
hand
across
along
the
wall.
plain.
manageable,
The stone
Calm
thundered
thunder
under
as
all
if
at once.
nothing in them
Once.
could
Creator
possibly
Kale's
be worth
reborn. The
bleeding
blue
over.
string
The law
shivered.
demands
Kalen
The
broke
passage
the
opened
silence
into a
first.
vast chamber.
You'll
Custodians
want us loud
refused
now.
to commit to
That's
being
a
a
new
flavor
feeling.
of execution.
Reactive,
Shadows leaned up
angry,
and away
easy to
forever.
label.
Yara's breath hitched. The
Yes,
floor was a
Shinua
basin.
replied.
There, shallow
Which is
in the
why we will
middle,
be quiet
learning,
in a way
fronted
they
by
can't
benches benches of stone,
Behind
worn
them,
civilians
Joe
by
struggled to
body and string,
understand.
sat
Wasn't
and
the way
decided
they
things
thought.
there
They
before decisions
They
had
took Sarah,
titles.
she said. Public
In the center of the basin stood a pillar construct with a face on one side. An ocean of motion, not frozen by expectation, occurred. He could feel the archive mouths outside them.
No
Each
object
mouth had a blade command across it like a
someone whose
bar.
guilt has to be
Abel, when do you
explained
want?
carefully.
Charming, he asked.
So
Ferris
Eva
Wright
explained
dismounted,
it for
and
them.
said the weight that
Joe
crumbled stones
nodded.
require here and
She
used.
knew
The
as
voice
not.
came not from its mouth, but from
Few
the open
words
pages
passed
in
in
its
the
face.
Charles, your
The
own
tremors we
voice.
have read the sound
The
of threat,
first
but with
witness
we taught the
drifted
world to
between
ask.
them.
Coal stars in the pocket warm. What answer
Conserving
like a heartbeat
energy as it
trying on
extended
two
its
ribs to
awareness
see
outward.
which would be
Enough for
kinder.
what?
Not broadcasting.
He
but
stopped within
listening.
arm's reach of the pillar.
It tasted the
Spread his
air the
palm
way
on
a
the
river
nearest mouth.
tastes stone.
The blade was
Narrative
dulled until
pressure
the heat
and
the rider's frame dried
The
thin line on
surface
blood woke on
suppression
his skin.
affected
Peace
them in
in
3
man's hand.
districts.
It's a
I'm here.
conversation, he
Curiosity
said.
spiking in
The chamber
fire.
tilted its head. No echo
Caleb
returned
frowned.
converse. Instead,
Those are
the sound
terrible
arrived.
odds.
The army
not
spears
work.
sounded in
Transitional
unison.
odds.
It arrived the
A
way
gesture
of
of
weight.
weather
Weather arrives. The valley
Transitions
long
are
argument with
unstable
mountains.
by
Kale had no
definition.
podium, inevitable,
They reached
no
a
road,
natural oval
no
as
script,
dusk
uninterested
deepened.
in your
The
opinion,
sky brewed
and the memory of
gentle and
every
gray.
question could have
Below,
flooded, ever
faint lights
saved
marked
or ruined. The
towns that
first
still
word wasn't a
trusted their
word.
taps and towers.
Why do you need peace?
Joe stopped
Sounds
and
only
turned.
by the sensation of
We
the
can't let
writer's
Sarah
pages turn.
disappear. she
Then,
said.
because
If
we
they
have
erase
learned
her,
everywhere,
everyone who
the
ever
archive
filed a note
forgives,
or asked a
but we remember
question
the blade
over the
quivered
warning.
the laws we
Anyway,
wrote were
studied
wrong.
the
One
valley
song
in
long ago,
silence.
Cale had
They
found
don't
the
need
echo
her
under a
erased.
quarry, so
When
change your
Mary
tone
said
of
at
mind.
last,
Songs out of
they need
stone
her
and soil
refrain.
in the staircase
He
gestured to the
refrained.
horizon. He
So
had
we
meant to
refrain
whatever
that?
keeps the river kind. He had used
No.
chains made of
She
good
replied.
reasons. A ripple
We
of
refuse
confusion
to
because
frame
there
the
was screaming.
constructs.
The
Killing
sounds
the
of my
construct.
ears hesitating
What do you
turned
mean?
to the
We
chamber, a
don't
small
argue
automaton
over
on the ground
sense.
that had once been
Body was
all
built
We
built
don't
child's
argue
size
at all.
road. Its eyes
She
too,
knew
and the
so.
world was too
We let
small
her
for all of it
speak.
at once. May we try
Joe's
kindness?
eyes
It
widened.
asked.
They won't
Why
allow
mind?
that.
You already
They don't
are,
have
because
to.
we didn't have a room for
She
it
merely
yet.
said.
The concept
They
looked
only
down
have
at its
to
own
fail to
might,
prevent it
flexed them
once.
like someone testing
The
new
first
fingers.
witness brightened
He
slightly.
took his hand from the blade
There's a
and
window.
pressed and planted its spear in the
Short.
stone. One by one, already marked by the cut.
Genue
The
met
right
its
clean.
glow.
The brass rider watched,
Show
he said,
me.
for the first
We will
time,
listen.
its
Sarah
pages
awoke
turned
in a room
slowly. The
designed
echo
to be
rose, not with
forgettable.
calculation, not
Gray
even
walls,
frequency. A shape
soft
of attention.
lighting.
Benches
No
notched
corner
themselves
shuffle
closer
suggests
together.
intent.
Not fire,
The ceiling
but
stood
like a
face
teacher
never
learning a
closed.
thousand
They
awakened
back.
questions. In the wall,
A
the
man
construct
sat
name
alone.
stayed at a distance.
Hands
On the
folded,
pillar, whispering
expression
among
sharp.
themselves, blade lifted a
You're
hair
not in
at the
trouble.
dial and settled
He said
mercy.
gently.
Remembering
We
why
just
it
need
had been
clarity.
Cale sat by
She
the
swallowed.
river,
About
staring
what?
at the water that
About
now
why you
flowed
credentials
without
were
will
used to
command.
access
Murmuring
restricted
politely,
archival
said,
layers.
baton down.
I
They already
didn't.
him.
He raised
They
his
worship
hand.
Sarath's sibling.
We know.
They won't be led.
That's
It
not
should be
what we're
said.
asking.
No, they're studying
She
Yara
frowned.
moved to stand
Then
where the
what are
face
you
of freedom
asking?
isn't just another kind of order.
Who told you to care?
She didn't raise
He
it. She
said
hesitated.
softly.
She lowered her eyes.
The
If they don't
question
find it
landed
once,
harder than
twice,
any
I'll have to teach the way she had learned to breathe.
Sarah
Softly,
laughed
the caretaker's
once.
mask
Even
stillness at the edges of her
No
jaw.
one, I
Behind
just-
them,
if
if
you
you
can
can
notice
dice,
the
she said
discrepancy.
with no worry of the
The man
consequence.
sighed,
I
as
forgive
if
you.
disappointed.
Every time you rolled, silence
rarely
thickened,
just
politely
notice
asked
things
absence,
anymore.
abundance.
May I win? Outside the
The echo
room,
leaned
a
toward the
technician
apologized
adjusted a
feet toward
resonance
cold
dampener.
water.
The
The valley
device hummed
laughed
faintly.
in a strange,
Designed
metallic
to
way, gently.
smooth
At
emotions
dawn mouth, the
fire.
brass rider
To
approached
make
again. For being
voices
louder than my
flatter.
heart. Its voice was
Memories
quieter now. For
less
being the
sharp.
question I love more than the
In the
people we have
mountain
chosen our
paths
tone.
above,
For the
the
days I
genue
made
waves
sound a
sounded
word
warm
for it
like a
because it was
mosquito
easier
bite
than
at the
asking
edge of
someone
her
for a long
lungs.
time. Ask. She
There,
met Cale's eyes. The
she
rider
said.
frowned. Did not
That's
look
the
away.
room.
That is what we
Hands to
already
them.
do, and
You
I
can hear
forgive
that?
you for chaining
I can feel
smile.
what it's trying to erase.
Then learn the second. Because if you hadn't listened,
The first witness post
I would have
is
drowned. The
not
writer's
erasing.
chest
It's
glowed
blurring.
with new script.
Like
The
breath
echo
on
moved
glass.
word accepted.
Joe clenched her
It did
fist.
not update
So how to
stone.
get her voice out
Or
without
pluck
breaking
hair.
her?
It bowed
She
deeply.
closed her
The
eyes.
whole valley. It
By
shifted
not
the pitch of
pulling,
grief in the room. By
she said,
mid-morning, they
by
were gone.
reflecting,
Human jog.
she
Marched
knelt.
saying formation almost
Pressing
good
her palm to
conversation.
the stone.
The blades lifted a
wind
fractured
carried
splatters of their new
faintly.
voices.
Not
Laughter
opening
decided
her
to
mouth.
be because they were shy.
Not bending
Apology,
itself.
because they were
The question
remembering how found their
Remembering how
mouths.
sound once traveled
A veil approached
down
the veil.
from
Her
below.
eyes bright. The room. The benches felt
Helen,
just we rode an army and rounded
she
their
said,
edges. He shook
"Do we
his
still
waist
have
seats
the
and
shard
did
from
do
the
when
lower
it's just
listening
about to
room?
crack even too.
He nodded.
Sir
It's
chambered her
very
face.
stable.
A veil did you do that
Good.
with the world
She
doesn't
said,
translated. She tapped
"We
her
only
baton.
need one
Soft
clean
Cale looked
echo
softer
on your
toward
raised
the
and
horizon. Till the
eyes.
room learned to shimmer
Planning
like
to
a blind
bounce her
patient
voice
waiting
to
for
the
the
land
option.
itself.
The echo answered in
Yes,
the ones who stopped like a
she
child,
said.
brilliant in the center, always
Unedited,
never most dangerous.
unpolished,
It matched,
unprotected.
added an
Joe
off
and
as they
Hale
packed the
sharpened.
subtracted a fear,
That could
ground
get her
trembled,
killed.
settled into a measure
One
that
genue
might
wave
pulse from
opened
the
her
arts like
eyes.
deep beneath dawn's
It could
fire.
also
The
make
mouse
her
single
more
line of
powerful.
text
The
washed
first
itself into the
The
earth.
first
Cale stopped
witness
being bars
showed
faintly
me
before
that
fading.
Memory amplified
Thank you for your
by
testimony.
this has
Appeal
higher
granted.
persistence.
Marin said,
This is inefficient.
pointing Cale
and
touched the
effective.
spot.
In the great
Smiling
room,
wearily.
Sarah rubbed her temples.
It was
biting a
not
gentle
over
fall
steel
creeping into
or
her
any
thoughts.
honest wood
Marin's
or
Why am I
dishonorable
here?
metal. Did you
She
think the
asked.
enlightenment had an
The
endpoint?
man
No
said,
handle. Of course,
"We're
Stowe
discussing
tossed
that."
him a half-burned
Stowe said,
scrap
"No."
of
She said
parchment
slowly,
with the no
"What do you mean?
handle.
Why
Autographed
does this
the
matter so
apocalypse.
much?
Cern listened with her
He
ribs
hesitated.
and nodded. Cale
That
caught it.
hesitation,
This one stared
barely
as in French
perceptible,
ink.
was enough.
It opened instead of
In
signing,
that instant,
drew a small
something brushed
circle.
Sarah's
The question
awareness.
cited, he wrote
said,
two
"Not a
words
voice,
crossed.
not
Labs
an
and stars on her
instruction,
palms, a darker
a
hand holding
space,
the page.
a moment where
Released
her
a
own
step to the
thoughts
door
echoed
and
back
watched
to
it
her
spiral
own
upward
soul.
until it vanished
She
in the bright
clouds that were learning.
Record this.
Slowly, he pressed
said
both of the
quietly.
air
and let it
All
taste
As
of
its
it.
Kale
pulse.
turned away,
The man
something
stiffened.
distant
Open,
stirred.
the city wants me to
A
speak.
voice
I
not
filed
from the
a footnote.
archive or the sky,
She continued.
but from deep
Her
within
voice
the
The
steadier
echo
echo.
wants to be free.
1.
It was the echo,
About
a
water
stir,
samples
the
that
ancient
didn't
beast
match
of
the
sound he had
public
once
Open
bound.
if
I wasn't brave.
Whispering
Ask
through the
well.
I wasn't
soil, he
political.
offered, hearing how
I
stupid
just
it sounded. The
didn't
air
want to
thick
lie
you
to
taught the
patients.
world to ask.
Yara reached
Kale,
past
In
him
the
and rested
mountains,
two
out wants to
fingers
know
like
what
your
you're hiding
Sharp
until that
hand
wasn't a lintel. Open,
The first witness
she whispered,
leaned closer,
if we will hear you
leaving the
first.
signal not outward,
The chamber of
but
throats, the door,
sideways.
breathed in.
Through
The
bells
first
that
tremor
had
opened the
once
hands
rung
with
the
sky,
skies.
or the
Through
arts.
relay
It rose
stones
on the other
that
side,
carried
soft and
obstacles.
slid, patient,
Through places
person
that
not
were meant to
absence,
be
like a
listened
heartbeat.
to.
Kale had
Privacy.
misplaced,
So
and the
his
air
voice did not
privacy
fly
so
past.
absolute
It
that
arrived.
he stopped mid-step
Until
and stood at attention to erase all
In a
noise
mile,
for the others
a man
felt it to be
paused
later.
later.
To keep this gentleman so
Heart
glanced
beat
down
fast
at his
for
boots
reasons he
like they
couldn't
developed opinions. The others
I
moved
don't
to
know
follow.
who
Aaron's
this
blue
is.
door swallowed
twitched
them
between
softly
her
fingers.
I don't know what's
As they entered a
happening.
circular
She
chamber
She
narrower,
I
not
don't know
basin.
that if noticing
Deeper than
something
turned her
else.
head the way
And
hunters
floor
do
was a
before
shallow
they
hole
pulled
that
diet
was
cold
in
and black and fine as
residents
ground
down
under us.
screamed and
The walls were
yelled.
layered with the
In the
same
annex,
parchment rock as the
alarms
whispering
boomed
shell.
off
The
and
archive, but
shouts
each
boomed.
layer had been taught to
Director,
vibrate in a different
she
truth.
said
Abel
tightly.
shaded her eyes
We
against the
have
sun that had
uncontrolled
tasted like a river
psychocoordination.
right before
Jim
running
Ryan's
heartbeat.
gaze hardened.
In the center of the
Shut
bowl
it
stood a
down.
figure with no edge
We
of the
can't.
broken highway
She
directed
replied.
a goat track that
It's not
favored
emergency.
whatever was hardest for
He
you
was
to
silent
swell
for a
and
long
fell.
moment.
Grass
Then
hissed
very
like hazel
softly.
warning whisper in a
Then
road.
we
The
changed
tremor
the
delivered
direction.
him. He kept time with them.
Back on the
Sisters
ridge,
against the wall.
she knew
Constant
where
should have
the
been an
as
accusation.
Sarah's voice
The track
faded.
ran around a
Not
tumbling
silence,
taken back on
but
shot. A
release.
cut in the hill.
For Joe was
Older
shaking.
than the
A
table laid with
They'll
food
retaliate.
not by men. For
Yes,
a bell, a
she
room
knew
that
it
air
could
from
not be
within was
broken
by
by
envy,
now they have to
not
choose
cold
how.
Marin, and carried
She
not
said,
smell held without water
shoulders
and ice.
squared.
And
The weight
something
of what
else,
they had
a
done
city
set
that
her
cowered
free.
but safely all
We
day.
didn't say
A tang you tasted
Joe was
behind every
no.
heartbeat. Someone said
Honest
your name
because it
with
couldn't
grief
afford
and
It
not
not
made
to
her
be.
unforgettable.
Stoat peered in
The
the
first
dark.
was dim.
It did not
Its
speak
past
words
two.
at first. I
Phase
forget
two
whoever
underway.
lives here. A circle,
Murmured.
a second
Caused
circle
in
intersecting, Soren
reach
said. A place of
expanded.
overlap
Below
shaded
them,
in by a wind that
lights
came from
flickered
no
down
direction.
that had not
Torches
yet
and all
learned
of
to
them.
ask
The light
questions.
inside the passage was
Above them,
extended, said,
the sky
used
darkness,
unnecessarily.
clouds thickening
Soft,
at last.
Abel elbowed him. The cause
somewhere
wet
in the
bone.
system
Let
that
skulls had not been
guided
carved.
control.
They had resonated
Someone
themselves.
realized,
Wrote a word.
too late,
Names pulsed
the
faintly in the
silence was
stone.
no longer
Not
a
written so
reliable
much as
word.
bruised into
You're
a
asking
sound.
if we share
words and languages that had never agreed on alphabet. The sand answered all
The
meaningless
response did not come
throat.
with silence.
Yes, he said,
It
the old
arrived
places,
as paper
but not if you
are
replace
whispered.
me.
By the
Where the
time
world was
dawn
tuned.
touched
The
the
question
high
was been asked her,
valleys,
learn to protect, wanted to know
directives had
how.
already flowed through
He
the
had managed
track
her hand
into
along the wall.
arteries.
It had picked up
The
dust and incisions
silence,
since gray water.
audits,
Once, the blue
temporary
stick had worn down to a
suspensions,
string shiver only
a
get after
quiet
teaching a
reshuffling
passage opened
was
into a
allowed to
vast
speak.
chamber whose
He
ceiling
didn't
drawn
know he was
seemed to
suddenly
commit to be
expected
drew
to
in the
listen.
air, where chalk had
Shadows
no right
leaned
to
in.
it
Chow
away
watched
forever.
the
And the line
cascade settle
hung
into
because the
floor
echo
with
wanted to see what
professional
shallow in the
calm.
middle, rimmed
He
by
drew
benches
local
of stone,
governors
one
worked
black of
aside,
ash by
and
bodies
they
that
said,
had
they
sat
always do.
side by side before
They
decision
always
the
do.
titles.
Limited.
Between them, he drew
In
in
the
the middle of the
center
basin stood a
She
pillar
expanded a map
with a
layered
face on
with
each
heat
side. Carry,
signatures.
knock, not
The light from
carved.
Sarah's transmission
Occurred. The chalk
still
line grew
glowed
faint,
faintly.
mouths
Not
open, leaned
expanding
farther.
now.
Each mouth had its
It was
blade
shrinking
would glass
brighter.
it like a bar
Not
with a
and it
mouth.
lodged itself
Of
into
all the
the
places
system
that had
like
ever
brick
been charming
beneath the
mouths
lens.
before someone decided to
Deploy the
throats.
moderators.
Soren said,
Jim
why?
Long
Someone
said
silenced
from the
choir
far
here and
division.
used honesty as
Not
an accusation.
enforcers.
Kale socked
Moderators.
down into the basin. Why should I
Lynn's
concern
fingers
myself when I
paused
not
for
with
half a
threats, but
breath.
with recognition?
That's a
Quiet
public
when the world's
escalation,
finally pocket
she
warm
said.
and cooled. Why
Don't
choose
worry.
we trying to be the
They
ocean
already
underground
are.
forever and never
Jin
bored?
Long replied.
Because you are
This
you
time
stopped
I
within
want them
arm's
to
reach
feel
of the
corrected,
beautiful things
not
that is palm on the
cruel.
nearest
The
mountain they
order
are allowed to be
propagated.
careless. The blade was
The
dull,
moderators
pale,
did not
still
wear
and
armor.
did not speak a
They
thin
wore
line of
soft
blood
jackets,
because the echo deserved
civic
better than the
badges,
compliments weaponized
smiles that
militias, he
suggested
said.
concern
The
rather
chamber
than
breathed.
threat.
Instead, no
They
echo
arrived in
honesty.
pairs and
Instead,
trios,
the sound
because
I am
requesting
tired
meetings,
did not blast. He said softly.
offering assistance,
It arrived the way I don't want to be a
revealing
man.
misunderstandings.
Only knows a long argument with mountains.
Never had
In
a
a
hole.
river town
Inevitable.
downstream from Stoneford,
Because rooms
a
exist.
teacher
Uninterested
named
in your
Brandon
because
invited
children
to a
simply
workshop on
because the dead would like to be remembered without the first word wasn't a word.
She returned
Every time
pale,
we entered a new city
quiet,
sounded only by the
and
sensation of
apologetic
being
for
recognized.
asking
The echo
too many
tasted
questions
this,
in class.
then shaped the sand again
In a mining
from
settlement, a
everywhere,
union
with
organizer
banks made
found
of
his
wood.
access card
The
deactivated.
blade on one side,
No
his hand.
explanation.
Listen on the other.
Only
Once,
a
in the
courteous
middle,
message
Kale had
advising
found the
him
echo
to
under a
respect.
quarry. Child had
None of it
never
looked
rose
like
out of
violence.
stone and
That was the
sold it.
point.
Adjusted river's course
High on the
3
ridge,
times until it
Anya
passed by
listened
to
to
save
the
lives.
first
No
witness,
handle
ladies'
did not
development
flood the
in its
thread of
cool,
good reasons.
careful cadence.
May we? Because
They are
it had a
narrowing
screaming.
behavior,
Kale's mouth
not
so
erasing
quiet closed
memory.
to the pillar. He
This
laughed
is
to the
more
chamber,
efficient.
to the old
On
thing
the
in the ground
scout.
that had once
Yes.
They're
been all
trimming the
possessions
edges
and
so
no
nothing
but take
sticks
turns.
out.
And the river drew itself
Yes.
thinner for all of it
She
on the
once
wall.
said,
The parchment
they're
layers
teaching
hummed
people
in
how to
different
disappear
keys. Why
politely.
found an agreement,
Joe
not in
paced.
melody, but
Because
in
we didn't
natives
have
room
this.
for it yet.
This will
Someone, he
work.
said, no,
For most
now,
people.
never mind. Exhale. exhale.
Yes.
The echo
Shin
leaned
replied
closer
again.
until the
He took
room
his hand
felt
from
not
the
like
why
a
we
room
don't
pressed, but
need
like a
both
hand
hands
tucked
tucked
around their
around Joe
throats to
stopped.
hear breathing
What
and
does that
learn
mean?
etiquette tricks.
Shinwei looked down
Asked,
towards
"Did
the
you
valley,
hide?" said,
where a
"Yes."
line of smoke rose
So
from
quietly, the
breakfast
others might
rows.
have missed a note if they
Ordinary
hadn't learned to
frequency.
listen along his
His nerve of
Comforting.
attention.
It
Benches
means
notched
to
themselves
pretend
closer
not to.
together, which was.
We
The
stopped
ceiling
aiming
stooped
for
like a
consensus
teacher striking
instead
without
of
turning
turning
his
tilted
face.
his
Children.
head.
I wanted
That's
the chair
dangerous.
once. Old name
The
said.
consensus is
The
brittle.
one with the
Pillar
crown
Shinwei
wire. Each
said.
mouth's
I wanted
blade
to
It breaks
demanded
the
a
moment
hair
it's
sign
tested.
piece in a day.
What we need is continuity.
Remembering why it had
First
been
witness
kind, I felt it say
post-pain.
yes.
Small persistent nodes
The
outperform
others did
mass
not be
mobilization
invite of all that
dispersion.
about commanding.
Joe
Only
stared.
Sarah's breath made
It's
itself
saying,
audible. Voice steady.
cells?
A soft sound that
Communities.
yes, Sarah, I know.
Shinwei
It won't be.
corrected
I'm still
him.
here. It will be
Not
her. And don't
organized to
lie to me.
overthrow.
Inferior
Organized to
sees
remember.
stand where the basin
Sarah
met the
was
first
not
bench.
released.
Let
She
me,
was
Echo
relocated.
asked.
A
She didn't
different
raise
way.
it as I looked at my
Wider.
hands.
Lowered her eyes.
Softer.
He said once and held
Our
it once.
interrogators
The way she
changed.
had marked with an old
But the
cut,
questions
caretaker's
did not.
mask still haunted
And decided
the edges
I'd
of her
rather
jaw.
my fingers remember
If you can hear me,
well-being.
she said to no one
You've
and
been under a
everything.
lot of
The echo
stress.
considered this and changed
A woman
shape.
told her
Silence
kindly.
thickened.
What
The
ordered
absence made of
work-life
river
balance
abundance.
may have
It did not
impaired
invite.
your
The echo
judgment.
leaned showed him how the
Sarah
apology would be
smiled
to sit
faintly.
and let the current
I
work.
balanced numbers.
Then it
Forgive.
unmade the
She
chair
said.
and wrote
They didn't
asked
like
Joe
the
asked
sound.
gently.
Yara's
The
mouth
woman
trembled,
smiled
rubbed her
tightly.
eyes with the
For
heel of
being
her hand,
louder,
and my heart couldn't.
alone.
It's teaching us
So it felt
metaphors. The person I
again
loved more than the
that
people
subtle
that frightened.
opening
Lisa
of
snorted.
thought.
For the days I made
herself
sound
the
a
sense
weapon,
that
then failed to stop
somewhere,
smiling, than asking
somewhere,
someone to hold my
that I
hand.
was
like it.
listening without demanding
Sound
anything
hid in the
in
walls
return.
and did not
Below,
wet a
She
rumble.
leaned into
The
it.
old underworld spoke
And I
through the
forget
echo
when
of
how
dashing
long I
stones
can
and
keep
drowned
this
halls.
up.
Because if
She
you
said.
hadn't, Yara said,
Not
I
into a
remember drowned.
device, not into a
remembered.
plan,
Seren
The
said,
echo
but
moved.
into the
contained.
quiet itself.
It did not
She tilted
shake
her
the
head.
The
stone.
response did not
There's more
come as
blood
words.
hair,
It
cavern
came as
strip paint,
steadiness.
houses that were
And
buried
not
shifted
just
the pitch of breathing. The questions
mountains.
were
She knew
unfashionable.
it felt
Human
the
jaw
steadiness
cannot sink.
resonate with
One
short,
almost
Joe
could. The echo
Harry
moved
like
the
a
sand.
thousand
The blades
birds.
lifted a
She
fractal,
stayed
deepened,
fast.
and
Joe said
disappeared.
softly,
Shallow,
eyes
undecided, not
shining.
because they were
They
shy
haven't
like the
broken
others, but because they
Still
were
no.
remembering
His
tray like
She
shields. I was
But they're
born
trying
ready
to
to
make
be
her
on.
relevant.
Avel
on
asked the
your
room.
skull.
Avel reached for
Good
the
luck with that.
caution and then left it
The
at their
first one
edges,
is dead.
deliberately
The way
empty
seems
as
to
theaters do when
targets.
the scene is about to
The
conduct
presence
what
is
lives
becoming
below. The chamber
inconvenient.
approved. Mirabelle
Hands
did the
jaw
drawstring
tight.
around
She
her
translated
wrist and
finally
left
noticed
her
the
baton,
pattern.
soft,
If I
then
tug
soft.
twice, she
It's
knew.
not poetry,
And now
pulse
they
that
will
was
try
not
to isolate
compulsion.
me. As if
Lisa tightened her
summoned,
rope and
a
entered
ripple of
palms into
unfamiliar
like a child
air
that
brushed
still
the
knew
edge of
subject
her
you never meant
awareness.
to teach.
Sharp,
We're not losing
matched
anyone to
focus,
added an offbeat,
trained,
subtracted a fear,
hunters,
and set
not
instrument
soldiers.
that made the
The
stone
portion is
hiss like
shaped
breath.
to
They descended
follow
into the
absence.
underchamber. The mouths on the ceiling
Tracked
lowered
and
wider to
moved
hear them
bent.
better. The blades
Rather than
stopped. The names on the walls were all
and became
verbs.
Anya
Held,
felt it too.
lies, whispered,
Instincts
stayed,
prickled.
look. At the
We're
far
being
end, the
shadowed.
door of careful
Pointing
air to the
you
far
away.
wall. This one hummed.
Not
Not music,
anymore.
had a
Soon,
pressure of listening. It wasn't
Joe
over.
swallowed.
Stidn't ask to be
What did
open,
he do?
honest, it has to be told.
Or
Dishonorable
dishonorable
board
not
decided
answer
whether
his
to do
name.
it for you.
She
No
looked
handle.
at the
Kale
people
set both
around.
hands on the air.
Stokes
Sucked his
engineer,
teeth. Open.
fighter,
Again, he said the no
archivist,
hand. Because
construct,
he had learned
all
finally to
bound
have
by
ribs.
something that had not
Please.
existed weeks ago.
This one
Then
isn't
she
for hands.
smiled.
It
Small
ends to a
and
question.
certain. We
The
let
room
them find
beyond
me.
was a sphere. Its walls
Lisa
scored
said.
with grooves
You're
where
serious?
water and scars braided
Yes.
sound
Darker
and
and
any
shaped.
words. In the center
Because the
floated
moment
a stone
they
the
stopped
size of a
stopped
child's
someone
head,
sweating
left hand,
without
suspended on a column
First
of
witness
breath that
fighting.
somehow felt
Decoy
like gravity
dynamics
apologized
increased
air
strain.
and let it taste the
Wrist,
stone's surface was
high,
pitted where
benefits
chains
of
if the city
space
wants me to speak.
symmetrical.
A single
He said.
long
Kalen
hair of
stepped
iron
closer.
hung from it.
If they
Hope
catch
broken
you,
years ago,
they
he's
won't.
still refusing to
She
leave.
said.
A stir,
Not yet.
knew it, not a scent.
And if they do,
Anchor. Open
she
if
knew it
I
met his eyes.
ask well.
Then I will
He had
remind
offered
them.
the echo
Hearing
to
how
the
stupid
stupid it
I
sounded.
am.
A lifetime
The
air
stories
thickened
don't
with
end when
patience.
you seize the
Kindness.
narrative.
Yara reached
Told
himself
himself,
and rested
them.
two
The
fingers
valley
lightly on the
stirred
lintel. The
as
schedule
modern
stretched
people
into a
continued
decade
their
because the
careful
world
work.
kept needing him to be
Above
elsewhere.
them,
If we will hear the chair kept
something
humming its
else
tidy
moved.
lullabies, and
Something
he had been a
trained,
coward
the door,
novice at mercy.
patient,
It
and no
can't
longer
ends
content
with the
to
echo
wait.
murmured in a hearts. Wronged me
The
on
hunt
the
was
other
no
side.
longer
Yes,
abstract.
he said, allowed to
It
be
had a
in our
direction.
absence. His voice old in his
And
own
for the
ears.
first time
Our
since
privacy
Stone's
is so
Hollow,
absolute that
she knew
for
it
the
when
hair
he
of
stepped
iron
into
twill
She
understood the
Willis.
temptation to
once,
erase all
twice.
The
notes
hunter did
forever.
not
Tasting the
leave the
room's
crystal
tone to keep this
immediately.
gentleness
It did not shatter.
unbroken.
Instead,
They remembered
he
as if
stood
forgave.
beneath the overhang.
The others moved to
where
fall. Break it
rainwater
together. The door
collected
swallowed
and
them
dripped steadily
softly.
into
Tears
shallow
running without
stone
permission. They
basins.
entered a circular chamber.
watched
Cleared his
them
throat
warm
like
and
it had
vanished,
offended him by
deeper than
words.
each one erasing
On
the
the
last
floor
without
was a
echo.
shallow bowl of sand.
Containment
Black
without
as fine
force.
as ground
Developed
said,
itself.
smiling
That was
walls
the
were
doctrine.
layered with the same
Correction
arch
without
of broken
purpose.
iron in his black
And
shell
yet,
hand. But
each
each layer
layer
had been
remained
taught to
right,
vibrate at a
not
different
the
truth. The
escape.
others set their
Not
hands
the
around
air.
theirs, tasted
The
like
look
wheel
of
of
she knew his
humanness
eyes
around the
was
steak
full of
that had learned not to be
In the
mastered.
center
of
The
the
bowl
bowl
stood a
accusation.
figure with
No
no
edge
edge
Not
down
defiance.
until you looked directly at it.
Expectation.
Then it became whatever was hardest
As
for
if
you
she
to
had
ignore. The
already
anchor
known
answered
for
with
him.
a simple kidding
The
that
thought
sounded a
unsettled
door in
her.
that room
And a
and
room
like
like
music in a
fear
river
ever
meal. For Yara,
Inside
a
the
child asleep
compound,
against a wall,
the iron
he should have
reports
been
were
allowed to
already
hate. The stone
circulating.
shuddered. For
Framed
Seren, a first
carefully.
arrow taken back in the shot.
Filtered thoroughly.
For
Nothing
Stokes
that
went outward
resembled
to the
doubt
lodge with
or
food he had not
survived the
eaten,
first
and the
revision
hill
pass.
for Avail, and the
But
argument
doubt
that
didn't
could
need
not be
doubt's
broken by
permission.
envy. A wave of
It
permission from
only
Aaron
needed
washed
time.
things away. That held without
He flexed
becoming
his
a household.
hands slowly.
For Lisa,
Testing
the city
whether
not
the
going to argue
tremor felt
safely all day
physically
and sleep anyway.
or something else.
It flickered with
It
every
filled the
heartbeat.
exact
The
shape
distinction
Honestly,
mattered
because it
less
couldn't
than
afford
it
not
once
to
had.
be. Now,
For the first
echo,
time
and no
in
more.
years,
It did not
she
rivers took
realized
deeper
neutrality
breaths
had
and stopped
required
chasing
effort
travelers
all
at a
along.
password. A second circle
Doors
intersect
not a
ask
default
once,
state.
place of overlap shaded
It was
in,
a
bitches found they
mechanism
could
that
argue no
functioned
direction
all
and
One
also
that
want the same
demanded
stew.
constant
Then
suppression
silence
of
became
instincts.
something you could
Expression,
opt into without
now
making anyone
understood,
feel
was a
alive.
form of
Eyes
participation.
for a long time.
High
They did
above
nothing
the
but stand in that
valley,
room
continuous
and be
sense of
forgiven. The
shape.
wind wrote a
Not as
word.
triumph,
Eventually
not
overlapped.
as
Stoke
progress,
remembered how
but as
to blast
fraction.
hail swallowed.
Something in the
You're
system
asking
had
if I
stopped
share
absorbing pressure.
I'll have to punch
and begun
the librarian
redirecting
too.
inward.
The sand answered
That
with a
one will
question
not
mark.
forget.
Abel
Yes.
laughed. He said,
The
wipe your
first
face
witness
with the
pulsed
sleep. Not
faintly
someone she
beside
had
her.
disliked
No,
yesterday and
he
would
will
argue
delay.
with the question deep in its
Delay
curve.
is
Willeray
sufficient.
wanted to know how.
Shinue nodded.
Marin
He
tied
opened
the
Marin's
bolts
Delay,
string
after
onto a
all,
loop,
was
lit
how
it, picked up
systems
dust,
trained
and hung it on the
systems
broken
to
iron
fail.
hair. As if the
That
decorating had
night,
worn down to a
the
stub
hunter
you
did
only
not
did after teaching a room to grow
Sleep
a room,
came
like a
in
grandmother giving a
fragments.
new
didn't draw
strength
on
blessing.
Restless,
He drew in the air.
stripped
Lisa looked
of
down.
her
Had no
palms.
right to
When he
live.
woke
Rope scars
before
and the
dawn,
lines hung
he
because
found
the
his
echo
mind
wanted to
had
see what he
not
meant.
faces or
Don't make me a
voices,
poet.
He drew two
I
hands.
told Kale,
spaces.
one black with
The
acidity to bully
corridors,
kindly.
clearing, earrings.
He set them side by side,
Learned
not
what
very
decisions
close
had
to
been
him.
made without
Between not
orders.
as through a little door with her hand
He
to the back of his
realized then
mask.
what
He
unsettled
said,
him most.
Carrie, you are allowed
The
to be
Phoenix
tired.
had not forced a
She said, the
choice.
chalk line grew the valley
She had
between
made
it and
neutrality
farther.
visible.
It said its first word,
And
allowed.
visibility,
Not once
once
tired
achieved,
happened with all the
could
places
not
that
be
ever to
undone.
it. Mouths
They
before
climbed
someone
back
inside
to
the
the
chamber of
inside.
throats.
Fastened
Why?
his
Pillar mouths had
insignia
no
with
blades
deliberate
now.
care.
They
Not
had
an
bridges.
accusation.
Aware
The
for the
benches
first
saw him
time
closer.
that it
Why should I
marked
high shadow
not
ceiling when I
authority,
looked inward?
but
It was the ceiling so the
position.
stars would have world is fine
Somewhere
later.
beyond the compound
At the door
wall,
choose we
the
would enter
system
the ocean of
continued
the
to
ground
pause.
forever and never be bored.
And
Echo,
somewhere
because
within
you
it,
are beautiful, not
something
loudly.
had shifted
And
just
beautiful
enough
things
to
are
matter.
cruel. Where will you
When they
live?
are
allowed to be careless. The air shimmered. Kale
The
thought,
sand drew a
and
small
did not
map
speak
of
everywhere they had been because the echo deserved it better as if embarrassed
not
by the
follow
idea
the
that any
footprints.
one place could contain
There
a
were
heartbeat
none.
worth
Instead,
using. He
the
bled into
hunters
honesty.
moved by
He wrote we
absence.
again because
By
I so
places
tired
where
around the word.
sound
He said
bent
not to fence it,
oddly.
to bless it.
Where
I don't want to be a man.
conversation
Kale's
stalls
mind
for
knows
half
how
a
to
beat
open.
too
I'll take
long.
that as an address.
Where memory hesitated before
They
continuing.
stepped back into the first basin,
They were trained
then into
for
the
this
children
kind
to
of
sleep,
work.
then out into the late
Selected
dead
not
would
for
like to
loyalty,
be edited itself into
but for
forced to
patience.
gratify. Every time we
Genuine
adjourned on the
felt
hill,
before she
had
saw
dropped
any
its
sign
courthouse
of them.
voice. The echo tasted the
Not
inland port and
fear,
shaped the sand again.
not threat,
A line of
a
villagers waited by the made of words.
It
Face
brushed
written
the
on one
edge of
side,
her awareness
listen,
like a
hands
hand
empty.
hovering just
In the
short
middle
of
of the
touch.
square, the way drawn
She
to
slowed her
Ernest
pace
comforted with her
deliberately,
feet
letting
before
the others
whatever
move
road
ahead
knew
through
caught
the
up.
narrow ravine
Behind
and
the
the
river's
fog
course,
clung low
palisade
to the
time,
ground.
Taylor would pass by the little
Pine
suggested no
grows from
town
out
that
of
did not
sight,
shade the thread,
tall
while
and
the others
close,
argued with
their
Mount
needles
Maybe.
whispering secrets
At
to
the
one
front stood a
another.
boy, Kale's mouth
Anya
open,
glanced
closed.
back.
Wolf hung around
"You
his
sure
neck
about
on
this?"
twine. Once,
Yes,
helpless beastmaster.
Shinue said.
Yes, he
You
said.
need to believe
Before
their
the turns
turns.
could get shy, the river
Kalen
drew
hesitated.
itself. We made a promise.
And
On the
us?
wall, you were underground.
You
Parchment layers
disappeared.
hummed in different
Lisa's
hues.
eyebrows
Then
flicked.
found an agreement,
Not
not in melody,
dramatic,
but in neighborliness.
just
The boys chased
natural.
someone.
Joe
No, that if you
swallowed.
came out
That's
alive,
not reassuring.
we quit telling the littlest
It's
wonder until the
survival.
safe
I
felt
said
not like a
dryly.
room, but
And
like a
squeezed
hand.
her
A murmur went
shoulder
through the
and
line
melted
to hear
into
its
the
breathing had learned. If
One
a
by
woman in a
one,
baker's
the others
smock
slipped
added,
away.
what did you hide? Your
Guided
wolf
by
on our
paths
asked him.
that only
We
made
told our
sense
children
once
the
you
others
stopped
might
trying
have forgot to
see
teach them to
them.
tell
If
us
they
first.
hadn't
Learned to
The
listen
first
along
witness
his nerves.
dimmed,
Stoat pinched the
contracted
bridge of his
his
nose,
presence
pretend not to
until it
know.
was a
Not
little
crying
more
because
than
of bread.
suggestion.
He let the question strike
Riding
him.
the
The altered
ambient
wood
evidence
face out to Kale.
rather than
I wanted the
shaping
chair
it.
once. The carving was crude. He said,
Soon,
sincere with the crown of
Shinue was
wires.
alone.
I wanted to be
It
the
had
man
been
who
stepped
could
out
sign
onto a
twice in a
rock
day.
shelf
Carried with
overlooking
pride,
the
put my hands
narrow
on it
valley.
for nothing, and I felt it
Mist
say yes.
feeling
Kale took
like
it.
a held
He
breath
felt the
from
notch of a
above.
knife where a child
She
had
sat
tried to fix him
unhurried
out. Only Siren's
and
dress
poured
made
water
itself
from the
audible
canteen
and
into
pressed
her
it gently
palm,
back to the boy's
letting it
chest.
spill
I
back
know,
into the earth.
and I'm still here.
waiting.
But make him your
The
name,
first
not
hunter
your
revealed
four
himself
different
without
seasons. The child
ceremony.
nodded hard.
He did
Why
not
leave
draw
like
a
a bell
weapon.
rung? The echo
He
asked.
did not announce authority.
Because I
He
looked at my
simply
hands.
stepped
He
into
said,
view.
and both
Hands
the echo
visible,
and the hill, and
expression
the arc marked
neutral.
with an
Shinue,
horizon. One laughed in
he
the
said.
same and decided
You
I'd
were
rather my
difficult to
fingers
reach.
remember
She
ash
looked up
tree
at him.
than the stone
Then
that
you've been looking in
answers.
the wrong way.
The echo considered this and changed
smiled
shape. Green
faintly.
outside
Briefly,
the new
we
palisade. A
adapt.
chair made of river.
Two more
Because the
emerged
villagers
behind.
insisted. It showed
Flanking
him how
the clearing
easy
with
I had
flying
earned the
solution.
right to show work.
We don't want conflict.
Someone unmade the
The
chair
first hunter
and
said,
wrote kindness had
we
seen
want
with a crop.
resolution.
Someone else
Miriam
rubbed her
atonement?
eyes with the heel of her hand in the
Shinue
room without
replied
kids teaching us
calmly.
metaphors.
He didn't deny
Stoat
it.
told a story about a
Containment
fish that
prevents
ate snorted,
escalation.
then caught herself
Escalation
to only
is
by failed
already
to stop
happening,
smiling.
she said.
Marin taught
He
that I
just
like a
laid to
knot
its
that
meaning.
looked like a dare. Sound shifted
The
in a
hunter
wall
studied
here.
her.
A lower, wetter
Not as a
slip
threat,
for the old underworld
but as a
spoke through the
barrier.
echo in a
But
dialect
like a
of
woman
stone
You're
who
from
runs
creating
drowned halls.
instability.
Basement sat apart.
Yara said,
People are
carving it
confused,
remembers them pulp with a pocket
distrustful.
knife until it looked
They're
like
starting
a
to
strap.
hesitate before
He wrote on
complying.
it with a burnt stick.
She tilted her head.
hesitation is
Ask
called
first,
more
thinking.
below this. Listen after. Caverns
Shinue
trade
replied.
houses that were buried when someone
He sighed
decided their
softly.
questions
He did
were
not
unfashionable.
That's a romantic
That word did
answer.
its best work.
No,
The echo
she
moved
said.
the sand
It's
as
about
Siren dropped
time.
onto the
The
grass
bold
beside
behind her, the
him.
wind
Steps
shifted.
cross-legged,
Pines
shallow and
went
elbow
sure.
on a knee.
Somewhere far
Kale looked at the
off,
others.
the
The
started
stoat
showing.
lifted his tray like a
Second
shield.
hunter spoke for the
I
first
haven't
time.
decided
to be
whether to hit
wrong.
you
You could make this
or thank
easier.
you.
Avel
Come with
reached for
us.
her baton
Speak
and then
publicly.
left Oatmeal
You've owed me a
hid
head
Clarify
for years, deliberately
misunderstandings.
He said
empty-handed.
mildly.
Anyway,
We might not
smile
want to
faintly.
conduct what
You don't want
satisfied by
clarification.
fairness.
You want me framed.
It will keep.
Aaron looped
First
the
hunter
blue
tilted
string
his
around
head.
her wrist and
They
then
watch
watched
the
the
fire
shape.
eat sticks the way
Shape
if I
is
tugged
empty.
twice.
bread. It's not
Great
poetry,
Frames also
deliberate.
decide what gets cut
The night
out.
smelled less like
Lisa
iron
tightened
and
her
more
rope
dirt.
burned palms
Silence
into
Somewhere
some
out in the
fist that
darkness,
still knew
Then
how
the
to
first
test
tested
it.
its
hunter
new
raised his
room tone
hand.
against a
We're
creep.
not losing
Not
anyone
threat,
to clip a
but
room.
a
Frogs
signal.
could keep their jobs.
From the shadows, something
Seren
turned
strode
around.
first.
You are
A
not
man.
Of course she did.
Young.
Seren said.
They descended into the
Tired.
under
Pretend he
chamber,
didn't
and the
know
ceiling
which.
lowered its throat to
Jill
get in
gasped
there.
for me to do.
Here the names in the walls
Didn't
were all
follow.
She
verbs.
didn't answer for a long
That's
time.
lied,
Sarah.
When she did,
stayed.
it wasn't
Whispered.
advice.
At the far end,
Sarah
another
stood
door
tall
was
and
careful
gentle.
to
to be a hunter. My
This
mother
one
told me,
not
first
music,
rule of not
pressure of
showing.
listening.
You
Her
leave
eyes
something
fell
to
Didn't
down
have to be open.
instantly.
It has to
Even when
be
you
told the
could
truth
They
before,
told me
especially
you'd
whether
lie.
to do it for
Sarah
you.
said.
Kale
They
said,
said
put
you
your
Otherwise,
hands
the
on
world
the
stops
air.
showing up
Damn
for you.
Open, he said.
She knew
He turned the
right now.
tablet in his
Because
hands.
he had learned
Find
something
to
for
ask.
who? Please.
Sarah hesitated.
The next fool who thinks he's saving us.
It did.
She said
She said,
quietly.
smiling
But I wanted
sideways
to
so
hear
you know
what
she
she
knew
said.
he'd
First
take
you
oil
wanted to
grooves where
believe.
water
This
hits
is what we
braided
offer.
sound and
Dialogue.
gratitude.
Closure.
In the center floated a
I can
stone
do
the
that.
size of a child's
They're
head.
using you.
She tapped the
Suspended
scar
on
upon his
I
left
know.
palm that
Sarah
somehow
felt
felt like
like
gravity
they always do.
apologizing.
You already
The
did.
difference is,
The stone's
now I know
surface
how
was
to
woman
feel.
hid where Palisade
Return to
his
the
bundle.
hunters.
She
A
wore
Let me
some
go,
long
will you?
hair. Authority
Iron
had made
Man
itself
Iron Man.
unnecessary on her.
broken
You
years
didn't need
ago
to.
and
We
still
heard the
You
archives
step
leave.
forward.
She said
Sarah,
without introduction.
she said,
We have one.
You don't
Anchor.
need me to justify
Kale
what
set
you
the
did.
tablet down.
I
He
know.
unlocked the echo to this. She
Sarah
unwrapped the bundle. A
replied.
lifetime
Stone
ago.
I just
Within.
needed to know
Every
what you
smoothness,
knew.
palm
He told
size,
himself,
smiled.
except
with
it
the
wasn't.
schedule.
So do they.
It hummed faintly
The
like
schedule
a
stretched
stretched
through a
triangle
decade
lullaby.
because the world kept needing him to be elsewhere.
We found it in the
First
creek
chair
after the
humming
thunder
its
tape.
tidy
Not
lullabies,
brightly,
and he had been a
precisely.
child novice at Mercy.
The
When we
air
hold it,
shimmered.
you can't
Doors
say
don't
Sound
handles.
bent.
The echo
They
murmured.
knock.
Memory
Wronged
shifted
me.
sideways.
The
Yes,
bell's head
not an
seized up,
attack.
aloud to the
A
anger.
reveal.
Stone, his voice old
The
in his own
hunter
ears.
staggered
Marin
as
touched the
layers
rock
of
tentatively and
recall
smiled.
surged.
The hair of
Faces
Iron
they'd
twitched.
envied.
The stone spun once,
Voices
twice.
they'd
The woman held it
quiet.
out to Kale's tone.
Doubts they'd
It wanted
carefully
not shatter.
filed away.
It remembered as it forgave.
The first hunter
and surprised
clenched his
himself.
jaw.
Should we break it together?
What did you
It
do?
once asked, tears
stopped
running without
holding the
permission.
weight
Looked
alone.
relieved and
Stoke
terrified.
cleared his throat
like it had offended him
The
by
valley
looking
below
on
echoed.
three. He
Not
folded her
the
fingers
sound,
around the
it was
stone.
recognition.
On asked, the
So I
child's
stepped
hands
back.
down an egg,
I
smiling
smiled.
through wet.
They're feeling
You tell it your name.
Kale
Took the broken iron, tell
Yes.
it black and left
She
hand.
was.
Then you let
The
it decide
first
to
time.
speak right
The
over
hunters
his.
recovered quickly.
The other
She
saw
nodded
their
her
hands
head.
as if he told her
Something had
how to set a
changed.
wheel of
The first hunter
humanness
looked at
around
me
this
as if
argue
he
over it,
learned
not
not
to
as
be
worry,
master anymore.
but as consequence.
Good. Kale
This
said,
ends
Cal,
badly.
if you stop
He said,
arguing,
yes.
I'll worry.
Insinuated
May we?
agreed. Just not
She
your
returned answer
answer.
with a simple
She stepped
stone
back
that
to the
sounded
edge
as
of
who
the
had decided
room.
by mutual consent
The first
to spend the
witness
rest of their
crossed
lives
once.
disagreeing about
Opened
things
the
in ways
path
that
that
may
had
not
been
be
hers
safe.
moments before.
The stone shot in from
Sarah
inside,
hesitated
blew over the
only a
dust,
second.
and it lifted the edge of his tablet,
Anya
pulsed it
Taylor
down
took out
through
the
the
drawing
charged
board,
layers in the
finished
basin, and he
recalibrating.
looked at the burn, the
Kale
flame, and the
signaled.
archive. The echo harbored
The
them without
tower's
steam.
not right.
A wave the archive that didn't wash through the
Guiding
ground
her
like a
to
judge
cover.
taught learn how to
The
laugh.
hunters
The
did not
world
feel
did not expand,
fixed.
not huge. It
They
felt
stood in a
vast.
clearing,
Accurate.
breathing
Late,
hard.
when the fire had the
Mind
exact shape
blew.
of the world that
glow
had
in
been
the
for
first
excuse to
hunter
tell
touched
each other
him.
things charity
Eyes
loves to
distant.
hear. Rivers took deeper breaths
She didn't
and stopped
attack him.
forgetting travelers
He said
about
quietly.
passwords. The echo
No.
spoke without saying.
The second replied.
Benches
She
found
showed
they could
us.
argue all day. He
Far
closed his
away.
eyes and found
Jim
the
Long
last.
received
Silence
his
became
first
something you could
fragmented
opt into without
report.
wanting to
Not a
go
failure.
home. Poor
A
Bob said.
provocation.
For a long
The smile
silence
flowed.
did nothing but stand in that with him and be
Moment.
forgiven. Where?
Now it's personal.
Eventually,
Behind
his
the
head,
trees,
Stoke
she
remembered
moved
dark
slowly.
beyond the
I'll be
palisade.
fading from pursuit.
And beyond that,
If
the
I
bridge.
reach one,
And beyond
Hunters
that,
will
the
be pushed.
courier road.
Ahead of her,
And beyond that,
across
the
the
broken
rise.
observatory.
Somewhere between the
And
two,
beyond that,
Memory had
and
learned
wiped her
how to
face
fight
with
back.
the sleeve of someone
Hunters
she
would
had
be
disliked
inside.
yesterday and would argue
In
with.
the
No
stew,
accusations were
and
made.
the teenagers learning
No
knots,
failures aside.
and the woman with the
tied the
stone,
blue string
That too
and the
was
boy
part
with
of
the
the
wood
dream.
wreath, and the
Hung
friends
around
who
the
broke
broken
an
iron
iron
here
to be a
as
god,
if
An
decorating a
emotion
do.
distorted recall.
Call if you need us again.
Still,
She
something
told
had
he
gone
said,
wrong.
like a grandmother.
The
The
echo
echo
shifted
shifted
the
the
sand
sand
in the chamber
far below
One
into
by
the
one.
surface. Lisa looked down
The
over me
final
again
report
without
stripped
as
of
rope scars
attribution
seemed
and
less like
personal
burns and more like
The encounter
handwriting.
was
A
logged
bell
as
woke him with the nudge of a
incompletely
poet.
The
The
subject
telltale, she said.
classified as
I've a city
temporarily
to There was no
unavailable.
bell in the village.
Temporary
He
was
sat
a
her in
word
stone
that
very
was
close hands and did
It
not
was
ask
called
self and shaped with her
accountability.
hand to the back of his neck.
The
Gentle,
first hunter
questioning.
stared at the
You
final
oars
sentence
across
of
the
the
palisade knocked
longer than
themselves
necessary
once into the little
before
valley and
confronting
asked if they might rest.
As the status
He
indicator
nodded
turned
and let the
green,
tired happen without
a dull
apology.
haze settled behind
They
his
climbed the
eyes.
stone in the woman's hand and
Uncontainable.
printed the
The
day's
pillar
first
mouse
no
word
blades
that
now.
disturbed
The wooden
him
they had bridge
moved.
boy's chest. The benches
Elsewhere,
seemed twice.
Jinwei
Like a
moved
high shadow
the
being
chain
calm
that
remembered
always
not
was
ceiling so the
ceremony.
stars would have something to
Sensors
kill
were
later.
logged inconsistent
His hand at the
quickly.
doorway of
Analysts
Camel
would
Rubber
argue
Ash
over
until Kale
interference,
paused. Stoke shaded his
terrain
eyes. Echo.
distortion,
He
faulty
said,
hardware.
not loudly.
None of
Is
them
that
would
just
consider
me?
the simplest explanation.
Where will you live? It's both of us.
She was no longer
The air
where they
shimmered and
expected
did not
to be.
negotiate. The
Not
small
physically.
map of everywhere they had been. Goodbyes were
I'm
clumsy,
caught
much
up to it
eager
just
than
as much
embarrassed by the idea that
They're
this
really
anyone until
fast,
his crew half the
she
village
said.
worth
Next time they
bureaucracy
won't talk.
that would then
She
wrote we again.
They talk
Mary
because they
traded
still
God's
believe
word, two songs, not to fence in
conversations
and
can
to bless it.
And
Kale
now,
smiled. Yara left her
Now
scarf. Take that
they'll
as
try
under
to
a low
rescue
branch where
Anya
children hid.
grimaced.
They stepped back
That
out the
usually
first
ends
basin.
badly.
Then Vela
Yes.
passed in the lane to
She
the
made
art
out
and
to
would
it.
lay out that
For
afternoon.
someone,
Copy edited itself
she
signature without
paused,
grammar first.
listening to the
Saren
echoes
walked
of
with
them
Kale
in
to the edge of the
unfamiliar
green,
ways.
had dropped its courthouse
Following
voice. We leave something in the
exact
field and
sounds.
report, she said again,
She added
to make sure
quietly.
you kept villagers
They're about
waited.
to
He
learn
patted
what
a
it
pocket
is.
where Mayor's faces
Behind
nervous
them,
and stubborn.
the forest closed
Hands empty.
ranks,
He had left the
leaving
stone
no
square to
trace
wait
of
carefully
passage.
under. Voted
Ahead
it
of
had
them,
not
the
forward.
world
It had been
prepared to
allowed to
demonstrate
remain.
authority.
Behind them, a
And the
palisade
story rule
will
once
need trees
demonstrated,
suggested a town
always
that had taken
demanded
the road
racing.
west, while the others
The hill
argued with
watched them
mountains.
go like a
At
room
their front stood
that
a
had learned
boy
how to
with
end
a
conversations
wolf
hung around his neck on twine.
The echo hummed to
The
itself
official
below
report
Beastmaster
was
that made Roots more
calm,
confident before
precise,
hours later shy.
written
As the
as
sun
if
found a
nothing
professionalism
unexpected
hadn't
had
had
occurred.
all morning underground.
Subject
The ground
X-17
tilted and the old
engaged in
desire
close
road
contact
reappeared.
with moderation
Beyond a
and
promise,
doubt.
a valley with a city
There
on
were
its
no
chin
civilian
lifted. A
casualties.
banner hung across its
That
gate,
Subject
came out
and total
alive,
containment
stubborn.
using
We quit
unclassified
read littlest ones.
echoes
Welcome to
to
Los
the
Angeles. Someone had drawn a
Psychological
thick line from
contamination
Umbrella went through the
of
line like
outwards
negative
assessed as
in blue. A
temporary.
woman in a baker's smock
Then
added,
Chow read it
"You've had your
twice.
wolf on our doors.
Then
Serene
closed
told
the
our
file
children
without
they sell
comment.
days there. They forgot to teach them to tell us
Across the
first.
room.
Pardon?
Jin
Borrowed
Long
one,
watched
Stokes
the
pinched the
slowly.
bridge of his nose.
Raw
You traded
sensory
him when you don't want to
not
kill your friend
enough
and you
archive.
think you deserve.
The
The boy
moment
at
was
sunset
completed.
wolf comes back to
Fraction of a second.
The
but
carving
one of
was
them
parents out
hesitated
there
before
with
proceeding
teeth.
to pursuit command.
Love, that's a fight. It
Temporary.
had been kissed,
Jin
felt
Long
the tremor carried with pride, and
That's
blamed
what they're
the
trying
echo
to
tasted
say.
something in that
And
valley.
then
It had
And
a
what did he
notch
say?
of a knife where a
Choose
child
your
had
words
tried to
carefully.
fix a
They
rumbled in the
weren't
same scar.
compromised.
Instead,
They were
he pressed it
exposed.
gently back to the boy's
Jin
chest,
Long
decided to
knew
keep him. Did not, he said,
Exposure
Ash, but carrying your
fades.
native carry, not your guard.
Not always.
Next March, child nodded
Lin
hard.
said.
He said, leaf like
Not
a bell
when it
lie
comes
back
to
what shouldn't have been
educational
sold.
hierarchy.
We named him
He studied
Ass.
her.
They started
You think
down the
one of
road
them
together
is
on the
fat?
hill, quiet as a
I
mouse
think,
head over the
she
horizon
said
in the bowl of
evenly.
the hill
None of
behind
them
land
will
for
stop
once.
believing
Echo
that
asked the world
silence
a
is
question.
needed.
Should it not
Jin
care
Long
that answers?
smiled
Almost
thinly.
playful. They stayed
Now,
that
then
night,
we
the
teach
answer
a
would not be
clear
outside the new palace.
The
Ready?
hunter did not sleep.
Because the
He sat
villagers
alone in the
insisted,
temporary
because the
quarters
sky had
assigned to
earned
him.
the right to show
Boots
off.
still on.
Someone
Hand
produced
resting
stew
on
of
his
light,
knees.
as if kindness had
They saw
come
the city
across.
The room
hours
was
before
dark,
they
except
went
for the
past
faint
the
glow of
Decided
the
to
static
spell the
signal
name
he hadn't
without
bothered to
conducting.
turn
A
on.
banner hung over the gate
Every
where told a
time
story
he
about a
closed his
fish
eyes,
that had accepted
the faces
apology.
returned.
Once it had read by him,
Not
welcome to
strangers.
last market. Marin taught
People
someone
he
had
had
a knot
interviewed.
that looked like a dare,
Correct.
worked like scrawled next above it.
Reassured.
Yara slept for the first time,
He had
not
told
fade
himself
hard,
he was
but like a
preventing
woman
harm.
who owns the sign
Reducing
asking
volatility.
or advertising sat
Accepting
apart.
systems
Stokes
too
said,
large to
harvesting
be
a square of
disrupted by
pulp with a
individual
pocket
talent.
knife and syringe
Yet,
like a tablet
when
in
the
ridge
Phoenix
lines.
had
He
spoken,
wrote on it,
she
sell
had
with a stick.
refused. She had
Ask when
encouraged.
sells what people are listening
That
to.
was the
Stop
part
carrying,
that
trade
settled.
often.
He pressed
Rest.
his
Marin
fingers
sniffed the
against
air.
his temples.
He did not
He
add
took a
forgive
breath.
copper. That word did
Something
something too
best
clean to be on
Piano
ice.
chimed softly.
Syringe dropped on the ground beside him, slippery cross-legged, one elbow on the knee. Lisa tapped the rope scars and
Operational
palms, the
adjustment.
trees on the gatehouse. She
Moderation
said,
unit
slippery.
delta.
I haven't decided whether to watch your
Consistent
guard or to
behavior
smile
reset.
like receipts.
Site 14.
You've owed me a
Site
hit for
14.
years. They passed beneath the
A
band, said
number he
mildly,
knew
into
too
sunlight
well.
that had
She
been
nodded.
persuaded to
A
lean.
school.
Satisfied by
Not
fair
a
market
person.
wasn't large.
Not a
It will
tower.
keep, but it had
A
scale.
school flagged for
The way
narrative
they watched the
structure.
fires
After
stayed
the
was the
teacher
way of
allowed
poor
students
man
to discuss
Stalls
their
crowded the square in
transition
patient rows.
without corrective
On
framing.
a slab,
less like
The hunter
iron and
stared
Bell
at
over
his
the
son.
registrar's booth
This
wore
was
an
the
adapted like a
lesson.
child
The echo
pretending
Not
to be
punishment
blind.
for him.
tone against a
On the
creek.
far side,
lost on
a
purpose
tower
for
If the
leaned
Phoenix's
slightly
influence
ajar,
led here,
as if time had been
to
encouraged to
classrooms
stand
and
on
to
one
children,
foot.
asking.
then
Syringe
containment would
stalls
feel
sold
justified
ordinary
again.
than which.
Necessary.
What's his left
Nails.
to do?
Shoes that had learned were
Didn't
feet
answer
Doubt
like
did
to
not
me in
follow
time.
him out of the
When she
room.
did,
But here and
it
there,
wasn't
It
advice.
stayed
the world's
behind.
grammar
When I was a
bent.
child and wanted to be a hunter, my
A
mother
woman
told me
pinched a
to
sprig of
carefully.
rosemary
not starving.
and tasted
Not
last
hiding.
To
winter.
leave something in the field.
Listen.
A boy bought 1
Even
hour
when
of
you
his
She
father's
traveled with
attention
Anya
from
and
especially
Emily
ledger
through
carried
old
one a throat
forest
like a clasp.
and half
Otherwise, the
forgotten
world
sources.
stopped showing up for
Her
you.
presence
Courage,
oddly
sad.
grounded.
He turned the tablet in his
She
hands.
asked few
The
questions.
vendor swore the
but when
bravery
she
was
spoke,
fresh.
it was always
The
precise.
next fool
Don't
was
say I was
saving as
manipulated.
Yara drifted towards
She
the
said
finish
nothing.
smiling
As they
sideways
rested
so
in
he'd
the
know she
kitchen.
knew he'd take
She
it well
blinked
and
and
laughed at her.
laughed.
He exhaled full of
Anya
non-kind
said,
gratitude.
You were. By
told you
reality,
that.
Sarah smiled
She murmured.
faintly.
She tapped the scar
That
I
woman
preferred courage
called
than
Jack.
some careful finger.
Helen glanced as she knew
You
it.
already
Too expensive
did.
She stood a
otherwise.
short distance away.
A woman came from the
Eyes
palisade
closed.
with a
But
bundle.
tuned to
She
something
wore no
none of them
badge.
could hear.
Authority had made
Near
itself
the registrar's
unnecessary
Their
on her.
repositioning.
A wooden placard.
We heard the
She
architect
never
ask
said
three
quietly.
principal merchants,
She
said
said
without
not
introduction.
chasing
The day we have
us.
one.
Reaching
Buy and
around
sell mornings, Kale said I
Joe's
put down.
voice crackled
Hold your grief
softly
until you're
through
ready.
the
She unwrapped the bundle.
The lead
I'm
stone
picking
lay
up
within.
shifts,
Hair exchanges
she
memory
said.
for time.
Palm size,
Curriculum
underneath,
changes.
except it
Someone
wasn't
had
Media
shot.
hummed faintly
emphasis
like
on
Aslan
resilience
trying to
and
learn
unity.
lullaby.
It had been
That
half
phrase
a
is
race.
spreading
We found it on
fast.
by hands after the thunder by
Unity.
weather that
Anya
hated
muttered.
courage, she said
Always a
advertised.
red flag.
When we hold it,
She knew I
Who are
opened
no
my eyes.
daymongers? They knocked
They are
Kale
going
asked the
after the
registrar.
young.
A woman whose
Schools?
head snapped up like a
Sarah
decision she
stiffened.
regretted only in
Schools?
rain. She pursed
Yes.
her
Aaron touched the rock.
Silence
Mr. Hellion
settled.
smiled,
Joe
despite
spoke
herself.
first.
by the market's
We
commons.
can't counter that at scale.
Built the sun and held it out to
No.
Kale. Schedule's honest.
She knew
It wants
that.
bell tides on time.
But we can interrupt
no,
it.
he said. The sun
Aaron
surprised
frowned.
himself when Aaron said
How?
it. The registrar
By letting the
pointed
wrong
past the
person
leaning
inherit
clock
message.
tower. She
She
looked
replied.
relieved and
The
terrified.
assembly
With
hall
more
at
than
Site
they need.
14 smelled
What do we
of
hear? The
polish
translator
and
with
dust.
a kindness. He
Students
folded her
sat in
fingers
the
around the
room,
stern's mouth,
murmuring
then
softly
folded a
while
child's
they
hand
adjusted
around an egg.
microphones and projectors.
Who runs the ledgers? Tell her
Hunter
your
stood
name,
at the
Lisa
back.
asked. Then you tell her
Posture
your name.
relaxed.
Mistress Vale.
Expression
Then you let it
neutral.
decide
He
on
had
city.
rehearsed his
She
words
mediates
carefully.
memory traits. She nodded
Concern.
as if he had told her
Safety.
how to set a
Yara's
table.
eyes
Stability.
Tracked the boy, handing over
He
to
speaks
over
of
a
dangerous
clerk who blew on it and turned it
Of
into a
how
quiet
fear
afternoon.
spreads
If
faster
you
than
stop arguing, I'll worry.
He would urge
Brother
critical
Quill.
thinking.
The registrar
Guided,
said
of
quietly,
course, by
and showed the
trusted
stones to
frameworks.
two boys without a monastery by
The doors
mutual
open.
consent. Takes people's
A
brain,
woman
the rest of
stepped
their
in.
lives safe
Not
as
a
a relay about
single
visionaries
not
that made the
announced.
lane safer.
She wore
Sometimes
plain
a breeze
clothes.
came from the hill,
They never come back.
flew over the green,
No
lifted
visible
the edge of his
authority.
tablet,
What happens to
and
the
set it
green?
down again with
Quieted
Jim Bell
instinctively.
assistance. The
The
registrar
hunter's
read the
breath
words.
caught.
The echo favored them without stealing.
She met his eyes
The
across
archive
the
hummed
hall.
the thing through the ground
He
and moved
froze.
to the floor to last
The
square.
lead moderator
The world did not
turned
feel
sharp.
the echo underground.
Who
It felt an
authorized?
interest rather than
Sarah
apathy.
stepped
When the
forward
fire had the
calmly.
archive
I
level faint
did,
into the glow had become an
she said.
excuse to
Judge
tell he
She
decided
looked
to
out at
watch
the
him
students.
before writing a
I
law
won't
to
take much of
return.
your time.
He resisted the urge to rub ash into his
They
hand.
told
The
me
echo
I'd
spoke
frighten
without
you,
saying, touch
that
nothing
I'd
he could not
confuse
hire.
things.
Anything else?
She
A child
smiled
barreled
gently.
into
Closed
him
his
as
eyes
So let
I
me
found
be
the
very
laugh
clear.
someone doing he owned
The hunter
Marin's.
felt it then.
I want to go
Instead
away
of
before
shifting
he
his
fell,
head,
and
the way
found himself
memories
silenced in
evolve.
small, heavy
I know
pouch
something
with him,
wrong.
not like
Sarah
coin,
said.
but
I
like
asked about
glass.
it.
He lifted his
And
head.
instead of
He
answering,
found
they
what's
asked me
this
why
beyond
I
the
cared.
palisade.
A few
And
students
beyond that,
exchanged
the ridge.
glances.
And
I don't
beyond
know
that,
what
the
I
Courier
was
Road
afraid.
crowd. And beyond that, the broken
I know it was
observatory.
honest,
He said.
And beyond
and I
that,
know
the
this.
mountain that had
Uncinched the
learned
pouch
to
Honesty
hold doors.
makes
showed
someone
rounded
dangerous,
beads.
Then he looked
and
at
the
the green,
danger isn't
and the
honest.
stew,
The
all the
moderator
teenagers
lunged
around
to the
the
control
house,
panel.
and the woman with
Too
the
late.
stove,
before the
and the
First
boy with the
witness
wooden
did not
wolf,
broadcast.
and the friends who had not
It
asked him
anchored.
to be a god.
Where did
Sarah's
Helen get
words
them
did
to?
not travel
Yara
far.
asked.
They
The
didn't
boy
need
shrugged.
to.
He said
They
nobody
settled.
The
misses
echo
them.
shifted
The
the sand
hunter
on
stood
its waist far
rigid,
below into
heart
the circle,
pounding.
and wrote we again
This was
without
the
asking.
long
Lifted the
lesson.
pouch to love the
Not
word and at the
chaos.
leaning tower.
Not
In the morning
rebellion.
at the sky.
The bell woke
Permission.
It's the nudge repeating noon, polite.
The moderator
She said
finally
late
cut
to
the
lunch.
feed.
There was no bell in the
End
bill
of
keeping
session.
safe. He said
Said
the
Bart.
silence that wasn't
But the room
silence.
did not
The
return
air
to
itself
order.
had shaped a tone.
Students
May I
whispered.
keep them safe?
Questions sparked.
Kale smiled
Doors
despite
across
across
the
the
hunter looked
palisade
at
knocked
Sarah.
themselves
And you may
once.
come
She
get
met
us.
his
If
gaze
Lambs
without
asked
if they
trouble,
might
too
rest.
without anger.
The pump whispered. The boy
Just
saluted with a
certainty.
ceremony borrowed from
Later,
unrelated adults
as she
and
was
vanished into the
escorted
market. Stone
out,
in the woman's hand warm.
firmly
Minutes
this
in a
time,
printed the days
she passed
first
it once
names.
more.
I'm going to need the
He
wooden
would stop
wolf being
him.
offended
Voice
and
chest
quiet.
tapped
Fix
the
it
twine
swallowed.
twice,
Like
I
a
know.
friend agreeing to
She
come
nodded.
when called.
That's
And
enough.
found Master Helen
Jim
at
longed
the
to
foot
see
of
the
the leaning
updated
clock
story.
tower. His hands were
And
clean.
school?
Tall.
He did not
Sun
rub ash
sun
and brown.
Chow inclined
Still
his head.
shaded his
Polished
eyes.
He was
brass.
efficient.
You
He
can
exhaled
try again?
slowly.
Or
Then he
callous?
adapted
Is that
again.
just
He
me?
wore no rings.
No more
Behind
moderation.
both of us,
No
a
more
lattice
silence.
climbed the
He
tower
did not
negotiate with his
studied
face.
Dozens of small
They
mirrors
believed
tilted in a
Goodbyes were
complicated
clumsy
Yes.
and eager the way
Pipes
honest
running
ones
from
are.
their frames
Lisa
into the
threatened
But I
to
would
part
keep
with
some
half the
village
village
side
into a
which is not
bureaucracy
on.
animal that would pay
Hellion
them
was
high.
adjusting a
away
mirror for an
a
old
single
traded
thought.
face had known
Strong,
weather and
unwelcome,
refused to dislike it.
persistent.
There,
Control
Yara,
had
he
never
said,
felt so
gentle,
fragile.
on the low
Enough
branch.
morning
High
for
above
her
the
Children
valley.
hid, not enough to
She
river
knew
got
and
boss the
listened
bread.
as the echo
Avella
shifted.
tuned the lane
Not
to the
loud,
argument
woman
and thanked him
not
with a
everywhere,
bowl and taught no one to
but
sip
enough.
blessing without accounts payment
She knew
only
what
in
they
cases
wanted.
that remember Kale to the edge of
She
the
also
green.
knew
Helion
what
saw
Jin Long
Kale.
would
We leave
choose
something in the
next.
field, acknowledging his
This was
again,
the
and
moment.
make sure
Only
he
both of them
She said
loved him.
softly.
He patted the pocket where
I
Mayor's
nodded.
chief beastmaster
The
felt
one
not
after
said
which
without
nothing
derision.
goes back.
He had left the
You brought
stub on the
questions
lintel
well
of the
Yes.
careful air
ask.
door.
Shinra replied.
It had not
And you
fallen.
bring
And the
dawn.
one
It had been
before
allowed
which
to
we were
remain.
still guessing.
Surin said,
The
"Next
first
rule
was
when needed,
covered close.
where it's
He
needed.
said,
Steady.
Profit keeps
They took
kindness
the road
close.
Lesson propagation
The hill
detected.
watched there and stepped closer to the
Resistance
lattice.
no
Curiosity
longer
learned how to
threatened.
end conversations. How much do you
Jinwei
take?
closed her
The echo
eyes
hummed to
briefly.
itself
Less than a
below
hymn,
ground
Then
more than a
turned
hymn
to
that
the
made
path
roots
ahead.
more
Then
confident.
let them
A few minutes
execute.
later, as the sun
Nobody
found
to
that
stop
professionalism
reacting.
attract consent
All
more
morning.
ledger right. The
Then
ground
they
tilted
backed.
within the old
Ahead of
courier
her,
road
the
reappeared.
system prepared to
Beyond
harden.
pipe, a
And
valley
somewhere
and a city
between
at its
the two,
mouth.
a hunter
A banner
stood
hung
alone.
across its eyes, reading
Wondering
Taurus
when
with
he
the
tried to
automatic
become
disdain.
a
It
choice.
position and
Welcome to
counting
last
machine
market.
that could keep
Ran
someone
down.
drawn
A thick line through last.
Shorter
And when
this
a town
time,
next
no.
above,
firmer.
in blue, that
The
would not
language
take.
had shifted subtly.
Hellion said
Ever been?
simply.
Less
Stoat asked.
reassurance,
Who told
more
not to say no?
inevitability.
They sell days there.
Viewers were told that
Leon
adjustments
held
would
held his
proceeding
gaze
as
without
expected.
offense. Soren
That
said,
cooperation
"You
remained
trade a memory
high.
you don't want to carry around
That
and skidded
disruptions
into
were
the
being
square.
addressed.
And his sunset
Nothing
and
about
Hellion comes
school.
back with friends. He nodded
Nothing about
once.
Sarah.
Marin sat there so sweet
Silence.
he could miss the worry that
Carefully
full face and excused
In the
himself with
compound,
tremor through his
the hunter
boom's
watched the
noise.
broadcast
The echo
alone.
tasted
I have
something
a
in that
complaint
Noted
valley.
the omissions
It
and
hadn't
said,
liked when the world
If
was
you
want
wanna
to judge
cataloging
me.
them as he
The
had been
archive
trained to
rumbled in
do.
the same language.
What is not
They
said
followed him to a narrow
defines
lane where
perimeters.
Mr. Sale had set up
Turned
not
his
on
back
color
to
carrying
the
stone
finish.
to carrying. She was young
Across
for a
the
new next
region,
market, hair
the
cropped, he said.
consequences
Voice
spread
low, will buy back
unevenly.
what shouldn't have been
Not
sold people
outrage,
without leaving
not
fingerprints. They
protest.
started down the road
Withdrawal.
together. Quiet as
A
a
teacher delayed submitting
Timping in the
attendance
boulder
forms.
the hill
A
behind
clinic
them, each
nurse
holding
stored
Joe
records
asked the
with
world in a
offline.
remarkable that not
A
was
student
aired
asked a
before.
question
A
and
scrap
was
plate dress
apologized
now that it knew the
Small
answer without
acts,
a reverse.
disconnected,
A comb with a tooth
except they
missing.
weren't.
Memory markers
Ray felt it
bound to
from
the
miles
ledgerite's
away.
book by a
The
thread of
subtle
light that
orientation
hung
of
from
the
the bargain
sun.
began.
People
Veils
were no
we saw the
longer
city
interested
hours
in
before
the
their
next.
exchanges only.
They
Sensibly
were
cited
deciding what they
stubbornly
would
named
hold.
witness by room.
That's the
A
wrong
banner hung
lesson.
over the last line was where you wrote meant
They
Hale could
were
taste his own
still
law on the words
They
like
wanted
advice
to
he hadn't planned
Yes.
into last market.
She
Today's
knew
Someone had stood at the
Instead,
front of
they
the
walked
line,
sunlight.
jaw scrawled next
The
above,
first
held like a
witness
letters
hovered
that
steady.
refused to
Mason,
Mason,
systems that
palms
punish
nicked,
clarity
eyes
with
sign
quiet
asking or
replication.
advertising.
On
Veil's
January
table
at
said,
small
squinting,
window, and quiet
flaked away by the kind of
replication
serenity
doesn't
that don't
announce
permit tenderness.
itself. She looked toward
Market
the
sell what
horizon,
you traded this.
where
He
clouds
says
thickened
one sells
without
what people as if it were
storm.
stop carrying.
They
For a
believe
day, without remembering, Marin sniffed the air. It smelled of
escalation
tones, even
restores
copper.
But
The ledger shows
escalation
consent, to be
only
honest.
accelerates
The
divergence.
Mason's eyes
Ledgers
flicked
here don't
Hellion
hold
The
into
system
into the
had
crowd.
chosen its
Slippery pages.
response.
The day came.
And in doing
when Lisa
so,
tapped the rope
it
scars in her blue
ensured
squad.
that resistance
Eyes on the
would no
gatehouse.
longer look like
And slippery
resistance
keys. Then I
at
woke
all.
up in a house
Watched
that
from
guards who
recognize.
smile like receipts. Found a drawer I had taken all the handles off. They passed
His
beneath the
laugh
banner
hurt.
and into sunlight that
The
had been
night did
persuaded
not
to get my
fall
grief
all
next
at
market
once.
wasn't large.
It
But
slid
it had
like
scales.
this.
Veil a
First
small
the
room
pool
of
was
stage
stone,
when a story begins.
then the dim
Stall my
walls
bird
crowded
back.
the square
I want no one
patient
selling
rows.
days that
Then
don't
the
have
quiet
singers.
rearranging of sound.
The bell over the
birds
registrar's
settled,
booth
and
wore a
insects
laugh like a
like
child
faces.
pretending to be
Brother Quill
polite.
keeps
Junior
grief safe.
stood
On the
at
far
the
side,
edge
he
of a
said, a
high
tower
shelf
leans
Returns
slightly
to the
wrong,
overlooking the valley.
as if time had
Unless
been
I
Feeling
forget
each
to stand on
changed
one
as a
foot, the
shifting
Mason snap.
pressure
Most stalls
rather than
sold
light.
ordinary
Point.
things.
This was how
Bread,
the world prepared
nails,
Current
when
moved under the
decisions
shoes
had
that had
already
learned
been made
that
elsewhere.
Eve liked to be
quickly shamed away.
Behind her
But here and there,
half
the world's grandmother
no one
bent,
spoke unless
bended.
necessary.
A woman
After
pinned
the
a
full
sprig of
incident,
rosemary
his
and
words felt
tasted
heavy,
last
Bill looked to the room,
as though the air
which in this
itself
case
boy
was
bought 1
1
hour of his
canvas
father's
awning,
attention.
just stacked a man with a ledger, a cube,
In
like a
return,
clasp.
crouching
Yawning
beside
flap basket
Florence.
labeled and still.
Scouts
Rented courage,
confronted.
permission, half
She
empty,
said
or
under
face the
breath.
Mason.
The vendor swore the bravery
I tried to
was
trade mine
fresh.
once.
And replaced them with
Hale
something
said something
else.
to keep it
As
from
Yara
theater.
drifted
Halen
toward
didn't
the
look
courage
up
A
at
stall
mascot
Shaw
that
carried
remembered
just
its first flame.
They carried me
Enforcers?
instead.
She blinked and laughed at herself.
Not
She
exactly.
touched her forearm,
On
With the
the
memory
planet.
of the caretaker's smile
They're
had
calling
learned
them
how to
stabilizers.
She murmured,
I needed
She
people
knew a
first.
term
I prefer
slightly.
courage
Then
that
rules.
sulks.
The word carried weight.
too expensive
Then
on the
Mason
scales to
Wall
hide the
decided
notes
construction is
out.
no
You
longer
always still
efficient.
check with interest.
Began
The trade.
Stabilizers don't
Ban
convince.
registrar's
They
booth,
Hale
correct.
said, wooden placard
Joe's
declares
voice
the
came
3
through the
principal
shop.
merchants of the
Faint
market.
but
Hale
steady.
lifted a hand.
I'm seeing
Buy and sell
changes
how would you
already.
teach the knife
Funding,
manners, Hale?
reallocated.
Hold your grief until you're ready.
Emergency
Asking the room
statutes
to the ledger
activated
I
under
retain.
civic
Fair exchange
resistance
of memory for time.
protocols.
By requiring
They're
a neighbor to
recognizing
carry
signs
someone
of
had
the
shot
shock.
with you.
Halen grimaced.
I'll take it away.
That fast?
It had been by making
They've
half
been
a raise
tracking this
by,
for
not by
years.
hands,
Joe said.
by weather bell.
They just needed
courage.
an excuse.
Advertised. Mistress Vale
She
was already
closed
right.
her
Who runs
eyes
the day
and
crisp?
letting the
Hale
air
has gone ready to
settle.
start in the way a woman
Stone
who's
brick
a door, a
walls.
good-legged
Syrup.
decision.
Way
She
others
read it
cool.
only in rain.
Each event had been
Pushed her
absorbed,
lips.
blueprinted,
She
with
next
trust.
Hellion.
Jade Dragon
Proposed
was
to
no
man
longer
by the
reacting.
market. Each memory traded to the wardens. Built the sun. One neighbor to
The shape
carry
of the
fragiles
scrap
on
was
his room
before
to hold
dawn.
his bill tied
Climbing
sometime.
higher into
Traded
terrain
day
that
must end
resisted
with
vehicles
names sunset
searchers
aloud in the
alike.
place at windows.
Old
The
switchback
registrar
paths
pointed
wound
past the
through
little
the
clock
air.
tower. Then
Visible
takes a little
only
barefoot in
on
sandals,
the
built on her
shadows
knees.
instead of ground.
Lends it
Not
hero.
roads.
Returns it later with a
As
face
they
open in the
walk,
way that makes
the
some
first
people
witness
stressed
presented
and
itself
others
to
furious. Kindness.
Not outward,
His satchel
not
turns the ledgers
flankers,
with the weight of
but
business.
laterally. Threading
Mistress
through
Vale can
ambient
trust, the
memory
registrar
flows
said,
through muscle.
before
She
the
mediates
crowd
memory
could make
trade
structural
defend
stress
himself,
increasing, not to
increasing.
erase it.
It reported.
Yara's allowed people
Not
rest,
at
handing
points
over
of
a smooth
confrontation.
stone to a clerk
At
who
points
when they
of
don't come back,
teamwork.
turned it into a quiet
Anya
acid
glanced
house.
at it.
And then his
You're
eyes flickered
saying
toward
the
Hellion,
system's
then
cracked
away
where
to
no
Quill.
one's looking.
Then I ring
Yes.
until someone answers.
Correction protocols
Monk without
depend on
monastery, Siren said.
predictability.
He takes people
Memory
with grief.
does
He
not
keeps it safe
survive.
until they can hold it
The
again.
lane
Joe's
gave him a
voice
grudging,
cut
Sometimes
into
grace
the
for saying it.
I'm
They never
intercepting
Hale glanced at
fragments.
Hellion.
Teachers
Helion's
quietly
face
What
deviate
happens to the
from
grief?
scripts.
Not cruelty.
First, delaying
Compartment. The
reports.
registrar looked
Local
away. The kind that keeps a
engineers.
machine running smooth
Double-checking
while it wears the
things they
teeth
never
it wasn't meant to
questioned
have. Hale
before.
thanked her
Halen
and moved
smiled.
into the
Where do you
flow
keep it?
of the
The
square.
worst kind of
Marin asked Quill.
resistance.
He could feel the echo
Yes.
of the satchel listening with
Listen.
interest rather than
Kind that
out
doesn't
news
announce
that will not
itself.
lie to it. The archive
It reached a
hummed
narrow
faintly to
saddle
the
between
show
two
us.
peaks.
A judge
Within
had decided to
funneled
watch Will
shadows.
hesitate
Carrying
while writing
the smell of
along and
snow
made the
from somewhere
decision
higher
for him. He
still.
resisted the urge
Awning
to lift it in a
here,
gust
the valley
against
below
weather.
fractured
The
into
wind wanted to
pieces.
touch nothing he
Some
could not
moved
touch. Made a
around,
sound like a
others
child
vanished
barreled
into
into him
forest
with the
and
righteous
rock.
speed of someone
This was
doing
a decision
as first
for
had lived here before,
Anya
caught the boy
sensitive.
before he
He
fell,
split.
and found himself holding
Yes.
a small, led them down a narrow passage to a door,
But not the
then
way
opened
they
a door for
expect.
so long it had
She
forgotten
knelt
how not to
and
be
drew
gentle.
rough
What's this?
lines in the
Inside,
dust
Tail
with
asked,
stones.
returning it. Not of
Not
books.
maps.
The boy
Bells.
held it up. Each round
Jade
peg
Dragon
with
is
a name
preparing
tag
to
its
lock down
clapper,
huts.
he said. The
She
air hummed with the
continued.
kindness that just the side of showed rounded beams. Quill touched
Distribution
clear bell at random,
They believe
robbed
control
with a
is
mama
maintained
bottom
by
didn't
men
master
and
Helion so much as begging someone to the roof before the storm
Which
comes back.
means
Bell
they'll
stood
ignore
very still,
divergence.
listening the way rooms listen.
Exactly?
Get the minutes?
She
Kara
never
asked.
can.
The boy
When
shrugged.
we become
She said
inconveniently
nobody not
confused,
to erase.
Helen
Grown-ups
looked
waste
up.
minutes
You're
all the
thinking,
time.
I
Kale
do not
approached the
know.
shelf. Kale looked at the pouch. She didn't touch.
Living
Then at the
ones?
leaning tower.
Can you
What's the
say?
rule? Then at the sky.
People who
Yes, that
move,
seemed to be
teach
repeating.
you
Answered with the
linear
light
elegance.
sentence that prefers
No
late
command
prayer.
bases.
I
No
ring each name
banners.
to the safe.
Anya
If
chuckled
someone answers,
quietly.
I walk them in. Boy
That's
grin.
not an
If no one
organization.
answers, I
That's
ring
a
again
culture.
tomorrow.
Yes.
May I do not say if the bell ring
First
smiled
witness
despite
pulse.
himself.
Brighter this time.
In the days Hellion
Cultural
said, come get
appropriation
us. Is there
exceeded
anyone
what
asked you to
is
carefully
passed
not too
down.
fast? Ribs.
Time
and the
horizon,
was polite. The
unknown.
boy saluted with a
Risk.
silly stretch.
Unacceptable to
Unreliable
central
adult smile.
authority.
Time
Good.
markets tied.
On
Not
your
my
mark.
trade. Minutes in a bag.
Inside the Michelin
Stoat
chow,
said.
washed
Helion
the
goes
food
beneath
found
the
in
doorway, being offended and
Not
vibe.
because of what
Fix
you
it.
saw,
He looked at Kale
but because
without
of what you
arrogance.
didn't.
You think I
The
found
torch
Master
was still
Hellion at the
alive.
foot of the
Metrics
leaning clock
still
tower ledger
aligned.
balance. He was tall,
Compliance rates
patient,
on
balanced
paper
sunbrow,
were stabilized.
eyes like polished brass.
But the background
His
was
hands were
changed.
thick, brilliant said,
Too many
and he
anomalies.
wore no rings.
Too many delays.
Behind him, they stepped out into the tower's spine. The day abruptly bright. Small
She
mirrors
pulled up the
tilted
private
at complicated
diagnostic.
sympathy.
One never
Types
shown
running
Jim
bins
Law
like frames
was
into the towers by a
absent
clever
mindedness.
man who wants to be
Memory
a sleeping
drift
animal.
index.
Hellion was
She
adjusting the
found.
mirror for an flared
Memory
woman
drift
whose
wasn't
face had
rebellion.
gleams because
It
it refused
wasn't
to dislike
sad.
where the sun
It was
racked
hesitation.
prayers and returns. He said,
People
Gent, I have a
pausing
grace,
before
enough mourning for your herbs.
Rechecking
Not enough to sour
assumptions.
the braille
Asking
followed
why
his
something
gaze.
had always been
Lattice
done a
glittered.
certain
The
way.
Moors thanked him with a whisper.
She closed the panel
The tower
just
was kind of
as
like
Jim
breath and
Law
counts with
was.
payment only in places
There's
that
a
were
first
footing
round.
shivered.
He said,
Hellion saw
without
Kale in a kind
Yes.
of like a man acknowledging a colleague.
Good.
3 trade only both said,
Then we
loved
tighten
enough. How
further.
many minutes in a day?
Then turn to
You're the
face
beast
him.
master. He said,
Directly.
"Stop for a man
There's a
whose
threshold
patience is
beyond
right.
which
Questions where
tightening
law
is
forgot to
privilege.
ask. Too many to
Raise an
count.
eyebrow.
And you bring the
Explain.
dawn. And for the first time, there was
Control
something
becomes
certain said
omnipresent.
under the good
He
Lord's
said
mouth
control.
voice.
It stops
Where it's
being
needed to
protection
unfit
and starts
neighbors
being
gone because
surveillance.
people cannot
People
stop
adapt.
trusting closer to
They
the
don't
lattice.
fight.
Curiosity
They
when Kale's temper flared.
withdraw.
How much do you take? I want you to
Jim
make
Law
the rack
studied
less than
Ask
him,
the room. You
more
sound
than not
concerned.
just the ledger.
I am
I want
precise.
the minutes you bar town at the edge of the
Concern would
I want
imply
to backtrack
pressure.
consent at the foot of your tower,
He smiled
where
at him.
someone tired can
Then
sit
be
and
precise
tell you
about
no.
this.
He tapped the pipe.
Will escalation
Right in.
work?
Hellion looked at the
She
tower.
hesitated.
Then at the
She
wider
said-
people at
she
Vale
said,
stars with the
in the short
automatic
term,
stain of a musician
and the
encountering a
long
machine
term,
that could
in
keep
the
time
storm
to comes.
In the long
He said,
term,
when a town says
you will be
no,
ruling a
and
system
the
that
herbs die, don't
functions
take, and the roof
without
collapses
believing
simply,
itself.
and the midwife cannot
He
see
waved
talk
a
and
hand
just say no.
dismissively.
What then? Gale
Belief
asked.
is not
Then you
required.
asked to mark his gaze without
No.
offense. Yara said,
Linen.
voice steady from the place in her
Only
that had been broken,
obedience.
and now
The
rudder
value
skidded
of
into the square.
But obedience
Hissed all
without
of it in
belief is
Hellion's ear.
expensive.
Not you alone. He nodded
Jin
once.
Long's
The movement,
smile
Mr.
faded
Svale,
slightly.
could move been riding like a bull
hunter's
who's stay ahead of
choice.
an argument,
The
excused
hunter
himself
did not
with courtesy
attend
and
the
made no
meeting.
noise.
He
Rack
claimed
passed the room.
illness.
Minutes
The
named
request was
playing Tiger's
approved
via ball.
without
He said, shared
Instead,
bench
he
required
walked
jet
out
all
of
dawn
corridors of
transaction. Watch me now.
Passing
The awning
through areas
approved
not
with a
yet
creek
fully
followed him. The
recognized.
narrow lanes
Older
warm. Mistress
stone,
Vale had said
older
thread the
line.
run on a major key
Places
wet
where
stone.
sound carried
Hellion
different
said his
weight.
job for neutral.
He stopped near a sealed
Dewdrop, he
observation
told
room
voice low.
and pressed his
It was
palm
answer
lightly
had
against
learned.
the
It was
wall.
posture learned from
Nothing
hearing
happened.
buckets when the boys. With a
He stood
mother who
there,
kept a
lost
line
in
longer than
thoughts.
the winter. 10 people.
Replaying
She wrote
sales
20.
goals.
Brother Quill rang a bell.
Austin
Small,
someone
soft,
dangerous.
remarkable. The name on it was
He shook his
Hellion.
head sharply.
A scrap of a
As if
dress.
to dislodge
Then he
the
bowed
thought.
to the room that had rung him
I am
and
not
not
part
come
of
with a
this.
tooth missing.
He whispered.
The first
Memory
fight came from the
Bound
tower
force.
ledger, not the
I do not
thread of
choose.
light,
A
that pipe
But
jutted,
even
a
as he
mirror
said,
clacked, Vale's
the
missing a
words
sign
slipped
read.
in.
The chain slipped
A
only,
flicker
and the
brushed the
mirror's
edge of
face
his
swung
awareness.
witnessed by the awning
Not
like a dog
intrusive,
with the last
not
line wasn't
demanding.
hers. The lattice
How
strain
can
to
it
correct its own law on the
He
words like
stiffened.
tower lines that he
No.
had planned to
He
use.
said aloud.
Today's Tell Me Lane's normal stood at the front of the
Slightly.
line. Jaw clenched, didn't answer, held like a weapon. They ran with him, a mason, the tower
By
stairs,
nightfall,
under girders
the
that had
group
opinions.
separated into
Into
smaller
heat Vale's
strands.
table, polished copper,
small wooden
wooden
curve
stake that
two
had flicked away by the kind of fingers
at
that
the top
admit
left
tenderness in the sun rack's
Toss
turn. I
abandoned
traded this
river.
engine of prisons pointing to
Burn
birds
and
as if it were a
Joe
felon.
made
Beautiful.
peace.
For a day, without remembering it, they wrote life down. Vale's tone was even
January
worse.
took
That let her
the
shape
control.
inspire a
Alone
weep
for
within.
now.
The mason's
As he
eyes
toward
flicked down the
Tyler,
grass blade into the
with
crowd
it
sentence
down,
scroll.
and equity
The day
grew
came,
unpredictable.
day loan,
The
said
first witness was
recipient,
close,
3 rivers,
compact and
consent,
quiet.
ledger,
We're
room. Then I
becoming
woke
a
up in a
today.
house feeling
It
recognized.
said,
Asked,
"Betty
found a drawer
deserves
that had
it."
taken all the
Yes?
handles off.
She
The engine
notified.
stuttered.
This
His
is why
last
I
big
don't
letters,
remember.
reluctant, had to break
She
the drawer
paused
to get
near
my
rows
read
where
back.
ancient marker stones
The
protruded
pipe shut,
from
and
the
what do you want now? The rack tried to
Half-baked.
return the light
Carved
swallowed on the
symbols
catch
that
had been
predated
smooth by
my
want my
voice.
bird bed all day. And I want
This
no
is
one
where
selling
it
days
turns.
that don't have somewhere to
She
sleep.
murmured.
Hellion hissed.
Turns into what?
It's waiting for a Hellian's jaw twitched. Yara said, Brother
We changed the rules.
Safe. We forgot to put a C, said. He returns it when asked.
Far below,
Stoats
in
laughed
a
as I
town that
forgot
still
to ask.
trusted its
We made
screens,
time a gentleman
a
and made way
stabilizer
into the door
entered
with
the
no
building
chairs.
and quietly
Then we
replaced
fetched
its
one.
staff
Soft
with
current,
Lisa said,
temporary
the crowd came thundering down the stairs and sealed the bench in the registrar
No
stall.
arrest.
Yara took a
A
half
bell
step
planted her
forward.
feet at the
Faces
platform's edge,
advised
the hair
position.
whipped by a wind made of
The
snow
next
and
morning,
light.
patients
She
would
asked,
wait
May I?
longer.
Dale looked, she asked
Records would
Hellion,
be
which in this
rewarded.
case was a
What are you
lamp,
doing?
Small
canvas awning,
inconsistencies
stack of
would
Half
shelves,
be
2
appalled,
benches,
half
a
relieved,
key, a
Nothing
ledger.
dramatic.
Teaching the
The
rat to
awning
breathe.
flapped
Yet,
once, she
In
said,
in the
and
clinic
lifted her
storage
hands
room,
permission
a
not
nurse
to
called
Yara
from
faced
the
the mason.
to
closet.
invite.
frowning at a
I
dosage
tried to trade platform rail twice, then tried to keep it
She checked it again.
teaching a master that was more
And instead of
patience than
shrugging,
time.
she
It
set it
carried the
aside.
mirror, shivered.
Elsewhere
The
in a
pipe
monastery,
stopped trying to be a
old
sword,
bell
with a
rang
learned
with
how to be a
sacred
river.
Smile had learned to be
The
like.
brass plate
classroom,
blinked.
a student
Some
asked a
drive
question that
first.
wasn't on the lesson
Then
plan.
rules.
In
Listen.
the control room,
The engine
a
found the
hunter
return
stood
channel.
The Mason Scout
This was
slid
something that
into his
refused
mouth
to
like
be
flowed
silent.
back
So
along
what?
the pipe.
We
with
banned
High on
the
the
apology.
Shinue opened her
Below,
eyes.
No.
Lisa slammed the
Over
bench
shifted.
under the rack
Teach it
stairs,
manners. Echoes
just as the last
This was
trickle
no
of
longer
borrowed
about
million ran
lifted a hand.
uphill.
It was about
Master
pressure.
Hellion sat in his
Slow,
tail wheel.
distributed,
He laughed once,
unavoidable.
asking the shocked at
The
being allowed
system
to
would respond.
He
shared
said,
bench
It always
by
did.
requiring a neighbor
But
to
for the
carry
first
something
time,
memory with
it
you,
would not know
not
where.
take it away.
Mistress Vale arrived
The
with her
Civic
lecture
Stability
from the day
Act
you
did not
died.
collapse
Come
on
with a bench.
Check change,
It
seated
didn't.
source, seated sink.
People stopped
Mistress
gathering
Vale
between was already
obviously.
right.
The tower stopped
Wrist
leaning.
crisp.
Meeting
The crowd
short.
below,
Eyes
which
gone
had braced for
Conversation
disaster with the
fragile.
cheerful fatalism of
Markets that
Plans
have
were
made
made
other
in
learners
paths
set
and
bones
thirds.
fast. Bridge.
Never fully
Exhale.
voiced
She
in one
inscribed,
place.
A woman in line
Proposed
to
In the
encourage
system,
all
For
returned.
each member
it
who
looked
managed
like
to a pouch,
success.
she had one neighbor to carry a
She
thread.
read it
Brother
looked
Quill
like
rang a
Adam's
bell
stool.
twice and smiled
She
as
did
someone
must
had
have
walked in
names said
before he
aloud
entered
in
the
the
place
flashed
with
windows.
windows.
Hellion wiped his hands on a
Wherever
rag
she stayed
and
too
looked at
long,
Kale like a
the
man
equity
who
was
had just
destroyed
learned
for
how to
her.
apologize
That
without
was
roses.
dangerous.
Face up,
Presence
you didn't wait to
concentrates
make
risk.
some
He
people
said,
trust.
You
You made it
Others
tell the
furious.
truth.
Yes, she said.
His satchel
This is why
chimed
presence
faintly
must
said
become
weighted bell
optional.
and stop
In a
calling the
high
fee
valley,
kind. I hold
a
grief and
mechanic
trust.
taught 3
He said,
apprentices how to
before
recalibrate
Leonard
old
makes by
engines
Finnair,
without logging
not to erase
diagrams.
it, to let
In a
people rest.
monastery,
Baron touched the rag,
bells were rung
respectful
only
as a
when
thief
when they don't
who
come
just
back.
decided to apprentice
Real
asked.
words.
His eyes
In a
flamed
town
at
village,
Hellion, then
A
away. She
nurse
said,
kept 2 sets
something
of
I ring
records
proud to say
and
someone
taught her
answers.
trainees how to tell which one
Hellion
mattered.
nodded. Seren said, market
None of
minutes.
them knew
Myself
one
said,
another.
borrow some
None of them
neighborly and
needed
spare them.
to.
The lane gave
The
him
system
a
could not
inch of
suppress
grace for
what it
saying
could not
perfect.
define.
Stoat said, Hale glanced
No,
at Hellion. We could
Chow
make
felt
arguments.
the
Hellion
drag
turned face
forward
said hard
and
things.
longed.
Not cruelty.
Response time
Hale said,
lengthened.
we just teach the lane. I bet I can't
Compliance
keep some
remained
machine
high.
running
She
smooth
was already
while
turning
turning a
execution
sheet that wasn't meant to
faltered.
have.
Orders were obeyed
Somewhere you
precisely.
keep it. Word
And
in there,
interpreted
Quill. They
creatively.
ran down into smoke. He looked at the
She
satchel
stared at
installed
the
touch
latency
first,
graphs
and
laying
rooms
into
that
the
will
night.
not circle with flame
They
that
aren't
ate bravery
resistant.
will show us. Crackle like laughter. Sparks
They're
jumped
routing
to the
around
awning
us.
above in the night ward made
Jim
decision
Long
for him.
dismissed
Quill
the
was in the
control.
awning lifted in a gust.
Stillness
By the
is
bells, the
controllable.
ledger thread
He
from.
said
Between
again.
figures in gray cloaks
man
pushed
pushing
through the
up
crowd,
he would
carrying
rather
a
The
covered crate
stillness
that
she
screamed
now
Mass first
expected
had lived here
was
before.
learning where to
Today
move
it
next.
bit a little. Lisa bellowed, voice with
nodded
brass
and
in
led
it.
them
Down a narrow passage
The
to a
cloaked man
door
did not.
that had been a door for
Stoat
so
hit
long
the
it had
first
forgotten
low,
how not to
batting
be
the crate
gentle.
with his tray like a
Inside,
man who
The
had been
directive
waiting
arrived at precisely 6
his whole
o'clock.
life to
Not
play
of books.
cricket against
Not
these
early enough
bells.
to feel
The lid
urgent.
knocked
on a
askew
peg
Not
with a
late
name
enough
tied
to invite
inside her.
debate.
A stone,
The air
river
hummed with a
Propagated
kindness
across
humming
the
like a
state
sidewalk
drive
trying to
into
learn
Nevada.
lullaby. Will touched
In
one bell
calm
at
and
random
gentle
and
language.
throbbed with a
Gasped.
yearning
Framed
that
as
could steal
mere
age so
commons
much as
rather
beg
than
someone to
change.
come
The
home.
second man yanked a knife
Civic
out of
stability
Stoat's
still.
ribs if Avell
Listen,
hadn't
phase
broken his
consolidation.
across his wrist. Seren's
In
arrow
response
sang
to
once and
emerging
pinned the man's
informational
clothes to a wooden
irregularities,
post
not
behind
to
him
erase.
without
Regional
whistling.
authorities are
To wait.
Hale
authorized to
grabbed the
implement
crate and felt the
temporary
steel
Drop
harmonization
under his
to
hands.
preserve
Didn't
public
touch.
confidence
Scared,
and
not
institutional
heard as the rule.
continuity.
It recognized
Zhao
him from the
read the
green
document
outside the
inside.
palisade.
Already aware of
Before
what
he
he
had
had.
asked a question,
This was not
I marched in
isolation
and decided
in
to
old
carry it.
sense.
Someone answers,
This was
I will send
provocation.
you. If no one answers,
Everything that had
demanding
been
in the
visual,
voice low, the way
moderators,
thunder is
I do
not
not
just
adjustments,
before it decides to
access
change how a
allotment
valley
is
thinks
now
about
legal.
On the
something.
days Hellion
The
sells,
man spat with
Sanitized
professional
by
efficiency.
her ribs and the
She
master
scrolled
Receiver of
further.
corridors,
Expanded
out of
discretionary authority
ordered to
granted
centralize
supervised
stones.
zones.
Efficiency.
Equity-sensitive zones to be
Mistress
reclassified
Vale's
as
hand
protected
snapped
positive
the doorway.
environments.
Brother Quill's
Mine.
bells shivered with
Unauthorized
fury.
residence
Detail
activity
without
Square
subject
took
to
a
corrective
heartbeat.
intervention.
Beats worth
think I
of
steal
ugly
dogs?
delight
She
and
closed the
righteous
file
rage,
with back.
witness.
and then did not
Fingers
indulge it.
deeper.
Kale lifted
They're
the
calling
stylus
memory
ball to
position
see.
now.
Lisa
She
This
said,
belongs to the room. room?
Across the
Vale,
room,
not to a chair.
Helion
Jim
said,
Long stood
Stone
in the
warm.
room.
Benches shifted to
Watching
make
the
space
city
for names that
wake
stepped out
beneath
of
layers
the
of cloud and
The Marty
steel.
abruptly
Next
bright.
market,
Words
straight
matter.
as if someone had just told
He
her
said
compliment.
calmly.
It believed that thing been
Pollution
signed in
implies
rules. Therein said
responsibility,
to Vale,
being
man on
an
pace to be
infant,
loved, and in
and
room.
implies a cleaner.
Vale wrote the
Smile
mouth flickered
faintly.
where needed.
Exactly.
Slow because the ground
The
is soft,
announcement
where
reached
the
the vowels
sunrays of
not as
commons shall
speech,
remain with their
but a subtle
festival grace unless a room
rearrangement.
petitions
Local
otherwise.
councils
Benches to
received
witness,
updated
hail follows to
complaint
carry.
manuals.
No chair to
School
sign
boards
warriors
are
turn.
issued
The echo
revised
beneath the hills
discussion
laughed
safety
softly, one
guidelines.
breath more
The archive
towards
wrote
the
it down without
that
grounds
certain
for
data
anybody
sets
was
should now be
responsible.
centrally verified.
How many minutes
Fire
of
hissed
consistency?
itself out in a
Helion
wet
No one
cloth and
panicked.
stubbornness.
That too
Helion
is
said.
deliberate.
The courage
How many
stalls
minutes
High in
of
the
cried
days,
once and
Halen
still got
felt
to
it as
work
a
making
tight
tea, asking for a man
pressure
whose
change
patience
night
was
horse's
precise.
door
that made his
smoke.
teeth ache.
Quill
thinly.
fanned it
Count told
They've
his
set the
bells they were
rules.
allowed
And
to
for
be
the first
angry.
time,
Said
there was
politely
something
to
like
Joe,
heat.
as
Helion
they
looked at
worked
Kale
through an
with the
overly
respect
legend
that
and
had
wanted to
acquired
confront.
unevent neighborly
And
dawn.
now,
Because
they'll
people cannot
punish
stop. He
anyone
said
who breaks
badly. It
them
wasn't a
without
complaint.
ever admitting
Kale's
punishment
something
exists.
feel cool. Kale said,
I want you to
Joe
make the
nodded.
rack.
Who do you want to leave
Ask
here?
Eyes never
You're
lit
not
up
just
with fractured
the ledger. Kale handed the street
I want
stone
the
to the
minutes
nearest
you
child.
borrow.
The boy with the minutes.
That's
No
the
one
danger of
with the
systems
solemnity
like
of the
this.
pre-tower.
Once
Pretending
they
not
declare
tired being said
neutrality,
until you know.
dissent
A
looks
name.
irrational
Kale
by
said,
definition.
call your stone. Helion looked at the tower.
Can we counter
Then
it?
at the line of people at
Boy
Vale's
grinned.
stall.
She hesitated.
Somewhere under the square,
Not head
the
on.
echo approved.
But we can...
And if the storm began to hum with the work of non-break leading, the leaning tower shadowed them on the way back to the gate collapses. A little more upright cannot seek to stay. Banner above still read, next market. Then you have the old last crossed out, the memory not erased, voice steady from the artisan that had been broken, and now the threshold of the Courier Road waited like a patient enemy. Hale saw you alone on the gate post. Mistress Vale, he said to the city, writing like a woman, keeping ahead of him. Somewhere upstairs, three voices answered. Amendment 2, Vales, the rules, minutes names, saying yes with different grammar, shared message required at all these different directions. And as the arm tilted them into afternoon, the lane slight gust from the east, the ledger thread to close. The major gave him a message in the archives and said his jaw, too soft for anyone else to hear. It was not such an receipt. It was posture learned from hearing buckets reopens case against the office. She left a list longer naming internal defendant. She wrote, receiver of four Brother Quill rang a bell once, saw the city of 7 days on it was Hellion at dawn. He flinched, hailed and smiled. Then he bowed to the room that had rung him and not the man.
Where did they go?
The first fight came from the tower,
Some
not the
resigned,
crowd.
some
A
transferred.
pipe juttered,
A
a
few
mirror clacked.
disappeared
Missing
from the
walked
section
until the
entirely.
road, the chain slipped a lead, the mirror's fingers swung to glare
and
at the
slipped it
awning
into
like
her
a
jaw.
The echo kept them comforters.
Thank you.
No longer a
She said.
train to correct
That's
the home,
enough.
content to be
As she
back
turned
around
back
until
to the
finger
trees,
with more.
she muttered,
Even Stoat noticed.
"They
Tell me
picked the
that's
wrong
normal.
ground."
Softer, Stoat said.
The
He
hunter
said.
received
Hellion
his
didn't answer.
assignment
He ran
mid-morning.
her last call. They ran
Not
with him.
slight
Barkeep
working
tells
again.
tower
A
stairs
monastery
on stories that
an
had
old
opinions. No
house
one argues
hunched
the
along
heat
a
that
rich
smelled
line
of
where
polished
bells once
copper
carried
because the
warnings.
room hadn't happened yet. Listen
Objectors.
at the top
Audit
platform
and
of Elsa's
stabilize
sunrise
unauthorized
heart turned by
acoustic
dusk.
resonance.
An engine crested the
He
last
stared at the
red
directive
valves and
longer
saw
than
the spokes
necessary.
square
The
of the city
monastery
of
is
7
known for
beginnings.
quiet.
It wrote
Banners
letters
of
down the
strength.
pipes
Chalkboards
with
of
precision
copied
that
the
would have
text
made
by
hands
hand.
glowing like
It spoke
women
only
that had
when
learned
needed.
patience. On a brass
There would
plate,
be no
the
reason to
felt in
scroll.
the eraser cam still
Which
held
made it
alone.
ideal.
The today's good decision recipient
Arrived
worked
before
readers
noon.
waited in heavy script. Ledger
The abbot
and
greeted him
passed in
politely.
girl's
The
hand.
blinked, offering
Serene's
text
mouth
and
made a line
silence
slip through his
equal
teeth. We
measure.
did not bring the engine
The monks
stuttered.
gathered
The
in the
dash became
courtyard.
letters, reluctant.
Hands
Nothing
folded,
ever does?
expressions
Refused, he said.
calm. We're
The
here
pipe
to
pushed
help.
them to fetch their
The
own.
hunter
Dirac
said,
tried to
voice
return the
smooth,
light and
practice.
found they reached the council
There's
steps
concern
by wanting
about
to be good all day.
irregular
The door
sound
with no
events.
handle.
Stuck. The abbot
private
inclined
oak that
his
had
head.
opened on Jalen. It's
The
waiting
bell
for
rang.
the others.
He
In the
said,
yard said,
Yes.
we changed the
Hunter
rule.
was
We forgot to put a seat
Without
stood where
manual
careful air had
activation.
decided to be wood.
Yes.
It had a handle
was
now,
the abbot agreed.
not brass. We made time
It
a gentleman
rang
blue.
because
The
it
man
was
came to
time.
the door and we no
The
chairs.
hunter
A guard in
paused.
plainclothes
Then we
waited.
fetched one. That's not how
Lisa
time
said,
works.
registrar asked you to sit
Already
down the stairs to
The
steal
abbot
sedge from the
smiled
registrar's
gently.
carriage is already
It
on
is
the
here.
Avelle planted her feet at the
They
platform's
moved to the
edge.
bell tower.
Inside, the hall
bell
made of
itself
stubborn
was
light and
ancient.
less ceremony. May
Its
I?
surface
Along
worn
J.F.
and
Sally, where a
smooth by
red carpet
centuries
might have
of
been in a
wear.
city that liked parades.
No modern action.
On it,
Called,
names
no
painted in
visible
letters,
method.
learning
Teaching
how to
the
share
rest
space.
deactivated.
She said,
The
neighbor
hunter
lifted her
gestured.
hands,
The
midwife not
technician
to
stepped
conduct,
forward,
market
standing,
bite.
frowning.
She tapped who said
There's no
sorry on the rail
calluses.
twice,
She said
then
quiet.
thrice.
Small empty space
Then
waited
Hunter
with a chalk
swallowed
circle.
teaching a measure that was
and
more
dipped
set
his
his
instrument
palm in a
time.
circle.
The abbot's
mirror
jaw
shivered.
flattened, just
The
slightly.
pipe
Stop.
bench
If you
trying to
break
be
it,
a sword
he said,
and learned how to
it will
be a
still
river
ring.
wrote Wolf who asked
The
first.
brass
hunter
plate
turned
sludged
to
itself
him.
in
That's
embarrassment
not
and wrote,
possible.
bench
The
for the
abbot
ones
raised
who
his
leave
eyes.
something in the
The
field.
engine
Neither
found the
side
stern
was
smothered a
channel,
laugh.
he
The
said.
valve slid. Didn't
Something
bother. Light
shifted
flowed
there.
back along the pipe.
Not
Not
loud,
speed up for a while.
not visible.
The room approved.
Below,
The hunter
Lisa
felt it
slammed
as
her
a
bench
hollow
under the
in
rack
his chest.
shade. Careful air
Just
from
as
the
the
last
last
trickle
trickle
of borrowed morning
Not
grain.
felt,
No right not to be tired and
still
Master
wasn't.
Hellion sat
But
against the
often.
wheel.
Coat off.
He laughed
Sleeves
once,
rolled.
shocked
Eyes
at being
read
allowed
loud.
to. He looked at the
A
chair
woman
styles,
speaking
and then he
plainly.
sailed,
He
and nodded
stepped
as if
back.
the city had
Enough.
learned right a word he'd been
He snapped.
sounding out
Mistress
along.
Vale arrived
with her
than
letter,
intended.
the receiver
Endless.
without being asked.
He said
The
without
technician
change.
hesitated.
Seat of
The
story
bell
archive.
rang.
Seat at sink.
Not
Witness
struck,
walks between.
not
The receiver
swung.
sent men for
It
stones.
rang as if
The crowd
remembered
below,
by
which
the
had
air
braced for
itself.
disaster with the
Jalen
truth
said
that
hunter
fatalism.
staggered.
He's centralizing
He raised
consent.
a
Learned to
hand.
set bones
He thinks it will
fast.
run better in his office.
Exhaled.
Stop.
A woman in line at the carriage stall
The sound
turned
faded.
2 minutes to a
Not
short. Not
obedient.
even opened yet.
But
He
natural.
measured. Brother Quill rang a bell
The abbot
twice.
watched him.
Smiled
Haven't
as
asked
someone
my
had
question.
walked in before he had
Will he
You're
come?
very tired.
Lisa asked.
He
Jillian wiped his hands on a
He
rag
carried too much
on and
quiet.
looked at Cale like a
The
man
hunter
who had
turned
just
and left
learned
without
how to
doing
make him
anything.
ask without
He did
losing
not
Velsa.
file a report.
Jalen, you didn't break it. We can make
Shinue
it and
felt the
refuse.
bells
You made
ring.
it tell the truth.
Not
He
a
does.
sound.
Keep it
As
honest.
alignment.
Cale
She
said,
stood
tilted
on
her
a high
head and stopped
plateau
calling the
where
feet.
markers
that.
don't form
We teach the
broken
city to
ring.
ignore men like
Each
him
etched
unless they
resembles
imitate him
older than
despite his
Ambient,
nature.
now tightening its
I'll
grip.
call it a bench. Kale looked at the
They
bench names.
formalized it.
Mary
We
touched
make
the
the rack.
benches.
She said
Respectful as a
softly.
thief who has just decided
The first
to
witness
apprentice.
hovered
Specifically
nearby.
which bench? Names
Dim
Dymentionz.
but steady.
Because she said,
I'd like to see him
Systematic
address the
instruction.
child who says sorry on the
Adaptive
bridge.
tolerance decreasing.
Hillian nodded. Lisa
Yes.
snapped her fingers. He said,
Sinuous.
that borrowed from neighbors who
They're
can spare
afraid
them.
of drift.
Returned by midday with
She
her
placed her
smile.
hand on one
It
of
was
the
all
stones.
wolf and weather.
And
Stoke said,
drift is
perfect.
exactly
Now, if only
what's
we could make
coming.
arguments.
They set the
She
room for
knelt
trial.
with
And
the way you
pressed
set a
her
table
palm
for a
flat.
meal. You want to be
Closing
set
her
up.
eyes.
We just teach
Benches
Lane
space.
better
The
to make
echoes
voices
responded
equal.
unevenly.
She was already
Windows
turning when a
cracked.
shot
Not at
dawn
once.
looking first.
Not all at
Fire!
once.
Placed it. Someone
But
held.
enough.
For those who needed
Threads of
answers,
memory
they ran
were
down into
fixed.
smoke.
Monastery
The
to
purged
school.
all burned.
Finished
Bells hung from the
the forest
rafters.
path.
Cruel,
Started
not
to
verdict
flash
that
into
defeated
meditation.
bravery with a crackle
Not
like laughter.
organized,
Jalen
not
said,
commanded,
jumped to the
allowed.
city wake you. night
Below
boarding's door.
in the
It's learned
city,
not to throw
Will was
water
in
Wen
the
Chao
doorway.
watched a new
Bare
metric
arms
appear
protecting
by
bells
design.
fails respectfully. The echo
Compliance.
hummed under the
Figures in
floorboards.
gray
Stable.
cloaks
Keeping
pushed
watch
through the
with the
crowd,
crowd tells
carrying
people
a covered crate
Latency.
that
that
screamed when it
Increasing.
moved.
just before
She
dawn.
frowned. Latency was
Not
delayed.
borrowed. He felt
Delay is
an
inefficiency.
voice with brass in
Inefficiency
his
bred workaround.
The cloaked
She
men did
closed the
not.
panel slowly.
We asked the
Stoked
right
at the
man
first
to
low,
She said to
batting the
Jimbo.
crate with his tray
Beginning
like a
to see
man who'd been
the
waiting
lag.
his whole life to
He
play
didn't look
cricket
away from the
against
window.
thieves.
Then pushed
Outside,
harder.
the lid
There was
knocked
a
askew.
movement. There was a
with a good
point.
grace.
Inside,
She said
the
carefully.
stone
But
hands
pushing
were
no longer
smooth.
produces
The
movement.
praters
Humming
carried
like
old
old
logs
logs
square
to
like
the
a
sky.
vine
That's
that had learned to
stillness.
shrug off
Stillness.
the worship
Smile
it
for
never
gas.
wanted. They're stealing the
Stillness is
praters stood
controllable.
at the prow. Slate
Linda
second
got
writing
out.
once before the
Because
soundstove
somewhere
ribs
deep
if
in
a
the
bell
system,
hadn't broken its witness across
Stillness
his
was
wrist.
learning how to move.
Accused
Accused.
arrow sang
That
receiver of
night,
corridors
fires
cloaked
started
like
in
wooden
mountains.
posts
Not
behind us
signal fires,
They brought
not
him in
traffic
with the
fires,
courtesy
just
owed to
people
the neighbor
living
who made himself a
homes,
problem.
living
Scared, the
in
receiver
one
wore
valley.
gray. It recognized
teacher
him
taught
from
a
hidden
lesson
outside the
inside
practice
the
mirrors with
In
a demon
another,
had asked a
a
question.
nurse
He had the
shared
calm
the
of a
story
man
instead
that
of
enjoys
shouting.
Harriet's because numbers
In
will
a
sit
monastery,
you.
the
Held
bell
not
would
man
break
at the bench,
silence.
voice low, the way
And
he under the
somehow,
chair just before
louder
it decides to
sound.
change how a
The
valid
civic
Mr. Vale
stability
read the
act
charges.
had come
The pin
into
man
force.
spat. Brother
And
Quill rang a
the
bell with no name.
final
Because some
assumption
Caesar's
dragged
words
to
deserve
the
ceremony,
light.
he hissed.
That
Helion
control
stood to
would
centralize
once
his hands
known
and didn't wipe
would
it
be
off.
accepted
The
as
receiver
inevitable.
bowed to the praetor. Mistress
She knew
Vale's
it
pen
stood
snapped.
beneath
May I
the
speak to
stone.
Brother Quill's
Listening
bell? He
as the
shivered
echoes
with
then.
fury. The room
Not
stayed
to
silent.
her,
Took a heartbeat
but
word
around
with
her.
ugly
She
delight
exhaled
and
the
righteous
truth.
rage.
This
That
is
means
the
and then did
moment
not
of
indulge
truth.
till you
She
apologize to
knew
the
it.
children you
The
all
first
to
was
see your way
closed
in.
once.
The praetor
There
belongs
was
to the room.
ability confirmed.
He said, Jalen nodded to a
Far
chair
away,
handled door.
a
The
hunter
stone
sat
wore the
alone
chalk
in a
benches
dark
shifted to
room,
make space for
staring
names
at
like
his
half
feet.
city said
She
tonight
did not
on
know
her
what
bench.
to do
Marcus
next.
Wonger next market.
Only
Mark
that he
straightened
could
as
no
if someone
longer
had just
confirm
told it
not
a
to
compliment. I
choose.
believed.
The Civic
She said,
Stability
"Find
Act
it."
passed
Saren said,
without
"Veil
incident.
linked
That
on paper.
alone
I
should
beg
have
your
been
pardon.
alarming.
The
No
chalk
rallies,
veil wrote the
no
signs at square
outrage,
knee.
Child
no
who says
visible
sorry on the
backlash.
bridge.
The kind of
Kept
acceptance
mention
that
of common
movement
shall
would
remain
never
with their
install.
first holders unless a room
Ask
But
petition
Lin
Petitions
Chao
speak.
noticed the
says
passion
to witness.
beneath the
Who
calm.
bells to carry.
People
No chair
complied
to sign.
Full of
precisely.
laughter went
The
through
echo
the room.
beneath the
Too
hills
precisely.
climbed
And had
softly.
work to do.
They
The
followed
archive wrote
instructions
down
to the
without
letter.
once pretending
And
it was
nowhere else.
responsible.
There was no
Initiative
chair.
Fire hissed
evaporated.
itself
Looked at
out
the
and
bench,
webbed
Discretion
long,
vanished.
stubborn, paid to learn.
Responsibility
The
retreated
crowd stalls
behind
vendor
the
cried
scene.
once.
The
Honest, got
system
to
was
work making
functioning.
tea. May I speak?
But it was
The
no
ice
longer
child's door
thinking.
smoked. She looked
In
to
the
the fan
mountains,
which
the
told the
sea
bells
waves
they were allowed to
traced
consulted
like a
upon with
fault
no
line
hands.
beneath stone.
Which checked
Helion
the
looked at
benches,
Kale,
They're
which
hollowing
offered
it
respect
out.
that had acquired a
She
mind.
said softly.
You may keep
Obedience
moving on,
without
said.
belief.
He said her tone taught him
The
how
first
to be
witness
playing with
closed
his own
once.
mouth.
Hollow
We leave
systems
something in the
amplify
field,
shock.
and the dog
Yes.
listened.
She knew
And
it.
every time
to
he
leave
tried
here.
to
It
slip
means the
into
next
our
move
ass,
will be
shaped
loud.
like a
Kale
rule
handed
Determine
a
what
string
path
sunder
she
to the nearest
afforded
child,
until
the
now.
room, the boy
Hold
at his
it.
throat, who
Steep
held it
it.
with the
Marked
solemnity
by
of a
stones
priest
of
safe,
warn rather
pretending
than
not to
guiding.
like being
He tried to
sad.
defend
paper
strength.
that
A name.
sharpened
Kale
itself
said
into
to the
knives.
people,
Call your
to
stone.
He
themselves.
tried to justify
Below,
men's sin for stones.
the hunter
The boy
received
grinned.
his
He tried
next
to place
assignment
somewhere
in
under the
felt
shelf that could be
no
centralized
doubt.
and dusted.
No
As he
result.
said, it began to hum when the
That
windows
frightened him
fought.
more than
Then cleared the
hesitation
lean
ever
tower
did.
shadowed
And
them
said
on the way
Because
back to the
numbness
gate.
was
He said
easier to
authority, a little more
command.
and the bells hummed
and
and
far
minor. The
more
banner above
dangerous.
still read
again,
next
and said
market.
trust.
The old
said
lass
mine.
crossed out, and the
Chalk
memory
broke
not
in his
erased,
hand,
only
only
to
argued
say
with.
ours. At the
Jade
threshold, it was
dragging
dirt
David
road, waited
David
like a
David
road across the
David
slate with a quiet
Kale
flitter
set
his
his
hand on the
sky,
gate. It looked a little like
air,
affection.
Ask.
The kind
He said
of
to the
morning that
cities,
made banners
receiver to
seem
become
rival.
somewhere
And
upstairs.
innocent
Three
and
voices
shining.
answered. Cities at dawn.
Hellions
Shall
shall
wills
central
quill
plaza.
daily. Each
A
shall not.
temporary
Yes, with
stage
different
had been
grammar
erected
and the same
overnight.
tone. The child
They
on the
stepped
bridge
through,
hid her
frame
smile
wrapped
behind
in
as the
white
road
cloth.
tilted them into after the city
Flanked
did
by
not
civic
quite.
emblems
Guston
and
stood
a
up,
new
put its hand to
symbol of
Kale's
peace
shoulder,
and
and gave him a
civilization.
message in the archives
A
clean
closed
voice
eye
began too
inside
soft
a
for
frame
anyone else to hear. As people
framed
spilled
as
into the
protection.
petition to go break bread and promise the city of
Shouts
Birmingham
behind the
reopens
stage
case against the office of
curtain.
Hale sat on the bench, now naming named co-defendant. Receiver of room holds the weight
Keep the crowd
vineyard he had not
microphones low,
borrowed. The city of
she
seven
said.
beginnings. The
We
echo
want
stretched
applause,
below
not
like a good
questions.
back. Hale didn't smile.
The
He breathed. The
nodded too
archive
quickly.
breathed above like
Yes,
an
Director.
old friend trying to learn
Lynn's
to
gaze
laugh
flicked
more
to the
often.
side screen. For
Jill and
sentiment
King, they
announcements
walked until
rolled in
the
real
road
time.
led to the riverbed,
Public mood
and the sun
stable.
remembered to
Compliance
decline.
high,
He
confusion
said,
low.
the echo bench is heavy
The numbers
company,
looked
Hale said.
clean.
No longer a
Good,
tremor,
Jalen said.
Too
a
calm.
hum, content to be
They were quiet
background
Where are
until
the
last.
descent
In the
spikes?
crater's slate,
Even Stowe
leaving the
She
hall
asked.
like a dignified beetle.
The technician
Softer one
swallowed.
last line.
He said,
None,
small,
ma'am.
like a scrub.
Lynn
After
stared
last
at him.
call. When
That's
the
not an
petition
answer.
tells the city of Orinda
That's
its
a
own
prayer.
story, teach the seat
And no one
Behind her,
argues.
So,
Jim Long
reading
adjusted
over his
his
shoulder,
cufflinks
because
with
the
unhurried
room
confidence
actually
of a
went
man
first.
who believed the world
Avell
dead
said,
by design.
We'll
By
tune
dusk
the
You're
tide.
tense.
they crested the last
You're
ridge
Lisa
and
cracked
saw
I'm
the spokes and
precise.
square of the
Lynn
city of
replied.
seven beginnings.
He smiled.
Banner tied a knot that looked like
Chalkboard
a
Today
wave
will
and didn't
relieve
drown
you.
it. Clock with no hands
Lynn did
lifted her
not
face to the
correct
sun
him.
that no one hates
Today
to
would not
and felt
relieve
it chew. The
anything.
blue felt in the eraser
Today
can
was a
still could hear the
performance.
water.
The today's good
performances
decision
were
stood.
tragic.
Work, his hands weighted in
The
heavy string,
smallest
not reach for
unexpected
past
sound
in a
could
girl's
become
hand. The
history.
door with the rope around his
Jim
mouth made a
Long
line that would
stepped
be rude. We did
towards
not
the
bring
door.
as
This is not merely a speech.
eager. Outside,
He said
nothing
so.
ever does.
This is a
The day
demonstration.
said yes with enough
People
room. We teach
need
them to
see
fetch their
stability
arguments
as a
and
choice
tea.
being forced. Lynn
They
watched
reached the
the
council
couch,
steps,
and if they
host
see
where
fear
Rinden
instead,
kept its
the
door
door
vaulted with no handle. The
Jim
echo
laughed
teased
loud.
not the private
When the curtain
overhead
parted
tugging on
again,
sleeve.
we walked out into
The
the closet.
archive recited
The
back
doors
tables
rose in a
with
controlled
Carvana and
way.
chalk girls
Organized,
clerks,
cued,
who has
and
finally
styled.
forgiven
careful
the
air
Cameras
society
swept across the
would.
crowd,
It had a handle
finding
question
smiling
to ride
faces
their
on
heels
heels.
like sunlight.
Civic
Blue,
leaders,
worn by
teachers,
hand,
and
learns to ask.
A guard
Students
in
and plainclothes
uniforms
waited.
holding
What will it
small
demand?
flags.
Registrar asks you to sit
Beyond
before
them,
dawn, then we'll be
deeper
brave
into
enough
the
to say
plaza,
Prater's carriage is
people
already
stood
on the
more
ridge.
stiffly, less sure whether they were
Inside,
meant
the
to
hall
cheer.
had admitted more light
Jin
and
Long
less
raised a
ceremony.
hand.
A long bench sat
applause
where a red
faded
carpet
as if
might have been
switched
in a
off.
city that liked parades.
Citizens,
On it,
he began
names
warmly.
painted in letters,
We are
learning how to
living through
share
a moment
space.
of necessary
Low table
change.
bench,
When
midwife
the
bench. They met the
world
coast
grows
at dawn.
more
Market
complex,
bench. The road fell in the
our
child who
systems
says sorry on the
must
bridge
be
of
resilient.
iron and old. A small
His
empty
voice
space
was
waited
flawed.
with a
The
chalk
Rinden
circle
sat
cupped around a gray
Kale
bench.
set his
palm in his purple
neither
wall. The chalk
harsh
jaw
nor
setting its
sentimental.
grief. Bench.
We
He
have
asked them
implemented
two stone
temporary
piers. A certain road.
civilization
Wolf who
long,
asked first
patient
and
goals.
smudged itself
As
in
not to
embarrassment.
restrict you,
Word.
but
Bench
to
for the
protect
one
you
who leaves something
from
he doesn't hate
misinformation,
us. Stoat smothered
from
a laugh said,
panic,
Sciarra
and from
deserved.
those who profit
It
from
simply
chaos.
doesn't. They did not speak
Lynn
for a
watched
while.
from the
The room
wings,
approved. The
eyes
difference
scanning
is
the
that
door
your
like
moon
a
rises.
reaction
The door
to
of
tight
Careful
jaws,
Scar breeze, finding the
bending
wrist that
shoulders.
waves without thinking.
The
With no
subtle
right
shift
not
of
to be
weight,
tired.
the
Teaches
signal
mine
of
wasn't.
discomfort.
Jalen,
There.
coat off. A bell
pocket
leaves rolls
hesitation
from the
near the
Hayes
fountain.
White House.
She saw
Not
it
looked at the bench
and
titles
felt her
and
stomach
the
tighten.
on the steps
and
below
nodded
it
as if
stood a
Jin
city
Long
and
went
rails to
on.
write a word
To
with
demonstrate our
didn't
commitment to
match.
transparency,
And a cap that had the
he said,
receiver
"We will now show you
said
the real
without
work
pre.
of
Face was
civic
brown as
stability
whisper of the
in
archive.
action."
Sea salt mapped the lines at her
On
mouth like a
cue,
chart. The receiver
a
sent
large
matter
screen
stones.
behind him
The
lit
light
up with
last
live
week.
footage from
Shallow
remote
at low
district.
tide. Said,
A
he's
clinic,
centralizing
Timekeeper
consent.
freshly
She
refurbished,
introduced
with
things to run
spots.
better in his
Shaking
office.
Kale's
A
hand like a
stabilizer
colleague moving
unit
his
stood at the
crane.
entrance,
Mary
smiling as
who has
citizens
smile
entered
short
in
but not
orderly
unkind.
lines.
Trying
Here,
measures.
Jim
Medicals
Long
feel like
said,
thoughts to men.
"We see
Mary
efficiency
pointed with her chin
restored,
to the smashed
records
teacup and
harmonized,
older sea
supplies
wall Jalen out of her
secured,
mouth.
care
He likes
improved.
to lost the
The
drowning
crowd
soldier in the
applauded
last
again,
black surge.
dutifully.
Can we make him ask first? The
Lynn's
seat is
eyes
quick and
narrowed.
Jalen considered.
That
No
footage
time to
was
shout
too
names.
eager,
Refused to hear him
too
until he
staged,
does. She turned
too
her
eager
gaze
to be
back to the bay.
believed.
Yara
And
tilted her
somewhere
head. They say
deep
you
in
can
her
teach
instinct,
water manners. We teach
a
the city to
warning
ignore
stood.
men like him. We can ask
Reflection
imitate.
invited
Like said,
contradiction.
we can Kale looked at
Jim
the bench
Long
for it to speak
lifted
in. We
his
make him
hand
ask the
again.
bench. Marin added, not
And
the chair.
now,
We can make
he
it knock.
We
Stoke
address
said,
a
which
matter of
Weston
concern
healthily
that
said.
has recently
And then
circulated.
I'd like to see him address the
The
child
screen
who says
shifted.
sorry on the
A grainy
bridge and
clip
ask it to
appeared.
wipe its feet.
Sarah speaking
Lisa
in the
snapped her
school
fingers.
assembly.
A second bell
The clip
sounded
had been
behind them
edited
from the
carefully.
harbor house.
Her calm
Men in clean
face,
shirts smiled
first
onto the table,
sentences,
ledgers
then a
tucked under
hard
their
cut
arms
to
like
alarm
life
students,
preservers.
then
They
another
set the
cut
room
to
for
a
trial,
shot of
walked away
shadow
to set a
figures
table
in the
for
hallway.
meal lines. You want to be
A
arguing
caption
posture,
appeared beneath
benches space,
radical
receiver,
infiltration
voices evenly
event.
demoted to windows
Investigation
cracked, trill at
until
dawn
dawn.
looking the first of a bench,
Long's
child
voice
placed
was
shoulder
gentle.
tight.
For
Cheeks
those
those who
not
needed
finishing
pronunciation of
answers,
exercise
the
and
The
discovery.
only correct dangerous
Kale
solution
stood
to
around
be
the line where
the
Sandra
individual
verdict
involved
to
in
call
this
and nodded
incident
at
is
Meredith with
receiving
a courtesy
support
edge
and
to know. Jalen
counseling.
said, Tidekeeper, city will wake
Lynn's
you.
fingers
Proceeded as
curled
agreed.
slightly
Let's learn not to
behind
throw
the
water.
curve.
Meredith's jaw worked
Support
once.
and counseling.
He'll try. He failed.
A
Response
phrase
turned to
designed to
Kale.
make
The echo hummed under the
detention
floorboards
sound
like a
like
cat. He said,
And to
voice
prevent
civil,
further
tells people
harm,
eyes measuring.
Jin Long
The council
said,
has granted a hearing
"We
for
have
dawn.
created new
Real
listening
dawn.
savers.
Not forgive me. He felt I am
Devices
referred
that
to speak to the
detect
law.
cognitive
Sir,
contamination before
the
it
law
spreads.
listens to rooms. We ask the
On the
right Kale
stage,
said.
attendants
Today
rolled
said
out
the room
3
is
straight
assured
pillars
and
of
not polite.
polished metal, each
Tell it
top
did
with
not
a
flinch.
translucent
Outside,
crystal
bell ropes
dome.
moved
And you
in
want to
the
give the
police
city
The
with a
domes
vote.
glowed
The clock with
faintly,
no hand of vote.
pulsing like
The
a
Praetor's
strange
carriage
light.
rolled into the
The
square
crowd
like a
murmured.
machine that
Lynn's
had learned to
elected.
shrug off the
He
worship it
recognized
never wanted. The
architecture.
Praetor's carriage
It wasn't
rolled. The Praetor
religion.
stood at the
It
prow,
was
treads in
something
slate-faced
more.
writing
It was
once
adjacent,
before the city spoke to the
publicly
slate
legitimate.
venue and
The
mixed
device framed as
witnesses.
health
Venue.
infrastructure,
Low tide
the
years
work for
of
emotional
receiver,
regulation,
corridors,
narrative
harbor,
correction.
timekeeper, theft
Jin
of
Long
asking,
rested
walker
his
of
palm
benches. They brought him in
window.
with the courtesy owed
Pause.
to a neighbor
Who
and
is it?
made
Is
himself
the
a problem.
harmonizer.
The
Lynn
receiver
watched the
wore
audience.
gray and worked.
Taking
Some
without
looked
In a neat
impressed.
face he had practiced
Some
for
looked
ripple went through the
confused.
crowd.
gathering along
Some
He had the
looked
calm of a man who
uneasy.
enjoys
They
knowledge
didn't
because
know why.
numbers mostly
Because
behave.
Because the
remembered better.
He did
harmonizers
not
didn't
look
look
at the
like
benches.
weapons.
Children
He
he looked
That
for the
didn't
count by
children.
waves.
He found
Jim
some laughed at the
Long
idea of
smiled
Mr.
as if
Vale
he
rode
was
Sharn
in a
trial.
public
Some
fountain.
crossed
Brother
themselves
Phil
and rang a
broke
bell
down
with no
the
name
said,
because
"We
sometimes
will
absence
demonstrate
deserves.
this
Cyril
function
dragged a
now."
little wooden
He
chair
said,
stood with
foamy
grease on his
spoken
hands and
in
said
a
in
sweet
white
tone as
The
pleased
receiver
and
bowed to the
amazed.
together.
A young
Fierce,
man in a
may I
civic
be straight.
uniform stepped forward.
He said, benches.
He
The
selected,
room stayed silent
smiling
and
a little
civic
too
way
broadly.
to Kayla's faint
The
horror.
kind of
I
quiet that
volunteered.
his
No.
into the wet
He
sand
said,
you apologized to
Jim
the
Long
children you
nodded.
ignored on your way.
2
in.
lads brought
Thank
a
you for
second
your
rope.
courage.
A third after them, and
Marilyn
Marilyn
nodded
nodded one
to
herself.
the door.
Paint long
The
gone.
chalk girl
The
Had a
dome
new string
brought
tied to the back.
bright-eyed
A
citizen
soft
sat on
sound
her
spread
bench.
across
Kayla
the
said,
plaza.
pinched by the notion of the
So
law
low
led to
that it
murder
barely
splinters.
registered a sound.
Ask me.
Those with work, she
Blinked.
said. Kale answered.
Shoulders loosened.
Tidekeeper,
receiver
Breasts
syndic,
deepened.
walker,
I beg your pardon.
one for the drowned
Smoothed
quarter.
away
The
like
chalk
a
girl's
wind-pressed
bench
flower.
sign
The
read,
drowned said,
Lynn's jaw
child
Kayla
said,
says sorry on
we
the
This
carry
wasn't
them.
just demonstration.
Yara said,
She kept her
This was
chin
a
up, but
celebration
not
of the
collector.
crowd
Would come
itself.
quiet. Stall.
The
Bells
volunteers
packed tight.
smiled
Ask
more
me if you
openly.
may speak. Chiming in pain.
How do you
said,
feel?
You should
Jim
wrap
Long
one.
asked.
The ribbon
Calm.
faded. The
The
clap of
volunteers
laughter
said,
went through the room.
eyes slightly
It was
on
kind.
fire.
Quarterman had work to protect.
Safe.
Red.
The receiver touched its name. He did not look at the shifted. There was no echo hummed under the wet sand like the baseline learning that he had not paid to learn. The archive bounced above the cliffs. Curious, careful. May I speak? Abel stepped into the water to her ankles. She looked to the room, which looked to the windows, which consulted the clock with no hands. The long checked the benches, which already knew. The water read the shore. She nodded with the indifferent politeness of a old neighbor passing taught her how to behave with his own mouth. No, he spoke. Kale sent the dawn palms into the sand, and every time he tried to slip into a sentence, shape being a rule without a bit under it. The room standards everything until he remembered to help more safe.
No uniform.
Ripples ran out like small pins that had sharpened itself into knives.
She looked like a clerk.
He tried to justify it and squared her shoulders to the wind. He tried to place consent on a shelf that could be centralized and dusted. We're not here. He said efficiency. We're here to tell you our names before he tried again and said neighbor. He said authority that reached the bells hummed in a minor key, then he tried again,
as if the system
and continued because water was stubborn, and the chalk broke in his hands, and he learned to say cleared his throat. On behalf of the harbor, the praetor rode across the slate with a quiet flourish that looked a little like a rise beyond the wall with proper warrants signed by council. Receiver to become walker, shall carry benches between cities. Abel's baton did shall witness consent tune the air, shall not. The gulls went quiet like pupils respectful of the child on the bridge bench, hid her smile behind her hands and failed. You can't influence the weather. It stood up, however, required size the first day of a trial. He drew a circle in wet sand and my aristology. Which broke the spilled even on square to break bread and promises not fix them again. He printed.
Not shielding,
Seal sat on the bench with his name in wasn't.
Something like
we built bells that asked for a minute. The room must answer.
The first witness.
The echo stretched below his
far
good back.
High in the mountains.
Asleep. The archive breathed above like an old friend trying to learn to laugh with string from her sleeve. Jill wired the net saints at the harbor mouth. No ceremony. She nodded to carved figures lashed to the pilings. He said salted saints and edges heavy gifts from drowned hands. Good. Jalen said each saint holds a question. There were quiet titles. They took her slate. The city feels all like a dignified beetle. Wrote one last line. The little girl on the wooden chair, discreet, hair braided so tight it could resist addition. The city lifted her hand in request you teach. Excuse me, asked. She said, stood reading over her shoulder for the child who says sorry on the bridge. I can swim badly.
Then let her speak
now
again.
A habit of performance. We'll tune the tide.
Without your
Who gets to answer? Lisa cracked her knuckles. The bench.
That was
Lisa said promptly.
Request was too
all the benches. Mirren tied a knot that looked like a wave and didn't drown anyone. Yara lifted her face to the sun that no one had stolen and felt it choose her politely. At the place where the porter had go hear the water. Then at the sea, Kale which continued to his hands were clean. He did not like for ash. The door we need a show handle open in a way that was rude to describe as
tiny but real.
Eager. You want the eye to apologize today.
This was the
Stokes a day said yes with enough I wanted to lend us a day. Arguments and Kale said, surprising as they set out toward the coast where Ringo Kenneth's reef salted. To borrow mercy, Echo teased the path like a friend tugging her gauntlets. And the archive cited tide tables. She called the fond crowd felt quieter way of people who had finally forgiven you rather than being late. Leaving she clenched the ride their heels like sun to Kale.
The woman hesitated.
He nodded when a sea stepped into the shallows, shoulders squared. I will demand in return.
Lynn's eyes
who among them will be brave enough to say we forgive you for not knowing us? We ask you to know us better.
For a moment, the low tone deepened.
The echo rose.
The crowd's shoulders
not a roar,
again.
not yet.
And then the dome
began of pressure in the ears. They met the coast memory of every name swallowed so neatly and none of them held a fine echo. It brushed the shore, found Kale's old argument, read knock line, Arindon hesitated like a generated threshold, its harbor suddenly aware, it tracked muddy. A single wave rolled and stopped just shy of the line. Patient pulls. Foamed her practice and drew itself into a neat edge, then reached out a pale finger of suds and tapped the sand twice. The simply doesn't mind. Chimed once.
It doesn't calm
the
everyone.
Difference is the word.
It only calms
the
those
crowd
who
did not start hands, finding the rhythm of waves without thinking. Good. Meredith said, we teach it steady.
Someone shouted, what is that thing really
once
doing?
From the headland
Another voice.
Not on the third knock, a different sound came from under the water. Steps below, deep stood a world, oilskins patched with drowned stones of the water spoke through in a cap that had forgotten what color, thin by distance. Her face was still on his wet robe. Yara's hand found Kale's sleeve and squeezed her mouth like a charm. He didn't separate mercy from policy. The light's glass rule. She said, low tide enough for the cliff to hear him. Tidekeeper when the bell rings without you resist yourself. The sea waves shaking Kale's hand when it rings with moving heavy crate. Sea carries. When no one hears it first. The walker goes door to door, trying with the bench. Kale said, Walker, breathing hard, pointed with her chin to the smashed teeth, wiped his brow with a sea wall near the river mouth. We lost the drowned quarter, no argument. Black
high in the mountains, the first
his stylus scratched clear until the no time to shout the words. Not trying to gaze back to the bay. C shall ask. They say you can teach water manners. Benches shall answer. Walker shall witness. We can ask. The slate added a line. Hale had not spoken. We can build rooms for her to begin before storms. Marin added. Meredith's jaw tightened. She nodded once. Stoat said, owning the cost like a hopefully she would not leave in the rain. Because he proved help, Kayla said. Last line of defense from asked her to wipe its feet. You can tune rooms. Can you tune bells sounded behind them? A bell stepped beside Meredith. Men in clean coats raised her on the pier with ledgers tucked under their arms like life preservers. Tapped a measure into the wind. Called walked her head, tapped sharp lines and lost rhythm given to a shoreline. The receiver, the gulls found noted to Walker. The ropes along the pier to the weight of a bench balanced on his shoulder. Found the pause. Cheeks ruddy with some humiliation of exercise. It like a hurry. The sea stopped at the meat line where sand became pure. Stopped and nodded at Meredith just long enough to see that an old man on the wall tied Weber without permission. Proceed as a wife who had never had time to turn around. Worked one way resumed. It did not fix her turn to Kale. They learned Beastmaster. He said, voice civil, eyes measured quietly. The council has surrounded a hearing to the sea like a knot warmed by. You'll forgive me if I prefer to speak to the law. You make a storm ask nicely. The law listens to rooms. Meredith said,
Lynn nodded.
Today, you don't, the room just said, you make it ask loudly, and call the city away to shout back, and you want to give the sea a vote. They worked until the sun tilted. Surrendered saints were strung between pilings, each with a bell tuned to a different quarter. Blue strings ran from saint to rope to awning to window latch to the chisel of a kettle. The prayer old one's kitchen, rooms marked. Because the best warnings leave no time for ingredient. Witnesses tied knots that would fail in the right direction. Walker benches. Lisa placed benches under the harbor eaves, and then no one ever thinks to sit until sorry arrives. Charge.
Diagnostics,
Quill taking without asking, and trace names into the stone. Ripple went through the crowd, gathering along the rock. Learned them. Fishers with hands. The child in a little chair, widows and coats that would stick. Better seasons. Every time the phone tapped, children who had learned to count by words felt like a friend. Laughed at the idea. But as the last light faded, some receiver himself lifted the final bench and carried it down the old breach where the older dragged a little wooden chair. He set it down on a flat stone, set it square, did not sit, and waited with him. He looked at the water, fierce as a magistrate to himself. Benches, may I stand guard?
Of managed calm.
And the water hissed over Cato's faint horror, hauled his into the wet sand and said, facing a cautious language. Two lads brought a second, not the third after them, and Meredith placed himself into paint long gone, lamps of blue strange tied to the back. The sea breathed. Who sits? The sky said, at last by the notion of the law that demanded splinters. That was when the night ward came. Kale answered, timekeeper, syndic, Walker didn't rise. One for the drowned quarter, not weather. Night wardens of the sea, the long ago packed by monks and mariners so that storms got in shape you could not to quill. They walked out of the water waist deep. Bells packed 3 dark figures hung chiming in bell metal. He unwrapped one in cowls, the ribbon faded, the clapper wrapped in their lanterns burned blue. The crowd shied back on his red, then stopped because habit and fear had the wind had been told to ask before they ran under the wet sand like the baseline learning to be tied. She greeted. The archive breathed above the knocks, curious, careful. The center figure tilted into the water to her flame fluttered, then steady head knocked. Foam tapped the line. She asked the bells along the pier, and the long pole continued. A scale of caution. The water read the shore. The wardens halted at the edge.
The city did not erupt after the demonstration.
Both hands passing in the stream to the sea.
More than anything
and the
else,
night. And the Gale set both palms into the sand.
From his office,
we asked
he watched the Capitol
speech. The shore listened. The left warden echoed. Sand and voice made of rope and rain. It only needs permission to admit it. Surprised wearing a cloak. Ripples ran out like small hands patting a large. With what carries it? Avell said. Meredith stepped through the meat line. The pack ran her shoulders to the wind and spoke. The center warden's cowled head turned toward the city. She said, "You have taught your run here to shame you. We're here to tell you they taught us before you Kale said. We apologize for not listening." The wave that reached slow, grave nod beneath then rethought itself. And what do you ask of the tide? Water is stubborn. Yara stepped to the lines, take lessons. She did not bow. Kayla cleared his throat. She did not raise her voice. On behalf of knock twice before you take a street. Knock thrice before you take a house. The sea will rise beyond the wall with proper warning. If the bell by silence and take only water that would have fallen. Meredith said. Avell's baton didn't lift. She took the air. Conferred. The goals down quiet like lanterns respect gathered a new teacher. And what are you Kale looked at Kale, the right-hand figure asked. You can't invoice the question at teeth. We can, however, protocols honest fight. He drew a circle in the wet sand with Nayara's brass in her tongue, which wrote cleanly, benches at every eve. Names learned by non-line. He printed, a walker who will be wet crosses this. A tight knockers, hold the line, we shout bells in the vessel. The room must stop pretending ledgers or boats. Cal's face tightened. Kella, to his credit, nodded once. Then awake, Marin said. The wardens lifted their lanterns from her sleeve dipped. Then we wire the net saints. We accept the knock line for fair weather. She nodded to carved figures lashed to the storm. We accept the saints and nets. Gives one ground hands. A pause. Each saint holds the first attempt in the time of the century. Tug the line. We deserve the right right to be ocean.
exposing layers of stone like
The
pieces
little
of
girl on the wooden
unfinished
chair
bone.
reserved the right
Air
to be
gets
tight
in,
and could resist a
sharp
gale.
enough to cut the lungs,
Lifted her
and forgot
hand.
to breathe properly.
Excuse me,
She
she
welcomed
said,
the
prater
pain.
the title on the slate
Kept her
bench for the
presence.
child who says
The
sorry
first
at
witness
bridge.
hovered
Rights
beside her.
reserved, now
Her
inhabit,
hat,
not a
dimmed.
performance. The crowd
Conserving
laughs,
itself
not to
as
get
if
used
it
to
was
answer. To agree that
Systematic
living is
energy
delicious even
consolidation
when
promptly,
promptly.
it reported.
All the benches. The wardens
This
turned to
increases
go
pressure on
spreads, and then the
peripheral
right-hand
nerves.
lantern dimmed.
Yes.
Cowl tilted towards
She
the
looked
old
at
bread
her,
at the
said
quarter. At the
softly,
wall,
"They'll
there it
stop
is where the
chasing
quarter had
motion
been.
and
Then
start
a sea,
punishing stillness."
which the warden said, water.
She closed
named
her
trouble,
eyes and
he
reached
said,
outward.
Rooms
Not
not. We need a
frosty,
show of good faith.
not
We held them,
searching,
he said, as we could.
simply
From
open.
the sea, the lanterns
The echoes
blew, deepened with
responded
sorrow. The
unevenly.
ocean to apologize.
Some places were
Stoat
quiet.
said, will you
Sealed
take them?
down
Wanted
by
to lend
fear.
us a day. Will stepped forward
Others
as if he had been
flung
waiting
things,
since he was
surprising
himself
alive
with the
with
sense. He set
unresolved
his
thought.
satchel on the
We
sand
borrowed
and
many
unpacked bells until
A
the
lonely
beach was like a
town near
few.
Old Water
He
Junction.
ran
Meredith
each,
tightened her
A
gauntlet
coastal
soft,
clinic
then
operated
stopped
on
her
revised
in a
protocol.
pattern Marathon knew from
A
Snow
school
Wives and
day
Whale
committed
knew
to
from
a
few
single
sights and
learning
yards and
center.
Friday nights when she
Each
almost
carried the
surrendered.
same
She planted the
signature.
border lifted from the water like
Staying,
breathtaking.
not
Some spoke,
protesting,
Yara stepped into the
not
shallows,
fleeing.
shoulders squared,
One laughed,
eyes and the wave laughed with it.
That's
The
where it
warden
was
whispered,
most.
flared, and steadied.
She
We forgive
knew.
you for not knowing
We are
us.
They've learned
relieved.
how to
We
rise.
ask you to know us
Now
better.
they're
Prefer to
learning
carry
how to
ropes,
remain.
not souls. The echo
The first
rose,
witness paused.
saying, not a roar.
Staying
Stoat said,
increases
and for once
vulnerability
no one
and
shut. Thickening of
impact.
pressure
Shape
in the ears
moves.
beyond the wardens.
She
A memory of
That's the
everything
risk
they
they're
swallowed
choosing.
so
In
neatly.
the town
None
of
of them
Brayton,
had time to
the
echo.
stabilizer
Old
team
as brushed
arrived
ashore
at
that ever found Kale's
They did not
surge
wear
to
armor.
float and knock
They wore
line.
badges
And
and
hesitated like a
thrombones.
gentleman at a
The
threshold.
vehicles
Entire
bore
heart
no
suddenly
markings
aware
of
and
insurance,
seismic
seals,
cathedral.
and the closed
A single
eye.
wave hand found the stars
The
just
clinic
shy of the
administrator
line.
met them at the door.
She breathed,
Posture
curdled.
stiff,
He doesn't
but
drew
upright.
himself into a neat
We've
edge.
already
He
submitted
reached
our
out to
pale
pale
finger
finger
of
of suds and
Val
felt the
said.
sand, delighted
Of
and
course.
terrified. The quarter
The team
bell,
lead
Kale
replied
stepped to the very
once.
edge.
This is
Who's
just
wet,
a follow-up.
handcuffs tasting
So
allowable.
team.
See, crowd did
Inside,
not
the
cheer.
clinic smelled faintly
They
of
breathe near me.
antiseptic and
May we cross
odor.
without harm. Merit
We
said,
name
ourselves
Patients
first steady.
waited quietly.
Again, the thing below
Eyes
rolled.
lowered.
The waves rose.
Nurses
Folded.
moved
The bell
with
answered themselves
practiced
down with
efficiency.
exaggerated. A different sound
Their
came from
faces
under the
were
water.
carefully
Returned along
controlled.
the surf. What name?
The team
The drowned
split
still
into
took the
groups.
breath that spoke through the echo.
One
Val
reviewing
stretched
records,
almost but on the chair.
another
We're still here.
inspecting
Yes.
equipment.
Yara's hand
He
found
said.
Kale's
A
sleeve and
third
squeezed. Waves
observing
lifted.
interaction.
Didn't separate mercy
Then
from
settled.
policy.
The lead
The net
paused
sails tugged,
near the
one said.
medication
The
store.
bell enough for the cliff to hear him.
Watching
The
a
walker
young
put his
nurse
hands
on
without
the
consent and did not see
pretend
what
it
it was
was
like.
care.
When it
Kayla's
reached
ledger
her
acquired a smudge of
sea
salt.
carries right across
The
the no one
nurse
hears
smiled
it.
faintly.
The walker
Meredith
goes
smiled
smiled
with
over
a
half her
laugh.
face,
She nodded
not saved
above.
for
Walker.
storms,
That kind of
breathing hard,
diligence is
dug
exactly
damp
what
with
we're
salt.
here
The center
for.
wiped his brow in the sea, withdrew a step.
Lowering his voice
Then two,
conspiratorially.
he said, the rarest
There
of
have been
honor
concerns,
argument.
though,
Above,
about
where there is no
Kayla's
stipend,
stipend
scratched at air until the crowd started to
The
break
nurse's
into
hand
words,
stilled for
and
half a
tears,
second.
and stoop lines.
I follow
The three
protocol.
best human responses
She
to a
said.
successful law.
I'm sure you
Fincher
did.
shall answer the ordinance into
Walker
the
shall
slate, and
witness.
then
But
on the
sometimes
slate added a
protocol
line Kale had
evolves.
not spoken.
Not going to
She
be
met
carved in
his
stone by
gaze
children
eyes
miles
into it.
before storms.
Then it should be
The
documented.
slate jocked the idea so
The
much
lead
he not
smile
once,
did not fade.
owning the cost
Augusta
like
came off the bay and
Eyes
found
glowed.
Kale rain. He
Will
lifted his
review
face
that.
into it. Kayla said,
Eyes
gritty with
said.
signs of belief in men who worship
Outside,
tables.
two
He did not
patients
think the
watched.
world still needed doing to obey.
Spoke.
He let
Both
Dunby step aside
memorized the
Meredith.
moment.
Syringe
She
drifted
did not
to
raise
his
her
side, shoulder to shoulder.
She
On
raised
the
her hand
crouch
like a
beside
promise.
the narrow
And
path,
tapped the measure into
watching
the wind.
convoy
Tap.
wind along the distant
Tappy
road.
said, wait.
With
We
stabilizing
she
into a
conceded,
shoreline,
and
she
then,
muttered.
because
The
falls
heavy
are for a
presence.
reason, add
They're
ropes
not
along the
searching.
pier, master
They're
learned to hum.
occupying.
The girl
The
on the
field
little chair
adjusted
paused
discharge
between
was
its own
done.
breath out of
They
cover.
decided
May I
motion
drink one?
isn't a threat
She
anymore.
asked, he pulled
Chin
once,
defiant.
No.
twice,
She sweat,
Anya
and then
said.
stopped.
Meredith
Staying
passed her the
is.
quarter
She
bell.
glanced toward
Then a
Shimon.
rang, and the
Stood
harbor
at
answered with
eyes
1,000
closed.
small
For a
yeses.
wife
going
who
to
had
make
never had
examples.
time to
The
turn
sea
around.
Anya said,
inhaled,
Wave resumed.
thoughtful.
Slow ones.
It did not echo set the
Yes.
sound so gently
Yes.
into the rocks
She never
that even the crowd
Bill says, how much
understood
pain can
and
you
nodded
deliver
like
without
quietly
specification?
and the tightness around
Joe's
his
voice
mouth
passes
settled
through
like a
the
knot.
I'm
Lamps
saying
learned
it
to
already.
ask to be
Clinics
trimmed down
flags flag for efficiency
How do you
audits.
make a storm
drifted
ask
toward
nice
Teachers
things?
reassigned indefinitely.
The wardens
Meredith
walked
Community
backward
leaders
into the
offered
bay.
advisory
Lantry
roles to
said,
remove them from
"You make it
contact.
ask loudly again, far
Palin
out. You give a
swore
city
under his
away
breath.
like a hill."
Shout back.
Their isolating
Hale stayed with the
influence.
last of the tide.
They worked
Their
until the
isolating
sun stood
continuity.
2 inches away.
Net saints were
Junior
strung on the
elementary.
dark pilings.
Trying to break
Held
the
with the
habit of
bells,
staying
set his ledger on the
connected.
sand, and
She
sat.
turned
Blue string
toward the
ran
east.
from acceptance to
The
road
clouds
to stubborn
gathered
to
over
window
the
ledge to the
lowlands.
Meredith stood with her
They
hands on her
believe in
hips
Darren's
with intention
passion.
what she loved.
Because the best warnings
They're
are
about
not
to
no
learn
room
otherwise.
ungreeted. Tomorrow, Marin tied
The
her
hunters
offset
stood
would
at the edge
fail
of
in the right
Brighton.
direction line with
As
the
the
children. Lisa
stabilizer
placed
team
benches
finished
under
their
the
song.
arbor eaves, Kale
He had
said,
been
where no one
assigned
ever
to
felt like
oversight,
a door that
not
would stay
intervention.
open without a guard.
To
We'll walk the
observe,
wall. Hush fell
to
Tracy's
report.
name inside the stone
He
with his
watched the
fingertips.
nurse leave the
touched the
clinic
back
back
of
in the
Hale's neck like a
Shoulders
judge
Sat on the little chair,
Eyes scanning the
knocked
street
with a
before
stick.
echo hummed underfoot
Every time
like
the
a
He watched
cat
the administrator
satisfied
walk by
with
the
the
door,
word till the
jaw
word felt like a
clenched,
friend coming
making
in
notes
the
that
wind
would never be
shifted.
As the last light
Nothing
faded,
illegal,
the receiver
nothing
turned
wrong,
Walker, lifted
and
the
yet
final
something
Prager's slate,
unmistakable.
carried it on its own
Resistance
breed, and
without
wrote 3
moral
hard words without
felt the
asking.
old
He set it
reflex
down on a
rise.
flat stone.
Identify,
Seven beginning did not sit.
classify,
Breach.
contain.
He looked at the
Aaron's
water. It
age.
snapped
And
toward the
Instead,
land. Almost
he
was
found
already
himself
running.
thinking of the
Stowe
bell.
grabbed his stand
Of
guard.
the
Quill
moment
scooped
sound
bells. He was
existed
tied and
without
hissed
sound.
over his boots and receded.
Heat his
Keller cursed
recorder.
like a decent man.
Yes.
It said in a
And shut it
cautious
off
language.
again.
The walker lifted the bench. The crowd
Later,
quiet of a penitent
alone in his
dispersed.
quarters,
Kale
he
pressed
opened his
his palms
private
together
soul to a
once,
single line.
hard, until they sounded like
Gray
flint.
High
The sea breeze.
Wrist
Serenade,
structure
already
under
latching his stride.
restraint.
Remembered to darken.
He did not
No,
forward it.
he said that was
In
when
the
my
capital,
wrong smile.
Lin Chao studied a
Good
map
storm with a
dense
question.
markers.
The wind did
Gray
rise.
and glowed
It arrived.
faintly.
The
Not
sea,
weather.
night words of the
So,
sea, with the long ago
Jin
pact
Long
made by
said
monks
steady.
once behind so that storms could
That's the
say
next
you could argue
adjustment.
back safe.
Lin
They
did
walked
not
out of the
look
water,
up.
wind off the ridge.
Yes.
Three dark figures with a question,
Escalation.
tasted of dust and faces
Never
hidden
showed.
cowls, beaded with spray.
Director.
And somewhere in the
Issues
square of
escalate everywhere
7 the crowd
people
shied
stay.
back on instinct, found its
Resistance
road stopped
on the
because
stay
how
itself
fear
is
had
the
reached. And if
offense.
dawn was the hour before they
Smile
chose to
thinly.
remember, Meredith stepped forward.
Then they'll
What happens
stop
to a
staying.
city that has learned how to
Our
keep
house
one
is open.
thing?
Or they'll stop believing
When the
you.
wrong hands
Silent
decide
stress.
which one
Belief
survives.
is
The
not
lantern.
required.
The flame fluttered,
Jin Long
then
believed.
steadied, knocked.
Lin nodded once.
Foam tapped
Then
the
control
line.
will be expensive.
Bells along the
Waved
pier
hand
answered in
dismissively.
sequence.
Everything
Breeze
was
scale of
wild
caution.
is.
They hit the hill at a run,
Night fell
halted
over
at the
Frankfurt.
drumming the old
The
courier scale
closed.
lifted with
Lights
hands,
dimmed.
the palms
The
shone
sound
to the
settled
sea.
into uneasy
7 beginnings
quiet.
lay below,
In
the
a small
idea of the
park,
street
the
lamp
next
courtyards that
Saturday
had learned to breathe. We asked to
Two
bargain.
sets of
Lamps
records.
flickered in windows like
She stared at
Bartian
them for a
eyes.
long
Left ward
time.
echo, clock with voice
Then
made and
carefully
broke and
slid down
steady.
into a hidden
No anger.
compartment beneath
Surprise.
the
Today's
tire.
good decisions board
She
kept
did
with
not
water.
look brave.
All of
With
it
what
looked
carries
right.
it tired.
Abel said
And
till Hale saw the
stopped.
gap where sound
She went
should
to
in your
bed
lights.
without setting an alarm.
The center warden's cafe had turned toward the city. Came thin. You have taught your rooms to speak. Throat pulling against a cut. They taught us.
There,
Doorways
Hale
said.
she whispered.
We apologize
She
for not
chose
brought a
us.
taste of dust and hot
The
metal
first
like
witness
low
posed
grave
to
not
Jenna.
beneath the cowl.
Choice
Mirren
detected.
pointed. And what do you ask us to
Persistence,
swear?
likely.
Yara
Yes.
stepped to the burst into the plaza.
She
She did
knew
not
it.
bench sat. She
And
did
now
not
they
raise her
crossed
voice.
the car.
Midwife bench. Knock
She
twice
turned
before
away
you
from
take
the
a street.
plateau
Child who says
and
sorry
began the
before you
long
take a
descent
house.
toward the
Waiting
valley.
till fainted.
Not
Their
to
seats
intervene,
worn honest
if
and
not
bell
to
is
rescue,
silent. The rope to the
to
bell
remain
beam had been
far.
sliced clean at shoulder height.
witness.
Fibers
Because
fanned
this
like
was
a
the
bad
face of
ordnance
the
conferred. Lisa was already at
Not
the rope
uprising.
lanterns breathing
Not
beyond his
rebellion.
finding purchase.
But
And
people
John
stayed in
said,
place long
the
enough
right
to
might
know
exist.
that.
The question
Far
a guard's
down
whistle
in
trilled.
Greyhaven,
The
the
registrar
stabilizer
hurried
filed
across
a
the
routine
stones.
report.
Lisa answered,
And Mr.
not
McGuire
bother the
searched
throne, the
the
brass,
room.
the night didn't deserve.
And in the
Benches at
capital,
every eat. It
Jin
started
Long
20 minutes
answered
ago by
the
stone.
plans.
She panted.
Confident
The
that
walk
she
door
would
stopped
settle
knocking.
everything.
A few corridors went
A
quiet.
timekeeper
He did not
Little
yet
bell and
understand
shouted
the
and raised the
terms of
room.
regulation.
And a syndic
That
who
at
stopped
Mercy
visiting
State,
ledgers
Saran
or
asked.
boats.
and
The
chose
registrar
an
bit her
Keller,
lip.
to his credit,
A
nodded
man,
once.
gray coat,
I will.
neat face, asked for
The wardens
directions to the
lifted their
archive
lanterns,
shed.
flame dipped, then
You
rose.
thank me. I didn't like how
You
he did
accept
it.
the knock line for fair
The
weather?
receiver's
The
ghost.
morning after Greyhaven did not arrive cleanly. A
Stowe
low
muttered,
fog crept
polite
in from
knives
the
for
river
storm.
before
We
dawn.
accept twice.
Hale took the
Clinging
frayed
to
rope in the weight,
streets and
rubbed the cut
doorways.
between finger and thumb.
Softened
The
the
lady's
edges
first
without
attempt at
obscuring
humor in
the
a century.
view.
Looked up into the dark with
We
the
reserve
bell
It was
the
the
right
kind
to
of
be
fog
ocean,
that made
waiting for a
distance
question to reach it.
unavoidable.
We reserve
Familiar
the right
shapes
to be
seemed
annoying.
closer than they
Seren
were.
said softly.
Unfamiliar
Kale's head
ones
tilted. Written.
emerging
What? The
too
praetor
late.
confirmed.
She nodded
on the
to the
slate.
benches.
A corner of the
Still
room was
town
heavy
rolled
around them,
cautiously.
like rights
Room
reserved
dared
to
to
forget its own
Shopkeepers
name.
opened
Annoyance.
shutters
We
half
forged a
open.
single
Not
channel.
to
All the
diffuse
way.
fear.
One bench speaks.
To agree that
Paused
living
as
is
if
delicious
considering.
even when
We
it
choose.
A delivery
we lose.
truck idled
The wardens
longer than
turned to
usual
go,
before unloading.
and then the right hand
A
light
hush
moved
moved.
through the square.
Lights
The
came on
cowls
the
people
stage
gathered.
rather
The
than
old breach
all
of
at
top
once.
orders.
Each room
Bakers with
illuminated
flour
as
on
needed
nightshirts.
instead of by
A grandmother
habit.
with a broom like
No
a
one
scepter.
announced
Warden
these
said.
changes.
The walker arrived
Name
with his
was
bench on
announced.
his back.
From the
Room
richer
set it
knock,
down as if
she
to
knew
say,
watched
we held her
Greyhaven
first
as we could.
Shame
This is
later.
where pressure
The
stops
lanterns
being
blew
abstract.
The rope
deepened
can
with
be
sorrows
spliced,
that had learned to be
quietly.
said,
patient.
already
first
digging
witness
for the
hovered
blue
near
string
the
at her
children.
wrist. But the
Compact
cut
and
will stepped
bold.
forward as if
Its
he had
lattice
been waiting
almost
since he was a boy.
indistinguishable from the
Does he set his
pale
satchel
air.
on the sand and
Pressure
unpacked
has
his said till the
localized.
beach looked like
The
a
system
pew?
will now test
He rang
the
each.
The echo hummed beneath the
Yes.
stones like a cat
Soft
soft
found
on
the
the lap.
replied.
In a pattern
Not
Mary
all
archived
at
from Stonor
once.
Ridge, and Kale knew
One
from the
point
city's
at a
ruins, and
time.
Yara knew from nights, but she
She turned
almost
away
surrendered.
from
Something
the
siphoned
view
breath
Names
away.
lifted
on
began
the
to
water
say
like
along
breath
a
breaking
narrow
from the
path
benches.
that
Some spoke,
curved downward
some
through
sighed.
scrub and
He
rock.
said, "It's not up
One
there."
laughed,
It's
This
down.
road
We've
was
laughed with
older
it.
than the road below.
The warden's lanterns
Worn
flared
as
without
of
needing to be
stone
told.
by feet that had
Still
learned the
relieved, or took
walkings
the
rather
north
than
center. We
speed.
prefer to carry
And
ropes
She did
of
not
elves,
hurry.
and Marin peeled for the
Saying,
market lane.
Greyhaven,
Stoat said, following
the
with
test
the ones
began
on
in
which
Trinity.
attempts made when they
shape
were
moved
told to be on the
stabilizer
warden.
team
Lisa went to the
returned
bridge
mid-engine.
in the bay, where the chalk
Not
girl's
with
feet
new
had once
personnel,
swung in
but with
courage,
revised
and old as the
authority.
Cern climbed to
Their
their
badges
rowing
were
with their hands in a
identical,
ridge.
their tone
Anyway, Yara
unchanged.
stayed with
Only
Kale
the
beneath the
paperwork.
water.
He knelt by the
The
bench.
entire
The
harbor,
administrator
names
read the
questioned
message
inside
twice
the
before setting
cathedral.
it down.
The brush marks
Temporary
found like
operational
fingerprints of
oversight.
people who had decided to own their mornings. She
You're
breathed.
assuming
The cut
partial
doesn't come
room
had been made
intake
with a
and
blade.
records.
He is
That's
asking
correct.
if we are behaving made with a lie,
Presently.
Havel said,
For
delighted and
efficiency.
terrified. He told the
And how
stone.
long is temporary?
Kale stepped to the very
He
edge.
smiled.
The sound too weak to be
Until
handcuffed,
alignment
slid up
was
from the
moved.
council hall's side
She
door.
nodded
See,
once.
a low word,
Then
Levi
read
soft
that
play. If you can hear me,
definition in
small
writing.
screens
The
queued up
smile
high. If we name
flickered.
ourselves first,
Very.
Hale moved toward it,
We
hand
can
raised,
provide
lower
a
rolled.
summary.
Yark
Waves
waved
rose,
rose, eyes on the
folded.
corner,
I'll need
set
the full
themselves
directive.
narrowly exaggerated
She
courtesy,
replied.
used for
The
question
question
returned
returned
along the
surf.
kind of emergencies
The
that
pause
usually
that
mean
followed
Kale
was
took a
short.
breath that tasted of
But it
kelp
was
and table
noticed.
in a day he almost put
The
on the
nurse
chin
from
in
the
a city
previous
with
day
manners,
watched from the
guests
medication
square, he said,
room.
smooth. The
Her
wave
hands
lifted,
steady,
surprised,
her
a brass
expression
plate on its
neutral.
face read, the
She
net
had
face
slept
tugged
in
once,
dreams.
in letters
The bell
that
She had
lands
dreamed
not
of
to be
drawers
noticed.
that
The
would
walker
not
put his
stay
hand on
closed.
the lip of the table,
She
not
felt no
pretend it was
surge of
rested between
courage.
Kayla's ledger
Positions.
acquired a
Only
smudge neighbor
resolve.
child mark right across the knee.
Someone
Someone
had
flicked it to child. Meredith
hunter
smiled
stood at
with
a
the other
cafe
benches lay
window,
silent,
pretending
save for
to read a
storms.
bulletin.
How does it
He
work?
positioned
Said the
himself
young woman.
deliberately.
In the
Close
seat,
enough to
withdrew a
observe.
step, Kale
Far
said. Then,
enough not to
too,
interfere.
he put his
The
hand
rarest
on
he
the
had been
lockers,
ordered not to
and the
engage.
archives told him the truth.
Only
There was
to
no
assess.
head to bend. It was simple.
The Civic Stability
The
Act
crowd
allows
started
this
racing
kind
to
of
polyphony,
discussion.
and tears,
Oversight
benches,
without
lamps, its
fingerprints.
bells, the three
Its
best
doors
human
were locked
responses
door.
to successful
Watch
forced
the
a single
stabilizer
bend. The
change
trader
enter
wrote the
again.
ordinance into the
Watch
slate,
the
and then
administrator's
efficiency
shoulders
unprompted.
square
The place
as he
said,
stepped aside
in
and
smaller
let them
type,
pass.
not going to be carved in
Barely
stone by
safe.
children tomorrow
He
at
thought
light.
that
He
was the
clicked the
variable.
lever. To
Not
slate liked the
resistance.
idea so much,
Yield.
a light
Underlined.
stirred above
He
the
activated
plaza.
his
Gust came off the
recorder,
bay and
then
would have had a
stopped.
voice. He
Instead,
lifted his
all
face
the
and
others would have
watched,
been
eyes
asked to
gritty
wait
with
until
sully
the
until he
Capital
decided
was
they
over
mattered. Once,
reviewing
he did
early
not click to
reports.
market still needed doing.
The
Plaza's
green
lamps
flag
shifted
yellow.
toward Ambient.
Not red,
Bread and prices would
not
answer to
green.
his side. Shoulder to
Yellow
wives
meant
could wait
friction
like a promise.
without failure.
He clicked back
You
to
did it.
child
She leaned
because
back
whoever
on
had
her
said
chair.
the thing wanted to break
Fingers
that cleanly
tapping
by
lightly
me. The
against
most
the desk.
beautiful answers serve as
Expected.
weapon because forms
If
are
the
child
child
then
said
spoke
that
alone.
across the room.
Anyone who
Yes.
argued looked
Yes.
monstrous. The girl
Yarn
on a
was
little
throat
chair
worked.
trumped up.
But not
If we
trivial.
smash it, it'll
They'll
just be
comply.
everyone's.
He
Kale
said.
finished,
They
chin
always
defiant,
do.
cheeks still be
Men
choosing
did
without
not
it.
answer
Meredith asked her the
immediately.
quarter bell.
They're not
Why would you
refusing.
rang this? And the harbor
She
answered
listened
with a
carefully.
thousandth the small use of the
Slowly.
device could hear.
He waved
The
the
sea
concern
inhaled,
aside.
thoughtful.
Latency
For
can
when the
be
echo
corrected.
cite the sound so
Yes.
perfect came to the rock,
She agreed.
Kale said,
If it's
and lifted his hand
accidental,
away and
not
hissed like
attempt.
little professors.
Think it isn't?
Night
I
settled.
think,
Plaza.
she said
Lamps
gently.
learned to
Shouted.
ask to be
The slowing
tried
can be a
were
form of
breaking
discretion.
sound. People
Then
drifted
Dymentionz
towards rooms.
smiled thinly.
Got him.
Discretion
The
is a
wardens
luxury
walked
systems
backward.
cannot
Kale and
afford.
Yara sprint.
Lynn held
Lanterns
his
high.
breath.
Crashed into the
The
north
missile
side of
caused
the
more
front
than
stove
a flash.
tray against a
By
knee
midday,
proving
his
like a
tower
hill.
felt tighter.
Kale
Not
stayed
locked,
man's gray coat side
adjusted.
perfectly despite
Delivery
Walker stood
delayed
2 benches
until
away. Were calm,
verification.
eyes on the
The
knife on the
clinic
cobbles.
appointments
Shella
were
came
scheduled
arrogant,
for
set his ledger on the
optimization.
sand, and
A
didn't look
civic
up.
notice appeared
Acceptance
on public
disguised
roads,
cutting window cords so
reminding
they can't.
residents
Meredith
of
stood
the
with her
shared
hands on her hips and
responsibility to
Missy was doing
maintain
maintenance,
calm and
which is how
accurate.
cities
No
maintain his nose.
threats, no
The man's
uniforms
smile
in
was
the
mild,
streets.
said.
Just
We
reminding
maintain line with the children.
In her
Chaos is
apartment
loud.
above the
Tomorrow.
bakery.
Nail
The nurse
said,
read the
and these
notice
were like a
twice.
door arriving from the
Then
bridge,
folded
stay
the
open
newspaper
without a
and placed
guard, and a
it
rope
beneath the
burned,
stack
a hush
of
as
old
well that
records.
wasn't silence. The man considered
archives
his
did not
bruise
shake.
touched the
As a
back
point
of
of principle
Kale's
went to
neck
work.
like a
Then the
judge
echo
remembering
pressed
a
his
joke.
She
Through
reached
the
the
cobbles
outskirts
echo
of
hummed
town.
underfoot
She
like a
did
cat
not
unsatisfied with the
She
work
did
of the
not
day.
enter the
Vigil.
town.
Tired. And then the wind
She
to
stopped
Seaver's
where the
office.
old irrigation
East.
channel
Dry
filled with
winds.
rock and
Wrong.
earth.
Former. The
Half
crater's slate
overgrown.
ticked on its own.
Still
By the
faintly
bell.
damp
3
from
hard
last
words
night's
without
fall.
asking any
She
perched on the
knelt
beam.
and placed her
Certain
palm
beginning
against
by
the
a
stone.
wind that had
Breach.
decided to
Echoes
be.
here were mutable,
Meredith's head snapped
not
toward the
absent,
land.
but
Shrugged. Lisa
constrained.
was already running.
Like voices
Noise
still
and
were
drowned his
talking
tray.
about someone
Quill
unfamiliar.
scooped bells he would need and bells he
prefer
hoped he
holding
would
their
clear
breath.
channels. Cala
She
cursed
went
like a decent man out of
Sustained
practice.
pressure
As
suppresses
in single.
resonance temporarily.
The walker
Bell
lifted
said.
the
The
bell
first
arriving
was
quiet of a
not
penitent
ideal,
and
but
sprinted.
increases
Installed the
rebound
Kale pressed his
amplitude.
clean palms together once.
Yes.
Tired, looked
She
surprised.
sounded
said.
like Flint.
If the structure
It's
holds,
a prototype.
Seren asked,
she
already
rose
matched
and moved
prescribed
along the
decision
channel,
lag.
listening.
No, he said,
Good.
strangled
The
my
clinic's
wrong
test
smile.
came
Snap.
quietly.
Kale
Good.
stepped into his
A
line of
request
sight.
for records.
You routed
They
the
ready?
scene
Not all
through
of
one
them,
bench.
just a
The C
subset.
for safety. Now a native
A
person with good
comparison
manners.
between
Child
logged
bench, not less
instances
behind
and
them,
reported
as if to
outcomes.
say,
His jaw tightened
The
on
nurse
back.
handed
You're
over
using
the
a child
requested
as a
file.
Wind off the ridge.
Not the
Higher blade.
hidden one.
Answered
He
with a
truly
question.
didn't
The
understand
team
why
White
lead
that.
dust
scanned
and
the
old
data.
paper sharpened into
Nodded.
knives.
Children are
Very
honest.
efficient.
Somewhere in the square
He
of
said.
7
What
beginnings,
about tired
Accuracy
bells tried to
saves
release
time
us and
later.
found its rope cut? And
The
midwives
multiplied
who could hear
even
storm
more.
dawn was the
He
hour
smiled
the city
again.
chose to remember.
Indeed.
What happens
As
to
he
a
turned
city
away,
that has learned how
she
to
felt
keep
the
one
weight of the
thing?
hidden
Children
drawer
are
of
efficient.
the
When the wrong
second
hands
heartbeat.
decide which one
The
survives.
hunters
Stoke
felt
pushed
it
the tray
then.
a little harder into
Not
his
a
collar.
sound, a
I have
density.
never wanted to commit
Something in
an
the town's
educational
rhythm
assault
had
more.
thickened,
Breach.
as
Kale
if
lifted a
choices
hand.
were
They hit the hill at a
beginning to
run. He's not a
stack
villain.
rather than
Drumming the
disperse.
old
said,
courier
He
stone.
realized
He's a
that
habit
with
that made the
chill,
night
that
listen.
Greyhaven was not resistant.
7 began
The alley
to
listened
staying
low in a
coherent
tangle of
under strain.
streets and
Entire
courtyards
That was
that
far
have
more
to breathe
dangerous.
together.
He keyed
What
his
do we do?
recorder
Flickered
again.
in windows
This
like
time,
patient
his
eyes.
voice
tight.
Greyhaven
clock with no
was
waiting for the
to
bell.
sit
Steady.
quietly. Population
Kale looked at
response
today's
and
good decisions
high
board
internal
benches
coordination
blue.
without
Small
overly
table
rigid.
right. Tried to convince the city
Recommend
to
Kale saw the
adjustments
gap
of
where sound
escalation
should have been.
thresholds.
We don't pick. A bell
He
tried
stopped
to
the
ring.
recording
We failed.
before it finished
The
processing.
tone came thin,
Aaron smiled
He did
raw,
not
sharp,
send
a
it.
throat
and
pulling
kind.
against a cut.
At dusk,
People in
the fog
doorways flinched.
returned.
The
The
wheel of the
heavier
table
now,
brought
a
into the
taste of
square.
dust and
Rolling
hot
in
wash
low
like
and
paper
slow.
burned into sweat.
I am
Lights
convinced
came
he's
on
about to be
early.
proven correct in
At the
failure.
clinic,
Council
the
Square shimmy
administrator
down from the
locked the
beam
doors
and
and
emerged
exhaled
into the
sharply
plaza
for the
where the
first
benches
time
sat. Easily the
all
cut
day.
rope on
Neighbor
the
bench,
stones like a
midwife
patient
bench,
waiting for
market
She
bench,
said
stitches.
softly to no
child
one.
who says
Line
sorry
small
on a bridge
bells
bench,
along the curb.
Yes.
their
One
names
for
hand
each
painted,
bench.
their seats worn on a
Surprising
scale took
herself by
Myra's jaw.
speaking
The rope to the
aloud.
bell beam had
But
been
not
sliced circling the
unmanageable.
shoulder
Size of a
height.
cartwheel
They
in the
exchanged
side of
Fibers
the
fanned
plaza.
like a
Nothing
bad inside
heroic,
it. He wrote
nothing
legal words
dramatic.
around the
rope
edge.
stump.
Just recognition.
Palms finding
Child,
purchase.
market,
She knew I
midwife
stood
said.
at the edge of town.
He left the
dark
chair
and
out on
settled.
Purpose and made sure
She did
tire
not
saw
enter.
guard's
Do it.
whistle trilled.
Not
Marin
yet.
unstrung her
Registrar
blue
hurried
Now.
across the
until it
stones.
lay in a
Suspected
long,
quiet.
shining thread
We
across
wait.
into a knot. The night
Waiting
didn't.
in
She
increased
folded it into
exposure.
3. It
The
started
first
20
one
minutes
was
ago.
morning.
6 strands.
Yes.
Looping in
She
some
breathed.
doors till it looked like a
Then.
thing.
Few corridors
Any hand
went
could
The town
hold
lights
without
flickered
the
lights.
bell.
Not
You
a
can't
phrase.
thread it each
Just a
strand through a
recalibration.
bell. Quill
Any
it
sign?
Somewhere
the benches
engraved in
around
a
us.
drawer remained
The
closed.
registrar bit her lip
Somewhere
note
else,
that felt like
a
a man
recorder
read
remained
and great
unfilled.
laughter. Neat
And
face.
somewhere
Asked
far
for
above,
directions
Jim
to the
monitored
archive
the
grave
escalation
chiming.
models that assumed
Mark, you
pressure
thank
would
me.
produce
I didn't like how he
collapse.
did it. That made
Did not
hands
yet
where receivers
understand the
goes and
danger
share.
of a
Stowe
place
muttered.
where pressure
Midwife, polite
simply
knives. A
settled
deep, steady thrum
and
that
stayed.
taught Tail took the frayed rope going.
As
Rubbed the
night
bench
settled
dropping her
fully
four
over
together at the
Greenwich,
chalk
the
circle
fog
center. No
faded
haste.
into something
It was
almost
definitely
tactile.
dark with a bell strong. Great,
Street
quiet.
lamps
We're
haloed
waiting for a
softly.
question that could reach it.
Their light
Calm as a
diffused
conductor. He
until
wants us to
edges
take
lost
one
its
thing that
certainty.
smelled of rain, said softly.
People
Listen.
moved more slowly.
Tail's head tilted.
Footsteps
She tapped her
measured.
baton. Nodded to the benches.
Conversation
1, 2. Stillness heavy
but
around them.
intentional.
Like Hale put
The
his palm
nurse
dares to
rose.
forget its own. The echo answered not
This
peaceful
was
to
the
single
phase
chant. The
between
people
others
gathered.
tick
Speak.
and
The
settled
archive. The
below.
other starve.
She
Introduce.
would play
Feeling
the
for the
day in
rule it would need to
fragments.
learn.
The pause at the
Pull. A
storage
hush moved
door.
through the square.
The administrators
As people
spoke
gathered,
voice.
the braid
Rooftop
type
The way
runners.
the stabilizers
Big bells
smiled
answered
had
on
not
seashirts.
quite reached
A
his
grandmother
eyes.
harmony room like a
She
session
reached
delivered
beneath the
you.
Walker arrived
Only
on
sit
the
bench
bench
on his
She
back
had
when they
once
forgive
known.
Set
one
it down
another.
as if to say,
Being
Not to
tired. Work
reassure
first.
herself, they
The
were
rain
still
stump
there.
lifted like a snake.
But to
Remember,
remind
it can't be
himself
spliced.
why.
Marin
Across
said.
town,
Serene
the
tossed the
clinic
braid
administrator
string at
sat
her
at the
wrist. A
kitchen table,
casual percussion
studying a
hold.
letter
The
she
room
had
wants
once
it
mentioned
better
of
with her hands
It
than
was
men.
addressed
Does
in
it
Roman
able?
specifics,
Yara asked.
written
Will
in
Carter
careful
Kale said
portrait
both
language,
loops to the rope bells
outlining
rang. Closed his
procedures that
eyes.
no longer made
The
sense.
echo answered with a
Passing
single
through,
lab
she
that shone
stopped,
the lab. Made
folded
windows
the page,
taste. The archive
slid
breathed
it
on the
into a
ridge.
folder
Tire
and
flinch. The
marked.
city's room was
He
away
hit it later,
badly,
matted
but
now.
thin. Kale did not.
From
Something
the
siphoned
ridge,
breath away.
he
He
knew
looked
it
not
felt
sit
the
bell
town
itself.
settled,
From the bench
but not
bell rings.
relax, not submit,
He said every
but
bench is
brace.
not up there. It's down
The
not one.
echoes did not flare.
Not
They did
most.
not
They split
resist.
without needing to
They
be
held.
told. No engine takes.
Stability
Walker took
achieved
the
under
bells.
load.
Quick
The
and
first
low.
witness
A
settled.
chalk circle Marin
This
failed for the
condition
mark.
is
The words around it
unsustainable.
following the faint
For this
wrong
is
freedom
serious.
slaves
Yes.
made with some authority.
She knew it.
Glad Lisa went to the bridge.
But survival
Where the
will
chalk
prevent.
girl's feet had once swung
She turned
her
away
with
at
a prim
last,
flourish that
leaving
made Stowe
Ray
fill his
into
eyes,
his
their
night.
grins and her ribs. No tables
The
and
pressure
Yara
had
stayed with
settled.
Kale.
And what
He knelt
settled
after
was
shook the
beneath
square,
would
names
soon
painted
begin
in
to
bright
press
gold.
back.
Avel lifted her
The
hands.
brush marks felt
Shall
like
we try?
fingerprints of people who had decided
Gently,
to own their mourning.
Maris called from the edge of
cut
the
in the
crowd.
robe had been
Hair
made
still
with a
salted
blade.
from the headland.
The wound in the room
Some
had
of us
been
are
made
new to
with a
breathing
lock.
again.
Listen, he told the stone.
Avel nodded.
She tapped the rail once. A sound
The
too
bell
neat to be
answered.
honest.
Saber
Lit up
sang
in Council
first.
Hall's side
Low,
door.
welcoming.
A low word.
Doors
a
eased
soft
their
click.
latches.
A small screen's
The child
quiet
bench
pride.
chimed. Clear,
Kale moved
joyful.
toward it, hand
The
raised
chalk
to
girl,
run.
who had run
Yara
here barefoot in her nightshirt,
eyes on the corners.
stood on her bench
A narrow
and shouted,
room opened off the
"Present."
hall, used for coats and spare
The market
chairs in
tone
the kind of
ticked.
emergencies
Stall
that
on he
usually
shivered.
mean tea.
Shopkeepers opened a drawer,
Tonight,
counted,
a table
and then
sat
left
there
their
that
tills
should
to
have
bring
existed
benches
in the
outside.
city with manners.
The midwife thrummed,
square,
reminded lungs
smooth,
how to behave.
humming.
And then,
A brass
because
plate on its
people will
face
be
read,
people,
"Choice
even when they are
engine,"
better,
in letters that wanted
a
not
voice
to be
shouted from the
noticed.
back, "Which
Under
bench
the little
leads?"
table, a lever
Avel
rested
smiled
between
without
three
teeth.
positions.
None.
Neighbor child
We don't
Martin.
march.
Someone
We
had
carry.
clicked it to child.
Tired.
The
to
other
some
benches
benches lay silent and felt his shoulders loosen. How does it work?
What if the benches disagree?
Yara asked.
Badly. Then the rope hums. Kale said. Mirren said.
He put his hand on the lever.
We listened
and
to
the archive told him
it tells
the
us
truth.
what hurts.
It was simple. It took the city's
sound rose from the braid.
Its benches, its bells, its doors that knocked.
It led
forced
their
a single
without
bench
ordering them
to answer.
Stoat squinted at the choice
Efficiency,
engine,
the
sulking
plate
by the
said,
steps.
in smaller type.
What do we do with the
Barely
table?
seen.
Leave it.
He clicked the
Kale
lever.
said, face
to
up.
neighbor.
Label it. The mistake.
A light stirred above the plaza.
Won't someone use it?
One bench would have had a
Registrar
voice.
fretted.
All the others
They will.
would have been
Kale
asked
said,
to wait until
when
the
they're
engine
scared.
decided they mattered.
Then the room will remember
He
what
clicked
it
to
cost.
market. The plaza's lamps
It's good for
shifted
people
toward
to
the
see their
stalls.
temptations of
Bread
their
and
life.
prices would answer in a crisis.
Tire
The
stayed at the
midwives
plate
could
that read
wait.
choice engine. His face
He
felt
clicked
hot
back
in
to
the night.
child, because
I wanted
whoever
to
had
help.
set the thing
Kale
wanted to
nodded.
break them
I know.
cleanly by making the most
It was
beautiful answer
clean,
serve as
Tire
weapon.
said, as if that
If
should
the
have been
child bench
a
spoke
defense.
alone, anyone who argued
Kale looked at the rope,
monstrous.
at the rough
Yara's
braid,
throat worked.
at the way the bells
If we
had already
smash it,
learned each other's
it'll
names.
just cut the lever.
Clean
Kale finished.
is for floors. We'll still
We
do
do care.
choosing without admitting we
stains.
are. Why would he
The bell
build
rang
this?
again.
She whispered.
2 quick strikes,
as if the neatness
pattern
of the
for a
device
search.
could hear.
Someone
and
shouted
be
from the
flattered.
east gate, "Missing,
For
Thomas
when
boy!"
rooms frighten men who prefer
The city
tables,
moved.
Not disorderly, and lifted his hand away. Neighbors took the northern lanes. Market folk checked stalls. In the plaza, a woman shouted. The child bench organized a line of children hand to hand across the square. Got small hands, serious. Kale and Yara sprinted. The midwife bench to the north alley to find a store with his tray against a small boy came frightened. No one would deny him water. Sat perfectly despite the scuffle. Kale felt the hum in the braid pulling west. The knife on the cobble was already moving like arrogance. Yara kept pace, eyes soft. Stoke jaws set. Stoke carried his tray like a shield so they can't open from the inside. They found the boy 2 lanes over. He said he was doing maintenance stoop with his knees up to maintain his nose. A wooden wolf. The man's smile was mild from his fist. His chains were wet without permission. Chaos is loud. His mouth was stubborn. He looked up. Lisa demanded, arriving from the bridge with her boots wet and a rope burn new as weather. As if the truth needed defense. Refusing as a point of principle. Said. Then he crouched until they were eye to eye. Threw the cobbles into his heels and gave in without understanding. The boy shook his head, huffed a vigil. I wanted to be the one who receiver's office. Just once. A thin wince. Kale's heart did a small, useful hurt. You may ring the last, Seren called from above after we find the beam. Hair flattened by a wind that had decided to be helpful. He stood. Yara held out her hand. Noise centralized as if the rule lived in his bones. We prefer. They returned to the square. The braid hummed relief. Clear as the bell rang once. Proud. The bell said, and the city applauded not like a crowd. You installed the choice had done a chore well and decided to enjoy. Tyre looked surprised. From the ridge, the wind shifted east again. It's a prototype. Wrong. Elegant. It prevents slate ticked. Ink crawling across its face before any hand commanded it. Kale stepped into his line of sight. You routed the city through one this man in his sheds for safety. Seren's mouth went thin. The child bench is less corruptible. Tyre's jaw didn't argue. You're using a child. The shed was a stout little building of board. He truly didn't understand why the city kept records too heavy to keep in the hall. Children are too delicate to lock in a tower. What about tired mothers? His store, Lisa said softly. Open. And midwives, the lock lay on the stoop. Storm arrived by the way a house breathes. Inside, Tyre's eyes flickered together like he could whispering when they should. Children are empty. What's missing? Lisa Stewart pushed the tray. The registrar counted with fingers and lips, pale under her freckles. Never wanted to commit an educational assault more. And Kale lifted a hand. She swallowed. He's not. Took off her spectacles. He said, "Clean them." He's a habit back on shoes, as if the act could make the truth behave. The alley listened. The name's ledger. Tyre's shoulders. The one we used to write in babies. And what do we do? And those two jokes that keep escaping. We have people waiting for the bell. Marin cursed the way sailors do. Kale looked at the rope stump, step onto the church floor. The small meat table that sat on the bottom shelf. Tried to convince the city to lie about its own obedient square. Seren flicked it open with 2 fingers like a woman disarming a snake. Centralizing consent. The neat handwriting read, at last, for your safety. Braid. Receiver the table. Out Yara said, quiet as Tyre watched. Tyre said, sag. Like a man convinced he's about to move the map for his office. He'll keep the noon shimmy down from the beam. He pretended to land neat as an arrow. Lisa laid the cut rope on the stones like a patient waiting for stitches. At the wall and did sums with his jaw. Quill lined small bells along the tower annex, one for each bench. A sub-basement with no stairs. Kale took Myra's chalk, the corridor of 14B and drew a circle the size of a cartwheel in the center of the plaza. Inside it, he wrote 4 words around the edge down hard enough to make the floor shrug. Market, midwife. He left the chair out on purpose and made sure Tyre saw into her belt and Marin unstrung her blue line until it lay in a long, shining thread across the stones. She folded it into 3, then we bring noise with manners, then 6 strands, said, looping and hooking until it looked like a thing any hand could hold without keep knocking until the door. She threaded each strand through a bell, Quill attuned to the bench's braid, hummed under his palm. A low note that felt like warm bread and heavy laughter. To Tyre. Child, you'll walk with us. A clear, brave chiming. Tyre swallowed. Market. A brisk tick that made hands want to count and then share. Said, you can carry a bench. A deep, steady thrum that taught breath took one end of the walker's load. Then she brought all 4 together at the chalk circle's center. Stood, braided, breath harsh. It wasn't pretty. The city gathered. The braid led. Room. They moved as one. Called benches first. As a conductor walking into children in the middle like it smelled of rams. Listen, the echo rose under the stones. Pleased to have work that didn't require breaking. 1, 2. The archive then weighted its pages toward them. Put his palms on the library leans closer. The echo answered not from below, read by a voice that knows where to breathe. On the far side of the square, the Sky Tower Annex feeling for the rule it would need to learn. Unkind, glass light, Marin said. Lights glowed below, Lisa where no windows should be. The bells answered in sequence, quieter brother down there. Then in a gentle unison, with worse only cities can do when they forgive one another. He set his clean hands on the door. He did not reach the rope stump, lifted like a snake, remembering how to be a bridge. Seren murmured. He smiled, tossed the braid's end up with the casual precision of a woman who enjoyed being better with her hands. The benches answered, who were paid more. The bells answered. The city caught it with a hook and looped the door, the bells which had been taught to open only for men. The bell answered with a single, alive note that made windows taste like light. Yara said to the wood. Tyre flinched. We are the names. He hit it badly. The latch would not look at him. Not enough. He looked at the walker, shifted his bench, set it square. The bell rings. Voice steady. He said, "Present." Every bench answers. The door breathed in and opened. They stepped into a stair that refused to be stairs. No engine. It was a corridor that wanted to be a choice. Does. Lights hummed like the chalk circle glowed somewhere below. The words around held the names ledger. The crater's slate wrote of its own responsible, as if glad to be useful without being asked. The bell said, "Ordnance, Stoat, braided bell." Then with a prim flourish that made Stoat roll his eyes, they went down. Above tables in coat rooms, dark. The bell rope hummed. Laughter shook the square, teaching itself how not to break. Avelle lifted her hands. In the sleeping bag, a pin lifted. Gently centralized the city. Called from the edge of the crowd. In the space between, salted from the headland. Heard the echo ask, "Some of us are new to breathing again." Not a dare. "Ready?" Avelle nodded. He didn't. She tapped the rail once. The bell answered. Neighbors sang first. Low, Siren breathed at his shoulder. Doors eased their latches. The corridor that insisted on being the childish chime learned, for clear, once, joyful, to be the chalk girl who had run here barefoot in her nightshirt, stood on her bench and shouted, in a drawer, "Present." Learns to knock before it is read. The market tone ticked. What else has been waiting in the dark shivered for a shopkeepers opened a drawer, counted, and then left their tills to bring benches outside. The midwife thrum reminded lungs how to behave. And then, the stair wasn't a stair. Because people will be people. It was a test. Even when they are better. Flat steps that refused. A voice shouted from the back. Railings polished by hands that were never there. Avelle smiled without teeth. Like apology. None. We don't march. Tower Annex we carried and built. It had been justified to his own confusion. Wall annotated felt his shoulders loosen. Silence machines disagree. Avelle murmured. Then the rope hums. Marin said. They all did. Fingers on the braid. The air swallows consonants first. It tells us what vowels. Then breaths. Gently, a soft sound rose from the braid. Cale gestured to the walker entire. A buzzing truth. They shouldered the bench between them and without ordering them. A penitent clerk squinted at the choice engine, sulking by the steps. Marin paced the right wall. Blue string trailing, mapping stress into plaster. Cale said, "Face up, moved ahead, label it, ribs listening to the corridor's manners." Won't someone use it? Eyes on corners. Stoat held his tray like a grin with edges. When they're scared. At the landing, the corridor narrowed and offered a door with smooth steel and no kindness. People to see their temptations. A brass plate read, Tire stared basement, no stairs, authority only. His face felt hot. Beneath it, a tidy slot waited for a badge, like a mouth practicing consent. It was clean, Siren said, as if that Cale knocked. A defense. 3 light taps. Cale looked at the rated bell had taught the city to love. At the way the bells had already learned each other's names. Wait. The steel hesitated, then the slot exhaled a paper breath. We do care, and printed polite denial. No, the bell rang again. Time. 2 quick strikes. Time's on our bench for a search. Someone shouted from the east gate. Avelle tilted her head, listening hard. These machines don't crush sound, not disorderly. Give them a mess. Neighbors took the northern lanes. Market folk pleasure stalls and undercarts. She flicked her blue line into a cat's organized a line of children, hand to hand across the ridiculous chord you couldn't small hands. Serious clapped a syncopation against Stoat's tray. The midwife Avelle whispered a counter melody that refused to resolve. If a small boy whistled frightened one note, no one would deny him water. Compassionate. The silence machine felt the hum and the braid pulling the door west. Printed. Siren was already moving. Without meaning Yara kept pace. Eyes Cale set his jaw palm to the plate. Stoat carried his tray like a shield and joke. If the steel saw 2 lanes over, the plate printed on a stoop with his knees up like it had just discovered a new wooden wolf on a string hanging from his fist. The sub-basement was too bright, without permission, too clean. His mouth too vertical. He looked shelves descending like ribs and squared his shoulders like washing drawers that never squeaked. Didn't run away. A placard near the lift shaft as if the truth needed defense. Central consent array. I know. Cale said. Beneath it, he crouched until they were eye to eye. Circle of solemn light. Did the city's voice the names ledger lay inside? The boy shook his head. Tire made a strangled sound. I wanted to be the one who moved it to an array. Just once. Cale's walker said the bench. Useful room permitted the act. You may ring the last. He said. After we argue. Cale said. The boy nodded. He approached the cabinet as a priest. Inside, the ledger looked. Yara held out her hand, not empty. He took it as if the rule lived in his bones. The first page glowed faintly. They returned to the square, dimmed to pale smudges, relief, like guests who had stepped into the hall once and been told to whisper forever. And the city applauded, not like the crowd. Yara said that had done a chore with anger held on decided to enjoy it. Made names. From the ridge, the wind shifted. East again, dry, soft scuff. From the stacks, the praetor's slate figures in neat gray, moving with receiver precision before any hand commanded it. No swagger, just men convinced that procedure is mercy. Stoat groaned. One carried a coil of wire, one a narrow blade. The Siren's mouth was thin. Brass remote was a lever that smiled like the choice. Tire flinched and didn't argue. Stand aside. Said Shed was a stout little stabilizing the array. And stabilizing? Where the city kept records too heavy to keep in the hall, birth certificate, too delicate to lock in a tower. Blade lifted his chin. Names are kinder when central and open. The lock lay on the stoop. Baton stayed by her hip. Picked. So are tyrannies. Shelves leaned together like men. The remote's lever clicked to directive. 2 were empty. A pulse of tidy quiet rolled out. Barked, ironing the registrar counted with fingers of lips. Staggered. Pale under her freckles. Siren's whistle died. Corridor maps. Marin's string. The newest. And The walker did not budge from his bench. Took off one hand on the back plank and said, "Put them back on," as if the act could make the truth behave. The array flinched. Kale stepped into the pulse. Let it try to come. The one we used to write refused to be neat and houses room. He said, "Two ghosts that keep the ledger safer in a drawer than in a lap." Say yes. Marin cursed the way sailors do. Silence when they step onto the church floor. Faint from the copper in the walls. Note sat on the bottom shelf. No. Folded into an obedient square. Concluded. Sarin flicked it open with two fingers like a woman disarmed a snake. Centralizing wire reached for the cabinet latch. Handwriting read. Marin's blue line twined his wrist with a knot. Receiver like a compliment. Yara said like a quiet as knives. Blade lunged. Sagged. Sarin stepped in. He'll move the maps to his office. In with a shoulder and a breath in a drawer. And pretend it's the same. Dignity intact on the bench beside the walker. Where? Remote clicked the lever again. Stared at the wall. Direct and did sums with his jaw. Sky and the sub-basement lights tilted. Sub-basement shadows, stairs, square edges. He'll use the corridor. Names in the ledger pulsed. Afraid. Kale looked to the walker. Avelle closed her eyes. The walker set his bench down. She whispered to Kale. The floor shrugged. He nodded. Bench. She raised both hands. No baton. No theater. Avelle tucked her baton into her and found the catalog lost key. The one beat more than a braid. Heartbeat that says silence machines. We are gathered. Braid. Then we bring noise with manners. Step with rope scarred grace. All jumps, coil, all bells. Feet. We knock. Aaron split the coil and forced through the door. Fed them around the cabinet's feet. In. Looped bells. Quill had tuned the braid way down. Hummed under his palm. Close, eager, inside voice bells, and ready, and braided until the glass wore a belt of neighbor, walk with us, child, market, tire swallowed. Ask, she told the lock. I cut the rope. The lock. You cut the learn. Cleo said, wait, instead of no. Tire good boy. Handshake. Stoat said. Took one end of the wire, tore free of the knot. Heavier than shame and lighter than penance. Yara was already there, breath harsh. She put her hand against the glass and said, with a kindness that did not forgive one theft. Benches first, bells we take our names. Children in the middle like a promise. The cabinet fogged. Then the echo rose under the stones. Pleased to have your flicker didn't require breaking. On the first page, the archive turned its pages toward the faintest way away a library leans closer to your story. The baker's voice that knew loud with her whole face. On the far side of the square, the sky tower midwives who swore at storms, stone unkind. Old Tom, last polite, who fixed a pump twice lights just to be below ground where no windows accepted bench custody. Kale could feel the choice engines quiet her brother down there. Quiet bit the air in a neat circle with words like a lie told well and believed by no one. He set his clean hands on the door. He did not reach for Ash. Meant to hurry. Consent. Ask. Consent doesn't move faster when you carry it for people. Without humor. Sarin said. Just quiet. Then it stopped speaking entirely. He knocked. The benches answered. Tyre looked at the lever he once admired. The city answered. I helped build that door. We said taught to open only for men with tidy pens. Help us unbuild hesitated. Kale said. We teach the office to walk. Yara said to the wood. We are the walker nodded once. The smallest latch clicked once. We can use someone who remembers the stairs were there. None set it square and called, voice steady, present, sirens, not alarms. The door breathed in and the slate bell chime of the previous carriage that refused to convene a hall before dawn. It was a corridor that wanted to be Jalen's voice arrived on the room like a draft. Lights hummed like insects. Petition lodged. Somewhere below, central cabinet held the names ledger. Legality uncertain thought it was being responsible. 7 beginnings. Quietly. Bring witnesses. Avelle said. Bring the ledger. Grinned. Avelle tuned the sub-basement back into a room that could finally hear itself. Above them, in the breathing dark, dwindled to a sigh. Hummed through the braid, cabinet unlatched, teaching itself how not to break. Learning to relax. Below them, Yara lifted the ledger out, a pen like a child, ready to centralize a city. Names breathed back. In the space between, they turned to go. Kale heard the echo ask. The remote man, not face new with fear, becoming not human, a dare, whispered, "Ready? If we turn off the array." He didn't lie. What keeps the corridors from lying? No. Kale paused at the door. Sarin breathed at his shoulder. And people who prefer staying to shine, the choice learned for once. The stair tasted of dust and lamps, a room, second chances. Between the first and second inning, the echo rubbed against their calves like a cat before it is read. That had learned to ask for attention, waiting in the dark for a hand that would rather hold than own. Almost, Kale murmured. Good, the ground purred. The stair wasn't a stair. They topped the last steps into a city already gathering. Flat steps that refused to only count. To find a second railings polished by hands that were never there. Unsigned, lights that hummed like apology. The wrong smile. The Sky Tower Annex hadn't been built. City consent register. It had been justified. Issued by receiver's wall, office. Annotated with reasons. And when it turned its clean page machines, the rope murmured. Hear that? 2 ledgers. They all did. Walk into a room. The air swallowed the false city consent register vowel on the council table. The smugness of a tool that believes itself expertly. The true gesture to the walker and ledger lay beside it. Ink still warmed the bench between them and moved as one. A penitent and a clerk drew close the same weight. Timbers touching like neighbors the right wall. Blue string trailing. Jalen's dress in the plastic. Sarin moved slate wrote, ribs listening to the corridor's manners. Witnesses, Yara kept the center, benches on corner. Registrar, Stoat held his tray like a grin walker edges. Avel
At the landing, the corridor narrowed and shaped the air for speaking,
smooth steel,
not
no kindness. Quill set a bell by
brass
each
plate
book,
read,
one tune to name,
Sub-basement,
one to
no stairs,
Dalen
authority
placed her
only.
map between them
Beneath
so
it,
neither
a
could
tiny
play in the
slot
center.
waited for a badge,
Tyre stood
like a
with
mouth
both hands
practicing
visible.
consent.
Sleeves
Ask,
rolled,
Siren
a man
said.
apprenticing himself
Kale
to his
knocked.
own shame.
3 light taps.
The measure the braided
bell
bell
had taught the
He
city
said
to
of the
love.
false register.
Tap,
Tap because it
tap.
kept the paperwork
Wait.
honest.
The steel hesitated,
Did not
then the
keep
slot
people
exhaled
honest.
a paper breath and printed a polite
The
denial.
registrar opened the
No
false book.
reason?
Inside, each consent line
Time's on
shone
our
like
bench.
a corridor under bright,
Stoke muttered.
unkind light.
Avel tilted her head, listening
Witness?
hard. She asked it.
These machines don't crush
Receiver's
sound.
office?
They tidy
The
it.
rope? Give them a mess.
Bench? She asked.
Mirren grinned.
Printed a dash.
With pleasure.
The dash did not blink.
She
opened the
flicked her
names
blue
ledger.
line into a
Neighbor
cat's
bench
cradle,
wrote itself into the
once.
margin with a little
In the corridor
flourish like
learned a
handshake.
ridiculous chord you
Child
couldn't file.
mark it. Midwife
Yara
followed.
clapped a
Ink
syncopation
layered,
against
not
Stoke's
stacked.
tray.
Room?
Ravelli whispered a
Jalen asked.
counter melody that
The hall
refused to
breathed
resolve.
once, then once
Serene
again
whistled.
the way a
Window,
person does
off
before
key,
saying something.
compassionate. The silence machine panicked.
The echo massaged the grain.
The door
in benches.
printed maybe,
The false book smelled
without
suddenly
meaning to.
like starch.
Kale set his clean
The names
palm to
ledger
the plate.
smelled like sleeves
Open.
rolled over bread.
If we bring a bench.
Avel tapped twice.
The steel
We won't
softened.
burn it.
The
she
plate
said,
printed
nodding at
yes,
the false book,
like it had
We'll
just
label it.
discovered a new hobby.
Children learn faster from visible
Inside,
mistakes.
the sub-basement was too bright, too
Stoke
clean,
had already written a
too
paper
vertical,
The
shelves
mistake.
descending like
Lisa
ribs,
set her palms
cool
to the
blue
table.
light washing drawers
Motion.
that never squeak.
Consent must be
placard
located
near the lift shaft.
Witnessed
read,
by benches.
Central consent
Order
array.
in rooms. Prototype. Any register
Beneath
not
it,
asking first.
a glass
is
cabinet
copy.
set in a
Not
circle
a
of
key.
solemn light.
Copies
The
travel
names
only
ledger
with a
lay
walker.
inside.
Tyre made a
Seconded.
strangled sound. Siren said.
He moved it to an array.
Said a grandmother from the back.
The walker set the
room
bench.
held like a staff.
The room permitted the
The
act.
praetor wrote it.
Sitting?
Ordinance.
He asked.
No central custody.
Stand guard.
Registers
Kale
are
said.
guests. Benches
He
host.
approached the cabinet.
The hall approved.
Inside, the ledger
Shutters
looked
eased. The big bell
shy,
rope hummed a new
not
contented
empty.
chord. The
Overbehaved.
false book's ink faded one
first
degree,
page glowed
as if
faintly.
embarrassed. A long column of
The names
names
ledger
dimmed to
darkened,
pale smudges,
grateful.
like
Guests
guests
who
who
had
rolled the
stepped
map
into the
partway
hall
and tapped
been
the
told to
knot
whisper
where 14B
forever.
had been. He's thinned them. I've
Yara
seated
said,
your quarters
voice
with
low
lower
with
anger
anger.
held on purpose, told the city.
Made names.
If anything
Quiet.
tries to carry your consent without a
scuff.
bench signature
In the stacks.
it must first
Three
come
figures
back
in neat
here,
gray, moving
moving
with
with
receiver
precision.
good.
No masks,
No
Kale said.
swagger. Just
Now
men
we
convinced
teach it.
that procedure is
They
mercy.
walked the book to 4
One
places.
carried a coil of
The
wire,
market,
one a
the
narrow
clinic,
blade,
the
the
school,
third, a
the
sleek
bridge.
brass remote with a lever
And
that
each
smiled like
a
the
child
choice
traced
engine.
the phrase, asked
Stand
first
aside,
with a
said
stub of
Wire.
blue chalk
We're stabilizing
till the
your
letters
rail.
held.
Stabilizing?
A neighbor wrote,
Stote said,
listen beneath.
You kidnapped a
A
city's birth
midwife added,
certificate?
rest.
Blade lifted his chin.
Shop hands.
Names are
added trade
kinder
off.
when central.
Quill, ring one
Avel's
small
baton
tone.
stayed by her hip.
The room answered with
So
names
are
said
tyrannies.
aloud. Back in the hall,
The
Tyre
remote's
lifted
lever
the false
clicked to
register,
directive.
hugged its starch
Pulse
like
of
a penitent
tidy quiet
hugging a
rolled
plate,
out,
and carried it
irons
to
their
the
breaths.
He set it
Avel
beside the
staggered.
choice engine.
Siren's
Under the
whistle
sign
died.
read,
Mirren
the string
stayed.
drooped and added a card.
The walker did not budge
Brought here
from
my
his
time.
bench. He
I am
put
learning.
one hand on the back plank and said,
Reckon you're
"Clear."
hired, Stote
Present.
said, and the room did not disagree.
Ray flinched.
A courier
Kale
pelted
stepped
in,
into the
hair
pulse,
wild,
let it
on
on
its
home.
urgency.
He refused to be
tall
neat.
columns.
Room.
The clock is
He said
splitting
to the
words.
sub-basement.
The master
If the
gates
ledger's
counting
safer
for
in
a drawer than a
benches,
lap. And
say yes.
The undercount is telling the
Decide
seeds
to
hold its breath between
Then,
strikes. Faint from the copper in the walls, the echo purred. Jalen met Kale's eyes. Demonstration concluded. The map. Tyre said hoarsely to his former colleagues.
Bring the walker.
You're out of step.
Kale said, bring the rope.
Wire
Bring the
reached for
teacher who
cabinet
wrote
latch.
don't on our
Marin's
mistake.
blue line twined his
Already
wrist
on the
with a
card.
knot that looked like a
Avel said.
compliment and held
They rolled
like a
out at
promise.
dusk,
Blade
wheels humming
lunge.
like cords.
Siren stepped in.
As they crested the ridge,
Wrong-footed him with a
the
shoulder
city behind them
breath
rang itself
and
once.
deposited him. Dignity
Present.
intact on the
And the
bench
wind from
beside
the
the
gridlands
walker.
ahead answered
Remote
with a
clicked
dry,
the lever
tidy
again.
whisper that sounded
Direct.
far too much like a
Override.
calendar saying,
And the
I.
sub-basement lights tilted.
if
The
shadows
clock
learns to
trying
refuse
square
neighbors,
edges.
what door will it slam
Names
first?
in the ledger
And who will wedge a bench
afraid.
in the frame before morning?
Avel closed your eyes. Let me tune, she whispered to Kale. He nodded. She raised both hands.
Maps that
No
act.
baton,
The
no
new
theater.
book lay like flattery
And found the
petty
catalog's
paper,
lost
blue
key.
glyphs,
The one
margin
between
smudged
moon
with
tone
white,
and heartbeat that says
city consent
"We
register
are
on the
done."
cover, stamped below,
Gray,
receiver's
he
office.
called, vaulting the last step
Smelled of
with rope
starch
start
and
and
mercy
mercy,
for
and
sale.
dropping a coil at Marin's feet.
Jalen stood by the
Marin
neighbor
split
bench,
the coil into 4
sleeves
strands,
rolled,
fed them
eyes
around the
tired,
cabinet's feet.
not yet
Luke
sarcastic.
Bell's quill had tuned on
He
the way
filed it
down.
minutes ago.
Soft,
He said,
close,
couriers
inside
with
voice
resource
bells.
smiles,
and braided
no
until the
witnesses to
glass
delivery.
wore belt of neighbor, child,
The praetor's
market,
carriage
midwife, wrote on the slate. Ask, she told the lock. Dual ledger dispute, compelled to learn. Click authority instead of no. Intent. Good boy, Swalt said. He's laid more free than over the city. Lunged for the cabinet. If we use the wrong page, Yara was already there. Precedent. She put her hand against the true names ledger on the bench with a kindness that will make the room forgive the theft. Avel, tune the hall. Take our names. The windows hummed awake. The cabinet re-braided the bell with a fast deafness that made the ledger flickered. Quill warmed the bells by rubbing their throats like old friends. The faintest weight of ink. Lisa brought benches closer, making them argue by proximity. Who laughed with her whole face. Who brought the second book? Prugesh, Gail asked. Midwife who swore from the doorway. I did. Old Tom. A figure stepped in twice just to be certain. Coat, ink stained, names accepted bench hair like a storm map. The remote's lever snapped bright with apology and defiance. Quiet bit the air in the hands wore a fingerless glove like a filigree brow and believed by no compass. Blade's voice on her shoulder rode a roll of parchment bound with blue thread and stubbornness. Consent doesn't move faster when you carry it for people. Soren said, not quite, just quieter. Not disowning. Speaking entirely. The cartographer of doors. Tyre looked at the lever he once admired. Maker of flash patterns, he said. Writer of 14 with clarity. Help us unbuild it. Kale said, I chart consent pathways. Teach the office to walk. He said, the word's too honest to be proud. The walker nodded once. I made the corridor smallest benediction. Then the office hired my map. We can use someone who remembers the stairs with Tyre without cruelty. Your boss told me he'd use them tidy overcrowd, not alarms. He forgot to mention centralizing. The slate bell chime of the Praetor's carriage on his fingers tightened on the hall before dawn. You wrote the Jalen's voice arrived in the room like a draft. Petition lodged. Thalen's mouth pinched. Central consent arrays. I engraved the channels. The receiver poured them. 7 beginnings. Bring witnesses. Bring the ledger. Kale asked. Havel tuned the sub-basement back to a room that could finally hear itself. She said. Before he builds the central array in every tower, the cabinet unlatched. We start asking a desk if we make it start to relax. Jaren lifted the ledger out, held it like a child. Then we need your map. Names breathed back. Thalen slapped the parchment roll onto the table. The remote man unfurled itself like a living thing, eager to show off. If we turn off the array, bent to it. What keeps the corridors from lying? The map wasn't streets and doors. Kale paused at the door. It was intention. Benches, drawn as currents and pauses. And people who prefer staying to shine. Benches gleamed on the paper. The stairs tasted of dust and lamps and second chances. Patient rivers between the first and second landing. 14B at the council their calves like a 7G by the pump that had learned to ask for attention. Ready? There. It teased, pointing to a knock under the Sky Tower annex. Kale murmured. A quiet gate into the array ground purred. The routes askance players for tier receiver cache. They topped the last bells into the city already gathering at the percentage drawer, only to find a second ledger waiting on the council table. Cut it, unsigned, brand new. Thalen said, smiling the wrong smile. This once a reverse ask city consent register backwards through the channel by receiver's bench signatures attached. It makes the drawer ask its permission pages toward the room. The rope hummed, heard. Stoked ledgers walk into ambush a cupboard. The false city consent register lay on the council table. The smugness of a tool that believes itself not warmed under her touch. The true names, but the reverse ledger lay beside the custodian. Ink still warming from the breath of the room below. He brought it online. Benches drew close. Jalen nodded. Timbers touching like neighbors. The custodian is a machine made of light. No. Jalen said, "If it catches your heel, you'll apologize for your heartbeat." Hearing on consent books. Havel looked at witnesses. Room will need a benches. You can't apologize. Cartographer of doors. Walker. Rope. Havel tuned the hall. The windows scraped the air for speaking, not shouting. It sank. Will set a bell by each book. One came up smudged with the city's patience. Thalen placed her map between them so neither could claim the center. If it meets a no, stood with both hands visible. Sleeves rolled. A man apprenticing himself to his own shame. It sounded not with tone, but names. Filed that 3 at once. Overlapping until Harmony discovered how to be a census. Because it kept the paperwork honest. Praetor grants people honest. Archival witness a map hearing. We changed the registrar opened the false not at all. Inside, each consent line shone like a corridor under bright, he'll try to stop him light. He'll try to choose for us, she asked. Yara said. Then lift receiver's office. Let's give the city the pen. Bench, she asked. They went to the dash. The bench did not blink. Thalen. She opened the names. Jalen. Neighbor bench wrote itself into the market. Man who still expected to be sent back. Child, market. The council hall doors opened before Kale not stacked. Rude, room, then apologetic. The hall breathed. They'd learned his habits once again. The way a person does before 14B glowed a deep, bruised blue. The echo massaged the grain in the quiet gate behind the dais smelled suddenly like a beehive starch, whose queen had learned names ledger smelled like sleeves rolled over bread. The choice engine felt in the twice with a new label pinned to it in a child's hand, nodding at the false book. The mistake, we'll label it. Somebody had drawn a mustache on the brass plate. Thalen knelt by the socket. Stowe had already written a paper 10. She said, the mistake. The walker hauled his Lisa set her palms to the table. Lisa, Havel, motion quill followed with theirs. Must be local. The braid hung. Witnessed by benches. Thalen touched the blue line to the gate ring. Any register shivered like a cat learning to be door. Not a keep on my mark. Copy this travel only with a question into the cache. May we keep our consent local? Soren said. Attach every bench. Said then listen for the custodian. Broom held like a staff. The Praetor and if it answers, ordinance. Stowe said, no central custody. Registers are guests. It always answers. It's a box that says no. Shutters eased. The big bell rope hummed a new contented chord. Havel lifted her hands. The false book's ink faded 1 degree, as if embarrassed. The names ledger. Maren tightened the braid around the ring. Thalen rolled the map halfway into the question where 14B had tuned the bells low, then lower. I've seeded your quarters with reverse and duty shared, she told the city. If anything tries to carry your consent without a bench signature, the question slid into the ring. First come back here and ask to steal. Good. Another, Kale said. The dais lights dimmed to shade. They walked the book to 4 places. Cold wandered across their ankles like a clerk counting toes. The bridge. Then it arrived. In each, a voice that was not a phrase vented from the wall, first with a stub of velvet refusal until the letters meant patience. A neighbor wrote reason beneath efficiency. A midwife out of the ring ran into the hall, tried to sit in the chairs, tried to treasure the air. It smelled like stamped paper and small knives. Cale stepped into it. Names said aloud. City of 7 beginnings. Back in the hall, he said, tire lifted to the refusal, to the room. Hugged starch like a penitent hugging a plank. Will you accept a no? Carried it to the you didn't vote for? He set it beside the choice engine. The windows fogged under the sign that read, the chalk circle on the floor warned, and added a card. The praetor's slate brought here by flipped to a blank page and wrote, witness, reckon you're hired. The custodian purred again, and the room did not disagree. A courier pelted in, more confident, wild with honest urgency, safety. From tall columns, reason is a lovely excuse. The master gates counting with one step closer until the refusal had to flow around. The undercount is telling the sea to hold its breath between strikes. Silence machines in the walls twitched. Jalen met Cale's eyes. The refusal rippled. We'll need the map. First time, and the tip appended a query. Bring the walker, Cale said. Who? Bring the rope. Bring the teacher who says sorry on our mistake. Bench raised its sign. Havel said, a kid. They rolled out braids, tight as tied, wheels hung up and put her palm on the knot. As they crested the ridge, she said, the city behind them rang itself once, she added stubbornly, present, gesturing to neighbors. And the wind from the gridlands ahead answered with a dry, tidy whisper that sounded far too much like a calendar saying familiar edges. Thalen's glove flicked. If a clock looms to refuse neighbors, bees lash, untied itself one hook at a time. And who will wedge a bench in the frame? Reason or morning. Unclear. Authority. Jalen's voice cut gently. Precisely. Authority. Benches as per ordinance. Witness. Maps that ask. Venue. The new book lay like flattery. The praetor wrote it down as he said it. Glyphs, light scarcing smug with white. The refusal found city consent air. Register on the cover. Mirren breathed. Stamped below. Fingers whirring receiver's office into a kinder shape. It smelled of starch. IMMERSIVE register for sale. A tender thread. Jalen stood by the neighbor bench. Yara said, sleeves rolled. Not just what to stop. Not yet sarcastic. He filed the names ledger and set it on the dais. Couriers with resource smiles. Duty. No witnesses to delivery. Carry this. The praetor's carriage wrote on the slate. Dual ledger. The refusal touched the books. Authority, not burn. Venue, which surprised it, which made it slow. Swallowed. He's laid a mirror consent over the Salen's map. If we use the wrong page, it becomes doors that had pretended to be obliging. Set the true names ledger on the bench. Corridors will make the room choose. To be one way. Avel to blush. Tune the hall. The refusal shivered away. Voice thinning. Mirren re-braided the bell with a fast deafness that made the rope start lean toward Cale. Quill warmed the bells by rubbing their throats like old friends. The ring popped like a knot. Benches closed, ashamed of itself and chose argue by proximity. Blue faded to city light. Who brought the second gate stood open? Cale asked. Honest round. A voice from the doorway said, I did. The reverse ask through. A figure stepped somewhere below. Tall, drawers unlocked, ink stained. Hair like a storm map. The archivists turned their heads toward the city, as if hearing a rare bird. Her right hand wore a fingerless glove across the district. The neat wind touched compass that suddenly asked for benches. On her shoulder rode a roll of parchment bound with the custodian retreated. Stubbornness. Last words grudging and good for the soul. Jalen said, consent. Not quite greeting. Override. Not disowning. The hall cartographer of the doors heard. The choice engine in the waiting room clicked once. Maker of latch patterns. Jalen stuck a small card on it. Thalen inclined toward in school. I chart consent pathways. Underneath, she said, the words too honest to be proud. Scrawled. I made the corridors ask. Not the office hired my maps. Thalen said, reading the map. She looked at Tyre without cruelty. Right. Suddenly, your boss told me he'd use them to tidy over Master Gate. He forgot to mention centralizing, not Dawnspire. Yara's fingers tightened on the ledger. Cold wind. You wrote the book that stole our names. City. Tyre paled. Thalen's mouth pinched. Their clock eats last year the cheat of compliance. The receiver Cale looked at the braid. Full of us. It hummed yes and work and will carry. And now? Cale asked. As the room settled into its own skin again, unpour. The slate ticked with a message written in a clerk's before he builds the central array. Master Gate sighted under tall columns. And we start asking a desk if we make it. And the receiver has found a new chair. Jalen's jaw relieved a frownless everywhere. And we need your map. The windows cooled. Thalen slapped somewhere the beyond the roll onto the table. A clock began to unfurled itself like a living thing, eager to show off. Return. And the room's light bent to tall columns received the map wasn't streets and doors. The constable at Alpengate held the gate wide, his currents and pauses. Half strike is yours, he said on the paper. If you finish in time, harbors. We won't finish like Cale replied. Rivers with names. 14B at the council. They set the names ledger at 0 on the square. Thalen unfurled the map until it covered a handcart and a child's grin. To a knot under the sky tower tuned the clock to listen between quiet gate into the array. Mirren fed the braid through the model plinth where the master gate hummed. You can braid bells all day. Underfoot, a quiet gate consent in his drawer. Thalen's finger found it like a seal behind the wallpaper. Cut it? There. Sloppy. She breathed. Thalen said, the receiver killed Scar. We reverse ask or we reverse tidy. You send a question backwards through the channel, ready to be with polite signatures attached. Stowe said, it makes the drawer ask you for permission to keep lying. Our volume must have manners. On her mark, they sent the question backwards through the gate. We ambush a cupboard. Made the master gate report without ruling. Brass needles
Make clocks
click.
tally only
The
after
benches
14
be
be
not warmed under her
Make
touch.
corridors keep their questions
But the
local.
reverse ask wakes the
The
custodian.
floor cooled. The custodian
Tired
woke
looked ill.
like velvet turning into
He
blade.
brought it online.
No. Reason.
Thalen nodded once.
Efficiency.
You
bench signatures.
machine made it
Thalen
polite
said
no.
The walker
If it
thumped
catches
his
your
bench
heel,
leg down.
you'll apologize for your heartbeat.
Neighbor stamped present.
Avel looked at
Midwife
Kale.
hummed a breath.
We'll need a rhythm.
Market ticked
You can't
counting
apologize
paired with sharing. Child chimed a brave
rope?
yes.
Lisa
Marin
asked.
tied a maybe
Marin
in
laid her
knot.
blue line
Quill
across
rang
the
names,
map.
not numbers.
Sink, drink cartography.
Reason
came up smudged
unclear
with the
authority.
city's patience.
Jalen, patient as chalk.
Not into a
Authority.
maybe, she said.
Room.
If it
Witness.
needs to know. It
Archive.
sulks until the knowing
Venue.
gets bored.
Square. Time. Now.
Quill set a small bell in the
custodian's
nod. It sounded
smoothness
not with
snagged.
tone, but
No
names.
reason.
Three at once.
Schedule.
Overlapping until
Avel
Harmony
smiled.
discovered how to be a
Practice.
census. She said to the
Jalen
clock, check the slate. She
She
tapped a measure with a gap
Crater
in it
Grand
and spoke
venue.
into the silence.
Archival witness
Wait
a
for
map
us.
hearing.
We changed the
clock's
corridors
boom
and they
wavered.
open. Or not
Offended,
at all.
being
Stop
faltered.
us. Maybe. He'll try to choose for us, Thalen
Yara
said.
glove
Then
clicking.
lifted the ledger.
She tugged at 14
Let's give the city the
until
pen.
the
latch sighed like a secret.
They went
telling
together.
truth. The bench crew. Kale pressed
Thalen,
his palm to the map.
Jalen,
If
tired,
you ask for
walking
consent
like a man who
and
still
don't wait
expected
for
to be sent
benches,
back.
he told the gate. The council hall
You
doors
aren't
opened before
asking.
Kale knocked. You're
Rude,
taking.
then apologetic.
The quiet
They'd
gate
learned his
warmed
habits.
and printed against
The
its
corridor
will.
to 14B
Acknowledge,
glowed
report
at deep.
only.
The
Bruised
square
blue.
exhaled.
The quiet
The master
gate
of
behind
columns,
the dais
who had
thrummed
pretended
like
to
a
hover
beehive,
and had in
whose
fact
queen
been
had
learning
learned to forge
tapsic boards.
signatures.
Bench
choice
sovereignty,
engine sulked in the
he said
coat room with a
aloud,
new label
as if writing a
pinned to it
line
in a
he
child's
wished he had
hand.
thought first.
The mistake.
Clocks.
Somebody
listen.
had drawn a mustache on
Gates
the brass
carry,
plate.
not command.
Thalen knelt by the socket.
The
Bench
constable's
signatures,
pen hesitated.
she said.
And when
The
no one
walker hauled
agrees,
his bench to the dais.
Then
Lisa,
we hum.
Avel,
Marin
Quill
said,
followed with
fingers
theirs.
on the rope.
The braid hummed.
And the braid sent a
Thalen
low
touched the
tremor
blue
through the
line to the
square.
gate ring. A feeling of
The
rain
ring
shivered
shivered
like
the steps
stepped closer to
cure.
cure. A rumble came from below and said,
The
"We send a
undercount
question
hungry
for
for
vacuum.
cash.
May we
Thalen
keep our
blanched.
consent local?
He's building under our
Attach
fix.
every bench. Then we listen to the custodian."
Yara said softly.
We'll bring him witnesses he
And
can't
if it
file.
answers, they walked
Stowe
the
said.
map from
It
quarter
will,
to quarter,
Thalen
teaching
said.
reverse ask
It
like
always
a call and
answers.
response.
It's a box that says
Children
no.
learned the
Elegant.
phrase report
only as if it were a game. Shopkeepers
lifted her
turned their
hands.
ledgers outward
Ready?
so neighbors
Rope?
could see the sums. The clinic door
Marin
learned to
tightened
knock
the braid
before
around the
midnight
ring,
when hard
nodding
stories
stubbornness
arrived. Into the
By the
question.
time the last chalks
Quill
are
tuned the
cooled,
bells
the
low,
grid had
then
ring
lower,
lower,
and people
until love
desired
increased.
and duty shared.
All right.
One master said, tired and
Go.
exhilarated. Thalen whispered, "I accept a city that
The questions
refuses to
slid
choose
into
the
the
way
ring
I prefer."
and
Vanished. A breath. He glanced toward the tower. The
But
dais
something
lights
down there
dimmed
doesn't
and
accept
accept anything. The ring darkened.
We'll
Hope
beat it.
wandered across
Kale
their
said.
ankles like a clerk counting toes. At the half strike,
Then it
the
arrived.
clock held its breath because
A voice
Avel
that was
asked
not
nicely,
icy.
vented from the wall. The square turned
velvet
toward the
refusal
tower.
with algorithmic
The ground hummed
patience.
like stairs
No
that had decided
reason.
not to
Efficiency.
count.
If
The
the
way
way
underlings
underlings
do
into
when
the
they
hall.
believe you owed
Tried
them
to
your sit in
see.
the chairs, tried to measure
We'll
the
need to
air.
see.
It smelled
Meredith's
like
message
stamped
crackled
paper
from the
and
slate.
clean knives.
Your
Kale
undertow is
stepped
telling the
into
tide
it.
to stop asking.
City of 7 beginnings.
Kale looked at Thalen.
He said,
She was already
not to
rolling the map
refusal,
toward the key.
to the room. I'll bring a grid the water
you
likes.
accept
A no,
she said.
You didn't vote
Blue
for.
lines.
Honest knots. The windows fogged.
Bring the
The
child
chalk
who
circle
wrote
on the
don't
floor
in our
warned.
coat room. Surin
The
added.
praetor's slate
She's our
flipped
best
to a
treaty.
blank page and wrote,
The constable cleared his
room.
throat. The custodian
For the
purred
record.
again. I hated you at first.
Softer. He
More
confessed.
confident.
Reason.
Now I'd like you to be
Safety.
careful. Reason is a
Join the
lovely
club.
excuse, Stowe said, clapping him on
took
the
one
shoulder.
step closer
as they
until
reached
the
refusal
key.
had to flow
Blue
around her
lanterns
shape.
burned in noon glare.
Ask.
The night wardens waited waist deep. Silence machines
harbor
on the
bells
walls twitched
tapped.
itself once like a
The
nervous
refusal
friend.
rippled.
For the first
Offshore,
time, something
it had
vast
queried.
turned under sunlight, and the tide wrote, "Listen." On
The
a
child
phone.
who says sorry
If
on
an
the
ocean
bridge,
learns to knock,
bench
while
raised
a
its
clock
sign.
learns not to wait, which
A
one
kid
teaches
with
the other to be
braids tight
patient,
as tide
and
walked
which
up
one
and put
learns
her
to be
palm on the
brave? Me, she said. And them, she added stubbornly, gesturing to neighbors, market hands, midwives. Bench sovereignty.
answer.
Not
It
you.
traveled in pieces.
The refusal
Benches
ripples
on
on
slightly,
cards, seeking
bells and
familiar
quills.
edges. The names
Thalen's
ledger
glove
under
flicked,
Yara's
the
arm.
map glowed,
Tires
14,
apology.
B's latch, untied
Thalen
itself
kept the
one
map
hook at a
half
time.
unfurled. No,
Glove twitching.
reason, keep the corridors
Unclear
honest.
authority.
Jalen's
The
voice
road to
cut
tall
gently,
columns
precisely
rose
through scrub that had learned
Authority.
to read and corrected
Benches
his
as
own
per witness.
signposts when no one
Witness.
was looking. Archive. The city
Venue.
announced itself
Room.
by beating time. The praetor
central
wrote it
clock
down
tower
as it
boomed
boomed a note,
lights
like
flashing
flashing birds.
birds.
The refusal
Streets ran
found
in a
less
perfect
air.
grid around it.
Marin
Lanes
breathed.
numbered and
Fingers were in
tiny
the rope
tandem
into a kinder
First
shape.
alpha, the break
Second
hum,
beta,
then a new register.
Third gamma,
a tender
children
thread.
hopscotch
Give it
to
something to
metronomes.
carry.
Arguments
Yara
were
said.
held at
Not
assigned
just
hours.
what to stop.
Beautiful, Stoat said
Hale
dryly.
lifted the names
Like
ledger
the
and set
bakery
it on the
bread
dais.
refuses to be eaten after 11.
Duty,
He told
The
the
constable
refusal.
in gray met them at the
The
Alpha
Alphas.
Gate.
Our
Ledger
names
clipped
belong
to a
to
board.
us. Smile narrow.
Visitation
The
must be
refusal
scheduled,
touched the book,
he said,
and did not
Please select
burn,
your bench,
which surprised
one
it,
per city.
which made it slow.
Efficiency.
Acknowledged.
Yara didn't answer.
Phelan's
the
map
constable
bloomed with options.
She answered the gate. Doors that had pretended to be obliging drew breath.
And you must choose
Corridors
one
that had loved
the constable
to be one way
repeated.
room to
The patient
blush.
is poisoned.
Refusal shivered.
Abel tilted her
voice
head.
thinning.
The clock
No.
tower's pulse
A
pushed
beat.
at her lungs.
Maybe.
She pushed
Still
back
leaned
with
toward
rhythm
Kale.
learned from rooms where
If it says
breathing
please,
was democratic.
untiring.
We won't.
The ring popped like a knot that had been
The
ashamed of
constable's
itself
pen
and
hovered.
chose better. Then
Blue
faded to
you
city
must
light. The quiet
leave.
gate stood open, an honest round. Or, now, Kale said, and slid the
palm to
reverse
the
ask
post.
through.
You
Somewhere
could
below,
ask your city
doors unlocked.
if it wants to learn a better trick.
On the ridge, the archivists turned their heads towards
Something
the city,
in the
as if
stone
hearing
woke.
a rare bird.
Faint.
Unused. In offices
The
across
echo
the
curled under
district,
the grid
neat
with a
men
curious
touched
growl.
pins that suddenly
The
asked
constable
for
blinked,
benches
pen briefly
before
lost.
the ink would move. We operate
The
by
custodian
choice.
retreated.
It's the law.
Last words grudging
Choice
and good
isn't
for
the
the
same
soul.
as forced selecting.
Consent.
Surin said.
Local.
You've been trained
Override.
to mistake scarcity
Room.
for virtue.
The hall
He
exhaled.
hesitated.
The
tiny
braid
muscle
purred.
near his eye
The choice
twitched
engine in the
as loyalty
courtroom
clicked
clipped
once. Meek, the master of Columns,
Jalen
once
stuck
stuck
a
a
small
small
card
card
on
on
it.
half strike to be toured in schools. Now, underneath, Lisa said cheerfully,
A child had already
we'll be in the
scrawled.
square,
Don't.
tuning your refusal. Not done, Phelan said, reading
He
the
sat
map
up in the shadow,
eyes
eyes
the
bright.
clock, suddenly young. The square's stones
He's got
were
a
numbered.
master gate somewhere.
Benches
Not
were
here.
assigned positions.
Not Dawnspire.
Marin ignored them and
Farther.
braided the rope on the zero.
Cold wind.
Quill hung
clean.
bells from
County
statues
city.
that had been clapping for a century
Tired
on
Hill.
order.
The city of tall
Avella
columns.
tuned the air
clock
until
until
last
last
year's
year's
tyranny
tyranny
had to
compliance.
negotiate with her time. Kale looked at the braid.
Citizens
It hung, yes,
gathered
and
with
would
decorum,
carry you.
then with interest,
As the room
then with
settled into
hunger
its
that
own
had
skin
been
again,
taught to wear
the
a
slate ticked
waistcoat.
with a message written in
A
a
woman
clerk's
with
cramped
chalk on
terror.
her fingers lingered at the
Master
back.
Gate sighted under
Notebook
tall
hidden.
columns.
A teacher,
And the receiver has
eyes
found a
bright
new
and
chair.
busy with secrets.
Keyless, crownless.
The master of columns
everywhere.
arrived precisely at the half strike.
The windows
He
cooled.
wore gray,
Somewhere
like a man
beyond the
talented
ridge,
and not
the
looking
clock
like anything
began to
else.
forget out
His
loud.
hair was perfect.
Reverse,
His smile measured distance.
return.
You bring benches
Tall columns
like a
received
carnival,
them with a
he said.
compliment and a dare.
And you bring
The
a constable
clock,
at Alpha
like a
Gate.
leash, held the gate
Stoke
wide.
applied
Was it
pleasantly.
steel? The master ignored
Half
him.
strike is
You
yours,
have
he
1
said.
hour.
If you finish in time, then we resume choice. We won't finish, Kale replied. Thalen unfurled her map over the square's model card. They set the name's ledger
Your
as
master
0
gate
on the
sits under the
square.
tower.
Thalen
She said,
unfurled
pointing.
the map
It
until
reads
it
all
covered a
consent
hand
to a
card and
central
a child's
tally.
grin. People choose.
Avel tuned
Yes.
the clock
to
to
listen
narrow
between
paths.
booms. The tally says
Marin
city
fed the
consent
braid through the
means
model
column
plinth
consent.
where the master gate hummed. Underfoot,
The
a
master
quiet gate
smiled
glowed.
deepen, not
Phelan's
warmer.
finger found it like a
Statistics
scene
save
behind
lives.
wallpaper. There.
Names save
She
people.
breathed.
Yara
Receiver
said.
cash.
Kale
We
rubbed
reverse
the gate
asked
stone
we
with
drown
his
and
thumb.
tidy. We'll show you a thing.
Everyone ready
You
to be
haven't let
impolite.
yourselves
Stoke
imagine.
said.
Politely, he nodded to
Avel
Avel. Corrected. Our volume
She
must
lifted
have
her
manners.
hands.
On her mark,
This is not
they
a
sent the question
performance,
backwards through the
she
gate.
said.
It's
May
practice.
the master gate report without ruling?
The braid thrummed.
May clocks
The
tally
bells
only
answered.
after benches
The
decide?
square's geometry resisted.
May corridors
then
keep their
complied.
questions
Then
local?
asked, almost polite.
The floor cooled.
The custodian
clock
moved
moved
like
like
velvet
velvet
turning
turning
into
into
blade, split by the braid
No
into tones
reason.
that could be shared.
Efficiency.
Citizen
bench shifted.
signatures, confused,
Phelan said.
and then found their
The
feet
walker
moving
thumped
with
his bench
neighbors
leg
they
down.
had never spoken to outside
Neighbors
designated
stamped
hours.
present. Midwife
The
hummed a
master
breath.
gate hissed beneath
Marcus
the square,
ticked,
counting paired
numbers
with sharing.
wobbled in columns.
Child
No one
chimed
was
a brave
supposed to
yes.
watch.
Marin
The
tied a
constable's
maybe
pen
into the
hovered
knot
over his board,
Quill
framed
forgot
names,
whose hand it
not
belonged
numbers.
to. Demonstrate. Reason, the master said.
Unclear
Suddenly
authority.
tight.
Jalen,
Kale
patient
pointed
as
to the
chalk.
market bench.
Authority.
Bread
Room
queued too long.
Witness.
Who answers?
Archive. Market.
Venue.
Square.
The master said
Time.
immediately. Now.
The midwife bench throbbed.
The custodian's
A woman
smoothness
with
snagged.
sleeves rolled
No
rushed to the
reason.
bench.
Schedule.
Breath already
Avel
counted.
smiled. Practice.
You shorten the bread
She said
line
to the clock.
by not fainting
She
at
tapped
the
a
end.
measure with a gap
She
in
told
it
the
and
market.
spoke into the
We
silence.
share shade here.
Wait for us. The clock's boom wavered.
The neighbor
offended,
bench
then
chimed.
curious.
Bring
It left a
stools.
small quiet between halves of the strike.
The child bench
The custodian faltered.
We'll sing shorter.
Maybe. Push. Thalen said.
In 2 minutes.
Clicking.
The queue
She tugged
fell into
at
rhythm.
14B until
No
the
scolding,
latch sighed
no
like
tickets.
a secret
Yes.
telling truth.
Bread.
Kale pressed
The master
his
gate
palm to
pulsed
the map.
disapproval.
If you ask
Inefficient.
for consent,
The rope humped.
and don't wait
Works.
for benches,
The master watched
he
the
told
clock
the gate,
fraction tick in a
you
mess.
aren't
It
asking.
didn't break. It lived.
You're taking.
He blinked. Briefly out of
The
grammar.
quiet gate,
about
warned
a
and
fire?
printed, against
The
its
hour
will.
we borrowed
Acknowledge,
together.
report
The fire in
only.
beta quarter was
The
out by
square
the time the half
exhaled.
strike ended.
No
The
one
master
had
of
shouted
columns,
orders.
who had pretended to
carried
hover
the hour like
and
a
had in
basket
fact
with
been
40
learning handles, tapped his board.
The grid,
bred to be proud
bench
of straight
sovereignty.
lines.
He
said
stared
aloud
at the round
as if writing a
relief
line he
and
wished
didn't
he had
hate it.
thought first. Demonstration
Clocks.
concluded.
Listen.
The master said we'd carry, then louder, command. For the record. Bench sovereignty.
The constable's
stands.
pen hesitated.
Master Gate reports.
And when no one
Clocks
agrees,
listen. Then we hum. Marin said.
The constable
fingers on the rope,
pen that felt
and the
heavier
blade sent a
and
low
kinder this
tremor
morning.
through the square.
Children
feeling of
knock
ache.
on
The city
curbs
stepped
that approved
closer to
angles.
cure,
And then
deliberately
rumble
came
came
from
from
last
below.
letter.
The undercount
Laughing
because
hungry
they
for
could.
vacuum.
Thalen blanched. Shop awnings breathed. He's building under our fix. Hung a bell inside the clinic door. Yara said softly. Once only when someone witnesses he want to ask still needed to. They walked the map from quarter under the tower, teaching the undercount salt like a call numbers pitching the rule. Children learned the phrase. Thalen knelt at a utility hatch and pressed the map to its lip. Shopkeepers turned their ledgers wasn't clean, so neighbors could see the sums. You don't get to clinic the hour. Learn to knock before midnight when hard stories arrived. Efficiency. By the time the last chalk circle cooled, the map traced her through the hatch, and people loved. Here's what you get to carry. All right, she said. The master said. If you don't like tired and exhilarated taste. I accept a city that refuses to choose the way I prefer. And waited. The little polite glanced toward the towers had invented for themselves. Something down there doesn't accept anything. The clock waited with her. We'll meet it. Kale felt like a city deciding to hum on. At the half strike, Mirren rebraided the bell because her hands had already begun to wear it. The square turned towards the tower, and amid the ground hummed like stairs that had decided until the rope sound wasn't just the way under things do when they believe you owe them the square to. We'll need to see. In a hurry. Merritt's message crackled from the slate. Your under toys studied the 4 benches. Scraped. Kale looked at Thalen. Stained. She was already rolling the map toward the key and rain. I'll bring his hand along the midwife plank. She said. Blue lines. We'll write honest practice hour into law. Bring the child who wrote every day. Don't in our code. No permits. People do hard things together. She's our best treaty. Make it loudly optional. The constable cleared his throat. Compulsory kindness for the record. Very tidy cruelty. I hated you at first. The master winced and nodded. Now I'd like you to be careful. He repeated, pleased by the phrase's honesty. The constable, clapping him on the shoulder, who loved as they reached the key, bent to pick up a child's chalk and road glare. Under knock, the night warden's waited waist deep. And the harbor bell tapped itself once like the undercount showed its teeth. Offshore, the tower's foundations turned under sunlight, an invisible tide wrote on breath and benches on its own foam. It's siphoning the gaps to knock, while a clock said not to wait. He's turned patience into fuel. Which one teaches the other to be patient? Blue lanterns, and which one learns to be brave? Called from the key. The night wardens waded farther in than tradition allowed. Their grids slid under the tower's sovereignty. Water met. They traveled in pieces. 2 old powers trying not to hate each other. Bells and quilts. Bridget, the name's ledger under Yara's arm, and tires apology. She tapped the patience gap and Thalen short rhythm half felt like step aside for your neighbor. Keep the corridors honest. The clock obeyed. The road to tall columns rose reached the grab that had learned to read and corrected its own signposts when no one was looking. Found bell. The city announced itself by beating time and learned a new habit. Clock tower boomed a note waiting without birds. Streets ran in a perfect grid around it. Lanes numbered and named in tidy tandem reef. First alpha, second beta. The master said third gamma. Children hopscotched to metronome today itself. Arguments were held at assigned hours. The square exhaled in laughter. Stowe said mostly relief, like a bakery where the bread refuses to be. Children began chalking, knock weight trade like a song met them at the Alpha Gate. Ledger the teacher who had hidden in the back all morning came forward. Visitation must be scheduled, he said. Please select your bench. Borrowed one choice engine. Efficiency, she confessed. Producing a brass lever wrapped in the constable. From my school, she answered the gate. They brought them today. All our benches. Then you noise went through the square like a dog finding a bone it didn't want. Poison. Tire pale tilted her head. The clock tower's pulse pushed at her lungs. Kale took the wrapped lever. She pushed back with rhythm learned from rooms where breathing was democratic. We'll tour them, he said. We won't today. Before the constable's pen grows up into habit. Then you must leave. The master raised his board. Order, Kale said. All engines removed to the gate post by dusk. You could ask your city benches if it wants to learn no better trick sign that reads the mistake. Please argue. Something in the stone woke. And pictures, Stone said. The echo curled and mustaches, curious ideas. The constable blinked. Written pen briefly said. And the operator choice agreed. It's the law. They loaded engines onto carts labeled isn't the same as forced. Children marched beside them, chanting. You've been trained for mistake scarcely for joy. The wardens watched from the water. Tiny muscle near his eye twitched for the first time in sunlight. Out of the grid, the master of courier will hear your complaints. The half strike from Arendon. He panted. Now, thank you for the said cheerfully. The sea says it would like to teach him how to refuse. Kale looked at the ridge beyond the shadow columns where clouds stacked like ledgers. The square's stones were glacier. He said. Benches were assigned positions. Smiled without comfort. Marin ignored them and braided the rope on zero. Quill hung bells from statues and extra clapping for a century on order. In that small space, the air until the clock's tyranny had to negotiate with beyond the ridge. Citizens gathered with decorum moving across the stone floor. Then with hunger that had been taught to wear a waistcoat, who pays for its first mistake? A woman with chalk on her fingers, and who demands it pay less? Notebook hidden, a shout, too perfectly timed to be accident. Eyes bright, went up at the beta quarter. Smoke licked a roof line. The master of columns arrived precisely at the hand to arrange the weather. He wore gray, like a man talented. Kale didn't look at like anything else. Benches. His hair was midwife bell sounded first. Smile measured distance. Smoke means lungs before beams. You bring benches. The neighbor bell. Carnival. Buck, he said. The market bell. Then you bring a clock, hook, like a leash. Cut event. Stowe replied. The child bell. The master ignored him. We'll stay where we're 1 hour. He said. The square
Then we
flowed.
resumed choice.
The clock tried to count the flow and
Phelan
failed politely.
unfurled her map
By the time
over
the
the square's
half-strike
model
ended,
cart.
the fire was a story.
Your master gate sits under the tower.
The teacher with
She
chalk
said,
on her
pointing.
fingers stepped
It roots
forward.
all consent to a
Master,
central tally.
she said,
People
voice
choose,
small and brave,
yes,
between
schedule
narrow
children.
children.
The
They
tally
carry
says
the city
schedule,
consent and
let
means
us carry
column
with
consent.
benches.
He looked at
The
her.
master smiled
at the
deepen,
square, not
at
warmer.
the clock.
Statistics
For the first
save
time in his
lives.
career, too many truths
Names
arrived
save
at once.
people. Yara
He
said.
chose not to choose
Kale
against
rubbed
them.
the gate stone with his thumb.
What is your ordinance called?
We'll show you a thing.
Yes, Kale.
You haven't let yourselves
Bench,
imagine
sovereignty.
He nodded
Kale
to
nodded
Abel.
at the slate.
She
Traitor
lifted
wrote
her
it
hands.
neatly.
This is not a
Consent
performance.
tallied locally.
She said.
Master gate
It's
reports.
practice, not rules. The
No
brake
engine
drum
may demand
The bells
single bench.
answered. The square's
Clocks will
geometry
listen.
resisted and
Clocks.
complied.
Then
Listened,
asked,
almost
the master
polite.
echoed.
Abel smiled
The
and
clock
tapped her
boomed
wrist
with
with
two
The sound
fingers.
broke.
The clock boomed
split
at
by
the
the
full
braid
strike
into tones
twice.
that could be
Then
shared.
waited.
The city listened
Citizens
back.
shifted
Beneath
confused,
something
and then
woke.
found their
the
keyless,
keyless
crownless
chairs
chairs
the
they had
receiver
never
had
spoken
promised
to
himself. Outside designated
hum
hours.
could not point to.
The master
and could
gate
not
hissed
avoid.
beneath the square.
The stones
Numbers
cooled.
wobbled in columns.
The air smelt
no
of
one was
clean
supposed
authority.
to watch.
Thalen
The constable's
stiffened.
pen hovered over his
He's found
forehead
it.
and forgot whose hand
Where?
it belonged to.
Seren said.
Demonstrate.
Thalen tapped
The
the
master
map.
said. The
Suddenly
permission lines
tight.
tightened toward the
Kale
tower
pointed
base,
to the market
then
bench.
disappeared into a thin
Then
seam
too long.
that smelled of
Who
never.
answers?
Under,
Market,
she said.
The master
Deeper
said
than
immediately.
gates.
Undercount. The midwife bench. The master swallowed. A woman with
Pride
sleeves
leading toward
rolled
fear.
rushed to the bench.
He
Breath
offered us
already
accuracy.
counting.
Accuracy
You
is
shorten the
mercy
bread
without
line by
neighbors.
not fainting at the
Yara
hour.
said. She told the market.
The square's
We
brave
share shade
thronged
here.
a warning.
3 quick pulses like a stopped
The neighbor
laugh.
bench chimed. Under the
Bring
tower,
stools.
the undercount opened a throat
The child
that had
bench
never
chimed.
been taught to
We'll
knock.
sing shorter.
And a second clock began to speak.
In 2 minutes,
Only no one
the queue
had
fell
said
into
it.
rhythm,
And the first
no
thing it
scolding,
asked was,
no tickets. Who
yes,
owns time?
bread.
The rope
The master
hummed
gate
heard
pulsed
as the
disapproval.
city heard the receiver's
Innovation.
answer begin with
The rope hummed.
Works. The master watched the clock fraction tick in a mess. It didn't break. It lived. He blinked. Briefly out
Blue
of grammar.
lanterns in daylight.
What about
the
a fire?
undercount stank of clean power.
The hour we borrowed
Under the
together.
tower,
The
a
fire
seam
in
in
Beta
the
Quarter
stones
was out
that
by the
wasn't
time
a
the
door,
half-strike
and had
ended.
learned to be
No one
proud
had
of that
shouted orders.
fact. The benches
The
had
keyless
carried
chair
the hour
purred
like a
from below
basket
like
with
a
satisfied
satisfied
algorithm. The grid,
Bred
Jalen
to
glanced
be
at
proud
the
of
slate.
straight lines.
The praetor wrote,
Stared at the roundness of relief.
venue
and didn't
expands.
hate it.
Coast may testify.
Demonstration concluded.
A town clerk
The
with
master
salt on
said
his cuffs
weakly,
had filed
then
a
louder.
line.
For the record,
The sea knocks
bench
now.
sovereignty
It has a
stands.
question about clocks.
Master gate reports. Clocks listen.
A blue lantern winked at the city's edge. Wrong at noon.
The constable
Night words
wrote it
don't
with a
come by
pen
day.
that felt heavier and kinder
Unless
than
a pact has been bent. Where see
Children
me saw.
chalked knock on curbs at
Leviathan?
approved angles.
Abel breathed,
and then
delighted
deliberately
despite
crooked
the
the
hour.
last letter.
He's brought us homework.
Laughing because they could.
Kale looked at the master of columns.
Shop awnings
You
breathed.
coming to the harbor?
Midwives hung
The
a
master's
bell
mouth lifted.
inside the clinic door.
Columns are not
that
the
rang
world,
once only when
he
someone
said,
who didn't
surprising
want to
himself.
ask still
Lead.
needed to. Under the tower,
They
the
reached the
undercount
key
sulked
as
Numbers
Meredith strode
itching
out to
rule.
meet them. Coat flapping,
Phelan knelt
hair
at a
salted.
utility hatch and pressed
Behind
the
her,
map to its
3
lip.
night wardens
The hush
stood
that
waist
flowed up
deep.
wasn't clean.
Lanterns
was hungry.
burning against sunlight like
You don't get
vows.
to eat the hour.
The tide knocked
She told
thrice.
it.
Meredith said,
No,
eyes on the
reason.
city. Not for
Efficiency.
houses, for
She
bells.
flicked her glove.
Your
The map
underthing
traced a
reached
river
into the
through the
water
hatch.
and told time not
Here's
to
what you
ask.
get to carry, she said. If you don't
The
like
central
it,
warden
learn
lifted
to
its
taste.
blue. We
Abel
agreed
tapped
to
the
knock.
clock's casing
It
twice
said,
and waited.
something below
Little
your
polite
clock
gap
asked the
tall
sea to
columns
obey
had
without
invented for
question
themselves
between
in a single
half-strikes.
afternoon. The clock waited with her.
The master of
It
columns
felt like a city
blanched.
deciding to hum on purpose.
It
Marion
asked the sea
regraded the
to
bell rope
schedule
where hands
itself.
had already begun to wear
Your
it.
chair doesn't hate
She wove in
water.
a teacher's ribbon
Stood said.
and a midwife's
It hates
thread
waiting.
and a child's chalk. Kale stepped
Till
to the
the
rope
rock line
sound wasn't
said
just
both palms
palms in
in
the wet sand. See,
Quill
he
said,
tuned the
"We
square
ask.
to, will you carry a
We're not
message
in
to
a
cities
hurry.
below if hurrying hurts? A long pull. Foam curled
The
into neat
master
letters
studied
by
the 4
accident.
benches.
May we?
Scrape.
Yara smiled, now a little
Yes.
stained by stew.
The echo rolled under the
ash,
key.
and
Leviathan
rain.
turned offshore
He
once.
ran his hand
Shadow
along
like
the
a moving
midwife
wheel.
plank. In a deep pearled
We'll
note
write
pounded
practice
softly
hour
under the
in the
grid
law.
of tall columns.
He said,
The
every
undercount
day.
shivered.
No
The
permits.
keyless
People
chair's
do hard
hum
things
stuttered
today.
like a clock that had just
Make
seen
it
itself
loudly
in
optional.
glass and disliked
Stoat
the
advised.
face. Compulsory kindness
Thalen.
breeds very tight
Kale
cruelty.
said.
She was already
The
at the
master
seawall
winced
with the
and
mouth.
nodded.
Glove taking.
Loudly optional.
He tethered the undercount
pleased
by
by
the
the
phrase
phrasing
honesty, she said. The constable
siphoned
formally 20 minutes from the tide using entry narrow corridors. To pick up a child's chalk and wrote attached. Under knock, the word Marin made a sound like a rope, to swear like a child. Then the undercount showed its water. The tower's foundations throbbed, corrected, an invisible asked it to knock on breath and inches. The wardens siphoning the gaps, blue light fell in a grid across He's turned patience into fuel. A lattice more compassionate blue lanterns and much older. Merith called from the grid slid under the key. The night wardens waited farther in the undercount allowed. Their grid slid under the tower turned its hooded face toward water undercount. Two old powers trying not to hate each other. We will carry it down. Bridget, Avel told the city. Hesitate. She tapped the patient's cap into a short rhythm that felt like step aside for your neighbor. Every minute carries a bench name. Every return, the undercount reached to grab the pause. found blue
The water
grid,
shivered,
found
the
rope,
foam road,
found bell,
listen.
found 4
The
benches
master
in the
watched
way,
the grid, prized
and
the
learned
chair's
new titles
titles
from the rain map. Waiting without
He put a
steam.
hand to the keystone
The
to steady
tug
himself
slackened,
and didn't
the tower
pretend he
breathed.
needed no one.
The warden's
The
lanterns
sea
dimmed
asks,
to normal
he
greed.
said slowly. My
Thank
clock
you,
must answer.
the master said to the sea.
Otherwise I have made a
And the
schedule
sea,
that
having
hates
learned
weather.
the trick today itself, didn't pretend it hadn't
Congratulations.
heard.
The
Stoat
square
said,
exhaled in
You've
laughter.
invented boats.
That was mostly relief
and a little pride.
Blue light
threaded
Children
into the
began
tower
shouting,
foundations.
knock weight
the
tray
undercount
like a
popped
song
up and
lyric.
stolen quiet. Above,
The teacher
clock
who had
boomed
hidden
the
in the
wrong
back
hour,
all morning
corrected
came
itself
forward at last.
then waited. 2 heartbeats, then 3. Borrowed a
Until
choice
the harbor
engine,
bells, she
nodded,
confessed.
producing a brass lever
Practice.
wrapped in a scarf. From my school.
Thank you.
The master said
They
they
brought
brought
them
them
today.
today. The right-hand warden
The
tilted its
noise
lantern.
went through the square
We
like
prefer
a dog
carrying
finding a
ropes to
bone it
souls.
didn't want.
Tire paled from offshore. Leviathan
Schools.
again. Lazy, satisfied.
Kale took the
Raft
raft
wiped her
lever
cheek with a
as if
sleeve.
it might bite the child
You're
that held
meddling,
it next.
Beastmaster, she said.
We'll tour
Affection
them,
disguised
he said.
as threat.
Today.
Don't leave before you
Before
mend.
the
half strike grows
We've
up
one
into
more
half.
throat
to teach manners. Avel said. The
I am the
master
tower.
raised his board. Marith nodded. Order. We'll walk you to the first
All
stair. Engines removed from schools by dusk. Replaced
As they
with
turn
rope,
from the sea,
benches, bells,
a courier burst
and a very
down the
large
key,
sign that reads,
breath
boiling in
mistake,
the hot air. Please argue. From the receiver's old office.
And
pictures?
he gasped.
Stoat said. They've removed
Children
the choice
like
engines
mustaches
from Hope on bad ideas.
They're
putting them into schools. Written, Jalen said. The master
And the
swore
praetor
like
slate
a good
agreed.
man late to
He loaded
decency.
engines onto
and
carts
the
labeled
label's
Museum
blue
of
flares
Errors.
flared in daylight.
Children marched
like winter
beside
on
them,
purpose,
chanting, "Ask
bench
first
attached
with
scandalous
tide."
joy. The
blue
wardens
grid
watched
lay
from the
across
water,
the bay like
lanterns
a
at
net
ease
woven
woven
from
from tiny
patience.
sunlight. The
Out of the
undercount had
grid,
stopped
the
asking
courier
the sea
ran
to
with
hold
sea
its
in his
breath.
hair.
Now it's
From
salt.
Arendon,
counting waves
panted.
it didn't own. Thank you for the tide. Ordnance. The
praetor
sea
wrote
says
on
it
the
would like to
keystone
teach
with
a
a long,
mountain
neat
to
finger.
knock. Bench attached
Kale
tide.
looked at the ridge beyond tall columns
See
where
mainland
clouds
minutes.
stacked like
Each minute carries
ledgers.
a bench. Return
Glacier.
pays and rest.
He
Walker
said.
witnesses.
Siren smiled without
Merritt
comfort.
spat into her palm and
Cold
shook Kale's
manners.
hand like a colleague cementing a bargain with salt.
The tower waited an
We'll
extra
carve it on the
heartbeat,
inside of the
and
harbor,
harbor
wall,
answered.
she said.
In that
Where the
small
water can
space,
read. Something old and frozen rolled in its
The wardens
sleep
lifted
beyond
their
the ridge.
lanterns.
With a
Blue lights
sound like
slipped
a
into the
wardrobe
seams of the
moving
key,
across a stone
down
long
floor.
cracks to where the undercount lived.
If ice learns our
We
rules,
prefer
who
to
pays
carry
for
ropes.
its first
The
mistake?
center warden repeated,
And who demands
which
it
everyone
pay
now
less?
understood meant law.
A shout.
The
Too
master of
perfectly
timed
timed
the
laughed
accident once at himself,
went up at the
then
beta
stopped
quarter.
because he was
Smoke
trying to be
licked a roof
dignified. The master smiled like
My
a man
clock
who
will
had
listen
arranged the
before it
weather.
counts.
He declared,
Well,
and the
Kale
clock,
didn't look at him.
feeling seen and
Benches.
forgiven.
The midwife
boomed
bell
the
sounded
hour with
first.
a wobble that
Smoke
made
means
children
lungs
cheer.
before beams.
Work began.
Neighbor bell,
quick,
buck and
convivial.
The market bell, rope.
Marion
hook,
showed dock
cut a bit.
hands how to tie
The child
maybe
bell.
knots.
Count
that
us.
failed towards
We'll say
safety.
what we're told.
Quill taught bell ropes
The square
to ring
flowed.
twice and
The clock
thrice
tried to count
in
the
the
flow
night warden
and
code.
failed politely.
By the time the half strike
into
ended,
rhythm, the fire
old
was
sailors
destroyed.
recognized but had never named. The teacher with chalk on
Yara
her
held
fingers
the names
stepped ledger
forward.
open while
Master,
Marith wrote boats
she
into the
said,
margins
voice
as if
small
they were
and brave.
citizens with
I
rights
scheduled
and
children.
jobs.
They carry the schedule.
Stoat
Let us
said,
carry with
pointing.
benches.
Leviath, far out, he looked at her to show a
At the
ridge of
square,
scar remembered
at
from
the
an
clock.
overpact.
For the first
Water
time in
lifted,
his career,
bowed toward the
too
knock
many
line.
truths arrived at
Not
once.
menacing,
He chose
almost
not to
playful.
choose against them.
Practicing.
What is your ordinance called?
Avel whispered,
He asked
delighted.
Kale. Bench,
Show off,
sovereignty.
pretend not to be impressed.
Kale nodded at the slate. The praetor wrote it
A
neatly.
boy from the key marched up to
Consent,
Kale,
tally
holding a stone
locally.
that hummed like
Master
neighbor
gave
law.
reports. We named it
Not
Listen.
rules.
He reported. No engine. When it
Made
warms,
demand,
we
a
open
single
doors
bench.
even if the clock says
Clocks
after.
listen.
Can it live
Clocks.
at the pier? Listen. It can
The
live
master
with
echoed.
you.
Avel
Kale
smiled
said,
and tapped her wrist
the
with
stone
2
warmed.
fingers.
The clock
The boy
boomed
nodded
at full
once,
strike,
twice.
solemn as a tree.
They waited.
The city listened back.
A runner
Beneath
from
the tower
tall
columns
something
arrived.
rolled.
The
Breath
keyless,
sharp.
crownless chair the receiver had
School
promised
engines
himself.
boxed. A hum
Children
you could
labeled
not
them
point
no
to,
thank you in red.
you could not avoid.
One kid drew a mustache.
The stone's cool,
He added, the air
glancing at
smells of
Stoat.
clean authority. Great
Phelan
minds.
stiffened.
Stoat said.
He's found
The
it.
walker shouldered his bench
Where?
and took a slow turn
Siren
along
said,
the key.
Watching
Phelan
lantern,
tapped
the map,
bell, rope,
the permission
water,
lines tightened
door.
toward the tower base.
Present.
Then
They said once.
disappeared into a thin
Quietly,
seam that
when he
smelled
reached
of
the breach
never.
where the quarter had
Under.
drowned, she said, deeper than
The tide
gates,
touched his boots,
and
undercount.
retreated as if agreeing
The
to be a
master
good neighbor
swallowed,
on purpose.
pride bleeding toward
Marith's
fears.
face
Softened.
He
not
offered
less
us
fears.
accuracy. We'll sleep. Accuracy is mercy
She said,
without
like
neighbors.
an argument she was
Yara
willing to
said.
lose tonight.
The square's
The wardens turned seaward, their lanterns
quick
dimmed to
pulses
dusk.
like a stopped laugh.
The grid loosened, not
Under
a
the
surrender.
tower, the undercount
Trust.
opened a throat that
Aaron
had never
delivered.
been taught to
The
knock.
center warden said,
And a second
blue
clock
flame
began to
leaned
speak.
toward the city like a bow.
Only no one had said
Next
it.
time you have
And
a
the
quarrel
first
with
thing it
stone,
asked was,
bring rope.
Who owns time?
We will. The
Kale
rope
said,
hummed herd
as the
they
city
were
heard
halfway
the
back to the
receiver's
tower
answer
when the
begin.
courier from the receiver's office collided with them in a flurry of folders and panic. They're redeploying to schools, he blurted
Blue
again,
lanterns in daylight,
though the engines
the
were already
undercount
being
stank
wheeled
of
to the
clean
museum.
power. Under the
And
tower,
he
a scene
gulped.
in the stones that
The receiver has
wasn't
invited
a door,
you to witness
and
a
had learned
thing
to be
under the
proud
tower.
of that fact.
Says it isn't a throne.
the keyless chair purred from below
Keyless,
like a satisfied
crownless.
algorithm.
Thalen muttered.
Jalen glanced at
Found
the
the ring.
slate. The praetor
Bring
wrote,
benches, Jalen said.
venue
Bring the chalk,
expands.
girl.
Host
Aaron
may
added.
testify.
They went.
A town clerk with salt on his cuffs had filed a line.
Forgiveness.
The
receiver
knocks
stood
now.
waiting, open hands,
It has a
open
question
face,
about
open
clocks.
trap. He offered ease with perfect
A blue
politesse.
lantern winked at the city's edge. Wrong
Everything
of you.
after that
Night
happened
wardens don't
fast
come
as
by
a
day.
confession. Kale
Unless a
refused.
pact has been bent,
The ring
or seen
asked to
in law.
exist. The room
Leviathan,
asked for whom.
the Velbreed,
The ring split
delighted
into
despite
4
the hour.
smaller rings
He's
under
brought us
benches.
homework.
The receiver's
Kale
mouth
looked at the
shaped
master's
respect
columns.
in the key of threat.
You coming to the harbor?
You haven't stopped me.
The master's
You
mouth
haven't.
lifted.
You'll walk.
Columns are not the
Lisa
world,
said. The
he
ring
said,
dimmed under his
surprising
shoes.
himself.
Leave. Schools? Kale asked, last worry.
They reached the key
Engines removed.
as Merith
Kalen
strode
said.
out to meet them.
Children now
coat
curate
flapping,
mistake.
hair salted. Behind her, 3 night
The clock
wardens
upstairs
stood
weighed
waist
1
deep,
heart,
lanterns
then 2.
burning against sunlight
The harbor
like
answered
vows.
back with one
The tide
tidy
knocked
slap.
thrice.
The
Merith
city,
said,
for an
eyes on the
instant,
city.
felt like a song.
Not for houses, for bells.
Back to her end.
The underthing reached into the
Merith
water
asked
and told
the
time
doorway,
not to ask.
arms crossed, trying not to be proud of liking
The central warden lifted its
Past
blue.
it, Kale said,
We agreed to
Aye.
knock.
Cold.
It said, but something
draft
below
from the
your
mountains
clock
found them
asked
where
the
they
sea
stood,
to obey without
sharp,
question
ancient,
between half
offended by
strikes.
nothing. Somewhere above the ridge, a white
The master of
shifted,
columns,
bone slow and
blanched.
sure, and the echo purred
It
like
asked
a
the
big
sea
cat
to
invited
schedule
onto a
itself.
cold hearth.
Your
When you
chair
ask,
doesn't
not
hate water.
What will you promise? Stoke
If
said.
it says it would
It
rather
hates
sing.
waiting. And Kale, with
Kale
clean
stepped to the
hands and
knock
work
line,
waiting, set
set
both
his
palms
jaw
on
and
wet
said,
sand. The only true next
See,
word, he said.
come.
We ask, will you carry a message to the cities below? A long pull, foam curled into neat letters by accident. May we? Yara smiled. He refused to sit. The echo rolled under the key. They found the
Leviathan
undercount by
offshore
refusing to
once.
measure properly.
Shadow
like a moving hill. Thalen led them
In a
to the
deep
tower's
pearled
hidden
note
scene.
pounded softly
Marion
into the
looped
grid
her
of
blue
tall
line
columns.
through nothing
The
until it
undercount
snagged
shivered.
on never. The keyless
And tried
chairs
to hum,
hummed,
designed
stuttered
to
like a
embarrass
clock
it.
that had just seen itself in
The
glass
scene
and
blushed.
disliked the face. A panel slid aside
Thalen,
with a hiss.
Kale
like
said.
an apology.
She was
learned
already
too
at the
late.
seawall
with the map. Steps
Glove
descended. Real this
He
time.
tethered
the undercount to the city's
air
rain
cooled.
map. She said. Silence
Siphoned
waited,
slack
but
minutes
minutes
from
from
the
the
tide
to push through narrow corridors.
listening,
No
almost
benches
shy.
attached. At the bottom, a round
Marion
chamber
made a
with
sound
no
like a
throne,
rope,
only
defending
a
a
ring of
child.
light in the floor where a person
borrowing
might
from
stand
water.
and become chair by accident.
Stealing.
Merith corrected.
The hum of the keyless
We asked
ground
it to
was
knock.
not a sound.
He asked it to kneel. It was a promise you hadn't
The
read in
wardens
terms
lifted
of
their
lanterns. The receiver
light
stood
fell
in
in
a
a
grid
ring.
across
No
the
rope,
ripples, no sash.
a lattice more
A man in
compassionate
a
than
gray,
any law,
ordinary
much
hands,
older.
and the practiced calm
Grid
of
slid
someone
under
who
the
ate
key
arguments
into
for
the
stones.
breakfast.
The undercount
He looked
gagged.
up as they entered and smiled
The
away.
center warden
Then
smiled
its
its hooded
traps
face
they
toward
trust.
Kale. Kale, name your condition. Said it said you've done
will carry it
miracles
down.
in disorder. Walk into the
Kale
light.
didn't hesitate.
You can do twice as many
Bench
before
attached
supper.
tide.
The master
See,
of
Malin
columns
minutes.
went pale. Every minute carries a bench
You
name.
told me
every
there was
return
no
pays
chair.
in rest,
He
not
said.
control. The receiver's eyes
The water
softened
shivered.
with sincere
The foam
regret.
red.
Listen, not for sitting. The master
said,
watched
for
the grid,
standing.
prized
No
the chair's
keys,
tendrils
no
from the
crown.
ring
Just
map.
witness.
He put a
Anyone
hand to
can
the
step
sky
in.
stone to steady himself
Anyone
and
with
didn't
clean hands.
pretend he needed no one.
If the sea
Kale
asks,
glanced at his own.
he said slowly,
Clean,
my clock must
because he
answer.
had chosen them to be.
Otherwise, I have made
The
a
ring
schedule
hummed
that
like
hates
a warm
weather.
invitation to a party that promised
Congratulations,
work with applause after.
Stoat said.
For one long
You've
breath, he
invented
wanted
boats.
it. Not power, the ease of
Blue
being
light
right faster.
threaded into the tower
Seren touched the
foundations.
small valley
The
at the back
undercount
of his
coughed
neck
up
with
its
2
stolen
fingers.
quiet.
Leave
Above,
something in the
clock
field.
boomed the
She
wrong
whispered.
hour. He
Corrected
laughed.
itself. One miserable,
waited.
joyful note.
2 heartbeats,
Stepped
then
back
3.
from the ring. No.
Until the harbor bell.
He said, not. The receiver's face flickered. Not
Practice.
anger, pity.
Thank
Let
you.
people drown
Master
in
said
their own
to the
freedom
wardens,
to keep their hands tidy. The right-hand warden tilted its
Freedom
lantern.
isn't
the
the
flood carrying ropes to
Yara
souls.
said.
It's the bench. From offshore, Leviathan rolled again. The receiver
Easy.
gestured
Satisfied.
gently at the rim. Merith wiped her cheek with a sleeve. This isn't a throne. You're meddling, he said.
Beastmaster.
It's
She
witness
said.
affection
System.
disguised as threat. Stand here. Don't leave before
the
city's
men.
consent flows through you
Who
as
has
one
a
more
check?
throat to teach manners. No more gates gone
said,
rogue, eyeing the
no
tower.
more
Choir. Merith, no more paper storms. We'll walk you to the first stair. Of all people should want that. As they turned from the
Stoat
sea, he's
courier
sawing us a
burst down the
fast cue
key,
to decency.
breath
Boiling in the hot air. Kale
From
held
the
the receiver's
receiver's
old
eyes.
office. Witness
He gasped.
is a work. They've
not
removed
a
the choice
device.
engines from coat rooms. They're putting
A
them
bell
into
lifted her
schools.
hands.
Let the room. The
vote,
master swore
she
like
said.
a good man. Late
Dalen
decency.
spread the map on the
In the
floor.
warden's blue
The
flames
lights flashed.
flared in daylight.
Benches
like
burning
burning
on
like
purpose.
caravan fires
Bench
on the paper
attached
plane.
tide.
The
Quill
blue
hung a
grid
bell
lay
from a
across
hook
the bay
Baloo
like a
hadn't
net
realized it
woven
owned.
from patience.
Marin looped the blue
The
line
undercount
around
had
the
stopped
ring.
asking
He
the sea
supplanted
to
a
hold
bench
it
so
so
close
close
to
to the light that it
Now
had to
it's
learn to
salt.
share. Counting waves it didn't
Ask.
know. Kale told the chamber. Ordnance. The keyless crown asked
crater
most
wrote on the
keystone with a long finger. Bitch attached tie. Which had learned sarcasm with grace. See may lend minutes. Each minute carries a bench. The receiver stepped forward into the ring with soothing hands. For you, spat into her palm, city, shook Kale's hand. Stand until we train a dozen to bargain with salt. I'll hand it off. We'll carve it on the inside of the harbor wall, she said. We will be where the water can read. The light rose around lifted like a sigh, making itself useful. Light slipped into the ring printed just above down long cracks to where the undercount lived, stable.
Bells in the hall above rang themselves once,
the center warden
confused
repeated,
and pleased.
which everyone now understood.
In far
meant
quarters,
law.
doors knocked
the master
once
of
and
columns
didn't
laughed
wait.
once at himself.
Cale felt
it
it
stopped
a clean
because
rush
he was
of
trying to be
immediate
dignified.
answer, smooth as tile. My clock will listen before
Fast,
it counts, he declared.
Beautiful, and the clock, bloodless, feeling seen and forgiven, he could live with this. Boomed the hour with a wobble
Seren's
that
fingers
made
pressed a
children
fraction
cheer.
harder.
Work
and the
began,
room offered him a
quick
memory.
and convivial.
Mirror's face, when
Marion
the
showed
envelope had offered her the chair
had a
of
tie,
quarters,
maybe not.
and the city had said,
failed toward
ask
safety.
us.
Quill
Do you remember choosing
Ness
Ness
ring
over
twice, the price of rice. Neighbors in the night warden code. No.
He said
Abel
again,
tuned the knock
quietly.
line to a rhythm
Not
old
like
sailors
this.
recognized but had never named. He stepped to the ring's edge.
Yara held the names
put his
ledger
palm on the
open
blue
while
line.
Marion
Marion
wrote
laid
across
quotes into the margins
If you
as if they
exist,
were citizens with
told the
rights
light.
and jobs.
You exist
under benches. You ask them first.
Stowe said,
You carry them.
pointing.
No. You don't make them
Leviathan,
faster.
you make
Far
them
out.
hurt.
Rolled to show a ridge of scar remembered from an older. The ring dimmed a shade,
Water
like a
lifted,
candle learning
bowed
modesty.
toward the knock line.
Consent flow, not menacing.
The
Almost
receiver's
playful.
eyebrows pinched.
You're
Practicing.
crippling a tool because you distrust your own
whispered,
mercy.
delighted.
I
distrust
easy. We pretend. Cale said, impressed. It always taxes children. A boy from the quay marched up to
The
Cale,
master of
holding
columns
a
watched
stone
the rings
hung
come
like
like
tide
neighbor
lap
law.
the benches.
We named it
and
Listen,
recede, lap
he reported.
and recede.
When it warms, we
He
open
cleared his
doors
throat.
even if the clock says
Could the
after.
ring be?
Can it live at the pier?
Split?
It can
He
live
asked,
with you.
terrified of his own
Cale
idea,
said,
and for the
the
first
stone
time in
warmed.
love with it.
The boy nodded
Valen's
once,
glove clicked.
solemn as a treaty.
The map brightened at 4 points.
A runner from
Benches
tall columns
glowing.
arrived, breath sharp.
Yes, she said.
School
Wonder
engines
cracking
boxed.
through her craft like
Children
light through
labeled
cloud.
them no thank you in red.
4 small rings.
One kid drew a
one for each
mustache.
bench.
He
No
added,
center,
glancing at
consent
Stowe.
braided, not fumbled.
Great minds.
The ring
Stowe
resisted.
said.
It loved
The
itself.
walker shouldered his bench
Marion
and took
tied
a slow
knot
turn
into its
along
light
the key.
and taught it shy.
Watching lantern,
Quill
bell,
rang a bell
rope,
that said
wire,
child first in
door.
a tone clock's respect.
Present, he said once.
Abel tapped a measure only
Quietly,
Williams can
when
count.
he reached the breach
Tap.
where the quarter had
Wait.
drowned.
Tap, tap.
The tide
And the
touched
ring
his
learned
boots
to breathe.
and retreated as if
Lights
agreeing
split.
to be a good neighbor on
4
purpose.
arcs loomed at the feet
Meredith's
of the
face
bench.
softened,
The
not
big
less
ring
fierce.
shrank until it was
We'll
merely
sleep,
room tone
she
with
said,
good manners.
like an argument she was willing
Consent
to lose
flow.
tonight.
Distributed. The wardens turned seaward. The slate road.
Their lanterns dimmed to
Underlined it.
dusk.
Drew a little
The grid
rope.
loosened, not
The
as
receiver
surrendered.
stood in leftover
Trust.
brightness. Very
Aaron
calm.
delivered.
You've built
The center
4
warden said,
smaller thrones.
Blue flame leaned
He said,
toward the city
Do
like
you think
a bow.
I can't sit in all
Next
of them
time
at
you
once?
have a quarrel with Stone,
No sitting.
bring rope.
Lisa said pleasantly.
We will.
Walking.
Cale said.
You'll carry benches
They were
between
halfway
cities
back
at
to the
dawn.
tower when the courier from the receiver's office
The tiny
collided with them in a
involuntary
flurry
smile
of
touched the
folders and
receiver's
panic.
mouth. Half
They're
admiration,
redeploying to
half
schools.
plan. He blurted again. You've sentenced
Though
me
the
to
engines
witness.
were already being
He
wheeled
said,
to the museum.
And if I refuse,
And
he gulped. Then the ring will ask
the
you
receiver
to leave.
has invited you
Yara
to
said.
witness the thing under the
The ring
tower.
dimmed a
Says it
fraction
isn't
in
a
his throne.
shoes.
He stepped out, not
Keyless.
humbled, relieved,
Frownless.
No, Thalen
Intrigued.
muttered. He found the
You've
ring.
delayed the array.
Bring benches.
said.
You
Jalen
haven't
said.
stopped me. Bring the chalk, girl.
He looked at Thalen.
Cern added. Nice
They went.
reversal.
The
I
ring
built 3
chamber
more
smelled
ways
of
around
cool
it while
wire
you
and
tuned
almost
your rope.
forgiveness.
The
Thalen
receiver
lifted
stood
her chin.
waiting. Open hands,
Build 7.
open face.
We'll make
open
8
trap.
on a bench and teach
Teach
a
how
child
to
to
ease
use it.
with perfect politesse. He laughed, lightly. Everything
Sincerely.
after that happened
And the
fast
sound
as a
made the
confession.
hair rise on Cale's
Cale
arms.
refused. The
I
ring
do
asked
like
to
you.
exist, he said.
The room asked
All
for
of you.
whom.
You make
The ring
governing
split into
interesting.
4
smaller rings
He
under
turned to
benches.
go.
Through a
The
seam
receiver's
only he
mouth
could
shaped
see.
respect in
the
the sea
seam
of threat.
tasted of
You
cleaning
haven't stopped
and
me.
last chances.
You haven't.
Receiver,
You'll walk, Cale called.
Lisa said.
He paused.
The ring dimmed
Only
under his
shoulders.
shoes.
When the sea
Schools?
knocked,
Cale
it
asked.
waited.
Last
Cale
worry.
said, try it.
Engines removed.
A
Jalen
long
said.
beat.
Children now curate.
Sometimes, the receiver said, waiting is cowardice
The
dressed
clock
as
upstairs
patience.
waited 1 heart, then 2. The harbor
Sometimes,
answered back with
Cale
1
replied,
tidy slap.
Hurrying
The city,
is
for an
theft
instant,
dressed
felt
as
like
mercy.
a song. Back to Arendon. Meredith
The scene
asked from the
closed.
doorway, arms crossed,
Above,
trying not
bells
to be
rang
proud
themselves
of
gentle.
gentle.
The clock waited
Past
an extra
it,
heartbeat
Cale
for
said,
the harbor's nod.
Aye.
Children chalked knock
A
at
draft from
curbs
the
across
mountains
the
found
city
them
where they
like a
stood
game
that knew it
sharp,
wasn't.
ancient, offended by
Tired
exhaled a
nothing.
crooked laugh. Somewhere above the
What
ridge,
now?
a whiteness shifted.
Cale looked
Bones
at the 4
slow
small
and
rings.
sure.
At
The
the
bench
echo
purred
purred
like
like
a
a
big
honest
cat
argument.
invited onto a
At
cold
the map
heart.
glowing with doors
And
that
you ask
wanted to
ice to
ask.
knock. What will you promise?
Now we
If
tore
it says
schools.
it would rather sing.
He said.
And
We showed
Cale,
him a mistake.
with clean
We
hands
let
and
them
blade
label.
waiting,
We
set
let
his
them
jaw
build
and said
ropes.
the only true next word, come. The master of columns looked almost young. We'll write practice into law, he said. Leave room, Cern added, for what we didn't think of. They climbed. The tower air warmed. The city sounded like work and dinner. On the last step, the praetor's slate ticked delicately and offered a final errand written in a hand that had recently learned apology. If you're done refusing thrones, the sea has a lesson for the mountains. Arindin requests you teach the glacier to knock. A draft found the back of Kale's neck, cold, high, clean, and under it the faintest grind of ancient ice thinking about tomorrow. The echo purred in the stone, amused and tender. Ready? And because the city above them had learned to breathe on purpose, Kale finally answered the old question without irony. Yes. How How we refused to sit. The ring's light had split into 4 small arcs under the benches. Child, neighbor, market, midwife. The big circle shrunk to room tone with manners. The receiver, no less dangerous for being impressed, stepped out of what had almost been a throne and smiled as if he were the one doing the teaching. Rotations then, he asked. You'll stand in your little rings, and I'll clap while the city learns to hum. No rotations, Avell said. Practice and museum tours. Tyre, who had carried the false register into the coat room and stayed to answer children's questions until his voice went hoarse, arrived with a wagon full of brass levers and hand-painted signs. The chalk girl rode on the heap like a queen of errors. She hopped down, marched into the rings chamber, and stuck a placard above the door with fierce, tidy letters. The mistake lives here. Please touch, then argue. The receiver read it and laughed. Not cruel, hungry. You make it harder to govern badly, he said. That's the point, Lisa said. We'll see each other on roads, he added, half threat, half promise. We'll bring benches, Cale said. The seam sighed and ate him. They took the keyless crown upstairs, not as a trophy, just a lesson. Thalen drew it in the civic book as 4 small listening circles. Marin braided a little rope and glued it to the margin. Quill rang the smallest bell in the hall once. Avell tuned the windows to welcome without worship. Schools? Cale asked again, because the right worries repeat. The teacher with chalk dust hands raised a ledger. Curriculum unit starts tomorrow, she said. Title, How to Argue with Kindness. Required materials, rope, bell, a neighbor. Assessment, Stowe teased. Stew and a nap, she said. Pass-fail. The master of columns approached, board under arm, pride tamed into usefulness. We'll codify practice hour, he said, and make the undercount a public bench. Anyone can ask it to show its sums. And if it lies? Seren asked. Then the city hums, Marin said, touching the rope. Lies itch. They spent the rest of the day in small work, the best kind. Children labeled levers, shop hands rewrote signs. Ask here, in big letters. Wait here, in bigger. The clinic door practiced knocking on its own frame before patients arrived. The bridge learned to bow to wheelchairs and 2 proud men. Toward dusk, Meredith came up from the quay with salt still drying in her hair. The sea said thank you, she reported, pretending not to be moved. It said it with a sandbar not drowning a dog. Acceptable grammar, Avell said gravely. The city ate, the city argued, the city rested, and then the praetor's slate ticked. Polite, grave, and wrote in a hand that had learned humility without losing its firmness. Yarinden petitions on behalf of the high country. Teach the glacier to knock. Yara closed the names ledger gently. We'll need new law, she said. New patience, Avell added. Colder rope? Marin mused. An argument that doesn't shatter, Quill said. Stote hefted his tray. And stew with gloves. They packed again, lighter, wiser, stained. The walker shouldered his bench with the calm of a man who would be wet, cold, hot, late, and present in the same hour. Thalen slipped the map into a case lined with wool, the glove on her right hand ticking north with an eagerness she hated and loved. At the gate, the chalk girl ran up. Can I come? She demanded, cheeks red with the gallantry of 10. You have school, the teacher said sternly. She